The man opened his eyes and found himself lying in a desolate open space. Where was he? Hadn't he just lain down in bed to go to sleep? As he surveyed his surroundings, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Lord's continent. Each lord will randomly receive a type of unit and its associated exclusive buildings, used to plunder resources and develop their territory. Here, countless races coexist, danger and opportunity intertwine. You must lead your people to compete with other lords for survival. Units and buildings are being generated. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a long time. Lord's continent, units. Have I transmigrated? Units and buildings generated successfully. The new player's territory will be protected for 7 days, during which time external forces will be unable to enter. 7 days later, the abyss mist will descend, and hordes of abyss monsters will attack the territory. Only those who survive will be qualified to participate in the battle for supremacy among all races. Looking at the protective shield in the sky, Jiang Cheng immediately felt a sense of pressure. He only had 7 days. He had to strengthen his troops as quickly as possible. He turned to look at the newly formed building behind him. It was a dilapidated crimson castle, its gates wide open, its interior dark and cold. Jiang Cheng swallowed hard, but still steeled himself and went inside. After all, this was his territory, and the soldiers inside shouldn't harm him. Master, just as we entered the castle, a charming and soft voice suddenly came from behind us. Jiang Cheng's face turned pale instantly. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, turned around abruptly, and was immediately stunned. Standing behind him was a woman of unparalleled beauty. She had long, wine-red hair, a delicate face with a touch of allure, and a black and red gauze dress that accentuated her slender, mature figure. Greetings, master. The woman bowed respectfully, her eyes filled with admiration. At the same time, a blue panel appeared before Jiang Cheng. Vampire Empress, residing in the Vampire Temple, current status, remnant soul, strength level, 4 stars, loyalty, 100. Growth limit, Supreme God Emperor. The Blood Clan Empress is not a unit type, but rather an offspring of the Blood Clan Temple. She possesses a physical form within her territory, but transforms into a soul form upon leaving, gradually dissipating over time. Only by upgrading the Vampire Temple to level 9 can she freely leave the territory. Jiang Cheng looked at the Vampire Empress before him, who was acting like a devoted fan, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Do you have a name? No. Please bestow one upon me, master. The woman gently shook her head. She was now merely a remnant soul, many of her memories gone. From now on, she would be called Anna. Thank you for the name, master. Then, Jiang Cheng arrived at the throne in the center of the temple. A surge of information flooded his mind, and functions such as personal information, world channel, shop, friend list, and warehouse appeared in front of him. He first opened his personal information. Lord, Jiang Cheng, strength, sparse, as weak as an ant. Class of troops, Undead Blood Clan. Weapon, none. Item, none. The rest of the list was almost entirely none. Jiang Cheng then opened the world channel. The channel is already packed with newly arrived lords. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a transmigrator. From today onwards, I, Long Out Yin, will rule this lord continent. I declare that everyone here is trash. Is there any handsome guy here to protect me? I'm so scared being alone. Jiang Cheng ignored this nonsense and instead asked a question, whether other people's buildings also contained lingering remnant souls. Soon someone replied, but no one knew what a companion remnant soul was. Instead, many people applied to add Jiang Cheng as a friend and asked him questions. Seeing that something was wrong, Jiang Cheng immediately deleted all friend requests. Jiang Cheng opened the shop again and looked at the items. The items inside were very luxurious, but unfortunately, he didn't have a single lord coin, so he could only admire them for the time being. After exiting the panel, the notification sounded again. Daily draw cooldown complete. Draw for Vampire Warrior. Draw. As Jiang Cheng silently recited the command, a white light flashed, and 10 warriors clad in black armor appeared out of thin air in the hall. They resembled humans in appearance, but they all had blood-red eyes. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Empress. 10 people knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing to Jiang Cheng and Anna. No need for formalities, Jiang Cheng said, raising his hand slightly. Their information immediately appeared before his eyes. Vampire Warrior, strength level, 1 star, status, normal, combat power will be multiplied after entering battle, loyalty, 100. Jiang Cheng was very interested in the so-called battle state. and there happened to be a group of wild beasts outside the territory's protective shield. Come with me outside and clear out the wild beasts. Yes, Lord. 10 vampire warriors immediately lined up, protecting Jiang Cheng and Anna behind them. Outside the protective barrier, a pack of giant black wolves bared their teeth. This place was originally their resting ground, but now that their territory had been occupied, they naturally refused to leave. A bunch of beasts, daring to disrespect their lord. Lord, give the order. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, Go, leave no one alive. As the command was given, the 10 vampire warriors' eyes turned even more bloodshot. Their fingers transformed into sharp claws, and a pair of blood wings unfurled from their backs. They charged out of the protective barrier and pounced on the wolf pack. These giant wolves were merely the lowest-level wild monsters and were no match for the vampire warriors. After a series of mournful howls, the entire wolf pack, including their alpha, collapsed to the ground. The vampire warriors plunged their claws into the wolf carcasses. The corpses quickly withered, their blood completely absorbed. The vampire warrior gains 10 experience. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained 19 wolf fur, 1900 wood, and 1900 ore. Collect. Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, the wolf carcass merged with the earth, and the materials entered the Lord's warehouse. The 10 vampire warriors returned to the protective shield, and Jiang Cheng could clearly sense that their auras were stronger than before. Absorbing blood can enhance your strength? Yes, Lord. This is a unique cultivation method of the vampires. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was overjoyed and immediately looked at Anna. She possessed 4-star strength even as a remnant soul, and in the future, she could even reach the Supreme God Emperor realm. If they could also recover through blood, the Abyss Mist 7 days later would be nothing to fear. At this moment, Anna shook her head. Lord, I am now a remnant soul and cannot absorb blood. Even if I could, such low-level creatures would be of no use to me. To regain my strength, I must upgrade the Blood Clan Temple. Once my remnant soul is fully restored, I will be able to reshape my physical body and recover half of my former power. Jiang Cheng immediately checked the temple's information. Vampire Temple, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, 5,000 wood, 5,000 or 10 Level 1 Beast Cores. The resources are almost complete, only lacking Beast Cores. Jiang Cheng looked at the 10 warriors, 2 of whom wore bronze helmets, while the other 8 were of the black iron rank. Next, you will go out and kill low-level monsters. If you encounter a strong enemy, retreat immediately. I do not want any casualties. The 10 warriors felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, but the 2 leading bronze-level warriors suddenly raised their claws and severed each other's arms. You're insane. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to get angry, he noticed that the flesh at the severed point was wriggling rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a complete arm had grown back. My lord, we vampires possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Even if our heads are severed, they can be restored to their original state as long as they are reattached in time. Anna stood to the side and explained, once the vampire warriors grow up, they can be reborn with just a drop of blood. Unless the enemy possesses fire attribute power and can instantly evaporate their blood, they cannot be killed. Jiang Cheng was secretly surprised. According to the information on the World Channel, there were at least tens of millions of lords who came here, but the vampire warriors were a top-tier unit. He named the 2 bronze-level vampire warriors Otto and Ale, and appointed them as captain and vice-captain. They led their team to clear out the monsters near their territory, improving their strength while collecting materials to upgrade the Blood Clan Temple. Upgrading the temple not only expands your territory, but also grants additional rewards. The number and quality of vampire warriors you can draw daily are also related to the temple's level. Most importantly, the stronger the temple, the more strength Anna recovers. Vampire warrior kills grizzly bear, EXP +8. Vampire warrior kills Trant, gain +10 experience. Kills 1-star stone beast, gain +20 experience, and obtains 1 level 1 beast core. The notification sounds rang out one after another, and the corpses outside the protective shield quickly turned into materials and automatically entered the warehouse. There was enough wood and ore, but beast cores were still very scarce, with only one dropped by a giant stone beast. Zhang was worried that the team might encounter danger, so he only allowed them to operate on the outskirts of the territory. Anna replied, Master, vampires are born for battle. Let them try challenging 2-star monsters. Even if they can't win, they can retreat using blood wings. They can also lure monsters here, and I can attack through the protective shield and kill the target outside. As Anna spoke, she took out pastries from the temple and placed them in front of Jiang Cheng, her tone revealing a hint of pride. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "You know more about this than I do. From now on, you will serve as my strategist and maid." "Yes, master." Anna didn't object. In fact, she was quite pleased. Now, she was happy as long as she could help Jiang Cheng. After the vampire squad returned, Anna personally assigned them tasks and explained many combat techniques. Everyone listened with utmost attention. To receive personal guidance from the Empress was an immense honor for them. After the troops set off again, Jiang Cheng opened the world chat. "Lords, my troop type is archers. We just hunted some wild monsters and lost 5 archers. Trash. My unit is a top-tier unit, the Titan. Humph. My unit, Xiaoyan's, is the Flame Dragon. Wait until the late game, and let's see who can challenge me." Jiang Cheng discovered that the more powerful the unit type, the fewer units it starts with, while ordinary units can be summoned in dozens or even hundreds at a time, which can be considered a kind of balance. He turned and asked, "Anna, who is stronger, a vampire warrior, a titan, or a dragon?" Anna replied, "In the early stages of one-on-one combat, dragons and titans have the advantage. However, vampires excel in group battles, and with the help of formations, they are capable of contending with them. As for the later stages, once they reach the demon level, the vampires can easily crush them. Dragons and titans are nothing but brute force animals." Jiang Cheng immediately pressed Anna for details about the formation, but Anna shook her head. "I'm sorry, master. I only have a vague impression of it now, and formations require a long period of practice." Seeing the guilty look on her face, Jiang Cheng subconsciously reached out and ruffled her hair. Anna blushed slightly. "Master, I'll go prepare some more food." Watching her flee into the temple, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. He looked up at the sky, still feeling as if it were all a dream. He was preparing to capture a native creature to inquire about the situation in the vicinity after the vampire squad returned when a fierce battle suddenly erupted from the distant forest. 2 angry roars echoed from the dense forest, and a 2-headed serpent monster covered in black scales suddenly emerged. Their dark yellow vertical pupils were fixed on the vampire squad below. Facing this 2-star monster, the 10 vampire warriors immediately spread their blood wings. The opponent's strength far surpasses that of a 1-star creature, and it also possesses 2 heads, allowing it to defend almost any direction. Otto quickly gave the order. "Yale, you take half the men to hold them off at low altitude. I'll take the rest and launch a surprise attack from high altitude." Okay. Otto and Ari were responsible for containing the 2-headed snake from the front, while the other 8 attacked from all sides, leaving claw marks on its body. The 2-headed snake was thoroughly enraged, then raised its thick tail and slammed it repeatedly into the ground. A cloud of dust rose up, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Before Otto and Ari could escape, a snake's tail swept out from the smoke and dust, wrapped around the 2 of them, and forcibly dragged them into the dust cloud. "Captain! Vice Captain!" The remaining 8 vampire warriors immediately rushed into the dust. Vampires are inherently proud and have never abandoned their comrades. At this moment, Otto and Ari were already wrapped tightly by the snake's body, and their bodies were being subjected to terrifying pressure. The 2-headed snake opened its blood-red maw, its 2 heads biting into their backs, its sharp fangs piercing through their blood wings and armor. In excruciating pain, their eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The next moment, they bit down hard on the 2-headed snake's soft belly. The shriek seemed to resonate, as the other 8 vampire warriors bared their fangs and pounced on the basilisk. The sharp teeth pierced through the scales, blood gushed out, and a long-suppressed instinct erupted completely. Jiang Cheng, far away in his territory, heard the shriek. Had something happened to Anna, Otto, and the others? Anna calmly shook her head. "Don't worry, master. They will need to rest for half a day after they return and will not be able to continue hunting." Jiang Cheng was still a little confused, but the voices just now sounded both angry and excited, which was not like their usual selves at all. Anna chuckled softly. That's just the vampire's true nature being unleashed. The earliest vampires would directly drink the blood of their prey. However, disordered blood can affect strength, lifespan, and realm, so he later switched to using his claws to refine energy. Otto and his companions were forced into a corner this time, which is why they started using their fangs to suck blood again. Once they return, they just need to spend some time cleaning their bodies of impurities. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Cheng finally felt relieved. Vampire Warrior Otto has advanced to 2 stars. Vampire Warrior Ale has advanced to 2 stars. The warning sounds rang out one after another. In the forest, the two-headed snake's body rapidly withered and eventually collapsed, powerless. The wounds on Otto and Alihi's backs healed quickly, and their damaged blood wings were restored to their original state, with the bronze patterns becoming clearer. The two men gradually grew to 2 meters tall, and the auras of the other 8 soldiers also noticeably increased. But the next second, their expressions suddenly turned cold, and they all turned to look in a certain direction deep in the forest. "Who's there? Come out." 2 vampire warriors instantly took to the air and pulled a green humanoid creature out of the grass. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The green creature struggled desperately, dropping its weapon to the ground. The vampire warrior pressed his claws against its neck and said coldly, "Shut up and behave yourself." It had just witnessed the group of blood-winged monsters tearing open the scales of the two-headed snake, and now it was so frightened that its whole body stiffened and it dared not move again. A soldier asked, "Captain Otto, what should we do with this guy?" Otto thought for a moment. "It can talk. Take it back to the territory for interrogation." Since it had equipment, it meant there were other accomplices nearby. Il nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the vampire squad collected their spoils and returned to their territory with the two-headed snake's corpse and the green creature. Jiangqing looked at the guy lying on the ground pretending to be dead, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "A goblin? A goblin. A native creature of the Lord Continent. Strength level, 1 star. Personality, greedy, cunning, and adept at deception." Arlie kicked it. "Stop playing dead." The goblin scrambled to its feet. "My lord," it said, "I was just passing by on patrol." "Nonsense," Otto said coldly. "I sensed someone lurking in the shadows as soon as the battle began, but I didn't have time to deal with you then." The goblin panicked. Jiang Chung chuckled, as expected of a goblin. "I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, I'll guarantee your life. Otherwise." Jiang Chung pointed to the withered two-headed snake, which frightened the goblin into nodding repeatedly. "What's the name of this forest? What forces are nearby? And what's the specific situation of your goblin tribe?" The goblin paused for a moment. "You are not creatures of the Vaslo Great Forest." Ale raised his hand and flicked it. "Answer whatever the Lord asks." Jiang Chung noted down the name Vaslo Great Forest, planning to inquire on the World Channel later to see if there were any other lords nearby. The goblin whispered, 50 miles to the north there is a wolf pack territory, and 30 miles to the west there is a tribe of stone men, numbering about 100 to 200. As it said this, a cunning glint flashed in its eyes. The stone men weren't very strong. Even their most powerful chieftain was only a 2-star being. In reality, the stone goblin chieftain possesses 3-star strength. The goblins deliberately lied to send the vampire squad to their deaths, then seized the opportunity to kill Jiang Chung and take over the territory. It glanced greedily at the Blood Clan temple not far away. "Our tribe has more than 300 people, 14 2-star warriors, and our chieftain is a 3-star goblin leader." When it spoke of the clan leader, its voice rose noticeably, as if it were deliberately showing off the power behind it. Jiangqing wasn't angry. "Very good, I'm satisfied with your answer. Now I'll take you to a completely safe place." The goblin quickly said, "If you let me go back, sir, I can even get the chieftain to lead people to help you wipe out the stone goblin tribe." "Really? That's quite good." Jiang Chung smiled meaningfully, then winked at Yato and Yeli. The two immediately stepped forward and pinned the goblin to the ground. The goblin cried out in terror, "What are you doing? Didn't you promise not to kill me? You're a lord. You can't break your word." Jiang Chung stepped out of the territory's protective shield, looking at the goblin struggling desperately on the ground. "I'm just going to send you to a good place." After saying that, he raised his hand and pressed down on the goblin's head. The next moment, the goblin vanished into thin air and was directly stored in the Lord's warehouse. This scene left Otto, Ari, and the others speechless, and even Anna inside the protective shield slightly parted her red lips. Otto asked excitedly, "My lord, what kind of technique is this? Can you teach us?" Jiang Chung raised an eyebrow and said, "If you want to learn, then work hard to kill monsters and level up. Once you are strong enough, this kind of method will be nothing more than a thought to me." The vampire warriors were immediately filled with admiration, and they all rushed to the outer perimeter of the temple to meditate. Crimson energy enveloped their bodies. Obtained 22-headed serpent scales, 2,000 wood, 2,000 ore, and 2 level 2 beast cores. Gather. Jiang Chung immediately began gathering materials. Including the materials he had already acquired, the wood and ore already met the requirements for upgrading the temple. only a level 1 beast core was needed. He clicked on the level 2 beast core and, sure enough, saw the decomposition and fusion functions. One level 2 beast core could be decomposed into 10 level 1 beast cores, while 12 level 1 beast cores were needed to fuse into one level 2 beast core. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but complain. This is full of tricks. Although he felt a little heartbroken, he still dismantled a level 2 beast core. At this time, the warehouse contained 6,400 pieces of wood, 6,400 pieces of ore, 11 level 1 beast cores, and 1 level 2 beast core. Upgrade the vampire temple. Upgrade. A dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire temple. When the light faded, the once somewhat dilapidated building was transformed. Its height increased to 50 meters, and 2 additional side halls were added to either side of the main hall. Vampire Temple, Level 2. 20 vampire warriors can be drawn daily. Bronze grade probability, 40%. Silver grade probability, 10%. Gold grade probability, 5%. Seeing that he could summon 20 warriors every day, and even had a chance to summon a gold-level vampire, Jiang Cheng was immediately excited. The Vampire Temple has been successfully upgraded. Territory area has doubled, gained residences, vampire barracks, and the Blood Heaven Array. The territory's protective shield rapidly expanded outwards, but Jiang Cheng did not allow Anna to clear out the monsters within. Anna is still in a remnant soul state, and he is unwilling to let her take any risks, so he plans to wait until Otto and the others recover before taking any action. Jiang Cheng first inspected the vampire barracks. The vampire barracks can accelerate the cultivation speed of vampire warriors and help cleanse their bodies of impure blood. It can accommodate up to 500 people. He chose an open space to build the structure. A blood-red training ground rose from the ground, with flags around it bearing the image of a vampire temple and the character Jiang written on the back. As for the residences, they are just 50 ordinary houses, which are of little use to the vampire warriors. The final Blood Heaven Array is a one-time use item. Upon use, all summoned and future vampire warriors will automatically gain mastery of the Blood Heaven Array. Jiang Cheng was speechless. This formation, apart from being obtained and used, has absolutely nothing to do with me. Despite his complaints, he still chose to use it. In an instant, an array mark appeared next to the information of all the vampire warriors. Just then, the crimson energy on Otto and Ari gradually dissipated. 10 vampire warriors ran excitedly towards Jiang Cheng. Just now, the Blood Clan Temple transmitted information about the Blood Heaven Array into everyone's minds and told them that it was a gift from the Lord. After regaining their senses, the 10 vampire warriors immediately knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Thank you, Lord." Hint: vampire warriors have exceptional loyalty and will never betray their lord. Jiang Cheng then realized that they had taken the Blood Heaven Array as their reward, and his mood immediately improved. "Get up, all of you. This is what you deserve. Now go to the training ground and let me see the power of the Blood Heaven formation." Yes. The group entered the training ground with high spirits, while Jiang Cheng and Anna went to the command platform. Anna paused for a moment, then said softly, "This place is very suitable for vampires to cultivate. The surrounding environment can also accelerate their recovery and increase their strength." Jiang Cheng nodded, then gestured to Yato and Yeli. The 10 vampire warriors immediately spread their blood wings and formed an inverted triangle formation in the air. The 4 people at the top were the first to transfer energy, which was then transferred downwards by the 3 people in the middle, and finally all of it was gathered on Otto. A massive surge of crimson energy continued to pour in, and Ari and another warrior were already trembling all over, but they still gritted their teeth and persevered. The 2 forces finally poured into Otto's body. He let out a low roar, and his body rapidly expanded, with sharp spikes growing from the joints of his blood wings. The changes finally stopped when his body reached 5 meters in height. The blood wings on Otto's back, when fully extended, stretched to a full 8 meters. Anna analyzed carefully. He has now reached the peak of 3 stars, only 1 step away from 4 stars. If his physical strength were a little higher, he might be able to truly step into the 4-star realm. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. 10 vampire warriors were enough to elevate Otto from a 2-star to the peak of a 3-star. If there were 100 or even 1,000 in the future, it would be unimaginable. In this way, the Goblin Tribe and the Stone Goblin Tribe were not insurmountable. However, Jiang Cheng did not completely trust the goblin. Anna saw the flaw in the formation. The Blood Heaven formation could concentrate the power of many people into one person, but the person bearing it would face immense pressure, and in severe cases, they might even be burst by the energy. In the future, it would be best to have silver or gold-level vampires as the core, especially gold-level warriors, who are capable of withstanding the power of 100 people. Jiang Cheng agreed. The core of the future formation should indeed be handed over to a high-level vampire. I just don't know if it will be able to enhance the bloodlines of Otto and the others. Sure, but only after I've recovered from my remnant soul state, or when a purple gold-level vampire warrior appears. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "There's plenty of time, no rush." After saying that, he casually rubbed Anna's head, and Anna's ears and neck immediately turned bright red. At this moment, Yato condensed a huge scarlet energy ball in his hands and slammed it hard into the corner of the training ground. Hundreds of wooden stakes were instantly blasted to pieces, and the spreading shockwave overturned a large number of surrounding items. After the attack, Otto landed heavily, panting heavily. The other 9 vampire warriors were also pale, clearly exhausted. Instead, they looked at Otto with envy, all wanting to personally experience that powerful force. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng and Anno approach, everyone hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Empress." No need for formalities. Jiang Cheng walked up to Yato and patted him on the chest with satisfaction. "Yato, you did a great job." "Hee, you flatter me, my lord." Yato chuckled ly, but Jiang Cheng's smile vanished instantly. "Hey you, go clean up those wooden stakes over there. You've ruined half the training ground." Just now, Yato could have thrown the energy ball into the open ground or the sky, but instead, he chose to show off and shattered the training stakes. Otto scratched his head awkwardly, while Ari and the others gloated and laughed heartily. "Disperse, everyone. There are barracks in the training ground. Each of you can choose a room to cultivate in. Yato, stay behind to clean." After making the arrangements, Jiang Cheng took Anna back to the temple. After dinner, Jiang Cheng sat in the main hall and opened the world channel to check on the situation of other lords. "Any big shots selling some food? My pig demon army is eating too much. I haven't had a single bite today. My troops fared even worse. We surrounded a 1-star monster, lost more than a dozen of them, and it still managed to escape." After reading these messages, Jiang Cheng realized that most lords were in dire straits. Their troops were already exhausted after dealing with just 1-star monsters. Just then, Xiaoyan reappeared in the channel. "My flame dragon killed 12 1-star monsters today, obtained 4 beast cores, and 3 more dragons broke through to 2 stars. By tomorrow, I'm sure I'll be able to upgrade my castle to level 2 and be ahead of all the lords." Xiaoyan spent almost all his time showing off on the world channel. With the help of the fire dragon, he also gained many followers, and some even disguised themselves as female lords to approach him. Although Jiang Cheng wanted to give his opponent a blow, he had no intention of revealing his strength. He had Xiaoyan draw the attention of other top lords for him. He then opened the trading area and found it filled with various items. Jiang Cheng also had one thing he didn't need for the time being: the goblin that had been locked up in the warehouse. Trading even living creatures is convenient. Jiang Cheng gave himself the alias Goblin Lord. Based on the value of a 1-star monster, the goblin was priced at 1,000 wood and 1,000 ore. Before long, the goblin was bought, but the incident caused a sensation on the world channel. "I saw someone selling their troops. This goblin lord is so pitiful. He's so poor that he has to sell his subordinates. Brother, if you can't survive, add me as a friend. I can send you some food." Alas, he probably won't make it through the abyss mist in 7 days. Seeing the sympathy from the crowd, Jiang Cheng took a big bite of the steak Anna had just grilled and tearfully accepted the 1,000 pieces of wood and ore. There are still more good people than bad in this world. As night deepened, Anna entered the main hall carrying a lantern, having changed into a loose nightgown. "My lord, shall we rest?" Jiang Cheng's face flushed. "What are you doing?" "I'm tired, I'll go to sleep." Anna said earnestly. "Didn't Master ask me to be a maid during the day? Taking care of Master while he sleeps is included, of course. I'll tell you a story, and I'll leave after you fall asleep." Hearing that it was just to lull him to sleep, Jiang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After washing up, he chose a small bedroom in the side hall and lay down. Anna moved a chair and sat down beside the bed. Once upon a time, there was a little girl. By the time the story ended, it was nearly midnight. Anna realized she had been talking for so long, and a look of self-reproach immediately appeared on her face. Jiang Cheng said, "Anna, go and rest. I'm going to sleep." "Yes, master." Anna bowed, closed the door, and left the bedroom. The world chat just announced that the Lord ranking will open at midnight, and those who make the list will receive generous rewards. Rankings will be updated daily for the next 7 days. The news caused an instant uproar on the world chat channel. Xiao Yin was the first to jump out and say, "I'm definitely number 1 on the leaderboard. Ha!" His followers immediately began to praise him and even formed a Flame Dragon alliance. But in reality, they threatened weak lords to hand over their supplies, or they would retaliate if they met again. The Lord's Day 1 rankings are officially open. The rankings will be based on the overall strength of the territories. At exactly 12 o'clock, a huge golden scroll covered the world channel. To protect the privacy of lords, this ranking uses troop names instead of lord names. 100th place, Skeleton Army. 99th place, Mammoth Legion. 98th place, Flaming Tiger Legion. As the list continued to appear, countless lords sighed. The leaderboard only had 100 spots, and those who made it onto it were almost all top-tier troops. 51st place, Golden Griffin Clan. The last 50 places have been tallied. Rewards will now be distributed. Rewards: 1,000 Lord Coins, 10,000 Wood, 10,000 Ore, a random 3-star weapon, and 100 Luck Points. Luck value affects a lord's future fortune. Defeating other lords allows you to seize their luck. Upon seeing the rewards, the world chat exploded. These rewards are too generous. Why are my units so weak? This is so unfair. The Golden Griffin Lord took the opportunity to speak, immediately attracting numerous lords who claimed to be beautiful women to send friend requests. After a brief pause, the rankings continued to be published. 50th place, Willow Clan. 49th place, Death Knights. 23rd place, Azure Phoenix Clan. 22nd place, Flame Dragon Clan. 21st place, Flower Fairy. Rewards for ranking 50th to 21st. 2,000 Lord Coins, 20,000 Wood, 20,000 Ore, 1 3-star weapon and 1 3-star armor, and 200 Luck Points. Seeing that the Flame Dragon was only ranked 22nd, everyone quickly guessed that it was Xiao Yin, who had been the most arrogant during the day. This is hilarious. He's been shouting for first place all day, but he can't even get into the top 20. Why isn't Boss Xiao Yin saying anything? Is he already asleep from anger? The lords who had been oppressed by the Flame Dragon Alliance stood up to mock them, and none of the alliance members dared to respond. Inside the Flame Dragon's nest, Xiao Yin stared intently at the rankings. Impossible. My Flame Dragon is a top-tier unit. How could it only be ranked 22nd? The Fire Dragon Lord has disputed the rankings. The Lord Challenge feature is now available. You will not truly die within the challenge space. All injuries will heal upon leaving. Each Lord has only 1 challenge opportunity per day. Fire Dragon Lord, please select a challenge target. Xiao Yin looked at the prompt and burst into laughter. I really am the chosen one. Although I won't get a higher reward even if I succeed in the challenge, at least I can teach the Flower Fairy Lord ranked above me a lesson and shut up those who laughed at me. Without hesitation, he chose the Flower Fairy Lord, ranked 21st. The lords in the world chat instantly perked up, all waiting for the Flower Fairy Lord's response. Jiang Cheng also opened the spectator page. Xiao Yin had killed over a dozen 1-star monsters and upgraded 3 fire dragons to 2 stars, yet he could only rank 22nd. Inside Flower Fairy Castle, a petite and adorable girl stomped her foot in anger. That wretched Xiao Yin. I'll beat you to a pulp. The Flower Fairy Lord accepts the challenge. The Flame Dragon Lord battles the Flower Fairy Lord. The scene shifts, and the group arrives at a desolate plain. Spectators can not only freely switch perspectives, but also enter the first-person perspectives of both sides' units and send comments below. The Flower Fairy is ranked higher, so she should win, right? But fire counters plants, so the outcome is really uncertain. The barrage of comments continued to scroll, and the 2 sides in the battle finally appeared. On the left side of the plain stood 5 enormous fire dragons, while on the right side stood 8 tiny flower fairies, each no more than 1.2 meters tall. They had flowers of different colors growing on their heads, chubby cheeks, and stared fearlessly at the distant dragon. Upon seeing the size difference between the 2 sides, the members of the Flame Dragon Alliance immediately jumped out and began to mock him relentlessly. However, Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The 8 flower fairies remained calm in the face of the giant dragon, holding hands with each other, clearly preparing some kind of combined skill. Xiao Yin laughed triumphantly. 8 little girls, my giant dragon can crush them all with 1 stomp. The 5 fiery dragons roared excitedly, spread their wings and flew into the sky, looking down at the flower fairy from above. The flower fairy with a red flower on her head sneered. Sisters, let's do it. Yes, eldest sister. The red flower fairy knelt on one knee and pressed her palm to the ground. A rich green vitality quickly spread, and the other 7 flower fairies also ran off in different directions. Flowers and vines sprouted wherever they went, quickly covering large areas. The fiery dragon, proud by nature, simply hovered in the air, observing silently. Seeing this, Xiaoyan angrily cursed. What are these 5 idiots doing? Just rush down and kick them one by one. Wouldn't that be enough? However, being in a spectator position, he was unable to give orders and could only watch helplessly as the flower fairy completed the arrangements. Red flower fairy confirmed that all her sisters were in place and commanded, "Rise." The vines on the ground instantly grew wildly, spreading across the sky. Countless flowers bloomed simultaneously, and pollen of 8 colors quickly spread. This scene caused all the lords watching the battle to change their expressions, and even Jiang Cheng stared intently at the battlefield. The 5 dragons finally sensed the danger and hurriedly breathed fire to burn the vines. However, these vines were extremely tough and could not be easily burned. Red flower fairy's hands lit up with green and red light as she manipulated all the vines to rush towards the 2 one-star dragons. The 2 dragons desperately tried to resist by breathing fire, but they were no match for the sheer number of vines. They were eventually entangled and fell heavily from the sky into the flower bed. Beautiful. Keep it up, little flower fairies. These 8 flower fairies are much stronger than my wild-boar knight. I'm so envious. As the 2 giant dragons fell from the sky, the lords who supported the flower fairy cheered, but the people of the Flame Dragon Alliance immediately objected. Don't be too happy yet. Didn't you see how pale those flower fairies are? Once they run out of energy, that's when the fire dragon will strike back. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that the 8 flower fairies were indeed extremely exhausted. In particular, the red flower fairy, who was in charge of controlling the formation, had begun to sway. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to turn around, the remaining 3 fire dragons suddenly became listless and fell from the sky one after another. Jiang Cheng could see very clearly that the real culprit was not the vines, but the pollen floating in the air. The vines are only used to attract attention. Once the dragon inhales the pollen, it will lose its fighting ability. Next, the 5 giant dragons were hung upside down by vines, and 8 flower fairies surrounded them, punching and kicking them, some even whipping them with thorny vines. The dragon, with its thick hide and tough flesh, felt deeply humiliated despite its minor injuries. Xiaoyan repeatedly pleaded to surrender, but the flower fairy lord consistently refused. Whether a challenge space is opened or closed, it must be with the consent of both lords. Surrounded by countless lords, his dragon was being whipped and dangled by a group of fairy maidens, leaving Xiaoyan utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the rankings outside continued to be published. Lords ranked 20th to 11th will receive 5,000 lord coins, 50,000 wood, 50,000 ore, a 4-star weapon, and 500 luck points. Jiang Cheng scanned the list, but didn't see any vampires. 10th place, White Tiger Clan. 9th place, Vermilion Bird Clan. 8th place, Soul Clan. 7th place, Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Clan. 6th place, Eastern Divine Dragon Clan. Seeing this list, everyone finally understood what truly top-tier dragons are. Xiaoyan's Flame Dragon is not even in the same league as the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon or the Eastern Divine Dragon. Jiang Cheng gradually became nervous. The fact that there were still no vampires ranked 6th through 10th meant his ranking needed to be even higher. 5th place, Qilin Clan. 4th place, Angel. 3rd place, Demon. The 3rd place prize includes a large amount of resources, 3 4-star weapons, building cards, bloodline enhancement pills, and 2,000 luck points. 2nd place, Void Zerg. Rewards, 100,000 system coins, 100,000 lumber, 100,000 ore. 5 4-star weapons, 2 building cards, 5 bloodline enhancement pills, and 5,000 luck points. The generous rewards made countless lords envious, especially the bloodline enhancement pill, which was enough to help ordinary troops improve their bloodline and enter the ranks of top-tier troops. 1st place, Vampire. Rewards, 150,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore. 1 random 5-star weapon, 5 building cards, 10 bloodline enhancement pills, and 10,000 luck points. 5-star weapons are extremely powerful and can only be used after a unit reaches 5 stars. Upon hearing that 5-star weapons could not be used temporarily, many top lords gloated, and some even directly mocked the vampire lords in the World Channel. Jiang Cheng ignored these people because he had already received a challenge invitation from the third-ranked demon lord. Are they taking me for a fool? Jiang Cheng chuckled. Perfect, let me see just how strong the demon really is, and also test the power of the Blood Heaven formation in actual combat. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Cheng, Anna, and the vampire team simultaneously appeared in the challenge space. A transparent barrier surrounded everyone. This was a preparation area for the Lord and his troops to discuss tactics. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Empress. Anna and the vampire squad bowed simultaneously, then curiously looked around. Jiang Cheng coughed lightly. This is a virtual battlefield. I've chosen formidable opponents for you. You won't truly die here. All your injuries will be healed when you leave. After half a day of training, the vampire team had recovered to their peak condition and had practiced the Blood Heaven formation several times. Upon hearing that they could fight freely, their fighting spirit soared, and their aura arose accordingly. Anna asked softly, Master, what about me? Jiang Cheng looked at her and asked, Are you ready to fight now? Of course. After the vampire temple was upgraded, my strength has recovered to 5 stars. Here, I don't need to worry about the consequences of my actions. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. With Anna there, even if the vampire team lost, he could use his challenge opportunity to reclaim first place. However, he still said, You stay with me and watch the battle first. Today's battle is specially prepared for Otto and his group. Okay. Anna nodded obediently and stood behind Jiang Cheng. A flash of white light appeared, and 10 vampire warriors appeared in the center of the plain, while 3 demons appeared on the opposite side at the same time. They had horns on their heads and black wings that slowly flapped behind them, hovering in midair, exuding a cold and evil aura. The vampire squad also unfurled their blood wings, forming an inverted triangle formation. One side of the battlefield was eerie and sinister, while the other was filled with murderous intent and bloodshed. The lords watching the battle began to discuss among themselves. There were only 3 demons, but 10 vampires, which meant that the individual quality of the demons was far superior to that of the vampires. The demon lord is my friend. His troops can create dark domains and have the ability to teleport. The vampires simply cannot compete with him. Inside the arena, 3 demons sized up the vampire squad. Just a bunch of lowly creatures, deal with them quickly. Having said that, the 3 demons simultaneously raised their longswords. A thick black mist instantly spread, completely enveloping a large portion of the sky. Otto roared, and all the vampire warriors immediately went on alert, but their crimson eyes still could not see through the black mist. The opponent was not only stronger individually, but also had reached the mid-stage of the 2nd star realm, putting unprecedented pressure on everyone. Be careful. Otto suddenly looked to the side. The space there distorted slightly, and a demon appeared out of thin air, its longsword thrusting straight at a vampire warrior. The warrior reacted in time, but his claws were still severed by the evil sword energy, the blade piercing through his armor and leaving a wound on his body. The demon retreated into the black mist immediately after its successful attack, its reaction quite swift. At the same time, screams came from 2 other directions. The 3 demons constantly teleported and launched sneak attacks, retreating swiftly after each thrust, their movements completely unpredictable, leaving the vampire squad with no chance to retaliate. Ari calmly observed the situation. Although the demons' attacks were frequent, the vampires had strong regenerative abilities, and these injuries would heal quickly. But if they continue to be passively attacked, they will eventually be worn down. In the spectator channel, many lords have already begun to gloat. The vampires have no way to fight back. This battle is already decided. The first place will change hands soon. Strength and reward should be commensurate. The vampire lord is not worthy of sitting in the first place. Chapter 13 Ariadne's Schemes. Inside the Castle of Angels, the bright moonlight shone on the statues. A tall woman sat on her throne, beckoning to the angels beside her and asking, If you were to encounter a demon, what are your chances of victory? The angel raised his head. Such heretics as demons will be utterly destroyed in the holy light of our Lord. They will kneel before his idols, repenting for their sins day and night. The Lord said, Let there be light in the world. The woman felt dizzy listening to this and quickly interrupted. All right, I'm not that powerful. Seriously though, what are your chances of winning against a demon? The angel then said seriously, At the same level, as long as the opponent doesn't deploy special demons, we have a 50% chance of winning. Of course, they will definitely lose their fighting spirit after seeing our Lord. A 50-50 split. The woman sighed and urged her to rest. She was the Angel Lord, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, and after witnessing the demon's strength, she no longer believed Jiang Cheng could hold onto first place. The other top lords were also watching the battle closely. In their view, Jiang Cheng's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Some were studying the demon's weaknesses, while others were eager to challenge him as soon as he dropped to 3rd place. Inside the challenge area, the demon constantly launched sneak attacks, making it difficult for the vampire team to defend themselves. Arlie was especially targeted. His armor was tattered, and 7 bumps swelled up on his face, making him look extremely disheveled. He roared, "You stinking bat! Come out and face your Grandpa Ale if you dare." The demon who loved to ambush and taunt jumped out as expected. "You filthy brute! Then let me show you the strength of a higher being." Both threw punches simultaneously, but just as they were about to collide, Ari suddenly grinned maliciously and dodged to the side. The demon was immediately exposed, revealing most of his body, and inwardly cried out in alarm. All of this was Arya's scheme. He deliberately feigned ignorance, allowing the demons to target him, all to wait for this moment. He suddenly grabbed the demon's wings, stomped on its back, and his arms were bulging with veins. With a shrill scream, a wing was torn off, and black blood gushed out. The alluring scent instantly awakened his vampire instincts. Ari's eyes turned bloodshot. He could no longer suppress his desire and bit through the neck of the demon Luster, frantically devouring his blood. Luster! The other 2 demons went completely berserk. Even with their arms pierced, they rushed forward desperately, but were held back by Otto and the others. Arlie tossed the now mummified Luster back at him, grinning. Here you go." The 2 demons were enraged, but they were already badly wounded, and their continuous teleportation had exhausted most of their strength. What made them most desperate was that these 10 vampires were like monsters. Even with their hearts pierced, they could still stand up again. Looking at the vampires who still retained their fighting power, the leading demon finally lowered his head and said unwillingly, "We surrender." The demon lord concedes defeat. Will the vampire lord agree? The demon lord understood the troops' meaning and immediately conceded defeat. An uproar erupted outside the arena. The live chat exploded, and no one could believe that the demons would ultimately lose. Chapter 14, Freebies. Why did the demon give up? Can't we keep fighting? I haven't had enough yet. What's the point of fighting? Those 10 vampires are tough, and their wounds are almost healed. If the demon continues to fight them, he'll just be throwing his life away. This regenerative ability is too outrageous. I'm afraid only the holy light of angels can restrain them. If angels are really that strong, how come they're only ranked 4th? The onlookers were abuzz with discussion. Some felt sorry for the demon, while others were convinced that the vampires had firmly secured their place at the top of the rankings. Just as everyone was speculating whether Jiang Cheng would accept the surrender, he made his choice without hesitation. Refuse to surrender, continue fighting. The challenge zone is not a place you can come and go as you please. Since the demon lord has taken the initiative to challenge him, he should be prepared to face retaliation. The news immediately excited the onlookers. On the first day the rankings opened, 4 of the top 10 lords were already locked in fierce battle, and there was likely to be more exciting developments to come. Damn it! The vampire lord refused to surrender. He's deliberately humiliating us. The 3 demons were furious, but Ale touched his chin and smiled in a particularly sinister way. The lord is indeed wise. These bats should be treated well. The other vampire warriors also revealed malicious smiles. Although they hadn't tasted the demon's blood yet, the alluring aroma had already made them incredibly eager. "You, don't come any closer." The 2 demons turned and fled, but they were already badly wounded from rescuing Luster. After several teleportations, they were still pinned to the ground by the vampire warriors. Screams rang out one after another, and many female lords even covered their eyes. When the challenge ended, the 10 vampires were all in high spirits, and their injuries had mostly healed. In contrast, the 3 demons all had empty eyes, as if they had been completely drained. Upon returning to the castle, Jiang Cheng had just entered the main hall when the vampire squad excitedly surrounded him. "Lord, is it possible to re-enter that challenge space? If we do it a few more times, we might be able to break through Samsung's dominance. Those demons are too easy to absorb. It's not satisfying at all." The demon's body contains a trace of the ancient demon god's bloodline, which is indeed a rare and highly nourishing substance for vampires. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to tell them to stop dreaming, a challenge invitation suddenly popped up in front of him. The one who issued the challenge was none other than the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, who ranked 7th on the leaderboard. Jiang Qing's lips twitched, and he immediately shouted, "Quickly, move all the water tanks from the castle over here." Although the vampire squad was confused, they immediately took action. Anna went even further, bringing 2 brand new bathtubs into the challenge space. After Jiang Qing accepted the challenge, the vampire team held nothing back and activated the Blood Heaven array as soon as they entered the space. Yato's body rapidly expanded to the same size as the purple-winged radiant dragon, and his aura was approaching that of a 4-star being. The 3 2-star purple-winged dragons were no match for him. They all collapsed and lost consciousness after just 3 punches. Only then did the vampire warriors understand the purpose of the water tank and bathtub. 10 people simultaneously plunged their sharp claws into the dragon's body, greedily absorbing its blood. Any blood they couldn't drink was poured into water tanks and bathtubs, not wasting a single drop. Half an hour later, the 3 once majestic and noble purple-winged dragons had turned into dried-up dragon meat jerky. Even more outrageous, after tasting success, Jiang Qing immediately used his challenge opportunity to challenge the purple-winged radiant dragon lord again. Thus, under the sympathetic gaze of tens of millions of lords, the 3 purple-winged dragons were once again turned into dragon jerky. This is too cruel. Is this how the #1 player on the leaderboard operates? Now who would dare to challenge a vampire lord so easily? The vampire warrior is mighty. Boss is awesome. I used to be an art student, and I'll be selling dragon jerky portraits in the trading area tomorrow. First come, first served. I'll offer 1,000 bolts of timber. What's 1,000? I'll offer 1,001. Chapter 15, The Golden Legend. The challenges between the top lords continue, with the Angel Lord defeating the Demon Lord and the Eastern Dragon Lord also defeating the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Lord. Having just been brutally ravaged by the vampires, the demon and the purple-winged dragon would always recall being emaciated when they entered the battle space again, ultimately leading to their defeat. After the challenge ended, the leaderboard rewards were officially distributed. The top 100 lords not only received abundant resources, but also received a large number of follower applications, as everyone wanted to latch onto the coattails of the strong. Jiang Qing looked at the nearly 10 million friend requests and cleared them all without hesitation. Ordinary followers were not only unhelpful, but also required him to invest a lot of energy and resources to cultivate. What he really wanted were subordinates who could provide assistance, were absolutely loyal, and were willing to stand with him through thick and thin. The leaderboard rewards have been credited to your account, Vampire Lord. As the notification sound faded, Jiang Qing received 150,000 system coins, and the price of wood and ore also skyrocketed to 102,000. His warehouse also contained a 5-star weapon chest, 2 random building blueprints, and 10 bloodline enhancement pills. Most importantly, the 10,000 luck points can only be possessed by the Lord and cannot be allocated to troops. Jiang Qing opened the 5-star treasure chest, and a purple gold ring slowly floated out. A purple gold glass ring, a 5-star weapon. Active skill, generates a transparent barrier, which can be used for defense or to trap enemies. Passive skill, energy attack increased by 20%, energy consumption reduced by 20%. Jiang Qing tried to put on the ring, but was repelled by a force, so he could only call Anna over. This is for you. Anna took the ring, her face slightly flushed, and then put it on the ring finger of her right hand. Jiang Qing yawned from exhaustion and instructed, after the vampire team repairs the pool, let them continue hunting wild monsters. The next morning, just as Jiang Qing finished washing up and sat down to eat breakfast, Yato and the others rushed back from outside the territory. Jiang Qing sensed their surge in power, and his eyes lit up. You've broken through to the 3-star level? Yale exclaimed excitedly. That's right. Now, using the Blood Heaven formation, Yato's strength can reach the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Yato placed 4 level 2 beast cores on the table, and Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction, telling them to go and rest first. He then broke down the prey from the previous night into 13,000 pieces of wood, ore, and a large amount of materials, and prepared to search for soldiers with the talent for weapon crafting to forge new armor for the vampire squad. Upon returning to the temple, the notification sound rang again. Should I draw today's vampire warrior? Extract. 20 white orbs of light appeared out of thin air, 16 of which dissipated first, revealing 10 iron level and 6 bronze level vampire warriors. The remaining 4 beams of light lingered, and Anna whispered, Master, their bloodline level is above bronze. Soon, the 3 beams of light faded, and 3 red-haired, silver-winged vampire warriors appeared, all of whom possessed 2-star strength from birth. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. With 10 bloodline enhancement pills, the value of these 3 silver-level warriors was immeasurable. The final burst of light continued to rise in power, gradually turning from white to pale gold. A moment later, a vampire girl wearing a golden princess dress and barefoot emerged from the light. She looked around curiously, then smiled sweetly at Jiang Cheng and Anna. "Greetings, Lord, Empress." The other vampire warriors immediately followed suit, bowing and standing neatly behind her, clearly filled with awe for her bloodline. Chapter 16. Anna takes on an apprentice, and the Super Lord's movements. A gold-level vampire warrior, and still in its juvenile form. That's fantastic. Anna looked at the little girl, her eyes filled with surprise. Jiang Cheng asked, puzzled, "What's so special about larval forms?" Anna explained that gold-level vampires are already among the top of the vampire race. But even within the gold level, there are different grades of bloodline, with the lowest being crimson gold and the highest being purple gold. Before reaching adulthood, the younger generation of vampires undergoes rituals to harness the power of the progenitor blood god to expand their bloodline. After reaching adulthood, their bloodline is essentially fixed, and unless they obtain rare and precious treasures, it is very difficult to enhance it further. The larval stage, however, is like a blank sheet of paper, possessing immense potential for growth. As for Anna's own bloodline, it surpasses even the purple gold lineage, making her the first since the progenitor, which is why she was able to become the vampire empress. "Master, leave this little girl to me. I want to take her as my apprentice." Anna felt that the vampire warriors in her territory were all male, and it was not appropriate for the little girl to live with them. Since she had nothing else to do, she could raise the child herself. Good. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate. He had always intended for Anna to be responsible for nurturing this future pillar of the territory, and he absolutely could not let her be left to her own devices like Otto and Ale. Jiang Cheng named the little girl Lily, and the 3 adult silver-level vampires Jack, Jiro, and Jess. They were born with 2-star strength, while Lily was still in her initial state. He then instructed Ari to take the newly arrived vampires to the indoor swimming pool to absorb the blood of the purple-winged radiant dragon. Lily followed, as bathing in the dragon's blood was extremely helpful in solidifying her foundation. After arranging everything, Jiang Cheng opened the world channel. "Are there any lords whose troops possess the talent for weapon crafting? Perhaps we could cooperate." The channel immediately went wild as soon as the message was sent. "The big boss has finally appeared. Boss, I want to be your underling. Get out of my way. I want to have the boss's babies." Jiang Cheng felt helpless. There was very little useful information, but the news of people trying to curry favor with powerful figures was everywhere. He could only reveal his identity and allow lords who actually possessed weapon forging skills to add him as a friend. After screening, only a little over 100 applications remained out of millions. After asking around, he discovered that 90% of the people were there to scam friends, and some even wanted to scam resources. One of the lords demanded 10,000 wood and 10,000 ore as a deposit, and each transaction also required payment in system currency. Jiang Cheng sneered. "You really are an old immortal spouting nonsense, something extraordinary." After saying that, he deleted the other person's contact and secretly memorized the name. He knew he would seize the opportunity to take over the other person's territory and make their troops work for him. After questioning several people, Jiang Cheng realized that they were either asking for exorbitant prices or deliberately trying to annoy him, and he quickly realized the problem. It turns out that the 7 super lords who ranked in the top 10 last night formed an alliance and promised to go to their aid at all costs if their members were in danger. To show their sincerity, they even spent 1,000 system coins to buy a teleportation array, attracting a large number of small and medium-sized lords to join. Lords with special troop types, such as weapon crafting, were lured in advance with generous offers. Of the current top 10, apart from Jiang Cheng, the Void Zerg Lord, and the Angel Lord, the other 7 have all formed alliances, absorbing a large number of top-tier lords and ordinary lords. They didn't invite Jiang Cheng and the other 2 because they were worried that if they joined, they would take away the leadership position and even cause the alliance to split. It seems that all the lords with talent for weapon crafting have been poached. I was indeed a step too late. Jiang Cheng, however, did not care. At worst, I can spend lords' coins to buy better equipment for Otto and the others. Anyway, I'm not short of money right now. As for the so-called alliance, he dismissed it with utter contempt. A group of people with their own agendas huddled together, seemingly making a great show of strength, but in reality, they were nothing more than a mob. 7 days later, the abyss mist descended, and those super lords, who wanted to defend their own territories and support tens of thousands of allies, were simply indulging in wishful thinking. Chapter 17 Defense Towers, Observation Towers. Jiang Cheng estimated that most of the temporary alliances would disintegrate on their own after the abyss mist descended. He had no plans to establish an alliance for the time being, at least not until the mist cleared. After making his decision, he took out 7 bloodline enhancement pills, preparing to upgrade the bloodlines of the 3 brothers, Otto, Ari, and Jack, to the gold rank. In the indoor swimming pool at the training ground, Lily was soaking in the blood of the purple-winged radiant dragon. Anna personally guided her in absorbing the dragon's blood, while Otto and the other vampires surrounded her to protect her. Being able to absorb the blood of top-tier creatures even in infancy is a privilege that everyone envies, yet no one complains. Lily is a gold-level vampire, destined to become a pillar of her clan in the future. Jiang Cheng called the 3 brothers, Yato, Yali, and Jack, to the next room and handed them the pills. These pills can enhance your bloodline. Take them quickly, as we have a mission later. The 5 were stunned. Yato quickly refused. My lord, this is too precious. We are only bronze-level vampires, and we are not worthy of taking such a precious medicine. Yali also believed that the elixir should be reserved for silver or gold-level vampires, as this would maximize the strength of the vampires. Jiang Cheng deliberately put on a stern face. Just eat what I tell you to eat. Why all the nonsense? If I can get 7, I can get 10 or 20 more. Besides, I have a mission for you. Do you think this is just to satisfy your cravings? Upon hearing this, the 5 stopped refusing and immediately swallowed the pills, sitting cross-legged to refine their medicinal power. Jiang Cheng arranged for 2 warriors to protect him, and then went to an open space in his territory. He opened 2 random building cards and obtained 4 intermediate defense towers and 1 observation tower. The intermediate defense tower provides a true field of view within a 1-kilometer radius and can attack alien creatures within 800 meters, capable of annihilating a 3-star target in 1 hit. Observation towers can observe an area of 10 kilometers in radius and can also detect natural disasters, such as earthquakes, in advance. Although not as practical as defensive towers, they are still quite good for reconnaissance. Using blueprints near the training ground, Jiang Cheng instantly erected a tall tower. He entered the observation room on the 1st floor and quickly spotted a group of goblins appearing in the forest through the window. The group of goblins numbered about 15, wielding spears, and were cautiously making their way towards the territory, following the trail left by yesterday's battle. The strongest of them was only 2 stars. Jiang Cheng sneered. Your companion is missing, so you're looking for someone? Then I'll send you all to reunite. He decided to let the new vampire warriors practice on them, and, incidentally, test the power of the defensive towers. When they stepped out of the observation tower, it was already surrounded by vampire warriors. Someone asserted, this must be another structure the Lord created out of thin air. An old soldier said proudly, the Lord can not only conjure buildings, but yesterday he also made a green monster disappear without a trace. The newcomer was immediately filled with admiration. No wonder you're a veteran. You've got so much knowledge. Seeing everyone getting along well, Jiang Cheng also showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 18 The Situation of the Goblin Tribe. Greetings, Lord. Jiang Cheng nodded, his gaze falling on the training ground. A moment later, 5 golden beams flew towards the observation tower. They were Yato and the others who had completed their bloodline enhancements. The blood-red wings on their backs had turned golden. After absorbing the blood of the purple-winged radiant dragon and hunting for half a day, Otto and Ale both broke through to the 3-star level, and their strength has now reached the mid-3-star level. The 3 Jack brothers also advanced from the 2nd star to the early stage of the 3rd star. The other vampires looked at their golden blood wings with envy in their eyes. Jiang Cheng laughed and said, no need to be envious. Everyone has the opportunity to improve their bloodline. As long as you obey orders and hunt wild monsters with all your might, I guarantee you will all advance to the gold rank within half a month. The crowd knelt on one knee in excitement and shouted in unison, we obey the Lord's command. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, everyone, set out and annihilate the invading enemy. Meanwhile, a goblin squad, drawn by the commotion, approached the vicinity of the territory. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted and austere buildings in the distance, their eyes immediately lit up with greed. Captain, those houses are really beautiful. Let's take them. The goblin captain, however, was extremely cautious. Just a month ago, this place was a wolf pack's habitat. The sudden appearance of buildings clearly indicated the intrusion of an unfamiliar force. Remembering that the chief had been secretly operating recently and frequently contacting higher-level tribes, he immediately said, "You all stay here to keep watch. I'll go back and report to the chief. No one is allowed to make any rash moves before the army arrives." "Good." A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. The goblin captain felt a chill run down his spine, and before he could turn around, two large hands were already pressing down on his shoulders. Jiang Cheng walked up to him with a smile. "This goblin is big enough. It should fetch a good price." He then pointed to the shriveled goblin in Aresh's hand and said, "Answer my questions. This is what happens to you if you dare to lie." Jiang Cheng raised his hand and put the corpse into the Lord's warehouse. The goblin captain was so frightened by the fact that the other party had disappeared into thin air that he trembled all over. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for a missing goblin." After confirming there were no other tasks, Jack and Jess began searching the people and quickly found a map and a small amount of dry rations. The map clearly marked the habitats of nearby monsters and beast packs, as well as local factions. Jiang Cheng then realized that there was more than one small goblin tribe in the vicinity, and that they were all under the jurisdiction of a medium-sized tribe. Small tribes are like villages, medium-sized tribes are like towns, and there may be even stronger powers above them. But this captain's knowledge was limited, and that was all he knew. Jiang Cheng had Jack knock him unconscious and hand him over to the newly joined vampires to absorb his power. He then stored him in the Lord's warehouse, intending to sell him along with the spoils of war after conquering the tribe. "Lord, are you coming with us too?" "Certainly. The goblin tribes can communicate with each other, so transporting supplies would be very troublesome if reinforcements arrived. If Jiang Cheng goes personally, he can store the spoils in his lord's space and retreat at his leisure." The vampire warriors quickly tried to dissuade them. "Lord, if anything happens to you, the Empress will definitely skin us alive." Jiang Cheng, however, insisted on going with him. "The strongest warrior in that tribe is only 3 stars. With Otto and Ale protecting me, and the rest of us responsible for the attack, what danger could there be?" Chapter 19. Destroying the Stone Monster Tribe, the messenger of the intermediate tribe. Yato and the others finally agreed to let Jiang Cheng go with them. A group of tall vampire warriors surrounded him, making the scene look particularly strange. Instead of heading directly to the goblin tribe, the group first went to the stone monster's territory. Jiang Cheng originally planned to wipe out the goblins and leave clues about the stone monster, so that the two sides would fight each other. On the grassland, hundreds of gray-white stones lay silently, unaffected even when birds and insects landed on them to defecate. Jack asked curiously, "Lord, are these the stone monsters?" Jiang Cheng observed for a moment, then sighed helplessly. "Let's take care of them all." Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the plan to frame someone? Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at them. "They're so lazy, their heads are covered in bird droppings and they don't even move. How could they possibly run that far to attack goblins?" The vampire warriors then realized what was happening and quietly spread out, surrounding the stone monster tribe. Only when they were right in front of it did the stone monster open its dark, shiny eyes. The vampires acted swiftly, eliminating a third of the monsters in quick succession. Only then did the stone monster leader suddenly rise, letting out a deep roar to awaken the other members. "Brothers, let's do it." Jack charged at the leader first. With his 3-star strength and gold-level bloodline, he almost completely overwhelmed his opponent, smashing the stone monster leader into the mud with punch after punch. The remaining stone monsters were equally powerless to fight back. Seeing their leader's crushing defeat, nearly 100 stone monsters scattered and fled, only to be caught one by the warriors who unfurled their blood wings. Half an hour later, the entire stone monster tribe was completely wiped out, and not a single one escaped. Or obtained 35,000 units of ore, 3,000 units of wood, 500 units of fluorite, 500 units of clay. Obtained 51 level 1 beast cores, 6 level 2 beast cores, and 1 level 3 beast core. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with the large number of beast cores. These resources were enough to upgrade the Blood Clan Temple to level 3. After this battle, all 16 new vampire warriors were promoted to 2 stars, and the original squad members also gained a lot of experience. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng took out the goblins' weapons and equipment, smashed them, scattered them around, and then lit a fire that would not spread. Thick smoke quickly rose, and if other stone monsters discovered this place, they would surely blame the goblins. The group then arrived at the valley where the goblins lived. The scenery there was beautiful, but Jiang Cheng couldn't help but say, living in such a nice place, yet still eyeing my territory, these guys are really greedy. They lay prone on the hillside, observing the large number of goblins gathered below. On the high platform, the 3-star goblin leader was facing a thin messenger with a fawning expression. The leader said in a low voice, Your Excellency, the energy crystal mine has been continuously mined, but the terrain is narrow, and we also need to prevent information from leaking out, so the progress has been a bit slow. The envoy scoffed, Useless. The king's birthday is in half a month, and the chieftain needs to present this batch of crystals as a gift. If you delay, your tribe will cease to exist. Although the messenger was only a 2-star, he came from a mid-level goblin tribe, and the goblin chieftain dared not offend him. The messenger continued, I will summon the leaders and elites of several nearby tribes to help. You will also personally lead the 2-star goblins down into the mine. After listening to their conversation, Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered, and he quickly formed a plan in his mind. He left Jack and Jess behind, instructing them to continue their surveillance. He was to return immediately to report once all the goblin chieftains from the nearby tribes had arrived. Chapter 20 Temple Upgrade, Unscrupulous Merchant. The goblin chieftain's words disrupted Jiang Cheng's original plan, but that was for the best. As long as all the arriving goblins were wiped out, the surrounding low-level tribes would be completely unable to resist. Upon returning to his territory, Jiang Cheng first built defensive towers around the area. Lily also emerged from the blood pool, having absorbed the entire pool of dragon blood, and her level broke through from 1 star to 2 stars. Jiang Cheng decomposed the level 3 beast cores and obtained 20 level 2 beast cores. He then immediately chose to upgrade the Blood Clan temple. With a flash of light, the temple rose even higher, and a majestic statue of the blood god appeared before its entrance. The surrounding vampire warriors knelt in worship, their expressions utterly devout. The level 3 vampire temple can draw 30 vampire warriors every day, with the probability of bronze level warriors increasing to 60%, silver level warriors to 20%, and gold level warriors to 10%. This means that the vampires drawn from now on will be at least bronze level, and the overall strength of the entire territory will rapidly increase. After the temple was upgraded, the territory doubled in size, and Jiang Cheng also gained a vampire altar, 2 blood pools, and the advanced berserk formation. The sacrificial altar can help gold-level vampires awaken their bloodline, but the resources required for upgrading are terrifyingly high. Jiang Cheng only glanced at it before immediately closing the description. The 2 blood pools are engraved with spatial arrays, enough to store the blood of 200 purple-winged radiant dragons, so there is no longer any need to worry about the dragon blood seeping into the soil and causing waste. The berserk formation can temporarily increase a vampire's strength and speed by 30%, and can be used a maximum of 3 times per day. Vampires are already capable of unleashing double their strength in battle, and if combined with a berserk formation, their combat power will undoubtedly reach an even more terrifying level. After the formation took effect, all the vampires automatically mastered how to use it, and their loyalty instantly reached a level of absolute devotion. They all rushed over to kneel and worship Jiang Cheng. After settling the blood pool, Jiang Cheng returned to the main hall. Anna was teaching Lily in a side hall, leaving him alone in the main hall. Well, it's good that everyone's busy. Jiang Cheng opened the trading area and put all of today's spoils up for sale, including more than a dozen goblins that had been drained of their life force by the vampires. Unexpectedly, these goblins were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves, and the world channel became lively again. That goblin lord is selling troops again, this time a whole dozen. Just how desperate is he for resources? He's selling off his own soldiers every day. Some alliance members even took the initiative to invite this poor goblin lord to join them, expressing their willingness to donate resources free of charge. But not long after, the buyer jumped out and started cursing. You swindler. The 2-star goblin I bought is skin and bones, and it's been lying on the ground groaning ever since it came out. You're lucky. The 1-star goblin I bought clung to my leg, saying it wanted to take me down with it. Everyone immediately guessed that there might be a succubus lair nearby, which was why his troops had all been reduced to this state. Jiang Cheng didn't care at all. Goblin Lord was just an alias for him. People could curse him if they wanted. The only thing he needed to do was improve the quality of his products, otherwise this business would eventually fail. Just as he was about to clear all the friend requests, he suddenly noticed 2 familiar names. One is the Angel Lord who took third place on the leaderboard, and the other is the Void Zerg Lord who has remained silent. These two super lords actually applied to add him as a friend at the same time. Chapter 21 Attacking the Goblin Tribe. Jiang Cheng accepted the Angel Lord's friend request, and the other party immediately sent a message. Lord Jiang Cheng, I want to create an alliance and invite you to join. I will be the alliance leader, and you will be the vice alliance leader. Of course, you can also be the alliance leader if you want. Judging from her tone, Jiang Cheng felt that the other person was like a girl, but thinking of the scene last night where the angel beat up the demon, he felt that this lord was definitely not a weak person. The Angel Lord was so proactive because the Demon Lord had already formed an alliance and recruited a large number of followers. Angels and demons are natural enemies, and if she wanted to contend with them, she could only build her own power. Unfortunately, despite her long recruitment efforts on the World Channel, few people were willing to join. Many lords had either already defected to other alliances or were still waiting for Jiang Cheng to make a statement. I'm sorry, I don't want to join any faction right now, nor do I have any plans to form an alliance. After Jiang Cheng refused, he didn't delete the friend request, but he also didn't reply again. He then accepted the Void Zerg Lord's request, but the other party didn't send any messages for a long time. Inside Angel Castle, Angel Lord Yunshi gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, this guy is ignoring me. She originally wanted to challenge Jiang Cheng that night, but thinking of the terrifying combat power of those vampires, and worried that her little angel would be sucked dry, she could only reluctantly close the chat interface and take her angel out to hunt monsters. Just then, a vampire warrior rushed over to report. My lord, black smoke has appeared 10 kilometers away. It's a signal from Jack and his men. Jiang Cheng immediately stood up. Notify all vampire warriors to assemble. We are about to fight a tough battle. 2 minutes later, all the vampire warriors stood in neat rows in front of the temple, their expressions solemn and their aura overwhelming. Before setting off, Anna led Lily out of the side hall. Bring Lily along too. Let her experience real combat. Consider it training. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, exchanged a moment of eye contact with Anna, and then shouted, Let's go. The group quickly reached the hilltop opposite the goblin tribe. Looking around, the valley was densely packed with goblins, numbering nearly 600. Jack and Jess stepped forward to report. A total of 5 goblin tribes have arrived, bringing with them a large number of 1-star and 2-star goblins. The tribal leaders have gone to the cave behind the valley, and now is the best time to attack. Jiang Cheng immediately arranged the tactics, with Yato and Yeli leading 8 3-star vampires as the vanguard, Jack and Jess leading the other warriors as the main force, while protecting Lily, and Jiro was responsible for guarding Jiang Cheng's side. After the order was given, the vampire warriors spread their blood wings and swooped down from the mountaintop. The dazzling golden blood wings quickly attracted the attention of the goblins, but their leaders and captains were not present. The several tribes were instantly thrown into chaos, jostling each other in an attempt to escape. Otto and Ari crashed directly into the densest area of goblins. The two were unharmed, but the surrounding goblins were knocked over and suffered heavy casualties. Seeing a group of 3-star vampires descend like gods, the remaining goblins completely lost their will to fight and turned to flee into the depths of the valley. Ari knocked out 2 goblins with a single punch and said with dissatisfaction, These guys are such cowards, they don't even dare to fight back. It's so boring. Jiang Cheng had given orders to capture as many 1-star goblins alive as possible, to sell them for money later. Therefore, although the vampires' offensive seemed fierce, very few goblins were actually killed. Chapter 22 Storage Ring, Strange Stone. Roar. Who are you, daring to invade my territory? With a roar, 6 towering goblin leaders led a large number of 2-star goblins out of the valley. Such a force was enough to sweep away the surrounding area, but the vampire warriors, upon seeing them, excitedly charged forward to meet them. The goblin leader was stunned. In the past, other creatures would have fled at the sight of them, but these guys looked at them as if they had seen some treasure, their eyes practically gleaming. Useless trash, stop them. The diminutive goblin messenger appeared, carried by the crowd. He lay leisurely on the palanquin, eating fruit, and even commanding his subordinates in battle. After the goblin leader appeared, the scattered troops quickly regrouped. Ari, however, flew into the air, condensed a ball of crimson energy, and hurled it towards the dense crowd. Finally, you're not running anymore. Now you can have some good food. Other vampires followed suit, and explosions rang out continuously, causing heavy casualties among the goblins in the valley. Fortunately, The 6 leaders stood in front in time. Otherwise, this attack would have wiped out half of the enemy. Jiang Cheng felt heartbroken seeing this. This is all money. If it's all blown to ashes, how am I supposed to sell it? His previous sales of goblins had already earned him a reputation as a shrewd businessman. If he were to sell another batch of goblins with missing limbs, his business would likely go out of business. The diminutive messenger was already deathly pale with fright, constantly urging the goblins to charge forward. But the fighting power unleashed by 30 vampires was far more terrifying than an army of 3,000. With all the vampires unleashing their berserk state and amplified by their combat prowess, the 6 goblin leaders were utterly overwhelmed the moment they clashed. As for the 1-star and 2-star goblins, they couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of the battle. If it weren't for allowing Lily and the other newcomers to gain experience, they would have been wiped out by the vampires long ago. With the fall of 6 leaders, the allied forces of several tribes were utterly routed. After eliminating the diehards, the remaining goblins threw down their weapons and surrendered. Don't surrender. Get up and fight. The diminutive messenger kicked and punched the goblins around him, threatening to report them to the king and have them all executed, but no one paid any attention. Just as he was about to run away, Ari grabbed him from behind by the collar and lifted him up. An elderly goblin quickly explained, "Sir, he is an envoy sent by the superior tribe. We dare not offend him." The short goblin became even more arrogant after hearing this. "I am the strategist of the chieftain of a medium-sized tribe. If you dare to touch me, my army will soon raze this place to the ground." Smack! Ale raised his hand and slapped him across the face, making him dizzy and disoriented. "Just for what you just said, you deserve to die." Seeing Yair's scarlet eyes, the short goblin finally dared not shout anymore and was dragged back to Jiang Cheng. "My lord, this fellow is an envoy sent from above. He should know quite a lot." Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and ordered Ye to lead his men to plunder the entire tribe, taking away everything of value. Jiro stripped the short goblin of all his belongings and pinned him firmly to the ground. "Sir, be gentle. If you let me go back, my chief will definitely send me a generous gift. We can make a deal." Jiang Cheng sneered. These goblins' tricks were almost identical. If they really let him go back, a large army would probably be pressing in within 2 days. At that moment, he noticed that the goblin was wearing an ancient ring on its hand. Just as he was about to take it off, the goblin struggled desperately. "No, you can't touch it." Jiro stepped on the back of his hand, took off the ring, and handed it to Jiang Cheng. "Storage ring. It has 50 cubic meters of storage space." Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. With this ring, he wouldn't need to personally carry the spoils of war anymore. The inside of the ring was filled with a large number of strange stones that resembled crystals and nothing else. Jiang Cheng took out a piece, examined it against the sunlight for a moment, then leaned down and asked, "What is this?" "You'd better tell the truth, or you'll end up like it." After saying that, Jiang Cheng raised his hand and put the stone into his lord's space, once again performing the act of disappearing into thin air in front of the goblin. Chapter 23 Energy Stones, Mine. The short goblin broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the contents of the storage ring. These are energy stones, the most important currency in circulation on the Lord continent. They are extremely valuable. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Among the materials needed to upgrade the Blood Clan altar, there were exactly 10,000 energy stones. But the energy stone in his hand quickly began to melt away, turning into a pile of powder in the blink of an eye, and a notification sound rang in his mind. "Congratulations on reaching 1 star as your lord." Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. He had been searching for a way to increase his star level for a long time, but he never expected that absorbing energy stones could help him improve his level. There are nearly 500 energy stones in the ring. If I were to exchange them for level 2 beast cores with a top-tier lord, I could definitely make a fortune. The diminutive goblin trembled as it warned. "These energy stones are a birthday gift for His Majesty the King. You'd better return them immediately. His Majesty possesses the strength of a 7-star king. If he sends troops to attack, you will surely die." 7 stars? That's interesting. Jiang Cheng let Jiro carry it, and then went to the surrendered goblin. "I can spare your lives, but you must tell me the location of your respective tribes. After you have collected the food, you must all flee to the middle-level tribes." The goblins, who thought they were doomed, immediately revealed the location of their tribe and fled the valley with their provisions when they heard they could still live. Arlie asked, puzzled, "My lord, why did you let them go?" Jiang Cheng laughed and said, "When they reach the intermediate-level tribes, they will definitely tell us what happened here. When they come to us, We can harvest them again. The vampire warrior's eyes lit up. The short goblin, however, kept muttering madman, and was eventually dealt with by the warriors who hadn't managed to gain many battle merits. This battle gave everyone a lot of experience. Otto and other vanguards are approaching the peak of 3 stars, and the rest of the vampires have also been promoted to the mid-2 stars. Jiang Cheng put the energy stone into the warehouse and handed the storage ring to Yato. You take your men and take down the 5 goblin tribes around here. Put all the spoils into the ring. The elite forces of these tribes have been wiped out, and their remaining strength is no match for the vampire squad. Just then, Lily came running from the depths of the valley, carrying a shovel, her little face covered in dust. My lord, we've discovered a mysterious mine. Jiang Cheng wiped the dust off her nose and led the group into the mine. It was narrow and damp inside. After walking more than 300 meters, a luminous stone appeared before them. This is indeed an energy stone, and only a small part of it is visible. There are clearly many more hidden behind it. Lily gazed at the energy stone and said sweetly, if I absorb it, I'll definitely be able to break through to the 3-star level, and then I'll be able to do more things for the Lord in the future. Jiang Cheng rubbed her head and said, don't worry, you are Anna's apprentice. I won't treat you unfairly. He then had the 3 Jack brothers mine with their claws. As the rocks continued to crumble, large swaths of dazzling energy stones gradually emerged. Lily's eyes lit up as she looked at it, just like a little money grubber. Other vampires widened the path and all joined in the mining. Jiang Cheng then led Lily to count the spoils of war. Obtained 80,000 units of, or 50,000 units of wood, 248 level 1 beast cores, 68 level 2 beast cores, 6 level 3 beast cores. The energy stones in the mine were completely mined out by sunset, leaving not even a fragment. Looking at the mountain of energy stones, Jiang Cheng estimated that if they were polished into standard blocks, the number would be at least 20,000. Chapter 24 An Encounter with an Orc Lord. Jiang Cheng put all the energy stones into the Lord's warehouse, and then, following the map, led his men to the other 5 goblin tribes. These tribes had already been conquered by the vampire squad. The goblins inside either escaped or were turned into experience points. After collecting the last loot, the vampire warriors sat down to rest. To return to their territory before nightfall, they had flown at full speed, their blood wings now trembling slightly. Jiang Cheng felt a pang of sympathy, especially for Lily. The little girl was clearly exhausted, yet she refused to go home early, insisting on staying by his side to protect him. Thank you all for your hard work. After we get back, everyone will be able to use the energy stones until they break through to the next level. Long live the Lord. The vampire warriors cheered. After conquering 5 tribes in succession, Otto and his companions had reached the peak of 3 stars, and upon returning, they would have the opportunity to break through to 4 stars. The 5 tribes provided a total of 840 level 1 beast cores, 270 level 2 beast cores, as well as mountains of timber, ore, and various other supplies. Looking at these gains, Jiang Cheng had only one thought in his mind. The vampire temple must be upgraded to level 4 today. As dusk fell, he was preparing to lead his team back when a burst of laughter came from the woods. A dark-skinned, tall man emerged, surrounded by a group of orcs. The one who could wipe out the goblin tribe with a 3-star expert was none other than Lord Jiang Cheng, who was ranked number 1 on the leaderboard. The man bowed warmly. My name is Yang Wei. I have long admired your reputation. How about we cooperate and expand together in this forest? Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and did not answer. Yali, who was beside him, immediately looked over, waiting for his order. Yang Wei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly explained, Lord Jiang Cheng, I have no ill intentions, I just want to discuss cooperation. If you are unwilling, I will leave immediately. Jiang Cheng raised his hand to stop Yali, deliberately scolding him. We are all lords, how can you act so casually? Take some men to prepare dinner, we may have to rest here tonight. Arlie bowed his head and accepted the order, taking half of the vampire warriors with him. Upon seeing this, Yang Wei immediately relaxed, smiled, and came to Jiang Cheng's side, sitting down with him in the center of their respective teams. He sized up the exhausted vampire and tentatively asked, Lord Jiang Cheng, your men seem to have suffered considerable losses. You must have paid a heavy price to conquer this tribe, right? That's right, 7 people were seriously injured and 5 died. Jiang Cheng pointed to Jack, who looked bewildered, not far away. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. He's actually suffering from severe internal injuries, but he's too embarrassed to lie down. Wow, it's that serious. Yang Wei feigned surprise, but couldn't suppress the urge to cough, so he turned away and pretended to cough. The next moment, the sharp blade suddenly pierced his abdomen. Jiang Cheng, why did you kill me? We are both lords, shouldn't we cooperate with each other? As Jiang Cheng made his move, Jack immediately led his men to charge at the orcs. Ari also attacked from behind, forming a pincer movement. The orcs were quickly killed or wounded, and the remaining ones threw down their weapons and surrendered. Jiang Cheng sneered. You look at me like I'm a treasure. When you heard that the vampires suffered heavy casualties, you almost burst out laughing. You're clearly trying to take advantage of me. If I don't ambush you, why would I let you stay overnight? Yang Wei coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and said unwillingly, but I was clearly wearing fine leather armor. How could you possibly pierce it? Jiang Cheng tore open his clothes and smiled when he saw the familiar leather armor. I sewed this thing up this morning using a few pieces of animal hide. I named it exquisite leather armor, so it would sell better. Yang Wei's face turned pale, and he tentatively asked, the goblin lord in the trading area, is that you too? That's right. Jiang Cheng nodded, surprised that this guy was actually one of his old customers. Chapter 25 First Blood Achievement. You swindler. That exquisite leather armor you're selling is clearly just a bunch of rubbish sewn together from a few pieces of animal hide, and the price is outrageously high. Yang Wei was trembling with anger, but Jiang Cheng remained calm. If we sell it cheaply, you'll think it's not a good product. The more expensive it is, the more you'll suspect there's something fishy going on. This is just a sales tactic. Yang Wei quickly invoked his powerful backer. I'm a member of the Demon Alliance. If you kill me, they will never let you go. We've already come to the Lord's continent. Why are we still thinking about these things? As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he delivered Yang Wei's final blow with a single strike. A white light enveloped Yang Wei's body, then quickly vanished completely. Upon seeing this, the orcs who had surrendered instantly lost all loyalty to Yang Wei and dared not resist any further. Lord Jiang Cheng has defeated Lord Yang Wei, achieving the First Blood achievement. Gained 1,000 energy stones, 50 houses, and a population of 300. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to receive an achievement reward for killing a lord. With ordinary citizens, his territory finally felt alive, no longer just a few dozen vampire warriors. Next, the surrendered orcs were processed in the same way as before. Their blood was extracted and stored in the warehouse, ready to be sold in the trading area. Although these orcs were not very strong, they were still mid-level troops and had considerable value in the trading area. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to make money. After a short rest, the group headed to Yang Wei's territory. With the Lord's death, the protective shield had disappeared, and all the resources inside were now ownerless. After searching, Jiang Cheng found only 30 level 1 beast cores, 8 level 2 beast cores, and 30,000 each of wood and ore. Is this all my customers have? It's far too meager. Should the orc territory be reclaimed? Recycle. Recovery successful. Received 20,000 ore, 20,000 wood, and 300 energy stones. Jiang Cheng never expected that the defeated territory could be recovered, and that he could even obtain energy stones. Soon, the orc territory returned to being a wasteland, as if it had never existed. He then led the vampire squad back, intending to enjoy the dinner Anna had prepared and take stock of the day's gains. At the same time, a prominent announcement appeared in the center of the world channel. Vampire Lord Jiang Cheng kills Orc Lord Yang Wei, achieving the First Blood achievement. All the lords were immediately in an uproar. Jiang Cheng has actually started killing other lords. Isn't there a protective shield outside the territory? How did he manage to do that? Members of the Demon Alliance immediately jumped out to accuse Jiang Cheng, claiming that Jiang Cheng must have used cooperation as an excuse to lure Yang Wei out of his territory and then ambushed and killed him. The lords who supported Jiang Cheng also refuted him, and the two sides quickly got into a heated argument. The Demon Alliance was equally enraged. Yang Wei belonged to the Vaslo branch, and his location had already been made public within the alliance, thus completely exposing the area where Jiang Cheng was located. The Vaslo alliance has as many as 800 lords. They are both wary of Jiang Cheng's vampire army and covet the troops and resources under his control. The leader of the branch alliance finally said in a deep voice, I will first demand an explanation from Jiang Cheng. If he does not publicly apologize and provide compensation, we will purchase a territory teleportation array and gather a large army to attack the Vaslo forest once the abyss mist dissipates. Chapter 26. Remove their masks, auction the energy stones. The Demon Alliance leader's words thrilled his subordinates. The feeling of forcing the #1 vampire lord on the leaderboard to issue a public apology made them feel like they were on cloud nine. Soon, a large number of Alliance members flooded the World Channel, repeatedly tagging Jiang Cheng, demanding that he issue a public apology and compensate the Demon Alliance for its losses. After his subordinates had finished causing trouble, the Demon Lord stepped forward himself. Lord Jiang Cheng, we both possess super troops, and we should lead weaker lords to develop together and fight against local forces. Yet you bullied the weak and cruelly murdered Lord Yang Wei, which has truly brought shame upon us super lords. Incited by him and his alliance members, Jiang Cheng quickly became known as the villain. Jiang Cheng, who had just returned to his territory, was eating beef noodles when he saw these messages. He calmly ate 2 bites, then spent 100 lord coins to have the World Channel muted for half an hour. Why are you, a demon lord, acting like a saint? The Lord Continent is a place where everyone fights for supremacy. Which rule did I violate by killing Yang Wei? I don't believe you won't attack other lords after the protective shield disappears. Jiang Cheng ruthlessly tore off their disguise. You keep saying you won't abandon any allies, but after the abyss fog descends, I'll see how you protect hundreds of thousands of alliance members. In my opinion, you have no intention of protecting people, but you are quite ambitious to make money through the alliance. Morality is for self-discipline, not for manipulating others. Finally, Jiang Cheng taunted the Demon Lord, saying, tell your bats to wash their necks clean tonight, so they don't dirty the claws of my vampire warriors. These alliances are not free to join. Each member has to pay between 500 and 1,000 pieces of timber or as an entry fee. The Demon Alliance now has 300,000 members. Such a huge amount of resources, even if divided among a dozen or so high-ranking members, would be enough for them to expand their territory. As for whether the higher-ups would rescue ordinary members after the arrival of the Abyss Mist, Jiang Cheng simply didn't believe it. With a few moments left before the ban ended, Jiang Cheng sent another message. To survive in the Lord's Continent, relying on others is useless. Instead of chatting, you should improve your own strength. I have a type of energy stone that can enhance the strength of troops and lords. It is limited in quantity and will be awarded to the highest bidder. Also, if you want to buy Yang Wei's orcs, you can contact me. The price is cheap, and if you really have difficulty, I can give them away for free. After sending the message, Jiang Cheng finished the last sip of his noodles and began to take stock of the resources. He now possesses 640,000 pieces of timber or 1,170 first-level beast cores, 356 second-level beast cores, and 6 third-level beast cores. Even if all the low-level beast cores are combined, it won't be enough to upgrade the temple. Fortunately, there are quite a few spoils of war that can be sold, and energy stones can also be exchanged for some beast cores from those top lords. Jiang Cheng immediately put a large amount of stolen goods on the trading area, leaving only Yang Wei's inheritance. By this time, the number of friend requests had exceeded 10 million. After filtering, only a few 100,000 lords who had purchased orcs and a few dozen top lords who were capable of bidding for energy stones remained. In order to conceal his identity as the Goblin Lord, Jiang Cheng decided to sell Yang Wei's inheritance anonymously to avoid exposing his shady businessman status and damaging his reputation. He then pulled the top lords who wanted to buy energy stones into the group chat, stipulating that only bidding on beast cores would be accepted. One of the top lords complained, beast cores are so precious, who would trade them? Without saying a word, Jiang Cheng kicked him out of the group chat. All irrelevant personnel have been cleared out. Bidding will now begin, starting at 1 level 2 beast core. The price has deterred many people, and nobody knows whether the energy stones are actually effective. Jiang Cheng, however, was in no hurry. He figured that once the first buyer verified the effect, the rest of the group would naturally regret their decision, and the bidding would only become more frenzied. Ultimately, the first energy stone was bought by the Polar Bear Lord for the price of 4 level 2 beast cores, and the transaction was completed through a friend's red envelope. Chapter 27 Temple Upgrade. After selling the first energy stone, Jiang Cheng said he had to leave for 5 minutes. This was also so that the Polar Bear Lord could absorb that energy stone. Therefore, they actively participate in subsequent auctions. Other lords would surely be envious of this situation, imagining all the wonders of the energy stones. At this rate, the price of his energy stones could definitely be driven up to astronomical levels. I hope this stone isn't discovered by other lords soon, otherwise I won't be able to sell it for a good price. I went to the drill ground. Jiang Cheng took out nearly 90% of the energy stones from the warehouse. Let the vampire warriors distribute them as they see fit. Well-behaved vampire warriors would naturally not excitedly rush up to scramble for it. Instead, they lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their gifts. They didn't take much. After taking enough energy stones to help them break through, they quietly found a place to absorb energy. After returning, the group chat remained completely silent. These top lords did not speak to each other. Of course, even if they do, they will only communicate quietly in private. The second energy stone is up for auction. A strange phenomenon occurred on the field. No matter who made the bid, the polar bear lord would follow suit and bid up by 2 level 2 beast cores each time. They seemed to have deep pockets and were determined to acquire the energy stone. The top lords quickly realized that the energy stone's ability to enhance strength was real, and that the effect was extraordinary. Otherwise, the polar bear lord would not have reacted this way. Thinking of this, these top lords began to breathe rapidly, and one after another they rushed to raise the price. At the same time, he began to regret letting the polar bear lord win the bid so easily. I'll offer 8 level 2 beast cores. I'll put up 10. Please give me this energy stone, and I will no longer participate in the production of other energy stones. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to contact me. Who do you think you are? I'll put up 12. Ultimately, the energy stone was auctioned off for the price of 20 level 2 beast cores. The lord who obtained the energy stone was heartbroken. However, feeling the pure energy flowing into his body from the energy stone, he smiled with delight. Jiang Cheng plans to auction only 10. After all, scarcity increases value. We'll whet the appetites of these lords and get them to prepare more beast cores tomorrow. The auction went very smoothly. Apart from the first energy stone, the subsequent energy stones all yielded more than 20 level 2 beast cores. The last energy stone fetched an astronomical price, equivalent to 30 level 2 beast cores. It almost sparked a major battle between two top lords. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng stepped in to save the day. He then took out another energy stone. With tears in his eyes, he accepted 30 level 2 beast cores from each of them. This matter quickly reached the ears of other top lords. After all, they weren't like Jiang Cheng who simply cleared all friend requests. Instead, they carefully select and screen out lords who possess top-tier and advanced troops. Make friends with these people. A small, upper-level clique has temporarily formed. The demon lord and his high-ranking lords heard that Jiang Cheng possessed energy stones, valuable items that could enhance troop strength and personal power. She was so jealous her eyes turned red. Lord, what do we do now? Should we ask someone to buy a few energy stones from Jiang Cheng? Didn't those guys at the auction say it was all gone? Can you really believe what those guys say? Besides, this Jiang Cheng definitely has a lot of energy stones and is planning to use scarcity marketing to rip us off. Now we've completely broken ties with Jiang Cheng. What he said in the public chat just now has thrown our internal alliance into chaos. In just half an hour, nearly 10,000 people have left the alliance, and they're even demanding a refund of our membership fees. They've already squandered all their membership fees. Where would they get the money to pay that much more? The demon lord stepped forward. All right, I'll leave the alliance matters to you. I'll personally go and ask Jiang Cheng if he can sell us some energy stones. If he agrees, that would be good. Once he refuses, we'll lead our men to storm his territory and plunder the energy stones he possesses once the mist of the abyss clears. Sanguine Temple. Jiang Cheng arrived outside the main hall. Looking at this magnificent temple, I felt an indescribable joy. Just now, he combined all the level 2 beast cores he had acquired at the auction into level 3 beast cores. Exactly 9. He now possesses a total of 33 level 3 beast cores, not to mention countless amounts of wood and ore. The requirements for upgrading the Blood Clan Temple have been met. Upgraded twice a day. I doubt any lord is as fierce as him. Upgrade the Vampire Temple. Upgrade. As soon as the words were spoken, the Vampire Temple underwent a change. The changes this time are more significant than before. The originally somewhat isolated Vampire Temple began to expand in all directions, forming a series of auxiliary buildings. The final image was frozen at this moment. At this moment, the Vampire Temple resembled a medieval Western castle, and the statues standing in front of it became lifelike, as if they had been given life. Vampire Temple, Level 4. You can draw 50 vampire warriors each day. The chance of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 70%. The chance of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 30%. And the chance of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 15%. Next upgrade requires 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, and 40 level 4 beast cores. Level 4 beast cores are produced by level 4 creatures, with a drop rate of 60%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of it dropping a beast core. After reviewing this information, Jiang Cheng began to check the rewards he had received for this upgrade. Territory upgrade successful. Territory coverage area doubled. Rewards: 1 city wall building card, 300 houses, 1,000 vampire citizens, 20 city cannons, defensive formation, iron wall. Again, it's about people's homes and their people. That's good. This way, there will be more labor to serve the vampire warriors, and they can also help with the development of the territory. If vampire warriors are so powerful, ordinary vampires should be just as formidable. With a little training, they could be put to combat. I'm usually quite satisfied with this reward. I plan to find an open space later and settle them in. As the name suggests, a city wall building card involves building a city wall around the territory on all 4 sides. The city wall cannon is a weapon designed to complement the city wall. It looks very ordinary, but I don't know how powerful it is. I'll find some unlucky guy to test it out once it's built. This defensive formation is interesting. Defensive formation, iron wall. Effect 1. A transparent protective shield rises around the territory, lasting for half an hour, and cannot be breached by anyone other than a level 9 expert. Effect 2. Grants a protective shield to all players in the territory, providing 20% damage reduction. Note: effects 1 and 2 can only be used once per day. Using them more than once will have no effect. Chapter 28, Jointly Building the Territory, Rare Guest. With this defensive formation, in addition to the previous rewards, Jiang Cheng was full of confidence in the safety of his territory. Even 5 days later, he was no longer afraid of the Abyss Mist, and even began to look forward to the large amount of experience that the Abyss Mist would bring him. We arrived at an open space. Jiang Cheng collected all the houses he had just acquired, and those obtained through achievements. He has not claimed these items. It's only now that I've taken it out. Along with them were 1,300 vampire citizens. Arriving in this unfamiliar place, they were clearly not used to it. However, upon seeing Jiang Cheng, they all knelt down. Greetings, Lord. Everyone, get up quickly. From now on, we'll all be living together, so there's no need for you to bow so deeply to me. It's okay even if you don't say hello. Jiang was flattered by the honor. He hasn't adjusted to being an ordinary person yet. The sight of so many people kneeling on the ground suddenly made him somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Cheng's actions deeply moved the vampires, causing their loyalty to surge significantly. Jiang Cheng then arranged for them to stay in the houses behind the house. The houses are built in a very humane way. 3 rooms plus a small courtyard make up a set. The 1,300 plus vampires can squeeze in and make do. We can mobilize our forces to start construction again tomorrow. Let's get through tonight first. Anna, noticing the commotion, came out from the training ground. First, he glanced at the vampire temple that had undergone tremendous changes not far away, and then walked towards Jiang Cheng. Master, are all these people of the vampire clan? Anna spoke softly. Her level had also increased after the vampire temple was upgraded, especially her subtle, almost imperceptible aura. Noble and elegant, it inspires awe and reverence. Yes, they are all young and strong vampire men and women, a great help to the future development of the territory, and their role will be no less than that of Otto Yair and the others. Anna nodded and said, perhaps I can manage them for my master and help them accelerate the development of the territory. Wouldn't that be too much work? Why don't we manage it together? Anyway, there's nothing important that I need to handle personally in the next few days. I can build our home together with you. Jiang Cheng didn't know how good Anna's management skills were, but he wanted to integrate his modern ideas into the development of the territory. Anna blushed slightly, which was taken as tacit agreement. I made some arrangements for what to do next. Jiang Cheng and Anna arrived at the training ground one after the other, where most of the vampire warriors trained. Lily, on the other hand, cultivated alone in the area to the side. Otto Yale and the 3 Jack brothers have already broken through to level 4, but these guys are still absorbing energy from the energy stone. They all looked so hardworking and earnest. They seemed to be secretly competing with each other. The other vampire warriors were a step behind. However, it has already reached the edge of a breakthrough. I believe they will be able to break through before midnight and will have ample time to consolidate their realm. Lily was the most serious one among them. With his eyes closed, he focused intently on his cultivation. Jiang Cheng discovered that her cultivation method seemed different from that of ordinary vampire warriors. The fluctuations of energy around her were delicate and gentle, and her speed was much faster than that of Yato and the others. It seemed that he had noticed Jiang Cheng's confusion. Anna explained, "This is a cultivation method I created myself. It's only suitable for women. Thanks to the Lord, I was able to regain so many memories. It seems like he's hiding something on his mind." Anna always had a hint of worry in her eyes. Jiang Cheng discovered this. However, judging from Anna's deliberate attempt to conceal it, it seemed she didn't want him to know. Having understood this, he stopped asking questions. Anyway, he and Anna are now bound together, and she will find out what's on his mind sooner or later. If it's a good thing, then everyone's happy. If it's something bad, he definitely won't stay out of it. Return to the temple. After washing up, Jiang Cheng went straight to bed. Open your friends list. Many top lords sent him messages. Ask him if he still has any energy stones. They can offer a high price to buy them, and they need a lot of them. Fine, I have plenty more anyway. I'll sell them to you for a few dozen yuan. I'm not after those few hundred level 2 beast cores. After the deal was struck, Jiang Cheng exchanged 30 energy stones for 750 level 2 beast cores. Several more large orders followed. It immediately made his not-so-wealthy pockets bulge. Hey, what a rare guest. How dare this guy add me as a friend? Is he trying to threaten me? In the friend request section, the 4 large characters, Demon Lord, are very eye-catching. After pondering for a while, Jiang Cheng decided to agree. The other party is probably here to buy energy stones. In this situation, if Jiang Cheng doesn't make him bleed a little, how can he be worthy of the title of a cunning merchant? Buy energy stones. Jiang Cheng got straight to the point, without saying a single unnecessary word. Yes. Seeing Jiang Cheng's attitude, the Demon Lord decided not to be polite. After all, being polite to someone you dislike would only make you miserable. One price, 30 level 2 beast cores. If you can't afford it, then leave. I need to go pick up some pretty girls. I don't have time to argue with you. Jiang Cheng discovered that the Angel Lord had sent him a message. Although I don't know the other person's gender, but he just wanted to provoke this Demon Lord. Damn it. Doesn't this Jiang Cheng have any fear of the power behind me? Isn't he afraid that I'll send troops to attack him? He won't even know how he died. Is this person pretending to be stupid, or is he really fearless? The Demon Lord was furious. When we talked to him, he complained that he was taking up too much of our time. He's a big client. Can't he be a little nicer? The Demon Lord really wanted to delete this guy. Out of sight, out of mind. However, this means that other top-tier lords also have energy stones. But he didn't. That wasn't the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing was that he heard that those super lords had purchased dozens of energy stones from Jiang Cheng through various channels. If he doesn't hurry up, his ranking might plummet tonight. Moreover, those lords in the alliance who are hesitant about leaving will definitely leave without hesitation the moment they see his ranking drop. Even top lords will seek better opportunities elsewhere. By then, he really won't be able to turn things around. Alright, 30 level 2 beast cores, I'll give them to you. I'll take as many energy stones as you have. Without wasting any words, Jiang Cheng quickly reached a deal with him. There was no discrimination. It was still 30 yuan. However, his 30 pieces were mostly scraps and crumbs, but their weight was definitely the same as 30 whole pieces. I just don't know how they'll look. Chapter 29 The Girl in the Void. What the hell did you give me? The Demon Lord was so angry after obtaining the energy stone that his face turned green. Can this really be called an energy stone? It's practically a pile of energy waste. If it weren't for the feeling of pure energy flowing into his body when he touched it, the Demon Lord might have broken through his defenses immediately. You arrived so late. Who can you blame but yourself? I only have this pile of scraps left. Do you want it? If not, give it back to me. Jiang Cheng is also a shameless old man. This forced the Demon Lord to swallow this bitter pill. Afterwards, the Demon Lord deleted Jiang Cheng from his contacts, wrote it down in a notebook, and planned to find an opportunity to take revenge on Jiang Cheng in the future. Haha, these guys are really rich. Jiang Cheng's pockets suddenly became full, and they planned to trade frequently with these top lords and super lords in the future. The profit from a single transaction with them can exceed all his earnings in the lord's trading zone. Later, the Angel Lord also came to Jiang Cheng to buy energy stones. This person is also someone who is not short of money. Thinking about the possibility of cooperating with the other party in the future, Jiang Cheng gave her a discount, selling each energy stone for only 10 level 2 beast cores. Lord Jiang Cheng, how can this be? Energy stones are such precious items. Aren't you going to lose a lot of money by selling them to me at such a low price? The favor was too much for Yunqi to bear. What's so precious about this? It's just that it's sold at a high price, which makes you mistakenly think it's valuable. Actually, I still have more than 1,000 pieces in my lord's warehouse, and several thousand pieces outside the territory as well. Moreover, this thing is effective in the early stages, but if you use it later, you won't be able to break through your realm without spending hundreds or thousands of dollars. Jiang Cheng told her the inside story. Upon seeing these words, Yunxi covered her mouth in surprise, then unconsciously laughed in the main hall. Her voice was clear and melodious, quite pleasant to hear. She hadn't expected Jiang Cheng to be so interesting. They swindled all the top lords and super lords, making them empty their pockets and become suckers. Isn't this too bad, making those people harbor thoughts of revenge? Lord Jiang Cheng, what if they realize they've been tricked and start targeting you collectively? What's there to be afraid of? Let them target us if they want. Jiang Cheng looked completely indifferent. Since it's an enemy you're destined to be, no matter what you do, you'll eventually end up on the opposite side. So why worry about so much? We'll take whatever money we can get out of them now. Besides, these people are richer than you can imagine. Taking out these level 2 beast cores will only slightly delay their development. Next, Jiang Cheng reached a deal with the Angel Lord. Just before closing the chat page, Jiang Cheng asked the other person for their name and gender. My name is Yunxi, and I'm a girl. After that, both of them remained silent for a while. The chat ended abruptly. Phew, I never expected the Angel Lord to be a girl. I really didn't expect that. I thought he was a super muscular guy. Jiang Cheng, lying on the bed, sighed. He then saw a friend's friend request flashing, indicating that a message had been sent. More than one friend messaged him. Try to get closer to him. But this friend's name drew Jiang Cheng's special attention. The person who sent the message was the second-ranked Voidling Lord. I don't know what this guy is doing. I'm only replying to his message now. Is there anything you want? I have plenty here, and I'm willing to trade with you for them. The prerequisite is that you have to use energy stones to settle the payment. The Void Zerg Lords didn't mince words. The mouth pointed directly at the energy stone in Jiang Cheng's hand. What do you have? This guy is so arrogant. Jiang Cheng also became curious. The Void Zerg Lord immediately sent a red envelope, a digital gift. Jiang Cheng clicked to claim, and a broken longsword appeared in his warehouse. The longsword gleamed with divine light, and its blade seemed to contain a vast amount of energy. The Azure Phoenix Sword. Rank, 7 stars. Current status, damaged, less than 20% of its original power remaining. Active skill, summons the divine beast Azure Phoenix, increasing the user's attack power by 30%. Passive skill, can switch to ranged attack mode, infuse energy into the Azure Phoenix Sword to unleash sword energy for attacks. Note, this technique must not be used by anyone who is not a 7-star expert. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash from the Azure Phoenix Sword, with unimaginable consequences. 7-star weapon. Good heavens. Jiang Cheng's breathing became heavy. But what the Voidling Lord said next made him feel uneasy. I have many more treasures like this in my territory, and even stronger ones. Do you want one? Please give me some energy stones if you want them, please. Also, consider that sword as a gift from me to you. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng felt his emotions had calmed down a bit. He really wanted to know why. Why does this guy have so many treasures? He could just pull out a 7-star weapon without even realizing it. Furthermore, this weapon is imbued with the power of the Azure Phoenix, making it appear extremely powerful. But this was just something the opponent casually picked up. There are a whole lot more weapons like this. So they're the chosen ones after all. I'm so envious of that luck. Void Wormhole. It is a special space that exists on the edge of a black hole. This place is unaffected by the outside world. Everything seemed to be on a flat plane. Once you leave this space, you will encounter void rifts and the suction of black holes, which will pull you into the endless abyss. A small, dusty-faced girl, whose features were obscured, was standing with her hands on her hips, tidying up a pile of scrap metal behind her. Ugh, why is this planet-destroying cannon so heavy? The girl possessed terrifying strength, dragging the planet-destroying cannon, which was dozens of times larger than her own body, all the way into the makeshift camp behind. He wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve. Half of her delicate, rosy face was exposed. Finally finished. I'm exhausted. I'm always moving around this junk every day, and there's no one to talk to or chat with. I want to go home. Crack. A black worm the size of a wash basin crawled out of the space next to the girl, and it climbed over at an extremely fast speed. You filthy bastard. What have you brought back this time? The girl's brows furrowed slightly, and her expression showed some anger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After making a few ingratiating calls, a deep wormhole appeared above the black worm. An ancient tree fell out from inside. This is an innate ability of insects. They can put anything they can fit into their wormhole space. The ancient tree was covered with fruit, each one large, plump, and smooth, looking extremely tempting. Moreover, it is filled with a wonderful spiritual energy. Taking a bite will definitely have great benefits for your health. The girl's great strength was also thanks to these fruits. But instead of being pleased, she vented her anger on the black insect, saying, "These lousy fruits again. Can't you bring back some roast meat or chicken?" Chapter 30 Fruit. This species cannot be queried. The girl tapped the shell on the back of the black insect. "Never mind. Go and call Big Black and Little Black back. Don't bring back anything weird or strange, or I'll beat you to death and kick you out of the territory." It seems they wanted to show off their ability. The girl kicked the obstructing armor at her feet more than 10 meters away, startling the black insect into quickly scurrying away. After it left, the girl squatted on the ground, clutching her foot, tears streaming down her face from the pain. What a piece of lousy armor. After making a comment, the girl picked a few fruits from the tree and headed towards the camp. She was preparing to reply to the vampire lord, who had been ignored by her for a while. "Sorry, my soldiers were a bit clueless and brought back some scrap metal." "Fine." Jiang Qing's lips twitched. The so-called scrap metal the other party mentioned was probably some kind of amazing treasure. "Oh, by the way, have a taste of this fruit. The taste isn't great, but it has a very magical effect. Also, do you have any roast chicken or roast meat? Just give me some meat to eat. I haven't had a hot meal for 2 days." The Void Zerg Lord sent a fruit. Looking at the message she sent, Jiang Qing couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with this guy, since he hadn't even had a basic hot meal. He walked towards the kitchen while munching on some fruit. The fruit has a soft texture and a slightly sweet taste. It's not particularly delicious, but the flavor is acceptable. Because there were no lights in the temple, Jiang Qing didn't look at the fruit carefully. He just picked it up and started biting into it. "I took some marinated meat from the cupboard, leftover steak and roast chicken from last night, and cookies animate." He casually closed the cabinet door. But what happened next startled Jiang Qing. Bang! The cabinet door slammed shut with a loud clanging sound. The porcelain bowl inside shattered into a single piece. "What's going on?" Jiang Qing was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back. He just turned it off casually. "How did you make such a big commotion?" As he retreated to the kitchen door, he placed his hand on the door. He dented the solid, heavy wooden door. "My power." Jiang Qing clenched his fist and felt his arm fill with power. "No, it should be that my whole body is filled with power." This feeling gives him the confidence to arm wrestle with Ale if he were to do so now. Thinking of the fruit from earlier. And there were also the words of the Void Zerg Lord. That fruit can enhance a person's strength. Not only that, I feel that my thinking has become much more agile, a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Jiang Qing disregarded everything else and quickly contacted the Void Zerg Lord. "I sent her the food, and they asked if there was any more of that fruit." Of course, Xiao He and his friends often bring these trees back with their roots, and they are covered with this kind of fruit. "If you want it, I can sell it to you for 1,000 energy stones." "No, 2,000 energy stones." "Make a deal." Jiang Qing can afford to pay 2,000 energy stones. He would be willing to pay 10,000 energy stones for a tree that could bear this kind of fruit. They hurriedly arrived at the training ground. They took 1,000 energy stones from here, which, combined with the more than 1,000 energy stones that Jiang Qing already had on hand. "I sent the money directly to the other party once I had collected 2,000. The Void Zerg Lord readily agreed and sent over the tree. Looking at the ancient tree in the Lord's warehouse, whose leaves were mostly withered, Jiang Qing didn't find anything particularly special about it. The only special thing is that the fruit on top looks very nice. Very tempting. It made him want to eat another one. However, the Void Zerg Lord stated that each person could only consume one, and a second one would be ineffective. Yato and the others have already exited their cultivation state. "Greetings, Lord." They exuded an aura of 3 or 4 stars. Jiang Qing was very satisfied. It was worth all the energy stones he spent. "Everyone's here. I'll give you something good later." Jiang Qing turned his back and waved his hand at the open space in front of him. An ancient tree appeared out of nowhere. It seems they sensed something. The roots of the ancient tree twisted rapidly, frantically burrowing into the soil below to absorb energy from beneath. One by one, withered yellow leaves fell. The new buds on the treetops are growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Soon, a lush, vibrant ancient tree appeared before everyone. "Yato, go and pick the fruit from there." "Yes." Ayato, regaining his senses, took to the air. The ancient tree fluttered its leaves twice, seemingly somewhat reluctant, but in the end it obediently allowed Yato to pick the plump fruit from its branches. 5 round trips in a row. Yato picked all the fruit off the tree. After counting, there were approximately 120. Jiangcheng distributed the fruit to each vampire warrior. Eating this fruit will enhance your physical strength and power, and at the same time, it will give your thinking a qualitative leap. You all need to digest this quickly. After midnight, there will be a fierce battle for you. Ale and the other first batch of vampire warriors had already told the newly joined vampire squad about their upcoming challenge against a powerful enemy that night. Therefore, no one hesitated. He swallowed the fruit whole and sat cross-legged on the ground to digest it. Jiangcheng turned his gaze to the ancient tree. He silently chanted in his mind. Query information. Query failed. This species does not belong to the Lord Continent. Temporarily unavailable. A series of questions filled Jiangcheng's mind. It does not belong to the Lord Continent. Where did that Void Lord come from? Is this guy in one of those so-called higher planes? But that doesn't make sense either. How could a higher plane be so destitute that it can't even afford to eat? Is it in the void? That's not right either. How can you build a territory and survive in a place like the void? What Jiangcheng didn't know was that the void worms had no combat power whatsoever. Their innate skill is to build nests in the void, and they also possess a huge storage space inside their bodies. Their hobby is carrying all sorts of treasures back to their lair. Therefore, most of them prefer to build nests near black holes. Treasures are being drawn in by the black hole's gravity. They will then seize the treasure. Then they happily moved back to their nests. I took a fruit and gave it to Lily. Anna is giving her a theory lesson. Jiangcheng also took this opportunity to ask Anna if she knew the name of the tree that bears this kind of fruit. I have a vague impression, but I can't quite remember. If you can't remember, then forget it. Let's just call it the enhancement fruit for now. Give this to Lily. She might shine tonight. She sniffed the fruit that Jiangcheng handed her. Lily smiled sweetly. Thank you, Lord. After Lily ate the fruit, Jiangcheng stayed by her side. By the way, do you have any suitable armor and weapons for the Void Lords? Chapter 31 Testing the City Defense Cannons. Xiao Yin recognizes a godfather. I have way too much armor and weapons. As long as you can afford it, I can give you as much as you want, and you can even choose any color you like. But you probably can't use it now, because all the equipment I have here is 6-star or higher. I just threw away anything below 6 stars. I don't have that much space to store them. Okay, you're awesome. Jiangcheng gave this guy a thumbs up from afar. Such a good product, and instead of selling it, they just throw it away. That's pretty amazing. It seems they knew what Jiangcheng was thinking. The girl sent a message. The main problem is that those guys don't have anything that I'm interested in, so selling it to them would be a huge loss. Not only that, I will also be targeted by them. I feel pretty good about my current insignificant status. After chatting for a while longer, the two ended their chat. It's already late at night, and the leaderboard will open at midnight. During this time, Jiangcheng used the city wall building card to construct a barrier around his territory. At the same time, the 20 city defense cannons were installed. Are you standing over there? Looking not far away, Yair had already digested the fruit and was showing off his strength. Jiangcheng decided to let him be the unlucky guy, to test the power of the city's defensive cannons. My lord. Okay, Ale, you stay here and don't move. Jiangcheng then climbed the city wall. He adjusted the cannon's muzzle and aimed it at the bewildered Yair below. The other vampire warriors followed. By the bright moonlight, they discovered that a thick wall had been built around their territory. They had never seen this wall before, but it looks very thick. It should have decent defensive capabilities. This must be another of the Lord's tricks. The vampire warriors were filled with excitement. Gazing at the deep cannon holes on the city wall, Ares' heart skipped a beat. A sense of crisis washed over him, and he instinctively covered his head with his hands, while his golden blood wings unfolded, also protecting him. Boom! A burst of fire erupted from the muzzle of the city's cannon. A shell was fired at Ale. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from where Arya was. It formed a deep pit. The grass on the ground was charred black at the moment of the explosion. Ahem, my lord, that's not very fair of you. They're using me as a guinea pig. Yali emerged from the thick smoke, looking at Jiangcheng with a resentful expression that sent chills down Jiangcheng's spine. He didn't have any major wounds. It's just a minor cut. His body was covered in a layer of black ash, making him look rather comical, as if he had just been dug out of a coal mine. Although he said that, Ale felt no resentment at all. Haha, I just want to see how strong you are now. How powerful was that shell you just fired? Jiang Chung smiled and patted the dust off Yalai's clothes. Very strong. If it's a 3-star goblin, one shot could seriously injure it. Even I am a little scared of those kinds of shells. If I hadn't eaten that fruit and made my mind more agile, I probably wouldn't have been able to react the instant the shell was fired. In that situation, I might not even be able to protect the front with blood wing, and I would be directly wounded by the shrapnel from the shells. The current Ari is no longer that bronze-level vampire trash. He now possesses a true gold-level bloodline, and its level has reached 4 stars. With the added benefit of that fruit, his defense is now dozens of times stronger than it was initially. Even with such formidable defensive capabilities, he might still be unable to react in time, potentially resulting in injury. Moreover, this is just a defensive cannon. What if all 20 city cannons fired at once? By then, the invading enemy might not even be able to climb the city walls before they are reduced to ashes. The territory's defenses consist of more than just city walls and cannons. There are also defensive towers and defensive formations. In Jiang Cheng's last trump card, Anna, these measures have made Jiang Cheng's territory impregnable, allowing him to attack or defend at will. Just as Jiang Cheng was feeling sentimental. It's 12 o'clock. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in my mind. The Lord Ranking Day 2 is officially open. This ranking is based on the overall strength of the Lord's territory. A golden scroll appeared in the World Chat channel. Jiang Cheng hurriedly returned to the temple. The vampire squad and others followed closely behind. Anna and Lily also noticed the time and ended their day of classes. 100th place, Iron-Blooded Knights. 99th place, Rock Bear Legion. 98th place, Fiery Tiger Legion. 97th, Dwarf Gunner. 96th place, Mammoth Legion. 95th place, Skeleton Army. The lords at the bottom level have remained largely unchanged. They simply switched seats. Jiang Cheng didn't pay much attention to this. These top lords posed no threat to him whatsoever. Keep watching. Jiang Cheng spotted Xiao Yan. This guy jumped from 22nd to 15th place, which surprised many people. After all, his fiery dragon was being whipped by a group of delicate little flower fairies while hanging from a tree and being whipped with vines, all under the watchful eyes of tens of millions of people. This scene made all the lords subconsciously underestimate him. Ha ha ha, you guys didn't expect this, did you? My efforts in improving the strength of my troops today were not in vain. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Little flower fairy, the humiliation you brought me, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Xiao Yan's domineering aura left the lords in a daze. It seems that through these powerful words, one can see Xiao Yan's domineering and majestic figure. Just then, a top lord of the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Alliance stepped forward. He's the 12th-ranked big shot on the leaderboard. People still remembered him to some extent. Oh, isn't this Xiao Yan, who has recognized the Alliance leader as both his disciple and godson? They keep calling him Godfather. They're so affectionate. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the leader's biological son. According to this top lord's revelation, everyone learned that Xiao Yan had established a relationship with the leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance by using his identity as a member of the Flame Dragon clan. He publicly acknowledged the other party as his master. That wasn't enough. He also insisted on dragging the leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance away, refusing to let him leave, and demanded a marriage alliance, recognizing the other party as his godfather. Someone calls me Dad. The leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he directly appointed his adopted son, Xiao Yan, as the vice leader, granting him a large amount of resources. This allowed his territory's strength to increase dramatically in a short period of time. This move naturally provoked dissatisfaction from other top lords, including the 12th-ranked leader of the alliance. Seeing Xiao Yan jumping around so enthusiastically, he kicked him directly from behind. Chapter 32 Ranking List. The other top lords of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance also stepped forward. He began to mock Xiao Yan's act of recognizing a godfather. After all, the resources Xiao Yan obtained were taken from them. At first, no one stood up, but now that someone has taken the lead, the other top lords naturally want to add fuel to the fire. The situation was getting increasingly serious. Even the leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance had no choice but to step forward. He distanced himself from Xiao Yan and appeased the top alliance leaders. The lords ranked 100th to 11th have been announced. Their rewards remained the same as yesterday. Next up are the highly anticipated top 10. 10th place, Soul Clan. 9th place, Qilin Clan. 8th place, White Tiger Clan. 7th place, Vermilion Bird Clan. 6th place, Angel. The above 5 lords will each receive 10,000 lord coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 or 5,000 energy stones, and 1,000 luck points. The general rewards remain unchanged. But this 5,000 energy stones made countless lords envious. Through Jiang Cheng's series of maneuvers, most lords now know the wonders of the energy stones. It can enhance the strength of troop types. It can even absorb it itself to enhance its own strength. It is undoubtedly a treasure. Some top lords would rather delay their own development than not use a portion of their beast cores to purchase energy stones from Jiangcheng. Moreover, according to rumors, the foolish demon lord even bought energy stones at the price of 30 level 2 beast cores each. 30 level 2 beast cores. This represented almost all the possessions of those mid-level lords. For lower-ranking lords, this is their goal to strive for. But these very energy stones have now become rewards. And it's a one-time reward of 5,000 yuan. The World Channel seems to have stopped at this point in time. Countless lords could almost hear the sounds of vomiting blood, cursing, and wailing in regret. Damn it. All those beast cores I painstakingly collected are gone. I didn't upgrade my territory today because I was buying those few broken energy stones, and as a result, my ranking dropped by 17 places. What a swindler. I thought it was some rare item, but I didn't expect to be rewarded with such a huge amount of it. I even spent so many beast cores to buy it. Lord Jiangcheng, I demand that you return my beast core. That's right, refund me. One by one, top-tier lords emerged. They were shouting that Jiangcheng should refund their money. Unfortunately, no matter how much they shouted, Jiang Qingyao ignored them completely, as if they didn't exist. I'm so upset. How could such a scoundrel be in first place? He'll definitely get a much bigger reward later, and will fall far behind. This guy is too cunning. He's just as cunning as that goblin lord in the trading area who sells troops. Humph, he has no choice but to back down today. Otherwise, we'll have the alliance leader put pressure on him and make him spit out the beast core he swallowed. Several major super lords were also victims. They also spent a high price to buy energy stones from Jiangcheng, especially the purple-winged radiant dragon lord and the demon lord. The price Jiangcheng offered these two guys was simply astronomical. However, these two have now secured a place in the top 5 and are about to receive a large batch of energy stones. Even so, they still couldn't be happy. His face looked like that of an old man or woman, as ugly as if he had eaten shit. 5th place, purple-clad radiant dragon clan. 4th place, Demon Lord. The two lords mentioned above will receive 20,000 lord coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 or 10,000 energy stones, and 1,000 luck points. The two unfortunate brothers were now lined up together. Jiangcheng ignored the lords on the World Channel. Therefore, their voices gradually weakened. After eating all these melons, the lords then realized that the Angel Lord, who had ranked 3rd yesterday, had dropped to 6th place. The Demon Lord remained unchanged, still in its original position. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord has moved up 2 places in the rankings. Apart from Xiao Yan, who suffered the most, both of these super lords had been taught a lesson more than twice. The former was thoroughly humiliated by Jiangcheng, and then rubbed into the ground by the Angel Lord, leaving his troops with psychological trauma. The latter, the so-called emperor among dragons, was sucked dry and turned into dragon jerky. Then he was pinned to the ground and beaten by the Eastern Divine Dragon, whose wings and limbs were torn off. If it weren't for the fact that challenging the space would prevent casualties, the Demon Lord and the Purple-Winged Dragon Lord have long since become commanders without troops. However, their rankings have not dropped, and they even seem to be moving up. Thinking of what Jiangqing posted in the public chat, the ordinary lords all condemned the two. These two guys have sucked the blood of countless alliance members, yet they're still able to maintain their positions. That's right, that purple-winged radiant dragon even climbed 2 places up in a row. Look at the Angel Lord, pure and innocent. He doesn't do these blood-sucking things. Although his ranking has dropped, he did it all by his own ability. What I admire most is Lord Jiangcheng. Countless people advised him to form an alliance, but he declined in every way so as not to associate with these vampires. Not only that, he also used the energy stones to rip off a bunch of vampires, making them spit out most of the loot they had obtained through shameless means. These top lords are shameless enough. It's one thing to exploit people with such unscrupulous means, but they even have the nerve to stand up and condemn Lord Jiangcheng. Calling them vampires is too kind. They should be called leeches or termites. Jiang Cheng and Yun Shi's image became more impressive in the hearts of the lords. As for the other top lords and super lords, they have already belittled them to a very low standard. With the emergence of the third place on the leaderboard, the leader of the Eastern Dragon Alliance was also dragged into the criticism. Of course, the little-known Void Zerg Lord is rarely mentioned, and even if someone does remember him, he is quickly drowned out by the wave of condemnation. There's nothing we can do. This guy's presence is just too weak. Aside from making a brief appearance on the leaderboard, she can't be seen anywhere else. Third place in the Lord ranking, Eastern Dragon Clan. Received 50,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 or 30,000 energy stones, 1 bloodline enhancement pill, and 2,000 luck points. Second place on the Lord ranking, Void Insects. Received 100,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 or 50,000 energy stones, 5 bloodline enhancement pills, and 5,000 luck points. Rank 1 on the Lord ranking, Vampire Clan. Received 150,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 or 100,000 energy stones, 10 bloodline enhancement pills, and 10,000 luck points. The Lord rankings for the second day have been fully revealed to the public. As expected, Jiang Cheng once again won first place. The Void Lord remains in second place. Although the troops under her command did not have much combat power, but they have a lot of weapons, like planet-destroying cannons and god-destroying guns. These things can directly shatter space itself. Chapter 33 Challenge: The Demon Who Believes in the God of Pride. As for why Jiang Cheng was able to maintain his position as number 1, Anna was the biggest contributor. Even though she is now in a remnant soul state, she was, after all, an unparalleled powerhouse in her previous life. When faced with a life-or-death situation, the power it unleashes is quite terrifying. Like the Star Destroyer cannon and the Godfall gun, she might be charging up her power when she can instantly kill someone from a distance. But by doing so, she could very well end up in a completely hopeless situation. Ranking lists don't care about these trivial things. If your overall strength surpasses that of others, then you are number 1. Once the rankings were finalized, the main event began. The Demon Lord directly challenged Jiang Cheng. There was no other way. I simply couldn't stand it anymore. I was beaten half to death by Jiang Cheng yesterday. It has become a source of amusement for countless people during their leisure time. Today, Jiang Cheng tricked me out of a fortune again with energy stones. The alliance that he could continuously exploit was also torn apart because of Jiang Cheng. The superiors and subordinates are not of one mind. Everyone has their own agenda. What's most infuriating is the barrage of insults that just now. He was demoted to a vampire, a leech. All these frustrations made the Demon Lord want to devour Jiang Cheng alive. He knew that his troops might not be a match for Jiang Cheng. After all, he had witnessed the strength of the vampire warriors yesterday. They were thick-skinned and possessed extremely strong self-repairing abilities. If you don't kill instantly, you have no chance of winning. However, he did improve as well. This morning, he drew a special demon, and countless resources have been poured into this demon. In terms of level, it has even surpassed the original 3 demons. Their combat power goes without saying, it's simply overwhelming. The original demon was defeated by this demon in less than 3 rounds. The Demon Lord believed he would ultimately be defeated. However, Jiang Cheng must pay a high price to win. Even though the opponent won by a narrow margin, at least you can save some face. At least it can shut some people up. Tell them to stop hurling insults. Why is this guy so eager to get beaten up? In the main hall, Jiang Cheng looked at the challenge invitation and chose to accept it. It's still the same plane as yesterday. Feeling the changes in the environment, the vampire squad and the new batch of vampire warriors all smiled. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. My lord, let us go first this time. The brothers haven't had any activities during the day. Jack and his men approached. Jack had been craving the so-called demon blood that Ariel had mentioned for a long time. We can do the dirty work. You're young, just stand by and watch. Ari used his massive body to push Jack aside. Quiet down. Pushing and shoving. What kind of behavior is this? You are the most elite warriors of the vampire clan, not a bunch of brutes who laugh and joke around. The Lord is usually polite to you and treats you with courtesy and respect, but that doesn't mean you can overstep your bounds. Upon seeing this, Anna's face immediately turned cold. The Empress's imposing presence weighed heavily on Ari and Jack, causing them to turn pale and lower their heads. Snort. Go back and apologize to the Lord yourself. Anna faced Jiang Cheng and bowed. Anna's reaction just now startled him too. I never expected that the gentle and lovely Anna would have this side to her. My lord, let Lily go first. I've taught this little girl so much. I have to give her a chance to show off. A vampire warrior under a protective umbrella cannot grow, even if she is a little girl. I glanced at the little girl. She was full of fighting spirit and showed no fear of the enemy she was about to face. Okay, let her go first then. Still feeling a little uneasy, Jiang Chung spent 1,000 lord coins to buy a set of 4-star armor in the shop. After giving the little girl a few words of advice, just like an old father would. All vampire warriors are on standby. We arrived at the central battle zone. The figure of the demon on the other side also appeared. The leader was a tall, cold-looking demon whose face and arms were covered with magical markings. He was equipped with exquisite 4-star armor. It has the function of increasing speed and resistance. His aura as a peak-level 3-star expert was unmistakable. He was many times stronger than the demons behind him. In order to cultivate this ace-like existence, the demon lord spent a considerable amount of money. His sinister eyes swept over Otto and the others, sensing their powerful strength. The demon nodded. Of the 5 of you, who dares to fight me? In this demon's eyes, only a gold-level vampire warrior could stand against him. The others simply won't work. Lord Asur, the strength of the 5 opponents should not be underestimated. We are no match for them in a head-on confrontation. I suggest we fight as a group, wear down their manpower first, and then launch a fatal attack. We must not let our guard down. Lewis kindly reminded him. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Asur looked down at him with arrogance, completely disdainful of this demon who was a day older than him. Among the 7 great demon gods, the demon god of pride is the leader. Asur is a demon who worships the god of arrogance. Therefore, every gesture he made exuded arrogance. 7 demons behind him. He looks down on everyone. The magical markings on Asur's body signify his noble status. Lewis lowered his head unconsciously. He had already kindly advised him, and if he suffered a loss later, the Lord would not blame him. On the vampire side, the little girl Lily stepped forward. He walked out somewhat clumsily, clad in heavy armor. He stood at the very front of the line. What's going on? Why did Jiang Chung send out a vampire girl? That's too arrogant. This little girl is so petite. She probably hasn't even been in a fight before. I heard from the Demon Alliance that the demon with the magic markings is a special demon with special abilities. Ordinary demons can't last more than 3 rounds against him. Not only that, this demon has reached the peak of 3 stars and is equipped with 4-star armor, giving it the ability to kill enemies of higher levels. Hiss. That's incredibly strong. Is this the strength of the 4th-ranked player? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. They only sent a little kid to fool me. We have to teach you a lesson. Let's start with this little girl. He saw that the other party was a little girl who was dealing with him. Yasser was so angry that his face turned ashen. His aura became incredibly dark and brutal. At the same time, he didn't forget to satirize Lewis and his 2 companions. You 3, watch closely, and see how I teach them a lesson. If it weren't for you 3 idiots, they wouldn't have sent a little girl to deal with us. A complete idiot who's good for nothing and good for making things worse. I really want to send you down to see the demon god. Chapter 34, A Big Fraud. The Devil's Killing Move. A dark shadow flashed by. The speed was so fast that the shadowy figure's face could not be clearly seen. Lily closed her eyes, her golden wings unfurled, and crimson energy condensed into a long sword in her hand. Countless red dots of light drifted irregularly around. It seems to have formed a protective layer. These are techniques that vampire warriors do not possess. These were all the most basic skills that Anna taught Lily. The heavy armor she wore had been slightly modified and no longer hindered the little girl's movements. With her feet off the ground, the little girl paused in midair, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and the golden wings behind her slowly flapped, making her look incredibly heroic. The dark shadow also rose into the air, constantly approaching Lily. Below, Otto Yale and the others were already poised to attack. Before leaving, Jiang Chung instructed that the little girl must not be seriously injured, and that in times of crisis, they must spare no effort to rescue her. Instead of staying in the back and watching, this little brat insists on running up here to die. Let's see how I teach you a lesson today, so you'll wish you were dead. Yasser's cold voice echoed around Lily. The dark figure had already arrived around the little girl from several feet away. The little girl didn't actually participate much in today's battle. Jiang Chung took too much care of her. So much so that if there is even the slightest danger from an enemy, Jack Jess, who is responsible for protecting her, will instantly take action. So this battle was her first real battle. This was also the most important battle. After taking a deep breath, Lily focused her attention to the maximum. Put aside the jumbled thoughts in your mind. We must do everything in our power to deal with this formidable enemy. Feeling the fluctuations of the red energy around her, Lily took a step forward and swung her sword. The clang of the two swords clashing rang out. Yasser's figure emerged from the black mist. Lily took 3 steps back. Yasser, however, took more than 10 steps back. He clutched his right shoulder with one hand, his expression one of great pain, and his right hand holding the sword trembled violently. The first clash between the two. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. The lords watching the battle erupted in excitement. Wasn't it said that this demon was very strong? It's still a peak 3-star unit, with combat power comparable to a 4-star unit. How did it get like this after just one touch? Could it be that the demon lord, in an attempt to show off, spent a lot of resources giving this demon drugs and accidentally turned him into a worthless fraud with a shaky cultivation level? Not just the audience. Even the demon lord himself stood up from the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I poured so many resources into Yasser, and even gave him most of the wild monsters, all to raise his cultivation level. Why do I feel so weak right now? He was reduced to this state after taking just one sword strike from this little girl. How are we supposed to play now? The demon lord felt a dull ache in his chest. It feels like saving up for half a lifetime to buy a house, looking forward to it for a long time, only to find it's an unfinished building. Call. After being angered by Jiang Chung several times, the demon lord's mental fortitude has improved considerably. They recovered quickly. Fortunately, Yasser has a trump card up his sleeve. He should be able to defeat this little girl if he uses that move. If my strongest general can't even beat one of Jiang Cheng's little girls, how can I compete with him? And how can I settle scores with him in the future? The demon lord's face twisted in pain. Hiss, what did you eat to grow up like this? How come you're so strong? After adjusting his misaligned right shoulder, Yasser couldn't help but ask a question. The force of that collision caused his shoulder to dislocate. The demon's sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. She's clearly a simple, cute, and delicate little girl, yet she has such great strength in her hands. This is only the force exerted by one arm. This power is comparable to that of a dragon. My lord gave me a fruit, and my strength increased. If you want one too, you can have your lord by one for only 100,000 energy stones. My lord values integrity in business. Lily promoted it with a serious expression. Seeing this, Jiang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He knew he had to be careful in the future and not lead the child astray. The demon lord clutched his chest once more. I feel like I'll get sick from all this anger soon. The tens of millions of lords watching the battle were amused by the little girl's words. While echoing his sentiments, they didn't forget to continue mocking the top lords who had spent money under Jiang Cheng's control. Her formidable strength and adorable appearance have also won the hearts of many lords. They became her fans to cheer her on. You've already learned to lie at such a young age. Didn't your lord teach you that children shouldn't lie? After letting out a cold snort, Yasser once again disappeared into the black mist. His pride wouldn't allow him to talk to such flesh and blood. But I had injured my right shoulder just now, so I had no choice but to talk to this little girl. If the little girl had continued chasing just now, he may be unable to retaliate and find himself in danger. But the other person was naive and unaware of the dangers of the world, so they started chatting with him and even lied. This disobedient little girl must fall into depravity. The shadow flickered again. This time the speed was a few points faster than before. It has reached the speed limit of Yasser. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lily, facing her directly. The little girl instinctively swung her sword and slashed. But the sword, halfway through its swing, suddenly stopped in midair. The demonic runes on Assur's face and arms emitted a dark light, and an evil, corrupt aura permeated his body. His eyes shone brightly, and magical patterns flowed within them. Make the little girl stare at him without moving. Fall into depravity. Nothing is sweeter or more romantic than death. Sleep peacefully. Sleep in the grave beyond that filthy world. The devil's whispers rang in the little girl's ear. Yasser's talent skill is activated. Anyone who makes eye contact with him will fall into endless depravity. Their inner desires will be amplified infinitely, and they will be trapped in a self-hypnotic illusion. Seeing that he had the little girl under his control, Assur gave a sinister smile, slowly raising the demon's sword in his hand, preparing to pierce Lily's heart. Below, Otto Yale and all the vampire warriors behind him, upon seeing this scene, no longer concealed their auras and soared into the sky, attempting to stop Yasser. The demon faction watched as the vampire warriors blotted out the sky. Cold sweat poured down my forehead. What the hell is going on? How come there are so many level 4 players on the other side? Weren't they only level 2 yesterday? Even drug use wouldn't work this fast. Although they were terrified, the demon dared not fail to go and provide assistance. Suppressing their fear, the 7 demons flew over at an incredible speed. Humph, a bunch of uncivilized bastards. Yasser spat, deciding not to play along and preparing to stab him. Although the creatures in this space do not die, but a knife piercing the heart also means the loss of fighting ability. Chapter 35 The Lord's Lingering Fear, the Mysterious Voice. Yato and the others were furious. I've already vowed to tear this demon to shreds. Look at their expressions. Yasser gave a mocking smile. Haha, you guys can't save this little girl at this speed. Just when he was feeling triumphant, a sword's cry rang out. Laugh. Yasser's eyes suddenly bulged, his teeth clenched, and the mocking smile in his eyes turned into endless pain. Ah! A piercing wail echoed throughout the entire battle area. The sound echoed across the plains. The vampire warriors and demons in the arena all looked over at the same time. The audience stared at Yasser. Some timid lords have even covered their eyes. Yasser's right side was completely unharmed. However, the left side, from the waist all the way to Yasser's ear, along with his left arm, was completely cut open, leaving a bloody mess, and even his internal organs were visible. The scarlet longsword absorbed the blood on it. An arm, along with half of his body, fell limply to the ground from the air. Yasser's face lost all color. He stared blankly at the little girl in front of him. Lily's eyes were bloodshot, and the expression on her face was changing from madness to calm. Yasser's innate ability can maximize the influence of others' inner desires. Kelly is a little girl, carefree, with nothing to worry about. There was absolutely no desire. His only desire was to defeat Yasser. At the same time, the eyes of vampires possess a unique pupil technique that can weaken Asur's innate skills. But the little girl was still young, and even after she emerged from the illusion, her desire to defeat her opponent did not diminish in the slightest. He saw his opponent standing right in front of him, completely unprepared. The little girl's inner desires were magnified to the extreme. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down fiercely. The speed was so fast that Yasser didn't even have time to react before half of his body was perfectly severed. With the excruciating pain coursing through my body, Yasser also canceled his innate skill, and a strong sense of dizziness struck him, causing him to fall helplessly from the sky. Upon seeing this, the demon, which had been suspended in midair, was so frightened that it flew backward. Atoil was naturally not going to let this opportunity slip by. He immediately led his men to give chase. The vampire warriors will not rest until they have been drained dry. Lily, how are you feeling? The 3 Jack brothers came up behind Lily and asked with concern. My head is a little dizzy, but otherwise I'm fine. Uncle Jack, did I look scary just now? The thought that my mind was filled with crazy ideas made me realize that. The little girl felt a wave of fear. No, Lily looked really cool just now. Seeing that the little girl was all right, Jack and his 2 companions breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happens, even the usually peaceful Lord might get angry. A short while later, Ari and the others returned with 7 unconscious demons. These guys are locked on by a 4-star vampire warrior. There is nowhere to hide. Even if he used his unique skill, teleportation, it was of no use whatsoever. Jiangcheng's storage ring has been given to Yato. He has a larger Lord storehouse. There's no need for this little gadget. He took out several jars from the ring. The vampire warriors then began their work. Only after the demons were completely drained did Jiangcheng accept the demon Lord's surrender. At this point, all the super lords who had been itching to challenge Jiangcheng put their minds at ease. Joke. That little girl managed to take down the strongest demon under the demon Lord's command. Even minors are this fierce. Not to mention the 20-odd large, formidable-looking adult vampire warriors standing behind them. While they were still shaken, they also felt a secret thrill. Fortunately, this silly demon lord helped them test the waters first. Otherwise, it would be their own soldiers who would be dried into jerky by now. He was so badly beaten that he developed a psychological trauma. The most typical example is Lewis and his 2 companions, who immediately abandoned their arrogant demonic airs and turned to run away. That's not all. After this battle, the demon lord will surely become a laughingstock once again, and his 300,000-strong demon alliance will fall apart and become a disorganized mess. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. These superlords immediately started plotting to poach their retainers. They planned to attract members of the Demon Alliance to their own alliance in order to strengthen themselves. The major alliances appear to be on good terms, saying they want to develop together and not interfere with each other. But in reality, they each had their own agendas. If any of them collapse, the other major leagues will definitely be the first to pounce. Sigh, it's pointless. I was hoping the Demon Lord could prove himself, but his strongest demon was crushed by Jiang Cheng's little girl and left the alliance. There's no hope of staying any longer. I had been holding on to a sliver of hope and was prepared to keep things going smoothly, but now there's no hope of ever getting ahead. Hope we meet again someday. The Phoenix Alliance next door is willing to accept us. There are no requirements to join. In the future, lords in different regions can help each other. There are limited spots available, so I'll go first. Let's go. The leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance also offered the same terms, saying that if we need resources, we can borrow them from him without interest. No matter where we go, it's better than staying in this alliance. The alliance leader is always thinking about how to squeeze every last drop out of us, but he doesn't know how to give anything in return. Now we can't even see any hope for the future. Inside the Demon Alliance, with the departure of one lord after another, the entire alliance suddenly became much quieter. After a day of turmoil, of the original 300,000, less than 100,000 remained. The remaining people either have ties to other alliances and can't go, or they still hold on to a last hope. As for the rest, they didn't care about the rankings at all and had already fallen asleep. He was indulging in unrealistic dreams of trampling demon lords underfoot and punching vampire lords. Jiang Cheng, I will never forgive you. The City of Demons. The demon lord, who had already withdrawn from the challenge space, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Looking at his subordinates, whose eyes were glazed over and who were practically useless, he saw them as demons. The demon lord was weeping blood in his heart. Open the chat channel. More than a dozen high-ranking members of the league bid him farewell. The rest also expressed their disappointment with him, announcing that they would retire for a few days and not participate in the construction of the alliance. His once powerful league has declined drastically and has fallen out of the ranks of the major leagues. The number of players in the league is also plummeting. Jiang Cheng, I will definitely trample you under my feet. The demon lord was so angry that his face turned red, veins bulged on his forehead, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He blamed all the mistakes on Jiang Cheng. Her resentment towards Jiang Cheng had reached its peak. From now on, I will stop for a moment and use any means necessary to become stronger. The moment I can destroy Jiang Cheng will be the moment I reappear. Perhaps he was extremely angry. His heart suddenly calmed down. An ancient call resounded in his ears. Chapter 36, Luo Qi's First Battle. Lily, is there anything wrong with you? Regarding what happened on the Demon Lord's side, Jiang Cheng didn't know, and he didn't want to know. No. The little girl patted her chest, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and said with a smile, My lord, I'm perfectly healthy. Nothing will happen to me. The demon blood tasted really good. Let's challenge them again tomorrow. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. The vampire warrior's formidable strength has been revealed. Those super lords all avoided him like the plague, treating him like a ferocious beast. Extend an invitation to challenge them. He was rejected almost instantly. The troops under these super lords are of great benefit to vampire warriors. But the problem is, they won't fight him anymore, so there's nothing he can do. Jiang Cheng turned his gaze to the Void Zerg Lord in his friend list and asked directly, Could you please get me some purple-winged radiant dragon blood? Loki was reprimanding her void worms. Upon seeing the message from Jiang Cheng, he quickly kicked the 5 void worms at his feet aside. He pondered for a moment. Luo Qi gave a reply. It's possible, but you have to be able to afford the price. I won't ask for too high a price, 1 energy stone per liter of purple-winged radiant dragon blood. How about that? Jiang Cheng is currently ranked first on the leaderboard and can receive 100,000 energy stones. This huge sum of money made him agree to the deal without hesitation. Yay! Luo Qi jumped up excitedly. He then turned a stern face to the 5 unruly void worms beside him. You 5, go and bring me all those damaged warships and cannons from our territory. Get ready to fight me. Hearing that they were going to fight, the 5 void worms simultaneously took a step back. I almost tore open the space and escaped. However, under pressure from Luo Qi, they obediently swallowed the mountain of warships piled up at the entrance of their territory into their space. They then took the remains of dozens of heavy weapons. 5 idiots. All they bring back every day is broken stuff. Anyone who didn't know better would think this place is a junkyard. Try to bring me something more presentable next time. He gently tapped the shells of the 5 void worms with his finger. Luo Qi opened the leaderboard and challenged the 5th-ranked Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord. The leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance was completely bewildered. He had no idea what kind of trouble the Void Lords were up to. After witnessing Jiangcheng's power, the rankings fell into a brief lull. The top lords basically didn't challenge anyone else. But now this Void Zerg Lord has come after him. It has gone through 2 rankings. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord knew all too well that the rankings were a complex and murky place. It is virtually impossible for a lord below to defeat a lord above. The only successful example is the Angel Lord. That was only possible after the Vampire Lord had crippled the demon. Phew, whatever, let me see what this so-called second place is all about. The Void Worms shouldn't be as perverted as the vampires under Jiangcheng, who not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. After selecting agree, the duel between the 2 bigwigs quickly attracted the attention of a large audience, who all became spectators. Jiangcheng was also very curious about this battle. Dragon blood is secondary. The key is to see what methods the second-place player uses. There was almost no room for negotiation. Both teams quickly appeared on the field. One side is a colossal dragon, the king among dragons. On the other side were 5 void worms, each about the size of a sea turtle, with a disheveled, unkempt girl standing behind them. The audience, including Jiangcheng, were all bewildered. What's going on? Why are there 5 insects and a little beggar on the field? That must be the lord of the void insects. It's a pity that her face is covered in ash, so we can't see her features. Is it really appropriate for the lord to personally take the stage? Isn't this a mistake? How come the lord has come up here? Without energy stones, our lord's combat power is no different from that of an ordinary person. Putting aside the combat power of these insects, the key is that they have to protect their lord while fighting, so they can't take care of the overall battle situation at all. Many lords began to suspect that Loki had made a mistake and brought them up here. Just then, a message appeared on the screen. Note, the Void Zerg Lord volunteered to enter the fray. This was not a mistake. This is insane. The lords watching the battle all thought that Loki had lost his mind. The challenge area is where your troops can shine. With their lord's current strength, wouldn't going on the field just be a hindrance? Even if you have energy stones to upgrade your level, it's only been 2 days. How many energy stones could you possibly use to upgrade it? Even the number 1 Lord Jiangcheng doesn't have many energy stones. The audience was puzzled. I wonder what kind of move Luo Qi made this time. Haha, this Void Zerg Lord must be a fool. He came up here on his own initiative. Given the current situation, even though her void worms are extremely powerful, they are stretched thin and their movement will be restricted in order to protect her. This is practically handing over second place to them. Alliance leader, you are awesome. Second place is a reward of 50,000 energy stones. Maybe if we perform well in the future, we can also get a share. The lords of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance began to stir. Some lords who command advanced troops have even envisioned themselves wielding energy stones. Haha, that's hilarious. Why did this woman just run onto the field? Isn't she just feeding me kills? Well, if she really intends to give me a free kill, then I can spare her and agree to let her go the moment she surrenders. At the same time, bring her into the alliance and give her some compensation. The Purple Wing Alliance was overjoyed to see this. Inside the venue, Luo Qi's expression was very calm. I even felt a slight thrill. They've stayed in the territory for so long without ever going out. No one talked to her. He spends all his time rummaging through garbage. Now we have arrived at this plane. This immersive feeling put her in a good mood. The sight of 8 enormous dragons in the distance also gave her a unique feeling. He glanced at the few clumsy and cowardly insects trembling behind him. Luo Qi, feeling exasperated, gave them a few slaps on the head. You 5 are such cowards. Look at how imposing he is. Can't you give me some face? There are countless people laughing at you right now. After saying that, Luo Qi sighed. After all, it's our own branch of the military. We must continue even with tears in our eyes. Take everything out of the space and leave the rest to me. You can all just hide inside with me. Chapter 37, An Unremarkable Battle, Shifting the Blame. The largest void worm in the lead flapped its wings. Above it appeared a deep void wormhole. A giant lump of iron slowly descended from the wormhole to the ground. Once the giant object has completely separated from the black hole, all the lords watching the battle showed expressions of astonishment. Even Jiangcheng was no exception. A jet-black interstellar warship that occupied almost half of the challenge space came into their view. This warship looks incredibly high-tech. It has hundreds of cannons of various sizes on it. One can't help but wonder what would happen to the purple-winged dragon if all those cannons fired missiles at once. When Luo Qi was bored, she would sometimes sneak into these warships to take a look. I'm quite familiar with these warships. She immediately led the void worms into the warship. They easily made their way to the cockpit. The tracking system was activated immediately. All of the hundreds of cannons on the warship were locked onto the purple-winged dragon. The instinctive sense of danger of beasts made the purple-winged radiant dragon retreat hastily and scatter in all directions. Although I don't know what this black monster is, but they could sense that if they stayed where they were, they would face something terrible. What's this? How can this woman pull out a spaceship? How am I supposed to fight this? I surrender. I'm surrendering. If my radiant dragon were to take a hit from this, wouldn't it suffer severe psychological trauma, becoming just like those demons? He had witnessed the horrific state of those demons with his own eyes. Those demons are still alive, but his eyes were vacant, and his mind was, to some extent, dead. His radiant dragon also experienced this on its first day. However, they are, after all, beasts. It has recovered a lot. But what if they were to experience something even more terrifying than being turned into jerky by vampires? The consequences would be unimaginable. This marked the fastest surrender in history. Before Luo Qi could even figure out where the fire button was, the other side had already surrendered and given up resisting. Oh dear, how can this lousy warship fire? You lot, don't climb around recklessly. Be careful not to trigger some mechanism, or the plane will self-destruct. One of the void worms seemed to have accidentally pressed something it shouldn't have. A red light flashed inside the cockpit. An alarm sounded. Ammunition low. Please replenish ammunition and fire again. Luo Qi was both annoyed and amused. He has a great dislike for the soldiers under his command. There are some things that I really want to punch, but I couldn't bear to. After all, these 5 guys were dull-witted and like children, very disobedient. Fortunately, no dangerous mechanisms were triggered. Instead, it taught Loki how to fire. The cockpit of a warship can accommodate hundreds of people. Firing a gun is not something that can be done by one person alone. It requires several steps. Several firing buttons in the cockpit must also be pressed simultaneously. What should we do? I did receive a red envelope from Jiang Cheng. If I don't do things for him, it will affect my reputation. He pondered for a moment. Anna turned her gaze to several void worms crawling around. They caught them one by one. Can you guys dig a hole above those dragons, throw the stuff from your space down, and knock them unconscious? The void worm is utterly useless in combat. Moreover, he is timid and fearful by nature. Let them face the enormous dragon. Naturally, they were unwilling. Fortunately, Loki has a special method to cure them. He took out 5 iron chains from the Lord's space. She spent all the Lord's coins she earned on the first day on these 5 iron chains, just to keep these insects tied up and prevent them from going out and bringing back trash. Are you guys going or not? I'll tie you all up later. The void worms had already experienced the power of the chains. Once bound, they are unable to use their abilities at all. He hadn't escaped death by playing dead. They may still be tethered. After tearing a hole in space, the void worm crawled inside. The purple-winged dragons are now in a panic. Ever since those hundreds of cannons were pointed at them, the sense of crisis in my heart did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually deepens over time. Just as they were hesitating whether to move forward or continue to hide in the back, the space above rippled. Dozens of cannons and small spaceships fell rapidly from above. By the time the purple-winged radiant dragon realized what was happening, it was too late. He suffered a severe head injury. They were knocked unconscious and lay on the ground, completely disoriented. Then they became lambs to the slaughter. Luo Qi busied herself with various tasks until she felt she had made enough money before stopping. Because there are no professional tools available. Afterwards, the purple-winged dragons no longer resembled humans. It was extremely tragic. After the battle, the Angel Lord challenged the Demon Lord. However, the other party did not reply for a long time. It will then be automatically judged as a refusal of the challenge. The audience was once again treated to a visual feast. They witnessed the existence of 2 legendary girls. One is Lily, a vampire girl under Jiang Cheng's command. Despite his young age, he is incredibly powerful. They crushed that so-called strongest demon. This attracted a large number of people who became her fans, demanding that Jiang Cheng not mistreat the little girl. The other is the Void Lord, who is being exposed to the public eye for the first time. No one expected that the second-ranked Void Lord was a disheveled and unremarkable young girl. What's surprising is that this girl, once she makes a move, is astonishing. They pulled out countless high-tech, modern weapons. Some lords didn't even have decent weapons. But she did something else entirely, pulling out a starship. Although this interstellar warship was never launched. However, many lords speculated that the other party was worried about shattering the challenge space with a single shot, which was why they didn't make a move. After the leaderboard is settled, countless lords began to idolize Loki. They urged her to form an alliance. Those large alliances also extended olive branches. They invited Loki to join their alliance. And they offered exceptionally generous terms. Some alliances even stated that only Loki would join. They then handed over the position of leader to her. Let her manage all affairs within the alliance. These guys are only after the weapons I have. If I didn't have so many weapons, they probably wouldn't even pay attention to me and would see me as a thorn in their side. Looking at these messages, Luo Qi decided to shift the blame elsewhere. She doesn't have that much free time to deal with these people. These 5 mischievous voidworms alone were enough to give her a major headache. After that, Loki made her first appearance on the World Channel. Hello everyone. I am Locke, the Lord of the Voidlings. Many people want me to build alliances or join their alliances, and they are willing to offer generous terms for this. But I have already reached an agreement with Lord Jiangcheng, so I'm very sorry. Chapter 38: The Existence of Verbal and Written Criticism, a new batch of vampire warriors. What? Jiangcheng has already partnered with her, so it's best to strike first. This news shocked many people, especially those super lords. No wonder Jiangcheng did nothing and showed no reaction after seeing them form an alliance. He held such a trump card in his hand. They continuously provided him with weapons and equipment. In addition, his vampire clan's super strong combat power means he can treat them like dirt chickens and dogs. The thought that Jiangcheng regarded their actions as those of clowns made these super lords feel a pang of sadness. Goddess, Jiangcheng must have only cooperated with you because he was attracted to your beauty. You absolutely cannot continue down this path. Men know men best. That old lecher Jiangcheng definitely has some ulterior motive for approaching you. Goddess, you should terminate your cooperation with him immediately. As long as the goddess forms an alliance, we will definitely support you immediately. That's right. The goddess will be the queen among tens of millions of lords. We must take first place in the alliance, and the goddess must also be the #1 lord. Compared to super lords, ordinary lords have much simpler minds. Some of them genuinely wanted Loki to form an alliance and then support her. Others were after the equipment that Loki possessed. I hope to get 1 or 2 items after joining the league. Sigh, I understand everyone's feelings. But, after sending 2 more messages, Luo Qi turned off the World Channel. I felt a little excited. As a result, the lords on the World Channel will imagine a lot of things, all of which will undoubtedly be related to her and Jiangcheng. She portrayed herself as the weaker party. The voices of the masses will surge towards Jiangcheng. It relieved her of a lot of pressure. I'm so smart. But I look like a green tea bitch in this state, so I should probably do less of this in the future. Luo Qi sent the collected purple-winged radiant dragon blood to Jiangcheng. Based on the price of 1 energy stone per liter, she can earn 10,000 energy stones from Jiangcheng this time. Once I've absorbed all these energy stones, I wonder how much my strength will increase. Luo Qi was happy, but Jiangcheng was almost driven mad by this woman. After gritting his teeth, he sent the energy stone. Jiangcheng turned off the World Channel. Thanks to Luo Qi, he has now become someone that countless lords hate and condemn. Some unscrupulous individuals even suspected that he had imprisoned Loki and was determined to make her his own. The tens of millions of lords are a mixed bag, including all sorts of people. Just let it go. 50,000 energy stones were allocated to Yato. Let him distribute them to the people below him as he sees fit. The blood of the purple-winged radiant dragon was also added to the blood pool. After a busy day, there's still a lot to do tomorrow. Back in his room, Jiangcheng went straight to sleep. Should I select a vampire warrior? Extract. A level 4 vampire temple can draw up to 50 vampire warriors every day. This number is quite large. Even if Jiangcheng doesn't upgrade the Blood Clan temple anymore. In a month, you can acquire 1,500 vampire warriors. Build a powerful vampire army. 50 beams of white light appeared in the center of the hall. It lasted for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. All the white light had dissipated. Among this batch of vampire warriors, there are 33 black and bronze level warriors, 12 silver level warriors, and 5 gold level warriors. Although it did not meet Jiangcheng's expectations. But it's not unacceptable. No juveniles were found this time. All 50 vampire warriors were adults. The initial level of a silver grade adult is level 2. A gold level adult is initially at level 3. The 50 people stood in an orderly fashion in the center of the hall. It made Jiang Cheng feel like a high and mighty monarch. Below him were his elite personal guards. Greetings, Lord. All right, get up, everyone. Jiang Cheng stood up from the throne. This summoned Otto, who was waiting for orders. Yato, take them to the blood pool first. Then give each of them a fruit. After they have finished digesting it, we will divide them into groups. With a team of 3 veteran members and 5 new members, they will sweep around the territory and spread outwards, leaving no wild monsters behind. You just keep pushing outwards. Anna has trained a temporary militia squad of 200 men. They will cooperate with your operation and help you handle the aftermath. Furthermore, tell them to prioritize their own lives. If they encounter a strong enemy, they must not fight back. They should immediately retreat towards the territory. I do not want to see any losses on your part. Yato clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. My lord, we will never forget your instructions. Yes, I'll come back around noon. I will equip each of you with armor and weapons. In the morning, Jiang Cheng got up and ordered 80 sets of level 4 battle armor and various weapons from Luo Qi. The other party said they could get it for him in one morning. I received the energy stone as a reward. Of course, we should make good use of it. Should we wait until the enemy reaches the gates of our territory and is about to invade before using it? Everything is based on overwhelming strength. Jiang Cheng wouldn't just stand there like a treasure and keep it safe. You can tell from the fact that he gave Yato 50,000 energy stones and let them distribute them as they pleased. Yes. Yato bowed again. In fact, weapons and equipment are not necessities for vampire warriors. Their claws and blood wings are their best weapons and armor, not to mention their superb durability and regenerative abilities. It seems the Lord brought them here specifically to prevent them from getting hurt. Thinking of this, Yato felt a surge of emotion. I'm going to spread the word to the new brothers and let them know about the Lord's good intentions. As soon as Yato left, Jiang Cheng heard a notification that the vampire warrior's loyalty had reached the level of die-hard loyalty. He had already anticipated this, so he wasn't too surprised. We arrived at the residential area. Anna had her back to Jiang Cheng. In front of him was a militia squad of 200 people. They carried simple spears. He was wearing a set of internationally branded armor that Jiang Cheng had acquired. They have all kinds of styles. They were all obtained from the Lord's trading zone. This team was formed temporarily, and they only received a little training and were taught some survival skills in the jungle. This time, they went out with the vampire warriors. It is a test for them, and also an assessment. Only militia squads that have undergone screening can gain Jiang Cheng's attention and receive preferential treatment in terms of resources. The quality of an army is more important than its quantity. Jiang Cheng didn't want an army with a large number of soldiers, but extremely low individual quality. That would just make you look like a goblin. They crumble at the first touch when faced with a powerful enemy. What he wanted was a fearless and courageous army. No matter how many or how strong the enemy is, they can charge forward fearlessly. Tear a piece of flesh from the enemy. Chapter 39. The Goblin Army arrives. Owner. I heard footsteps behind me. Anna turned around and nodded slightly. Greetings, your lordship. Lily and the militia squad beside her saluted. Please, everyone, no need for formalities. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and after observing the group, he found that these militiamen were not bad. It's just that the level is a little low. They are now led by Lily. Although the little girl is small in stature, she already has the demeanor of a leader, and every move she makes is full of authority. After the vampire warriors and militia squads set off, Jiang Cheng and Anna arranged the follow-up work for the territory. No construction was carried out in the territory for the first 2 days. They simply expanded outwards and hunted wild monsters. Apart from those iconic buildings, the rest of the area is just wasteland. The shriveled corpses of the monsters were gradually transported back to their territory by the militia, and Jiang Cheng broke them down into various materials. The whole morning, Otto and his companions killed nearly 1,000 wild monsters, 3 packs of beasts, and a tribe of stone men. The harvested timber and ore were countless. There are as many as 700 level 1 beast cores, 98 level 2 beast cores, for level 3 beast cores. The rest were just some unimportant odds and ends. Jiang Cheng gave it to the female members of the vampire clan. He asked them to do some minor work, like sewing a few stitches on it, so he could sell it as a high-quality leather armor. Give back more benefits to the people of the territory. Construction within the territory is also proceeding in an orderly manner. They've already planted land, raised chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, and even dug a river to bring in water. At the same time, a large number of houses were built. We strive to ensure that everyone has access to a house. It was almost noon. Luo Qi brought over 80 sets of equipment and armor. All of them were level 4 equipment. The weapons were of all kinds, including swords, knives, and spears. It can perfectly meet the individual needs of vampire warriors. Let them choose the weapons that suit them best. But when Jiang Cheng took it out to look at it, there were obvious signs of use and signs of cleaning. It looks like it was just picked out of a garbage dump and then washed. The strange feeling made Jiang Cheng's experience extremely bad. He felt like he had been tricked and deceived. I opened my friend's list and found Luo Qi. A swindler. Why did you only bring back old weapons? Some of the swords have a chip or obvious wear marks. How can my troops use them? Jiang Cheng never imagined that he would one day angrily denounce someone as a profiteer. Luo Qi, who was tidying up her territory, froze. Upon seeing the message from Jiang Cheng, she immediately felt wronged. She also wanted to get brand new equipment. But the original 5 void worms and the 5 new ones were as stupid as pigs. The recovered weapons and armor were all damaged. She carefully selected 80 sets, washed them thoroughly, and then shipped them to Jiang Cheng, hoping that he wouldn't notice these small details. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. How about I charge you 20% less in energy stones? I'll definitely get you brand new equipment next time. Jiang Cheng was not an unapproachable person. After all, the future requires long-term cooperation. We must keep the girl firmly under our control and not let her go to someone else. It's okay, these equipment can still be used, but the equipment next time must be brand new. I'll send you the energy stones in full. 8,000 energy stones were sent to Luo Qi's account. Buying equipment from her is much cheaper than buying it from the store. Weapons and armor only require 100 energy stones. Because we didn't discuss it in depth with Luo Qi, Jiang Cheng had no idea where she got so many things from. It looks like it was picked up from a garbage dump. Yato returned with his men, each selecting their preferred equipment. After resting for a while, they prepared to set off again. As for Lily and the militia squad, they haven't returned yet. Jiang Cheng ordered them to build a simple beacon tower 10 kilometers away, and then build another one every 5 kilometers. In this way, if a problem occurs in any direction, the other vampire squads and Jiang Cheng's side could see the signal from the beacon tower and rush to provide support immediately. This is the most effective communication method to date. Just as the vampire warriors were preparing to set off, a vampire dressed as a militiaman rushed over. They were militia members responsible for the observation tower. Report. Reporting to the Lord, black smoke has been emitted from the beacon tower in the northeast direction, and the situation is urgent, with 3 plumes of black smoke rising in succession. What? Jiang Cheng quickly led his men to the observation tower. There were indeed 3 plumes of thick smoke in the northeast direction. That direction seems to be towards a goblin tribe. Could it be that the tribe above the goblins sent people down? But it shouldn't be this fast. It's only been less than a day since yesterday. The situation was urgent, and Jiang Cheng couldn't worry about anything else. They led their men directly northeast. After eating that fruit, his strength was greatly enhanced, comparable to that of an ordinary 4-star monster. They already possess a certain degree of self-protection capability. So when he went out this time, Anna didn't say anything. She just told Ale to protect him. My lord. Lily, who was in charge of the construction of the beacon towers, also brought her people over, followed by nearly 100 militiamen. The rest of the militia were also rushing over here. Jiang Cheng found the militiamen who had lit the beacon fire. What happened? Why were 3 beacon fires lit? The militia leader was surprised to see that the Lord had personally led so many vampire elites over. His panicked expression calmed down. My lord, a large number of goblins have appeared outside the valley to the northeast. There are so many that they cannot be counted. In short, the valley is covered with a large, lush green expanse. Moreover, these goblins are well trained and equipped with excellent weapons and armor. If their leader hadn't roared, we probably wouldn't have even noticed them. The severity of the situation seemed to exceed Jiang Cheng's expectations. Because there are quite a few goblins coming, it's inevitable that some strong ones will appear among them. Yatoil, you two come with me. Come with me to investigate. The rest of you, return to your territory to rest and regroup. I will come back to formulate a battle plan. Yes. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, the vampire warriors did not hesitate. Yato and Yali are among the strongest of them and have the absolute ability to protect Jiang Cheng. Operating in groups of 3 can also minimize the risk of exposure. It is not easy to be exposed. Jiang Cheng climbed onto Yalai's back. With Yato leading the way, the 2 figures disappeared into the forest like ghosts. On the way back, Lily found the militiaman who had spoken to Jiang Cheng. May I have your name? Reporting to the captain, my name is Yudos. You performed very well this time. From now on, you will be the captain of your squad and responsible for guarding this area. I will give you some resources later to help you improve your skills. Lily's reward made the other vampire militia envious. He secretly vowed to stay in the militia squad. Chapter 40 Information about the Goblin Army. Where are those people? A goblin with a bulky build and a face full of scars emerged from the mine behind the valley. His face was terribly gloomy. He glared angrily at the goblins kneeling to his side. These goblins were the same group that Jiang Cheng had released, and they were also members of this abandoned goblin tribe. The goblin who asked them the question was the leader of a mid-level tribe. Upon hearing the news of the tribe's fall, he immediately led his army over. They traveled day and night, stopping almost constantly along the way. This is because the energy stone mine behind the tribe was a birthday gift he prepared to present to the king. The gift list has already been submitted in advance. If His Majesty the King finds out that he didn't send enough birthday gifts, he'll be in big trouble. In his early years, he was just a lowly soldier under the king. The other party's brutality was beyond imagination. Reporting to the chief, those people should be in this area. We're not entirely sure where it is. A goblin knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Waste. A bunch of useless trash. 6 tribes have been destroyed in succession, and you don't even know where the enemy is. What use are you to me? The goblin leader kicked the goblin who had spoken to death, then looked at the other goblins. Now you will go out with my reconnaissance team to find their location. If we can't find them, then you'll all end up like him. The goblins in the valley quickly got to work. Reconnaissance squads spread outwards. These goblins are not very strong. It's at most 2 stars. A rustling sound rang out in the silent forest. A goblin squad pushed aside the low trees in front of them and emerged from the shadows. Strange, we've been walking for so long and haven't heard a sound. Yes, shouldn't the forest be teeming with wild animals? Why is this place so quiet? Never mind that. Let's finish the search and leave quickly. I feel this forest is quite eerie and strange, like something is watching us. I'm easily scared, don't frighten me. The footsteps behind them gradually faded. The goblin walking ahead turned around in horror and found his teammate lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Who is it? He had just finished shouting when an extremely tall man appeared in front of him. A hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at him with a mocking smile. Don't be afraid. Answer a few questions honestly, and we will absolutely guarantee the safety of you and your teammates. Il's words seemed very tempting. The goblin nodded repeatedly before he threw it to the ground. After being tortured, Arlie learned the details of what had happened. He then knocked the goblin unconscious and prepared to reunite with Jiang Cheng and the other man. Yato and Jiang Cheng approached another goblin squad. These 2 squads are heading in the direction of the territory, so let's take care of them first. I never expected this. These goblins have traveled day and night without stopping along the way, which means they are exhausted. This is the perfect opportunity to catch them off guard. Their leader is a bit of a problem. He's reached level 5, which is no small feat. For a moment, Jiang Cheng wanted Anna to make a move. However, I immediately dismissed the idea. Level 5 goblins were not enough to make him too wary. After all, they are just lower-level creatures. It's not like a dragon or any other high-level creature. Sir, may I go back now? A goblin was kneeling in front of Jiang Cheng. He was so terrified by Jiang Cheng's methods that he didn't dare to move at all. But my body is letting me down. It keeps trembling. Jiang Cheng revealed a sinister smile. I've sent your companion to a nice place to enjoy himself. Why are you so afraid? Don't you want to go? The goblin almost burst into tears. He didn't want to go to the underworld yet. He wanted to live a few more years. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Jiang Cheng lost interest. Many of the goblins he sold are now living very comfortably, enjoying a great life under the control of those minor lords, leading battles every day. Every meal includes plenty of meat and fish. This is something that ordinary goblins can't enjoy. Never mind, you can go. Give my regards to your chief. My territory is in that direction. You'll see it as you walk this way. The goblin looked at Jiang Cheng incredulously. They then scrambled away from the area. A moment later, Ari flew over carrying a string of goblins. The 2 exchanged information. Verify the credibility of this information. An army of over 1,000 goblins. There are over 300 2-star goblins, nearly 80 3-star goblins, and 12 4-star goblins, who are the backbone of this army and the source of its morale. The leader even has a 5-star rating. Facing such an army would likely be a disaster for other lords. But for Jiang Cheng, this was precisely an opportunity. Swallowing this goblin army would be enough to raise the overall strength of his territory to another level. Let's go. Prepare for a major battle. Report. Chief, a major discovery. The reconnaissance team spotted the golden-winged creature and its human leader to the southwest. A messenger goblin ran in. Upon hearing the news, the goblin leader jumped up from his seat and laughed loudly. Ha! Hard work pays off. Bring that scout up to me. I'll reward him handsomely. Then, the goblin that Jiang Cheng had released stumbled and staggered to the leader. Chief, you must avenge our team. Those two went on a killing spree as soon as they saw us. To cover my return and report the news, they've already been sent to hell by that human leader. The scene was extremely bloody, with no remains left. The reconnaissance soldier who escaped dared not tell the truth. After all, he survived only because he exposed the strength of his army. If the leader finds out, he'll probably be in big trouble. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Someone, take him away to rest. The rest of you, assemble immediately and head southwest. After learning the location of Jiang Cheng's territory, the goblin leader immediately ordered the army to be assembled. He was extremely anxious, wishing he could appear in front of Jiang Cheng's territory right now and take back those energy stones. As for the strength of Jiang Cheng and his men, he had already found out from the deserters. Samsung is nothing but an ant, not worth mentioning at all. Compared to his massive army, they were like ants compared to an elephant. If he weren't afraid of any further unforeseen events, he might have only sent a 100-man unit to wipe out the area. Chapter 41 Battle Plan, The Arrival of the Vanguard Cavalry. After returning to their territory, Jiang Cheng discovered that the entire territory was already operational. All the vampires joined the ranks of those preparing for battle. With everyone's concerted efforts, huge stones and wooden stakes were carried up the city wall. Most of them were women. Meanwhile, the able-bodied male vampires trained with the militia and vampire squads in the training grounds, preparing for the upcoming great battle. A crisis is imminent. Everyone has a duty to do their part in protecting our territory. Jiang Cheng and the other two returned. The people greeted him warmly. The worry on his face vanished. Jiang Cheng responded to each of them, nodding and smiling. Don't worry, everyone. This enemy will not threaten the safety of our territory. We will defeat them soon. This statement brought a sigh of relief to many of the people. This also boosted their morale, and they worked even harder. After arriving at the training ground, Jiang Cheng called Jack, the other two, Lily, and Anna into a room to prepare a battle plan. Due to time constraints, Jiang Cheng didn't waste any more words. This goblin army has more than 1,000 members. Not to mention the 3-star and 2-star goblins. The key is the 12 4-star goblins. Each of these 12 goblins has an army of nearly 100 men under their command. Moreover, the goblins this time are much stronger than those we've encountered before. Some of them have extensive experience in jungle warfare and also possess a certain degree of discipline. The good news is that the enemy has been rushing all the way here without getting proper rest, which has greatly reduced their fighting capacity. After explaining the situation of the goblin army, Jiang Cheng explained his battle plan. My plan is to take advantage of the territory's own strengths, relying on the city walls and defensive towers to fight them. Have the militia stand on the city walls and use the city cannons to launch a first attack on the goblin army. After that, Ariato, you two will lead the vampire squad as the vanguard and charge out, prioritizing the killing of goblins of 3 stars or higher. Jack, Jess, and Jiro, the 3 of you will lead the remaining vampire squad as the central force and be responsible for clearing out those 1-star and 2-star goblins. As for you, Lily, lead the militia squad and harvest the wounded goblins from behind. In the morning, the militia squad followed behind the vampire warriors and managed to get a few sips of soup. Now, almost all members of the 200-strong militia squad have reached the 1-star level, giving them a certain level of combat capability. They still possess the ability to follow behind vampire warriors and finish off weakened enemies. With the help of their elder brothers, the new batch of vampire warriors all reached the 2-star level. Moreover, it absorbs a massive amount of energy stones. Their levels are all above mid-stage 2 stars. With the added power of that fruit, it can be said that a 2-star vampire warrior now possesses the strength to crush a 3-star goblin. There shouldn't be too much of a problem in appointing them as the central commanders. As for the vampire squad that served as the vanguard, these 10 guys are seasoned veterans, battle-hardened, and fully capable of cross-border operations. Unless the goblin pulls out some ultimate weapon. Otherwise, their safety would not be threatened. Let's proceed according to Lord's battle plan. You can focus on leading your teams into battle. I'll be there to support you from behind. Anna released an extremely powerful aura. This gave Alejandro and the others a jolt. The vampire warriors and militia squads outside also sensed this aura. Immediately, the morale of the entire training ground soared. Just then, the militiamen from the observation tower ran in. Reporting to the Lord, a large number of goblin cavalry have appeared 10 kilometers to the northeast and are marching in a mighty force toward our territory. This goblin army includes a cavalry unit. The members inside are mostly 2-star goblins, and the remaining mounts are boars, which are a relatively common type of wild monster. Their combat power is comparable to that of goblins. Its pair of fangs can easily pierce through trees. It seems that the goblin leader can't wait any longer and wants to take over our territory quickly. Pass the order. Once this goblin cavalry crashes into the territory's protective shield, have the militia on the city walls fire the defensive cannons. Don't be stingy with ammunition. Fire them as fast as you can. Yes. The militia immediately went to relay the order. The enemy has arrived, and the vampire warriors and militia squads can no longer remain on the training ground. After putting on the equipment, according to the battle plan that Jiang Cheng had just formulated, they arrived at the city gate in batches. Although there was a protective shield blocking the goblins' advance, Jiang Cheng still needed to develop the territory. If he's surrounded by these goblins and too afraid to come out of his territory, wouldn't he become a laughingstock among the other lords? Rather than letting these goblins rest and recuperate outside, it would be better to charge out with overwhelming force. Let's catch them off guard. 100-strong goblin cavalry force rapidly approached Jiang Cheng's territory. Wherever they went, they stirred up clouds of dust. All the trees along the way were knocked down by the tusks of the wild boars, which facilitated the advance of the subsequent army. General, there is a tall tower ahead. The goblin cavalry ahead spotted the tallest building in Jiang Cheng's territory, the observation tower. Haha, it seems our target is just ahead. Brothers, follow me and charge. Our leader said that as long as we take over their territory first, we can take all the treasures inside, and he will reward us handsomely afterwards. The 4-star goblin laughed loudly. The whip lashed the wild boar beneath him, pushing it to its maximum speed. Soon, a city wall came into view. Men and women were on the city wall, looking at them with solemn expressions. Haha, there are actually women here. Once we storm in, we must kill all the men inside and take all the women and treasures. They seem very afraid of us. Ha ha ha, charge. The goblin cavalry were incredibly excited at this moment. They intensified their beating of the wild boar beast. In their eyes, this city wall was nothing to worry about. With their boar-like tusks, they could easily smash a hole in the city wall. Besides, they wouldn't be foolish enough to crash into the city wall. There's a big gate there. The goblin cavalrymen unanimously agreed that the city gates were no match for the charge of the boar beasts. When they got closer, they saw that the people on the city wall had not yet launched an attack. The goblin cavalrymen grew increasingly smug, believing that the people on the city walls had been terrified by their imposing presence. The vanguard of the cavalry, including the 4-star goblin general, had reached within 50 meters of the city wall. Just as they were about to crash into the city wall at lightning speed, an accident occurred. The boar's tusks collided with an invisible wall. The yellowish fangs, as thick as an adult's arm, made a piercing snapping sound. Chapter 42: The Angry Goblin Army. Bang! 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 The lead goblin cavalry crashed into the territory's protective shield. The goblins on top were mostly unharmed, but the poor boar beasts beneath them suffered. He was so dizzy from the impact that he passed out. The following cavalry charged forward, unable to stop in time, and could only watch helplessly as they crashed into the vanguard. The leading 4-star goblin hadn't even reacted yet. The tusks of a wild boar beast were inserted into a mysterious hole from behind. A chrysanthemum thus bloomed. The goblin general's pupils dilated from the pain, and he seemed to have lost the will to live, with an expression of utter despair. But the worst was yet to come. The goblin knight would be like a car rear-ending another goblin. They crashed into the troops ahead one after another. The situation with the goblin general is considered relatively good. Some goblins were pierced in vital areas by the fangs and lost all hope of survival. His death will come when his blood runs dry. The more fiercely they charged forward, the worse their fate will be. The goblin cavalry almost all crashed into each other. Those that didn't crash into anything changed direction in time and ended up hitting trees or boulders in the forest. In short, they were all injured. The carefully bred wild boars were basically ruined and could never regain their former majestic appearance. The goblin general covered his buttocks with one hand. Despite the pain, he pushed aside the goblins and boars that were pressing down on him and limped out of the crowd. The tusks of a wild boar are curved upwards. Add to that the force of that impact just now. General Goblin had no doubt that his lower body was ruined and that some parts of his body may have suffered serious internal injuries. After letting out a frustrated roar, the goblin general swung his spiked club and smashed it against the protective shield that covered the territory. The violent recoil caused him to aggravate his wound again. He was in so much pain that he fell to the ground, sweating profusely. This isn't over yet. Behind the city wall, two tower-like buildings immediately locked onto him. A beam of red energy was already shooting towards him. No matter how he moved, he couldn't get rid of the two energy attacks. But that wasn't the most desperate thing. What was truly desperate was that before the two attacks even landed on him, the tower launched two more. What kind of weird building is this? I just raised my question. The tower's attack landed on him. A single attack from a defensive tower can wipe out a 3-star creature. It can severely injure even a 4-star creature. The goblin general's chest was pierced by the tower's damage, leaving two large holes. The intense burning sensation made the flesh around his chest feel like it was being cooked. Not good. On the city wall, Eudos, who had been entrusted with an important task by Lily, saw this scene and his eyes immediately turned red. Without time to explain, he took the position from the gunner next to him. He fired a shot directly at the goblin general below. The poor goblin general was about to flee when he was blasted into a sorry state by Eudos. The two defensive towers then finished off the enemy, because Eudos caused the damage. So the head was counted on his head. His experience as a 4-star creature directly propelled his level from 1 star to the peak of 2 stars. To prevent the defensive tower from continuing to reap the rewards, Eudos raised the command flag in his hand and shouted loudly, "All units, fire!" The city siege cannon is fully charged. As long as the city's defensive cannons absorb sunlight during the day, they can store energy and convert it into cannonballs. However, there are limits to this. It can only store a maximum of 50 shells. To increase ammunition capacity, a more advanced city defense cannon is needed. At least this city guarding cannon can't do that. Boom! 20 siege cannons, poised to fire, roared into action. The goblins below hadn't figured out how they had bumped into each other. A shell hit them right in the face. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. 20 city guarding cannons fired in one direction, blasting the goblins and boars below into pieces. The screams and howls of wild boars filled the air. The desperate goblins kept calling out the name of the goblin general, but they didn't know that their god of war had first died young and then mysteriously passed away, ending in a very tragic way. The shells lasted only 5 rounds. Then today, a new batch of 50 vampire warriors rushed out and began the final reaping of the goblins, who were almost incapacitated. The battle ended quickly, and all the goblins present were wiped out without exception. After all, defensive towers have real vision. Even if goblins are hiding underground, we can still find them and kill them. The vampire warriors skillfully looted the goblins' belongings and the beast cores inside their bodies. Taking these back will allow you to obtain more energy stones. This represents a further improvement in one's level of understanding. Therefore, the vampire warriors worked extremely hard. His hand movements gradually became rougher. Then they didn't forget to squeeze the hot goblin dry. The goblin leader, leading a massive army of 1,000, witnessed this scene and was instantly filled with rage. The joy on his face turned into endless anger. Along the way, he thought of more than a dozen ways for the cavalry to win, but he never considered the possibility of failure. After all, in his heart, the strongest among Jiang Cheng's group was only 3 stars. The total number of people will not exceed 40. Sending their most elite cavalry to deal with such a force would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. More than enough. The enemy couldn't hold out for long under the attack of their own cavalry. But what's the situation now? Why are there nearly 50 unidentified creatures clearing the battlefield, while his cavalry has been completely wiped out? Their deaths extremely gruesome. Especially the cavalry units at the front. It had turned into a lump of charcoal, without even a decent shape, and he almost didn't recognize it. This is our cavalry force, which we have poured countless resources into and are very proud of. The goblin leader was so angry that the fat on his face was trembling. In this situation, he was blinded by anger. My mind became incredibly confused. Damn it! All troops attack. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Avenge our cavalry. The goblin leader roared. The order to attack was given. Kill! 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 He saw his companion die a horrible death on the ground. His belongings were all taken from him. What's even more despicable is that the other party actually tampered with the corpses, making them look nothing like heroes. This enraged the goblin army. Even the lowest-ranking, cowardly goblins were inspired to fight. He no longer considered life or death. I just wanted to grab my weapon and charge over there. Avenge your compatriots. Chapter 43, A Crushing Defeat, The Final Battle. A deafening roar of battle cries erupted. The vampire warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield outside didn't have time to worry about anything else and quickly retreated into their territory. The cannons on the city walls were no longer kept, and they continued to roar, blasting deep craters into the ground. The defensive towers were also constantly reaping kills. The goblin that first stepped into the attack range was instantly burned to ashes by the defensive tower. A dense swarm of goblins arrived in front of the protective shield. He brandished a machete and a spiked club. But to their horror, they discovered that the transparent wall in front of them seemed impossible to cut through. One after another, cannonballs exploded in the goblin pile. More than a dozen goblins were blown to pieces. Each shell could cause dozens of casualties to the goblins, constantly reaping heads. The goblin in front of them had now regained consciousness. They watched in horror as the city walls continuously fired their defensive cannons. The fear of death gripped my heart. They didn't even encounter any enemies. They have already lost 20% of their vanguard. A tremendous sense of panic gripped their hearts. A strong will to survive drove the goblins charging ahead to retreat with all their might. Run! There's an invisible wall ahead. We can't get through it. The energy emitted from that tower pierced right through our unit's 3-star powerhouse. They have powerful firearms on their city walls. Everyone, spread out quickly. They're targeting groups of people for their attacks. The roar of cannons continued. The land was ravaged, littered with the remains and fragments of goblins. The goblin in front wanted to back up. The goblins behind were trying to charge forward. The entire perimeter was in complete chaos. A bunch of cowardly cowards. No retreating. Charge forward. After slaying several retreating goblins, a 4-star goblin regrouped and charged forward with a force of several dozen. But the next moment, 2 streams of energy locked onto him. The cannons on the city wall were also aimed at him. The vampire militia were in a bloodthirsty frenzy, and each cannonball was worth a huge amount of experience. This caused their levels to rise rapidly. Some have even been upgraded to level 2. At this moment, the 4-star goblin led his men to charge forward again, much to the delight of the vampire militia. Those greedy eyes seemed to be fixed on a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothes. The city's cannons were firing shells like crazy, as if they were free. Poor Goblin General had just managed to calm the troops down. It was then subjected to concentrated fire from 20 city-guarding cannons. In the blink of an eye, the Goblin General vanished before he could even experience the taste of a defensive tower, leaving not even ashes behind. The spot where they stood turned into a deep pit. The dozens of goblins that had gathered around were either dead or wounded. The goblins were truly devastated. Their godlike general was instantly vaporized. How could they possibly continue the fight? Large numbers of defeated troops retreated. A large number of goblins pushed forward from behind. It was just a minor disturbance a moment ago. The whole place is in chaos now. Morale has plummeted to rock bottom, and there's absolutely no fighting spirit left. At this moment, the vampire warriors inside the city charged out. According to the battle plan formulated by Jiang Cheng, the first group of 10, led by Otto Yair, charged out and killed every goblin they encountered. I've been cooped up inside for so long. The vampire squad was now like wild horses, launching a fierce attack and unleashing their energy without reservation. A 4-star goblin, seeing his soldiers fall like straws, was filled with rage and turned to face the bloodthirsty Ari. You beast, prepare to die. The 4-star goblin has an enlarged size. It was almost as powerful as Ari in battle. He swung his thick spiked club and smashed it down hard at Ari. Ha ha ha, you think you can defeat me? Ari laughed loudly, wielding his great sword as he charged forward. Bang! The goblin's spiked club flew out of its hand, smashing down a large group of goblins. How could you possibly be stronger than me? The 4-star goblin looked terrified, as if something terrible had happened. Why not? I'll send you to hell first, and then I'll send your leader down with you. If you want to invade our territory, then stay here forever. Without their weapons, the goblins were no match for Ari. Sheathed the greatsword in his hand. A pair of rough, large hands stretched out, and 10 sharp claws, each 8 feet long, sprang out from the palms, emitting a chilling light. Compared to the greatsword, Arlie still prefers to use the weapon he was born with. It's more convenient to use. The aura of a 4-star goblin pressed down on all the surrounding goblins, including this 4-star goblin itself. The 4-star goblin was horrified to feel the opponent's aura was vast and profound, making it difficult for him to even breathe, and his green face turned purple. The surrounding goblins were in even worse shape. His body shattered into pieces. Dozens of scarlet energies extended from Ares' body, directly sucking the split goblins into jerky. Devil! You devil! The 4-star goblin cried out. His body trembled as he backed away. But the next moment, Aleph appeared in front of him. A hand lifted him up, and a sharp claw pierced his neck. The tall, robust goblin shrank at a visible rate. This scene also occurred elsewhere. Of the 12 4-star goblins, only the 2 beside the goblin leader remain. Samsung's goblins were almost completely wiped out. 1-star and 2-star goblins have begun to flee to the outskirts of the forest. They were relentlessly slaughtered by a new wave of vampire warriors. Damn it! The rest of you, come at me. The goblin leader's heart was bleeding. Even if we win this battle in the end, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. But the victor in this battle will surely be the goblin. A sapphire-encrusted ring gleamed on the goblin's thumb. A long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he took out a dozen or so pills. It was given to the 4-star and 3-star goblins next to him. These are pills bestowed upon me by His Majesty the King. After taking them, your attack power will increase by 20%. With these blood-red monsters will be no threat. Charge, my warriors. The goblin leader brandished his long sword. He charged toward Ottawar and his group, accompanied by a group of 2-star goblins. The 3-star and 4-star goblins hesitated for a moment. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. They followed closely behind the goblin leader. They had a question in their minds. Why didn't the Lord himself consume such a good elixir? However, considering the opponent's 5-star strength, this question was quickly put aside. Haha, it's finally here. Nobody should take this 5-star goblin. That's just how Arya is. The battle would only excite him more. Chapter 44. The battle ends. The cold-hearted woman, gray mist descends. Snort. You're being ridiculous. You think you can stand up to me just because you've reached 4 stars? Well then, let me show you the true power of a goblin. The goblin leader roared. He leaped several meters high, raised his long sword, and slashed heavily at Yair. The pressure of 5-star power was on Ari. This made him look somewhat serious. Violent. His whole body was enveloped in a layer of red light. Arl felt that his strength and speed had increased. He drew the great sword he had been carrying on his back again. Ale roared and charged forward. It was a pure clash of strength between the two sides. This one-sword strike will determine who wins and who loses. The vampire warriors and goblins who were locked in battle looked up at the same time. They naturally hoped their side will win. Of course, the vampire warriors didn't have that much psychological burden. Even if Ari loses, they still have Otto and the 3 Jack brothers. If all else fails, the Empress will step in. Let these goblins die without leaving a trace. The goblins, on the other hand, were much more somber. The leader's victory only slightly alleviated the pressure. But once they lose, they're just a bunch of drowning dogs. A loud bang. The goblin leader and Ari parted ways. Arya remained standing in the air. The goblin leader had already fallen to the ground, his body carving a deep furrow in the earth that stretched for hundreds of meters before stopping. The goblin turned pale upon seeing this. My legs were trembling. What kind of monster is this? The leader was knocked to the ground with just one collision. The goblin leader got up from the ground. The hand holding the long knife was a bloody mess, with a deep wound running from the tiger's mouth to the wrist, through which the white bone was faintly visible. At the same time, his arm was shaking. It can't be lifted up. The intense pain prevented him from uttering even a harsh word. He hadn't expected the monster to be so strong. It was like a flesh and blood body crashing into a mountain made of refined iron. Ordinary force could not budge it in the slightest. The goblins around them quickly gathered around. One reason is to protect the goblin leader. Secondly, it's simply about seeking a sense of security. The goblins around here are almost all dead, and the few that escaped are being hunted down. Few survived and remained on the battlefield. There were only a little over 100 people. But these numbers are clearly not enough. They were surrounded by vampire warriors. There was also a ring of militia on the outer perimeter. It is almost impossible to break through successfully. It finally recovered a little. The goblin leader stood up with the help of his men. He spoke in a deep voice to the goblin who had taken the pill earlier. You few lead a squad of soldiers to launch an attack and draw their attention, while I'll lead the rest to break through from the flank. Once we return to the tribe, we will report this to the king and ask him to send troops to our aid and avenge our fallen brothers. Yes. Brothers, charge with me. They had the option to leave, in the hope of revenge. The goblins had completely gone mad. They launched another attack. But this time, the vampire team discovered something was wrong with the other party. Especially those 3-star and 4-star goblins. Their combat power has practically doubled. He looked fearless and undaunted. Then a strange thing happened. Even when these 3-star and 4-star goblins were injured or had their limbs broken, they didn't utter a sound of pain. His eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. His facial expression was both ferocious and manic. After the medication took effect, the goblin leader gave a sinister smile, a smile that revealed cruelty and hatred. You are the best warriors under my command. When I get back, I will definitely avenge you. The goblin leader chose to break through the weakest point, where the strongest opponent was a 4-star bronze-level vampire warrior. Their combat strength is several levels lower than that of Azerbaijan. The key issue is that the goblin leader is only thinking about escaping. He completely disregarded the lives of his subordinates. Let them recklessly harass that 4-star vampire warrior. He found a gap and slipped away from the crowd. Stop him. The 3 Jack brothers spread their golden wings, which whistled as they chased after them at incredible speed. Damn it. Even a single auto was a challenge for the goblin leader. Not to mention facing Jack and his 2 companions at the same time. The sharp claws occasionally pierced the goblin leader's body. A large chunk of flesh was cut off. Even as he pulled it out, he couldn't resist taking a puff. The 3-sided encirclement left the goblin leader with no time to defend himself. All it could utter were painful and powerless cries. The goblins behind them were no longer able to stop the vampire warriors' pursuit. More and more vampire warriors surrounded them. Amidst a barrage of attacks, having reached his physical limits, the goblin leader finally collapsed to the ground, filled with resentment. Jack got the kill. I felt a surge of experience flowing into my body. He groaned, then smirked and looked defiantly at the sullen Natalia and Gerald's around him. Snort. Stealing kills is also a skill. The 4 of them naturally wouldn't break ties with Jack over this, but they wouldn't get any of the blood flowing from this 5-star goblin. The other vampire warriors were somewhat envious after witnessing this scene. However, they have already gained a lot today. There are still many fresh goblins on the field waiting for them to take care of. The sharp-eyed Ari removed the storage ring from the goblin leader's thumb. He didn't even spare the clothes and armor on his body, nor the long sword in his hand. They were all spoils of war, and none of them could be left behind. If you return the item to the Lord, you can receive an energy stone as a reward from Athos. The other vampire warriors did the same. Although they didn't know what the Lord wanted these dirty things for, they naturally didn't care about such trivial matters since they could get energy stones. Lily, who led the pursuit of the goblins, also returned with her spoils. The fleeing goblins were mostly 1-star level and had little fighting power left. Her militia squad had little trouble dealing with them. The battle had not been going on for long. Jiang Cheng, accompanied by Anna, climbed the city wall. Looking at the ravaged ground, the numerous goblin remains, and the pervasive stench of blood, Jiang Cheng felt slightly uncomfortable. But then I thought that I would see many more of this kind of scene in the future, and that made me feel a lot better. My lord, Captain Otto asked me to give this to you. A militiaman came up with 3 captured storage rings and handed them to Jiang Cheng. You've worked hard. Go and rest. Looking at his face covered in blood and dirt, he was so exhausted that he could barely stand. Jiang Cheng patted him on the shoulder. After the militiaman left, Lily came up again. He handed a list to Jiang Cheng. My lord, 42 vampire warriors and 29 militiamen were wounded this time, but there were no fatalities. Very good. This is exactly the result Jiang Cheng wanted. Even if injured, vampires can fully recover thanks to their powerful self-healing abilities. It can be said that this battle, apart from consuming some resources, was otherwise. There were no additional losses. They wiped out an army of 1,000 with 0 casualties, and also killed a level 5 goblin. The level 5 beast core on his body was something Jiang Cheng desperately wanted. 3 storage rings on her hand. The largest one should belong to the goblin leader. The other 2 smaller, similarly styled storage rings should belong to a 4-star goblin. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is extremely precious. The other 4-star goblins are not eligible to possess them. Naturally, when unpacking something, you should start with the less desirable items. Good heavens, there are actually 3,000 energy stones. It seems the owner of this ring is quite favored by the goblin leader to be able to obtain so much. There are only a little over 10,000 units of energy stones in the mine. This would provoke the goblin leader to lead an army of 1,000 to attack. Jiang Cheng wondered if the goblin leader knew that his men had secretly hoarded so many energy stones. Aside from the energy stones, there wasn't much else to see. It was mostly just some rare treasures, this guy's clothes, and sex toys. Goblins are inherently greedy. They carried storage rings, so it's understandable that they would put all their belongings in them. The contents of the second storage ring were similar to those of the first, but there were only a paltry 500 energy stones. Finally, Jiang Cheng opened the last storage ring. This ring is larger than the previous two. It can accommodate a space of approximately 200 square meters. So many energy stones. Most of the space in the storage ring was occupied by energy stones. Jiang Cheng estimated that there should be no less than 40,000 of these energy stones. The rest are various rare and exotic fruits. High-grade animal meat. More than a dozen boxes of jewelry. There were also several sets of clothes that looked very festive. Could this goblin leader be looking to marry a girl and is currently raising money for the bride price? He promised the girl 50,000 energy stones. Unfortunately, I robbed her of 10,000 yuan on the way, which caused the girl to disagree with his marriage. So he was furious and brought his men here. After some thought, Jiang Cheng realized that he had seemingly ruined a good marriage, separating two people who were originally in love from each other forever. What a sin. Why don't you goblin get married first before coming here? They haven't even left a seed. The woman's family is not generous either. It's just a mere 10,000 energy stones. Is all this money not enough to repay the goblin boy's deep affection? They're the leader, you know. After a few years of ruthless exploitation of the people, what can't they get back? Jiang Cheng felt that the woman was really heartless, so he prepared to find an opportunity to lead his men to kill her and get revenge for his goblin, good brother. Just then, a layer of gray-black fog suddenly rose from the distant forest. It drifted towards this direction at an extremely high speed. Those from the furthest point, such as Otto Yair and his group, were the first to be hit. The fog had already drifted right up to them before they even realized it. Wah! He! Gagaga! Strange cries emanated from within the black mist. A dark figure stepped out first. Once the gray mist around him dissipated, Otto Yair and the others could finally see clearly what kind of person he was. Chapter 45. A suspected level 6 expert. Anna makes her move. A cloak made from a tattered piece of black cloth. The man's face and upper body were covered, leaving only his stiff, withered, bluish-black chin visible. What's chilling is that there seems to be a brown lividity next to his chin. Absorbing blood gives vampire warriors a strange sense of familiarity with the aura of living beings. But in this person, Atoil and the others did not sense any life. Instead, I sensed a dense aura of death. It should be said that the gray fog behind it is all deathly energy. Enveloped in gray fog, the lush trees instantly withered and died. Even harmless small animals lay on the ground, lifeless, devoured by the gray mist, leaving only skeletons. Prepare for battle. Feeling the unfathomable aura emanating from this person, Otto's expression was extremely solemn. We dare not be careless in the slightest. The level 4 vampire warriors stood at the very front. Then they are arranged in order of rank. This is also to avoid unnecessary casualties. Injuries can heal gradually, but once you die, everything is gone. The future achievements of vampire warriors will all be significant, and losing even one would be a huge loss. A gust of cold wind blew. The mysterious man's cloak was blown about. Only then did Yato and the others see the true face of the newcomer. To be precise, this is a dead person, and he has been dead for some time. His face was shriveled and dry, his eye sockets and cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were pure black, deep and dangerous, capable of drawing people in unconsciously. The mummified corpse curled its lips into a mocking smile. The deathly aura around him surged wildly into his palm. 2 crescent blades materialized and suddenly shot towards the vampire warrior. The speed of the moonblade is astonishing. Almost instantly, it appeared in front of the vampire warrior. Once they realized what was happening, Otto and the others exhausted almost every means at their disposal to withstand this attack. However, this energy was too powerful, reaching a level of overwhelming force. Those standing at the forefront, including Otto Yaley, had a deep, bone-revealing gash slashed across their chests by the moonblade, and their 4-star armor was shattered. It reversed backwards for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. The vampire warriors behind them fared even worse, being thrown into the air by the aftershocks. Fortunately, their blood wings managed to stabilize them, otherwise they might have been seriously injured. The enormous difference in strength made Yato and the others' expressions more solemn than ever before. The power emanating from this mummified corpse was many times greater than that of the previous goblin leader. The difference in strength between the two is impossible to measure. Yato and the others had no doubt that this mummified corpse possessed the strength of a 6-star expert. So what? The vampire warriors are not afraid of this. Brothers, form ranks. The 10 original vampire warriors formed the Blood Heaven formation immediately, because there wasn't enough time to get to know the new members. It's still the original 10 people. If there is enough time, at least some more members can be added to maximize the combat strength. Unfortunately, this is a battle. Things don't always go the way you want them to. The opponent, who is suspected to be a 6-star powerhouse, will not wait idly for them to assemble the grand formation. They will definitely launch an attack immediately. Yato remains the medium. The energy of the 9 people flowed into his body. His body continued to swell, and in no time, he had become a giant vampire warrior. Golden wings unfurled behind him, blotting out the sky, and his aura surged to the peak of level 5. The mummified corpse revealed an expression of great interest. His cloak moved without wind, and the deathly aura filling the air was absorbed into his body like a whirlpool in the deep sea, seemingly endless. At the same time, the aura emanating from the mummified corpse was also rising steadily, making it difficult for the vampire warriors nearby to breathe. Snort. At that very moment, Anna on the city wall made her move. Dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning flashed. A large, blood-red hand descended vertically. It points directly to the mummified corpse on the ground that has absorbed the death energy. Anna starts at 4 stars. After 3 upgrades to her territory, Anna's current level has reached 7 stars. In addition, there are the methods she has never used before. Jiang Chung felt that even an 8-star expert would not gain an advantage against her. Roar. The mummified corpse never expected there to be such a powerful figure here. He was only attracted by the smell of blood. Unexpectedly, we ran into a tough opponent. Unfortunately, the current situation leaves him no room for further thought. Those skeletal arms rapidly expanded, and the deathly aura surrounding them also created a pair of large hands. They leaped up and crashed into the bloody hands formed by Anna. You ants. Anna made a grabbing motion with one hand. With his other hand, he took out the Azure Phoenix sword that Luo Qi had given to Jiang Chung, and Jiang Chung then gave it to Anna. A clear bird song echoed through the sky. Countless creatures in the forest were startled by this, especially birds. It was already hovering in the air, searching for the source of the sound. Anna's dress billowed in the air currents around her, revealing her fair and smooth legs. A phantom image of a blue phoenix appeared behind them, and as time went on, it became more and more solid, seemingly a real blue phoenix crouching behind Anna. The crimson energy in his hand was continuously poured into the sword. The cracks on it are also deepening and starting to spread. It looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. The mummified corpse's figure froze in midair. They were locked in a stalemate with the blood-red hand. He was filled with remorse. He knew he had been tricked, and that the bloody hand was just bait. He was stuck in midair, unable to go up or down. If he leaves now, Bloodhand will pin him to the ground and kill him instantly. If you don't leave, then you'll just stay in the air and take that woman's powerful attack. The mummified corpse was filled with remorse. He even began to suspect that this was an elaborate hoax, that he had smelled a large amount of blood as soon as his slumber ended. However, these scents are nowhere near as alluring as these guys. The mummified corpse glanced longingly at Otto below. That one glance sent chills down Otto's spine. They have now withdrawn from the Blood Heaven formation. With the Empress taking action, it was naturally none of their business. Their current mission is to protect the vampire warriors and the weak militia squads behind them. Standing not far from Anna, Jiang Chung admired the maid's dashing figure for a while. His gaze fell upon the desiccated corpse in the air. Such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the territory. This made him somewhat uneasy. In particular, the methods used to kill this mummified corpse were extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Their strength is also extremely formidable, judging from the map intercepted from the goblins. There are no enemies of similar level nearby. There were no strange or mysterious places. The other party couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Jiang Cheng decided to examine the information on the mummified corpse to deduce where it came from. Chapter 46 New Achievement, Leaving the Newbie Zone, Big Secret. Request information. Human race, Liang Yu. Rank, 7 stars. Current status. Due to resentment and unwillingness at the time of death, the soul was unwilling to dissipate into the world, thus transforming into a zombie state, retaining some memories from before death. Note, during the zombie transformation state, the corpse cannot contain the death energy within its body, and its strength is lower than its peak. After the zombie transformation ends, its strength increases significantly. Humans. Jiang Cheng immediately became interested in Liang Yu. This was just one human he encountered on the Lord continent. Of course, the lords on the world channel don't count. They traveled through time with Jiang Cheng. Liang Yu, on the other hand, is a native of the area. They must have some understanding of this continent. Seemingly aware of the prying gaze, Liang Yu, who was in midair, turned his head and met Jiang Cheng's gaze with his deep, black hole-like eyes. In an instant, a sense of unease, like thorns on my back, washed over me. It made him dizzy, as if his soul was being ripped out. Court death. Anna's face instantly turned cold upon seeing this, her eyes sharp and piercing, making it impossible to look directly at her. The giant hand in the air exerted force suddenly. At this moment, no matter how much Liang Yu resisted, he could not slow down the speed at which the blood-red giant hand pressed down. He seemed to know what he had done wrong. That pretty boy must be that woman's lover. Otherwise, how could it suddenly become so powerful? If only I had known. Liang Yu was filled with regret. The giant, blood-red hand pressed him to the ground, crushing his body and shattering all his bones. It's obvious that after a zombie transformation, the body becomes indestructible. Under the suppression of the blood-red giant hand, Liang Yu's body was as fragile as a piece of paper. This isn't over yet. The next moment, a streak of azure sword energy ripped through the sky and roared in, exuding boundless power. It seemed as if it wanted to cut the heavens and the earth in two. The blinding blue light had already overshadowed the sun's rays. Boom. The earth trembled, and the sky howled. Liang Yu's body has been completely destroyed. Only wisps of black mist remained, swirling in the air. That was the power of his resentment. Such intense resentment is a great tonic for certain creatures of the underworld. If it is not eliminated, it's estimated that before long, skeletons and demons might start appearing from time to time outside Jiang Cheng's territory. Anna, of course, would not allow such an evil creature to remain here. His clear eyes turned blood red, and he spread his 5 fingers, remotely contracting and purifying the power of resentment. Wisps of white smoke rose up. The power of resentment emitted a series of soul-stirring sounds. It made me break out in a cold sweat and gave me goosebumps. As time passed, the power of resentment was completely eradicated. Only one pure white bead remained. Anna captured him. Jiang Chenggang wanted to ask what this was. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, Lord, on achieving the achievement, defeating your first level 7 boss. Rewards, 50,000 energy stones, 1,000 population, 50 houses, and 1 territory migration card. Note, to ensure a smooth early game for all lords on the continent, safe zones are chosen when selecting a birthplace. Now that you have met the requirements to leave this area, you can use a territory migration card to teleport to a random location, or choose a location yourself. The lord must personally arrive at the chosen location and use a migration card at the destination to complete the migration. I'm out of the beginner's village. Jiang Cheng was worried about how to develop his territory in the future. After all, there's no one left around who can fight back, so continuing to develop is simply a pipe dream. The problem is now solved, and things have become clear. In order to support the lord's early development, their birthplaces are all relatively remote, and the monsters around them are generally weak. This arrangement is reasonable. If it were a random time travel, if the lord is directly transported to the face of a level 8 or 9 monster, is there any point in playing? Once the protective shield ends, they can just wait to die, and even development can be skipped. This is completely unreasonable. Now that I'm out of the newbie zone, I can go to a more advanced area to develop my character. Where should I go to develop? Jiang Cheng felt it would be safer to find a location himself to use the territory migration card. This way, at least you can ensure that you have some understanding of the target location instead of starting from scratch. As for his target location, he had already decided on it, the mid-level goblin tribe. Take that place. Use the territory migration card there. With the foundation laid by the goblins, the subsequent development of the territory will be much easier. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng was horrified to discover that he seemed to have uncovered a huge secret. That means that tens of millions of lords, like him, live in relatively remote areas with weak monsters. As long as he has a detailed map of the Vaslo forest, he can deduce the approximate location of those lords. This way, he could sneak over without anyone noticing, to wipe out the enemy's territory in one fell swoop. The reward for taking them down won't be much. It can only be considered a side income. But upon closer examination, you'll find that this action was actually the right one. The Lord is blessed with unique advantages. As time goes by, the building level will gradually increase, and a large number of troops can be drawn every day. These military units do not require special training. They can grow stronger simply by eliminating local forces. This rate of development is far superior to that of local forces. Therefore, it can be inferred that the future world will definitely belong to the lords. Of these tens of millions of lords, only a few were ultimately able to survive. It will definitely develop into a giant in the industry. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's current actions to deal with these lords are tantamount to nipping them in the bud. These people may not need Jiang Cheng's help. In the process of development, it will be destroyed by unstable factors. But there's always a chance of something going wrong. What if they are chosen once? What if they grow and expand? What if he encounters a demon lord or a purple-winged dragon lord? Moreover, Jiang Cheng doesn't bother with them. They'll come knocking on our doors sooner or later. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, we should take the initiative and take them out. Strike first, strike hard. The mid-level goblin tribe must have a lot of information about the Vaslo Great Forest. So even if I don't move my territory there, I'm going to take it over and take out anything useful from it. I've made up my mind. Jiang Cheng found that the surroundings were quiet. When he came to his senses, he realized that Anna was staring straight at him. The militiamen on the city wall moved to the back. A knowing, ambiguous expression appeared on his face, as if he were watching a good show. Anna, why are you staring at me? And they were so close. Anna's rank has been gradually increasing. As she regained more and more memories, her imperial majesty grew stronger, and her personality became increasingly aloof. She's nowhere near as cute as she was at the beginning. But now, Jiang Cheng could see concern and worry in her eyes. Chapter 47, They already have a child. Anna parted her lips slightly. Is Master feeling unwell? Jiang Cheng smiled upon hearing this. I don't feel unwell anywhere. He said that, but he still checked his body. This is a subconscious behavior. Only then did he realize that he had reached level 5, surpassing all the vampire warriors. Lord, Jiang Cheng. Strength, 5 stars, barely acceptable. Unit type, undead vampire. Weapon, none. Item, 3 storage rings. Skill, defensive formation, iron wall. He has already upgraded his strength rating from 1 star to 5 stars. Jiang Cheng was initially surprised, but quickly realized why he had 5-star strength. Anna is a byproduct of the vampire temple. Jiang Cheng is also the master of the Blood Clan temple. Therefore, the experience gained from killing neutral monsters will be credited to him. As for why there is no notification sound, it may be masked by the achievement notification. Actually, he didn't really want those experience points. After all, he had the beautiful Anna by his side. It can ensure his life is safe. So many experience points would be better given to vampire warriors. Raise their levels, so that they can do more things. Master, come back to your room with me. Anna, with her soft, jade-like hand, led Jiang Cheng toward the temple. Anna, why go back to the temple? There are still many things to take care of here. That mummified corpse left a mark on you when it looked at its master. If you don't understand this, you'll have nightmares every night, and you might even encounter unclean things when you go out alone. So it must be removed. Anna, did you feel unwell after the battle? I'm fine. The temple will slowly replenish the energy I've consumed, so please rest assured, Master. Each time an achievement is accomplished, a striking announcement will appear on the World Channel. The original intention was to motivate the lords to strive for excellence. But now it seems that it is about to become Jiang Cheng's personal show. Looking at the announcement on the channel that Jiang Cheng had killed a level 7 boss. The Lord, who was engrossed in his activity, silently stopped what he was doing, unsure whether to continue chatting or focus on developing his territory. A level 7 boss. How is this possible? When the leaderboard was up at midnight, Jiang Cheng's troops were only level 4. How come he has already killed level 7 troops in just half a day? All living things undergo a qualitative change after reaching level 6. This qualitative change allows them to exert overwhelming dominance over organisms below level 6. It is extremely difficult for someone below level 6 to cross borders and kill a true level 6 being. Not to mention the 7th level above that. Could it be that formation? How is that possible? Forcibly elevating a 4-star vampire warrior to the point where he can contend with a 7-star through external force? Leaving aside whether he can kill a 7-star, the energy within his body alone would be enough to burst that vessel. What exactly did Jiang Cheng do to be able to kill a 7-star? It's simply unimaginable. He's the number 1 on the leaderboard. How could we ordinary folks possibly reach his level? Nonsense. Jiang Cheng must have used some unspeakable means to seduce the goddess to the point of madness. And then, while she was in a daze, he obtained several powerful weapons, which is why he was able to kill the 7-star boss. It's not impossible, and they're both rich. Maybe they've already connected via teleportation arrays and met up in person. If you put it that way, it's not impossible. Wow, my goddess, my goddess. Now she belongs to Jiang Cheng. At this rate, it won't be long before Jiang Cheng establishes a dynasty and an empire on the Lord Continent. Just then, the goddess's child will be born, and she'll become a prince and princess. I'm so envious. If you're envious, just find a monster in the wild and kill it right now. Maybe you can transmigrate into one of Jiang Cheng's little tadpoles and successfully reach the pinnacle of life. The chat on the World Channel is getting more and more outrageous. Luo Qi, who was secretly observing, acted impulsively and realized the seriousness of the situation. She immediately spent Lord Coins to activate the mute function. As the chat area calmed down, her mind cleared up as well. Her actions just confirmed those guys' suspicions. Ugh, how awful. I should have just kept moving the trash. Sure enough, lazy people never end well. I have to find Jiang Cheng and get him to help me clarify this matter. We can't let these guys keep talking like this. I'm a perfectly healthy virgin. I've never even held a boy's hand. How could I possibly be pregnant with Jiang Cheng's child? If this continues, my reputation will be ruined. Loki muted the world chat, and the lords created a private group chat, where the topics became increasingly outrageous. The alliances were also in an uproar over this. The top lords were usually busy outside all day. Seeing his troops break through to 4 stars, he thought he had finally caught up with Jiang Cheng. But when he got home and had some free time, he learned that Jiang Cheng had killed a level 7 boss. This made it difficult for them to even eat dinner. I immediately lost my appetite. Not only that, but even more outrageous news has also emerged. Luo Qi, who ranked 2nd, and Jiang Cheng have secretly become husband and wife and are even pregnant. They have already chosen a name for their child, Jiang Jiutian, which sounds very powerful and domineering. The two families were directly merged into one. From now on, we will be inseparable. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. Therefore, Jiang Cheng relied on the superior weapons in Luo Qi's possession. With unparalleled skill, he defeated the level 7 boss. They defeated the level 7 boss without giving it a chance. Some people even wrote novels about their story and sold them in the Lord's trading area, making a fortune in resources. Outrageous. Who exactly is spreading these rumors? We've only been on the Lord's continent for 3 days, and we already have a child? That's outrageous. The top lord was so angry that he spat out his food. Subsequently, the lords of the major alliances gathered together. A group chat was created. There was no other way. This matter had such a huge impact on them that they had to discuss it. If Luo Qi and Jiang Cheng are just business partners, then they don't need to take it so seriously. But now that they're about to have a baby and have become a family, we can't not discuss it. To emphasize the importance of the matter, they also added the bystander, Angel Lord Yunshi, to the group chat. After all, he is a lord who stands in the top 10 based on pure strength. It deserves their attention. Why hasn't the demon lord come? I don't know. I haven't seen him all day. Maybe he was played too badly by Jiang Cheng and his mentality collapsed. He's probably become withdrawn. Hee, that guy is really pitiful. Of all the people to challenge, he had to challenge the toughest one. Now his teeth are all broken. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about Luo Qi and Jiang Cheng. Are they really dating? What the hell? Didn't we already set up a teleportation array and get married? I've already named their child, something like Jiang Batian. Chapter 48, The Little Wife. Alright, let's get down to business. Jiang Cheng is now capable of killing a 7-star level being. Regardless of the methods he used, it represents a certain level of strength that we cannot afford to ignore. The most powerful Eastern Dragon Lord interrupted the conversation among these lords. What can we do? We can't just attack and kill him right now, can we? Leaving aside whether we can defeat Jiang Chong, just reaching the Vaslo Great Forest will come at a great cost. Are you willing to pay that price? The purple-winged radiant dragon lord, who was at odds with him, stepped forward. The demon lord is not here. Among the lords present, these two were the strongest and had the most authority to speak. If we can't go, we can send our alliance members who are in the Vaslo Forest. Lord Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon, isn't Xiao Yin, one of your subordinates, in the Vaslo Great Forest? Let him lead some men to act as cannon fodder, and also to test Jiang Cheng's strength for us. The Soul Clan Lord shared his thoughts. For some reason, he always felt a sense of displeasure towards Xiao Yin. No. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord refused without even thinking. This is his godson. How could he send him to his death? He has poured a lot of resources into him. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Nobody wants to sacrifice their own interests. Nobody wants to be the one to stick their neck out. After all, if they were to clash with Jiang Chong, they would be finished. They would have exhausted all their resources and would soon be overrun and devoured by the top lords below. An ally who is laughing and joking with you one moment might turn into a hungry wolf that wants to devour you the next. The struggle between lords is that cruel. One wrong move and you'll be doomed. The major lords, unable to reach a consensus due to their differing opinions, ultimately failed to reach a conclusion. They left with only the promise to discuss it in 7 days, and then went their separate ways. As for Yunxi, she had only just learned about this. I was just about to ask Jiang Cheng what exactly happened. Anna, your hands feel so good. Just keep this frequency. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be too tiring for me to lie down while you sit? No, as long as Master is happy. Inside the room, Jiang Cheng lay on the soft couch used for resting. Anna moved a chair and sat in the spot where his head was facing. She revealed a section of her fair wrist, gently placing it on Jiang Cheng's temple and slowly massaging it. A stream of warm energy flowed into Jiang Cheng's body, driving away the remaining marks on his body. This made Jiang Cheng feel exceptionally comfortable. It was exciting at first, but then I gradually entered the enjoyment mode, which led to the scene at the beginning. Her features are exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyebrows like distant mountains. Her hair was smooth and black, and her face was delicate and flawless. Every smile and frown is captivating, making one reluctant to break the beauty of the moment. Jiang Cheng stared intently at Anna. Perhaps there was something wrong with his posture, causing him to keep swallowing. However, this blissful moment was soon shattered as a series of message notifications rang in his mind. This forced Jiang Cheng to give up admiring Anna's appearance. Jiang Cheng, you'd better go to the World Channel and clarify our relationship right now, or our innocence will be in jeopardy. Jiang Cheng, what exactly happened between you and Lord Luoqi? Why is it causing such a stir? Could the rumors circulating outside be true? Two female lords sent him messages at the same time. A series of question marks flashed through Jiang Cheng's mind. He only enjoyed Anna's massage for a short while. Why are you making it sound like something terrible has happened? I opened the public chat area and took a look. Good heavens. They've even arranged a wife for me, and a daughter and a son for me too. These guys are really bored. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but complain in his heart. There's a lot of news on the World Channel. They had already talked for ages before Luoqi banned them, and Jiang Cheng had to search for a long time to figure out the cause and effect of the matter. The matter did indeed originate from him. The rest is all just the Lord's imaginations. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Why did these lords spend all their time chatting on the public screen? Didn't they need to develop their territories? Their ability to fill in the blanks is ridiculously strong. What's wrong? Is my technique wrong? Seeing the changing expressions on Jiang Cheng's face, Anna couldn't help but speak up. It's all right, Anna. You can help me with that before you go to bed tonight. Now, have Otto take some people out to look for cave entrances with fresh signs of earth breaking through, especially the kind that are filled with death energy. Going deeper in, there might be relics left behind by that mummy. The location of Liang Yu's transformation must be a dark and damp place, and it is also necessary to prevent the leakage of death energy. Underground caves can perfectly meet this requirement. Aside from that, there's nothing special about this area. The things left behind by the 7-star powerhouse. Jiang Cheng was still very envious. Even if he doesn't need it, he can sell it to other lords later. Make a fortune. Anna understood Jiang Cheng's thoughts. He bowed and then left the room. Only after Anna left was Jiang Cheng able to calm down and respond to them. He replied to Yunxi first. He recounted the entire story from beginning to end. They also ignored the series of problems that Yunxi encountered afterward. I closed the chat interface directly. Then he opened his chat with Luo Qi. To be honest, Jiang Qing's feelings were somewhat complicated at this moment. Thanks to Luo Qi's ban on speaking, these lords have probably already started talking about it in private. After all, this behavior might be seen by these lords as a sign of guilt, further confirming the speculation that the two had a close relationship. At this point, jumping out to clarify will only make things worse, and in the end, even an explanation won't be able to clear things up. Why don't you do something earth-shattering and tear-jerking to quell the hype surrounding this matter? Jiang Cheng thought of the internet environment before he traveled through time. Whenever some major news story occurs that attracts widespread public attention, a popular celebrity got into trouble, which absorbed most of the attention from the previous incident. I never expected that he could use it in the Lord Continent now. But I can't make it, Luo Qi said, looking aggrieved. Then you'll be my obedient wife and give me sons and daughters. Those lords have come up with dozens of pretty good names. Let's work hard together and try to use them all. Jiang Cheng was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. The lord's discussions had no effect on him. He continued to eat and drink as usual. He doesn't need to worry about what these idle people think about how he does things. As for reputation, it doesn't really matter to him. Aren't there enough people criticizing him on the World Channel every day? I saw Jiang Cheng's reply. Luo Qi was so angry that she stomped her feet. He wished he could swallow Jiang Cheng whole, like a steamed bun. Forget it, whatever, a little wife it is. A body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. It's definitely not true. Chapter 49. Sucking the blood of a dried corpse, the relics of a 7-star expert. After resting for a while, Jiang Cheng walked out of the temple. The sun had already set. The battlefield outside has been mostly cleaned up, and the smell of blood has gradually faded. Outside, the square was piled high with the shriveled corpses of goblins, all of which Jiang Cheng had converted into materials. The more than 1,000 goblin corpses, along with wild boars and other beasts, allowed Jiang Cheng to obtain a total of 520 level 1 beast cores, 360 level 2 beast cores, 80 level 3 beast cores, 12 level 4 beast cores, and 1 level 5 beast core, and 230,000 tons of timber and ore, as well as the tusks and fur of wild boars. The body gradually dissipated. This battle greatly increased Jiang Cheng's strength. The original group of people, including Otto, did not change much. I'm still at level 4, but I'm not far from the threshold of level 5. I'll absorb energy stones all night and kill some monsters tomorrow, and then I can break through. The second group, including Jack, also reaped considerable rewards. Aside from the 3 brothers, Lily has reached 4 stars, and the other 16 vampire warriors have all reached the peak of 3 stars. From tonight to tomorrow morning, the territory will have 16 more 4-star powerhouses. Today's batch of vampire warriors has arguably had the biggest harvest. The 5 gold-level vampire warriors have reached the mid-stage of 3 stars. All 12 silver-level athletes achieved 3 stars. The remaining bronze grades were also upgraded by 1 level. The entire team broke through to the 2nd-star level. This is all thanks to the older brothers who deliberately let them get killed. The number of soldiers in each branch of the military has increased. This also led to the slow upgrade of the troops under Jiang Cheng's command. While veteran members are developing their own strength, they also make sure to let new members get kills. As a result, they end up gaining far less experience themselves. Fortunately, Jiang Chengkai was generous and had a huge amount of energy stones to support him. My lord, something terrible has happened. Lily ran over from the direction of the training ground. What's wrong? Seeing the anxious expression on her face, Jiang Cheng guessed that something had happened and quickly went to greet her. Go check on that big idiot Ale. While Otto and his men were out searching for the cave entrance, he secretly sucked some blood from that mummified corpse and is now lying on the ground convulsing. What? How dare this guy do that? Jiang Cheng was also startled by Yalai's foolish behavior. They even dared to suck the blood off Liang Yu. This guy has probably been underground for hundreds of years. His blood has probably been concentrated into extremely poisonous corpse poison. It's all the essence. If you took even 1 puff of that, you'd be dead on the spot. My lord, you must go and save him. That big guy was lying on the ground, unable to speak, foaming at the mouth the whole time. We tried everything, but nothing worked. Lily's eyes welled up with tears. El was usually quite nice to the little girl. He always yielded to her and protected her in everything he did. Okay, I'll be right there. Go and inform Anna now. After saying that, Jiang Cheng immediately ran to the training ground. By this time, Ari had already been carried to the center of the training ground. A group of vampire warriors and militiamen surrounded him. My lord, My lord, please take a look at Alec. R has been like this ever since he drank the blood of the dried corpse. Upon seeing Jiang Chung arrive, the vampire warriors automatically made way for him. Walked through the crowd. Jiang Chung saw Yali lying on the ground. His face was pale, he was foaming at the mouth, his eyes were rolling back, and his limbs were twitching from time to time. These are very typical signs of poisoning. Jiang Chung was preparing to buy a pill that could cure all poisons from the mall using Lord coins. Anna came up from behind. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, flashed with a bewitching red light as she scanned Aries' chest. Everyone watched this scene with concern. They did not make a sound to disturb them. After a long while, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. He said softly, "Everyone, disperse." After everyone had stepped aside, Anna carried Arya's armor. "Keep him sitting." Then he placed his hand on the head. It looked like she had pressed it on, but actually she hadn't. Anna's hand was still a certain distance away from Aries' head. As an empress, Anna would not easily touch any man except Jiang Chung. A crimson energy enveloped Ari. Wisps of dark, deathly aura arose from the top of his head. At the same time, the scorching energy caused Ari to let out painful howls. Lily and the others were overjoyed to see this. From their perspective, Il was in much better condition than before and could even make a sound. As time passed, wisps of death aura emanated from Aries' body. Then Anna slapped him on the back from a distance. A foul-smelling, writhing mass of black blood gushed from his mouth. This mass of black blood was mixed with death energy and the power of lingering resentment. It also possesses an extremely strong ability to infect. If Anna doesn't handle it in time, it won't be long before Ale turns into Liang Yu's appearance, becoming a conscious, mummified corpse. Anna then explained all of this. The vampire warriors instantly lost their desire for the dried corpse. After all, the blood of a level 7 expert is extremely tempting to them. However, Il was rather reckless and secretly took a puff by himself. This ultimately led to his tragic end. Your current abilities are simply insufficient to purify the blood of a level 7 expert. It's not impossible to absorb it. I'll purify his blood later and remove all the death energy and resentment from it. Anna was well aware of the desire for vampire warriors. In fact, she had originally planned to extract Liang Yu's blood and purify it using special methods. However, due to the mark on Jiang Cheng's body, they have not taken any action yet. The vampire warriors were thrilled upon hearing the news. Jiang Cheng also made a suggestion at this time. Anna, is it possible to remove only the death energy and resentment from the blood while preserving its infectiousness? If it is possible to retain infectivity, the role that vampire warriors will play in the future will be enormous. It can infect enemy forces without them noticing. Once the two sides go to war, all of the enemy's men will have been assimilated by the vampire warriors. That would be very interesting. Anna hesitated for a moment, then said, "I can only try my best. This is my first time doing something like this, so I'm not very confident. It's okay, I won't force it if it doesn't work out." Not long after, Otto returned with his men. They found the cave filled with deathly energy, the very place where Liang Yu's corpse had transformed. There wasn't much of value in it. There was only a storage ring and some writing on the stone wall. The storage ring contained very few valuable items. A 5-star longsword, broken and rotten. Most of the energy stones are also unusable. No more than 500 pieces have residual energy. As for the writing on the stone wall, it had already been written by Yato on a piece of tree bark. There are no books in the territory. Tree bark can only be used as a substitute. The above content is a poignant love story about Liang Yu. Then he was cheated on. She was also abused and humiliated by her lover on the spot, and was later beaten to the point of near death. She barely managed to escape when her lover was off guard. This is so exciting. If I put a story like this in the Lord's trading area, I could sell it for 10 level 3 beast cores. Jiang Chung then put all the unwanted loot on the Lord's trading area, including sex toys from his storage ring. Chapter 50 Temple Upgrade, The Miraculous Egg. After leaving behind a batch of energy stones, Jiang Chung arrived at the residential area. In an empty area near the residential area, I collected the citizens and residences I had obtained as achievement rewards. The first batch of subjects already exists, so Jiang Chung doesn't need to personally lead this new batch. After leaving behind the rare fruits, high-grade meat, and some exquisite jewelry from the goblin storage ring, Jiang Chung returned to the temple alone. Attention all units. The goblin merchant has reappeared in the trading area. Keep your eyes peeled and don't buy the wrong thing. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I accidentally clicked the wrong button and bought the armor sold by the goblin lord. But this armor seems to be of pretty good quality. It's not sewn with needle and thread. Yes, the quality of the weapons this time is also quite good. Hee, I bought 10 gold coins for 5 level 1 beast cores. I'm so happy. I suggest you go upstairs to the hospital to get your brain checked to see if there's anything wrong with it. Haha, he's trying to bribe the monster with gold so it won't kill him. Don't you understand his strategy? The goblin leader is as cunning as ever. He said it was clothes that high-quality human men should wear, but what I bought was a funeral shroud, and the size was ridiculously large. Even I, who weighs 500 pounds, would automatically fall off after wearing it. At least yours can be used as a blanket. I bought a pair of underwear from him, supposedly for big men, but it's more than enough to be used as a parachute. Moreover, it's sticky and smelly, covered in yellow stains. 20 of my soldiers fainted on the spot after smelling it. I suspect this is a biological weapon carefully arranged by the Goblin Lord. Haha, did he just pluck this from one of his soldiers? You're in luck, kid. It has 10 times the protein of beef. I suggest you make soup with it. It's super nutritious. I'm so envious. I'll definitely buy it next time it appears. The world chat once again sparked heated discussions about the Goblin Lord, increasing his popularity. After a series of operations, everything Jiang Chung offered up sold out. Those lords didn't want to buy his things. I just wanted to see how novel the things he sold were. After all, no lord has ever been as crazy as this one. He even stripped his own soldiers of their underwear and sold it. This also increased the vigilance of lords who genuinely wanted to buy items. He silently reminded himself that he must be careful when buying things in the trading area in the future and not buy items from the Goblin Lord. Inside the main hall, Jiang Chung collected the supplies he had earned in the trading area. He lacks nothing now, except beast cores. He wouldn't complain even if you gave him more of this stuff. A level 2 beast core can be broken down into 10 level 1 beast cores. A level 3 beast core can be broken down into 20 level 2 beast cores. A level 4 beast core can be broken down into 30 level 30 beast cores. From this point on, no matter how high the level, the maximum number of beast cores that can be obtained from decomposition will be 30 and no more. The level 5 beast core in Jiang Cheng's hand can be broken down into 30 level 4 beast cores. Combined with the 12 level 4 beast cores he already has, he has met the requirements for upgrading the temple. The level 1, level 2, and level 3 beast cores I have can be combined into 2 level 4 beast cores. However, after the temple was upgraded, these 2 level 4 stones are no longer enough. There's still a long way to go on the road to growth. Jiang Chung sighed and walked out of the temple. Upgrade the vampire temple. Upgrade. After silently repeating it in my mind. Looking back at the transformed vampire temple. After this upgrade, the vampire temple grew ever more majestic and imposing, with an additional 100-meter-long staircase added at the main entrance. The statue of the blood god ancestor is becoming more and more lifelike, as if a real person were standing here, ready to step down from it at any moment. Vampire Temple, Level 5. 70 vampire warriors can be drawn daily. The chance of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 70%. The chance of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 40%, and the chance of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 20%. Next upgrade requires 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, and 50 level 5 beast cores. Level 5 beast cores are produced by level 5 creatures, with a 70% drop rate. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of it dropping a beast core. As the probability of a single entity increases, the quality of vampire warriors will continue to improve over time. 70 vampire warriors can now be selected each day. It won't be long before the number of vampire warriors skyrockets. The strength of the territory will also increase accordingly. We must improve the strength of Otto Yair and the others. I can't keep these bloodline enhancement pills I have. If necessary, I can use my Lord coins to buy a few more. Jiang Chung barely used the Lord coins he earned from the 2 leaderboard rankings, except for buying Lilia's set of armor, because he took a liking to an item in the mall. So I've never been willing to spend the money. I want to keep saving up so I can buy the thing I want. However, if the overall strength of the vampire warriors does not meet expectations, Jiang Chung can only put that thing aside for now and use the Lord coins in his hand to strengthen the team. Territory upgrade successful. Territory coverage area doubled. Rewards: 20 city defense cannons, 1,000 vampire citizens, 300 houses, Vampire Hall of Heroes, and 1 magical egg. Upon seeing the reward, Jiang Chung raised an eyebrow. The Hall of Blood Clan Heroes sounds like a building. But what on earth is this magical egg? Is it as magical as he claims? The magic egg. Each egg can hatch into a magical item, bringing unexpected surprises. Incubation time, 3 days. Note, do not move it during the incubation period. Just place it quietly in a corner. You can interact with it when necessary to increase the intimacy between you. That's really quite mysterious. They didn't give me any information at all. You think you can interact with me? No way. If what hatches is some weird thing, then we'll meet in the Lord's trading area. Jiang Cheng took out the egg, which was the size of a baby, held it in his arms, and threatened it fiercely. Then he opened the Hall of Heroes of the Blood Clan. Hall of Heroes of the Blood Clan. Effect 1. Increases the loyalty of your territory's inhabitants. Effect 2. Within the territory, vampire warriors will have their attack power increased by 10%. Effect 3. Can guide the souls of fallen vampires, helping them to regenerate their bodies after 7 days and complete their resurrection. Current maximum quota, 20. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 1 level 6 beast core, 10,000 energy stones. Hiss. After reading the introduction to the Hall of Heroes of the Blood Clan, Jiang Cheng was a little excited. If Anna were there, he might have gone up and hugged her. Unfortunately, there's only one egg in my arms right now. Chapter 51: The Super Lord Who Abandons Competition, The Decline of Morality. The vampire warriors haven't reached the point of being able to regenerate from a drop of blood yet, so the arrival of this vampire Hall of Heroes is truly timely. That way, we won't have to be so hesitant to move our territory to a new region. The Hall of Heroes might become somewhat useless later on, but it's definitely a good thing in the early stages. Jiang Cheng found an open space and silently recited Yus in his mind. The white light gradually faded. A solemn and majestic hall appeared before Jiang Cheng. The hall was entirely silver, with some decorations in the style of vampires. 2 stone statues of vampire warriors holding long swords stood at the entrance. Even the most carefree person will have a somber expression when standing in front of this stone statue. This place holds the souls of the vampire warriors who died in battle. They died fighting to protect their homes and defend their territory from invasion. We will not tolerate any offense from anyone. The vampires among the lords seemed to sense it. They all came out and looked towards the great hall. They clasped their hands together in front of their chests, as if they were praying. If it weren't for the fact that an important condition was missing during the upgrade, a level 6 beast core, Jiang Cheng might upgrade this vampire hero hall right now. The growth potential of a vampire is definitely higher than that of a level 6 beast core. If I can survive, I can obtain countless level 6 beast cores in the future. This is a worthwhile deal. Phew, after the territory is relocated, we'll probably be facing a situation where level 4s are everywhere and level 5s are as common as dogs. I wonder how Otto Yair and the others are doing with their level increases. Jiang Cheng tightened his grip on the egg in his arms. I have a feeling that this guy did something when he wasn't looking. Each time, she would slide down a little, wanting to escape his loving embrace. After arriving at the training ground, many vampire warriors are practicing the Blood Heaven formation outside. A small number of people who urgently needed to break through were already cultivating inside, including Yato Yeli. Jiang Cheng gave the 2 orders. We must seize every opportunity to break through to level 5. My lord, what are you holding in your arms? After finishing training the vampire squad, Lily came up behind Jiang Cheng. I stole a glance at the egg in his hand. He looked like he wanted to touch it, but didn't dare. Jiang Chengjian suggested that the egg be handed directly to the little girl. She said earnestly, there's a baby inside this egg. It will be your younger brother or sister in the future. Lily, you must protect it well. Jiang Cheng has now reached level 5. I could sense a strong life force inside the egg, ready to burst forth at any moment. The little girl seemed to really like it. Jiang Cheng then handed the egg to her. Let her hold and play by herself. He's a grown man with so many things to do all day long. How could he possibly be fixated on just one egg? Midnight. The rankings have arrived as scheduled. The leaderboard was much quieter on the 3rd day than on the previous 2 days. Apart from the lower-ranked lords fighting amongst themselves, the higher-ranked lords remained completely silent. There was no fierce fighting. They seemed to accept the rankings on the leaderboard with complete satisfaction. As expected, Jiang Cheng remains in 1st place. Loki is 2nd. The 3rd is Dongfang Shenlong. The other lords each took a step forward. Apart from the demon lord who was 4th yesterday, he has fallen all the way down to 10th place, landing at the very bottom and about to fall from his pedestal and exit the ranks of super lords. This situation inevitably caused many lords to sigh with regret. After all, they had a glorious period in their past. He is a figure whom countless lords look up to. His subordinates possess extremely powerful demon soldiers, which, once fully developed, will become an extremely terrifying force, with virtually no one able to contend with them. But now he's been completely crushed by Jiang Cheng, who's ranked number 1, and has them firmly under his control. It's useless at least for now. The demons in his hands had all lost hope of survival. How can we develop like this? If this situation continues, it will be very difficult for the demon lord to turn the tide again. Especially the Abyss Mist 7 days later. The Abyss Mist is a devastating disaster for ordinary lords, requiring them to exert all their strength to deal with it. But for the top-tier lords and super lords, this will be an opportunity. A large amount of abyssal fog is equivalent to a large amount of experience. Meanwhile, the rewards for the 7th day leaderboard are exceptionally generous, which may determine which lords can maintain their top positions for some time to come. Therefore, the demon lord failed to seize this opportunity. Then it will be very difficult for him to turn things around. Sigh, all these guys have refused my challenge. Sanguine Temple. Jiang Cheng sat on the throne, sighing repeatedly. Because the news of killing a level 7 boss during the day was too shocking, all the super lords refused Jiang Cheng's request. They also rejected Loki's request. After all, they had already implicitly acknowledged that their relationship was definitely not shallow, and that they might actually be in a romantic relationship. It's hard to say whether they actually set up the legendary formation to meet in person, but their actions forced the other lords to think deeply. Therefore, they refused both Jiang Cheng's and Luo Qi's challenge requests. The reason is simple: they can't beat them. Now that things have come to this, these super lords no longer care about saving face. As long as they aren't attacked, they won't say a word. There was a living, breathing demon lord standing there. They don't want to be the second one. The rewards on the leaderboard remain unchanged. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the rewards will remain the same until the 7th day, without any major changes. After receiving the reward, the world channel is buzzing with activity again. The world is going to the dogs. Now, tens of millions of lords will probably really respect Jiang Cheng. Others will not dare to compete with him, or even dare to confront him. That's right. That demon lord was quite a man, with a tough backbone, but unfortunately, he was crushed by Jiang Cheng. Don't forget that the second place is Jiang Cheng's woman. The couple completely dominates the rankings. Just imagine, if Luo Qi gave all the resources she acquired to Jiang Cheng, and also gifted him a large number of weapons, who do you think would dare to compete with him? Hiss. If Jiang Cheng consumes 2 sets of resources by himself, how are the other lords supposed to compete? Damn it. That pretty boy Jiang Cheng not only seduced the goddess's body, but now he wants to steal her resources. This is intolerable. As long as he doesn't form an alliance, he can't truly be above us. Hee. They wouldn't even look at a nobody like you. Once the mists of the abyss clear, they'll weed out a large number of weak lords. Then, when they form an alliance, the lords who join will almost all be high quality and have strong growth potential. It took 3 days. Many lords have already figured out what the great lords are thinking. People started speculating in the public chat. At the same time, there is some concern about how many lords will survive 7 days and continue to stand on the continent. Chapter 52. Possesses infectivity, upgrades barracks. The next morning, Jiang Cheng was pulled up by the little girl Lily. The reason is that a large number of vampire warriors within the Lord have broken through their levels. The first to do so were Otto Yaley and the 3 Jack brothers, who successfully broke through to the 5th star. The remaining 8 vampire warriors from the first batch were slightly inferior. I estimate we can break through this afternoon as well. Secondly, the 2nd and 3rd batches of vampire warriors also made large-scale breakthroughs. Such a magnificent sight delighted Lily, and she ran straight to Jiang Cheng's room and dragged him up. Fortunately, Anna didn't see this. Otherwise, I would definitely scold the little girl a bit. Okay, I'll get up right away. By the way, Lily, where did you put the egg I gave you yesterday? The little girl took the egg back to her room last night. Jiang Cheng was afraid that she would heat the egg and cook it. It's on my bed. I slept with it last night. It feels smooth and very comfortable. The Lord told me not to touch it, so I put it on the bed. Very good. Jiang Cheng rubbed the little girl's head. After washing up, Jiang Cheng arrived at the training ground accompanied by the little girl. Anna was also on the training ground at that moment. A pile of small porcelain bottles was placed in front of her. Each vampire warrior can receive 1 bottle. It's no surprise that the bottles contain purified blood. Anna has probably been busy with this since yesterday. Jiang Cheng strode over and exclaimed with delight. Anna, you did it. Anna nodded slightly. Drinking this bottle of blood will give vampire warriors the ability to infect others. This is a path we never imagined, but I never thought it would actually succeed. Araya has already tested it beforehand. Master, would you like to go and see the results? Jiang Cheng naturally had to go. Then Anna handed a porcelain bottle to Lily. Let the little girl stay here to continue maintaining order. On the other side of the training ground, Alejandro and his group gathered together. It seems to be teasing something interesting. My lord. After the vampire warriors made way for them, Jiang Cheng saw the creature they were watching. A rabbit. The rabbit seemed fine at first, but as Jiang Cheng approached, its eyes glowed red, and it jumped in front of him and lay down as if to pay its respects. Seeing Jiang Cheng's surprised expression, Ale smiled smugly. My lord, this is my newly acquired ability. Any creature that I bite will not feel anything at first, but as time goes by, the internal structure of their body will slowly transform into that of a vampire until they truly become vampires. At that time, they will be directly under our control, and we will be able to give them direct commands through the blood imprint in our brains. Of course, they can also infect others, but the effect will be much weaker after the second infection. Humans should be included among all living beings, right? Jiang Cheng suddenly had a great idea. Nature. After receiving Ale's affirmation, Jiang Cheng felt that his future life as a lord would become more and more interesting. He then left the training ground. Before leaving, he handed over all the bloodline enhancement pills he had to Otto, asking him to distribute them to the first batch of vampire squads to improve their strength as soon as possible. At the same time, 100,000 energy stones were left for their use. He only had 23 bloodline enhancement pills, one short of the 8 members of the first batch of Blood Clan team members, to reach the gold rank. But who told him to take a concubine yesterday? After much pleading and cajoling, I finally managed to get one. This is enough to allow the entire first batch of vampire squads to reach the gold level. This can be considered as fulfilling the promise made before. Back in the main hall, we had a quick and simple breakfast. Should I draw today's vampire warrior? Extract. The Blood Clan temple has now reached level 5. 70 vampire warriors can be drawn each day. This number is quite considerable. 70 beams of white light appeared in the main hall. Fortunately, after several upgrades, the main hall has been expanded several times over. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Vampire warriors below the gold and silver levels were the first to shed the white light from their bodies. Jiang Cheng roughly estimated that there were about 35 people. These 35 people were all of bronze level bloodline, and none of them were of iron level bloodline. The black iron vampire warriors have always been a headache for Jiang Cheng. In terms of talent, they are far inferior to vampire warriors of other bloodlines, and the same is true in terms of strength. A great deal of resources will be needed to nurture them. Let's not train them. After all, they were his own soldiers, and he couldn't bear to see the dejected look in their eyes, as if they were one step behind others. In short, Jiang Cheng tried his best to ensure that everyone received the same amount of resources. This is the limit of what he can do. But this can't go on forever. Jiang Cheng was in a great mood after witnessing what happened today. All of them were bronze level, and there wasn't a single iron level one. Few the luck points I got from the leaderboard are finally paying off. I just wonder how many silver level and how many gold level ones I'll get. Not long after, the remaining white light gradually faded away. Of the remaining 35 vampire warriors, 25 possessed silver level bloodlines, while the remaining 10 were all gold level legends. In high spirits, Jiang Cheng gave them each a brief name and sent them to the training ground to interact with other vampire warriors. Jiang Cheng now commands a terrifying 29 gold level vampire warriors. The silver level warriors are not bad either, totaling 37. The largest group consisted of bronze level vampire warriors, numbering a terrifying 61. Secondly, there are the fewest black iron level vampire warriors, numbering only 23. Originally, the proportion of people in the black iron rank should have been the highest. However, Jiang Cheng continuously upgraded the territory. Furthermore, their generous use of bloodline enhancement pills greatly reduced this number, keeping them at the lowest level. This is a good sign. Then we will strive to reduce this number to 0. After browsing the world chat in the main hall for a while, and then buying some quirky trinkets in the Lord's trading area, Jiang Cheng went to the residential area. I took a look at the development status of the territory. He then gave away the little trinkets he had just found to the residents. I finished looking at this part. Jiang Cheng arrived at the training ground. Jiang Cheng hasn't upgraded the barracks since it was built. Now that the militia squads and vampire warriors all train in the drill ground, the space that was originally meant to accommodate 500 people is no longer quite enough. Traffic congestion has already occurred. Should we upgrade the vampire barracks? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Vampire barracks, level 2. The vampire barracks provide a training ground for vampire warriors, accelerating their cultivation and aiding in the digestion of their tainted blood. Currently can accommodate 1,000 vampire warriors. Next upgrade requirements: 5,000 wood, 5,000 or 10 level 2 beast cores. Chapter 53. Heading to the intermediate tribe, encountering the demon bear lord. After the barracks are upgraded, Jiang Chung brought along the three brothers, Otto Yaley, Jack, and little girl Lily. Head to the mid-level goblin tribe. The journey is 300 li, and at Yado and the others' full-speed flight, it will take about an hour and a half. During this process, you also need to consider the troublesome wild monsters. We may not arrive at our destination until evening. Jiang Chung instructed Anna to take over the territory and ordered the militia and vampire squads not to go out during this period. Otherwise, he can use the territory migration card after he gets there. But if someone happens to be out of the territory, causing them not to come over, wouldn't that just create more trouble? After explaining everything, Jiang Chung took the food Anna had prepared for him and set off for the intermediate goblin tribe. Jiang Chung had the maps that had been seized earlier. It's not very detailed, but you can get a general idea of the direction. Additionally, the accuracy of the route can be determined by the marching tracks left by the goblin army. We've covered about half the distance. Jess, who had gone to scout ahead, returned to the group. Reporting to the Lord. There is a herd of rock bulls ahead, numbering over 80, with the strongest one possessing the strength of a 4-star beast. There was a battle commotion on the left. A group of demonic bears were attacking a 3-star lion-tiger beast. I spotted a human among them. When I went to investigate, the battle seemed to be nearing its end, so I rushed back to report immediately. Jiang Chung suddenly stood up from the rock. I'm a little excited. You really saw someone there? Jess looked completely certain. Yes, that human seems to be the leader of the monsters, directing the battle from behind the scenes the whole time. Jiang Chung did not hesitate upon hearing this. They immediately led their men and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. I never expected that a trip out would lead to such an unexpected surprise. This place can be considered quite remote. Level 4 monsters are rarely seen. Jiang Chung was also only thinking about getting on the road. No one was asked to examine it closely. It would have been better if they hadn't discovered you. But now that I've found you, you'd better become my prey. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Phew. We finally took down that liger. It wasn't easy. 2 of my top generals were seriously injured. Luckily, this beast was injured in a fight with other monsters before, otherwise it would have taken a lot of effort to take him down. The young man who spoke was named He Yuan. He is the demon bear lord of the demon bear cave. He possessed 40 demonic bears, the highest being early stage 3-star and the lowest only 1-star. He should have had more demon bears. Unfortunately, many died or were injured in the battle with the wild beasts. If only I could have soldiers like Jiang Chung. I could stay in my territory all day eating, drinking, and having fun, and I could leave everything to my soldiers. All I have to do is stay in my territory and wait for beauties to come to me. Just thinking about how Jiang Qing actually managed to steal my goddess away is infuriating. Fortunately, through the introduction of a top lord, I joined the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance and became a member. It won't be long before Jiang Qing stops being so arrogant. My demon bear cave will become a bridgehead for the war, attacking Jiang Qing's territory. After that, I won't have to live in fear like I do now, and I'll also get a large amount of resources. He Yuan thought to himself. His expression grew increasingly agitated. Jiang Qing's location was only a few dozen miles away from him, but his exact location still needed to be determined. But these are all minor matters. As long as he holds on for now, once the Alliance army arrives, Jiang Qing will be annihilated in an instant. As a contributor to the bridgehead of the war, he would naturally receive a generous reward. Let's go back to our territory. He called out to the monsters cleaning up the battlefield. He Yuan walked at the front, heading towards the territory. Just then, he noticed a pretty little girl playing in the water by the stream outside his territory. The little girl's laughter was very clear and crisp. The smile on her face, bathed in sunlight, was as beautiful as a flower. Her petite and delicate figure makes her as cute as a porcelain doll, making people want to hold her in their arms and play with her. He Yuan was burning with desire, his mind filled with all sorts of unhealthy thoughts. I wanted to go up and say hello to that little girl. Because He Yuan belongs to the intermediate lord type. The rankings have absolutely nothing to do with him. And he himself is a lazy person. Every night, he would go to the lord's trading area to buy some fine wine, eat and drink his fill, and then lie in bed and fall fast asleep, completely indifferent to the contents of the leaderboard, let alone watching the epic battles between the top lords. Seeing this will only make him jealous. If that's the case, what else is there for him to see? So even though Lily had fought, He Yuan had no recollection of her appearance. Instead, it gave rise to inappropriate thoughts. Hey, little sister up ahead, wait for me. The girl ahead ran into the depths of the forest. He Yuan followed without thinking. The demonic bear followed closely behind him, but by the time they passed through a forest, the girl and his lord had vanished without a trace. Roar! Ugh, how disgusting. How could someone have such thoughts about a little girl? Upstream, Lily drew her sword and twirled it, severing He Yuan's third leg in a flash of light. At this moment, He Yuan had already been knocked unconscious by Yalai's punch. Therefore, no screams were heard. But the intense pain still caused him to convulse continuously. This made the two people next to Otto and Yair shudder. I subconsciously adjusted my egg channel. Uncle Ale, you can mark him. All right. Ale looked at the sword in the little girl's hand with lingering fear. He nodded. He used his claws to cut open the skin on the back of He Yuan's neck, then cut open his own finger and dripped a drop of blood into the wound. Influenced by this drop of blood, He Yuan's wound on the back of his neck is healing rapidly. The bleeding stopped quickly. Only a blood-red, fingernail-sized, birthmark-like mark remained. Mission accomplished. Let's go, don't keep the Lord and the others waiting. Lily said calmly. Her expression remained unchanged as she looked at the food she had just cut. Influenced by Anna, her demeanor had gradually become aloof. She only reveals her innocent and adorable nature when facing Jiangcheng. Okay, let's go. Ottilie nodded. Jiangcheng did not act with them. Accompanied by the three Jack brothers, he put on a mask, preparing to fight the demon bear and experience its formidable 5-star strength. Before leaving, Yair gave a lewd smile and used a twig to pick up a piece of meat from the ground. After the group reunited, Ari covered his face with a cloth and threw the piece of meat in front of a demon bear that had been beaten black and blue and was on the verge of death. Like a warm-hearted older brother next door, he patted the demon bear's head and said softly, "Eat it. It won't hurt anymore after you eat it. Consider this your compensation." This level 1 demonic bear was of low intelligence and had no idea what was going on. After smelling the aroma, it swallowed it whole. Chapter 54. Using Territory Migration Cards, Map. After this little incident, Jiangcheng and his group traveled nonstop and finally arrived at the intermediate goblin tribe before sunset. The goblin tribe has not yet shown any signs of decline. After all, it only happened yesterday, and with the goblin's leg strength, it would take at least a day to run there. Moreover, Jiangcheng didn't miss a single goblin. They were all wiped out at the entrance to the territory. These goblins probably don't know their leader is dead yet, and they're probably still preparing food for their victorious army and planning a celebration feast. Very few goblins remain to guard the area. There are no more than 200 of them, and the strongest is only 4 stars. My lord, should we launch an attack now? Ari could no longer contain his fighting spirit and had already drawn his weapon, ready to wreak havoc. Jiangcheng shook his head. Let's settle the territory nearby first. Afterwards, we will gather a large force to surround this area. We cannot miss a single goblin. Otherwise they will run to the kingdom to report the news, and we will have a hard time dealing with them. Jiangcheng does not yet possess the strength to confront a nation. We can't keep drifting like this. We arrived at a beautiful place nearby, nestled between mountains and water. There are 2 4-star basilisks coiled up here. However, such a level was no match for Yato and the others. Jiangcheng occupied the area with almost no resistance and did not cause much of a commotion. Should we use a territory migration card? Use. After a dizzying spin, Jiangcheng and his group appeared in the territory. The vampire warriors around them stared at them in utter bewilderment. My lord, weren't you out looking for new territories? Yes, my lord. How come you're back so soon? Have you encountered any enemies? Tell me, and I, Iron Bull, will wipe them all out for you. The core secrets of finding the territory were known only to a few people who set off with Jiangcheng, plus Anna. Jiangcheng told them that he had a way to transfer the territory over to them. But the other vampire warriors and vampire citizens were unaware of this. They saw Jiangcheng and his group appear in the territory. They thought the group had given up their mission. I'm back to rest now. After thoroughly mocking them, Ariel told them to leave the landmark buildings and look back. Behind the territory, there was originally an open space and a forest. Now it has turned into a small mountain. The artificially introduced river next to it has also become a stream that flows naturally down from the mountain. Such a tremendous change drew gasps of amazement from everyone in the territory. To be honest, if they hadn't experienced it firsthand, Otto and the others might have joined the ranks of the amazed. The territory migration card essentially moves everything in the territory without missing a single item, and the locations remain unchanged. Everything stays exactly where it was originally. This even includes the fields cultivated by the vampires. The wooden bridge was built, and so were the houses. The protective shield remained in the sky above the territory as always, and was not removed despite the movement. Arriving in a new home naturally brought many troubles. For example, there are many wild monsters on the small hill behind that have not been cleared. These monsters were also confused. They had just taken a nap, but when they woke up, the outside world had completely changed. Strangely, there was a transparent wall blocking them from escaping, and no creatures from the outside world could enter it. Jiang Cheng entrusted the task of clearing the territory to Lily. She was tasked with leading half of the militia squad and a new batch of vampire warriors to carry out the extermination. After all, the most powerful two-headed snake monster in the vicinity has already died, and its meat has been distributed to the Lord's residents. The remaining wild monsters are just a bunch of worthless rotten fish and shrimp, not worth worrying about. Lily and her group are more than enough to crush them. It's worth mentioning that someone has appeared in the Lord's trading zone who is competing with him for business. It was the same demon bear lord who had his blood seed implanted that afternoon. He actually openly sold the demon bears under his command, and then asked for all sorts of aphrodisiacs and limb regeneration drugs in the public chat. Jiang Cheng was so angry at the sight that his teeth itched. I should have taught this guy a lesson. How dare he steal my business? Did Lily and the others do something? Otherwise, why would this guy beg for medicine like a madman? Does he want to have a 900-round battle with Five Fingers Girl tonight? Jiang Cheng began to suspect that people who had their blood implanted might experience an increase in sexual desire. However, since he wants the miracle drug so badly, Jiang Cheng wouldn't hesitate to lend him a hand. Those two snake monsters were a male and a female. There were 3 snake eggs left in the cave. Jiang Cheng planned to use 2 of them for breakfast for the next 2 days, and he would sell the remaining 1 to this guy. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng, in the name of the Goblin Lord, listed the egg for the price of a level 4 beast core. It was also labeled as a miracle egg, promising to cure all diseases and eradicate them completely. The egg was quickly bought by the leader of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance. After all, He Yuan is the bridgehead for attacking Jiang Cheng's territory, and the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance will agree to whatever he asks for at this stage. As for level 4 beast cores, if each of the alliance's high-ranking members donates a little, they can easily scrape together enough. As for what will happen after He Yuan eats the egg, they have no idea. If something goes wrong, go find the Goblin Lord and cause trouble for him. Don't bother them anymore. Jiang Cheng was satisfied with obtaining the beast core. Led by the remaining troops, they arrived near the mid-level goblin tribe under the cover of night. After secretly taking down the guard, they captured the outer wooden city wall with great success. The remaining goblins inside didn't pose much of a threat to them either. With his fists the size of sandbags, Eurisha killed them all with a single punch. We arrived at the goblin leader's residence. There was a huge pile of craft paper inside. Among them was a secret letter sent by the chief of the tribe below. There are also orders issued by the kingdom above. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also found the map he had been dreaming of. A map covering an area of 500 li, approximately 250 kilometers, contains very detailed information. Almost every living creature in the area was recorded on this piece of parchment. Without a doubt, this map was passed down from the Goblin Kingdom above, which is why it is so detailed. Hiss. I didn't expect there to be 2 mid-level goblin tribes, 1 high-level goblin tribe, 1 mid-level werewolf tribe, and 1 high-level kobold tribe around here. There are 7 or 8 tribes of varying sizes on the map, and the higher-level tribes control a huge number of energy stone mines, which are currently being mined. Not only that, but the number of monster packs around the area has also gradually increased. Level 5 beast packs are as numerous as dogs, and level 6 packs are everywhere. Moreover, Jiang Cheng discovered something interesting. That means the Werewolf Kingdom and the Dog-Headed Kingdom are in an alliance. The Goblin Kingdom and the Goblin Kingdom are in an alliance. The 2 sides are evenly matched, and friction occasionally arises over energy stone mines and territorial disputes. Chapter 55 The Dust-Covered Pearl, A Dream of Jiang Cheng. There are conflicts between the four countries. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He had to make good use of it to stir up some trouble. However, this matter needs to be handled steadily. A hasty decision could lead to the plan being exposed. The most urgent task is to enhance the overall strength of the territory. A short while later, militiamen ran in. Reporting to the Lord, the goblins in this area have been completely wiped out by our forces. Furthermore, Captain Otto has already led his men to the goblins' supply storage location and is currently taking inventory. Okay, I'll be right there. Jiang Cheng picked up the parchment from the table. Led by the militia, they arrived at the goblin tribe's supply depot. This place contains enough food for the entire goblin tribe to last for more than half a year, as well as weapons, equipment, daily necessities, and various rare treasures. Originally, Jiang Cheng didn't have much interest in food, but now the territory has so many more people. Unlike vampire warriors who can satisfy their hunger by drinking blood, they need to eat. The massive increase in population has put Jiang Cheng's territory in considerable trouble. He often has to go to the trading area to buy food, and he also has to assign a portion of the militia to hunt. It has caused a considerable drain on human and material resources. The supplies from the goblin tribe have just solved Jiang Cheng's immediate problem, freeing him from having to consider so many other factors. Move all this food, supplies, and weapons back. Also, loot those goblin dwellings. There should still be a lot of stuff inside. After giving the instructions, Jiang Cheng looked at the miscellaneous items on the dozen or so shelves behind him. In the novels of my past life, there were often stories of treasures covered in dust appearing in places like this. He also wanted to try his luck. After looking for a while, Jiang Cheng didn't find anything special. Perhaps his eye for such things was poor. Never mind. Take them all and let Anna see them. Keep what's useful. Put useless items in the trading area, raise their prices, label them as premium products, and sell them to others. After placing all items in the Lord's space, Jiang Cheng and his group left. Before leaving, I tidied up the surrounding area a little. The surrounding area is rife with powerful and intertwined factions. It would be troublesome if other forces discovered something was wrong here and spread the news. Return to territory. Lily has already cleared out all the remaining monsters inside. Jiang Cheng approached Anna. He led her to a secret room in the temple. They took out all the spoils they had just acquired. Anna, take a look and see if there are any treasures among these things. Jiang Cheng took all the items off the shelves. Sigh. Anna glared at Jiang Cheng resentfully. It was very well hidden, and Jiang Cheng didn't find it. She then carefully examined the pile of items. Seeing Anna casually tossing aside one gorgeous item after another, Jiang Cheng felt a pang of sadness. This feeling is the same as when you take your treasured items to appraisal experts for inspection, only to receive the same result. They are all fakes. However, Jiang Cheng quickly calmed down. After all, the good stuff is definitely already in that storage ring. These are things that people didn't want and just left on the shelf. Just then, Anna picked up a pale blue bead. She frowned slightly and examined it carefully for a while. Master, this bead should have a wonderful use. Try injecting some energy into it. Anna doesn't inject energy herself. She was afraid that her energy would cause the bead to burst. The material of this bead isn't particularly good. They couldn't withstand the powerful energy emanating from her. Jiang Cheng nodded. After some energy was injected, a miraculous scene unfolded. Jiang Cheng found his body gradually becoming transparent, blending into the background behind him. Without strong light, it would be impossible to tell that there was a person standing there. My darling. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. A treasure that can make people invisible is something that many people dream of and want to obtain. Seeing Jiang Cheng so happy, Anna pointed out the drawbacks of this treasure. Master, this treasure can only withstand energy below level 6. If it goes too high, it may break. Moreover, level 6 and above experts can easily see through the invisibility effect of this treasure if they pay a little attention, unless they really stay still. It's impossible to remain completely still. Even the slightest movement of your clothes will be noticed. Unless one is a top-tier powerhouse who can truly control the flow and stillness of the chi around their body and the spatial structure. Fine. I didn't expect it to have a big impact on me. I'm already very satisfied with the current situation. With this treasure that can make one invisible, Jiang Cheng was becoming increasingly satisfied with his plan. After that, Anna picked and chose. They didn't find anything of much use. It was all junk. Night had fallen. Anna went to prepare dinner. Jiang Cheng opened the Lord's trading area. We plan to sell these scrap materials. With my current reputation, if I don't sell something novel, the final sales might be dismal. Suddenly, a person came to Jiang Cheng's mind. My dear wife, are you there? Luo Qi, are you there? Not here. After changing her form of address, Luo Qi replied to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng planned to give these scraps to Luo Qi to sell. She used her reputation to sell these items. The fact that the young girl possessed a large number of treasures was common knowledge among tens of millions of lords. But the young girl looked down on these lords for being poor. They looked down on their stuff and never sold any of their treasures. Come to think of it, they all have level 6 treasures in their hands. Level 5 and level 4 treasures are thrown away like trash. They don't even look at them. Besides Jiang Cheng, what do those super lords have in their hands? You can't get lord coins, and you can't compare to Jiang Cheng in terms of energy stones. Luo Qi didn't like beast cores either. Under such circumstances, it's natural not to sell the goods to them. The two sides simply cannot meet the conditions for an equal exchange. Selling now would be a completely unprofitable business. I want to discuss something with you. I'll give you a batch of garbage, and you can sell it for me under your name. After it's done, we'll split the profits 50-50ths. Luo Qi quickly replied to Jiang Cheng. I won't do it. Isn't this jeopardizing my reputation? If you want to sell it, you can go to the Goblin Lord and ask him to help you. Luo Qi didn't mean she didn't want to help Jiang Cheng. But this guy keeps calling her his little wife. She just blurted it out, which has made her feel really bad. What's even more terrifying is that she actually dreamed about Jiang Cheng last night. The other person was extremely handsome, a true beauty, and his voice was soothing and pleasant to the ear. Luo Qi only remembered that in her dream she was laughing hysterically the whole time, being teased by the hateful Jiang Cheng, who kept calling her a little wife until she was half dead. I woke up this morning with my pillow covered in drool. Chapter 56: The Improved Blood Heaven Array. Luo Qi's face was filled with grief and indignation. Her fair face flushed red. She held a grudge about this all day. I don't know why I'm so useless. Let's not even mention that she was completely powerless against Jiang Cheng in her dreams. The fact that her pillow was covered in drool was enough to make her dig a hole and bury herself in it. Ugh, so annoying. Luo Qi rested her chin on one hand. I thought about it carefully. Currently, the other lords have already regarded her and Jiang Cheng as being in the same camp, labeling them as opposing forces. So selling this junk to those lords and ripping them off doesn't seem so wrong. As for credibility, it's practically non-existent for her. After all, she is the only lord among tens of millions of lords who is capable of providing a large number of high-level equipment. Moreover, the prices are several times cheaper than in shopping malls. It's definitely the first choice when buying weapons. No one would turn down their own interests. Unless you genuinely dislike her, you wouldn't spend a lot of money to buy weapons and equipment from the store. Fine, let's sell it then. However, I must make Jiang Cheng sign an unequal treaty with me. It would be best if he became my underling. From this day forward, you will follow my lead. Luo Qi quickly replied to Jiang Cheng. This indicates that it was after careful consideration by her. I decided to help him. Before she could even begin to recount the series of unequal treaties, Jiang Cheng sent over the items he wanted to sell, followed by 200 energy stones, saying it was a tip for her. Luo Qi was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. After gritting his teeth and accepting the pile of stuff, he found that the other party had stopped responding and had obviously logged off to do something else. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If I ever get the chance to see this guy, I'll definitely give him a good punch and show him what I'm capable of. After dinner, Jiang Cheng and Anna sat down and had a good chat for half an hour. She told me about many novel things. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was drawn to his own story, Anna was very engaged in her speech. It seemed that things had returned to how they were before. Good times are always fleeting. Jiang Cheng was still concerned about the development of his territory. After listening to the story for a while, he went to the training ground and gathered all the vampire warriors, including Lily. There are 150 vampire warriors on the field. After averaging their strength, they were divided into 5 groups of 30 people each. The group leaders for these 5 groups are Otto Yaley and Jack Jiro. The 5 of them are the most experienced, and their skills are at the highest level. He is capable enough to take on the role of team leader. Moreover, while serving as group leaders, they also need to become carriers of the Blood Heaven Array's energy, making these 5 the most suitable candidates. Jiang Cheng originally wanted Lily to replace Yaley as the group leader. After all, Yale is a simpleton. Sometimes he acts recklessly and might cause trouble. He won't be the only one to suffer in the end. Instead, the entire group suffered together. However, considering that the little girl is still a juvenile and her body is not as tough as Yair's, Using her as a vessel may leave wounds in her body that are difficult to heal. So Jiang Cheng retreated and settled for the next best thing. They incorporated the little girl into Ari's team, making her the deputy leader with the same power as Ari, and sometimes even more so. Only in this way can Jiang Cheng feel at ease. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng had his 5 groups stand at the 4 corners in the center of the training ground. Let them practice the revised Blood Heaven formation. The first generation of the Blood Heaven array was an inverted triangle in a 2-dimensional plane. This had a drawback. It could not accommodate too many people. It's not that the container at the bottom can't handle too many people. However, once there are many people, the Blood Heaven formation will become very cumbersome. This inverted triangle will get bigger and bigger. The enemy can also easily strike this formation, causing it to collapse. Moreover, with so many people, they can only be piled on top of each other. That would mean immense pressure for the vampire warriors in the central area. They are not like Atolia. They possess both strength and physical prowess. If there are too many people, they certainly won't last long and will easily succumb to the pressure from above. Therefore, Jiang Cheng made some improvements to the Blood Heaven formation. Transform it from a 2-dimensional inverted triangle into a 3-dimensional inverted triangle. The first tier still consists of 1 person. The second tier gradually grew to 4 people, the third tier to 9 people, then 16 people. This would solve the first 2 problems. The personnel allocation is also perfect. After some adjustments, all 5 groups of vampire warriors sprang into action. Soon, 5 inverted triangles appeared above the training ground. 150 vampire warriors flapped their blood wings in unison, the rustling sound making Jiang Cheng feel comfortable and a little proud. The sand churned on the training ground. The atmosphere on the field immediately became tense and tense. It appears to be 5 troops from different regions facing off on the battlefield. The 16 vampire warriors at the top raised their hands in perfect unison, their hands surging with a blinding crimson energy. At the same moment, they transferred energy to their brothers below. And so it was passed down layer by layer. The person at the very bottom is also the strongest member of the team. Roar! The bodies of Atoya and the others continued to swell. In just a few seconds, they had transformed into enormous, blood-red monsters. The skin on their chests became translucent, as if covered only by a thin membrane. Beneath the skin, a red glow shimmered, the energy surging within them. It's not just the physical changes that are so significant. Their level soared from 5 stars to the early stage of 6 stars, and their aura was extremely terrifying, making the vampire warriors above feel somewhat suffocated. Otto and Ari exchanged a glance. It seemed that he could see the fighting spirit in the other party's eyes. The 2 roared and threw a punch at each other. The clash of fists stirred up clouds of dust on the training ground, which then scattered in all directions. These 2 guys. Jiang Cheng muttered something to himself. He erected an energy shield, enveloping himself in it to prevent the sand and dust from getting on him. The strength of Otto and Yair is naturally not limited to this. If they go all out, the entire training ground could be shattered in 2, leaving it in a complete mess. Then it won't be Jiang Cheng who teaches them a lesson. Anna will definitely be the first to run out, beat them half to death, give them a severe punishment, and then make them repair the training ground. Feeling the imposing aura emanating from the 2 individuals, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. I'm going to tell them my plans. Let them execute steadily. The 5 great formations dispersed. The vampire warriors on the training ground were panting heavily. After all, it was their first time today, and they hadn't trained much yet, so they were naturally a little unaccustomed to it. Yato Yale, Jack Jess Jiro and Lily, you guys come with me. Chapter 57 Jiang Cheng's plan. You want to cut off my opportunity. The group arrived at the council chamber. Jiang Cheng spread the craft paper map out on the table. Hiss. Look at the location marked above. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Especially the herds of beasts, they are almost everywhere. Each herd occupies a territory. Secondly, there are the tribes, with a powerful tribe roughly every 100 miles. The map is covered with dots. However, amidst their size, a strong fighting spirit was stirred within them, and a surge of battle intent welled up in their hearts. My lord, should we go and attack these tribes? Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Tomorrow I'll lead my men and fight our way through to cut off the head of this kobold tribe chief. The group looked at Ale, who was speaking. That look was as if he were looking at a fool. As expected, the lord was right to put Lily in his group. Say less. Otto poked Alay on the back. If it were really that easy, would we need to discuss this? We could just rush over under the cover of night and destroy these tribes in one fell swoop. But what happens after it's destroyed? The higher-ups reacted immediately, and a large army pressed in. The territory will inevitably be plunged into a bitter struggle. Otto remembered that a short goblin messenger had once said that the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom was a level 7 powerhouse. He paid special attention to this information. Today, after conquering that mid-level tribe and severely torturing several goblins, he learned that the information was from 8 years ago. And that goblin messenger was nothing but a footbath scoundrel, spouting nonsense and thinking he was superior just because he came from a mid-level tribe, acting all high and mighty. Lord Yato then revealed this important information. Jiang Cheng was not surprised at all. How could a lowly goblin know so much? Moreover, he is the ruler of a country. If he were to reveal his true level, what would be the point of the game? It's not like there's a single dominant player. There are so many competitors eyeing the market. Such matters as one's own spiritual level are naturally kept tightly under wraps. One cannot even tell one's wife, with whom one sleeps. To avoid an ending like Liang Yu's, Jiang Cheng made a rough estimate. The Goblin King's level should be at least level 8, and the kings of the other countries shouldn't be too far behind. If the gap were too large, the current situation of equal footing would not have been possible. The kingdom is still some distance from us. Let's set aside our plans for now. Our target is several tribes within 100 kilometers, especially this advanced goblin tribe. There is a huge energy mine within the territory of this advanced tribe, which can extract nearly 1 million units of energy stones every year. If we can take it over, we won't have to worry about energy stones for a while. Jiang Cheng stared intently at the advanced goblin tribe 60 miles away on the map. Otto looked at the map and said in a deep voice, "But Lord, this high-level goblin tribe is geographically advantageous, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. There are also 2 mid-level tribes on the outer perimeter forming a triangle, making it very difficult for us to break through in one go. Moreover, even if we conquer 3 tribes, we don't have enough troops to annihilate those scattered goblins. If they escape back to their kingdom, their king will definitely retaliate like a madman. The triangular formation is the most solid. They can rely on and support each other. Unless you have sufficient troops or absolute strength, it is difficult to conquer it in one fell swoop. However, if it cannot be overcome in a short period of time, the vampire warriors will inevitably be engaged in fierce fighting, and casualties will be unavoidable, even if they ultimately win. The loss of a mine capable of yielding millions of energy stones annually was enough to drive the Goblin King mad. Other forces might also sense this. They pounced on me like a vicious dog." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "You're not planning to take over a huge mine right now. Our main goal is to quickly increase our strength. At this stage, the surrounding forces are unaware that this mid-level goblin tribe has been breached, so they are somewhat relaxed in their vigilance. Especially the goblin tribes. The above command is not available. The tribes below will not rashly start wars with the surrounding tribes, because their leaders cannot afford the consequences of such wars. Therefore, the various tribes became somewhat wary of each other. They don't pay too much attention to the other party's actions, especially the goblin tribes. Goblins and gnomes are allies. The relationships between the tribes below were naturally also quite good. The defenses and such are basically just for show. The real threats are the werewolves and kobolds. For the next few days, you will be responsible for clearing out the wild monsters in this area between us and the goblins. Slowly advance towards the goblin tribe. Remember, when eliminating monsters, you must have someone standing guard around the area. When the goblins who have heard the commotion come to investigate, knock them unconscious before they notice you, and then plant a bloodline mark on them for our future use. After infecting these goblins, things will be much easier then. No matter how strong the defense is, it cannot withstand an enemy from within. Jiang Cheng would certainly not have been infected by only such a small number of goblins. But having this small group of goblins makes it easier for them to do many things. One must eat one bite at a time, and do things one step at a time. It's a good start. That would make the process much smoother. Of course, Jiang Cheng wouldn't give these goblins any special treatment in the end. They're just a bunch of pawns. Once it's used up, it's naturally thrown away. Anything that needs to be controlled with a bloodline mark is destined to be nothing more than a pawn. It is impossible for them to receive the same treatment as their master. Upon receiving the order, Atoili and the others nodded in unison. He then left the council chamber, preparing to arrange tomorrow's tasks. Jiang Cheng also left the training ground. They offered their condolences and comfort to the residents of the neighborhood. He then returned to the main hall. Loki has already sold his items to a group of top lords and super lords at a price of 100 energy stones per item. These guys are all in cahoots. They get along very closely, and it's not surprising that they have a couple hundred energy stones on hand. Moreover, after these few days, several of them discovered energy stone mines. However, the quantity is very small. They were vying for a ring that looked ornate and antique, but was actually useless. The White Tiger Lord and the Chelan Lord almost broke off their relationship and started arguing on the spot, accusing each other of deliberately trying to cut off their opportunities and steal away the old man who belonged to them. After a bidding war, the Chelan Lord finally offered 1,201 energy stones to buy it. I sold all those scraps and got a total of 5,001 energy stones. Here are your 2,500 energy stones. The extra one is mine. I wish this number had one less zero. Luo Qi sent the energy stone to Jiang Cheng. As a result, Jiang Cheng ignored her after receiving the energy stones. This made the little girl furious again. Chapter 58 Lucifer dies with unresolved feelings. Midnight. The rankings have arrived as scheduled. The rewards for this leaderboard ranking have been significantly increased. The rewards for rankings 11th to 100th included Lord coins and energy stones. Although the amount was small, it was enough to make these top lords ecstatic. The lords in the upper part of the list have not changed much. Things will remain the same. This made many top lords instantly feel arrogant. Of course, they didn't dare to be too blatant. He could only gloat a little in private. After all, there are still 10 mountains pressing down on them. If these 10 mountains don't collapse, they will hardly have a chance to rise above their circumstances. It's worth mentioning that the Demon Lord, who had been silent for a day, finally showed signs of improvement, jumping from 10th to 8th place, but still didn't interact with anyone. This includes messages sent to him by the remaining members of his alliance. He didn't reply with a single word. The City of Demons. In a dark, secret room filled with an atmosphere of decadence. The Demon Lord sat cross-legged on the altar, shirtless. His handsome face was now covered with strange black markings, as were his arms and shoulders. And on his back is carved a demon's head. Lucifer, the arrogant demon god, is one of the 7 great demon gods. The Demon Lord's expression was extremely ferocious. The veins on his forehead were bulging, as if he was suppressing some kind of pain, suffering unbearably. A long time. The Demon Lord was panting heavily. As his chest rose and fell, the patterns on his body seemed to come alive, emitting a dim light. He also inhaled the decadent atmosphere of the secret room. Just then, 2 demons knocked on the door of the secret chamber. "My lord, we've returned from our outing. Come in." The door to the secret room opened. 2 demons entered, one after the other. The 2 demons looked completely unfamiliar. It is clearly a demon that has been born in the last 2 days. "Lord." A demon handed over a storage ring from his hand. "This contains their harvest for the day." After a day of fighting, both demons were injured, their fighting strength was reduced to less than 1/10, and their internal energy was almost depleted. "Well done. You two should have both broken through to 4 stars today, right? These 2 demons are special demons. They possess innate advantages. Therefore, it is not surprising that one can reach level 4 in a day." "Yes, Lord." "Okay, I'm a little tired. You two help me back to my room to rest." The 2 demons nodded. I was completely unprepared. Just as they stepped within a foot of their lord, a pair of hands pierced through their abdomens with incredible speed, and a suction force was generated from these hands. It seemed to want to devour their bodies completely. "Lord." The 2 demons stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that their revered lord would turn on them and kill them. At that moment, the 2 demons' loyalty plummeted, quickly reaching its lowest point. But this was of no use. An incredibly powerful force enveloped them, forcing them to stand still and be completely devoured by the opponent. Soon after, the 2 demons' pupils dilated, they lost their breath, and their bodies fell straight to the ground. Even after they died, their eyes were still filled with resentment, confusion, and deep hatred. "Oh, since you are loyal to me, you must demonstrate your loyalty in return. For my great cause, you must give your lives. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Cheng. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be dead." Ha 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 ha. Although he was smiling, the Demon Lord's expression was extremely ferocious, as if he had been possessed by a demon. A faint light emanated from its body. The Demon Lord's aura reached its peak. They quickly reached the threshold of level 6. He was just one step away from successfully breaking through to level 6 and taking his strength to the next level. A ball of black flame condensed in his hand. The two demon corpses on the ground gradually dissipated under the flames, becoming another wisp of corrupting energy in the secret chamber. How about it? You must really enjoy this feeling of increased strength, right? That's how you humans are. You start off saying no, but once you experience it, you become even more ruthless than me. This is utterly hypocritical. A faint, ethereal voice, utterly repulsive, appeared in the demon lord's mind, and the image of the demon behind him seemed to come to life. Snort. Even if the other party helps me improve my strength. But the demon lord still couldn't help but feel disgusted by him. In the beginning, it was you who forced me to kill Lewis and Yasser. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. The next two groups of demons would have worked properly under me. How could things have come to this? The voice rang out again. You said that Yasser and the others' minds have been shattered. Even if they recover later, they will be left with a shadow, and their combat power will be greatly reduced. A flawed demon is imperfect and should be discarded. In that case, why not kill them, integrate them into your body, and make them a part of you? Wouldn't that be a perfect way to make use of waste? In this way, they are indirectly serving you as their lord, and I believe they are very happy about it. That's what he said, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The demon lord snorted coldly and remained silent. The voice continued. And don't forget your number one enemy. What's wrong with sacrificing a few low-level demons if we can eliminate him? In the future, with my help, you will reach the pinnacle of the continent, and at that time, tens of millions of demons will be born. These few demons are merely stepping stones on your road to success. There's no need to take them to heart. Hearing about his number one enemy, the demon lord's eyes immediately became bloodshot. His face was filled with rage. They seemed to want to devour the other person alive. That's right. As long as we kill Jiang Chung and the vampires under his command, it's worth sacrificing any number of demons. This is just a necessary investment on the road to success. That's right. This is just a small investment on your road to success. As long as you listen to me obediently, that so-called Jiang Chung will be trampled under your feet. After all, I am Lucifer, the arrogant demon god who is the leader of the 7 demon gods. With my help, how could that mere human possibly stand against you? Go, there are still a few demons outside. Devour them, and you'll reach level 6. It seems the gap between you and Jiang Chung isn't far off. After listening, the demon lord gave a sinister smile. The screams of demons immediately echoed through the castle. Chapter 59, Choosing No. Today is the 5th day. Jiang Chung opened his eyes. The rankings have calmed down considerably in the last couple of days. He rarely gets a good night's sleep. If he doesn't sleep these next couple of days, who knows when he'll be able to get a good night's sleep again. Tomorrow will be the 7th day. The abyss mist will appear on the 7th day. By then, Jiang Chung estimates that millions of lords will be eliminated and withdrawn from the lord competition. Dressing and washing up were done in one go. Anna had already prepared breakfast on the table. The vampire warriors have a very heavy task today. We need to clear out the monsters in the surrounding area to strengthen our forces and prepare for various subsequent problems. After breakfast, Jiang Chung went to the main hall. Draw today's vampire warrior. Jiang Chung did not choose yes, as usual. Instead, he silently recited in his heart. What if I choose no? If the Lord chooses no, then the Lord will be unable to draw vampire warriors for 5 days, and the energy stored in the temple will nurture even more powerful vampire warriors. Current temple level, level 5. 5 days later, an awakened vampire warrior will be randomly spawned, with an initial level of 7. Jiang Chung was extremely excited. A vampire warrior who has awakened. Jiang Chung is currently struggling because he doesn't have the catalyst to awaken his bloodline. The bloodlines of Otto, Ari, and others have been slow to awaken. Their strength temporarily hit a bottleneck. But unexpectedly, he discovered this secret by accident today. How could he not be excited? In 5 days, I will acquire a powerful level 7 vampire warrior, and Otto Yale and the others will also catch up in level. At that time, my combat power will be incredibly strong. The 3 goblin tribes are as vulnerable as waste paper baskets in front of me. Moreover, these past few days have been a good time for Otto Yale and the others to lead the team to improve their strength. If we continue to summon new vampire warriors, it will inevitably widen the gap and create a situation where there is a lack of new talent. Jiang Chung quickly came up with an idea. I choose no. The cold, mechanical voice in my mind disappeared. Everything returned to calm. We left the temple. The vampire warriors were packing their gear, preparing to go out and hunt down monsters, while also welcoming a new group of members, getting to know them. and then going out together. My lord, where's the new batch of vampire warriors today? Did you tell them to prepare some new task, so they're still inside? Little Lily came closer. They were puzzled to find that no new batch of vampire warriors were following Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled and ruffled her hair. He then turned to the other equally puzzled vampire warriors. No new vampire warriors will arrive in the next 5 days, but after 5 days, a vampire warrior who has awakened his bloodline will appear in our territory. If we're lucky, this vampire warrior's bloodline might reach the purple gold level. At that point, I will summon the vampire altar to awaken the bloodlines of all members who have reached the gold level. The bloodline of the purple gold level is already very close to that of the progenitor. A single drop of his blood is all it takes to awaken his bloodline. To awaken the bloodline of other vampire warriors as well. Jiang Cheng's goal is to get all the vampire warriors in his territory to reach the gold level and awaken. This goal might have been difficult to achieve before, but now it seems much easier. Hopefully my luck stat will be good, Jiang Cheng thought to himself. The vampire warriors were overjoyed upon hearing the news, especially the gold-level vampire warriors. As long as they awaken their bloodline, their strength level will increase significantly. After a burst of cheers, Jiang Cheng began assigning them tasks for the day. Yato and Jack, you two are usually quite steady, and your teams are the strongest. So, I'll leave the monsters in this area from the territory to the goblin tribe to you. Try to go as far as possible in the direction of the goblin tribe. Lure some of the patrolling goblins over, and then plant blood seeds in them to make them our mobs. After speaking, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining 3 people, Yalai and the others. You can decide which of the remaining 3 directions to take. Try not to stray too far from the territory, otherwise we won't be able to provide support if something happens. Yes. After the task was assigned, the entire territory immediately sprang into action. This operation will involve the full deployment of vampire warriors, along with the complete mobilization of militia squads to support the main force. Soon, the birds and animals in the forest scattered. The mournful howls of wild beasts echoed continuously. The corpses of large monsters were dragged back to their territory. Otto killed a level 4 monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. Yale killed a level 5 monster, gaining plus 5,000 experience. Aubin killed a level 3 monster, gaining 500 experience points. Zhongnyo killed a level 2 jungle monster, gaining 200 experience. The continuous notification sounds told Jiang Cheng that the vampire warrior's progress was going very smoothly. Did you hear anything? The outskirts of the goblin tribe. A group of goblins who were fishing by the river straightened up. This patrol team consists of about 20 people. They were fully equipped, and all of them were at the 2-star level. The knife marks on their armor seemed to show their rich combat experience. There is a sound. Goblins look similar to goblins. They were all dressed in green, short in stature, with pointed noses and ears. That direction leads to the goblin tribe. I guess one of the 4-star experts from the goblin tribe has run into some trouble outside. Should we go and help? Go, where are you going? A goblin, who appeared to be the captain, stepped forward. Haven't you heard the saying, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests? Once the werewolf kingdom and the kobold kingdom are destroyed, we will take action against the goblin kingdom and dominate this vast territory. And with our weakling strength, are we just going to be food for those ferocious monsters? Captain's insight is brilliant. The other goblins exclaimed in amazement after hearing this. But one of the goblins stepped forward. Captain, this isn't right. After all, we are in an alliance. What if that goblin expert escapes and turns around and bites us? Given the leader's temper, he'll definitely push them out as scapegoats. Upon hearing this, the goblin captain's face turned ashen. He then led his men over to investigate, grumbling and cursing. There's no other way. The consequences of not going would be severe. They'll definitely bring out those lackeys to settle things. Just to be on the safe side, let's go and take a look. If things don't look good, retreat quickly. On the other side, Otto and Jack teamed up to kill a 5-star rock rhinoceros. The massive beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake like an earthquake. The commotion was felt by wild monsters within a 10-mile radius. Chapter 60 The Unlucky Goblin, Gale Tiger. How about it? Have those goblins been lured here? Otto looked at a vampire warrior behind him. The soldier was about to shake his head. A militiaman ran over from a distance. Team leader Yato, a group of goblins, is approaching from a distance. There are only about 20 of them, and they seem to be on patrol. Perhaps afraid of the monsters in the forest, this group of goblins is moving very slowly, giving us enough time to sneak up behind them and knock them unconscious. Okay, all of you go and help. We must get behind them and knock them unconscious. We need to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. If they see our faces, then kill them on sight. Otto waved his hand, and the vampire warriors present immediately sprang into action. He and Jack continued to make a fuss. Today, hunting wild monsters is one of the tasks. Enforcement through entrapment is another task altogether. In the jungle, the rustling sounds continued to approach the goblin squad. When they were 1 kilometer away from the goblin squad, the sounds suddenly disappeared. The entire forest became eerily silent, without even a bird's call, which sent chills down one's spine. The goblin squad crouched down. The sounds of battle could be heard again in the distance. He couldn't help but curse the goblin who had made the commotion in his mind. Why are these guys fighting again? And the commotion is getting bigger and bigger each time. I'd better just get swallowed up by the monster. The goblin captain, who was at the very back of the group, couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a vampire warrior appeared behind him, hanging upside down from a tree. One hand pressed down on his head, while the other hand transformed into a swift and deadly chop, striking the goblin captain's carotid artery on the side of his neck, instantly knocking him unconscious. Then, the hand that was pressing on his head grabbed the goblin captain by the neck and lifted him up into the tree. The entire movement was fluid and seamless, without any hesitation. There was no sound. He is clearly a repeat offender. The remaining vampire warriors hanging in the trees were no less formidable, successively stunning the goblins at the back. Captain, are we still going? The fighting ahead has ceased. The person walking at the front turned around with trepidation and asked, "No way. If he's walking in front and something happens, he'll definitely be the first to be affected." But when he looked back, I was completely stunned. The brothers behind him, including the captain, all disappeared without a trace. Just as he was wondering if the captain had led his men to escape ahead of time, a hand chop came slashing at him. The goblin rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. Then, the vampire warrior made several cuts on the goblin's body in hidden places, dripped a drop of blood into them, and merged with them. Their experiments showed that massive implantation of blood cells into the body. It causes infection faster than implanting blood in only one place. Yuan's chess piece is not useful for the time being. Let him change gradually. These goblins are different. They are the #1 strategic target, and the dosage must be increased. After doing this, the vampire warriors scattered them to various locations. At that moment, Yato walked over. He took out more than 20 zongzi from his storage ring. They opened the zongzi and poured their contents around the goblins. This place contains the excrement of various level 4 and 5 monsters. Pouring these near the goblins will prevent them from being targeted by passing monsters and losing their lives. You're really getting off easy. This is top quality fertilizer. If you weren't going to become the Lord's pawns, I wouldn't have been willing to use it to save your lives. After doing all that, Yato led his men to another area. There was a pack of beasts over there, and the Beast King was a level 6 wild monster. The two of them were thinking of finding an opportunity to take it down. On the other side, Arlie also set his sights on a pack of beasts possessing a level 6 Beast King, preparing to take them down. How about we go and take down this pack of beasts? Ale chuckled and looked at Lily beside him. The little girl holds special privileges. Ale must obtain her consent before undertaking this risky move. No, that's too risky. You're only a late-game 5-star player right now. I don't think you have much of a chance against a level 6 monster. Lily felt this was inappropriate. Jiang Chung had entrusted her with an important task, so she naturally had to play her part and could not let the Lord down. Why is the chance of winning not high? You just saw my strength. I can take down 5-star monsters as easily as taking down chickens. Level 6 will be a piece of cake for me too. Then Ari continued to entice. Moreover, Otto and Jack are leading a team to do a mission together. They might even take down a 6-star monster along the way, since their strength is greater than ours. In that case, the credit will definitely go to them. After all, they obtained a level 6 beast core, and the Lord will surely praise them, while we might not receive such praise. Hearing Jiang Cheng's praise, Lily felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Cheng had always treated her like a child, always giving in to her. There are many things that would prevent her from taking risks. The little girl was all smiles. But deep down, I always wanted to prove myself. Moreover, not long ago, after killing a 5-star monster, she herself had advanced to 5 stars, possessing considerable strength. He stared at Yato for a while. Lily realized that this guy's mindset hadn't changed. She could only sigh deliberately. All right, Let's give it a try. If we can't win, we must retreat immediately. And you must cover the rear. Upon hearing this, Yair laughed and patted his chest. Don't worry, if we can't win, I'm willing to be your backup and cover your collective retreat. We spent half a day killing monsters. In addition, there was a deliberate attempt to kill people. Even the weakest member of the Yair team has the strength of a 3-star player. And besides him and Lily, there was also one of the first vampire warriors. Thanks to the bloodline enhancement pill, his bloodline level has reached the gold level, and his strength level has also broken through to the 5 stars. It possesses considerable strength. After some discussion, the 3 of them, he ordered the accompanying militia squad to retreat to the cleared safe area. After that, Lily was in charge of leading the vampire warriors to hold off the small monsters, while Otto and the vampire warrior were responsible for killing the level 6 beast king. If you two can't manage, you can call me. My strength is not weak either. Lily clenched her fist. Ale and the other members smiled without saying a word. The order was passed on. Yato walked at the front of the group, quietly sneaking over to observe the situation of the beast herd. The beasts ahead are Gale tigers. There aren't many, probably around 100. The Tiger King lay lazily on the highest rock, his powerful muscles highlighting his domineering aura. The rocks below are mostly covered with female tigers. There are about 9 of them, all around 5 stars in strength. On the grass at the bottom, there are both male and female tigers, most of whom are the offspring of the Tiger King, or lowly swift tigers who have come to seek refuge. Chapter 61 The Peak of Tiger Life, just as hateful as a demon. So, are you confident? Lily looked at Ale. The Gale tiger excels in both strength and speed, comparable to some advanced military units. Once angered and targeted, it's very difficult to escape. Unless you beat them until they're terrified. This will make them wary and dare not pursue us any further. Don't worry, I'll lead the charge. After saying that, Ale let out a loud roar. They rushed onto the grassy area. With a few punches and kicks, he sent several Gale tigers flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, barely alive. Roar! Upon seeing this, the Tiger King at the top roared angrily. Even though it was its henchman who got knocked away, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. Its black eyes were filled with rage. It gleamed with a chilling, human-like light. Any living being will undergo a qualitative change after reaching the 6th star. This qualitative change is not only in terms of strength. There is also the matter of spiritual intelligence. Back when this Gale tiger was still a 5-star creature, it hadn't yet developed its full potential. It spent its days sleeping in and hunting prey to satisfy its hunger. But wait until it reaches 6 stars. He immediately grasped the true meaning of tiger life. 9 tigresses were found in various parts of the forest, 6 of which had been snatched from other tigers. After it gained enlightenment, it became the Tiger King in just a few years, with a large number of tiger cubs and grandchildren under its command, reaching the pinnacle of tiger life. Just when it was enjoying its success. When Yair came to their door, the Tiger King could no longer tolerate it. The two immediately started fighting in the open space next to them, without saying a word. Tigers have very well-developed limbs. Arlie, who only had 5 stars, didn't gain much advantage. Kill. A blood-red energy sword materialized in Lily's hand. Unfurling his golden blood-red wings, he led his group of vampire warriors in a charge against the tiger pack. Of the 30 vampire warriors, half had consumed enhancement fruits. They all rushed to the front, relieving the pressure on their brothers behind them. When facing the Gale tiger, they displayed their formidable strength, and with a combination of punches and kicks, one of the Gale tigers was sent flying into the forest. Roar! Above, the 9 tigresses roared in unison. The roar of the tiger resounded through the sky, making people's ears ache. With the arrival of the 9-headed tigress, the battlefield was transformed. This ended the one-sided situation. Next, we'll see a clash of the 2 sides' top talents. Bloodfall 7 kills. Lily's petite figure charged rapidly toward a tigress. Wherever it passed, the Gale tiger was torn in 2 without even letting out a scream. A single sword pierced the head of a 3-star Gale tiger. Another sword strike severed a 4-star Gale tiger in half at the waist. As Anna's carefully trained disciple, Lily possesses many abilities that vampire warriors lack, and her current strength has reached 5 stars. Even if they go all out, Otto, Ari, and the others probably won't get much of an advantage against the little girl. The Bloodfall 7 kills has reached its 6th sword strike. After slaying another Gale tiger, Lily leaped into the air, her sword aura now reaching a terrifying level. The sword's momentum was aimed directly at a 5-star swift tiger. Roar! A hint of fear flashed in the tigress's eyes. But seeing the Gale Tigers beside her falling to the ground one after another, she chose to face the challenge head-on. Boom. The moment the sword energy touched the Gale Tiger, it transformed into countless sword energies that scattered in all directions, like a killing machine, frantically reaping the lives of the surrounding Gale Tigers. The Tigress had been cut into pieces. This attack killed at least a dozen Gale Tigers. More than 30 Gale Tigers were injured, resulting in a decrease in their combat effectiveness. Fortunately, Lily had already penetrated deep into the tiger pack. Otherwise, the vampire warriors will also suffer. Seeing so many Gale Tiger casualties, the two 5-star Gale Tigers abandoned their enemies and turned to pounce on Lily. Well done. The little girl wasn't afraid. Such a battle was a good opportunity to hone her newly learned swordsmanship. On the other side, Arlie and the Gale Tiger King were locked in battle. Both are very common moves. It's basically a pure clash of strength. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Gale Tiger King had killed another 5-star female tiger. He could no longer contain himself and roared so furiously that it made Arlie's head buzz. The terrifying power of the 6 stars was once again on display. A surge of immense energy erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, causing the entire earth to tremble. Its muscles bulged and became incredibly hard, as indestructible as steel. Its entire body doubled in size, and its fur surged, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Roar! The Gale Tiger King let out a low growl. His dark eyes stared at Ale, sending chills down one's spine. Influenced by the imposing aura of the Gale Tiger King, the morale of the swift tigers on the field was greatly boosted. They pounced on the vampire warriors like madmen. The vampire warriors' expressions turned serious, and a layer of red light surged from their bodies as they entered a berserk state. Eri was no exception. He knew that the Gale Tiger King was serious, and if he acted like he did before, he would probably lose his life. Roar! The Gale Tiger King took advantage of its speed. It moved 5 times in the blink of an eye, so fast that it even left several afterimages. Before Ale could react, he seized the opportunity and pounced. The combined force of the speed and the power of the Gale Tiger King itself overwhelmed Ari, who was too busy defending to withstand the attack, and was sent crashing into the forest. It crashed into 3 trees before stopping. He winced in pain. Damn it. All they know is sneak attacks. They're just as annoying as demons. Yair cursed under his breath, then decided to stop playing with it, and took to the air, arriving at the center of the battlefield. At this moment, little girl Lily had already fought her way in and out 7 times. Countless Gale Tigers have fallen to her energy sword, which seems to have been forged from the blood of Gale Tigers. Arlie looked at his good brother, who was in the same batch as him. She said resentfully, "Didn't you promise to come with me? Where did everyone go?" The vampire warrior looked completely innocent. As soon as the battle began, he was targeted by 4 tigresses, leaving him no time to fight the Gale Tiger King with Ale. At this moment, the Gale Tiger also ran over. The 2 sides quickly separated, clearly indicating their division. Seeing the corpses of Gale Tigers scattered on the ground, the Gale Tiger King was so angry that his head started to spin, especially since more than half of his beautiful wives and concubines were dead or injured. And what about the other side? Although he was injured, his body was healing at an absurdly fast pace, and he would be bouncing around again soon. The enraged Gale Tiger King glared at Lily. His eyes looked like he wanted to devour her alive. It saw it clearly just now that this little girl had killed several of its wives, and it had to tear her to pieces. Snort! Ale snorted coldly, his tall figure blocking Lily's path. He put one hand behind his back and quietly made a gesture to the members behind him. Chapter 62, Battle Ends, Severely Injured. This gesture is all too familiar to vampire warriors. They subtly adjusted their positions, outwardly retreating in fear, but in reality, they had already reached their designated spots, ensuring the Blood Heaven formation could be activated in a very short time. Roar! The Gale Tiger King no longer wanted to continue the entanglement. All it wants now is to tear the enemy in front of it to shreds. With a roar, the Gale Tiger King pounced. The explosive force of its jump created an astonishing crater beneath its feet, with cracks spreading out like a spider web. Arlie gritted his teeth. Great formation, activate. He then charged towards the Gale Tiger King. With a single punch, he unleashed what was nearly his limit. The force of the punch surged, and the terrifying energy around him almost materialized, giving him an invincible aura. He could even crush a small mountain. It takes a few seconds to activate the array. Ale rushed forward alone to buy those few seconds for those behind him. Otherwise, if the Gale Tiger King takes advantage of the vampire warrior's formation to rush in, it will inevitably put them in a passive situation. Thump! The punch landed on the tiger's paw of the Gale Tiger King, and the two forces collided, even producing a loud bang in the air. The powerful punch penetrated into the body of the Gale Tiger King. It penetrated his internal organs and caused hundreds of shocks, making his limbs go weak from the pain. It then sent him flying, crashing into the mountainside behind him. Alejandro Gonzalez was no better off. Blood gushed from his mouth like it was free, landing all over the ground. By sheer coincidence, his body landed right beneath the blood heaven array. The formation of the Great Formation was now in place. Only the bottommost carrier is in place. It hurts so much, you stinky tiger. Now let's see how you fight me. Arlie wiped the blood from his mouth and leaped into the air. As streams of energy flowed downwards, they eventually reached Aries' body. His tall frame swelled, his aura rose steadily, and the surging energy around him was terrifying. The Gale Tiger King quickly broke free from the mountain wall. After all, it's a level 6 beast king, so it couldn't be defeated so easily. However, that attack just now caused it considerable damage. They saw Ariel constantly strengthening in the distance. It thought to itself, "Oh no." Roar. The Gale Tiger King leaped into the air, its body surging with energy. A green dot of light appeared in its mouth, and in an instant, the dot of light expanded dozens of times. A thick, pillar-like green energy beam shot out from the mouth of the Gale Tiger King. Their target was Yair, and they wanted to seize this opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop. A powerful surge of energy erupted, striking Alea's body. The overflowing energy stirred up dust on the ground, turning the surrounding trees and sand into dust. It lasted for about a minute. The Gale Tiger King fell from the sky, its body undulating. It had exhausted all its abilities, but it didn't know if Ari and his group were dead. Dust filled the air. A huge figure emerged from the sandstorm. His chest, arms, and the blood wings on his back were all scorched with blackened holes, and his face was contorted with rage. Seeing this scene, the expression on the Gale Tiger King's face became extremely stiff, and its limbs began to tremble. It quietly retreated, not knowing where this monster in front of it came from. There are clearly no such creatures around here. Just as the Gale Tiger King was about to turn and run away, Ari appeared in front of it. His left knee landed on the body of the Gale Tiger King. Two large hands forcibly pried open its mouth. From its superior position, Yair spewed out a massive amount of energy from its mouth, shooting it into the mouth of the Gale Tiger King. The scarlet energy pierced through the Gale Tiger King's body, splitting it in two, and it died instantly. The surrounding swift tigers witnessed the Tiger King's death. It let out a mournful wail. One after another, they rushed forward to seek revenge. Ari, who was already bloodthirsty, naturally wouldn't let them go. After an incense stick had burned, the fight came to an end. The last fleeing Gale Tiger was dragged out and killed. Are you feeling better? Lily led the vampire squad to Aries' side. At this moment, Arya's face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his body had dozens of wounds, each one grotesque and terrifying, deep enough to expose the bone. It feels pretty good. It's just that I might not be able to continue killing monsters with you guys today. I'll have to become a patient and recuperate in the territory. The Lord might even scold me later. I'll say it with a smile, Yair said. To ensure the formation wouldn't be interrupted, he endured all of the Gale Tiger King's energy waves. Luckily, he was tough and used his arms and blood wings to block some of it. Otherwise, his chest would have been pierced through. You can still laugh. Lily nudged Alejandro's arm. He immediately winced in pain. With so many wounds on his body, he couldn't recover all at once, so his arm was still a bloody mess. Although Alejandro looks to be in great pain right now. But deep down he was still very happy. Killing a 6-star monster and so many smaller monsters had brought him to the peak of the 5-star level, just one step away from breaking through. Ale felt a sense that once his injuries healed, his cultivation level would naturally break through. It doesn't even need energy stones. The militia squad in the distance received the order. They cleaned up the battlefield together with the vampire warriors. Such a strong smell of blood would surely attract many ferocious beasts, so Ari and the others had no choice but to hurry up. Given their current state, even encountering a few 5-star wild monsters might be difficult to handle. After returning to the Lord, the vampire warrior lay down directly under that unknown tree. After the tree took root in the territory, it grew more lush day by day, its trunk tall and thick, full of vitality. On ordinary days, Vampire warriors and the women of the residential area like to chat and cool off under it. It can make you feel much happier. The tree is slow to bloom, and it's unclear when the next batch of fruit will be ready. R was placed in the camp to recover from his injuries. Lily delivered the beast core from the Gale Tiger and also reported on the day's battle. With Yair injured, this key player is missing. Their team will probably only be able to cause trouble for some minor monsters in the vicinity. My lord, this is our harvest for today. Level 6 beast core. You've killed a level 6 monster. Were there any casualties? No warriors died, but Ale was seriously injured, and nearly 20 vampire warriors suffered minor injuries and have almost recovered. Jiang Cheng sat on the throne and sighed softly. However, judging from the little girl's expression, he didn't want to say too much, lest he discourage her. Please tell my brothers that they've worked hard. I'll allocate an extra 20,000 energy stones as a reward for you. As for Alejandro, I'll go see him myself later. Chapter 63, A Bountiful Harvest, Generous Rewards. After working in the temple for a while, Jiang Cheng visited Yalai. This guy is shameless and always grinning, which makes Jiang Cheng feel helpless. He can't hit him or scold him, so he has a love-hate relationship with him. I exchanged a bottle of high-quality healing pills for him from the store so he could recover properly. It was nearing evening. Arlie, Jack, and 2 other teams also returned to their territory. Arlie and Jack killed a 6-star venomous python and removed its venom sacs and core. The other 2 teams failed to defeat the 6-star monster. But the spoils of war were also plentiful. Jiang Cheng compiled the data for each team. Jiang Cheng won't bother with beast cores below level 3 because there aren't many of them anyway. After all, the combat power of the monsters here has increased many times over. Monsters below level 3 are only fit to become food for others. Moreover, level 3 beast cores are not very useful to Jiang Cheng now, and he finds it troublesome to sell them. The 5 teams obtained a total of 1,560 level 3 beast cores, 392 level 4 beast cores, 51 level 5 beast cores, and 2 level 6 beast cores. Besides that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous things. Jiang Cheng sent people to deliver anything that was useful to the residential areas. Those that are not needed are naturally disposed of in the Lord's trading area. The venom sacs on these venomous pythons are a valuable resource. Jiang Cheng kept the venom sac of the poisonous python. This can be thrown into the goblin tribe's water source. After being diluted by the water flow, the toxicity may be reduced, but it will still be enough to give the goblins a lot of poison. Jiang Cheng now possesses so many level 5 beast cores. The conditions for upgrading the temple have been met. He naturally wouldn't wait any longer. Arrive outside the territory. Jiang Cheng called Anna over. Ever since the temple was upgraded last time, Anna has told Jiang Cheng to call her next time he upgrades it. After Anna arrived, Jiang Cheng silently recited in his heart. Upgrade the temple. Vampire Temple, level 5. Should we spend 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, and 50 level 5 beast cores to upgrade the temple? Yes. A red light shone brightly. The Vampire Temple rose even higher, standing out like a luminous ruby in the dark forest. Upgrade complete. The appearance of the Vampire Temple has changed drastically, with many more decorations on the surrounding walls, making it even more luxurious than the castles where human nobles live. However, Jiang Cheng's room was still on the first floor. The huge temple was only occupied by him and Anna, so there was no need to be too particular. They could just find a room nearby to stay in. This would also make it easier for him to get to the barracks quickly. Jiang Cheng had previously ordered all the vampire warriors to move into the temple. Unfortunately, they were unwilling. After all, training in the barracks provides a speed boost. But it wasn't in the temple. Vampire Temple, level 6. 100 vampire warriors can be drawn daily. The probability of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 100%. The probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 50%. And the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 30%. Tip 1. Once the Vampire Temple reaches level 6, the selection of vampire warriors will proceed in the order of gold, silver, and bronze. Hint 2. Because the Vampire Temple is currently in a gestation period, the gestation time has been shortened by 2 days. 3 days later, a vampire warrior with awakened bloodline will be conceived, and the initial level of this vampire warrior will be raised to level 8. Next upgrade requires 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, 10,000 energy stones, and 50 level 6 beast cores. Level 6 beast cores are produced by level 6 creatures, with a drop rate of 80%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of it dropping a beast core. The order of the lottery draw has been changed. This means that gold-level vampire warriors will be the first to emerge, followed by silver-level ones. Finally, it's the bronze level's turn. Moreover, the probability of getting bronze grade skyrockets to a terrifying 100%. That means there will be no more black iron in the future. Even the worst bloodline is at least bronze level. However, Jiang Cheng doesn't care about these things right now. For some time afterward, unless a purple gold level vampire warrior is conceived, he will not extract any new vampire warriors. If the gestation period is shortened, will it shorten further after another upgrade, down to once a day? If that's the case, that would be absolutely fantastic. Keep looking down. An energy stone has been added as a requirement for upgrading. Jiang Cheng had anticipated this. However, being a wealthy dog owner, he didn't care about those 10,000 energy stones at all. Territory upgrade successful. Territory coverage area doubled. Rewards: 300 houses, 1,000 vampire citizens, for high-level defense towers, 50,000 energy stones, talent skills, Twilight, Heavenly Fire, Netherworld Blood Flame. Note: your territory is too large and may attract the attention of local forces. It may also attract the attention of the Abyss forces. This is a problem. At first, he didn't think much of doubling the size. However, with this continuous expansion, the territory's area has become extremely terrifying. Some of the roads in the forest were covered up. If any force tries to pass through those roads and runs into the protective shield, the location of their territory may be exposed. But it's alright, the protective shield will disappear soon. It's just the abyssal mist that's a headache. When facing something unknown, everyone experiences a sense of tension, which can make them feel flustered. Jiang Cheng shook his head to stop thinking about these things. He felt that level 6 was a threshold. Once a living organism reaches this threshold, it can become stronger. The temple will give him a more generous reward once he reaches this threshold. First, click on the introduction of the Advanced Defense Tower. He was very curious about the power of Advanced Defensive Towers. Advanced Defense Tower. Function 1. Provides true vision of the territory. All creatures within a 3-kilometer radius of the defensive tower will be revealed. Function 2. Attacks all creatures except territorial creatures, with an attack range of 1 kilometer. Each attack can severely damage a 5-star creature. Construction requirements: none. Upgrade requirements: 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, 10 level 5 beast cores, 5,000 energy stones. The power is not bad. If it can severely injure a 5-star creature, then it naturally means that it can annihilate creatures below the 5-star level. Jiang Cheng was already quite satisfied with what he had accomplished. After all, a 5-star character wasn't some chicken or dog. It would still take some effort to kill one. The upgrade requirements are a bit pricey. Jiang Cheng didn't even think about upgrading. Let's make do with this for now. Maybe the next temple upgrade will reward him with something better. Then he checked his innate skill, Twilight. Talent skill, Twilight. Definition: passive skill. Vampire warriors will automatically acquire this skill upon use, including those who have not yet been drawn into the vampire pool. Skill effect: upon killing other creatures, you will briefly enter a state of complete invisibility for 1 second, increasing your movement speed by 200%. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Chapter 64 Netherworld Blood Flame. The statue about to come alive. So strong. See the skill effects. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. You can enter stealth mode by killing an enemy. In addition, the 200% increase in movement speed allows you to quickly retreat after killing an enemy and find another target to kill again. After all, the cooldown time is so short. By the time the enemy catches up, the skills will have already cooled down, and the vampire warrior's ability to fly makes them even more agile and versatile. This skill is a nightmare for the enemy. In this way, the enemy can't touch the vampire warrior at all, while the vampire warrior can calmly choose the next opponent to kill. I calm myself down. Jiang Cheng turned his gaze to the last reward. The Fire of Heaven and Earth, Netherworld Blood Flame. A fire attribute spiritual object born between heaven and earth, taking 1,000 years to form and 10,000 years to gather spiritual energy. It is a spiritual object coveted by countless top-tier powerful beings, and is extremely precious. Because of its dark red color, it is called Blood Flame. Effect: unable to inflict physical damage on enemies, but can inflict soul damage on them, thus absorbing the souls of others to strengthen itself. Note: after claiming the reward, the Netherworld Blood Flame will automatically recognize you as its master. You can summon it at will and create offspring flames for others to refine. Once you refine the subflame, You can control the life and death of the person refining it at will. With just a thought, the subflame can devour their soul. Whenever the subfire devours a wisp of soul, it automatically feeds back half of the soul to the netherworld blood flame. Currently, 20 strands of fire can be differentiated. After reading the introduction of netherworld blood flame, Jiang Qingxi beamed with joy. A moment of twilight, a moment of ghostly blood flames. These can elevate the combat power of a vampire warrior by several levels. Furthermore, awakened vampire warriors will soon be born. Jiang Qing no longer knew how to describe his excitement. After receiving the reward, Jiang Cheng raised his right hand, and a ball of dark red flame suddenly appeared in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. The netherworld blood flame has not yet devoured any souls. It looked like a small lump, slightly larger than Jiang Cheng's palm, and its appearance wasn't as cool as one might imagine. The sound of retreating footsteps could be heard. Jiang Cheng then realized that Anna was still beside him, and quickly withdrew the flames from his hand. Anna is still in a remnant soul state, so the netherworld blood flame should be extremely harmful to her. Owner, what kind of flame was that just now? Why did I feel a sense of danger? This is the netherworld blood flame. Jiang Cheng explained the functions of the netherworld blood flame. Anna smiled upon hearing this. I never expected that my master would obtain such a spiritual item. In this way, vampire warriors will have a way to deal with top-level powerful beings in the future. After those old monsters' bodies were destroyed, their souls still existed. Only by erasing their souls can they be considered truly dead. Anna then looked at the statue of the progenitor of the blood god. Jiang Cheng followed her gaze and looked over. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. The statue of the blood god ancestor was so lifelike that it seemed as if blood was flowing through its body. When Jiang Cheng turned his head just now, he thought it was a living person standing there. Seeing this scene late at night is bound to be a little scary. Anna kept an eye on the idol during this time. This was also her main purpose in coming here. After gazing at the statue in silence for a while, Anna stood beside Jiang Cheng and whispered, Master, I'll stay with you when you sleep tonight. You sleep in bed, and I'll sit beside you and watch over you. I feel there's something strange about this statue. It seems to be reviving with life force, accompanied by a faint trace of soul power. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. Anna's words confirmed his suspicions. As the vampire temple continues to upgrade, this mysteriously appearing statue will one day come to life. Could this statue be the blood god ancestor himself? Anna couldn't tell. She is currently only a remnant soul, and many of her abilities are limited. Forcibly using them will only result in a backlash. If it's not the blood god ancestor, that's fine, but if it really is the blood god ancestor himself, then there's a high probability that he will be our enemy. After all, two tigers cannot share one mountain. The blood god ancestor is arrogant by nature and would not so easily submit to someone else. I'm worried that the soul has already gained consciousness and started observing the outside environment. It might use its divine soul power to attack you, Master. In this way, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to agree to Anna's suggestion to sleep with him, and tentatively asked, if we move or destroy this statue, will there be any problems? Anna shook her head. It's too late. Then she conjured a sword aura in her hand. It was flung towards the statue of the blood god ancestor. The shockwave from the sword energy explosion forced Jiang Cheng to retreat several feet before he could finally stop. The statue, however, still stands there intact. This made Jiang Cheng fall into deep thought. Unbreakable, even the powerful sword energy couldn't budge it in the slightest. But such a useless thing couldn't have appeared in the territory for no reason. Jiang Cheng planned to ask the other lords. See if they have similar statues. If both are present, it may indicate a test. But if not, then he can only hope for the best. With Anna by my side now, and the temple having just been upgraded, the next upgrade won't be so quick, so there's no need to rush this matter for now. Jiang Cheng quickly calmed down. Arrived at the barracks. This place has already erupted into a frenzy because of the innate skills. Jiang Cheng gathered 20 of the most outstanding vampire warriors and distributed the subflames of the netherworld blood flame to them. The differentiated netherworld blood flame was pitifully small, like a tiny flame about to go out. Hee, my lord. Do you see any changes in me? Yali, whose injuries had almost healed, looked at Jiang Cheng with beaming eyes and a silly grin. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. You've reached level 6, that's pretty good. Just don't be so reckless next time. I don't have that many healing pills for you. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Jiang Cheng summoned Yato and Yali. The mysterious expressions on their faces naturally indicated that they had been given a very important task. We arrived at a private room. Jiang Cheng took out the bead that could make him invisible, along with a large pile of venom sacs from the poisonous pythons. He placed the two items in front of Otto. Yato, once this bead is infused with energy, it will grant you invisibility. Take this bead and these poison sacs with you, and sneak into the goblin tribe during their shift change. Draw a map of the two intermediate tribes, and put these poison sacs into their water source as a souvenir. Ale, standing nearby, seemed a little impatient. He's good at doing bad things, so why send the honest and simple Otto? Chapter 65 Infiltrating the Goblin Tribe. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng patted Yalai on the shoulder with a smile. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so let Otto handle this. You can provide support outside. The Asian list immediately became sluggish. Yato, standing nearby, laughed and scolded. Who told you to be so weak? You've become the only guy in the territory who needs to lie in bed for half the day, huh? Arlie was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the Lord's rule that warriors were not allowed to fight each other privately, he would have definitely hung Otto up and beaten him. All right, stop fooling around. You two, set off immediately. Yato, if you have the chance, plant blood seeds in more goblins and make them our mobs. These 3 storage rings are for you too, just in case. Losing a little blood has no effect on Otto. It can be rebuilt very soon. As for giving him the storage ring, Jiang Cheng wanted to see if Yato could take the opportunity to bring back some good stuff. Yes, Lord. The two did not linger for long. They quietly left the territory under the cover of night. Change shifts. Change shifts. It's time to go back to sleep. On the stockade wall, a group of goblins walked down in scattered numbers. Another group of spirited goblins came up. The lazy goblin yawned and said, "We are clearly the strongest force in the area, and no one dares to offend us. So why do we need to strengthen our defenses?" Previously, the guards only needed to stand guard for an hour and could chat and boast, but now they have to keep staring outside for 2 hours straight, which is making my eyes sore. It was those 2 patrol teams from this afternoon who did it. The claim that some unknown creature attacked them and left excrement on them to humiliate us goblins is utter nonsense. These guys are usually good at taking shortcuts and shirking their duties during patrols. I think they were eyeing the eggs laid by wild animals in the forest, trying to steal a few to eat, but they got caught and beaten up. To avoid punishment from the leader, they made up this excuse. One of the goblins was furious. That is, the area they patrol is sandwiched between us and the goblins. There are no unknown enemies there. They're just making up an excuse to be lazy. We'll beat them up later. That's right, tie them up and whip them. The goblins were filled with righteous indignation and had already devised ways to punish the patrol troops who had been out during the day. They discussed this as they walked deeper into the stronghold. We arrived at a giant iron gate. The group of goblins revealed their identities. Then the 2 heavy gates were opened. Behind the door was a downward staircase with no end in sight. That is the true core of the goblin tribe. The large fortified village outside them only served a deterrent and defensive purpose. Their actual living quarters were underground. At this moment, the goblins were still chatting and laughing. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible person had already infiltrated the group and had entered the underground world before them. So big. Let's go down below. Yato couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The space below is more than twice the size of the previous goblin tribe, enough for 2,000 goblins to live in. To be able to carve out such a vast underground world, Yato couldn't help but feel a little admiration. Otto leaped into the air, keeping himself suspended in midair. He then began to observe the entire goblin tribe. Draw a map of the terrain on parchment. Understanding the terrain and architecture here will make it easier to take over this place as quickly as possible in the future. At the same time, he was also observing the approximate strength of the goblins in this tribe. Strange, why are there so few 4-star items? Not a single 5-star one. I'll quickly sensed that something was wrong. Just then, he noticed a group of goblins gathered at a cave entrance, seemingly waiting for something. The strength of these goblins is all above 3 stars. There are no 1-star or 2-star ratings. I guess they're not of high enough status or position to be qualified to come to this place. Boom, boom, boom. A metal cart appeared at the entrance of the cave. The metal cart has 2 rows of rollers embedded in the rails below. Arlie didn't recognize this thing. He secretly wrote it down on a piece of craft paper. Then a goblin's head popped out from the metal cart and shouted, "Only 20 people can go at a time. Anyone who wants more must pay. Spots are limited, first come, first served." After a series of pushing and shoving, all the goblins got on the bus. From their conversation, Yato learned that this thing could be sent directly from goblins to high-level tribes, which was very convenient. Most of the high-ranking members of the territory live a life of leisure and pleasure in the elite tribes. Since you're all gone, I won't be polite. After searching for a while, Yato arrived at the location where the tribe's supplies were hidden. This place is located near the residence of a mid-level tribal chief. But it was almost completely undefended. There was only a drowsy goblin at the entrance. Come to think of it, there's a large fortified village outside, and a massive gate that can't let outsiders in at all. If those inside were to steal from the place, it would be tantamount to courting death. It would be like an old man eating poison, thinking he has too much time on his hands. After knocking out the guard, Ayato picked up the key from the guard's waist and gently pushed open the door. There were basically no valuable items inside. Most of them were food, weapons. It seems these guys have hidden all the good stuff in the advanced tribes, leaving only these basic supplies here. Yato sighed regretfully. But why not take it if it's free? Since it's not on our own territory, we can just take it and be done with it. Stacks of supplies were loaded into Yato's storage ring. The 3 storage rings were full, and Yato still had one left in his hand. Oh no, I was too busy joking with Ale on the way back, and I haven't gotten the fertilizer from the ring into the ground yet. After hesitating for a moment, Yato gritted his teeth and placed the packets of zongzi from his storage ring on the ground. Then all the remaining weapons were placed inside. Mission accomplished. The warehouse, which was once overflowing, was now filled only with some rotten food and nearly 100 bulging bags of leaves. What a waste of so much fertilizer. Forget it. I'll just infect more goblins later. Otherwise, I'll be upset that all this good fertilizer is going to goblins for free. They rustled inside for a while. Yato dusted himself off, locked the door, hung the key back on the guard's waist, and left with a flourish. Having lost so much, this guard is probably doomed. There's no point in planting a blood seed in him. Afterwards, Otto traveled back and forth between the dwellings of some 4-star and 3-star goblins, knocked them unconscious, and implanted his blood seed. These high-ranking goblins are so unprofessional. They've been playing around in the high-level tribes for so long and haven't come back yet. Yato cursed under his breath. Chapter 66: The Situation of Other Lords. We arrived at the underground river of the goblin tribe. They threw all the poison sacks into it. Fearing that unknown forces might enter the tribe through the underground river, the goblin chief ordered the construction of a sluice gate at the river's outlet, which was opened periodically to release water. Therefore, the water is currently in a static state. The venom sac can slowly diffuse toxins within it. There are still several hours before the goblin tribe changes shifts. Feeling utterly bored, Yato simply walked into the cave entrance leading to the advanced tribe. As long as he's careful, he shouldn't be discovered. This part of the territory. After Jiang Cheng released the Netherworld blood flame, they brought the members with the subfire to the vicinity of the statue. With his right hand, Jiang Cheng summoned the Netherworld blood flame and brought the flame close to the statue. To his surprise, the flames seemed to be absorbing something and were growing at a visible rate, like a raging fire meeting dry wood. Anna made him do it. The two of them had just discussed it privately. This decision has been made. While the soul was still weak, he devoured it with Netherworld blood flame. Although the Netherworld blood flame could not completely devour it at this moment, it could wear down the soul and make it even weaker. This would reduce the threat he posed to him. As time went by, the Netherworld blood flame grew stronger and stronger, while the soul power within the statue grew weaker and weaker. One day, the souls inside will be completely devoured. Even if the statue comes back to life, without a soul, what threat will it pose? Anna could turn him into a puppet and make him a war machine for the territory. Moreover, having absorbed so much nourishment, how powerful will the Netherworld blood flame become? What is the Lord doing? It's like roasting a statue with Netherworld blood flame. The vampire warriors standing at the rear were puzzled. Just then, Anna explained, "This is a unique way of commemorating the dead in the Lord's hometown. It is done to express respect for the progenitor of the blood god. You should do the same." Yes. Vampire warriors hold their creators in high esteem. After listening to Anna's words, they imitated them and gathered around the statue. He summoned the subfire within his body, which scorched the idol. It seems like my subfire is absorbing something. It seems the flame is getting stronger. Isn't it only by absorbing soul power that you can become stronger? How come you can become stronger by roasting a god statue now? Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and explained, "This method of offering sacrifices is very effective. It must be that the blood god felt our respect and rewarded us in the dark. Not long after he finished speaking, the statue of the blood god ancestor began to tremble slightly. Anna, who was behind her, let out a soft hum. An even stronger divine power suppressed the statue, stopping its tremors. While roasting the idol, Jiang Qing contacted the top lords on his friend list. He received a consistent response. That is, outside the main building of the top lord, there is a building that represents the identity of the troop type. The other super lords are no exception. There is a statue of the Purple Winged Dragon King outside the building of the Purple Winged Dragon Lord. Angel Lord Yunqi's Angel City is even more outrageous, with angel statues in 7 different locations throughout the city. They are Archangel Gabriel, Raphael, Michael. Moreover, she had even dreamed of these angels. With each upgrade, these statues become more and more lifelike. These top lords and super lords quickly realized that something was wrong. Jiang Cheng, who doesn't usually chat online, actually asked them this question. Something's not right. There must be some major discovery. Thus, a group chat with hundreds of people was born. This collection includes most of the lords on the leaderboard. Some of the top lords below the leaderboard have also joined. Helpless, Jiang Cheng could only give vague answers. He indicated that it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. I was just asking casually, so don't take it too seriously. Eat and drink as usual. Anyway, I'm ahead of you all, so if anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to suffer the consequences. That's what they said, but the lords in the group chat felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing it. Damn Jiang Cheng, don't be so smug. My city is already at level 5. Didn't expect that, did you? Haha. After so many days of hard work, my city has reached 5 stars, and now I can summon 20 different types of troops a day. Our troops are the most elite troops. In the early stages, we lag behind you because of our smaller numbers. Now that our numbers are gradually increasing, we will soon surpass you, dethrone you, and seize the number 1 throne. Hee, everyone keep hiding. Don't accept his challenge tonight. We can't let his vampires get the blood from our troops. The day after tomorrow, when we face the Abyss Mist, we will surely expose Jiang Cheng's true colors. We'll show the other players who truly deserves to be at the top of the leaderboard. The group of super lords perfectly illustrated what it means to not beat someone for 3 days, and they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. When they thought Jiang Cheng was scared and dared not respond, they discovered that he had already left the group chat. They spent half the day having fun here. They simply chose to ignore it. This is absolutely outrageous and shows a complete lack of respect for others. Somehow, the content of the group chat leaked to the outside world. The assembled lords, eager to watch the drama unfold, began to discuss it amongst themselves. Why are there statues outside the main buildings of top-tier lords and super lords? It's so unfair. Low-level lords are furious. Isn't this a good thing? Haven't you heard that those statues seem to have come to life? Maybe one day they really will come to life and kill them. Haha, heaven has eyes. Those statues, come to life quickly and kill these lucky ones, so that we lowly lords can also have a way out. How do you know that if the statue came to life, it would definitely be an enemy? It might just become a powerful subordinate of these lords of different ranks. I think it's impossible. Those statues are usually the original rulers of the military units. Everyone understands the principle that 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain. Even if those statues came to life, their loyalty wouldn't be very high, and they could betray us at any time. Let's not talk about that for now. The Abyss Mist will descend in a couple of days. Is everyone ready? I've been praying all day, and I believe I can succeed. Oh, it seems like the upstairs neighbor has some brilliant idea. Could it be that we have found a way to combat the Abyss Mist? Please inform me that if I can overcome this difficulty, I will present you with a generous gift. Sai, what can I do? I've already prepared for rebirth, and I keep praying that I can be reborn as Jiang Cheng's tadpole. Cut. Roll. Get lost. Chapter 67 World Channel Announcement. It took about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A bright light appeared ahead. Yato sped up and flew over. The scene suddenly opened up. Outside the cave, rows of metal carts were lined up in an orderly fashion. 4 3-star goblins were sitting around a small table, drinking and boasting about which goblin wife was the prettiest. It was only then that Otto noticed that the advanced goblin tribe was like a small society, several times more advanced than the 2 tribes below it. The entire advanced goblin tribe was brightly lit. Its area is more than 5 times that of a mid-level tribe. The average level of ordinary goblin soldiers here is 2 stars. 1-star soldiers are only qualified to be miners, and they have to take a metal cart to the back mountain to mine every day. Yato exclaimed that today had truly broadened his horizons. On the left are military barracks, On the right are residential houses, and in the middle are orderly, seemingly bustling streets. The owners of the shops on the street are all quite capable. Most of them are above Samsung. The end of the street was presumably where the high-ranking goblins resided, and it was filled with several auras that were no weaker than his, and even a few auras that were stronger than his. The most terrifying aura was located at the very center of the building, giving off an unfathomable feeling. If he guessed correctly, this aura likely belonged to the chief of this high-ranking tribe. He's probably a 7-star powerhouse. It seems our guess was correct. If even the leaders of high-level tribes are 7-star, then what terrifying power must the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom possess? Draw a map of the terrain here. Yato was fortunate enough to find the entrance to the advanced tribe. Because people from the other 2 tribes frequently come and go from here, the iron gates of the superior tribe are almost never closed. After all, the defenses of the 2 outer tribes are so tight, it's almost impossible for anything to happen inside, so there's no need to be so tense. Leave here. Athos met with Ariel outside. El wasn't just standing there dumbfounded, feeding the mosquitoes. He surveyed the surrounding terrain. There is also a large defensive stockade on the back mountain. The defenses were exceptionally tight, with even a 6-star goblin guarding the place. Behind this large stronghold might be the energy stone mine that produces millions of stones a year. Ayato's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, clearly showing that he was very tempted. El scoffed dismissively. Stop being tempted. Hurry up and improve your strength. You're just a weakling at 5 stars, dreaming of attacking that mine? Wishful thinking. Damn it. If Jack hadn't stolen the 6-star monster that was practically in my hands today, I probably would have beaten you to a pulp. Ha, but you're just a weakling right now. What happened? Did you get bitten by a mosquito or get beaten up? Jiang Chung looked at Yato, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and wondered what had happened. It was just simple swelling that would recover quickly, but the swelling on Yato's face lingered, creating a strangely comical effect. Yato was overjoyed, but his face showed a wronged expression. My lord, that scoundrel Ale was bullying me. Just because he has reached the 6-star level, he pinned me to the ground and beat me up. You must punish him properly. Jiang Chung suddenly felt a headache coming on. Then go and beat him up. Make sure he doesn't fight back, and tell him it was me who said it. This is good. The 4 storage rings have been delivered. Yato rubbed his hands together. He somehow got a bundle of hemp rope as thick as an arm and a shiny leather whip, and went to cause trouble for Ale. I quickly browsed through the information about the Goblin tribe. Jiang Chung picked up the storage ring again. I checked what I had gained this time. Damn, these weapons smell awful. Let's put them in the trading area and sell them to those lords. The weapons I sell are of relatively reliable quality, and I should see good sales. Once you finished all that, it was midnight. The opening of this ranking list was slightly delayed, because an announcement appeared on the World Channel. It's already midnight. This marks the 6th day since you all arrived on the Lord's continent. There are still 23 hours and 59 minutes until the 7th day. This evening, the Abyss Mist will appear outside the territory, causing chaos among the monsters. Lords, take this opportunity to strengthen yourselves. The protective shield will close precisely at midnight tomorrow, at which time the Abyss Mist will launch its attack on the territory, lasting for 8 hours. The leaderboard for the 7th day will begin tomorrow night at midnight. The rules for this leaderboard differ from the previous 6 days. It will be based on the total score earned by each lord in conquering the Abyss Mist. The rankings will be finalized after the Abyss Mist ends, and the rewards will be more generous than ever before. The first place winner will receive an unparalleled artifact. Earn 1 point for defeating a 1-star Abyss monster. Defeat a 2-star Abyss monster to earn 5 points. Defeat a 3-star Abyss monster to earn 20 points. Defeat a 4-star Abyss monster to earn 50 points. Defeat an 8-star Abyss monster to gain 3,000 points. Defeat a 9-star Abyss monster to earn 10,000 points. Special note, defeating Abyss monsters only grants experience. They do not drop beast cores. Lords with larger territories will receive more favor from the Abyss Mist, and the Abyss monsters that appear will be more powerful. The native forces of the Lord's continent will also be attacked by the Abyss Mist, but the offensive will not be too fierce. It will only prevent them from venturing out to investigate the outside world. If a territory is breached and the Lord abandons it to flee for his life, he will forever lose his lordship and all the benefits that a lord is entitled to. He will then wander the continent as an ordinary human being. To help everyone get through this difficult time, here's a lord's gift pack that all lords can claim. After reading the announcement, Jiang Chung received the lord's gift pack. What would be a huge gift to others is just a tiny bit of meat to him. It is estimated that by tomorrow evening, the Abyss Mist will appear outside the territory, paving the way for the subsequent attack by the Abyss monsters. At that time, apart from the protective shield, the outside world may be shrouded in abyssal mist. When wild beasts sense the danger, they will rush towards their territory like madmen. This is a good opportunity. Let's continue reading. The fact that the first-place winner could obtain a supreme artifact piqued Jiang Cheng's interest. He learned from Anna that after reaching the 9 stars level, one would advance to the Saint level, which had several stages. Only after completing these stages can one break through the barrier and become a god, standing tall between heaven and earth, worshipped by billions of living beings. The divine artifacts were weapons forged by the gods. The power must be terrifying. I can't even imagine. I'm afraid that all the treasures on Luo Chi's side combined wouldn't even compare to a fraction of this divine artifact. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement and a strong desire for the divine artifact. Chapter 68 The Indignant Lord. He Yuan successfully infected. The larger the territory, the more abyssal monsters it will attract. This is a nightmare for other lords, but for me it's just a bunch of experience points. Zhang Qingba needs more abyss monsters. Anna is now level 9. Their combat power is terrifying. Even 9-star abyss monsters are no match for her. Just don't bring too much at once. A moment later, the announcement was minimized and shrunk to the top of the world channel, leaving only a small arrow. The leaderboard is now open. The rewards remain unchanged. It seems the main event is saved for tomorrow. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. One by one, top lords appeared on the leaderboard. Angel Lord Yunxi has reached 5th place. In the past few days, she has worked even harder than Jiang Cheng, and even personally fought alongside her angels. She's definitely a strong, independent woman. The 4th place result surprised many people. The Demon Lord has regained his former glory, demonstrating his formidable strength and returning to the public eye. As for the remaining 3, everyone knows who they are. After many years, the Demon Lord has returned to everyone's sight. He is still strong after all. Having been mentally broken twice in a row, yet still managing to get back up, it's truly touching. I wonder if he will challenge Jiang Cheng again this time. I don't think so. If he challenges Jiang Cheng again and gets crushed again, his ranking on the leaderboard tomorrow night will be ruined, and it will be a question whether he can even defend his territory. Speaking of whether or not they can defend their territory, the lower-ranking lords were filled with mixed emotions. After so many carefree days, I still have to face it in the end. I've been slacking off for the first few days. My territory is only level 3 now, and my troops aren't very strong, but there are over 400 of them, so I should be able to hold out. You have to give your all in everything you do, but unfortunately, I realized it too late. When I finally understood, I was filled with regret. There's still a chance. Tomorrow, all the wild beasts outside will gather outside our territory. We might be able to take this opportunity to gain experience and greatly increase our strength. That's right, our territory level is low, so it won't attract too many abyss monsters. We should be fine. I wonder if those alliances will be able to keep their promises to help their members. Damn it. All they do is make you pay the membership fee. You won't get any other benefits. I joined an alliance before, and when I asked the higher-ups for a few thousand, they wouldn't give me any. That's right. We minor lords also fell for their tricks, and were fleeced for nothing. Didn't the announcement say that the larger the territory's sphere of influence, the more abyssal monsters it will be attacked? I reckon they won't be able to protect themselves then. It would be best to kill them. We're just a little slow in the early stages. After a few years of development, we might just be able to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. That's right, bite them to death. The world channel is filled with indignation among countless leaders. They wish they could transform into a monster from the abyss and attack the territories of those top lords and super lords. Reporting to the Lord. The human I infected that day has successfully become a vampire and is under our control. Yili ran up to Jiang Cheng. His body was covered in marks from rope bindings and whippings, and he looked quite disheveled, clearly having just escaped from Otto's clutches. Oh, Jiang Cheng immediately became interested. Yato was left to wait to the side. He requested to add He Yuan as a friend. He Yuan was still immersed in the jubilation of his second brother's return. Although his reborn brother was only the size of a bean sprout, it had already made him so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Just then, he felt his body starting to spiral out of control. A voice entered his mind, instructing him to obey Jiang Cheng's orders. What the hell? Why should I obey Jiang Cheng's orders? What kind of person is he? He'll be wiped out by our alliance leader sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, He Yuan felt a sharp pain in his body. His blood vessels seemed to be swelling, causing him unbearable pain. He wished he could die immediately. Oh, it hurts so much. Help! Someone please help me. Just as he lay on the ground, unable to move and only able to wail helplessly, the voice rang out again, repeating the previous words. They threatened him that if he had any more inappropriate thoughts, he would suffer the same torment for the next few days. Unless he just goes and dies, ending it all. He Yuan, who was timid and valued his life, trembled upon hearing this. He nodded quickly in agreement. He then discovered that Jiang Cheng had added him as a friend. Not daring to have any other thoughts, He Yuan chose to agree. Lord of the Demon Bear, hello there. Your body has been implanted with a blood seed by one of my vampires. Now your body is slowly transforming into a vampire's, and you are at my complete control. What? He Yuan's eyes widened, and then he was filled with rage. It turned out that his Jill had been cut off by Jiang Cheng. This is tolerable, but let's just bear it a little longer. Thinking back to the feeling of his blood vessels swelling all over his body, He Yuan felt a wave of fear. Then he thought of the vampire's extraordinary self-healing ability, and his second younger brother was reborn. It seems like being a vampire is more comfortable. It can heal itself if it gets injured. Besides, following Jiang Cheng seems like a good idea. After all, he is the #1 lord in the current rankings, and he is so close to me that he can support me at any time. Moreover, since Jiang Cheng didn't kill me, but instead used special methods to infect me into a vampire, he must have something for me to do. Maybe I can take this opportunity to gain some benefits. Before he could continue thinking about it, the pain returned, and some tiny blood vessels burst, causing him to almost faint from the pain. Now He Yuan was completely obedient and dared not have any other ideas. This guy is full of bad ideas. He won't listen unless he's taught a lesson. Yili can know what He Yuan is thinking. Knowing that the other party wanted to swindle his lord, he was so angry that he made He Yuan's blood vessels burst. Now, almost all of He Yuan's blood is infected. Yara can be controlled at will. Alright, it's just a small amount of money. Let's give it to him. We're not stingy people. Jiang Cheng sent 2 level 4 beast cores directly. This was like a godsend for He Yuan, whose castle was only level 3. There aren't many wild monsters around here anymore, so he doesn't dare to go too far, and thus the upgrade of his territory's buildings has hit a bottleneck. Jiang Cheng gave him 2 directly, which made him extremely excited. This treatment was even better than being under the command of the purple-winged radiant dragon lord. Jiang Cheng kindly reminded him, "Don't level up now, okay? I don't want you to die so easily. I still want you to do important things for me." He Yuan, sitting opposite him, was moved to tears and quickly swore an oath to the heavens, expressing his loyalty. Chapter 69 Strengthening Territory Defenses. Can we still be friends? Afterwards, Jiang Cheng gave him some things that he didn't need. This guy will be very useful in the future. If he dies so easily, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? When those lords want to attack him, they'll have to find another way, and who knows when that will be. He couldn't wait to crush those lords who came to attack him into dust. After claiming the ranking rewards, Jiang Cheng handed over all the bloodline enhancement pills to the silver-level Blood Clan warriors in his territory. We must seize the time to improve their strength. In preparation for the upcoming great battle, Jiang Cheng arrived at the city wall. The city wall was constructed using the most basic building blocks, not even considered low-grade. It cannot be upgraded or expanded. It has become a shackle binding the territory. After upgrading the temple, Jiang Cheng regained residences and subjects, but he did not use them because there was not much space left. This city wall must be demolished and replaced with a more advanced one. Moreover, tomorrow's battle will be large-scale. If the abyss monsters manage to breach this city wall, the people behind it will surely suffer greatly. This is the last thing Jiang Cheng wanted to see. Having accumulated so many resources, it's time to put them to use. After instructing the vampire warriors to dismantle the city's defensive cannons, Jiang Cheng spent 10,000 lord coins at the mall to purchase a high-level city wall building card. Once a high-level city wall is used, it can be expanded at will. It also has strong defense, capable of withstanding attacks from a level 7 expert. Of course, it also has a limited lifespan. Once its durability is depleted, the city wall will collapse and turn into ruins. Use Advanced City Wall Building Card. An existing wall has been detected. If an advanced building card is used, the existing wall will be replaced and will no longer exist. Use. The dust was swept away. A brand new, towering city wall appeared before Jiang Cheng. With a thought, The area covered by the city wall doubled, encompassing all the surrounding mountains and forests. This area was sufficient, so Jiang Cheng found an open space and settled the residents and his people there. As the city cannons were placed around the city walls, Jiang Cheng also purchased some more powerful city defense cannons. There are a total of 8 city defense cannons, each costing 10,000 Lord coins. Energy stones are needed to fire the cannon. Basically, one energy stone can only sustain one cannonball. Although it is a bit expensive, the damage is very considerable. 5-star monsters cannot last more than one round against it. The matters concerning the city wall have been settled. Jiang Cheng then turned his gaze to the defensive tower. The 4 intermediate defense towers can be demolished and converted into building cards, which can then be rebuilt in suitable locations. Therefore, Jiang Cheng naturally chose to dismantle them. Then they built it at the 4 corners of the expanded city wall. Would you like to spend 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, and 10 level 4 beast cores to upgrade the intermediate defense tower to a high-level defense tower? Jiang Cheng had initially thought he could just make do. Let's see if we can get something for free. However, for the sake of the territory's security, they ultimately chose to upgrade. The defense tower upgrade is complete. He then built the 4 high-level defensive towers he received as a reward for upgrading the temple at the center of the 4 city walls. Thus, there were 8 defensive towers, 8 powerful city guarding cannons, and the previous city guarding cannons. The combined firepower was sufficient to ensure the safety of the city walls. After all, there is a ring of defenses around the perimeter. Those are vampire warriors. They will fight on the front lines, keeping the vast majority of abyssal monsters outside the city walls. The announcement mentioned the points that can be obtained by killing 9-star abyss monsters, indicating that 9-star monsters are indeed possible. Since 9 stars will appear, then 7 and 8 stars will also appear, and their numbers will definitely be considerable. Anna is primarily responsible for dealing with 8-star and 9-star abyssal monsters. As for those at or below the 7th-star level, the vampire warriors will have to grit their teeth and deal with them. No matter how tough it is, they have to take them down. It's impossible for a battle that lasts 8 hours to end without casualties. We want to minimize casualties. We must improve our strength. Jiang Cheng then arrived at the camp. They were given 200,000 energy stones in one go. Each group receives 40,000 yuan, which is enough for each member to significantly improve their skills. Jiang Cheng also kept up with the training of the militia squad and the expansion of its membership. The militia squad, which originally consisted of only 200 people, has now expanded to 500, and the additional 300 have undergone some basic training. Their primary task is not fighting. Instead, they were responsible for the defensive cannons on the city walls. If a vampire warrior is seriously wounded, they need to be carried off the battlefield. A notification sound rang in my mind. Jiang Cheng opened the friend's interface. Do you want some equipment? This time it's guaranteed to be brand new, and there are level 5 and level 6 items. Great prices, fair and honest service. It was sent by Luo Qi. Jiang Cheng asked, you sold me a bunch of second-hand goods last time. How about giving me a 30% discount this time? Do you think my equipment came from thin air? Look where you can find such cheap and high-quality weapons and equipment these days. If I wasn't worried that you wouldn't be able to get through this crisis, I wouldn't be selling them to you. That's what Luo Qi said. But he still couldn't resist Jiang Cheng's bargaining. In the end, I got a 25% discount. Jiang Cheng happily paid the money and received the equipment. He then asked with concern, how are things on your end? If you can't hold out, you can buy a teleportation array and escape to my side with your insects. It's nothing more than losing the right to be a lord. It's not a big deal. If you miss the days of being a lord, I can carve out a secluded place from my territory for you to use as your own. If you don't like living here, you can live with me in a big house. There are hundreds of rooms for you to choose from. Moreover, I have thousands of young women in my territory. You can make friends with them, do laundry and cook with them, and learn how to live a good life. Several thousand young women. Luo Qi was dumbfounded. Could it be that Jiang Cheng had already started a harem in his territory? Where did he find so many women? Could it be that there are human cities nearby, and he abducted all the young women from those cities? Jiang Cheng quickly provided an explanation. Yes, the rewards for upgrading buildings are for my citizens, all of whom are young and middle-aged men and women, in a ratio of about 1-to-1. Seeing this, Luo Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She then explained her situation. My situation is relatively optimistic. Although my insects have no combat power, their treasure hunting ability is still top-notch. This morning they brought back a warship, which seems to be a saint-level warship, the kind that can kill a whole bunch of 9 stars with one shot. However, each cannonball requires 1,000 energy stones, which is a bit too much to afford. That's why I contacted you in the middle of the night to make a deal. Where are they? That jerk. He just disappears in the middle of a chat every time. Can't we just be friends? Chapter 70. Did the leader collude with foreign enemies? The next morning, Jiang Cheng entered the main hall. He felt a little uneasy that there was no notification sound in his mind this time to select a unit. Arrived at the barracks. All the vampire warriors were assigned brand new armor. They can use it once their level is increased. The discarded equipment can then be distributed to militia squads. After all, that kind of equipment and armor hadn't reached level 5 yet, so militia squads could use it. After a night of cultivation, almost all the vampire warriors have reached 4 stars, with only a few still stuck at the peak of 3 stars. They are expected to break through this afternoon. Only Ari and Jack have reached 6 stars. The two of them defeated a 6-star monster and gained a lot of experience, having already advanced to 6 stars yesterday. They are considered to be at the top level of combat power in the territory. However, Otto and his group were not much different. Yesterday, they killed so many monsters, and the blood from the monsters was stored in the blood pool. With such a massive amount of blood and a constant supply of energy stones, Otto and his companions are not far from reaching level 6. If you're lucky in the morning and encounter some experienced players, breaking through to 6 stars is a sure thing. Last night, the goblins who had been implanted with the blood seed were successfully infected. After some torment, the goblins were successfully made to obey. Their wails of agony as they were tortured went completely unnoticed by the other goblins. Because they are not the only ones wailing. And the entire goblin tribe. The venom sac of the venomous python has already taken effect. Since midnight last night, about half of the goblins drank water from the underground river and were accidentally poisoned. Since the leaders were all out partying in the higher-ranking tribes, the lower-ranking goblins didn't immediately realize what had caused the poisoning. Until more and more goblins were poisoned. It was only then that they discovered the source of the deadly poison was an underground river. In an instant, the entire goblin tribe was thrown into chaos, and they had no choice but to request assistance from the 2 neighboring tribes. This information was obtained from the minds of the infected goblins. What's going on? A 5-star goblin angrily stepped off the metal cart, followed by a group of high-ranking goblins. They haven't had enough of their extravagant lifestyle yet. They were called back by a series of urgent messages. The 3 tribes rely on each other and can provide support to any of them in a short period of time. They don't know what could be so urgent. What a disappointment. Soon, a 4-star goblin recounted the whole story, his face filled with remorse. If he hadn't fainted last night, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. To be honest, he was also very confused. He was certain he had been knocked unconscious, but there was no one around at the time. This made him suspect that he had had a wet dream the night before and was being punished by God. Poisoned. The goblin chieftain's anxious expression instantly calmed down. He waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't worry, I planned this long ago. I have prepared a large amount of herbs in our territory's warehouse. They don't need to be boiled, you can just take them orally." The leader's insight is brilliant. The 4-star goblin who was reporting the situation immediately lit up and began to flatter him. The leader is wise and insightful. Our leader is incredibly insightful. He could even foresee something like this. We are all ashamed of our own abilities. The goblin leaders behind them also started flattering them. Now that the matter is resolved, it means they can return to the high-level tribes and enjoy themselves for a while longer. A group of goblins arrived at the treasure vault immediately after receiving the order. The treasure vault has been guarded by a different person. That goblin went home to sleep last night after get off work. We have come to the treasury to retrieve medicinal herbs on the orders of our leader. Please come in, everyone. The guard eagerly took out the key. They pushed open the heavy doors of the treasure vault. Before he could even see what was inside, an extremely pungent, fermented smell assaulted his brain, causing him to faint instantly. His eyes rolled back, and white foam poured from his mouth like it was free. Holy crap, what's that smell? Ugh, so disgusting, ugh. Damn it, the smell has solidified and turned the air green. How terrifying. Could this be a new weapon developed by the leader? Its power is terrifying. Even a 6-star expert probably wouldn't last 3 rounds against it. The goblins who came to collect the herbs retreated repeatedly. The weak goblin had collapsed to the ground and was convulsing, his limbs stiffening. What's going on? The goblin leader, standing outside, couldn't help but roar angrily as he watched the fleeing goblins. Chief, it seems that the weapon you developed has been leaked. Its power is extremely terrifying. We can't get in at all. The guards protecting the treasure vault, and several brothers collapsed on the spot. What? The goblin leader had no idea what they were talking about. He simply led his men inside. The pungent, eye-irritating smell almost made him choke and die on the spot. Damn, what happened in the treasure vault? The goblin leader waved his hand, and the wind generated by the energy dispersed most of the green smoke. A small amount of green smoke lingered at the entrance to the treasure vault. As time passed, the green smoke grew thicker and thicker, posing a danger of re-emerging. Several goblins who had bravely sacrificed themselves covered their faces with rags, roared, and charged into the treasure vault without regard for their own safety. The overwhelming smell made them feel like they were living in hell, causing them immense suffering. Even just breathing through your mouth. I could feel a cut in my throat, and a sharp pain shot through me. The huge warehouse was completely empty. There were only about 100 withered, yellowish-green clumps that exuded a dangerous aura. The goblins exchanged glances. His eyes were filled with a solemn expression of facing death with equanimity. Chief, the second batch of warriors also perished in the warehouse, along with a 4-star general. Damn it, my warriors are falling one after another in the warehouse. What kind of poisonous creature was in there? How could such a thing happen to our tribe? Finally, some of the third batch of goblin warriors emerged alive. Of course, there was only one person. His eyes rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth as he ran. When he placed the object on the ground outside, he had finally completed the task his teammates had assigned him, and he could vaguely see them standing in the azure sky, smiling and waving at him. A goblin skilled in throwing knives slashed a hole in the green ball of dough. The objects inside rolled out. The goblins present all changed their expressions drastically. Could this be the herb the leader was talking about? No wonder they said it didn't need to be cooked. It's completely inedible after cooking. But will eating this thing really cause any harm? The goblins present turned their gazes toward their leader, some even showing hostility, and began to suspect that the leader might have colluded with an enemy to destroy their tribe in one fell swoop. Chapter 71 The Turmoil Begins, Xiaoyan's Plan. It was afternoon. The vampire warriors and militia squads who had gone out returned to their territory one after another. After half a day of hard work, they had made great progress, and many of them had broken through to a higher level. Otto, Jiro, and Jess have successfully broken through to 6 stars. To reach the top tier of the territory. The sky was a hazy gray at that moment. The sun was obscured by dark clouds, and strong winds occasionally swept leaves through the air, creating an apocalyptic scene of impending disaster. The vampire warriors and militia squads returned to camp to rest and recover their depleted energy, preparing for the battle to come. Roar! A roar as loud as a bell echoed through the forest. Gah! Flocks of magical beasts flew in the sky, without a clear destination, but they sensed that staying any longer might lead to trouble. The air outside also turned gray and hazy. It seems to be the prelude to an impending storm. Jiangcheng opened the World Channel. At this moment, the World Channel seemed to have returned to the time when they had just transmigrated, with countless lords sending messages, dazzling and impossible to keep up with. How is everyone doing? There are already monsters running wildly outside my territory, about to crash into my protective shield. It looks like a downpour is about to hit outside, and all the wild beasts and birds have started to riot. 2 level 4 monsters outside my territory are already fighting. I'll take advantage of that to loot their corpses later. Hundreds of monsters have gathered outside my territory, and I'm killing them right now through the protective shield. I have to say, this feeling is amazing, and my experience is skyrocketing. My territory is on an island, and it's terrifying outside right now. The sea is teeming with sea monsters, one of which is even bigger than my island. I suspect that if the abyss monsters don't come after midnight, I'll be the one eating them first. This is just the beginning. After the wild monsters, there are abyssal monsters. I don't know if I can hold out until then. If all else fails, I'll just abandon the territory and flee. I've already dug a tunnel. If I can't hold it, I'll run away. Living is better than dying. I'm ready to run away. This morning outside my territory, I met some fellow humans from the Lord Continent. After some discussion, they agreed to let me join them. Holy crap. Does that mean you'll lose your lord status, can't summon troops, and can't chat and brag with us anymore? Yes, but so what? I just want to live a good life. Until we meet again. Envious. Everyone, I'm running away too. Staying in the territory to wait for death is not as good as finding a cave to hide in. When danger is imminent, many lords chose to flee, even at the cost of losing their lordship. This left many lords who were still holding out feeling deeply saddened. Vaslo Forest, somewhere in the mountains. One after another, crimson fire dragons breathed flames at the monsters outside the protective shield. These dragons seemed to be intentionally giving away lives. After burning the monsters to near death, the largest dragon, standing in the center, finished off the battlefield. This dragon is different from the other fire dragons. Its dragon horns are golden, and there is a diamond-shaped purple crystal between its eyebrows. It exudes an aura of royalty, and other dragons are only qualified to bow down before it. As the dragon reaped the spoils of war, its aura steadily increased, and it soon reached the 6th star. Standing on the dragon's back was an ordinary-looking young man. Upon seeing his dragon break through to the 6th star, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! My little darling has finally broken through to the 6th star. Having fused with the bloodline of the purple-winged radiant dragon, your level is advancing by leaps and bounds. Now, even Jiang Cheng would probably have to show me some respect. The young man was none other than Xiao Yan, who had been silent for a long time. He and Jiang Cheng were randomly assigned to the same area. I live in constant fear because of this. They are eager to improve their strength. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng benefited from being number 1 on the leaderboard and remained far ahead of them. Even though their troops were exceptionally strong, they couldn't defeat him. In this environment, Xiao Yan was terrified, fearing that one day, when he went out, Jiang Cheng would ambush him, leading to the annihilation of his entire army. Fortunately, he recognized the purple-winged radiant dragon lord as his godfather. I obtained 20 drops of the essence blood of the purple-winged radiant dragon from him. All of this essence was used on his most prized fire dragon, causing it to undergo a transformation. Ha ha! Jiang Cheng got there first, and ever since then, he's been riding on my head. What a pity. With the abyss descending, Jiang Cheng was powerless to resist. Having the largest territory, it will inevitably suffer the most attacks, and there is a high possibility that abyssal monsters of level 7 or above will appear. At that time, Jiang Cheng will definitely be dead. Vampires. Humph, a unit that should be ranked outside the top 50, yet it has been occupying a position that doesn't belong to it. It's time to spit out what it has swallowed. This continent will eventually become my stage. Xiao Yan revealed an evil smile, his ordinary face filled with ferocity and smugness. 2 teleportation arrays have been prepared in his warehouse and can be used at any time. His goal was to do it at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After the mist of the abyss receded, they rushed to Jiang Cheng's territory to seize his relics. The relics left behind by the number 1 on the leaderboard are enough to feed him to the point of being bloated and fat, and to greatly increase his combat power. Humph, when I seize Jiang Cheng's relics, that purple-winged radiant dragon will have to grovel at my feet. You arrogant and conceited fool. I've called you Godfather so many times, and you only gave me 20 drops of your essence blood. Xiao Yan felt nauseous just thinking about the scene. But none of that matters. To achieve great things, one must endure hardship and humiliation. His inner resentment only made him stronger, constantly urging him to improve. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. You lords who once mocked me, I will make you pay 100-fold. In the valley outside the city of demons, a shirtless boy covered in demonic runes emerged from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Hundreds of monsters had just attacked him in the valley, but now they were all reduced to minced meat. I am already a 7-star cultivator. Jiang Cheng is nothing but a nobody in front of me. In the blink of an eye, I can kill his vampire and take his head. The power of demons, it's so wonderfully intoxicating. But with my own strength, wouldn't it be too limited to kill those abyss monsters? Even if I kill them nonstop, I still can't compare to others. A thin black mist emanated from the demon lord's body. It seemed to contain mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with faint, chilling screams emanating from within. You still have me, don't you? Chapter 72. The Black Mist Descends. Territory Lord, your balls are crushed. Countless lords have begun to exterminate the wild monsters outside, hoping to eliminate them as soon as possible and increase their strength. Jiang Cheng's side was no exception. His territory now extends over a radius of 30 miles. The number of monsters surrounding him was terrifying. It seemed that all the monsters from the surrounding area had come to his territory. Sending vampire warriors to kill them would take forever, and it would consume both their energy and stamina. By the time they've killed all these monsters, they'd probably be exhausted and collapsed on the ground. What else can we use to fight the monsters of the abyss? Therefore, Jiang Cheng came up with an idea. Disassemble the new city defense cannons we bought yesterday. Divide the vampire warriors into 8 teams and have them take the city-guarding cannons to 8 directions to bombard the wild monsters outside the territory, while having the militia squads observe from behind. Jiang Cheng followed a group of vampire warriors to the due north. Each person fires 10 shots, then it's time for the next person. How much experience you gain depends entirely on your own skill. Yes, because the vampire warriors had developed a habit of being courteous, the first to fire the city-guarding cannon was a 4-star vampire warrior. Jiang Cheng said to the militiamen who were watching from the side, "Watch carefully. Once the abyss fog arrives, this cannon will be your responsibility. There can be no carelessness." After everything was ready, pale blue light spots gathered at the muzzle of the city's defensive cannons. A blue beam of light shot out. Boom. Flames shot out from outside the protective shield, and a thick, dark mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Nearly 100 wild monsters are still tearing at each other and fighting. It was blown to pieces by the sudden attack. A vast amount of experience flooded into my body. The 4-star vampire warrior who fired the cannonball broke through to the 5-star level. After that, he fired 2 more cannonballs at other places, both of which achieved good results. Just then, something unexpected happened. The surrounding sky darkened. The billowing black mist, accompanied by deafening stomping sounds, approached the territory. Countless wild monsters let out terrified cries. Then it slowly turned into chilling screams and wails. "My lord, something seems amiss. Those monsters are tearing each other apart." Some of the monsters, after touching the black mist, lay on the ground rolling around, their bodies swelling, and their eyes gradually turning dark green. Along with the black mist came countless wild monsters with dark green eyes. They were extremely aggressive and would pounce on and tear apart any other wild monsters they saw. Some wild monsters, which are normally herbivorous and docile, have become the same way after being affected by the black mist. What are you waiting for? Fire. If we don't fire soon, the monsters outside will be dead. Jiang Cheng raised his voice to the maximum. There was no other way. The territory was surrounded by the sounds of wild monsters, and if we didn't speak like this, we probably wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying. Yes. The vampire warrior roared in response. Boom. Boom. The sound of gunfire also rang out in other areas. The sky was now completely covered by black mist, making the area even darker than night. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng and his group were not weaklings. Their eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary people, and they could still see their surroundings clearly. Each cannonball fired represents the dissipation of an energy stone. This might be a bit of a stretch for other lords, but for Jiang Cheng, it's nothing. I just don't know if this city-guarding cannon can hold out. After all, such high-intensity continuous firing would cause some damage to its gun ports. Outside the protective shield, monsters continue to arrive in droves, and 6-star monsters have already appeared. Their condition is the same as the previous monsters. It turned into an extremely brutal monster that only knew how to tear and bite, even swallowing its own kind whole without any hesitation. After one round, each vampire warrior had fired all 10 of their assigned shots. 4-star vampire warriors have generally been upgraded to mid-5-star. The 5-star vampire warriors were only one step away from 6-star, so Jiang Cheng naturally let them continue fighting until they broke through to 6-star. The world chat is in an uproar because of the sudden riot of wild monsters. Some lords, overconfident in their strength, believed that the monsters outside were no match for them. So they gave chase. Unexpectedly, when the black mist arrived, the monsters corrupted by it wiped out most of the lord's troops, including the lord himself, whose legs or arms were bitten off. They are now crying and recounting their experience on the World Channel. Fortunately, no one has been bitten to death yet. They've only lost limbs. Jiang Cheng felt the situation was relatively optimistic. He only watches the World Channel incidentally. Most importantly, Yuan kept sending him messages. Lord Jiang Cheng, I just received a message from Xiao Yan, the Lord of the Flame Dragons. He asked me to build a teleportation array for him, promising me a lot of benefits, but didn't say anything else. It seems he wants to take action against you. Do you think I should help him? Xiao Yan. Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised, and at the same time curious about where this guy got his confidence from. Who gave him the courage to do this? Or was he trying to take advantage of his weakness to launch a surprise attack? Just give him a piece of your mind and say that you are fighting off the monsters outside and don't have time for the time being. Ask him for some more benefits. Say you're about to give up, and it would be best if you could get all his money back. Jiang Cheng didn't want to deal with Xiao Yan for the time being. The most important thing right now is to eliminate those rampaging monsters. We must wipe them out completely. Sooner or later, they will join the abyss monsters in attacking the territory. Instead of adding to the pressure, we should take advantage of the present moment to resolve more issues and boost our strength in the process. Yes, sir. After sending He Yuan away, a vampire woman ran over from within the territory. Jiang acknowledged her. She currently manages all the residents' needs for food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the territory, and distributes supplies. He was considered a cadre-level figure. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to calm the women down and tell them to stay inside and not panic? We men will take care of things outside. Go back now. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly waved her hand. Running all the way from the city to the edge of the territory left her breathless. No, Lord. Your balls are broken. Jiang Cheng glanced down subconsciously. He then frowned and said, What the hell? Explain yourself clearly. At noon, Lily came to the residential area and handed me one of your giant eggs, telling me to put it on the bed and to inform you and Her Majesty the Empress if anything happened. I did as instructed and put the egg on the bed. When I came back after being out busy for a while, I found that the egg had cracked open and was making a hissing sound from inside. So I hurriedly sent someone to inform Her Majesty the Empress, and then came to inform you. Chapter 73 Golden Slime, Immense Pressure. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Cheng immediately summoned 2 vampire warriors and had them carry him and the woman back to the city. In no time at all, Jiang Cheng arrived at the residential area. By this time, a large number of vampire women had gathered on the outskirts. His eyes were full of curiosity. Get out of the way. The Lord has arrived. I don't know who shouted that. The women watching quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Lord. Jiang Cheng nodded, then quickly walked into the house. He was eager to know what kind of creature was inside the egg. Inside the house, Anna held a beautifully sculpted, incredibly adorable little girl in her arms, her smile gentle and her eyes radiating maternal love. However, the art style below is quite different. Anna held a thin piece of eggshell in her hand and patiently fed it into her mouth. The little girl seemed to be engrossed in it, using her enviable teeth to gnaw on the eggshell. Owner. Anna stood up and bowed to Jiang Cheng. The little girl looked at Jiang Cheng and let out a soft snort, seemingly disliking him very much. Then she turned her back and continued eating her eggshell. This little guy. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. The little girl's outfit was very unique. He wore a golden crown adorned with hundreds of gems of varying sizes, a golden royal robe, and golden boots. Beside it was a scepter whose luxury was no less than that of the crown, exuding an air of ostentatious wealth. I wonder how much this outfit could sell for. Golden Slime. The king of the slime clan. Strength level, 1 star. Loyalty, 99. Note. Due to the neglect during the incubation period, she harbors some resentment towards you. Coupled with her proud and aloof personality, it may be difficult to change her attitude towards you in the short term. Golden Slime can transform into any form, including weapons, armor, bracelets, and other decorative items. As her level increases, the items she acquires also improve, making her a highly desirable pet with great potential for growth. The only way to increase her strength right now is to feed her rare metals or special crystals, such as energy stones. I finished reading the introduction. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. This little girl is amazing. As her level increases, the weapons she can transform into also improve. That's like having a weapon with growth potential. It's probably useless right now. But what if it's upgraded to saint level or god level in the future? Moreover, they are very easy to raise. There are simply too many rare metals in the Lord's trading zone. A few thousand tons of ore and timber can be brought back in large quantities. After all, everyone is now focused on upgrading their territory level and improving their troop strength. So who has the time or inclination to pay attention to rare metals? With less attention, prices naturally can't go up. If all else fails, give her some energy stones. She's so small now, only about knee-high. Damn, how many energy stones can she eat? It'll be at most 10 or so yuan. Thinking this way, Jiang Cheng found her even more adorable. He pinched her chubby little face. Snort. How dare you offend me, Your Majesty? The little girl slapped Jiang Cheng's hand away in dissatisfaction. He picked up the scepter beside him and pointed it at Jiang Chengjiao, scolding her. Jiang Cheng didn't tolerate her. He took away her scepter, the half-eaten eggshell in her hand, and then snatched her crown and put it on his own head. Anna, how do I look? Don't I look impressive? The little girl was stunned. Tears immediately filled her eyes, and she hid under the covers and sobbed, her body trembling, looking extremely pitiful. This resulted in the little girl's loyalty decreasing by 2 points. Jiang Cheng didn't care at all. He even called himself this king on his own territory. It was already a lot of face that he didn't spank her in public. Seeing Jiang Cheng getting into a tug of war with a little girl who was only a few years old, Anna could only smile helplessly. We named the little girl Mengli. Without allowing her to protest, Jiang Cheng returned the eggshell and scepter to her, and then, wearing the crown, returned to the front lines once again. Mengli was clearly closer to Anna. Anna likes her quite a bit, so let the two of them continue spending time together. The sound of artillery fire continued ahead. The barrels of the city's defensive cannons are starting to glow red-hot. They must be stopped for a while to allow them to cool down, or the consequences will be unimaginable. How is the situation? There are hardly any wild monsters left outside, so they don't pose much of a threat to the territory, but so far no trace of abyssal monsters has been found. The vampire warrior reported the situation. News then came from the other 7 locations as well. The results were all about the same. Jiang Cheng then ordered all the vampire warriors and militia squads to return to the city. By relying on the city walls, cannons, and defensive towers, a strong defensive line can be built. Back in the city, Jiang Cheng summoned the leaders of the 5 groups, along with Lily, together. After some statistics were compiled, there are now 27 vampire warriors who have advanced to level 6, and the rest of the vampire warriors have also broken through to level 5. The group led by Otto and Jack is the strongest, and they will also undertake the most difficult defensive tasks. The greatest defensive pressure doesn't come from any of the 4 cardinal directions, but from the air. Jiang Cheng didn't know if there would be abyssal monsters attacking from the sky, but it seemed that the monsters in the sky could never be cleared out. After killing one group, a large number of them would continue to rush up. However, the city's artillery is not very effective against mid-air targets, so air defense has become a problem. Jiang Cheng decided to send his most elite auto team to defend. The other 4 groups were assigned to defend the 4 directions respectively. This battle was exceptionally difficult, lasting for 8 hours. The enemy we are facing will be extremely formidable. The quantity is beyond your imagination. However, you don't need to be so pessimistic. You only need to deal with creatures of the 7th star and below. Anna will handle those above the 7th star. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on yourselves. I will fight alongside you on the front lines. I am willing to live and die with this territory. Otto and the others shouted in unison. His face was full of fighting spirit, without the slightest trace of timidity. Jiang Cheng nodded, without saying anything more to encourage him. Later I will prepare some pills to speed up your energy recovery and injury healing, as well as plenty of energy stones to replenish your energy. Even so, Jiang Cheng still felt waves of pressure. It wasn't just Jiang Cheng who felt immense pressure. The other top lords and super lords also felt immense pressure. Their territories were not small, and the enemies they faced were not weak either. Moreover, they don't have a player like Anna who's practically a cheat code, so they'll likely have to pay a heavy price to survive this abyss fog. Chapter 74 Education Mengli, Loyalty increased. There are still 5 hours until midnight. Take advantage of this time. The militia squad made thorough preparations for the battle. The energy stones needed to launch the city cannons were moved onto the city walls. Meanwhile, the vampire warriors took advantage of this time to ascend into the air and launch a significant attack on the flying monsters hovering above the protective shield. After a simple dinner, Jiang Cheng purchased a large quantity of pills from the mall. Some boost attack power and movement speed, some accelerate injury recovery, and others replenish energy. Basically, every vampire warrior can be equipped with 2 bottles. We've lost 150,000 Lord coins in one go. I don't know if that'll be enough. We'll see how things go with the rest. It's impossible for Jiang Cheng to spend all of his Lord's coins. If something happens, that will be difficult for them to handle later. You might be able to spend Lord coins to buy items in the shop and revitalize the battlefield. My lord, a militiaman ran over. My lord, a little girl carrying a golden scepter just ran up the north city wall. She claims to be the most honored guest in the territory and wants us to hand over the energy stones and the city cannons on the wall to her, saying that you have given your permission. We didn't dare agree, so we temporarily placed her under house arrest in a thatched hut under the city wall. Upon hearing the words, holding a scepter, Jiang Cheng immediately guessed who the little girl was. A vein throbbed on his forehead. You did a good job. If that little guy had run into the city cannon, it would probably have been ruined. Jiang Cheng then arrived at the thatched hut under the north city wall. From a great distance, they could hear Mengli's scolding voice. I'm telling you, if you don't let me out, you will be punished by the Lord. If you know what's good for you, obediently dismantle that city garden cannon and bring it to me, along with several thousand energy stones as an apology. Otherwise, I'll definitely report you to the authorities when I get back. Have the Lord dismiss you. The wooden door of the thatched hut shook. It's already teetering on the brink of collapse. I reckon it won't be long before Mengli takes the door down. Jiang Cheng walked over and opened the door. Humph, you're lucky you know what's good for you. Mengli's haughty expression immediately froze. She quickly hid in the corner of the hut, as if Jiang Cheng were a ferocious beast about to devour her whole. Oh, Jiang Cheng closed the door. He walked up to Mengli, returned the crown to her, and then took out an energy stone and handed it to her. The cannons and energy stones on the city wall are meant to play a big role, so you can't just eat them randomly. Jiang Cheng's tone was very gentle. Mengli lowered her guard, took the energy stone from his hand, and swallowed it in 2 gulps. Is something big about to happen outside? There are sounds of monsters everywhere, which woke me up. And when I woke up, I was hungry, and there was no one around to watch me. So I ran up to the city wall to find something to eat. Now everyone in the territory has been mobilized. Anna also had to do pre-war preparations. They let the little girl sleep alone. He left her side. Something big is about to happen. A species called the Abyss Monster has taken up residence outside the territory, and they will launch an attack on the territory at midnight. At that time, everyone in the territory who is capable of fighting will be involved in the battle, including me. Jiang Cheng will not remain unscathed. He will also fight alongside vampire warriors. Mengli's expression froze for a moment. Then his eyes reddened, and he looked like he was about to cry at any moment. Even lords are joining the battle. That means the situation is really serious. In Mengli's view, leaders should stay behind the scenes and let their subordinates fight on the front lines. Unless it's a matter of life and death. Thinking that she had just been born today and would soon pass away, Mengli felt a pang of sorrow, as if God had played a cruel joke on her. Why are you crying? I won't let you go. You just stay with the big sister in the territory and leave the fighting outside to me. Don't be afraid of monsters coming at you. As long as we don't die, the monster won't be able to set foot on the city walls. Jiang Cheng's impassioned speech greatly increased Meng Li's positive impression of him. Meng Li's loyalty +1. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. He took out 10 energy stones and placed them on the table next to him. During the day, he deliberately lowered her opinion of him. Now they are showing her extra care and concern. I believe it won't be long before the little girl's loyalty reaches 100, and she'll obediently follow his orders. You are such a good person. I won't lose my temper with you anymore. If you don't need my help later, you can call me. I can transform into a weapon, and its sharpness will definitely be stronger than that of a regular level 2 weapon. After eating the eggshell, Mengli's level has successfully broken through to 2 stars. The corresponding weapon level has also changed to level 2. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately became interested. Transform and show me. Wait a moment. After finishing the energy stone in his hand, Mengli radiated a dazzling golden light, like a small golden sun, so bright that ordinary people couldn't even open their eyes. However, this didn't matter to Jiang Cheng. In his eyes, Mengli, enveloped in golden light, was shrinking and her limbs were contracting until she finally turned into a round, golden dumpling. It has a gelatinous texture and a pair of big, watery eyes, making it look incredibly cute and adorable. People can't help but hold it in their hands and knead it into all sorts of shapes. This is Mengli's original state. In this state, she can freely change into any state, and eating becomes much more convenient. The energy stone on the table was enveloped by her supple body and quickly became one with her. What do you want me to become? The golden slime conjured a mouth, and Mengli's childish voice came from it. Can I pinch you? Jiang Cheng really wanted to play with her hands properly. He was itching with desire. No, that would make me feel terrible. I'll become a sword, and you can try my power. Just a heads up, I can't speak while I'm in my transformed state. Mengli's body twitched. A moment later, a golden long sword appeared on the table. The blade gleamed with a cold light and looked incredibly sharp, as if it could easily pierce the skin with the slightest touch. On the hilt of the sword is a depiction of a slime holding a scepter and wearing a crown. That is exactly what Mengli looks like in her true form. Jiang Cheng picked up his sword, and a kingly aura arose spontaneously, making him feel like a supreme king, holding absolute power, and with a single command, no one would dare to disobey. Chapter 75 Solving the Food Problem and Breaking Through to 7 stars. After experiencing it for a while, Jiang Cheng made Mengli return to human form. She is currently only a 2-star character, and the weapon she transforms into is also at this level. It won't be of much use in the short term and needs to be trained for a while longer. Alright, go back to the temple and play by yourself. Don't run around like that again, or I'll spank you. But I'm still hungry. 10 energy stones were just an appetizer for Mengli. It's not enough to fill our stomachs. Jiang Cheng glanced at her little belly and took out 5 energy stones from the Lord's warehouse. Here you go. It's not good for children to eat too much. It will make your stomach hurt, and you'll become a chubby little girl. Mengli took the energy stone, swallowed it in a moment, and then explained in a serious tone. Although I look small, I need to eat a lot. These energy stones are not enough to satisfy my appetite. I need at least 500 energy stones to make me half full. If you don't have that many energy stones, I can give you rare metals instead, like the 2 largest defensive cannons on the city wall. After eating those 2 cannons, I should no longer go hungry. Actually, I prefer rare metals to energy stones. Because I consume the rare metal, the hardness of the weapon I create will be greatly increased, which can provide you with considerable assistance. After Mengli finished speaking, she looked up at Jiang Cheng. Seeing the changes in his expression, he quickly said, "If you feel sorry for those 2 cannons, you can give me the weapons and armor from those soldiers. They are made of rare metals. Although they are not as good as the city cannons, I will not mind." Jiang Cheng was roaring inside. His biggest fear is creating a money-devouring monster. It gradually depleted his financial resources. At first, seeing how small Mengli was, I thought she wouldn't consume too much energy, but now? It takes as much food as 2 of his city-guarding cannons to finish a meal. Keep in mind that the city's defensive cannons weigh several tons. It takes 4 vampire warriors to lift it. Even if the Lord's trading zone has a lot of rare metals for sale, we still can't afford to wait. Just when he was in distress, the image of that woman appeared in my mind again. Luochi, don't you have a lot of trash in your territory that you can't fit in? How about you leave them with me from now on? My territory is too big, with large open areas where there's nothing to put. You can just leave your trash here and treat this place as a dumping ground. Among the Saint-class battleships, Luochi felt incredibly relaxed in the lounge. Among the tens of millions of lords, apart from those who abandoned their territories, Loki was the most at ease. Her Saint-class warship can withstand all attacks below the Saint level, and those so-called abyssal monsters pose no threat to her at all. Conversely, she could also use the cannons on the Saint-class warships to bombard those abyssal monsters. All you need to do is casually kill a few 9-star monsters. That's enough to ensure she stays at the top of the rankings. When Jiang Cheng heard this news yesterday, he was so angry that he immediately closed the friend page, not wanting to continue chatting, for fear of hearing any more news that would affect his mental and physical health. What kind of trouble is Jiang Cheng up to now? How could someone have such a kind side? Humph. Whatever his purpose is, we can't let him achieve it so easily. Who told him to be so stingy, like a miser? Luochi harbored resentment towards Jiang Cheng for haggling with her yesterday. The reply was, "It's possible, but you must provide an energy stone. If you had been more generous yesterday and hadn't haggled with me, I might have given you some for free. But who told you to be so stingy? You had to haggle with me for ages over a mere 1,000 energy stones. They have absolutely no attitude of being partners. You call yourself the #1 lord? You have no class at all, and you're always taking advantage of me, a mere woman." Jiang Cheng felt a headache coming on. He felt that this woman was his nemesis. Take the energy stones if you want them. In the end, you won't lose much. The 2 quickly reached a deal. Jiang Cheng spent a huge sum of 500 energy stones to buy an interstellar warship, the largest in Luochi's territory, about 200 meters long. Its interior was already damaged and could not be started. Garbage in the truest sense. He led Mengli to an open space. Jiang Cheng summoned the interstellar warship that had just arrived. I don't know if it's because it's too big, but there was even a brief lag when using the red envelope to trade with friends. Wow. Is this for me? Mengli's face was full of disbelief. Just now, Jiang Cheng wouldn't even give her a broken cannon, but now he's brought out such a high-level interstellar warship. The metal on this is far superior to that of those city-guarding cannons. After all, it is a warship capable of roaming the universe, and its metal structure is naturally incomparable to ordinary metals. Seeing the captivating glint in the little girl's eyes, Jiang Cheng felt that spending those 500 energy stones was well worth it. This is also thanks to Loki not asking for too high a price. Based on this alone, it wouldn't be a problem for the little girl to recognize her as her godmother in the future. Of course it's for you. If you like, you can stay here and eat at your leisure. I'll have 2 people watch over you. Once you've eaten your fill, obediently return to the temple. Mengli nodded heavily. You're such a good person. Just for this worship, our previous conflicts are over. Not only that, I'm going to appoint you as the regent of the slime kingdom, with the power to recruit private soldiers. Jiang Qingxiang suppressed the urge to beat someone up and gave them a few words of advice. They then found 2 militiamen to protect her and prevent her from wandering around. Countless monsters in the sky were slaughtered and scattered. The vampire warrior seemed to have taken a bath in blood. His entire body was covered in blood red. Drink it. A powerful aura erupted in the air. It dispersed the black mist in the air and scattered a large number of wild monsters. I've finally broken through to the 7 stars. You lot, just prepare to die. Arlie's voice floated in the air. At this moment, crimson energy surged around him, like a dazzling red star, and the aura of a 7-star expert caused the surrounding space to fluctuate. It seems like he wanted to vent his inner emotions. The next moment, he soared into the sky and left the protective shield's defensive range, entering the outside world to fight the wild monsters. At the same time, another loud shout rang out. It's Jack's voice. He also rose to the 7th star. The aura emanating from him was in no way weaker than that of Yaley just now. Are you sure you can't keep all the food to yourself? Leave the rest of the monsters to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack followed Aries' trail and rushed out of the protective shield. Chapter 76. The protective shield disappears, the abyss descends. The 2 hadn't been inside the protective shield for long. He rushed back in a hurry. Instead of lingering in the air, it flew straight towards Jiang Chong, its expression somewhat grave. My lord, we just spotted a strange creature outside. It's grayish-black in color, covered in tentacles, and extremely aggressive towards us. It pounced on us as soon as it saw us. Moreover, this creature can use the black mist to conceal itself, and it is extremely fast. It moves through the black mist like a fish in water, and can shuttle back and forth repeatedly. After Ari finished speaking, Jack continued. These creatures seem to have a special ability. By attaching their tentacles to other creatures, they can influence their minds and make them extremely brutal. It seems that the sudden transformation of those previously docile monsters into ferocious ones was their doing. The 2 were naturally referring to monsters from the abyss. Not long after they went out, the abyss monsters came after them. Using the surrounding black fog, they almost succeeded in their sneak attack. Fortunately, the 2 of them had already reached the 7-star level, which allowed them to react instantly to and retaliate against such a sneak attack. Share this information with other people. Tell them to be more cautious during the battle. Also, distribute these pills. They've already been labeled. Tell the soldiers not to be stingy with the supplies. If they run out, I have more. Jiang Chong took out a storage ring and handed it over. Jack has now reached 7 stars. Therefore, his team became the strongest, and Jiang Chong adjusted his defensive tasks accordingly. Jack's team defended the air. Yato's team took over the defensive position previously held by Jack. The 2 sides switched places. It was less than 2 hours until midnight. The vampire warriors ceased their slaughter of the aerial monsters. Prepare to catch your breath and face even stronger enemies to come. Jiang Chong looked up at the black mist that blotted out the sky and murmured. After the protective shield disappears, the black mist will definitely spread in. The abyss monsters will hide in the black mist and become as agile as loaches, which will cause considerable trouble for the vampire warriors. Fortunately, the defensive towers provide true vision, so these abyssal monsters have nowhere to hide. They're just a little faster. Jiang Chong did not intend to tell this information to the other lords. Their lives or deaths are none of my business. This was originally just a test. Those who fail are eliminated, while those who pass remain on the stage to compete for the title. They are all competitors. Time passed little by little. There are only 10 minutes left before the protective shield disappears. The countdown has begun on the World Channel. Only 9 minutes and 56 seconds remain until the protective shield disappears. The protective shield is about to disappear. This countdown is so annoying, it makes me feel panicked. It feels like this countdown is recording the last moments of our lives. Damn it, the abyssal monsters outside are far more powerful than my troops. It seems I'll have no choice but to abandon the territory and flee. A bunch of trash. My territory has been fortified with iron walls and impregnable fortresses. Even if 1,000 abyss monsters come, I can handle them with ease. Only those who survive are qualified to continue fighting for supremacy on the continent. That's right, the weak will eventually be eliminated. I'm very curious about the situation of those top lords and super lords. There are probably tens of thousands of abyss monsters lurking outside their territories. Once the countdown ends, those monsters will swarm in. Go, abyss monster. Crush these top-tier lords and super lords. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. They only expanded their territories so much because of good luck. Now they're getting their comeuppance. It would be best if all the abyss monsters of 7 stars or higher went to their side, crushed all the lords on the leaderboard, and reshuffled the deck. The comments section was filled with clamor from countless minor lords. This infuriated a group of top lords. Seeing this, Jiang Chung was even more glad he made his decision. Seeing the gloating looks on these little lords' faces, he thought, let them taste the monsters of the abyss. At 12 o'clock, the protective shield will be closed. Lords, the abyss mist has arrived. I wish you all a safe passage through this crisis. The abyss mist will end, and generous rewards await you. The protective shield enveloping the territory gradually dimmed. Then it vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this, the abyss monster roared excitedly. The piercing sound made me dizzy. Vampire warriors and militia squads were already on guard of the city walls, while hordes of abyssal monsters writhed and approached the walls from all sides. All team members, listen up. Use the city walls as your defensive baseline and eliminate all monsters that approach them. Militia squad, listen up. Aim at the densest enemy positions and fire. If necessary, cooperate with the vampire warriors. Rumble. The abyssal monsters, along with the remaining wild monsters, rushed in from afar, shrouded in black mist. The noise caused the ground to tremble. Countless women within the territory hurriedly hid inside their houses. Meanwhile, the young and strong vampire men stood outside, armed with simple weapons, ready to fight the monsters that rushed into the city. Even though they were weak, they all had expressions of fearlessness and were not afraid of death. Mengli, who was eating, stopped chewing. Looking at the abyssal monster descending vertically from the sky, the little girl's fear had vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. She might be the worst slime king ever, but she will die a glorious death. Just then, a dazzling red light erupted from the temple. Anna hovered above the temple, a blood-red domain spreading from beneath her feet to a radius of 10 miles. No abyssal monster survived the expanse of the sky and the ground. They were all crushed into dust and vanished into the heavens and earth. Even the abyssal mist cannot penetrate the domain. They were kept outside the territory. The monsters that had been hovering in the air fell to the ground, and thin, blood-red tubes were inserted into their bodies, sucking their blood and providing nutrients to maintain the domain. The ground was transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless floating corpses emitting mournful screams. Their skeletal hands pierced into the monsters' bodies, greedily devouring the flesh and blood. Anna's murderous aura seemed to solidify into a tangible form. It was impossible to know how many people one would have to kill to generate such a murderous aura. Countless abyssal monsters launched attacks one after another. But in the end, they could not escape the same fate as before. Only a few high-level abyss monsters survived, but before they could even get close to the city wall, the 3 defensive towers locked onto their target and launched a fatal attack. Chapter 77. Instantly reaching 50,000 points, and even more powerful enemy attacks. A massive amount of experience flooded into Jiang Cheng's body. This allowed him to break through to the 7th star level directly. There were at least 3,000 abyssal monsters and wild creatures swarming around us. They might not be high level, but even a small mosquito is still meat, and their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Jiang Cheng felt that if Anna continued to kill like this, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to level 9 today, or even higher. World Channel. Some lords were defending against the monsters of the abyss. Still keeping an eye on the leaderboard for day 7. Initially, it was mostly lords with relatively small territories who made the list. Because the abyssal monsters can arrive in front of them in an instant and engage in battle. Later, the top lords and super lords caught up one by one, pushing the smaller lords who had previously occupied the top spot down. He actually gained several hundred points in one go. Is this the strength of a top-tier lord? They're too strong. Unless the abyss monsters kill these top lords, we have no chance of being able to compare to them. The protective shield has only been closed for a few seconds, and these top-tier lords and super lords have already gained hundreds of points. If this continues to grow at this rate, how terrifying will that number be by 8 o'clock in the morning? Hey, why isn't Jiang Chung on this list? Isn't he the number 1 ranked lord? He should be on the leaderboard by now. A member of the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Alliance jumped out. Jiang Chung is nothing but a figurehead. His vampire warriors have to kill monsters one by one, and be constantly on guard against attacks from abyssal monsters. But our alliance leader is different. His purple-winged radiant dragon can shatter dozens of abyss monsters with just a roar, no different from crushing a bunch of ants. After hearing what he said, everyone felt that there was some truth to it. The situation on the leaderboard is extremely tense. A top lord who was just ranked 5th was pushed down to outside the top 20th in the next second. Then, in the next 3 seconds, he climbed steadily and returned to 5th place. There are countless lords whose rankings fluctuate wildly like this. 1 second they might be at the top of the leaderboard, and the next they might disappear from it. The lords observing the leaderboard suddenly noticed that all the lords had moved down 1 place at that moment. The purple-winged radiant dragon, who was just ranked 1st, has now fallen to 2nd place, while the 1st place belongs to Jiang Cheng, a vampire lord whom everyone is very familiar with, and whom all the top lords and super lords hate with a passion. Inside the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance, seeing Jiang Cheng's name appear on the leaderboard, they all showed expressions of disbelief. What surprised them was not that Jiang Cheng had come in 1st place. What surprised them was the score displayed after Jiang Cheng. Holy crap, what did this guy do? How did he suddenly get 50,000 points? 50,000. Seeing that their lord only had a pitiful 2,000 points, not even a fraction of what others had. Could it be that he killed thousands of abyssal monsters at once? Some people were dumbfounded. How is that possible? The abyssal monsters are incredibly agile, like eels. Just now, one of them even scurried into my main hall, but fortunately, my soldiers intercepted and killed it in time, otherwise you would never have seen me again. How could thousands of abyssal monsters be wiped out in an instant under these circumstances? Even if there are thousands of pigs, it will take Jiang Cheng's troops a while to kill them. It's impossible for them to be wiped out instantly. Then someone else stood up to refute it. Why not? Don't forget that Jiang Cheng and Luo Qi are in cahoots. Luo Qi certainly wouldn't want her child to lose its father at birth, so she will naturally support Jiang Cheng with all her might and send him all the high-end weapons in the territory. I think Jiang Cheng was able to kill thousands of abyss monsters in one go just now, all thanks to Luo Qi's weapon. Someone stepped forward and shared their opinion. After listening, everyone fell silent. He felt incredibly jealous. He desperately wanted to take her place and latch onto the coattails of a rich woman. But this idea is unrealistic. Luo Qi has been deeply attracted to Jiang Cheng, this pretty boy, and the two even have a child together. They'll only get humiliated by Luo Qi if they go up to her. Thinking about this, the members of the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance all sighed. On the leaderboard, Jiang Cheng's score kept increasing, and it had already reached 60,000. It's only been 5 minutes since the battle started, as a large number of abyssal monsters were crushed into dust. The number of abyssal monsters decreased significantly afterward. Actually, Anna didn't do it on purpose. There's nothing we can do about it. The number of abyssal monsters has increased far too much, reaching over 3,000. How many vampire warriors are there? 150 people. This means that each vampire warrior must face at least 20 abyssal monsters simultaneously. Otherwise, the battle lines would be broken, and the abyss monsters would bypass the vampire warriors and begin slaughtering the unarmed vampire citizens within the city. Anna certainly didn't want to see this happen. She no longer stood idly by, but instead opened up her own domain, turning a 10-mile radius into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless abyssal monsters were annihilated under the domain's influence, with only abyssal monsters of level 5 and above able to survive within it. But that doesn't mean they're okay. The oppressive force of the domain covered them, slowing their movements. In addition, the black mist kept them out, so they could only exert a quarter of their original combat power. To maintain such a vast territory, it took a considerable toll on Anna. But now she feels no pressure at all. Because the domain can be sustained by consuming blood, the wild monsters on the ground are the best source of nourishment. The 2 blood pools in the barracks can also provide blood for the domain. Moreover, a large number of wild monsters are still rushing in from outside the territory. Their bodies were penetrated by thin red tubes, which sucked their blood. With the help of the domain, the vampire warriors found it exceptionally easy to deal with the abyss monsters. No way, this isn't satisfying at all. We should let the Empress release more monsters so we can have a good slaughter and smash these ugly bastards to pieces. Jiang Cheng arrived at the direction that Jess was defending. Their group was slightly weaker than the other 4 groups, so Jiang Cheng came over to help. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Cheng laughed and said, "What's the rush? It's good to let you relax a bit. The main event is about to begin." Jiang Cheng's strength is now vastly different from what it used to be. He could clearly feel the growing power of the black mist outside, which was emanating terrifying killing intent and malice towards the territory. The abyssal monsters that arrived earlier were probably among the first to arrive, and they weren't particularly strong. But this batch is the real highlight. All personnel, prepare for battle. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, swarms of abyssal monsters attacked again, their auras several times more terrifying than before. Chapter 78 Stealing Kills, instantly killing 9-star Abyss Monster. The abyssal monsters swarmed in once more. This wave of abyssal monsters is much smaller in number. However, in terms of strength, none of them are below 4 stars. Most are around 5 stars. Jiang Cheng stood on the city wall, wearing 6-star armor and holding a 7-star longsword. I got a lot of equipment from Loki. Enough for 200 people to be fully armed. The monsters in the abyss are extremely fast and even more ferocious. In a short while, they arrived at a kilometer outside the city wall. The turret instantly locked onto the target. The city's cannons followed closely behind, firing shells at the areas densely populated with monsters. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds rang out, and nearly 30 abyssal monsters perished in the first round of artillery fire. Then another 20 died in the second round of artillery fire. The abyss monsters also reacted, swooping down from the sky like small fighter jets, rushing towards the militia behind the city's defensive cannons. Laugh. Jiang Cheng wielded his longsword, slaying 3 5-star abyss monsters that were about to pounce on the militia. Then, under the cover of other vampire warriors, they also killed 5 more 5-star monsters. The prompts from experience kept ringing in my mind. Some of these were Jiang Cheng's own, while others were from other vampire warriors. Presumably, the situation in the other directions was similar. Puff puff puff. 3 more abyssal monsters swooped down. This time, Jiang Cheng didn't even have to make a move. A flash of sword light appeared before them, and the 3 abyss monsters vanished instantly, utterly dead. The sword light came from inside the city. Jiang Cheng turned around to look. They spotted Lily flying over from a distance. My lord. Lily flew to Jiang Cheng, her face full of resentment. That guy Yato complained that I stole his kills, so he sent me away, saying he could handle things over there by himself, and asked me to come here to protect you. Lily's level has reached 6 stars. The available methods are also increasing. Arlie, who possessed a 7-star level, was unable to outdo her for a time, which made him, who was eager to dominate, very upset. So he came up with this method to get the little girl away. That guy. Seeing that the little girl had already arrived, Jiang Cheng no longer wanted to send her away. My strength has reached the 7th star now, so you don't need to protect me. Go fight alongside them, and try to raise your level to the 7th star as well. After the battle, give Ale a good beating for me. After saying that, Jiang Cheng transferred a gold-level vampire warrior to Yeli's side to fill the vacancy left by the little girl. In the ensuing battle, Jiang Cheng Foam was completely bewildered. I feel like I'm superfluous. My lord, I'm 2 monsters short of reaching 6 stars. Could you give me these 2 monsters? My lord, I'm only 3 7-star units away. After upgrading, I can unleash even greater power. My lord, leave this to me. I will slay all these monsters outside the city walls. Even Jess chimed in. The implication was that Jiang Chenggui, as the lord, should command the battle from the rear and did not need to participate in the fighting personally. But the smile on his face was lewd. He was incredibly fast and ruthless in stealing kills. Seeing 3 monsters about to pounce on Jiang Cheng, he didn't even blink before decisively wiping them all out with a single strike. This made Jiang Cheng extremely upset. His purpose in coming to the city wall was to experience the thrill of battle, but what was the result? These guys are incredibly quick and efficient. He had barely caught a glimpse of the shadows of 2 abyssal monsters when his head was snatched away by someone. In just a few minutes, the previous batch of abyssal monsters has been completely wiped out. Abyss monsters continued to attack, including several 6-star abyss monsters. But vampire warriors can handle this frequency perfectly. After killing 1 abyss monster, you can catch your breath for a few moments, and then continue killing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as easy. The situation is similar in the other 3 directions. The battle was progressing exceptionally smoothly. There were even situations where there weren't enough wild monsters to go around. The battle in the air remained intense, with large numbers of abyssal monsters hovering in the air and diving towards Jack's group. Their numbers are terrifying. It's about 3 times more than in other directions. After all, the monsters in the abyss aren't stupid. On the ground, there were defensive towers and city-protecting cannons. plus a group of ferocious vampire warriors, which caused them great losses. Therefore, compared to the ground, the defenses in the air are relatively weak. Snort. Anna gazed at the vast expanse of black fog in the sky. He snorted coldly. Totems appeared on the ground around the temple, engraved with various strange patterns, shimmering with blood-red light, and exuding a magnificent and mysterious aura. Over time, several phantom figures appeared above the totem, causing the void to tremble and even distorting the surrounding space with the energy generated by the phantom figures. A series of crimson beams of light shot straight upwards at a 45-degree angle. That direction is exactly where Anna is. A crimson pillar of light surged into her body, and the immense energy spread outwards. Her aura rose steadily, reaching a terrifying peak, making her appear like a god, and seemingly dwarfing the world. A blood-red longsword appeared in her hand. The sword was entirely blood-red, clearly a longsword formed from condensed energy. Anna's movements were gentle and slow, yet they carried an undeniable sword intent. A faint divine aura emanated from her. Sensing this aura, all the vampire citizens in the city knelt on the ground in worship. The gods are high above, looking down upon all living beings. They are the most powerful beings in the world. No one may desecrate it, otherwise they will be punished by heaven. The gods appeared, and all beings worship them. Even a mere phantom or a trace of aura can cause ordinary people to lose control of their bodies and prostrate themselves in submission. Anna held a long sword, the blade humming and vibrating as if it could pierce through anything. Finally, she moved. A bright, blood-red sword light ripped through the sky, its terrifying sword energy sending chills down one's spine. Like Pangu splitting the heavens and earth, it seemed to be about to divide the entire sky in two. The sky full of black mist was torn in two. Countless abyssal monsters were cut down by the overwhelming sword energy and vanished into the world when they were still hundreds of meters away from the sword light. At this moment, the stars and the moon also shone on the earth. With the help of the dazzling sword light, everyone finally saw Anna's target. 3 enormous abyssal monsters hovered in the air, their countless tentacles writhing, their mountain-like bodies riddled with holes. Hundreds of abyssal monsters crawled out of these holes, writhing their gray-black bodies, and disappeared into the surrounding black mist. Feeling the terrifying sword light approaching, 3 enormous abyssal monsters let out shrill howls like ghosts and wolves, their tentacles constantly moving forward, seemingly trying to block the sword light. Chapter 79. Experience explosion shocks the lords. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Anna stood suspended in midair, looking down upon the world with a calm and unwavering gaze. The sword light, nearly a kilometer long, sliced through the 3 abyssal monsters as easily as cutting tofu, annihilating them with overwhelming force. After the 3 abyss monsters died, the sword light did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into countless tiny sword energies, forming a dense, sky-covering sword net. Countless abyssal monsters in the black mist fled in a frenzy. However, they still could not escape the reach of the sword net, and many died or were injured. These 3 abyssal monsters have reached the level of 9 stars. They are hidden behind the black mist, preparing to launch a powerful attack on their territory from a distance. If they succeed, half of the city will be reduced to ruins. Anna acted decisively because she sensed the fluctuations in the 9 stars' energy, and every move they make is a deadly strike. Make sure to eliminate the opponent in one move, leaving them no room for retaliation. She personally set up the grand array surrounding the temple. This grand formation allows her attacks to approach the saint level, while also containing a trace of divinity. Ordinary 9-star creatures simply cannot withstand it. 3 9-star abyss monsters, plus a few scattered abyss monsters that were accidentally injured. A massive influx of experience into Jiang Cheng's body caused his level to soar once again, reaching the peak of the 8th star, just a little short of reaching the 9th star. Feel the vast, ocean-like energy surging wildly through your meridians and acupoints, like a roaring dragon, flowing magma, or a volcanic eruption. A terrifying glint flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes, as he felt that the energy he could casually unleash could shatter a mountain from a distance. Not only that, his strength had also increased dramatically. He felt as if his body was filled with explosive muscles, and every move he made was like that of a giant beast, invincible. With the death of the 3 9-star abyss monsters, the remaining abyssal monsters went completely mad. Outside the area, black mist continued to surge. The malice and murderous intent emanating from them grew increasingly intense, seemingly solidifying into something tangible. Countless abyssal monsters, disregarding the suppression caused by the domain, charged madly toward the city wall, including a large number of 7-star wild monsters. There were also 8-star abyss monsters, but the moment they stepped into the area, a blood-red hand emerged from the ground and gripped them tightly. The crimson hand tightened its grip, and no matter how much the 8-star abyss monster twisted and turned, it could not break free. Instead, the large hand increased its force, crushing them to death. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the most miserable abyss monster of the day, given how it ended up in such a state right after its debut. However, the appearance of the Crimson Hand also reduced the domain's suppression of other abyssal monsters. This allows them to exert more than half of their combat power. A 7-star abyss monster has its eyes on Jiangcheng. They seem to regard him as a weak and helpless pretty boy. We're going to start by targeting him. Court death. Jiangcheng's eyes narrowed, and without even mobilizing any energy, he used only his physical strength to smash the abyss monster to pieces with a single punch. I'm one step closer to the 9 stars. Killing a few more abyss monsters will allow me to successfully break through. Thinking this, Jiangcheng became increasingly excited. The world chat channel was already overwhelmed, because Jiangcheng's score was simply too terrifying. It has reached 300,000, and this number is growing rapidly. The super lords below only had scores of 40,000 to 50,000, and they were still locked in a fierce battle, with neither side gaining the upper hand. You surpass me, I surpass you. Compared to Jiangcheng, it's like children playing house. With such a high score, if converted to 1-star monsters, that's over 300,000 monsters already killed. They must have cheated. How could they have earned 300,000 so quickly? Is this cheating? Did they inhale the black mist and make themselves stupid? According to reliable sources, it seems that Luo Qi couldn't bear to see her child without a father before birth, so she gave all the weapons and equipment in her territory to Jiangcheng, while she herself only kept a small number of warships to hold out. Why is the goddess doing this to herself? Wouldn't it have been better to come to me? Brothers, I'm finished. My territory has been breached. I'm almost out of resources too. I really regret not upgrading my territory level so high. I'm in an even worse situation. The loyalty of my troops has dropped drastically. Just now, 2 of them deserted in the middle of battle. I estimate that it won't be long before I become a commander without troops. There were many people speaking just now, but now there are fewer and fewer. Could something have happened to them all? I suddenly realized the advantages of being a minor lord. Although my territory is surrounded by black mist, there aren't many abyss monsters. The best ones are only 2 3-star abyss monsters. Mine too. Enemies of this level can be easily dealt with, giving me plenty of time to chat. It's just that inhaling too much of this black mist is annoying. I wonder how things are going on the Great Lord's side. Looking at these guys on the leaderboard, they must have tens of thousands of monsters on their side, so the battle must be pretty intense. Angels purify. Holy light shines upon me. Die, you heretic evildoer. Above the city of angels, nearly 100 angels brandish their angel swords, their bodies enveloped in a radiant holy light. The surrounding black mist dissipated and evaporated the moment it touched the holy light. Yunxi, as the Lord, also joined the battle. However, she faces relatively less combat pressure. She was surrounded by little angels protecting her, with only a few low-level abyss monsters occasionally letting Yunxi practice her skills. Taking advantage of the abyss monster's slightly reduced offensive, she opened the world chat to see where she was on the leaderboard. Phew. 4th place, not bad. The angels under my command are imbued with holy light, which has a certain purifying effect on the black mist. I estimate that my ranking can remain stable at this position, or even go further. Yunxi smiled broadly, quite satisfied with her ranking. She looked up. They were all familiar faces. When she saw Jiangcheng, she was slightly surprised, and then when she saw the score that was close to 350,000, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? 3,500,000. How many abyss monsters would that require killing? That's impossible. If this score were converted into 5-star monsters, it would amount to nearly 1,800. 1,800 abyssal monsters launched an attack simultaneously. With such a terrifying density of attacks, Yunxi felt like she was about to suffer from trypophobia. Thinking about it, I realized that my angels wouldn't be able to hold out for long against such an attack. Even at this rate of attack, 3 angels that were born yesterday morning have been seriously injured and are no longer able to fight. Before she could continue thinking about it, The abyss monsters intensified their attack, and more powerful abyss monsters came crashing down. Chapter 80 Sacrificing Souls, Gambler Xiaoyan. What? Jiang Cheng has already reached 350,000 points. How is this possible? I can't accept it. Why? Why is he number 1 again? The Demon Lord also saw the leaderboard. When he saw that Jiang Cheng's name was written in first place, he almost couldn't catch his breath and fainted. At this moment, the expression on his face was extremely ferocious. Like a demon that has just crawled out of hell, it was covered with an aura of evil and depravity, and it seemed to share a foul smell with the surrounding black mist. Hateful. Damn it. The Demon Lord went berserk, tearing apart abyssal monsters with his bare hands, squandering his energy as if it were free. He had lost count of how many abyssal monsters he had killed. But the physical and mental exhaustion made him feel powerless, and he wished he could collapse onto the bed right now and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. So you're already thinking of backing down? Look at the pathetic state you are in now, like a stray dog. How can you continue to fight Jiang Cheng like this? In the future, he will stand at the pinnacle of the continent, while you can only kneel on the ground and worship him, not daring to utter a sound, for fear of displeasing him and having him wipe you out with a wave of his hand. Lucifer's voice echoed in my mind. Shut up, shut up. Imagine that scene in your mind. The Demon Lord roared in alarm. Hee hee. Don't worry, we're on the same side, and I certainly won't let you be inferior to anyone. However, in your current state, you might not even be able to overcome the difficulties in front of you, let alone deal with Jiang Cheng. If you are willing to sacrifice a part of your soul to me, I can help you raise your strength to 8 stars. Then you will be able to deal with these monsters with ease. Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord remained silent. His eyes were slightly lowered, as if he was thinking about something. At the same time, the other top lords and super lords all saw Jiang Cheng's score. We almost had a collective heart attack. This includes Xiao Yan, who planned to take action against Jiang Cheng. How is this possible? Xiao Yan felt his blood rushing to his head, as if something was blocking his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe and causing him to feel dizzy. 350,000? How could Jiang Cheng possibly get such a high score? He must have used some special methods, not his true ability. That's right, that must be it. I still have a chance. Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat crazed. The gambler's mentality is constantly at play. Before the abyss mist arrived, he gave most of his belongings to He Yuan, telling him that he must survive and that he must not make any mistakes. Xiao Yan then gave one of the teleportation arrays to He Yuan, urging him to set it up as soon as possible. Even if He Yuan dies, he will still have the opportunity to seize Jiang Cheng's territory and take his belongings. Compared to Jiang Cheng's belongings, what he gave He Yuan was just a drop in the ocean. What is this small investment compared to the greater benefits that follow? To Xiao Yan's surprise, Jiang Cheng directly gained 350,000 points, occupying the top spot on the leaderboard with an unparalleled kingly demeanor, overpowering countless top lords and super lords below, leaving them no chance to surpass him. This made Xiao Yan feel utterly hopeless. He gave everything to He Yuan, but Jiang Cheng is acting so fiercely. If he goes there, will he be able to come back? We will definitely come back. Jiang Cheng's troops have probably suffered more than half casualties, and his top combat power has been completely wiped out. Now it's nothing more than a paper tiger, all show and no substance, like the setting sun. Xiao Yan continued to confuse himself. Even if the probability of this happening is small, Xiao Yan considers himself the chosen one, possessing unparalleled fortune, so the situation must be just as he thinks. The gambler's mentality is constantly at play, just like a lottery in a game. Even though the probability of getting such an item is extremely low, almost impossible, countless people still believe that they are the lucky ones who can get it in one go. Jiang Cheng is like that prop in the game. Xiao Yan was one of the lottery participants, and besides, he had already invested his money, so it would be a huge loss not to try. Let's give it our all. Assuming Jiang Cheng still has enough fighting power, I can choose to run away. His vampire shouldn't be able to outrun my fire dragon. If all else fails, find a few more lords and have them come with me. If Jiang Cheng is still capable of fighting, then we'll abandon them and use them as cannon fodder. But once Jiang Cheng is no longer capable of fighting, then I'll double-cross them, kill the accompanying lords along with Jiang Cheng, and take all the wealth from their territories. Xiao Yan revealed a sinister smile. He then sent a message to the purple-winged radiant dragon, Vaslo Great Forest Branch Alliance, asking the lords who were closer to him to come quickly after the mist in the abyss dissipated. Watching the score at the top of the leaderboard keep fluctuating, Xiao Yan stroked his chin, thinking smugly. Jiang Cheng, I hope you can fight to the last drop of blood, preferably die at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning sharp, so I can still get the generous reward for ranking first. Supreme Artifact. Xiaoyan longed for this. Over time, more and more abyssal monsters are joining the battlefield. With a single swing of his sword, 5 abyss monsters perished under Jiang Cheng's blade. This was already the umpteenth abyss monster he had killed, and the expression on his face began to grow numb. Just a little bit more. I'll break through to the 9th star soon. Jiang Cheng's experience points are almost maxed out. We've reached the edge of a breakthrough. I estimate that after killing a few more 7-star abyss monsters, I'll be able to break through to 9 stars in one fell swoop. Lily and Jess also gained a lot. The two of them have made rapid progress in their levels, reaching the peak of the 7-star level, and will soon be able to break through to the 8-star level. The other vampire warriors were equally impressive. Their levels have all increased significantly, with even the worst ones reaching mid-6 star. However, they had just gone through such an intense battle. This caused them considerable losses, both physically and mentally. Some vampire warriors have already taken the pills given to them by Jiang Cheng to ensure their combat readiness. Jiang Cheng then used a skill he hadn't used before, Iron Wall. A protective shield was placed on everyone, including the people of the territory and Mengli. This gave them a 20% damage reduction. This skill is very effective, but I've never used it, because it only works on people within the territory. It has no effect on people outside the territory. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. A 7-star abyss monster appeared behind a vampire warrior, its tentacles spiraling out of shape and about to engulf the warrior's head. Once the tentacles cover your head, the abyss monster could easily twist off the vampire warrior's head like unscrewing a bottle cap. Having one's head twisted off means death. Chapter 81 Crimson Gold Level Vampire Warrior, Battle ended. No matter how tough the vampire warriors are, they can't withstand such an attack. Just as the abyss monster was about to succeed. For some reason, the spiraling tentacles that were about to cover the vampire warrior's head moved back slightly. Jiang Cheng looked closely and saw that the abyss monster had been forcibly lifted up, with a strong arm pressing down on its body, rendering it unable to move. The vampire warrior who was almost ambushed quickly dealt with the monster in front of him, and then vanished from the spot. A robust vampire warrior with an unfamiliar face flapped the blood wings on his back, which shimmered with a crimson gold luster, shining brightly. His size was more than twice that of an ordinary vampire warrior. The crimson gold wings on its back were also incredibly wide, blotting out the sky and giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression just by hovering in the air. The unfamiliar vampire warrior's calm eyes held a murderous glint. He grabbed the abyss monster that tried to resist with one hand, and with the other, he punched it, smashing it to pieces. Greetings, your lordship. Your subordinate is late. Please punish me, lord. The unfamiliar vampire warrior came before Jiang Cheng. Just as he was about to kneel down and pay his respects, Jiang Cheng pulled him up. Get up. Let me take a good look at you. Jiang Cheng scrutinized the vampire warrior repeatedly, growing more and more fond of him, especially the pair of crimson gold wings on his back and the aura emanating from him, that of an 8-star powerhouse. This is the first awakened warrior under his command. How could Jiang Cheng not like it? This guy's expression was a bit cold, not nearly as silly and lively as Ale and the others. All right, I'll name you Allah. You should smile more in the future so that you can integrate into our family as soon as possible. Besides, I'm not such a serious person, so you don't need to be so reserved when you're with me. Yes. Alu nodded, his expression slightly moved. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng told him to go and support other areas, saying that he was enough to handle things on his own here, and if Alu continued to leave others alive, his head would definitely be stolen again. The battle became increasingly intense. The abyss monsters that came later were mostly 6-star or higher. However, the number is much smaller. As for the 8-star and 9-star abyss monsters, they also appeared, but they were quickly discovered by Anna, who then used her killing move to instantly kill them. This also caused Jiang Cheng's experience to skyrocket. It's approaching the level above level 9, the saint level. Jiang Cheng never expected that the first person to break through to the saint level would not be someone from his territory, but himself. But this seems pretty good. He can play the fool to deceive others. On the surface, he appears to be a weak and frail human, but in reality, he is a supreme saint-level powerhouse with unparalleled power. I don't know how much time has passed. Just as Jiang Cheng himself was about to collapse from exhaustion, the abyss monsters retreated like a tide, and the black mist outside the domain continued to dissipate. Sunlight shines on the earth. Like the dawn of victory, it shone in the hearts of all the lords. After much anticipation, this moment had finally arrived. I survived. We are the champions. Ha ha ha, we won. Alas, victory. That battle was really exhilarating. When I get back to the camp, I'm going to spend half the day sleeping. My level has increased so much in such a short time, I definitely need to give myself a break. Why don't you ask the Lord if we can sleep in a more comfortable house in the civilian residence? Our camp has been completely transformed, and we don't even have beds. How are we supposed to sleep? The vampire warriors were all incredibly excited. But beneath the smiles were bodies nearly hollowed out, their limbs weak and limp, barely able to stand. Finally, one of the soldiers couldn't take it anymore and lay down on the ground. The other vampire warriors stopped pretending. They weren't going to be the first to fall anyway. Seeing this, Jiangqing couldn't help but chuckle. He called to the militiamen on the city wall to call some able-bodied men to carry the sleeping vampire warriors to the residential area and arrange rooms for them to sleep. Vampire warriors all have their own houses in the residential areas, so there's no need to worry about whether there are enough beds. Jiangqing did this to accelerate the development of his territory. After all, there were so many young and beautiful women living together, and they might just spark some romance. He gave birth to a new generation of vampire warriors. In this way, the temple will nurture awakened vampire warriors from now on, and no new vampire warriors will be drawn from it. After all, training a new vampire warrior requires a lot of time and resources. At the same time, his bloodline level must also be considered. Those who have already awakened do not need to be, as they are all gold level and high-quality vampire warriors. These guys, however, only have one thing on their minds, improving their strength. We're stuck in that lousy camp all day. To this end, he deliberately said that there was not enough space in the camp and asked them to dismantle their beds so that more space could be freed up. The goal is to get them to go back to the residential area to sleep, and maybe they'll wake up in the morning and encounter a young and beautiful vampire woman. They might even catch each other's eye and fall in love. These guys are so clueless, it's really a waste of my time. A moment later, Lily ran back from a distance. Immediately after the battle ended, she went to several other areas to tally the casualties. My lord, a total of 23 vampire warriors were injured in this battle. 18 of them have recovered, while the rest are still seriously injured and unconscious. However, their wounds are healing at a normal rate. The reason they have not woken up yet is probably because they are too tired. As for the militia squad, 74 were wounded and 19 died. The wounded have all been taken away to rest and given medicine to speed up their healing. When the abyss monsters attack in dense formations, it can sometimes be really hard to defend against. Casualties are inevitable. Fortunately, the territory contains the Hall of Blood Heroes, where any Blood Clan member who died fighting for the territory is eligible to be resurrected, though it requires a 20-day waiting period. I understand. Lily, you should go and rest too. Leave this to me. We'll throw a grand celebration banquet when you wake up. There are still many things waiting for Jiangqing to handle. This includes the corpses of countless wild monsters both inside and outside the territory. Rewards on the world leaderboard. At the same time, we must also guard against enemies who may attack at any time. With such a commotion caused by the fighting here, it's impossible for the local forces in the vicinity not to notice. Especially the goblin tribes. Anna's initial sword aura illuminated half the sky, and the commotion could be felt within a radius of 100 miles. Understood, my lord. If you're tired, you should get some rest early. Jiangqing nodded. Then something else came to mind. Lily, have you seen where Mengli went? If you see her, bring her back with you. Lily said, I just saw her sleeping on a warship, drooling all over her, so I had someone send her back to the temple. Chapter 82, Transcending Mortality, top of the list. Xiao Yan prepares to make his move. All right. Jiangqing was speechless to himself. I didn't expect the little guy to actually fall asleep. I underestimated her a bit. After Lily left, Jiangqing began to examine his own body. His body radiated holy light, and the surrounding air currents surged. Strands of holy light descended from the sky, forming a powerful holy might that surged outwards and spread for dozens of miles around. After a frantic 8-hour battle, Jiang Qingqiao transcended the mortal realm and successfully broke through to the saint realm. A large part of the reason can be attributed to Anna. Without her, it is unknown how long it would have taken Jiangqing to break through to this level on his own. Jiangqing has undergone a complete transformation compared to before. His body has been transformed into a sacred body. The energy within his body also transformed into an even more terrifying holy energy, capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth with every gesture, making it incredibly powerful, and ordinary energy simply could not contend with it. Another change is in his soul, or you could say his spiritual power. They have reached a state of transcendence beyond the mundane. The true nature of many objects can be seen with the naked eye. I wonder if I can use my mental energy to see through other people's clothes. If I can, wouldn't I have obtained a skill that countless perverts dream of? However, Jiangqing didn't have time to try it. I heard the notification sound in my head. He quickly opened the world channel. The Abyss Mist has officially ended. Congratulations to all surviving lords. You have successfully passed the 7-day trial and officially embarked on the path to conquering the continent. Having survived the baptism of the Abyss's Mist, you have now earned the right to establish yourselves on the continent. A Lord's gift pack will be distributed to you shortly. The road ahead may be more difficult than you imagine. The Abyss Mist may strike again, launching an even fiercer attack. Without the outer protective shield, Lords, please cherish your lives and refrain from reckless actions. The leaderboard data has been finalized. Vampire Lord Jiangsheng has secured first place with a high score of 1.74 million, having eliminated a total of 8 9-star Abyss monsters and 46 8-star Abyss monsters. Congratulations to Lord Jiangsheng for ranking first, topping the list of tens of millions of lords. The first place reward will be distributed separately later. The other lords who make it onto the leaderboard will also receive generous rewards. All rewards will be distributed individually, and the most suitable items will be matched as rewards. The size of the reward is determined by the ranking. In addition, all lords who participate in killing Abyss monsters will also receive rewards, the amount of which will depend on the points earned. There are a total of 10,000 people who can be listed on the leaderboard on the 7th day. All rewards were distributed individually. Only the person involved knows what reward they will receive. This added to the mystery and also made many lords wary. After all, no one knows what the other party has obtained. What if it's some ultimate weapon? After all, the announcement stated that the most suitable items would be matched and distributed. It could be a powerful weapon, or it could be a building or equipment. It's impossible to guess. The happiest people were undoubtedly the lower-ranking lords who received rewards. They didn't expect to receive a reward as well. It was earned through my own hard work. Haha. To be honest, from midnight last night to 5 a.m. this morning, only 17 Abyss monsters appeared in and around my territory, the highest being only 3 stars. After that, no more Abyss monsters appeared. I didn't expect to get a reward even with this. Brother, our situations are similar, haha. They probably saw that we also contributed, so they gave us a small reward. This reward is definitely not comparable to that of the top executives. So what? It's better to have something than nothing, right? Some cowards packed their things and fled the territory before midnight, abandoning their status as lords. If they find out about this, they'll probably regret it to death. That's right. Their territory is about the same size as ours, so the attacks they receive won't be too intense. They'll definitely survive. Why say so much? Now that they've lost their status as lords, they won't see this news anymore. They might have already integrated with the local natives. I'm starting to wonder what reward Jiangcheng will receive. Go ahead and be curious. Revealing your reward means revealing your hand, and the big shot won't even bother to reply. My goodness. 8 9-star Abyss monsters, 46 8-star monsters, and hundreds of 7-star and 6-star monsters. What kind of strength does it take to eliminate so many Abyss monsters? Could it be that there is a saint-level expert in Jiangcheng's territory? It's not impossible. And even if it didn't exist before, after experiencing such a great battle, it might have become possible. After all, the experience from so many Abyss monsters is more than enough to create a saint-level being. With a saint-level expert, and the supreme artifact awarded to the first-place winner, Jiangcheng is definitely going to take off. He might not even be a match for the local forces. It's not just taking off, it's already in the sky. From now on, no one can compete with boss Jiangcheng. You're already licking it? Count me in. When will you establish an alliance, Lord Jiangcheng? We are high-quality lords who have withstood the test of the Abyss Mist, and we want to become your lackeys and serve you. What kind of lackeys? I'll just follow Xiao Yan's example and acknowledge him as my father on the spot. Sorry, I didn't tighten my belt properly back then, and he got out. The great filial piety of the hall is indeed true. After the war ended, the lords were caught up in a brief moment of jubilation. The messages in the public chat were unusually fast and dazzling, most of them urging Jiangcheng to establish an alliance. achieve unparalleled success, and solidify his dominance. Another part involves guessing the rewards for the various lords on the leaderboard, especially the supreme artifact in Jiangcheng's possession. Would you like to come with me? Xiaoyan stood in the main seat, gazing at the four lords below. Before the black fog dissipated, Xiaoyan immediately summoned the four lords to his territory, saying that he had an extremely important matter to discuss. They also threatened that if they didn't come, their territory would be reduced to ruins. The territories of these four lords were located near Xiaoyan, and the distance between them was only half an hour. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, he was terrified. After leaving a portion of their troops to guard the territory, they hurriedly brought the rest of their troops here, not daring to rest for even a moment. Xiaoyan saw that these people were sincere. There was no hiding it at that moment. He told the four people about his planned censored version. Specific details were not provided. For example, they could double-cross them and wipe them all out. Lord Xiaoyan, with our strength, how could we possibly defeat Jiangcheng? Just now, someone revealed that there is a saint-level expert in Jiangcheng's territory. Yes, even a saint-level expert's breath is enough to give us trouble. Furthermore, Jiangcheng just received a reward on the leaderboard, which is like adding wings to a tiger. We have no chance of winning at all. We're just going to our deaths. Xiaoyan looked at them with disdain. A saint-level expert. In just 7 days, he has already produced a saint-level expert in his territory. In a few more days, will he be able to produce a god? You actually believe this kind of news? It's utterly stupid, incredibly stupid. He was able to get such a high score entirely because of the equipment that Loki gave him. The troops in Jiangcheng's territory may have been wiped out by now, and the equipment given by Luo Qi is almost used up. This is the perfect time for us to attack. After speaking, Xiaoyan paused for a moment. Let these four lords take a break. He then continued. Suppose we don't kill Jiangcheng now, what do you think he'll do after he recovers? He will sweep away all forces in the Vaslo forest, including me, and the four of you. If that's the case, why don't we strike first? Seeing that the expressions on the four people's faces were somewhat moved, Xiaoyan continued. Don't worry, if Jiangcheng still has the fighting power, I will sacrifice a few of my fire dragons to cover our retreat, giving us ample time to leave. At that time, we can simply use the teleportation array to escape safely, and then destroy the teleportation array. Jiangcheng won't be able to do anything to us for the time being. Chapter 83 The First Place Reward, Sky God Island. Greetings, Lord Jiangcheng. During the 8-hour territory defense battle on the 7th day, you and your troops performed exceptionally bravely, thus achieving first place. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Reward 1, 3 million energy stones. Reward 2, 1 million Lord coins. Reward 3, a set of random saint-level weapons and equipment. Reward 4, 1 free upgrade opportunity for the Vampire Temple, only applicable to Vampire Temples below level 10. If this opportunity is exceeded, it will be automatically forfeited. Reward 5, 100 Bloodline Enhancement Pills. Reward 6, Supreme Artifact, Sky God Island. Note, if Lord Jiangcheng feels that Sky Island is not suitable for you, you will have one chance to change it and randomly draw one artifact. This draw is entirely up to fate and cannot be interfered with by luck value. These are all the rewards for the first place winner. May Lord Jiangcheng soon achieve great things on the mainland and establish his own dynasty. It's so luxurious. They're really generous this time. With these rewards, there are few local forces within thousands of miles that can rival me. The past few days have passed. Jiangcheng is now much calmer. One can remain calm and composed. 3 million energy stones is a bit low to be honest. The amount produced by a high-level goblin tribe in a year is equivalent to 1/3 of that. Fortunately, there are so many rewards below, so it's barely acceptable. The number of Lord coins is a bit small, but 1 million is enough to buy the item I've always wanted. That's good. Jiangcheng took a fancy to an item in the mall. Unfortunately, it would take 1 million Lord coins to acquire it. I originally planned to save up slowly and buy it when I had enough. He was now being rewarded with $1 million, which made him quite excited. Jiangcheng silently recited, "Receive the reward," in his mind. The 6 rewards have arrived in his warehouse. It can be used simply by taking it out. He first visited Sky God Island. I want to see what this thing does. If it's not very useful, then choose to replace it. Sky Island. This is a supreme artifact that can make a lord's faction stand out from the rest of the continent, possessing absolute defensive power that even a true god would find difficult to break through instantly. Light of the Divine Island. The Sky Divine Island can absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars and convert it into energy to unleash an attack comparable to that of a god. Cooldown period, 1 month. Space jump allows instantaneous movement from one place to another with a maximum distance of 10,000 miles. Cooldown period, 1 month. Blessed land. A special type of air is generated on the Sky God Island. Living on the island will greatly improve one's physique, and the cultivation speed on the island will be twice that of normal times. Can be stacked with territory enhancement buildings. Note: Sky Island floats in the air and has a concealment function. Once in concealment mode, it cannot be detected by outsiders. This function is automatically adjusted by the Lord. Hint: from the outside, Sky Island appears as a small floating island, but it contains a hidden space folding array covering an area of 200 square kilometers. It also has a special teleportation array that allows instantaneous teleportation outside the island. Phew. This is simply a paradise, with both defense and offense, the ability to jump through space, and a doubling of cultivation speed. Any one of these features would make countless lords envious, and perhaps even some powerful local forces would be tempted. Jiang Cheng felt that he possessed such a divine island. Future development will be quite smooth. He then opened the Saint level set. He felt the reward was quite humane, especially since he had just reached the Saint level and was lacking in this type of weaponry and equipment. Random success. Please check the information, Lord. You will see randomly generated items. Jiang Cheng's face instantly darkened. Putting aside the exquisitely beautiful Saint-grade sword, the Saint-grade armor alone left him speechless. It was clearly a woman's outfit. Are you suggesting we make him dress as a woman? Forget it. Lily is already level 8 now, and she'll reach Saint level soon. Let her keep this woman's outfit. I would never dress as a woman. It would be beneath my dignity as a lord. The able-bodied vampires in the city dragged back the corpses of the wild monsters outside one after another, extracted their cores, and drew their blood. The remaining corpses were then dismembered by Jiang Cheng. From yesterday evening until 8 a.m. this morning, countless wild monsters have perished. In short, the outer area has become a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The ground is soaked and rotten from the blood of wild monsters, and the overwhelming stench of blood, if not dealt with in time, may attract surrounding forces to come and investigate. Jiang Cheng planned to wait until the vampire warriors woke up. They were then sent to eliminate the surrounding local forces. With the vampire warriors' current strength, eliminating these local forces is as easy as crushing an ant. After such a long battle, the lowest level among the 150 vampire warriors is at least the early stage of the 7th star. Characters like Ari and Jack have even reached 8 stars. Chapter 84. After a period of lodging, the temple is upgraded. A friend's message notification sounded. Jiang Cheng opened the friends panel. First, he deleted nearly 10 million friend requests. He then opened the chat panel with Luo Qi. Congratulations on winning first place. Jiang Cheng silently watched Luo Qi's congratulatory words, feeling as if this woman had been possessed. One moment she was locked in a love-hate relationship with him, and the next she was congratulating him. Something was off. He also felt something was off about Luo Qi's ranking. They only managed to get 9th place, almost falling out of the top 10, which caused a lot of rumors to spread in the public chat area. Everyone is saying that he took Loki's weapons and equipment. This caused Luo Qi's ranking to plummet. Jiang Cheng felt utterly wronged. Just say what's on your mind. We don't need to beat around the bush between us. Anyway, I don't believe you're just here to congratulate me. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Luo Qi on the other side stopped pretending. I would like to stay in your territory for a while, and leave once I find a suitable place. Of course, I'm not the kind of wicked woman who eats and lives for free. I'll give you a certain amount of energy stones every month as payment, but on the condition that you guarantee my basic living needs, as well as my personal safety. You can't have any impure thoughts about me, you can't do anything improper to me, and you can't. After listing a whole bunch of things Jiang Cheng couldn't do, Luo Qi said rather smugly, actually, there's nothing you can do to me. I am now a 9-star expert, with unparalleled strength. If you want to make a move against me, be prepared to be slapped to death by me. Luo Qi is ranked 9th on the list. She earned all those points by herself. Thousands of abyssal monsters perished at her hands. The experience she gained greatly increased her strength, bringing her to 9 stars and giving her considerable power. Jiang Cheng didn't know why this woman was so confident. How dare the 9 stars venture deep into his den of wolves and tigers? Moreover, there's no need to force her. Just treat her well with good food and drink to lower her guard. Then add some aphrodisiacs to her food, and the matter will be settled. It can only be said that the young girl is still too young. Fortunately, he met a virtuous gentleman like Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, you might be devoured alive without even realizing it. Jiang Cheng had already agreed in his heart to Luo Qi's request to come and stay. But he was curious why this woman didn't stay in her own territory and insisted on coming to his place. Did she really want to have an offline meetup with someone she met online? Why don't you stay in your own territory? Instead, you've come to my territory? Luo Qi did not hide anything from this issue. It's that damned warship again. Its power is just too great. It blasted my territory into ruins, and there are void turbulence everywhere. If you're not careful and get caught in it, you'll die without a burial. How can I live in a place like this? My bugs are being repaired now, but it's very slow. I expect the situation to improve in about 2 weeks. Upon hearing her say that, Jiang Cheng immediately let out a gloating laugh. The two then ended their chat. Luo Qi was a sensible person. She directly bought 2 teleportation arrays and sent one to Jiang Cheng, without making him pay for it himself. After obtaining the teleportation array, Jiang Cheng installed it on a nearby open space. There is a function to input coordinates on the teleportation array. Simply enter the coordinates of the other party's teleportation array and add a certain amount of energy stones to complete the teleportation. After setting up the teleportation array, Jiang Cheng opened the Lord's gift pack that everyone received. The so-called gift package was really nothing special. 500 energy stones, 500 Lord coins, 10,000 each of wood and ore, and a territory migration card. These items were dispensable to Jiang Cheng. Let's not even talk about resources. Compared to the resources he has, the gift package is just a drop in the ocean. With Sky Island now in his possession, the territory migration card has become utterly useless, practically irrelevant. Luo Qi needs some time to sort things out. Jiang Chengxian disassembled the pile of monster corpses, obtaining hundreds of millions of pieces of wood and ore, as well as various other materials, almost filling his lord's warehouse to capacity. Selling these materials at this time is clearly unwise, since every lord has acquired quite a few good items and is throwing them into the trading area. The price was immediately driven down. Therefore, Jiang Cheng does not plan to sell at this time, but will wait for the price in the trading area to recover before selling. Then came tens of thousands of beast cores. Let's not even talk about those below level 5. They seem like a lot, but in the end, they can't even synthesize a single level 7 beast core. They can only barely synthesize a few level 6 beast cores. 6 level 7 beast cores, 32 level 6 beast cores, and 362 level 5 beast cores. After Jiang Cheng cleared out the surrounding monsters, only a bunch of weaklings remained. There weren't many truly powerful monsters left. Most of these beast cores come from wild monsters in the sky. They flew in from afar, including many level 6 and 7 monsters, but unfortunately no level 8 monsters appeared. Otherwise, they would become rich overnight, and the temple could be upgraded several times in a row. The Blood Clan Temple is currently at level 6. Upgrading it requires 200,000 wood and ore, 10,000 energy stones, and 50 level 6 beast cores. Jiang Cheng synthesized all the energy stones below level 6. That's exactly 50. The conditions for upgrading the temple have been met. Today, Ali's successful conception means that the vampire temple can begin the next conception. Crimson Gold level vampire warriors belong to the most common level 1. But Jiang Cheng did not sigh because of this. After all, he had just obtained 100 bloodline enhancement pills, which could completely upgrade Ayla's bloodline to the purple gold level, which was close to that of the ancestral bloodline. Then, by summoning the altar and using Ayla's blood as a catalyst, Ayla and the others can awaken their bloodlines and increase their strength. After dealing with matters outside the city, Jiang Cheng arrived at the Blood Clan Temple, first glancing at the statue of the blood god ancestor, and then looking at the temple. Should we spend 200,000 wood, 200,000 or 10,000 energy stones, and 50 level 6 beast cores to upgrade the Blood Clan Temple? Upgrade. Enveloped in red light. The upgraded vampire temple has grown even taller, its top reaching into the clouds, and 4 additional auxiliary castles have been added around it, making it look even more magnificent and extravagant. And the statue came back to life. However, this time the statue doesn't have the same level of realism as before. Jiang Cheng channeled his holy energy to envelop the statue, carefully examining its interior. He wondered if his methods were insufficient, but he couldn't discern anything. Forget it, I'll just burn it every night. The netherworld blood flame has grown quite a bit stronger since the great battle, so I should be able to burn it to my heart's content tonight. Jiang Cheng decided to set aside an extra period of time every night. Let the vampire warriors with Netherworld blood flame express their respect for their ancestors. Chapter 85 7th Level Temple, Eager to Die. Vampire Temple, Level 7. 150 vampire warriors can be drawn daily. The probability of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 100%. The probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 65%. And the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 40%. Tip 1. Once the vampire temple reaches level 7, the vampire warriors will be drawn in the order of gold, silver, and bronze. Hint 2. If you choose to nurture awakened vampire warriors, 3 awakened vampire warriors will be conceived after 3 days, and these 3 vampire warriors will start at level 8. Next upgrade requires 300,000 wood, 300,000 or 50,000 energy stones, and 50 level 7 beast cores. Level 7 beast cores are produced by level 7 creatures, with a 90% drop rate. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of it dropping a beast core. Does it still need 3 days? Jiang Cheng felt that this was a bit unfair. He had previously thought that the time would decrease as his level increased. Unexpectedly, while the time remained the same, the quantity changed. Territory upgrade successful. Territory coverage area doubled. Rewards: 500 houses, 3,000 vampire citizens, 1 renewable energy stone mine, and 1 heart of the dynasty. Warning: your territory is too large and has entered the territory of the goblin tribe. They may sense this. We urge the Lord to take immediate action. Previously, Jiang Cheng's territory covered an area of over 30 li in radius. After doubling in size, it reached over 60 li, meaning that a portion of the area had already entered the goblin tribe's territory. Let's just go in. Anyway, this goblin tribe will cease to exist after today, so it doesn't matter if they sense it. The temple reached level 7, and Anna's level also reached the saint level. There are 2 saint level experts in the territory. If these goblins come looking for trouble, they probably won't even know how they died. Renewable mine shafts? Check the information. Renewable energy stone mine. Each day, a small amount of energy stones can be mined from the mine. New energy stones will be generated in the mined area the following day. Current daily mining limit: 50,000 energy stones. Note: the renewable energy stone mine is linked to the level of the vampire temple. The higher the temple level, the more stones can be mined from the mine. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. 50,000 energy stones might not seem like much, but over time it would accumulate into a huge fortune. This renewable energy stone mine is many times stronger than an ordinary energy stone mine. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng examined the heart of the dynasty. He had never heard of this thing before and was a little curious. Heart of a dynasty. Disposable consumables. Function: establish a dynasty. Establishing a dynasty on the Lord's continent requires a special sacrificial ceremony. Only after receiving feedback from the heavenly Tao of the Lord's continent can the dynasty be established. However, the Lords are transmigrators and not native to the Lord continent. To establish a dynasty, they must possess the heart of a king. Otherwise, their dynasties will not be recognized by the heavenly Tao and will not receive its protection. And protection? If I attack a country with a strong homeland, will heaven protect them and eliminate me? 1. Heavenly protection refers to being spared from natural disasters or the fate of a nation, but it's actually not very useful. The details involved are complex and will be understood by the Lord when they reach a higher level. It's not convenient to explain too much at this time. Since it was inconvenient to explain, he didn't delve into it further. After upgrading the temple, Jiang Cheng arrived at the main hall. Should I draw today's vampire warrior? No. The notification sound disappeared. 3 days later, the temple will give birth to 3 awakened vampire warriors. We arrived at the restaurant. Anna has already prepared a sumptuous breakfast here. With Jiang Cheng's current saint-level body, even if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep for half a month, it wouldn't cause him much damage. However, Anna's cooking was so delicious that he never got tired of it, with a special flavor that left him wanting more. Jiang Cheng gave Anna the saint-level set. Wearing that saint-level armor would definitely make her look both beautiful and cool, perfectly highlighting her shapely figure. Anna felt embarrassed to refuse Jiang Cheng's kindness. I've acquired the saint-level set. Anna had previously stated that once the temple reached level 9, she could reshape her body using the power of her divine soul. It has reached half of its peak strength. Jiang Cheng had not forgotten this point. Once the temple is upgraded to level 8, he can use another free upgrade opportunity to raise the temple's level to level 9. With Anna's body reshaped and the rewards from the 2 temple upgrades, Jiang Cheng's strength will definitely increase significantly. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps sensing the aura of a saint-level equipment, Meng Li pushed open the door and quietly walked in. Seeing that the food on the table was all ordinary, she immediately lost interest. They're getting ready to eat their own worship. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Cheng prepared to go to the teleportation array. It seems that Luo Qi has already packed everything up. Several layers of blue light illuminated the area around the teleportation array. A young girl appeared in the center of the teleportation array. She was tall and slender, with a beautiful and delicate face and flawless features. Perhaps due to nervousness, a shy blush appeared on her face, and her hands and feet moved restlessly. He held 5 thick chains in his hands, and at the ends of the chains were 5 hopping, struggling, and desperately trying to break free of their restraints. Luo Qi's eyes darted around the unfamiliar surroundings with a flustered look. Upon seeing the smiling man in front of the teleportation array, her pretty face flushed red, and she turned away shyly. Because Jiang Cheng looked remarkably similar to the handsome man in her dream, even surpassing him in appearance. Just standing there, he exuded an otherworldly aura, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Damn it! How could this be? If only I had known. If only I had. Luo Qi was so nervous that she didn't know how to start the conversation. Recalling her audacious actions in her dream, her face became incredibly hot. Are you alright? Seeing Luo Qi's appearance, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel worried, wondering if there were any risks associated with the teleportation array. Why is Luo Qi's face so red? It's like having a brain hemorrhage. At the same time, he felt it was a bit awkward for him to pick her up alone, and that he should have brought Meng Li along the way. After all, having another child will provide more topics for conversation. Before he could ask any further questions, the friend notification sound rang again. It was an urgent message from He Yuan. Lord Jiang Cheng. Xiaoyan has brought 4 lords to our territory, along with their troops, and they are here to attack your territory. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Why is Xiaoyan in such a hurry to die? Since that's the case, then let's grant his wish. Proceed according to plan. Lure them to that valley we mentioned before. Trick them into thinking my territory is there, and then we'll trap them and beat them to a pulp. Chapter 86 Arrival at the Valley, the Cunning Lily. I closed the chat with He Yuan. Jiang Cheng looked at Luo Qi, who was staring blankly at the teleportation array. Come with me, I'll find someone to help you arrange accommodation. I have something very urgent to do right now, and I might not be back until noon. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, Luo Qi's heart raced, and she took small steps to follow him. As soon as she stepped out of the temple, a strong smell of blood hit her, almost making her gag. It seemed that he had noticed her discomfort. Jiang Cheng explained, from last night to this morning, 10,000 wild monsters died outside the city walls. It's normal for it to smell a bit. Just bear with it for a while. This afternoon, my territory will be moved to a cleaner environment. It doesn't matter. I'm not that delicate, I can handle this taste, ugh. Luo Qi followed behind Jiang Cheng. Feeling utterly humiliated, he thought to himself, Luo Qi, you're a 9-star expert. How can you be so pathetic? It's just a little flavor. You can't let this guy make a fool of you. The two arrived at the vampire temple one after the other. Along the way, Luo Qi saw many vampires greeting Jiang Cheng and looking at her with curious eyes. She also noticed that the buildings here were very beautiful. It was magnificent and spectacular, far surpassing her territory. It was like heaven and earth. The planning and layout of the territory are also exceptionally meticulous. She began to like this place. Upon arriving at the temple, Jiang Cheng summoned Lily. Have the young girl entertain Luo Qi, treat her as well as possible, and record the details so that we can make a fortune later. After staying in the temple for a while, Jiang Cheng emptied the items from the Lord's warehouse and piled them in several storage rooms in the temple. Then he called over Lu and Yalai. Neither of them rested. Instead, they trained in the barracks to alleviate the mental fatigue caused by prolonged battles. Come on, let's do something together. Yes. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng gave Yato some more instructions. After the vampire warriors had rested enough, they went to eradicate the local forces in the vicinity. The territory's overall strength has now improved by several levels. We no longer need to hide our actions as we did before. You can do it openly and honestly. Jiang Cheng has been eyeing the energy stone mines controlled by those advanced tribes for a long time, and today he will definitely bring them under his control. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng led Yalai and Lu to the valley where he had agreed to meet He Yuan. El stood to the side, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while. They sensed that He Yuan was still 20 kilometers away. It will take some time to arrive. Jiang Cheng handed the storage ring in his hand to Yulai. You two go outside the valley and create some signs of a battle. The better, leave it barren. Then throw the beast blood and monster limbs from your storage rings onto the ground to create a gruesome scene. Yes. Sanguine Temple. Lily led Loki to choose a room in the temple. She originally intended to take Luo Qi to a private residence. After all, the vampire temple was a very sacred building in her eyes, so how could she allow an outsider to live there, especially one with 5 pet insects? I wonder if they will urinate or defecate freely in the temple. Moreover, Loki's identity as a woman also caught Lily's attention. Although she was still young, she had spent a lot of time with the women in the residential area and had learned some things about men and women. In her opinion, the Lord and the Empress are a match made in heaven. But then I remembered what Jiang Cheng had said before he left. Lily could only sigh silently. How do you like this room? If you stay here, it will cost you 1,000 energy stones per day. You will also need to pay extra for your own food. If you don't have money, you can use items of equal value to offset the cost. So expensive. Luo Qi was dumbfounded. 1,000 energy stones. The cost for one day is enough for her to use her Saint-class warship for a single trip. They're practically treating her like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. This is intolerable. I'll stay for a day and take a look. I'll give you the energy stone later. Luo Qi decided to try it out first. After all, this was the first time she had ever stayed in such a luxurious palace. It was magnificent and extravagant, far better than her dilapidated territory. Okay, I'll write it down first. You can give the energy stone to the Lord or Her Majesty the Empress later. Lily took out a piece of brown paper and began to record. Upon hearing the words, Her Majesty the Empress, Luo Qi's heart skipped a beat, as if she were conjuring up something unpleasant, and her expression subtly changed. Lily caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye, a sly glint in her eyes, and with a smile, she introduced herself. Our Empress is peerless in beauty and power, capable of annihilating any enemy in the world with a mere wave of her hand. She has been by the Lord's side since the establishment of the territory, and the two have developed a deep affection for each other. Anyway, they spend every night in the same room, but I don't know the specifics. As Lily said this, she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. However, in order to intimidate Loki and support Her Majesty the Empress, she suppressed her inner embarrassment. He adopted a casual demeanor, as if he were just saying it offhand. Phew. Luo Qi felt she had heard something very unpleasant, and her chest felt tight. Lily felt that it might be a bit too much to tell her directly. She should let her figure it out herself. He quickly asked, Are you alright? Do you want me to get you some food so you can eat and rest for a bit? No need. I'll go for a walk outside. Loki waved his hand, found a place to tie up the 5 void worms, and then walked out of the temple. These 5 creatures are all filled with big treasures, so we can't let them run around freely. We're in an unfamiliar place. What if we get lost? That would be a huge loss. Jiang Cheng, that scumbag. You've already slept with someone else, yet you still try to flirt with me, calling me little wife, all the time. Luo Qi rubbed her face hard twice. Come to your senses. Jiang Cheng and she have nothing to do with each other. Why is she always thinking about him? Anyway, she'll go home once the territory is repaired. As she walked, Luo Qi discovered the warship she had sold to Jiang Cheng the day before. Curious, I strode over. As she approached, she discovered a little girl, only 6 years old, lying on the warship. He was dressed like a nouveau riche, wearing a crown on his head, and a priceless, dazzling scepter was carelessly discarded on the ground. How could there be a child in Jiang Cheng's territory? And isn't it dangerous for someone to be lying alone on a warship, with no adults around to watch over them? Luo Qi was muttering to herself. Suddenly, they discovered that the little girl had used her tiny teeth to bite off a piece of metal from the hull of the warship, and was chewing it with her cheeks puffed out. She stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Molly looked up. Upon discovering that it was a young woman she didn't recognize, she asked, Who are you? Are you the little maid that the regent arranged for me? Chapter 87 Entering the Valley, revealing the true face. He Yuan, is Jiang Cheng's camp in the valley ahead? Xiaoyan stood on the fiery dragon, gazing at the devastated valley entrance in the distance. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere on the ground, and blood soaked the entire land, filling the forest with a strong stench of blood. This demonstrates the ferocity of the battle. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside was left unattended. It seems that Jiang Cheng's troops must have suffered heavy losses, and he couldn't even spare any manpower to clean up the battlefield. Seeing this, Xiao Yin was overjoyed. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Reporting to Alliance leader Xiao Yin, I have investigated several times and confirmed that Jiangcheng's territory is located in the valley. Ever since he recognized the purple-winged radiant dragon lord as his godfather, Xiao Yin's status in the alliance rose rapidly. They gained the power to govern the Vaslo Great Forest Sub-Alliance. Originally, He Yuan should have addressed him as the branch leader, but in order to get him to take the bait, he naturally showered him with all sorts of flattery, calling him alliance leader Xiao Yin repeatedly and showering him with compliments. Ha! Xiao Yin laughed and said, He Yuan, you did a good job this time. Whatever reward you want later, just say the word, and I promise to give it to you. It is my honor to serve as an envoy for Alliance leader Xiao Yin, and I dare not ask for more. I only ask that Alliance leader Xiao Yin, in the future, achieve great things and leave me a humble position to serve tea and water. Seeing that his performance was satisfactory, He Yuan revealed a gloating smile. However, in the eyes of others, his smile turned into flattery and fawning over Xiao Yin. Humph, Alliance leader Xiao Yin. Let's hurry into the valley and annihilate Jiangcheng as soon as possible. Yes, half an hour has passed since the battle ended, and no one has come to clean up the battlefield outside. It seems that Jiangcheng can no longer spare enough manpower. I estimate that he and his vampires are currently recuperating in the valley, and they are at their weakest point. They might be exhausted and collapsed on the ground, unable to even crawl. As soon as we enter the valley, we can take Jiangcheng's head in an instant. Seeing that He Yuan was about to take all the credit, the four accompanying lords quickly spoke up. Good. Everyone, charge into the valley, slaughter all the vampires inside, and capture Jiangcheng alive. I'm going to crush the so-called number one on the leaderboard, and maybe even get the coordinates of the Loki teleportation array from him, so I can destroy the territories of the two lords in one fell swoop. Having not slept all night, Xiao Yin shook his groggy head and excitedly patted the fire dragon beneath him, signaling it to follow behind the lords below. Assuming Jiangcheng still has the fighting ability, these 5 unlucky guys below would be the first to suffer. After observing the situation, he can choose to fight Jiangcheng or flee. Because the valley was long and narrow, the fire dragon had to descend from the air and walk instead. Not long after entering the valley, they realized something was wrong. It's so quiet in here. Moreover, the surrounding mountain walls and ground were intact, making it a completely different world from the outside. He Yuan, what exactly is going on? Xiao Yan's heart tightened, and he glared angrily at He Yuan. The other 4 lords also cast sharp glances at He Yuan, their eyes burning with murderous intent. In this situation, He Yuan was so frightened that he trembled and didn't know how to explain. He could only pray that Jiangcheng would appear quickly and save him from his predicament. Just then, he saw a vampire warrior emerge from the depths of the valley. A vampire warrior appeared at the entrance to the valley. Overjoyed, he quickly exclaimed, Jiangcheng's troops have appeared. Snort. Xiao Yin snorted coldly. He sensed something the moment the 2 vampire warriors appeared. These 2 vampire warriors exuded an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. The killing intent emanating from them was almost tangible, and just meeting their sharp eyes was enough to send chills down one's spine. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. He used his lord privileges to check the personal information of the 2 vampire warriors. You won't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. 8-star vampire warrior. They're all at their peak. One of them has already awakened. Xiao Yin didn't know exactly how strong the vampire warriors were after awakening, but they certainly wouldn't be weaker than those who hadn't awakened. 2 8-star vampire warriors at their peak. He had only about 100 fire dragons under his command, 8 of which were 7-star dragons. While they might seem capable of putting up a fight, these fire dragons had actually been fighting all night with almost no rest, leaving them extremely exhausted and unable to exert much of their combat power. The difference in combat power between the 2 sides is like an insurmountable chasm. He estimated that his 8 7-star flame dragons wouldn't last more than 20 rounds against these 2 vampire warriors. Puff! There was a noise behind me. Xiao Yin turned around and saw He Yuan grinning maliciously. A long sword in his hand had already pierced the chest of a lord. The method was precise and ruthless, and the movement was swift and decisive, clearly premeditated. The demonic bear troops behind him immediately took control of the troops under the command of the fallen lord. Pressed them down on the ground. He Yuan, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You don't think that by killing us and showing your loyalty to Jiangcheng, He will let you go, do you? The three lords accompanying He Yuan angrily rebuked him. They couldn't believe that He Yuan wasn't trying to deal with the two vampire warriors at this moment, but instead was turning his blade on their own people. Why should I pledge my loyalty to Lord Jiangcheng? He Yuan smiled smugly, then used a knife to cut a gash on the back of his hand. Under the shocked gazes of Xiao Yin and the others, the flesh on the back of He Yuan's hand writhed, quickly stopping the bleeding, and the wound healed rapidly. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? I have no need to pledge my loyalty to Lord Jiangcheng, because I have already become a member of the vampire clan. In fact, Lord Jiangcheng knew about your plan immediately. It's a pity that you were being manipulated by Lord Jiangcheng and me without even realizing it. Looking at He Yuan's arrogant face, Xiao Yin was so angry that his vision blurred and he almost fainted. At the same time, he was terrified. The soldiers under Jiangcheng's command actually have the ability to infect others. What a terrifying ability that is. If we can infect and control him today, then Jiangcheng might be able to use him to wipe out the entire purple-winged Radiant Dragon Alliance in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Xiao Yin was filled with regret. Unlike Xiao Yin, the other three lords seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival. He hurriedly shouted in the valley, Lord Jiangcheng, no, Lord Jiangcheng, I am willing to surrender. Please infect me and turn me into a vampire. I'm willing to surrender. As long as you don't kill me, I'll be your slave. I can help you deal with Xiao Yin. That Xiao Yin is a very wicked person. He actually dared to make a move on Lord Jiangcheng. He deserves to die. Chapter 88 Fratricide, Xiao Yan's Demise. In order to survive, the three surviving lords all made statements. One of them was even willing to turn his spear against Xiao Yin. Oh, above the valley, Jiangcheng couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to the statements of the three lords below. Just now outside the valley, these three people, along with the man who was lying on the ground, were acting very arrogantly. I thought it was something really amazing. Unexpectedly, they gave up resistance without even lifting a finger. He had no intention of taking in these three useless people. But we can make use of it a little. I can accept your surrender. But you've teamed up with Xiao Yin to cause me trouble, so you'll have to pay a price. Here's what we'll do. If you can kill 30 of Xiao Yan's fire dragons, I'll spare your lives and infect you with vampires, giving you superhuman self-healing abilities. Arlie and Alex stood at the two passes, watching the scene inside with great interest. They felt that the Lord was very wicked, but it was really interesting to do so. Upon hearing Jiangcheng's words, the three lords felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that this was almost impossible to accomplish. Xiao Yin is a top-tier lord with 8 7-star flame dragons under his command. Asking them to fight him is no different from courting death. But if we don't do that, 2 vampire warriors were also watching them intently from the front and back. This is an 8-star vampire warrior. All of them combined probably wouldn't be able to defeat him with one hand. Even someone as strong as Xiao Yin wasn't confident he could escape unscathed from their clutches. Just when they were wavering, Jiangcheng's sigh echoed through the valley. Sigh? Then let me help you. A vast, ocean-like holy might pressed down on the bottom of the valley, causing the mountain walls on both sides to tremble and the stones on the ground to shatter into powder. Xiao Yin and his fiery dragons were all crushed to the ground by this terrifying holy might, unable to move. All we could do was stare helplessly and worry. Il walked over with a smile. He smashed the head of the fire dragon that Xiao Yin had nurtured with all his resources with a single punch, dug out its beast core, and then put its corpse into his storage ring. This was repeated 7 times in a row. All of Xiao Yan's 7-star flame dragons perished. As he was leaving, Ari accidentally tripped over a rock and kicked a 6-star fire dragon at his feet, severely injuring it and causing it to faint on the spot. Jiangcheng, you have insulted me too much. I will fight you to the death. Xiao Yin was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. Stubborn. Upon hearing this, Arya returned and gently poked Xiao Yan's forehead 3 times, thoroughly humiliating him. Arlie returned to the mouth of the valley. Jiangcheng withdrew his saint-level pressure, allowing Xiao Yin to get up from the ground. He looked towards Jiangcheng's location and began to offer various greetings, uttering some indescribable and obscene phrases. Jiangcheng didn't bother arguing with a dying man. He said to the 3 lords, I've changed my mind. You will only live if you twist off Xiao Yan's head. I've already helped you so much. Whether you live or die depends on your own performance. The 3 people in the valley exchanged a glance. They have made their thoughts clear. That is to kill Xiao Yin for Jiangcheng. After all, the strength Jiangcheng had just displayed was terrifying. He didn't dare to even breathe loudly, feeling that killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. This made them dare not resist from the bottom of their hearts. As for whether Jiang Cheng will keep his promise afterwards, it should be. They believed that Jiang Cheng, as the number one on the leaderboard, should have the magnanimity to hold their mistakes against them. Thinking of this, the three of them perked up. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. We want to survive, so you understand. Who told you to be so reckless as to provoke Lord Jiangcheng? You're simply courting death. One person wasn't enough, so they coerced several of us to come together. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan was furious. However, he has no other choice now. The only way is to kill these three people in front of him, then demonstrate his usefulness and beg Jiangcheng not to kill him. Thinking about how he had insulted Jiangcheng in a fit of rage, Xiaoyan trembled. The two sides fought fiercely. The soldiers under his command fought each other. Due to the narrow and long terrain of the valley, the fire dragon cannot take flight, thus failing to utilize its inherent advantages and also limiting its space for movement. Multiple factors led to an initial disadvantage, with the three 4-star fire dragons being surrounded and killed. But the fire dragon is, after all, a top-tier unit. By leveraging its own advantages and continuously spewing flames, it managed to stabilize the situation. Time passed. Ultimately, the three lords were no match for Xiaoyan. They died one after another under the dragon's claws. However, Xiaoyan's victory was not easy. After the death of the 8 7-star fire dragons, he only had 5 6-star fire dragons as his top combat force. One of them was even kicked unconscious by a resh and died on the spot not long after the battle began. After all, Xiaoyan was a lord who really liked to share experience, and he basically distributed all the experience to the 8 fire dragons, resulting in a gap in the level of the other fire dragons. With the 8 fiery dragons at his head dead, Xiaoyan was essentially crippled, which is why he was so angry. The battle is over. Xiaoyan stood on the ground, panting heavily. He hadn't slept all night, and his eyelids were almost too heavy to keep open. His own strength level was only level 3, so he still needed to rest. Jiangcheng jumped down from the valley. Arl and Alu stood behind him. He Yuan also came over with a smile, his fawning eyes making him look like a cunning and treacherous person. Jiang Qingqiao made a hand gesture from behind. Ale and Yale understood each other and began to clean up the remaining fire dragons. The fire dragons collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Due to the terrain, they could have defeated the enemy with just 1 unit of effort, but now they had to expend 3 units. After eliminating the 3 lords and their troops, the fire dragon almost lost its ability to continue fighting. They became lambs to the slaughter. Lord Jiangcheng, give me a chance. I heard the mournful howl of the fire dragon behind me. Xiaoyan's spirits lifted, and he immediately ran to Jiangcheng, kneeling down to beg for surrender. I am the adopted son of the purple-winged radiant dragon lord. He trusts me deeply, and he listens to me on many matters. Please give me a chance. I can help you destroy the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance in one fell swoop. After saying that, Xiaoyan revealed a ferocious expression, took out a long knife from the storage ring in his hand, and stabbed it into Jiangcheng's abdomen. How dare you? He Yuan, standing behind Jiangcheng, shouted loudly, seemingly on guard, and pulled out a musket-like object from behind his back, firing a shot at Xiaoyan's forehead. Bang! Smoke filled the air, and a headless corpse lay on the ground. The once powerful Lord Xiaoyan has fallen. He died at the hands of an unknown soldier named He Yuan. Chapter 89 Glorious Sacrifice, Shocking the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance. Lord Jiangcheng. I saw long ago that this kid had ulterior motives and wanted to make a move against you, so I made some preparations in advance. He Yuansheng, fearing that Jiangcheng might misunderstand, explained with a smile. Well done. Jiangcheng nodded, which was a form of praise for him. Then he took the musket from his hand. This musket is exquisitely crafted and inlaid with an energy stone. Its power is slightly weaker, but it is more than enough to kill someone in the head. It seems they noticed that Jiangcheng was interested in this. He Yuan explained. This was found in the Lord's trading zone. Among the tens of millions of lords, there are countless talented people, so it's not surprising that they can make this item. If you like it, Lord Jiangcheng, then consider it a gift. Jiangcheng shook his head. I don't need you to deliver it. I prefer to snatch things. To He Yuan's astonishment, Jiangcheng pointed the musket at his head and pulled the trigger. Bang! With Xiaoyan dead, the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance will definitely find out immediately and connect it to him. Therefore, He Yuan lost his value. After all, Xiaoyan is dead, so why is He Yuan unharmed? If this continues to be considered, He Yuan's treachery will inevitably be exposed sooner or later. Since that's the case, it's better to eliminate He Yuan and let the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance believe he died a glorious death. Giving you the title of Glorious Sacrifice is not in vain for all the things you did for me. As for why Jiang Cheng didn't use Xiao Yan to destroy the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance, it was simply because the timing wasn't right. With the arrival of the Abyss Mist, the Saint-level and God-level forces on the Lord continent will surely notice and begin investigating the current situation on the continent. We'll find them soon, or it's hard to say whether some of them have already been found. The local powers on the Lord continent will certainly remain vigilant towards these outsiders. They might even mobilize their forces to wipe them out. In this situation, Jiang Cheng naturally hoped that these so-called alliances would quickly band together and attract all the attention of the mainland's local forces. He can then use Sky Island to develop steadily. Once he has the ability to confront local forces and make them wary, he can then target and destroy those so-called alliances. Keep these alliances. The first point is to make them attract the attention of local forces. The second point is quite simple. These alliances are too skinny. They're practically skinny. The gains from destroying an alliance might not even be as great as the gains from destroying a local kingdom. I hope you fatten yourselves up quickly so I can eat some meat soon and not let me down. After killing He Yuan, his troops naturally met their doom and followed their master to their deaths. It was better the first time I killed a lord. There were achievement rewards back then. I wonder if I'll get them if I kill 100 or 1,000 lords. 6 lord corpses have been detected nearby. Should we retrieve their lords' warehouses? Recycle. Recycling successful. Congratulations, Lord Jiang Cheng, on obtaining 117,500 energy stones, 50,000 lord coins, 7.8 million wood, 6.9 million ore, 6 territory migration cards, the Heavenly Spirit Flame, Fallen Heart Flame, a set of level 8 dragon exclusive armor, and 2,700 luck points. The items that follow are some unimportant. Most of them are animal cores and various other materials. Jiang Cheng didn't even like them. Luckily, I emptied the Lord's space before leaving, otherwise it would have been full and I would have had to give up some supplies. Upon seeing the reward, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He even began to suspect that Xiao Yan was in such a hurry to get back at him that he hadn't paid any attention to the rewards on the leaderboard. However, this flame seems somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Ignoring all that, Jiang Cheng's primary task now was to use the teleportation array in He Yuan's territory to reach Xiao Yan's territory and reclaim it. That is a considerable fortune. At the same time, Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance. The alliance was buzzing with excitement at that moment. They were all discussing the gains made after the war. My troops have greatly increased in strength this time. On average, each troop type has been upgraded twice. After I've rested enough, you can take your troops to find a good location. We lower-level lords must find our own spots. We absolutely cannot go random. If we accidentally end up in front of a level 9 monster, we won't even know how we died. If the branch alliance leader has the means, they can build a teleportation array that goes directly to headquarters. This way, our alliance members will be united and impregnable, and even the major local powers will have to be wary of us. No, if we all come together, how will we allocate resources? With so many lords crammed together, even a paradise on Earth can't withstand our onslaught. The lords chatted enthusiastically. Some top lords and the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord also joined the chat, occasionally saying a few words, and always receiving a large number of replies and praises from alliance members. These are all big shots who are usually so busy they're rarely seen. I certainly couldn't miss the opportunity to chat together. Suddenly, the members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance remembered that a talkative person seemed to be missing today. Flame Dragon Lord, Xiao Yan. Just as everyone was trying to bring him up to brag, they discovered that he was no longer in the alliance, and his name was no longer on their friends list. Oh my god, I just added Xiao Yan as a friend. It shows that no such person can be found, and gives a message saying that either this person has never appeared, or he has already perished. What? How could this happen? Xiao Yan has fallen. How is that possible? He was considered a top member in our alliance. Xiao Yan is in the Vaslo Great Forest. Only that man could kill Xiao Yan there. Just then, a member of the Vaslo branch hurriedly said, not only is Xiao Yan gone, but also the 4 lords around him and the Demon Bear Lord who was closest to Xiao Yan. The result is self-evident. That was when Xiao Yan led his men to cause trouble for Jiang Cheng, but all 6 of them were wiped out and died without a burial place. Only in this way can it be explained. What is Xiao Yan doing? How dare he make a move on Jiangcheng? He's incredibly audacious. Perhaps he thought Jiangcheng would suffer heavy losses in the Battle of the Abyss Mist and lose his main fighting force, so he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Humph, they didn't even consult us about this kind of thing. They clearly wanted to hog everything themselves. They deserve to die. Alright, let's respect the dead and not dwell on it. Let's discuss whether Jiangcheng will retaliate later, since our people provoked him first. At this moment, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord was in a very bad mood. He truly loved Xiao Yin and treated him like a son. But I never expected that he would die so mysteriously. Don't worry, son, your godfather will avenge you. Chapter 90: The Demise of the Goblin Tribe. Your shift's over, go home and rest. A group of goblins emerged from the Iron Gate. These goblins were mostly familiar faces. They were a goblin patrol squad infected by vampire warriors. There were also several 3-star and 4-star goblins infected by Otto nearby. Oh, the goblin on duty was completely bewildered. They'd only been on duty for a short time. How could they be changing shifts so soon? That doesn't make sense. This is the leader's order. The chief was worried that the black fog from last night would return, so he specifically ordered us to guard the main camp in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The Abyss Mist will have a certain impact on the local forces, but it doesn't have much of an impact on goblins. From last night until 8 a.m. this morning, the iron gates of the 3 goblin tribes were all tightly closed, keeping the abyssal monsters out and causing almost no casualties. But the goblin leader feared that the iron gate would be breached. Therefore, he ordered his soldiers to be on high alert and ready to defend against the enemy at any time. Therefore, all the members of the 3 goblin tribes were on edge all night, and only relaxed and went back to sleep when the black fog dissipated in the morning. They're probably sleeping like logs right now. The guards on duty outside were also in a daze. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing the news that they could go back to rest, the goblins on duty were overjoyed. They quickly took off the heavy leather armor that bound them and walked together toward the iron gate. The 2 teams were intersecting with each other. The infected goblins took the initiative and quickly eliminated the goblins who were originally on duty. Well done. We should have done this a long time ago. We've suffered so much for nothing. Yali's figure appeared on the stockade wall. His team members followed behind him, having been cleansed by the mists of the abyss. The vampire warriors' levels advanced by leaps and bounds, with all of them reaching 7 stars, and some even breaking through to 8 stars, making them extremely powerful. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Otto and the others, the infected goblin trembled with fear. The leading 4-star goblin forced a stiff smile and said obsequiously, "Gentlemen, please come in." These goblins were filled with bitterness. Their consciences were deeply troubled by their act of betraying the tribe. After all, they also know the principle that those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. However, compared to the psychological condemnation, they are more afraid of enduring the pain of tearing blood vessels. That feeling was absolutely excruciating. Ari sneered, "You guys stay outside and watch. If any goblins run out, you must kill them immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Please rest assured, sirs. If any escapees, we will show no mercy." The 4-star goblin quickly made his assurance. Then Otto led his men and stormed in. The other 2 tribes and the large village in the back mountain were also attacked by vampire warriors, but they launched a direct assault and used more violent methods. 4 groups attacked, while the remaining group, along with a militia squad, guarded the perimeter, ensuring that no one escaped. The deafening shouts of killing and wails echoed from underground. The vampire warriors advanced with unstoppable momentum. With their immense power, they dealt with this goblin as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. In less than half an hour, the 3 goblin tribes were reduced to ashes, with only a few goblins still putting up a stubborn resistance in the mines. This mine is huge. The scent alone from the energy stones is enough to make you feel completely comfortable. The last goblin was killed. Lily looked around at her surroundings. She was currently at the deepest part of the mine, surrounded by crystal-clear energy stones, as if she were in a palace built of energy stones. Goblins are the same as goblins. Mining energy stones uses only ordinary iron pickaxes, and the manpower is limited to the lowest level 1-star goblins. No higher level goblins are used, resulting in extremely low efficiency. But if you think about it, you can understand why. One of the purposes of this advanced tribe was to serve as a barrier for the Goblin Kingdom, preventing surrounding forces from launching surprise attacks on the kingdom. It can be said that as long as the Goblin Kingdom does not perish, this advanced tribe will remain here forever, Therefore, the work of mining energy stones no longer needed to be rushed. Moreover, even the leaders of high-ranking tribes have their own selfish motives. If all the energy stones were mined at once, the vast majority would have to be handed over to the king, leaving very few for oneself. However, if he mines slowly, he can enjoy the energy stones inside during that time. All you need to do is pay a certain amount each month. After conquering the 3 goblin tribes, the spoils were more than anyone could imagine. Without external assistance, the militia team alone would need to make 3 round trips to carry the load. Fortunately, some high-ranking members of the goblin tribe had storage rings. Otto approached Lily. Lily, take some men and escort the spoils back first. I'll lead the rest of the people here to mine energy stones. Yes, Uncle Arlie. Lily nodded and led her group away from the goblin tribe. As for the infected goblins, they had already died from ruptured blood vessels. Ironically, they hadn't even pulled the knives out of their companions' bodies before they died. Should the territory of the fire dragon be reclaimed? Recycle. Recycling successful. Received 2 million ore, 2 million wood, and 100,000 energy stones. As the notification tone ended, the buildings on Xiao Yan's territory gradually faded and eventually disappeared, turning into a desolate open space. Before taking it back, Jiangqing took out some useful items from Xiao Yan's building. For example, this roster in my hand. It contains information about all members of the Purple Winged Dragon Alliance in the Vaslo Great Forest. For example, the types of troops they have, the number of buildings they have, and the location of their territories are all recorded clearly. This roster is still very useful. Most of the people recorded here are low-level lords, with only a few high-level lords. I doubt they'd be foolish enough to use the random function of the territory migration card. They'd probably just be looking for a suitable, auspicious place nearby to continue their development. In that case, finding them would actually be quite simple. Jiang Cheng decided to provoke the Purple Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance. Let them strive to develop their power. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng used the roster to find the territories of the other 4 lords and reclaim them one by one. A total of 400,000 wood, ore, and 20,000 energy stones were obtained. Their building quality and number of buildings are several levels lower than Jiang Cheng's. Therefore, the returns from recycling are not that high. It's a shame about this teleportation array. Fortunately, He Yuan gave me the coordinates, so next time I can directly use the teleportation array within the territory to come here and attack the local forces. This way, we can consider it making the best use of resources. Chapter 91. A single hair can affect the whole situation. Luo Qi's conjecture. Through the teleportation array, Jiang Cheng returned to He Yuan's territory. The same operation was used to take away valuable items from his territory, such as the teleportation array on the ground, and then recycle them. The Goblin Kingdom has sent people down. Just before reaching the territory, Jiang Cheng spotted a group of goblins riding boar beasts, heading towards the mid-level goblin tribe that had been previously captured. The quantity is not very large, only a handful of people, but their strength is quite considerable, with all members being 5-star. It's worth noting that a 5-star goblin can serve as a mid-level tribe leader. The fact that such a team could be dispatched suggests that this goblin force is likely sent by a high-level tribe or their kingdom, which piqued Jiang Cheng's interest. Araya Ale. You two go and capture the goblins below, then torture them severely to extract the truth about their purpose in coming here. Yes. Behind him, Ale and Ale turned into 2 afterimages. Immediately, the screams of goblins and the dying cries of wild boars came from below. After a period of severe torture, the 2 returned to Jiang Cheng's side, reporting to the Lord. This group of goblins comes from their kingdom, and their purpose is to collect the congratulatory gifts from the mid-level goblin leaders, because their king's birthday is in 10 days, and every leader except the low-level leaders must present a congratulatory gift. The more generous the gift, the more favor the Goblin King will bestow upon him. Celebrating a birthday? He absolutely had to get involved in this good thing. After all, he and the goblins are old rivals, so it would be unfair of him not to give them a big gift. After dealing with these goblins, Jiang Cheng returned to his territory. They ran into Lily, who was returning with her spoils. My lord, these are our spoils of war. Please take inventory. Also, could you give me a few more storage rings to transport the energy stones from the goblin tribe's mine? Jiang Cheng examined the storage ring in his hand. There were a lot of miscellaneous things inside, but the only truly valuable ones were the energy stones. There are approximately 1 million energy stones. They were all obviously corrupt officials who had made a lot of money in that mine. After piling the storage rings and items from the Lord's warehouse into the temple, Jiang Cheng handed all the storage rings he had to Lily. After the energy stones in that mine are extracted, each of your groups can distribute them themselves. This will reduce some of my workload. Also, tell them to return to their territory immediately after they finish mining. You have a new combat mission. Jiang Cheng is preparing to attack a high-level goblin tribe. It's nearly 200 miles from here. That advanced goblin tribe was in a special geographical location because it was located 30 miles away from the advanced kobold tribe and the advanced werewolf tribe. It can be considered a border fortress between several major kingdoms. Beyond that advanced goblin tribe lay a vast plain, leading directly to the capital of the goblin kingdom. There were only a dozen or so low-level goblin tribes along the way. It has virtually no defensive capabilities. It can be said that once that advanced goblin tribe falls, the entire goblin kingdom will be in crisis, and other forces can strike directly at the heart of the enemy. Jiang Cheng's birthday gift was to destroy that advanced goblin tribe and strip away the goblin kingdom's facade. Jiang Cheng will not need to take any further action at that time. The four kingdoms would then be caught in a protracted war, with each move affecting the others, and would pour all their national strength into the battlefield. This gave Jiang Cheng an opportunity. He could defeat them one by one, easily taking over the four kingdoms without having to engage in any more tedious battles. According to the previous map, that advanced tribe has more than 3 times the number of ordinary advanced tribes, and the tribe's leader has reached the 8-star level. It's unrealistic to expect to wipe them all out. Jiang Cheng thought to himself silently. The plan is to eliminate the goblin leader when the time comes, and let the smaller ones escape and spread the news. After Lily left, Jiang Cheng discovered something interesting. Anna and Loki sat in the secondary castle of the temple, seemingly talking about something, their faces beaming with smiles, appearing to have a very harmonious relationship. Mengli sat opposite them. He was holding a broken 7-star warhammer, which had been chewed down to just the handle. I ate so much. The little girl's level has reached 5 stars. He grew 2 centimeters taller, 1 step closer to adulthood. Sister Anna, I didn't expect you to be so easy to get along with. I originally thought you were an ice queen, but I never expected you to be such a kind and caring older sister. Loki linked arms with Anna, feeling very happy. She had been a lord for 7 days since she transmigrated, and no one had talked to her or chatted with her. On weekdays, I only chat with the female lords on my friend list, but they are all very busy people. In order to survive, I can only exchange a few words with them at night. Aside from chatting with them, he would argue with Jiang Cheng, but he always managed to drive her half to death. Now I've finally met a kindred spirit, someone I'm willing to chat with and share things with. This made Luo Qi feel that her future life was full of fun. It won't be too boring. Sister Anna, why don't you come back to the territory with me? My territory is full of good things. We can chat, sleep, and cook delicious food together in the lounge of a Saint-class warship. I can get whatever I want from my void worms. They're quite obedient to me. What do you think? After spending this time together, Anna already knew Loki's personality. She knew that Loki had no ill intentions toward the territory, nor any grand ambitions. She was just an innocent and carefree girl, nothing more. And they talked about Jiang Cheng. Luo Qi would then look away. Her pretty face would turn slightly red, her hands and feet would fidget restlessly, and she would become incredibly nervous when she spoke. Anna had already guessed something. The future outcome is uncertain, but she's still willing to be friends with this person. He immediately confessed, I cannot leave the territory, or I will die. Leaving the territory will lead to death? How could that be possible? Luo Qi's eyes widened, then she seemed to realize something. Her eyes narrowed, and her expression turned to gritted teeth. She interpreted Anna's words as, she would die if she left Jiang Cheng. That scumbag Jiang Cheng must have used some unspeakable means to make Anna love him to death, and unable to leave his side. If this continues, he will be able to expose his unknown evil fetishes and make Anna willingly perform all sorts of shameful acts to satisfy her inner desires. That must be it. I'm going to settle accounts with Jiang Cheng later and rescue Anna from this terrible situation. Luo Qi thought to herself, her stomach churning with anger. Chapter 92 Summoning the Divine Island, Green Ivy. Jiang Cheng did not go inside. The 2 women and a little kid were sitting together talking about something. What was he, a grown man, doing forcing his way in? His primary goal now is to achieve hegemony. Instead of thinking about those unnecessary things, that would only make him fall into a trap of pleasure and become unable to extricate himself, thus neglecting the development of his territory. The time that follows. Jiang Chung sat cross-legged in front of the statue of the blood god ancestor, fully activating the 9 nether flames to absorb the endless stream of souls emanating from it, seemingly inexhaustible no matter how hard he tried. The 9 nether flames have grown considerably stronger. It can be further divided into 30 strands of fire. They can be assigned to the remaining vampire warriors. He did want to give those super lords and top lords a chance to make a name for themselves. Thus, they can control the other party's life and death. But those guys aren't stupid either. Unsolicited kindness is either a sign of malice or theft. I definitely won't absorb the subfire he gave me. They might use special methods to extinguish the secondary flames, causing some damage to the 9 nether flame itself. Doing so would be counterproductive. Jiang Chung then remained in front of the statue. He planned to bring out the Sky Island after all the vampire warriors returned from outside. As for that item worth 1,000,000 Lord coins, there's no rush to buy now. Those items were intended for Anna. It's a pity that it's too early now. Even if we buy it, we won't be able to use it, and we'll just be wasting the value that such an item brings. Everything must be done slowly. You can't be too impatient. You can't rush things. Night fell. The vampire warriors returned to the city from outside. Their faces bore an undeniable weariness, but his eyes were full of excitement. After a full day of intense mining, they had completely excavated the energy stone mine, finding approximately 1.5 million stones. The exact number cannot be counted, because the energy stones they dug out were irregularly shaped, some large and some small, since they weren't used as currency, but simply to absorb the energy inside. There aren't many rules. As long as it works, that's fine. After everyone had arrived, Jiang Chung took out the Sky God Island. Instantly, the territory was shrouded in darkness. Unaware of the situation, the vampires rushed out to investigate, carrying various weapons, assuming that the black mist from the previous night had struck again and were ready for battle. Jiang Chung reassured everyone. Look up at the sky. Everyone looked up at the sight. A small floating island hovered directly above the territory, its shadow plunging the territory into darkness. The floating islands exude an aura of sacredness and mystery. From below, all you can see is the bare bottom, which arouses a longing to go up and take a closer look. Jiang Chung, Yalai, and Alu took to the air. The others received orders from Jiang Chung to stay within the territory and not wander off. It rose to a height of nearly 1,000 meters. Jiang Qingkai arrived at the top of the Divine Island. Looking in from the outside, the island is shrouded in clouds and mist, with palaces and pavilions standing in its center, magnificent and ancient, like an ancient celestial palace located on Earth. The sacred mountain and ancient peaks were shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see their full appearance from the outside. Furthermore, a mysterious force bound the white mist within the sacred island, preventing it from dissipating to the outside world. What a beautiful view! My God, this is simply a divine island. Al Lu and Al Yale exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Chung smiled, but didn't offer any further explanation. The three arrived at the divine island. Ari was at the forefront because he feared that some strange creature on the island might launch a surprise attack on them. It's alright that he and Al Lu were injured, but the Lord cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Holy crap! Just by inhaling a single breath of white mist, my level has increased dramatically. Ale, who was walking ahead, exclaimed in surprise, puffing out a cloud of smoke with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Jiang Chung and Alu, who were behind, also noticed this. Hey big guy, you're not allowed to inhale the divine mist. This all belongs to the master. If you inhale it again, believe me, I'll throw you off this mountain. Just then, a young girl in green clothes and a green skirt emerged from the white mist, her face filled with anger, and she pinned Ale to the ground with one hand. A mysterious force enveloped them from all sides. They pinned him to the ground, rendering him unable to move. After teaching Alejandro a lesson, the little girl in green came before Jiang Chung and bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. I am the companion spirit of Sky Island, and my name is Green Ivy. Before the master arrived, I was always in charge of the island's affairs. Now that the master has come, you can tell me if you need anything, and I will help you solve it. Arriving on the divine island, Jiang Chung then developed a faint connection with him. Unexpectedly, it also comes with a companion spirit. Does this count as getting something for free? Green Ivy, take the three of us to the central area of the divine island. Jiang Chung didn't stand on ceremony and started ordering him around. From the outside, the edge is only a short distance from the island, but after actually landing on the island, it is nearly 100 miles from the edge to the center. Yes, sir. The pothose plant shimmered with a green light. The surrounding space fluctuated violently, becoming incredibly distorted and blurred. Once the space was restored, Jiang Cheng and the other two had arrived at the central area of the Divine Island, a place filled with palaces and pavilions. There is a huge teleportation array here. This teleportation array allows direct access to the outside world and can transport hundreds of people simultaneously. Jiang Cheng did not use the territory migration card immediately. Instead, he inquired about the surroundings. Green ivy, what is that white mist all around us? Reporting to Master, this divine mist is a special type of air produced by the Divine Island. It can improve physical constitution and enhance cultivation level. Originally, this air was colorless and odorless, but due to the accumulation over the years, it has condensed into a substance and turned into the white fog we see today. Jiang Cheng then asked a few more questions. After confirming that the island is suitable as territory, he found an empty space and used the territory migration card. Just like the first time, all items in the territory, including buildings, were teleported over without exception. The first to feel the changes in the environment were not the vampire warriors or the people in the city. Rather, it was the mysterious tree in the center of the territory. After absorbing a wisp of white mist, the tree continued to grow taller, its trunk and branches growing rapidly, and pale pink flowers blooming, delicate and beautiful. Fortunately, the pothose plant reacted quickly. With a flick of the finger, it seemed as if a transparent barrier had been erected around the tree, preventing it from absorbing the surrounding white mist. What kind of monster is this tree? How can it absorb so much energy? Green ivy looked distressed. If she had been any slower, who knows how much white mist would have been sucked away. This was something that had been accumulated over hundreds of years. Chapter 93, Let Her Stay in Her Territory, Fallen Heart Flame. How come this tree has grown so much all of a sudden? Is it about to flower and bear fruit? The surrounding environment seems to have changed. There is white mist and clouds in the air, and palaces, pavilions, and ancient sacred mountains have appeared outside the city walls. Could it be that the Lord has once again used tricks to relocate the territory? Have you noticed that your cultivation level increases when you inhale air? It's so amazing. The vampire warriors and people within the territory sensed the changes in their surroundings and reacted accordingly. Anna and Loki emerged from the secondary castle with Mengli, each leading one of the 5 void worms that seemed to have rabies and were constantly jumping and struggling. You 5 better behave yourselves. If you don't behave, I'll throw you back. Luo Qi threatened fiercely. She and Anna were having a great chat inside. The 5 guys struggled against the chain like madmen, making quite a commotion. If it were on her own territory, Loki could tolerate it. But this is someone else's territory. Jiang Cheng walked in from outside. She introduced Green Ivy to everyone, and then asked her to explain the situation of Sky Island. This process did not avoid Loki. Instead, she let Green Ivy speak freely and listen to her, attracting her to everything on the island. Jiang Cheng valued the Void Worm's abilities, as their ability to traverse the void undetected by the enemy was extremely dangerous. If used properly, it can deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Therefore, Jiang Cheng wanted her to stay in his territory. It's best to stay longer so she can't afford the final payment. Then you can offer to use void worms to settle the debt. If all goes well, you might be able to get a few. Of course, Jiang Cheng wouldn't force Luo Qi if she wasn't willing, but borrowing her for a period of time shouldn't be a problem, since they were business partners. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng arrived at the outer city wall. The territory has now been moved to the Sky Isle. With the Divine Island possessing the defensive power to withstand attacks from true gods, this city wall becomes useless and instead becomes an obstacle. This city wall should be retired. Dozens of places on it have been riddled with holes by abyssal monsters, and a large section of the western wall has collapsed, making it a battle-damaged version of the city wall. The city's defensive cannons are no longer effective. The muzzles are worn, and there is a risk of them exploding. I'll ask the World Channel later if anyone needs them. He used the highly praised city cannons and walls. Many lords should be eager to buy them. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng brought in a militia squad. Let them begin dismantling the city's defensive cannons. Should the high-level city walls be demolished? Note, demolishing an advanced city wall will turn it into an advanced city wall building card, which will display the city walls where level at the bottom. Tear down. With the outer city wall gone, Jiang Cheng now has an advanced city wall building card. Jiang Cheng then publicly sold it on the World Channel. Price doesn't matter. He just wanted to find someone to take over his losses. He didn't expect to make a fortune from these things. After sending the message, Jiang Cheng summoned a group of vampire warriors. They distributed the subflames of the 9 netherworld flame to them. After distributing the spoils, he took out the daytime's prize, the fallen heart flame. As soon as it was taken out, the scorching temperature evaporated most of the surrounding air. Fortunately, Jiangqing quickly enveloped it with his holy energy, preventing further damage. Heavenly spiritual flame, fallen heart flame. A fire attribute spiritual object born between heaven and earth, taking 1,000 years to form and 10,000 years to gather spiritual energy. It is a spiritual object that countless top-level powerful beings dream of, and is extremely precious. Effect: once the fallen heart flame is successfully refined, a kind of heart fire will be continuously generated within the body, keeping the body in a state of cultivation at all times, with effects far exceeding ordinary cultivation. Currently, there are 20 potential fire-generating offspring. Note 1. A heavenly spiritual flame has already been detected within your body, making it impossible to absorb. Unless you possess a special cultivation technique, the fusion of 2 heavenly spiritual flames will cause an explosion, resulting in your annihilation. Tip 2. If the Lord wants to entrust someone else to absorb, that person must undergo the test of the fallen heart flame before they can be subdued. They cannot easily recognize the Lord as their master. Does attracting others require passing tests? So, when I claimed it directly before, is this a privilege exclusive to lords? Then let Lily absorb this fallen heart flame. Anna seems to be grooming the little girl as her successor, and has entrusted her with many things, which has resulted in very limited time for cultivation. Since that's the case, I'll lend her a hand too. Jiangcheng also has high hopes for Lily's potential. I'm willing to invest in her. Jiangcheng brought Lily and Anna over, and coincidentally, Luo Qi, Meng Li, and Green Ivy were also nearby. My lord, owner, the regent. Jiangcheng automatically ignored Meng Li's nickname. He led Lily and Anna into the temple. Luo Qi stood there, stunned. His expression was one of utter shock. What did she just hear? The aloof Empress actually calls Jiangcheng, that scumbag old pervert, master. What's going on here? Could it be that Sister Anna has already been manipulated and corrupted by Jiangcheng? The temple's training room. Lily, this spiritual fire of heaven and earth is called the fallen heart flame. It can help you cultivate at all times, and the efficiency of your cultivation will be higher than usual. You should absorb it. Jiangcheng took out the fallen heart flame and wrapped it with holy energy to prevent the heat from dissipating. Lily was flattered and overwhelmed. It felt like a waste to let such a precious spiritual fire be absorbed by a little girl like her. It seems that this was expected. Jiangcheng laughed and said, I already have a heaven and earth spiritual flame in my body, so I can't absorb a second one, and Anna doesn't need this thing either. Compared to those big shots like Otto and Ale, I'd rather invest in you. Anna, who was standing to the side, spoke up. If the Lord gives it to you, then take it. Improve our strength as soon as possible, so that we can share more of the Lord's burdens in the future. Anna's words still have a lot of effect. In Lily's heart, Jiangcheng and Anna were like a kind father and a strict mother who took great care of her. After a moment of being moved, the little girl didn't refuse anymore. She accepted the fallen heart flame, which was enveloped in holy energy, and prepared to absorb it. Fallen heart fire deals physical damage. Burning through one's clothes and armor is an easy task, so it's inconvenient for Jiangcheng to protect him. After explaining the situation, Jiangcheng took the account book handed to him by the little girl and left the room. You remember it so clearly. I glanced through the records in the ledger. All of this was from Loki's spending in the territory today. It is estimated that there are about 5,000 or 6,000 energy stones. We reached a corner. Luo Qi leaned against the wall, glaring at Jiangcheng with a hostile expression. You scumbag, did you do something to Sister Anna that's beyond words? Chapter 94 Destroying the Advanced Goblin Tribe. Decapitation Operation. Jiangcheng glanced at her for no apparent reason. He then left the temple directly. Tonight is a dark and stormy night, a perfect day for doing bad things. Jiangcheng gathered the most elite members of his territory together, Alu, the 3 Jack brothers, and the original 10 vampire warriors. They have all reached the level of 8 stars. The other members were slightly inferior. Jiangcheng instructed the remaining members to stay in the camp and cultivate diligently, striving to break through to the 8th star as soon as possible. As we passed by that warship, Mengli was pulling Green Ivy along, asking where on the island there were more rare metals. The little girl was still chewing on a piece of metal that she had broken off from the warship, seemingly unable to get enough of it. Jiangcheng didn't know why her little belly could hold so much. He placed the renewable energy stone mine near the warship and took out the 8-star dragon exclusive armor. Wow, an 8-star armor, and it's so big. Regent, you've done an amazing job. I'm going to promote you and elevate your rank, adding you to the genealogy of our Golden Slime clan, giving you the same prestigious status as the Golden Slime. Mengli had already hugged a corner of the 8-star dragon armor, preparing to eat. Jiang Cheng's face darkened. Without saying a word, he grabbed her golden robe and lifted her up. Upon arriving at the mine entrance, they threw the little girl inside and set up a saint-level barrier at the entrance. This prevents those inside from getting out and those outside from getting in. Dig out the energy stones inside for me. I want to see 50,000 energy stones neatly arranged when I come back. If you're going to slack off, then you can come out tomorrow morning. Jiang Cheng felt that he couldn't let the little girl keep eating like this. She'll become a chubby little girl sooner or later. A balance between work and rest is the right path. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng instructed Green Luo to keep an eye on the little girl and to secretly help her if she really couldn't dig it up. Don't worry, Master. I will keep an eye on her. Also, when Master returns, I will appear at the edge of the Divine Island as soon as possible and bring you back. That's excellent. Jiang Cheng nodded, then led his men through the teleportation array and left the Sky Divine Island, heading towards the advanced goblin tribe on the border of the Four Kingdoms. Not long after Jiang Cheng left, the sound of Meng Li going on strike came from the mine, followed by the sounds of gnawing and chewing. Several soft groans were heard. The goblin patrolling the mountain fell to the ground. Arlie and the others gazed at the camps stretching for miles in the distance, their eyes filled with a desire for battle. The largest camp in the center is probably where the goblin leader is located. Your goal is to behead him and also to deal with the 7-star goblins as much as possible. Jiang Cheng issued the battle order. After saying that, he mobilized the vast holy energy within him and unleashed a full-force attack befitting a saint-level expert. The target was the city wall surrounding Dazai. The city wall was extremely tall and sturdy, stretching across the plain like an ancient behemoth, causing headaches for the kobolds and werewolves opposite, who racked their brains trying to destroy it. This is also the biggest advantage that allows this advanced goblin tribe to hold out here. Ordinary 5-star creatures have no way to deal with this city wall. Only 6-star creatures can pose a certain threat. But now it faces the strongest attack from a saint-level expert. The terrifying aura caused the goblin army, several miles away, to collectively prostrate themselves on the ground. The 8-star goblin leader, who was diligently cultivating in the camp, stared wide-eyed in horror. The next moment, a tremendous roar resounded throughout the entire plain. Rumble. The mountains shook and the sky seemed to collapse. Jiang Cheng's powerful strike was like divine punishment, causing the entire plain to tremble. The resulting shockwave overturned the goblin camp that stretched for miles. The entire advanced goblin tribe looked as if it had been plowed from head to toe by some giant hand, leaving the ground crisscrossed with ravines and scarred beyond recognition. Everywhere you look, there are ruins. Jiang Cheng's attack killed at least 1,000 goblins, and countless others were injured. After all, his goal wasn't to kill a certain number of goblins. Instead, they destroyed the city wall that stretched across the plain. This would allow the kobold and werewolf armies to pass through here and launch an attack on the distant goblin kingdom. The kobolds and werewolves will probably send people to investigate. After that, the two kingdoms will seize the opportunity to join forces and set their sights on the goblin kingdom not far away. With our allies in trouble, the goblin kingdom cannot remain unaffected and will surely send a large army to reinforce them. When the goblin kingdom is vulnerable, I can storm their capital, take the goblin king's head, and extract the beast core. By then, Jiang Cheng will have enough beast cores to meet the temple's upgrade requirements, plus a free upgrade opportunity, so reaching level 9 will be just around the corner. Anna will also be freed from her remnant soul state at that time. More than a dozen whooshing sounds rang out. Otto, Ale, and the others transformed into afterimages and rushed towards the goblin tribe to carry out a decapitation strike. Who goes there? A goblin screamed in terror, but before it could even see the dark figure in front of it, its head was gone. At the moment of killing the goblin, the shadow vanished instantly, without a trace. The next second, the shadowy figure appeared in front of the 3 goblin soldiers and killed them in the same way. The shadowy figure paused for a couple of seconds. However, the strong shockwave had overturned all the braziers around them, and the goblins still couldn't see the true face of the dark figure. All that is known is that the shadowy figure, like a ghost, frantically slaughters its companions and occasionally enters a state of invisibility. The goblins around them screamed in terror at the sight. In their panic, they scattered and fled in all directions. No need to worry about these small fry. Let's go kill those 7-star goblins. A dark figure chuckled. Weren't the 7-star and 8-star slots taken over by Yato and his friends? They even said they wanted to have a speed race. A dark figure nearby said helplessly, "Shall we go kill a 6-star? This is the only way." Fear spreads quite quickly. One goblin's escape can lead to the escape of 10, and 10 can lead to the escape of 100. Instantly, the entire advanced goblin tribe was plunged into endless chaos. The central area is no better. The situation is more serious than it should be said. Very few goblins managed to escape from the central area. They were all small fish and shrimp. Who exactly are you people? The once high and mighty leader, who commanded the awe of countless goblins, now collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his breath utterly exhausted. Like a candle flame in a raging storm, it was dying. Arya's figure appeared before him. Us. Of course we're the bad guys. How could you not even see that? Ha ha. After saying that, Ale killed the goblin leader with a single blow, dug out the beast core, and absorbed the blood from his body. The remaining goblin leaders were also dealt with one by Yato, Ale, and others. Looking at the messy surroundings. In the distance, one could still hear the shouts of goblins fleeing in disarray. Arlie and the others smiled, then quickly cleaned up the battlefield, taking the storage rings from the goblin leader and the other high-ranking members, while the corpses were pulverized. Now even if these goblin fathers came, they wouldn't be able to recognize which one was their son. I don't know how he died. Mission accomplished, let's go. Good. With a flicker, Otto and the others left the goblin tribe. Chapter 95: The Attack of Werewolves and Kobolds, the Goblin King. High-level werewolf tribe. A 6-star werewolf, running on all fours, came galloping from the direction of the goblin tribe and reported to the werewolf chieftain on the city wall. Reporting to the leader. The goblin tribe has apparently been attacked by a mysterious powerful figure. The entire tribe, along with the outer walls, has been reduced to ruins, with countless dead and wounded, and the tribe utterly routed. I captured a few stray goblins and, after some torture, learned that dozens of shadowy figures were constantly moving through their territory, and each time they made a move, they would take a life. Those goblins didn't know exactly what it was either, but they guessed it was some kind of ghost or vengeful spirit that had come out from the depths of the Vaslo forest. The werewolf leader on the city wall frowned deeply. He was 7 meters tall, with bulging muscles, strong limbs, and his entire body was full of explosive power, making him look terrifying. Wraiths, ghosts. Those things live in the darkest parts of the Vaslo forest. How did they end up in this outlying area? That doesn't make sense. Could it be that some guy who gave birth to cubs without an anus lured them out? After saying this, the werewolf leader fell into deep thought. What happened to the goblin tribe was too unexpected. It's unimaginable that the goblin tribe, which was as solid as a rock just a moment ago, would be reduced to ruins the next. The giant beast that had given the wolf such a headache was instantly beaten until its limbs were paralyzed, rendering it powerless and turning it into a lamb to the slaughter. Just as the werewolf leader was pondering, a kobold messenger came running from afar. This humble servant greets the werewolf leader. Werewolf chief, you must have heard about what's happening with the advanced goblin tribe on the other side. My chief has already assembled a large army and is on his way. He also invites you to join forces to attack the advanced goblin tribe and take them down in one fell swoop. After we take it, we can establish a simple defensive line and wait for the kingdom's large-scale reinforcements to arrive before launching a general offensive against the Goblin Kingdom. Such a golden opportunity will not come again if we miss it. The werewolf leader was tempted. The goblin tribe is now in chaos. The army has almost lost its fighting capacity. As long as he sends troops, he can sweep across the land and even reach their kingdom's capital. Moreover, this time the army was led by a kobold leader. The other side has already set off and seems determined to win. If he backs down in this situation, wouldn't that prove he's not even as good as a dog? As for those so-called ghosts and vengeful spirits, they haven't been confirmed yet. It's probably just the nonsense of those few goblins. Moreover, even if they are real ghosts or vengeful spirits, when the sun rises in the morning, wouldn't they obediently roll back into the depths of the forest? The opportunity to fight cannot be delayed. If they arrive too late, the Goblin Kingdom's reinforcements will arrive, and the kobold leader will be in grave danger. If something unexpected happens to the other party, he must bear a great deal of responsibility. It's not impossible that this could lead to a breakdown in relations between the two countries. Having considered this, the werewolf leader made a decision and said to his subordinates beside him, "You must immediately inform His Majesty the King of the situation here and order him to mobilize a large army to reinforce us. I will join forces with the kobold leader next door to take down that high-level goblin tribe and hold it to the death until the army arrives. When a general is in the field, he may disobey the Emperor's orders. Please convey my apologies to His Majesty the King. The situation was sudden, and in order not to delay the battle, I had no choice but to take it upon myself to send troops without authorization. As one of the most important high-ranking tribes on the border, no army can be dispatched without the king's written order. After all, if something goes wrong here, the entire kingdom will be in danger, like a sharp blade hovering over its head." "Yes." The 7-star werewolf beside him bowed. Then it sped towards the capital at an extremely high speed. The kobold below was overjoyed and quickly replied to report. After Jiang Cheng's most powerful strike landed, the werewolf tribe has been alerted, and its soldiers are fully armed and ready to fight at any moment. Thus, the werewolf leader could mobilize his forces quite quickly. A massive army of 10,000 werewolves marched toward the advanced goblin tribe, while the remaining thousands of old and weak werewolves guarded the tribe. When they arrived, the advanced goblin tribe was engulfed in flames. Countless kobolds darted through the area, chasing down the fleeing goblins, their blood staining the entire land. Upon seeing this, the werewolf leader shouted. He then took the lead, bringing a third-party force to join the battle and jointly annihilate the goblins. The Goblin Kingdom reacted swiftly. As the battle was drawing to a close, a well-equipped goblin army of 50,000 men arrived at the advanced tribe. The three sides continued to fight, and the battlefield could be described as a meat grinder. "Pass on my orders. Mobilize the troops of all intermediate and low-level tribes in the surrounding area and send them to provide support. We must recapture that high-level tribe. Even if it means using sheer numbers and sacrificing lives, we must keep the enemy there and not let them get a single step closer to the capital. At the same time, send someone to request the Goblin King to send troops, and tell him that if something happens to us, they will not be able to escape unscathed either. At worst, we will fight to the death." Below the throne, a goblin resembling a general addressed the assembled ministers in a loud voice. The Goblin King, who should have been on the throne, had vanished. For the time being, the affairs of the entire country were all being managed by this general. Just then, a terrifying saint-level pressure emanated from deep within the palace, instantly spreading throughout the entire goblin capital. Countless goblins lay prostrate on the ground. The goblin ministers in the main hall also knelt down to pay their respects. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Amidst waves of welcoming greetings, the enormous Goblin King appeared in the hall, his body completely filling the throne, making one wonder if the throne could support such a heavy weight. "Your Majesty." The goblin general bowed respectfully and then recounted what had happened outside and the decisions he had made. You did a good job. However, I would like to make a slight modification. Withdraw the frontline troops and use the city walls as a barrier to block the werewolf and kobold attacks. Also, order all the goblin tribes in the outer areas to return to the capital immediately." Upon hearing this, the goblin ministers below were dumbfounded, wondering if their king had sacrificed his intelligence to increase his strength. After all, the king has been stuck at level 9 for 3 years, and his cultivation has not progressed at all in those 3 years. It is clear that his talent has reached its limit and he cannot advance any further. However, since the beginning of the year, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, climbing to the current saint-level powerhouse. This greatly surprised many of the goblin ministers, especially the speed at which the king's cultivation level increased. Even the speed of top-level creatures is probably no greater than this. Chapter 96, a tiny price to forcibly interrupt the movement. Snort. Looking at the scrutinizing gazes of the ministers, the Goblin King felt a surge of anger. "I have my own plans, so please don't speculate. Do you really think that kobolds and werewolves can stand against me? Just a bunch of ants. Once their armies arrive outside the city, I will only need to unleash my divine might, and they will be annihilated." Looking at the incredibly confident expression on their king's face, the goblin ministers had no choice but to comply with the other party's decision. After all, the king is definitely thinking of the country's best interests. We can't possibly push the country into a fire pit, can we? Only the Goblin King and the general remained in the empty hall. After dismissing the servants around him, the goblin general frowned and said, "Brother, Did you lose your mind during your seclusion? How could you bring the battle lines to the capital? That's bad enough. But to recall all the tribe members outside is just handing over control of the outskirts. Even if it's for the sake of war, once the war ends, the capital simply can't afford to support so many soldiers. The Goblin King looked at his younger brother with disdain. He clapped his hands. As the applause rang out, two young and beautiful female elves emerged from behind, sat directly on the Goblin King's lap, picked up fruit from the table, and served him food. The two female elves had vacant eyes and numb limbs, as if they had lost their souls. Brother, how come there are elves here? The Goblin General instinctively drew his weapon. Elves were one of the most powerful races in the Vaslo forest, and could be considered local overlords. There were many who coveted the beauty of elves, and wanted to capture one to keep as their own. But the matter was only halfway through when it was discovered by powerful elves, leading to the complete eradication of the forces behind it. It is said that their heads were piled up into a mountain. Now I hope my older brother won't go astray. They can't withstand the elves' wrath. What are you thinking about? How could I possibly capture an elf? This was a gift from the elves' higher-ups, and they also helped me raise my cultivation level. Otherwise, with my talent, how could I possibly break through to the saint level? It's just wishful thinking. However, I am not a true saint-level being. I am far from being a true saint-level being, and can only be called a half-saint. After saying that, the Goblin King released his true aura, which was not even 1/10 of Jiang Cheng's. She ignored her brother's bewildered expression. The Goblin King continued, although I am not a true saint-level expert yet, I only need to pay a tiny fraction of the price to gain the opportunity to break through to the saint level. I'll protect you then, and no one will dare to bully us brothers anymore. You can do whatever you want. Only a small price to pay? The Goblin General was unaware that the little bit his brother spoke of was different from the little bit he understood. If he finds out the price, the brothers might immediately turn against each other. In that case, brother, you can decide what to do. I'll go downstairs now to prepare for the follow-up matters. The Goblin Kingdom received the battle report from the front lines. Fearing the fall of the Goblin Kingdom, he immediately dispatched 50,000 reinforcements to help the allies repel the invading werewolves and kobolds. At the same time, he ordered the surrounding goblin tribes to cooperate with the army's actions and provide all the necessary assistance. But he probably didn't expect that. Shortly after the army set off, a dozen dark figures appeared in the sky above the goblin capital. Perhaps in order to conform to the other three kingdoms, the Goblin Kingdom was not built underground, but on the surface. However, most goblin homes in the capital have cellars, and they still sleep underground at night. My lord, isn't it a bit hasty of us to do this? A mere dozen or so people simply cannot eliminate so many goblins. I'm afraid their army will turn back before we've even killed half of them. Ale felt the energy below. There are probably several 100,000 of them, varying in strength. There are only about 30,000 goblins with ranks here, most of whom are small fry. The only ones that are considered to be of high rank are 2 8-star goblins and their king. This time it's still a decapitation operation. Our goal is to kill their king, take the beast core from his body, and all the treasures in the national treasury. As for the rest of the small fry, let them fend for themselves. Jiang Chengsheng enveloped Yato and the others with his aura. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the palace of the Goblin Kingdom, releasing the pressure of a saint-level expert that enveloped the palace. All the goblins inside the palace were immobilized, and even breathing became difficult. The Goblin King, who was exercising with his beloved concubine, was also affected. He was abruptly interrupted while he was casting a spell. It would probably take at least 800 bowls of strong tonics to fully recover. Hateful. The Goblin King, looking furious, got out of bed. He did possess the strength of a 9-star being, and while the saint-level pressure was effective against him, Jiang Cheng did not concentrate it on him alone, but rather enveloped the entire palace. Therefore, action is still possible. It was just very difficult. This is the pressure of a saint-level expert. How is this possible? I'm timid and cowardly by nature, and I've never provoked someone of this level before. Could it be that they're just passing by and want a drink of water? After barely managing to put on my clothes, the Goblin King came outside. Looking at Jiang Cheng and the others in the distance with their hostile expressions, the corners of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He had originally intended to greet them politely, ask the other person if they are just passing by and want to stay for a late-night snack or something. The leader of the humans was all right. His expression was calm. But the burly men behind him looked at him with such hatred that they wanted to skin him alive, tear him apart, dip him in some special sauce, and swallow him whole. Um, Heroes, is there anything you need here? If so, I can satisfy you. Even so, the Goblin King remained polite. There's nothing we can do, they're just that strong. There are still so many people, and he's all alone now. How can he fight? Losing money to avert disaster is the best option. If the other party's request is truly unreasonable, then he won't be so easy to talk to anymore. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that this guy was so friendly. He didn't stand on ceremony and pointed at the king of the empire, saying, I came here for no one else but for you. If you behave yourself, I can ensure the safety of your kingdom without harming the innocent. But if you don't behave, your entire capital will suffer when a fight breaks out. Chapter 97 Level 9 Beast Core Acquired, Worried Father. The Goblin King turned pale. I never expected these guys actually came to eat him. He was covered in flabby fat, and sometimes even he himself was disgusted with him. Yet these guys actually wanted to eat him. Even a saint-level expert led the way. The Goblin King's obese body trembled. Just as he was in despair, shouts of battle erupted outside the palace. The palace guards have noticed something amiss. They have already flooded into the palace. But before they could even cross the palace gates, they were forced to the ground by Jiang Cheng's overwhelming pressure. The palace entrance was quickly blocked by a group of goblins lying on the ground, but apart from the main gate, the rest of the goblins chose to climb over the walls or something similar. In short, they wanted to rush in and save their own king. Furthermore, he mobilized the energy within his body to counteract the oppressive force released by Jiang Cheng, thereby mitigating the effect. As more and more goblins did this, Jiang Cheng's oppressive aura weakened further. Go and get rid of those annoying bugs outside. I'll take care of this fatso. Jiang Cheng withdrew his oppressive aura and ordered Yato and the others to deal with the goblins outside. You really won't let me go? The Goblin King gritted his teeth. He had originally hoped that his soldiers would rush in so that he could escape in the chaos. But now the other party has driven him to a dead end. To send him to fight a saint-level expert alone is practically suicide. Jiang Cheng nodded. Why let go of the fat meat that's already in your mouth? If you behave yourself, I can spare you from physical pain and give you a quick death. Upon hearing this, the Goblin King's face showed a pained expression. I didn't expect the other party to like eating fatty meat. No wonder they came after him. But the Goblin King next door is even fatter than him. Why did they choose him? After a moment of resentment, the Goblin King was absolutely determined. He took out a transparent energy bead from his storage ring. Don't think you can take me down so easily. I have certain methods to establish a kingdom in this region. The energy bead contains the energy that the previous Goblin King injected into it before his death. As long as the energy inside is absorbed, the Goblin King could raise his strength to the peak of the 9-star level in a short period of time, and it is not impossible for him to even touch the threshold of the saint level. Madness. The Goblin King had just finished making his threats and hadn't even absorbed the energy bead when Jiang Cheng appeared in front of him. An overwhelming saint-level pressure pressed down on the Goblin King, causing him to collapse to the ground, which then caved in, forming a spiderweb-like network of cracks. Only then did the Goblin King realize the difference between the two. It is as insurmountable as a natural chasm. Even if you gave him 10 energy beads, it wouldn't be enough for the opponent to hit you with one hand. Who taught you to talk tough before a fight? Jiang Cheng squatted down and patted his fat face. He took off the 10 storage rings from his hand one by one and put them on his own, looking just like a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune the night before. How thoughtful of you to have hidden all the good stuff here. It has saved me a lot of trouble. Well then, I'll give you a quick death. In the Goblin King's ferocious gaze, Jiang Cheng placed his hand on his chest, shattering all his heart meridians with a single palm strike, and then extracted the level 9 beast core from his body. The goal has been achieved. There was no need for Jiang Cheng and the others to stay any longer. They left the Goblin Kingdom at an extremely fast speed, leaving the goblins below in a state of helpless rage. Alu did not act with Jiang Cheng and the others. Instead, they remained on the goblin battlefield. Report the outcome of the war to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng originally thought that Alu would stay outside for a while, but he didn't expect that Alu was already waiting for their return on the outskirts before they even returned to Sky God Island. Reporting to the Lord. The war on the goblin side is over. For some reason, the goblins chose to retreat and were chased for dozens of miles by the werewolves and kobolds, who had almost been wiped out. Moreover, the surrounding goblin tribes seemed to have received orders from their kingdom, leading all their goblins and rushing towards the capital without stopping. Their morale plummeted to an all-time low, and they almost lost the will to continue fighting. Some goblin tribes even mutinied. After listening to Ali's report, Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out what the Goblin King was thinking either. This kind of action is leading the kingdom to its doom. Why did he do that? What benefits would he gain from doing this? These two questions immediately came to Jiang Cheng's mind. In short, it is certain that the Goblin King did this for some purpose. We need to gather so many goblins together. A guess popped into Jiang Cheng's mind. Over there, the Goblin King was preparing to carry out an evil ritual, requiring the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of lives to achieve his ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng frowned. If that's really the case, then he should get involved. After all, sacrificing so many lives would surely result in something extraordinary. It would be a terrible waste for such a treasure to fall into the hands of goblins. He has to pull off a scene where he steals her away. Of course, this is just Jiang Cheng's conjecture. We'll see how things go later. Back on the island, Green Ivy appeared before them. They were teleported back to their territory. Green Ivy, Sky Island has entered stealth mode and is moving towards the Goblin Kingdom. Sky Island is movable. The only downside is the speed. But at least it has made quite a bit of progress. Yes, Master. Green Ivy sat cross-legged on the ground, controlling the divine island with her eyes closed. After Otto, Ari, and the others returned, Jiang Cheng arrived at the renewable energy stone mine. He did not forget what he had said to Mengli before he left. I want to see if the little girl has dug out all the energy stones. If not, it's not impossible to forgive her, but she should have dug out more than half of them. Regent, you've come at just the right time. Hurry up and help me up, I can still eat. Hearing the noise, Mengli opened her small eyes a crack and mumbled sleepily. Jiang Cheng looked around. There are no more energy stones left in this mine. After glancing at the little girl's swollen belly, Jiang Cheng could already guess where the energy stones had gone. After eating continuously for 24 hours, Mengli's level has reached level 6. He grew another centimeter taller. After all, as her level increased, the little girl's eating speed also improved dramatically. Still eating. Jiang Cheng seemed like a worried and anxious father. He planned to take the little girl to Anna for a checkup. If there were no problems, he would let her continue, allowing her to improve her strength as soon as possible and unleash the power of the golden slime. If there is a problem, it must be stopped. Chapter 98, the 9th level Divine Temple. The Empress becomes a god. Mengli has gained a lot of weight. Jiang Cheng carried her all the way to the secondary fortress of the temple. The lights are still on here. Anna is instructing Lily on her cultivation while waiting for Jiang Cheng to return. Owner. My lord. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, then looked at Lily. The energy within Lily's body was flowing rapidly and endlessly, and her body was also radiating a blazing energy, like a small human-shaped sun. She has clearly succeeded in subduing the fallen heart flame. Anna examined Mengli's body. Perhaps Jiang Cheng's embrace was too comfortable, because Mengli fell asleep again. Mengli is fine. Her constitution is extraordinary. She won't get sick just by eating. She doesn't need to eat for the next 2 days, so she can digest the remaining energy in her body. Anna withdrew her hand from Mengli's lower abdomen. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, handed Mengli over to Lily, and asked her to take Mengli back to her room to rest. He did the same, taking Anna back to his room. After washing up, Jiang Cheng took out the spoils of tonight's battle. Back in the Goblin Kingdom, with their superior strength and numbers, Yato, Yali, and the others easily took the lives of 2 8-star goblin powerhouses. With lightning speed, they took the storage rings from their bodies and dug out the level 8 beast cores from their bodies. Therefore, Jiang Cheng has a total of 3 level 8 beast cores. Only 2 of them need to be broken down. This will satisfy the requirements for upgrading the Blood Clan Temple. That 9-star beast core doesn't need to be used at all. Anna, the temple will soon be upgraded to level 9. Aren't you going to reward me? Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. What reward would you like, Master? I want you to tell the story you didn't finish telling before. Is that all? So what do you think it is? 3 hours passed. Anna finally finished telling her story. However, the ending showed obvious signs of alteration, perhaps because she didn't want Jiang Cheng to know the true ending of the story. Jiang Cheng had already noticed this. However, he didn't say much. He enjoyed listening to Anna tell stories, mainly to enjoy the quiet atmosphere of the night. Listen to her clear and melodious voice as she vividly recounts the characters in the story. There was no external noise interference. There aren't that many complicated things to consider. Let go of the fatigue that has accumulated during this period. It was just getting light outside. Jiang Cheng decomposed the 2 level 8 beast cores. They arrived outside the temple. Should we spend 50 level 7 beast cores 300,000 wood, 300,000 ore, and 50,000 energy stones to upgrade the Blood Clan temple? Upgrade. As soon as Jiang Qing finished speaking, the vampire temple began to change. Before the prompt in my mind could sound, Jiang Qing used the opportunity to upgrade the temple for free. It was upgraded twice in a row. The notification tone paused for quite a while before finally sounding. Successfully used. Vampire Temple, Level 9. You can draw 300 vampire warriors every day. The probability of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 100%. The probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 85%. And the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 50%. Tip 1. Once the vampire temple reaches level 9, the vampire warriors will be drawn in the order of gold, silver, and bronze. Hint 2. If you choose to nurture awakened vampire warriors, 10 awakened vampire warriors will be conceived one day later, and these 10 vampire warriors will start at level 9. Tip 3. Because the vampire temple is currently in a gestation phase, the gestation time has been shortened to 20 hours. 10 vampire warriors with awakened bloodlines will be gestated tonight at dawn, and their initial level will be raised to level 9. Next upgrade requires 1 million wood, 1 million or 300,000 energy stones, 1 heart of the dynasty, and 50 level 9 beast cores. Level 9 beast cores are produced by level 9 creatures, with a 100% drop rate. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of it dropping a beast core. Note: since the Lord has already upgraded the territory to level 9, the next temple upgrade will transcend the normal level range, bringing significant changes and much richer rewards. I finally reached level 9. After 2 consecutive upgrades, Anna's remnant soul is estimated to have been fully restored. She can use the power of her divine soul to reshape her physical body and regain half of her peak strength. Jiang Qing had been longing for this day and night, and from the moment he heard the news until now, his wish had finally come true. He didn't know why he was so excited, but he was genuinely happy. The time required to nurture awakened vampire warriors has been shortened to 1 day, and the number has increased from 3 to 10, all starting at level 9. The Blood Clan Temple has reached level 9. The next upgrade requires 50 level 9 beast cores. This is obviously not something that can be done easily. Currently, it is already very difficult to find all 59-star creatures. Therefore, Jiang Qing's next upgrade might be delayed for a while, unless he's lucky enough to encounter 2 Saint-level experts, kill them to obtain Saint Source, and then break them down into level 9 beast cores to upgrade the temple. Of course, the probability of such a thing happening is extremely low. Saint-level experts transcend the mortal realm, like young ladies who stay at home and never leave their chambers, focusing solely on breaking through to a higher realm, leaving everything else to their subordinates. They almost never spend time hanging out outside. Saint-level powerhouses are collectively referred to as saints. Above this are the realms of Saint King and Great Saint. Then there are the gods who are revered and worshipped by all living beings. Now we can produce 10 awakened vampire warriors every day. Even if the temple's upgrade speed slows down, it won't put too much pressure on me. Jiang Qing sighed inwardly. They then turned their attention to the vampire temple. The temple underwent another dramatic transformation. Magnificent and grand, it seemed to be a place specially reserved for gods to live in, radiating a dazzling divine light all around, and with the white mist drifting around, it was like a paradise on earth. However, this divine light did not seem to be emanating from the temple. Instead, it comes from within him. Before Jiang Qing could think it through, an extremely powerful pressure swept across the territory, and even though Jiang Qing used all his strength to resist, he could not stop it for a moment and was forced to retreat continuously. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire Sky God Island, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble continuously. Ordinary houses were riddled with cracks, yellow sand filled the sky, and the surrounding air formed a massive tornado that enveloped the temple, drawing in countless white mists. The entire Sky Isle was as if it had fallen into the apocalypse. Thousands of vampires fainted the moment they felt the oppressive aura. The others, who were cultivating, were in no better condition, spitting out blood and breathing erratically. Green Ivy, noticing the situation from afar, rushed over immediately. She mobilized almost all of her power to seal the terrifying pressure around the temple, preventing it from spreading outwards. This oppressive force lasted for a long time. 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. Brilliant beams of 7-colored divine light pierced through the clouds and shone upon the Blood Clan temple. As the divine clouds gathered, the divine light also increased, and in a short time, it enveloped the entire sky god island. Divine light shines upon heaven and earth. A colossal, thousands of feet tall phantom of a deity appeared above the Blood Clan temple, soaring into the sky like a towering pagoda, radiating terrifying power. At that moment, all the creatures in the Vaslo forest felt this extraordinary phenomenon and were deeply shocked. This is especially true for ancient powers like the elves, because such phenomena are only recorded in ancient texts and only occur when a powerful being breaks through to godhood. Furthermore, at the very beginning of the birth of most gods, the sky should be filled with dark and dense tribulation clouds, immediately flashing with world-destroying tribulation lightning, ready to strike the new gods below at any time. Only by surviving this tribulation can one be called a true god. But what's going on now? Instead of gathering ominous clouds, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were celebrating the birth of this new god, using this method to help the new god quickly condense her divine body and soul, transform her divine power, and adapt to her new power in a short period of time. Everyone stared intently at the area illuminated by auspicious clouds and divine light. Even the goblins and kobolds who were engaged in an epic battle kept their distance and stopped fighting. It's not just the local forces. The lords in the Vaslo forest are already spamming the world chat with messages. Like war correspondents, they frantically posted about the strange phenomena here. There was no way around it. It was simply too shocking. It enveloped the entire Vaslo forest, and even some forces outside the forest noticed it. Some powerful and ancient beings have even begun to speculate on the secrets of heaven, wanting to see who exactly caused this strange phenomenon. Some activists have already sent their men to the Vaslo forest to gather information. The phantom above the vampire temple became increasingly solid, revealing Anna's appearance. A beauty that could topple kingdoms, a peerless elegance, and an aura of imperial majesty. The sound of chanting filled the heavens and earth. The colorful auspicious clouds dispersed, transforming into wisps of invisible energy that surged towards the sky god island, along with the white mist in the air, all of which flowed into the temple. Perhaps the quantity of energy was too large. A little bit spilled out during this process. Jiang Cheng stood at the forefront, mobilizing his holy energy to envelop the aura around him and absorbing it into his body. In an instant, his cultivation, body, and soul all experienced significant improvements. The fatigue in my body also dissipated at this moment. The vampire warriors and the people in their territory also enjoyed this benefit. Their injuries were healed, and their cultivation and physical fitness were gradually improving. At this moment, Yale and Jack, who had a slight advantage in cultivation, broke through to the 9th star, while Yato and the others reached the peak of the 8th star, and becoming a 9-star powerhouse was just around the corner. The other vampire warriors have also broken through to the 1st star level to varying degrees. It has a feeling of when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. As the last breath entered the temple, Anna's phantom in the sky gradually shrank, rapidly shrinking towards the temple. The terrifying pressure emanating from her caused Green Ivy's seal to collapse quickly. This time, the pressure was different from before. Although it's scary, it won't cause any real harm. This is no longer ordinary pressure, but vast divine power. Deities are revered by all and worshipped by all living beings. Apart from Jiang Cheng and Green Luo, all the vampire citizens and warriors in the entire territory bowed respectfully to the temple, their expressions incredibly devout. Is this the power of God? Jiang Cheng's face showed a look of longing. He, with master's talent, reaching the divine realm is just around the corner. Green Ivy chuckled, then bowed towards the temple. As the companion spirit of Sky God Island, she could be considered a demigod. Unlike ordinary creatures, she didn't need to prostrate herself. A slight greeting was sufficient to show respect to the new god and acknowledge his status. The immense divine power spread rapidly, quickly reaching the Vaslo Great Forest and the surrounding areas, covering a significant portion of the Lord Continent. All the creatures from these areas rushed out at once. Show respect to the new god. They knelt in the direction of the Sky God Island. Divine thoughts intertwined in the void. These divine thoughts were incredibly powerful, causing the void to tremble uncontrollably and teeter on the brink of collapse. A god has actually been born in the outer region of the Vaslo Great Forest. Who would break through to godhood in such a godlike place? This power doesn't seem like something a new god could unleash. Which god on the continent isn't a famous and powerful being who dominates a region? What is a god who suddenly appears if not a new god? Could it be the work of those small, suddenly emerging forces on the mainland? As far as I know, they initially appeared in remote, small places, and the outskirts of the Vaslo Great Forest fits that description perfectly. How is that possible? They've only been around for 8 or 9 days. How could they possibly have such a powerful presence? They're just a bunch of small fry. We'll have the younger generation of our clan wipe them out. In less than 3 months, they'll be reduced to ashes. We'll hold another competition then, and see which clan's juniors kill the most. Then we'll reward them accordingly. Very good. While we're at it, let the younger generation go to the Vaslo Great Forest to find out what happened. If the other party is a new god, we should have our juniors recruit her to become our henchmen. We can't let her continue to grow. Otherwise, sooner or later this new god will grow into a behemoth and affect our interests. You're just naturally cautious. A mere new god. I could cripple her with a wave of my hand and seize her divine source. Who knows, my race might even gain another god because of it. Ha! Alright, everyone, you can all leave now. Just as these divine thoughts were about to dissipate, a blood-red attack pierced through the void, striking these divine thoughts from tens of millions of miles away, shattering their souls. Puff! These are the divine thoughts of the native gods of the Lord Continent. Before they could withdraw their divine senses, they withstood the attack and suffered severe injuries, their hundreds of years of cultivation destroyed in an instant. Their physical bodies weren't in much better shape either. They were spitting out divine blood like it was free, and their auras were immediately weakening. Countless people in various places were knocked unconscious by the roar of the gods. Chapter 99 The Gift, A Quick Hug. I am not the new god you speak of. Since you want to deal with me, then come on. It just so happens that I also want to slay the gods and establish my authority. After killing you all, my master can also break through to the divine realm. Inside the vampire temple, Anna's beautiful eyes shone with golden light as she opened and closed, her aura as deep and boundless as the ocean, captivating and awe-inspiring. Divine light flowed from her body, radiating terrifying divine power. That divine power just now was emitted by Anna. Anna sensed something when those divine thoughts started discussing her. Without giving them any face, she pierced through the void in front of her and struck their divine thoughts from tens of millions of miles away. Unfortunately, her current strength is only half of what it was at its peak. Furthermore, having just broken through to the god level, he could only mobilize less than 1/10 of his power. Otherwise, those divine thoughts simply wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Divine light flowed around Anna, and the holy energy within her body was constantly transforming into divine power, while her holy body was also transforming into a divine form. The aura transformed from the 7-colored auspicious clouds could only help her complete 70% of the task. She would have to do the remaining 30% herself, unless she received external assistance. Otherwise, it would have taken her at least 7 days and 7 nights to complete the task on her own. Anna stepped out of the temple, and Jiang Cheng immediately came to greet her. Anna, how are you feeling? Jiang Cheng looked Anna up and down. Although he could see and touch Anna before, she always gave him a vague and empty feeling. But now it's different. Her hair is smooth and black. Her face is fair and radiant, sparkling with a captivating glow. Her otherworldly aura is like that of a fairy from the heavens who has accidentally fallen to earth. Everything felt so real. Not only that, but the aura emanating from Anna made Jiang Cheng feel very comfortable, as if his body and mind had undergone a transformation, and he couldn't help but move closer to her. Master, I have broken through to godhood, and the aura emanating from my body will greatly benefit you. If you stay with me for many years, you will also be imbued with divinity, and people below the god realm will unconsciously bow their heads in your presence. Anna parted her lips slightly and explained. No wonder I always felt something about you was attracting me. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized. Looking at Anna's flawless white skin, I wanted to touch it and feel its smooth texture. However, he quickly suppressed this thought in his heart. The other party has now become a god, and what he did was blasphemous. Even if Anna is not angry, God will still make him unlucky, and his future fortune will only get worse. Thanks to Anna's ascension to godhood, Sky Island has witnessed a revival of all things, with vast fields of spiritual and sacred herbs growing and radiating vitality. As she stays on the Sky Isle for many years, the isle will become a blessed land. Lily and Loki walked out of the temple. They also gained some benefits. The former reached the peak of the 8-star level. The latter's level remained unchanged, but his height increased by 3 centimeters, which was comparable to the effort he put in all day yesterday. and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a fruitful result. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Anna requested to go into seclusion for spiritual cultivation. Anna, wait a moment, I have a gift for you. Jiang Cheng was holding an object in his hand. It was shrouded in a gray fog, making it impossible to see what was inside, as if the fog completely isolated the objects within. From the establishment of the territory until now, you have been silently helping me, supporting me, and protecting me. It can be said that without you, I would not be where I am today. So I have always wanted to give you a gift. I originally picked out a lot of things, but I felt that none of them were really gifts, and I felt that you wouldn't need them at all. However, this kind of item will definitely be of great help to you. He took the items from Jiang Cheng. Anna held it in her hands. After sensing it for a while, I discovered that it was actually a divine source, and not just any ordinary divine source. It is at least stronger than the divine sources of those gods who communicated through divine thoughts in the void before. Owner. Anna felt a surge of emotion. Because of her high position, she basically lacked nothing. If she needed anything, she would simply kill the person who owned that item and take it back. This behavior is very frequent. She goes out to kill almost every so often, making her arguably the most frequent deity to go out. This has led to a less than favorable public opinion of her. Few dared to approach her, and naturally no one dared to give her gifts, for fear that Anna would intercept them on the way, leaving no trace of their bodies and adding another chapter to the Empress's robbery saga. Therefore, this was the first time Anna had received such a precious gift, and it was also a very helpful gift to her. As long as we draw upon the divine power within the divine source, then she only needs to spend 3 days to completely transform her divine power, divine body, and divine soul. Seeing Anna's touched expression, Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, secretly rejoicing that his million lord coins had not been wasted. That's 1,000,000. Among the tens of millions of lords, only he and Loki could probably come up with that amount. By buying this divine source, Jiang Cheng was practically bankrupt. He only had a little over 300,000 lord coins left, essentially returning to square one overnight. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and hugged Anna, putting his arm around her slender waist. He then quickly left, laughing. All right, go into seclusion and cultivate. Leave the affairs of the territory to me. I can handle them all by myself. Anna was stunned. She hadn't expected Jiang Cheng to do something like this so suddenly. He moved his lips as if to say something, but Jiang Cheng had already dragged and pulled Otto, Ale, and the other vampire warriors who were watching the show outside. My lord, did you just hug the Empress? The hug was too short. I didn't get a good look at it. Let's hug her again when the Empress comes out of seclusion. I've recently learned some drawing skills, so I can draw that scene for you. Ale asked with a sly smile, his eyes full of ill intent, looking quite lewd. Jiang Cheng remained calm and composed. Which eye of yours saw me hug you? Did something go wrong with your cultivation this morning, causing you to feel dizzy and lightheaded? This won't do. You're my right-hand man. You can't afford to get hurt. Jiang Cheng pressed down on Yalai's shoulder, preventing him from escaping. I recently acquired a magical boxing technique. It can expel toxins from other people's bodies by combining punches and kicks. It's very effective, and everyone who has tried it says it's great. Let's go. I'll take you to a secluded valley nearby to detox. My lord, please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Arlie's face turned pale. He was probably going to get beaten to a pulp. Then I'll let you off next time. Chapter 100 Generous Rewards. After beating up Yali, Jiang Cheng returned to his territory. To be honest, he was very nervous when he hugged Anna. After all, he had never even touched a girl's hand before he transmigrated. He was an absolutely innocent young man. Luckily, Anna wasn't angry. That means I'll still have a chance next time. Recalling the feeling just now, Jiang Cheng's thoughts immediately drifted to the horizon. Territory upgrade successful. Territory coverage area doubled. First upgrade reward, 1,000 houses, 5,000 vampire citizens, 2 renewable energy stone mines, and 1 faith monument. Second upgrade reward, 2,000 houses, 10,000 vampire citizens, 3 renewable energy stone mines, 500 communication runes, skill, vampire domain. Note, due to 2 upgrades, the daily output of renewable energy stones in the mine has reached 200,000. 200,000. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. As the level of vampire warriors increases, their demand for energy stones also increases. If they do not go out to fight, they consume at least 1 million energy stones every day. Fortunately, there are now 6 energy stone mines. It can be replenished continuously. Unless the number of vampire warriors increases in the future, There is no need to worry about energy stones. After all, Jiang Cheng still has nearly 10 million energy stones as a safety net. The Goblin King alone possessed 10 storage rings containing nearly 6 million energy stones, meaning the entire national treasury was essentially in his hands. This is why Jiang Cheng took his storage ring and left without checking the national treasury. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng clicked on the information on the Faith Stone Tablet. Stone Tablet of Faith. Lord's exclusive building. Each race has its own beliefs, and the purpose of the Faith Stone is to collect the beliefs of all species within the territory and to gather the power of those beliefs. Through the accumulation of time and effort, the Faith Steel can unleash unparalleled power, comparable to that of a god. Current Faith Power Consolidation, 0. Note: the power of faith within the Faith Stone can only be used by the Lord himself/herself. Jiang Cheng retrieved the Stone Tablet of Faith. It was placed on the ground to the side. He then found an open space and settled the people and their houses there. When he passed by that worship, he also made arrangements for the renewable energy stone mine, planning to transform it into a mine so that Mengli could come here to work every day. After finishing all of this, Jiang Cheng returned to the vicinity of the Stone Tablet. Silently, I thought to myself, check it out. Currently, the power of faith gathered is 306. The power of faith gathered through the Stone Tablet can unleash 3 attacks capable of annihilating a 1-star creature. It really does require accumulation over time. Save it slowly. It will come in handy someday. Jiang Cheng plopped down on the Stone Tablet. Look at the communication rune in the second upgrade reward. Jiang Cheng was quite pleased with this reward. Each communication rune has a string of numbers on it. As long as you silently recite the numbers on the other person's rune while infusing energy into the rune, you can communicate with them in real time without any distance limitations. It's even more convenient than a telephone. Of course, both parties must be in the same space to communicate. If one party is in the outside world while the other is in a space created by a mysterious powerful being or some kind of special secret realm, communication is impossible. This reward is great. In the future, we won't have to run back and forth to report information. We can just communicate with each other. I probably won't encounter such a secret realm or space opened up by a powerful being anytime soon. Skill: Vampire Domain. Definition: Attack skill. After use, a unique domain will form around the vampire warrior, allowing him to absorb the blood of enemies within the domain without them noticing. The realm of vampires is flexible and ever-changing, requiring vampire warriors to comprehend it on their own. Receiving rewards will only grant them a rudimentary understanding. The specific size and evolution depend on their own efforts. This reminded Jiang Cheng of the field Anna used. The place was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, filled with thin red tubes and enormous blood-red hands. These are all things that develop later in life, requiring personal awareness and understanding of the field. Jiang Cheng accepted both rewards, and soon cheers erupted throughout the camp. Influenced by them, the faith power within the faith steel beneath their buttocks has exceeded 2,000. It can eliminate 2 3-star monsters. The higher the level, the more faith power you contribute. It seems we need to make them happy a few more times to speed up the gathering of faith power. The supplies in the temple are already piled up like mountains. Distributing some items to the residential areas will make the people happy. Little by little, it should be able to provide tens of thousands of faith points. It's not necessary to provide supplies, but the people and vampire warriors in the territory are so engrossed in their own affairs that they don't have much time for faith, so the collection speed will be very slow. After all, the territory is not a church concentration camp. How can we develop rapidly if people are constantly making faith in this or that? Jiang Cheng found some able-bodied young men from the residential area. Let them take away all the supplies they can use. As for those that are not needed, I'll just wait until it's in the trading area to process it after a while. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Cheng arrived at the military camp. The barracks level has been upgraded. Then the communication runes were distributed. Teach them how to use it. Hey, can you hear me? The vampire warriors were fascinated by this novel contraption. They've already started playing with it like little kids. After figuring out how to use the communication runes, Yato ran up to Jiang Cheng with an embarrassed look on his face. My lord, could you lend me another communication rune? I need it. Otto scratched his head, as if he had thought of something, and said with a serious expression, Don't worry, I definitely won't lose it. If I do, I'll be court-martialed. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the large man, Yato. Jack, who was standing nearby, knew the inside story. He walked over with a smile and joked, "Lord, you don't know this, but this guy has gotten together with that female cadre in the residential area. He gets restless if he doesn't see her for half an hour, and he can't even concentrate on his cultivation in the camp. I guess he borrowed this communication rune to give to that female cadre, so she can listen to her sweet voice when she's tired of cultivating." After saying that, Jack said with longing, "I also want to have that kind of love. Then I'll definitely be more motivated to cultivate, and surpassing that big idiot ale will be just around the corner." Jiang Chung was speechless for a moment. With your purpose, it will be difficult to find a girl you like. Which guy in a relationship would still have a rough, uncouth side to him? When Otto saw that Jack had revealed everything, he was furious. However, Jiang Chung did not refuse and took out another communication rune. The female cadre often reported on the development of the residential area to him, Lily, or Anna. Giving her one wouldn't be a problem, saving her from running around all day. Chapter 101 The Situation of the Statue, Someone Behind It. "Thank you, my lord." Yato laughed blankly. She is already deeply in love and cannot extricate herself. Jiang Chung couldn't help but marvel at his good luck. Although the female cadre wasn't particularly beautiful, she was hardworking, diligent, and knew how to manage a household. She was always busy in the area and managed the residential area very well, despite being a woman. Such a woman is very charming. Many vampire warriors or militia members were probably attracted to her, but unfortunately, the ultimate victor was Otto. When leaving the camp, Jiang Chung sent Lu to investigate the situation in the Goblin Kingdom. A night passed, and he still wondered how the battle was going. He was very curious as to why the Goblin King had brought the battle lines back to the capital. Loki arrived in the territory via the teleportation array. Not long after Jiang Chung and the others left last night, she returned to her territory to cultivate and also to extract a new batch of void insects. 2 consecutive upgrades. The statue of the blood god ancestor became increasingly lifelike, indistinguishable from a real person. The soul power within the statue was very evident and extremely active this time. Jiang Chung began to suspect that the thing would come back to life after the next upgrade. "I wonder if Anna has any way to get rid of this thing. It feels like a knife hanging over my head. This feeling is awful." He's not the only one experiencing this. As the level increased, the same situation occurred with the statues of other top-level lords and super lords, and 2 lords even encountered paranormal events. Even though there was no one around, he heard heavy footsteps. That night, he even dreamed that the creature on the statue was sitting quietly in a chair next to him, watching him. He sighed helplessly to himself. Jiang Chung activated the holy energy within his body, and the raging netherworld blood flame enveloped the blood god statue, drawing upon the soul power within the statue to strengthen the flame itself. The statue trembled slightly, but Anna had thoughtfully tampered with the statue before going into seclusion. This allowed Jiang Chung to act recklessly, unleashing the netherworld blood flame within his body. I don't know how much time has passed. The communication runes in Jiang Cheng's arms flickered with light, emitting a faint runic power. "Is that Allah?" Jiang Chung picked up the communication rune. "My lord, the Kobold Kingdom and the Werewolf Kingdom have assembled an army of 200,000 and arrived at the Goblin capital. They have already sounded the war drums and are ready to launch an attack at any time. Meanwhile, the Goblin Kingdom is in complete chaos. Nearly 1 million goblins are crammed into the capital. Their morale is extremely low. They have no will to fight. They have almost lost their fighting power, and they are on the verge of collective collapse. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as one of their city gates is breached, nearly 1 million goblins will escape through the other 3 gates." Strangely, the Goblin King not only failed to devise any effective countermeasures, but instead indulged in revelry and debauchery in the palace, and sent people to distribute a black elixir to his soldiers and generals, as if with that elixir he would be invincible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chung fell silent. Then he remembered the time when the mid-level goblin tribe attacked the territory. Just as they were about to be defeated, the goblin leader's personal guard took out a mysterious pill and put it in their mouths, unleashing astonishing fighting power. His expression was frenzied, like a madman. All pain was gone, and his mind was filled with nothing but fighting. Let's assume that all the soldiers and generals of the Goblin Kingdom took that elixir. The entire capital would descend into a frenzied slaughter, with countless ordinary goblins dying. Goblin soldiers and goblin generals would then turn on each other. Also suffering heavy losses were the 200,000 kobold and werewolf allies outside, whose fighting strength was certainly not as strong as those goblins who were on drugs. Then it will be another day of devastation, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thinking this way, Jiang Cheng guessed the Goblin King's goal, to kill nearly 1 million people in the capital. Wrong. Someone is orchestrating this behind the Goblin King's back. The elixir came from her. Jiang Cheng suddenly woke up with a start. There were no pills in the storage ring of that 8-star goblin leader last night, not even the slightest clue about them. Logically speaking, there should be an investment in pills that can improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time and play a decisive role on the battlefield. Even if you don't use them often, you should still keep some on hand. For example, in the situation last night, if we had prepared some of these pills on hand, we wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. At least we could have torn a piece of flesh off the kobolds and werewolves. He didn't believe that the cunning and wicked goblin would leave such a thing unused. Even if they were truly kind-hearted and felt guilty, unable to bear seeing their soldiers swallow such pills. Surely we should give the goblins a few pills? After all, the goblins weren't one of their own. They deserved to die after swallowing those pills. Let them go crazy and fight the kobolds and werewolves. They can just brush it off afterward. The two countries are allies, and their fates are intertwined. It's impossible for them to really pursue the matter further. In fact, Jiang Cheng acquired so many goblin storage rings, including their king's storage ring, but found no items related to elixirs inside. This is quite intriguing. The elixir seemed to have appeared out of thin air, as if the Goblin King had conjured it up out of thin air. Even his generals and allies were unaware of its existence. If they knew, it's impossible for them to leave no trace. Especially the Goblin King. If an ally acquires something valuable, he will inevitably send people to study it and have his subordinates produce some pills. The Goblin King couldn't conjure up elixirs out of thin air. The result was obvious. It was given to him by external forces. They promised him certain benefits, inciting nearly 1 million lives in the kingdom to kill each other. Then, through this, they would achieve their nefarious and sinister purpose. That's why he made a series of baffling moves. He kept the matter of the elixir a closely guarded secret, preventing anyone outside from knowing about it. As for why there was a leader of the intermediate goblin tribe, it's probably because the Goblin King wanted him to find a few unlucky people to test the effects of the elixir. There is also a crucial point. That is because lowly creatures like goblins have no ability to make pills. Pills are extremely precious on the Lord continent, and only special races or people with extraordinary talents can refine pills. Never mind all that. The most important thing right now is to get there as quickly as possible. Jiang Cheng summoned all the vampire warriors, heading to the Goblin Kingdom. Chapter 102 Gods cannot arbitrarily interfere with mortal affairs, breaking through the city walls. My lord, will the recent strange phenomena hinder our plans? In the Goblin Kingdom, the Goblin King was trembling with fear, looking obsequiously at the figure in the black robe that covered him from head to toe on the throne. The king, who was usually so noble, was now like an unloved lapdog. If the goblins outside saw this, they would be utterly astonished. No, that's a phenomenon caused by the birth of a new god. My purpose in coming here is to find that new god. Otherwise, do you think I would like to come to a remote, God-forsaken place like yours? A woman's voice came from the figure in black robes. It was crisp and melodious, but it carried a hint of arrogance that was hard to resist, as if she were the most noble race in the world, and no living being could compare with her. But this time we're going to kill millions of lives and use their flesh and souls to refine pills. The Goblin King felt a chill of fear. The strange phenomenon not long ago terrified him so much that he collapsed to the ground, excrement and urine flying everywhere. In particular, the imposing aura emanating from the phantom made him afraid to even breathe. He even suspected that if the owner of the phantom gave him a single glance, he would vanish into thin air. Giggle giggle. It seems they heard something funny. The woman in black robes made a sound like a hen laying an egg. You wouldn't take pity on us because of that new god and kill us, would you? That's ridiculous. Gods are high above, looking down on everything. How could they possibly care about the affairs of us ants? Besides, as they gradually ascend to the divine realm, how many lives have they killed? Who knows? They might have killed 10 or even 100 times more living beings than us in order to break through to a higher realm. We are simply pursuing a higher realm. The woman in black robes sighed softly. I'll tell you something since you're so pathetic. Gods cannot arbitrarily interfere in mortal affairs. If the new god dares to break this rule, he will be ostracized by other gods, or even be eliminated. So you don't need to be afraid at all, just go for it. The mortal matters mentioned by the woman in black robes refer to matters below the divine realm, because in the eyes of the gods, even a saint-level expert is ultimately not free from the concept of mortals. All right, someone's here. As soon as the words were spoken, the woman in black robes on the throne vanished without a trace. The Goblin King straightened his clothes, regained his usual royal demeanor, and sat upright on his throne. Brother, the Goblin Kingdom has sent a reply. Last night, their palace was attacked by a group of unknown powerful figures. The Goblin King and 2 of his 8-star subordinates were killed on the spot. Their country is in turmoil right now. Several 8-star powerhouses have declared themselves kings and are frantically trying to win over the tribes below them to divide up the remaining resources of the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin troops that originally intended to support us have also turned around and joined this effort. He's dead. How can this be? The Goblin King's massive body trembled on the throne. Then he muttered, and he even stormed into the palace. Could it be the work of a saint-level expert? It was precisely because of the saint-level powerhouse that the advanced tribes on the border were destroyed, and then an epic war broke out between the 3 kingdoms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a rush. I just don't know if the 2 incidents are related. Never mind. After today, that person will grant my wish and help me become a true saint-level powerhouse. Then I will leave this place, develop my power elsewhere, and build a more powerful nation. Thinking this way, the Goblin King felt much better. The Goblin General below continued. Now the Kobold and Werewolf army has amassed 200,000 troops and is besieging the city. Their king and his generals have also come to the front lines, ready to fight us to the death. However, our troops have gradually returned to the capital, totaling 270,000, all of whom possess considerable combat capability. It's just that the loss of the outer territories has caused the soldiers' morale to plummet, and they have no will to fight. The Goblin General took out a map and spread it on the table in front of the throne. The red markers on the map represent tribes that have not yet returned. They may never be able to come back. The Goblin King glanced through it. Almost all of them were low-level tribes. It's gone. It's gone. It's just a minor loss. However, one of the mid-level tribes caught his attention. This intermediate-level tribe was the very one that Jiang Cheng had destroyed. The Goblin King was deeply impressed by the tribal chief. The other party had worked under me for many years and was very good at flattering others. I had promised to donate 50,000 energy stones as a birthday gift to him not long ago. Overjoyed, he gave the leader a dozen or so pills, instructing him to have someone secretly test them and present the results along with the birthday gifts. Why haven't the people from that mid-level tribe returned? That shouldn't be the case. There's a high-level goblin tribe nearby. Who would dare to mess with that tribe? The Goblin King was in a bad mood. I don't care about all that. It's better if they don't come back. It would only add thousands more lives. Have all those pills been distributed? Afterwards, the Goblin King inquired about the elixir. The Goblin General answered truthfully. The pills have been distributed to all members of 3 stars or above, as ordered. Before the 2 could discuss the follow-up matters, the deafening barking of dogs and howling of wolves reached their ears from outside the wall, making it hard to imagine what the scene outside the city wall was like. The 2 brothers dared not delay any longer and hurriedly headed out of the palace. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and his group arrived at a grove of trees 20 miles outside the Goblin capital and met up with Lu. My lord, the Kobold and Werewolf army has launched its charge. Seemingly to save time, 10 8-star Kobold and Werewolf powerhouses are at the forefront, seemingly aiming to destroy the city walls and storm into the capital. Jiang Cheng nodded, then led the vampire warriors to quickly approach the Goblin capital. Just as Lu said, the Goblin army didn't even last a quarter of an hour before the city walls collapsed with overwhelming force. Countless kobolds and werewolves surged in like a torrent, incredibly brave and full of fighting spirit, their minds only focused on charging forward, having already disregarded life and death. On the other hand, the goblins suffered a complete collapse. Not a single goblin remained to fight. Even if one did, it had already perished in the clutches of the werewolves and kobolds. The most terrifying thing about war is total collapse. Everyone lost their will to fight and was running away. They jostled and pushed each other, surging towards the palace. The number of goblins killed or injured in the stampede alone has reached tens of thousands, comparable to the number of werewolves and kobolds killed. Chapter 103 The capital city undergoes anomalies. Who do you think you are? Run! The kobolds have broken in. Hey, you idiots up ahead, don't block this way. Several goblins were pushed to the ground, preventing the goblins behind them from passing. In a fit of rage, the goblins behind them slashed the ones blocking their way. Their methods are just as cruel as those of werewolves and kobolds, and perhaps even more ruthless. Countless goblins ran to the other 3 unconquered city gates, But unfortunately, the gates were blocked and guarded by an elite goblin army of 5,000. Their average strength reached 3 stars. The leader was an 8-star general. Most of these swarming goblins were low-level or even levelless, and were no match for the elite troops defending the city. Seeing the chaos unfolding within the city, the goblin general's eyes flashed with solemnity and reluctance. "General, the time has come. The king says that as long as we take the elixir, we can defeat the enemy army and wipe out the kobolds and werewolves." A 7-star goblin said in a deep voice. "That's the only way. I wonder if the elixir the king gave me actually has the effects he described." After saying that, the 8-star goblin took out a pill from its pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. The other goblins followed suit, and the same thing happened in the other 2 cities. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they swallowed the pills, a woman in black robes appeared in the sky, a mad smile curling at the corners of her rosy lips. The entire Goblin King was enveloped by an invisible force. Thin, withered vines sprouted from the ground and dark corners of the city, spreading outwards at a visible speed, like living tentacle monsters. The kobolds and werewolves, already in a bloodthirsty frenzy, paid little attention to the situation on the ground. All they could see were the fleeing goblins, and they were determined to wipe them out. The effects of the elixir gradually took hold. The goblin elite guards at the city gate wore crazed and morbid expressions, their eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, their minds filled with a bloodlust. Especially in this situation where the whole city is in chaos. The effects of the elixir were maximized. Thousands of elite goblin soldiers jumped down from the city gate and began slaughtering the ordinary goblins inside the city. Their ruthlessness startled the kobolds and werewolves who had just charged forward, causing them to stop in their tracks and dare not advance. Why are these goblins killing their own people? My goodness, these guys seem even more brutal than us. They just tore their own companions in half with their bare hands. Could they be possessed by evil spirits? It's very likely. They're definitely possessed by evil spirits. Let's wait here for them to kill each other and kill most of them before we charge. Seeing this scene, the werewolves and kobolds stopped in their tracks, squatting down and panting heavily with their tongues lolling out. They were tired from running and wanted to rest for a while and watch a good show. "Brother, what's going on?" On the upper floor of the royal palace, the goblin general watched the scene unfolding in the city with immense heartache. These were the kingdom's soldiers and citizens, and he saw them falling one after another in pools of blood, cruelly murdered by their own people. The goblin general was filled with grief. The goblin king, witnessing this scene, sighed and said quietly, "You are still too young. Those who achieve great things should not be bothered by trifles. The deaths of these insignificant ants can make me a true saint-level powerhouse, so their deaths were not in vain. As soldiers and citizens, we should be prepared to sacrifice ourselves for our country at any time. After I become a saint, I will take you away from this place and fly far away. By then, no one will recognize us brothers, but I can use my saint-level strength to conquer a vast territory and establish an even more prosperous dynasty. Then I'll step back from the limelight and let you be king." As it turned out, goblins never changed their greedy and selfish nature, and coupled with the deep bond between brothers, the goblin general also fell silent. He silently lowered his head. Just then, the goblin king smiled slightly. "All right, a good show is about to begin. I think you'll really enjoy it." At the city gate, the kobold king and the werewolf king, with their massive bodies, led their personal guards into the city last. Looking at the devastation that filled the city, a wolf and a dog let out gloating howls and barks. The guards beside him also shouted a few times in a similar manner. Today is truly a double celebration. The Goblin Kingdom has been conquered and is already ours. The Goblin King died under mysterious circumstances, and the country is in chaos, almost unable to resist. All we need to do is send our army here, and they will surely panic and surrender without a fight. The Kobold King shook his head upon hearing this. "Brother Wolf, you are still too reckless. The goblins are in internal strife, which is a good opportunity to make a fortune. We should support one side of the faction and give them some strategic support so that they can fight each other to the death. The more intense their infighting, the more opportunities we'll have to make money. Then the two of us can be on both sides and energy stones will come in abundance." The Werewolf King laughed and praised. "You dog are the real dog. I'm no match for you." You flatter me." Just as the wolf and the dog were beaming with joy, the guards nearby noticed something was wrong. "Your Majesty, why are there so many vines growing wildly on the ground? They've even dragged away the corpses." "Something's not right, Your Majesty. The surrounding city walls are also covered with vines. They weren't here just now. What the hell is this thing that's growing so fast? Upon hearing this, the dog-headed king and the werewolf king immediately snapped out of their reverie. They were really getting a bit cocky just now. For a moment, he didn't even take a good look at his surroundings. He swaggered into the city with his personal guards. At this moment, they carefully felt it. An invisible energy was discovered to have enveloped the entire goblin capital, and countless withered vines were crawling out from the ground. These vines, though seemingly devoid of life, are incredibly active, even more flexible than the tentacles of living organisms. What the hell is this thing? The enraged werewolf king stretched out his claws and began to slash at the nearby vines. However, as a 9-star powerhouse and the king of a country, it only cut off a small section of the vine. And after this small piece of vine fell to the ground, it immediately took root and grew more vines that spread outwards. The werewolves and kobolds who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Puff! Just as they were looking at the werewolf king, a vine from the city wall pierced through the chest of a 5-star kobold like lightning. Immediately afterwards, several more vines pierced through a few kobolds and werewolves, and the remaining vines continued to wriggle, completely sealing off the city gate. A strong sense of fear gripped my heart. The kobold king and the werewolf king frantically retreated into the city. There were far fewer vines inside the city than at the city walls. Unfortunately, this was just an illusion. When they were halfway back, countless vines burst through the thatched huts built by the goblins and gushed out. The two powerful warriors struggled to break the vines and escaped the encirclement. However, the ordinary soldiers behind them were entangled in the vines, their fate unknown, with blood seeping out from the gaps in the vines. It's not just here. The entire goblin capital was covered in vines, which were frantically strangling the goblins within the city, making it feel like a hellish place, with cries of agony everywhere. The overwhelming stench of blood made the vampire warriors outside the capital envious, eager to rush into the city and enjoy it to their heart's content. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Chung suppressed the excitement in their hearts. He sensed an aura no weaker than his own hovering above the goblin capital. The other party used special methods to conceal their presence. He could only determine a general location. It seems the other party is likely the person behind the Goblin King. In that case, there's no rush to act. Let them wear us down for a while longer. Wait until the time is right before taking action. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's instructions, Yato and the others nodded and continued to lower their bodies and conceal their auras. Grown-ups, shall we begin the final step? The Goblin King looked at the woman in black robes before him with fawning eyes. Let's begin. The woman in the black robe parted her lips slightly. Upon hearing this, the goblin felt a sudden chill, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. The Goblin King responded to the order. He then pressed the button next to him. Suddenly, the building they were in trembled. A bottomless square pit appeared in the center of the pavilion, leading straight to the ground. Apart from the Goblin King and the woman in black robes, no one knew what was at the bottom of this pit. The Goblin King was seen continuously taking out energy stones from his storage ring and pouring them into the pit. His expression was both resolute and tinged with heartache. After an unknown amount of time, the Goblin King finished his work, and the vines on the ground began to grow wildly, strangling countless goblins, kobolds, and werewolves who were putting up a stubborn resistance. Their bodies were dragged by vines to the city center. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were tangled together. The strong smell of blood was enough to make one want to vomit. What a wonderful scent. The woman in black robes opened her arms, took a deep breath, and the smile on her lips showed that she was definitely enjoying herself. The elixir refined from the blood and flesh of millions of living beings will surely help me reach the realm of Saint King, and at that time I will definitely be highly valued by the High Priest. If the plan goes smoothly, the High Priest will soon be able to take that position, and I might also rise rapidly in rank and have the power of life and death in the clan. Listening to the black-robed woman's bold words, the Goblin King chuckled and said, "Hee, then I'll help you rise to prominence ahead of time and ensure a smooth future. But sir, you took the pills made from flesh and blood, but the pills made from the soul are useless to me. They can only improve my soul, but my cultivation level still won't improve." They listened to the Goblin King's words. The woman in black robes sneered. "You think you're worthy of the soul pill? I'm going to take it back and offer it to the High Priest. Who do you think you are, trying to covet something like that? Let me be honest with you. From beginning to end I only wanted to use you, and I had no intention of keeping my promises to you. You were just a tool, do you understand? Not only that, If the blood pill is still a notch short later, I will throw you in to fill the gap. That would be a great honor. Upon hearing this, the Goblin King felt his beautiful illusions crumble instantly. Last night, he even dreamed of his wonderful life behind the scenes of film and television, enjoying all kinds of delicious food and wine, with two young and beautiful elves serving him, engaging in blissful activities. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The Goblin King's mind went blank, and he forced a stiff smile. My lord, you're joking with me, aren't you? I've helped you so much. I deserve credit even if I haven't done anything special. I don't want to break through to the saint level anymore. I just want to take my brother away to a place where no one knows us. Please let us go. After finishing his sentence, the Goblin King knelt on the ground and slowly moved toward the woman in black robes, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly miserable. The woman in the black robe showed a slight change in expression. Looking at the progress of the blood pill, so many living beings are already enough. In that case, then, just as she was about to agree, the Goblin King, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly sprang up, a 9-star long sword appearing in his hand, which was considered his trump card. The Goblin General beside him also drew his weapon and charged at the woman in black robes. Caught between the two attacks, the woman in black robes was caught off guard and slashed at the waist. Her black robe fell to the ground, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. The woman had blonde hair, blue eyes, and long, pointed ears. She clearly resembled an elf. You two bastards, how dare you ambush me? Court death. The elven woman's face twisted in a grimace. She hadn't expected these two ants to dare launch a sneak attack on her while she was checking the progress of the blood orb. A suction force appeared out of thin air from both hands, pulling the Goblin King and Goblin General towards them. The elven woman seized the opportunity to grab the two men by the neck, causing their faces to turn purple and making it difficult for them to breathe. At the same time, the pressure of a saint-level expert covered the two men, making them unable to struggle and leaving them no choice but to obediently wait for death. Cough, cough, cough. Despite being a semi-saint level powerhouse, the Goblin King was still able to move under this level of pressure. Heh. Pooh. He spat a thick, yellowish saliva onto the elven woman's skirt and smiled smugly. Well, my life wasn't a complete loss. Although I lost my entire country and perished, at least I got to taste the flavor of an elven woman. Then, a blush of enjoyment spread across his face, which had been turning purple from holding back his desire. I must say, the women of your elven race are truly tight. It's simply unforgettable. Upon hearing this, the Goblin General, who was being choked and struggling to breathe, showed an envious expression before dying, his limbs hanging limply at his sides. Oh, are you sure those two are really elves? Upon hearing this, the black-robed woman's murderous gaze vanished instantly, replaced by a playful smile that nearly captivated the Goblin King. Chapter 104 Jiang Chong, the Righteous One and the High Priest. The Goblin King was clearly caught off guard and had no idea what the female elf was saying. Then let me show you properly. The female elf forcibly turned the Goblin King's head to one side, so that he was facing the two female elves who had accompanied him to Wushan. It seems they received an order. The commanding elf, her eyes glazed over and her limbs numb, removed the mask from her face. The moment the mask was removed, the two figures twisted and quickly transformed into goblin shapes. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that these two goblins were male. They were incredibly ugly. Just looking at them was nauseating. Thinking about how I've spent these past few days with these two goblins, sleeping in the same bed, doing things that are indescribable. Puff. Enraged, the Goblin King coughed up a mouthful of blood and died of anger. Boring. The female elf disdainfully shook her hand, tossing the corpses of the Goblin King and the general outside, letting the vines pull them into the central area. Of the 1,000,000 lives lost in the city, none survived. Both the Kobold King and the Werewolf King were exhausted and were caught in the vines, dying without a complete corpse. The speed is still too slow. If that nearby deity sees us, there might be unimaginable consequences. I should speed up. Holy energy surged from the female elf's body as she soared above the giant blood and flesh pill. She activated the holy energy within her body, continuously pouring holy power into it. Her seemingly fearless demeanor in front of the Goblin King was actually an act. Deep down, she was filled with fear of the newly ascended deity nearby. Although the deity was noble, it was possible that it would attack her and steal the blood pills and soul pills she had refined. That thing has negligible effect on the gods. But gods must have countless followers. The other party could kill her and then give the stolen blood pills and soul pills to their followers to consume. As for the gods, they cannot interfere in mortal affairs. That's all bullshit. Countless gods and ancient powers have extended olive branches to this newly ascended deity. Who would be willing to offend a god for the sake of someone as insignificant as her? Hurry up and finish this so we can leave. As for the high priest asking me to investigate that new god, I'm not going. I'll just say I can't find him and that'll be the end of it. After all, gods appear and disappear without a trace. How could a mere saint like me possibly find them? The female elf unleashed the full power of her holy energy. The mixture of flesh and blood below had transformed into a blood-red sphere tens of meters in diameter, its color extremely vibrant and free of any impurities. As holy energy was infused, the flesh and blood shrank, until it becomes a blood pill with a diameter of 1 meter. Almost there. Just hang in there a little longer. We'll succeed soon. The thought that swallowing this blood pill would make her a saint king and elevate her status in the eyes of the high priest filled the female elf with excitement. Just then, the space behind her trembled. 8 figures appeared from 8 directions in the capital, moving so fast that they left 8 afterimages, their true forms invisible to the naked eye. What? This was the crucial moment in refining the blood pill, and the female elf was unable to deal with this sudden change. In particular, when she sensed that the person behind her was a genuine saint-level expert, her face turned pale and lost all color. It feels like a large truck speeding towards you. You know it will hurt to be hit, but you can't avoid it. Jiang Cheng had been planning this moment for a long time. He finally got his chance. He wasn't sure if he could beat her in a head-on confrontation, given his limited abilities, while this local female elf was quite cunning and likely had many hidden cards up her sleeve. Elves are inherently kind, yet they have committed such heinous acts. Today, I, the Holy One, will act on behalf of heaven to slay you, this wicked female elf, and avenge the millions of lives in this city. I'll take your corpse back to your elven race and expose your crimes, so your elven chieftain can see for himself what you've done that is so outrageous. Jiang Cheng was filled with indignation, his face showing deep hatred, and coupled with the righteous aura emanating from him. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was some kind of upright person. Don't want. The female elf looked panicked. If the clan leader finds out what she has done, this could implicate a large number of people, and might even affect the high priest. If the high priest's plan is exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the female elf forcefully withdrew the holy energy surrounding the blood pill. But she was ultimately too late. You vixen, take this blow from me. At this moment, Jiang Cheng transforms into the image of a righteous person. Showing no mercy to this beautiful female elf, he unleashed his strongest attack, striking her squarely on the back of the head and shattering her skull. After the female elf died, the vine underground withered rapidly, and a bead about the size of a blood pill, grayish-white in color, floated out. It exudes a strong aura of resentment. Ordinary people cannot get close to it at all. If they are not careful, they will be affected by the resentment above and become a mindless killer. Alas, this which is truly cruel. Jiang Cheng shook his head and sighed, silently storing the blood pill in front of him into the Lord's warehouse. The blood pill isn't fully refined yet, but Anna can process it later. After all, Anna's seclusion wasn't a complete retreat. It's fine to run off to eat, drink, or take a walk in between. My lord. Yato and the others gathered around. They were stunned by what they had just witnessed. They had expected a fierce battle, but what happened? The lord smashed the elf's head with a single blow. The other person's body fell to the ground like trash. And then it ended. Oh dear, why is it over so quickly? I was hoping to test the power of the vampire domain, but it turned out to be just a formality. Lily stomped her foot in the air. Yes, I didn't expect it to end like this. I was thinking that the few of us would activate our domains and work with the Lord to take down this female elf. I made this trip for nothing and didn't get anything done. The vampire warriors all gave each other resentful looks. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. He had only been thinking about how to look handsome and hadn't considered anything else. He couldn't possibly stand foolishly behind the female elf, waiting for her to withdraw her holy energy, and then fight her for 500 rounds, until the world was in chaos and mountains and rivers were shattered, before ending the battle. Could he? That's just being a complete idiot. Wouldn't it be better to finish early, go home, and burn the statue? Alright, the kobold and werewolf kingdoms are quite vulnerable, aren't they? If you're bored, you can go and wipe them out in one fell swoop. After Jiang Chung finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. A suction force emanated from his hand, drawing the female elf's body and head into his grasp. Netherworld blood flames erupted from his body. A moment later, a mournful wail emanated from the already cold female elf's body. This was not a sound from her body, but from her soul. Just now, when Jiang Chung was slaying the female elf. To my surprise, there was no kill notification sound in my mind. Then he realized that saint-level experts not only wanted to obliterate their physical bodies, but also their saintly souls. Otherwise, their holy souls could continue to wander. At that time, it will not be difficult to possess another body and be reborn, or to have a top-level expert reshape the body. The chilling screams continued to ring out. Unable to endure the burning of her soul by the netherworld blood flame any longer, the female elf broke free of her body and ran away. Her expression was terrified, and her figure was ethereal, as if she were a wisp of smoke drifting in the air, which could be dissipated into the world with just a gentle breeze. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my soul lamp will go out. When that happens, the high priest will be furious and will surely use the remnant of my soul left in the soul lamp to reflect the scene before my death. Then the female elf's eyes widened. He looked at Jiang Chung and all the vampire warriors. It seems they have memorized them thoroughly. Ha! Now I've memorized all your faces. You dare not kill me. If you do, the high priest will not let you off. Then the female elf's expression changed. She slightly raised her chin, adopting an arrogant expression. If you know what's good for you, let me take the blood pill and soul pill with me. These are things our high priest specifically requested. If you don't give them to me, even if I return to my clan, the high priest will still not let you off the hook. Jiang Chung frowned slightly. What level is your high priest at? The female elf said arrogantly. The high priest's realm is only at the early stage of great saint, but her holy soul is incredibly powerful, already infinitely close to the god level. It is estimated that in another 2 years, she can upgrade her holy soul to the divine soul and become a demigod. Demigods are beings whose body or soul has become divine, but whose other aspect has not. They can unleash divine power. But compared to a true god, they are worlds apart. The female elf originally thought that Jiang Chung and the others would show fear, and then obediently offered up the blood pill and soul pill, and then respectfully saw her off. Unexpectedly, the other party was not afraid at all, but showed no fear whatsoever. Several guys were pointing and whispering about her from behind, their faces full of mockery. She seemed to be nothing more than a clown for people to laugh at and make fun of. Jiang Chung and the others were naturally not afraid, especially after hearing that the high priest the other party was talking about was just a great sage. He was even less afraid and even wanted to laugh. Why be afraid? There is a true god in their territory. Even if the high priest has reached the level of a demigod, he is no threat and can be smashed into a pile of minced meat with a wave of his hand. But the female elf didn't know. She didn't believe that Jiang Chung and the others had anything to do with that new god. Her high priest was only a great saint, but he was followed by a group of saints and holy kings. If this is the case with the great sage, then it goes without saying that gods must have a large group of demigods and great sages following them and doing their bidding. But what about Jiang Chung and the others? The strongest among them was a human boy who had just entered the saint level, and the rest were even more outrageous, not even reaching the saint level. How could they be the followers of the gods? Ordinary deities would probably disdain to converse with beings below the level of a great sage, let alone establish any connection with them. Thinking of this, the female elf rolled her eyes. His tone became arrogant. You ungrateful bastards, if anything happens to me, our high priest will come knocking on our door, and you'll all suffer the consequences. Even if you escape the Vaslo forest, there will be a constant stream of powerful elves hunting you down. Jiang Chung couldn't stand this woman's incessant chatter. Even though she was about to die, she was still so arrogant, and even threatened him with wild words. He only had a high priest behind him. He's not the chieftain of the elf race. Perhaps this high priest is one of those so-called villains, harboring wicked intentions and plotting to harm the elven chieftain and seize his place. He remained stubborn even after seeing the female elf. Jiang Chung condensed the netherworld blood flame into a pair of large hands and slapped the female elf in her soul form, leaving her dizzy and bewildered. Meanwhile, the remaining netherworld blood flame clung to her soul, and the intense burning sensation caused her to let out another shrill scream, her aura immediately weakening considerably. After burning for a while, Jiang Chung withdrew the netherworld blood flame. The female elf became much more obedient after that. Her soul trembled like a leaf, not daring to meet the gaze of Jiang Cheng, this righteous man who was quick to strike her with cruelty. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly upon seeing this. Is your high priest the villain type, full of evil intentions, never doing anything good, always thinking about overthrowing your elven chieftain and how to take his place? How did you know? The elven woman, delirious from the burns, stared wide-eyed in terror upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words. But she realized what was happening in the next moment. Pretend you didn't hear anything and said nothing. Jiang Cheng revealed an innocent smile. A ghostly blood flame flashed in his hand as he asked with a smile. If you behave yourself, I might let you go, but if you don't, I will slowly torture you to death. Seeing the smile on Jiang Cheng's face, the female elf was certain that this was no righteous person, but a true demon. She asked skeptically, will you really let me go? Of course, I value integrity the most. Seeing Jiang Cheng nod, the female elf revealed a reckless expression and began to recount what she knew. There are quite a few elves like me who refine pills from the flesh and blood and souls of millions of living beings. They are scattered in other regions. We can keep the blood pills ourselves, but we should hand over the soul pills to the high priest. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to act again, and the high priest will also provide convenience, cover our whereabouts, and provide external assistance. If we don't hand over the soul pill to her, she will expose everything we've done or haven't done to the clan leader, and let the clan leader punish us. Chapter 105. A Bountiful Harvest, the Arrival of Prodigies from Major Powers. Doesn't your clan leader know about her actions? Jiang Cheng asked his question. If one cannot even perceive this, then the head of the clan is far too unworthy of the position, and it is only right that he is sidelined and overthrown by that so-called high priest. The female elf's next words answered Jiang Cheng's question. The chieftain may already know that a female elf was exposed by the high priest for embezzling soul pills. The chieftain, upon learning of the incident, was extremely furious and executed the female elf in public. You must know, our chieftain is always peaceful and friendly. He rarely gets that angry. She probably already knows what the high priest did, so she wants to vent her anger and at the same time warn the elves who follow the high priest, making an example of them. There is a reason why the clan chief did not take action against the high priest. Our elven race is known for its stunning beauty, and countless forces covet us and want to take advantage of us. Therefore, great strength is essential. The female elf glanced at Jiang Cheng and sighed. To tell you the truth, the chieftain and the high priest are not the strongest in our clan. The strongest is our elven mother tree. She possesses godlike strength and has protected our elven race for thousands of years. However, in recent years, something has gone wrong. The elven mother tree no longer gives birth to new elves, and it sheds large leaves every day. Its aura is also very weak, as if it is very old and has entered the end of its life. But gods live for hundreds of thousands of years. How could they die so easily? Therefore, in order to investigate the cause and find a way to heal the mother tree, it is impossible for the elven race to fall into internal strife, especially since the mastermind behind the rebellion is a powerful high priest. If the chieftain and the high priest clash and external forces take advantage of the situation, our elven race will surely be plunged into a desperate situation. Jiang Cheng seemed to be deep in thought and fell into contemplation. Clearly, the high priest took advantage of this to dare to be so presumptuous. Moreover, she might go even further, refining the elves of her clan, and even the elven chieftain and the elven mother tree, into elixirs to help herself improve her cultivation level. Her desire for soul pills shows that she is eager to improve her spiritual power. May you achieve spiritual mastery as soon as possible. In this way, she would be qualified to attack the elf mother tree and the elf chieftain. After it was accomplished, she reached an even higher level. Who among the elves would dare to lay a hand on her? Who has the power to lay a hand on her? The entire elven race instantly became her domain, and she naturally secured her position as chieftain. Perhaps she was also responsible for the death of the elf mother tree. Even if she didn't have the ability to do such a thing, didn't the female elf just say that there were external forces coveting it? Perhaps this high priest has colluded with external forces. I promise to reward you with hundreds or even thousands of beautiful elves if you succeeded. If the high priest's subordinates are already this insane, it's not impossible that she herself is even more insane. I've finished talking. Can you let me go now? The female elf, in her spirit form, put on a pitiful act. Who said I would let you go? I just said maybe, but maybe doesn't mean definitely. Jiang Cheng's eyes were indifferent as he pushed the netherworld blood flame to its limit. unleashing a devastating surge towards the female elf. The already dying female elf could not withstand such a level of netherworld blood flame. After screams of agony, she vanished into thin air, turning into a wisp of dust. After the female elf's soul was extinguished, a kill notification sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. The massive experience gained from killing saint-level experts directly brought him to the mid-stage of sainthood. It is estimated that after killing 2 more saint-level creatures, he can break through to the Saint King realm. Having absorbed the female elf's holy soul, Jiang Cheng's netherworld blood flame also increased significantly. In addition, I spent the morning frantically tending to the ancestral statue. He can now differentiate a total of 70 strands of netherworld blood flame subflames. At the same time, he also extracted the sacred source from the female elf's body. Touching the golden, radiant holy source in his hand, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a fondness for the sensation. With another holy source, the Blood Clan Temple can be upgraded once more. At my current leveling speed, I'm already far ahead of other lords, but what does their slowness have to do with me? I am not on the same level as the opponents they are facing. Ever since Jiang Cheng and the goblins became enemies, this meant that he was destined to encounter the female elf and the so-called high priest she spoke of. Whether he killed the female elf or let her go, the result would have been the same. If we let her go, where can she go? The high priestess possessed her soul lamp, and through a special attraction between souls, she could find the female elf no matter where she fled. There's a high chance she'll implicate herself then. Even if they don't reveal it, the priestess will probably find a way to get here. Since that's the case, it's better to just kill them, since the result will be the same anyway. Moreover, killing it will grant a substantial amount of experience and the opportunity to strengthen the netherworld blood flame. Otto and the others have already begun cleaning up the battlefield. They broke through the vines below and found a large number of corpses crammed together, which was extremely disgusting. After a difficult search, Otto and his group successfully found the storage rings on the Goblin King and the other 2 kings, and naturally they didn't miss the 8-star and 7-star ones either. As for the remaining storage rings, that's up to fate. After all, this task is quite difficult. The ground was covered in flesh and blood, which was a real test of mental fortitude. Even vampire warriors who frequently drank blood couldn't stand it. They suck blood, but they don't eat meat. The ground was covered in minced meat and entrails mixed together. Jiang Cheng accepted the storage ring that Yato handed him. He could guess most of what was inside without even looking at it. He was examining the platinum storage ring in his hand. It was in the hands of that female elf. Its appearance is exquisite, and its internal space is dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary storage ring. However, it contained very little. A holy grade scepter, 3 million energy stones, a whole bunch of rare and exotic fruits, women's intimate items. There are also a lot of small, scattered items. There was nothing else besides that. Jiang Cheng estimated that the remaining space was filled with those pills that would drive people mad and enhance their combat power. However, the results were actually quite good. The value of this storage ring alone makes the trip worthwhile, not to mention the blood pills and soul pills. Jiang Cheng hasn't put away the soul pill yet. The resentment above has not dissipated. But this didn't stump him. He could just stuff everything into the Lord's warehouse, and there wouldn't be any problems with it. The Forest of Elves. It is a special space that has been created separately. This place is beautiful, peaceful, and full of harmony. Countless fireflies darted about like starlight among the grass and flowers, their tails scattering specks of light that left traces wherever they went, illuminating the entire fairy world. The towering elf mother tree, thousands of meters high, stands lush and verdant, like a canopy or a pillar supporting this land. Countless young elves sat cross-legged around the mother tree. It operates on the unique cultivation methods of the elven race. In their hearts, the elf mother tree is the sky, supporting and protecting the entire race. Without her, there would be no elf forest as we know it today. Therefore, they believe that sitting around the mother tree of elves to cultivate would allow them to receive the mother tree's protection, increase their cultivation speed, and improve their physical condition. That was certainly true a few years ago. However, in recent years, the elf mother tree has been deteriorating, and the situation is getting worse and worse. Leaves keep falling from the tree, and it takes a lot of effort to clean it up every day. Don't be fooled by the fact that the elven mother tree looks lush and vibrant now. In reality, the elven chieftain has covered it with an array to make it appear that way. It's all just a facade, compared to the beautiful and peaceful scene outside. One of the palaces inside the elf forest looked much worse, and almost no elves wanted to go near it. The dark, Cold and damp environment made them dislike it, and they subconsciously resisted this terrible environment. The environment is only one aspect of the reason. Another reason is that the elves despise the people who live there. High Priest OPC. At this moment, a few eerie blue candlelight flickered inside the hall, making it look incredibly sinister. A black-robed female elf knelt on the ground. She reported to the black-clad, purple-haired female elf above the hall. High Priest, Lena's soul lamp has gone out. When the soul lamp goes out, it means that the other person's soul has been erased. The annihilation of the soul signifies utter and complete death. Bring her soul lamp here. OPC's cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion, utterly indifferent, as if he were sitting there like an iceberg. It's no wonder that the other elves in the race dislike her, given that such a friendly and kind elf would have an elf with this kind of personality. The black-robed female elf enveloped the soul lamp in holy energy and slowly presented it to OPC. The soul lamp was enveloped by a profound and terrifying power of the Holy Soul. OPC's indifferent eyes turned dark and deep, as if she could see through time and space. Through a wisp of remnant soul in the soul lamp, she saw the scene that Lena had seen before her death. Humans, creatures with golden wings. OPC frowned. She didn't understand why these were clearly two different races standing together, and why the golden-winged creatures behind them were so respectful and subservient to the person in front. Could it be that foreign force that has appeared recently? Interesting. They dared to kill my people and steal my blood pill and soul pill. Who gave them the guts? OPC's cold voice rang out. The terrifying aura emanating from him caused the black-robed female elf kneeling in the hall to sway, her face turning pale, unable to withstand the immense pressure. OPC was also aware of the new forces emerging on the mainland. But this new force has only been around for a few days. She only found small fry and didn't take them seriously. She even felt ashamed to send people to investigate them. But now, these nobodies, who have only been around for a few days, have killed her subordinates and even stolen her soul core. This must have made OPC, who was in a high position and had been enjoying smooth sailing recently, furious. Just as OPC was preparing to send someone to cause trouble for Jiang Chung and the others, a black-robed female elf ran in from outside the hall. The black-robed female elf knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, reporting to the high priest, the proud disciples of the Golden Crow clan, the Vajra clan, and the Nine Sons divine dynasty have arrived in our elf forest. The goal is to find that newly ascended deity and at the same time wipe out the foreign forces on the continent. It seems that some kind of competition is being held, and the more foreign forces are killed, the richer the reward will be. OPC also witnessed the breakthrough of that new god, which made her even more determined in her heart to make her choice. At the same time, he expressed great respect for that new god, because she knew how difficult and arduous it was to break through to the god level, and how the effort required for each step was 100 or 1,000 times that of the previous level. You may all leave. OPC calmed himself down. She planned to personally meet the prodigies of these powerful forces, intending to use them to kill those who had stolen her soul pill. After they find the new god, they can visit the elf forest again. She wanted to properly worship that new god. The battlefield was cleaned up once. Jiang Chung gathered all the storage rings he had collected and put all the items inside into the female elf storage ring. He then distributed the empty storage rings and ordered Ale, Jack, and Ale to lead men to eliminate the remaining forces of the kobolds and werewolves. Otto, Jiro, and Jess went to wipe out the 8-star goblins of the Goblin King. They control many energy stone mines. Jiang Chung naturally wouldn't let them off the hook. After the command is issued, Yato and his group immediately took action. Jiang Chung returned to Sky God Island alone, and before leaving, he didn't forget to throw a fire into the goblin capital so that they could return to dust. Return to territory. Luoqi is playing with Mengli. As a super-rich woman, Luoqi won the heart of the young girl with her extravagant spending, and she followed her around all day. This immediately saved Jiang Chung a lot of trouble. At least the little girl's expenses can be saved in the future. He wasn't worried that the little girl would run away. After all, her loyalty to him is 100%. We're monitoring them all the time. We arrived at the place where Anna was in seclusion. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Chung went inside. After not seeing her for half a day, Anna's aura had become much stronger. Sitting next to her, I felt an immense pressure coming from her. While I was surprised, I also felt relieved. Those who can cultivate themselves into gods are all geniuses among geniuses. Perhaps they guessed what Jiang Chung was thinking. Anna smiled and said, This is all thanks to the gift the Lord gave me. Without that divine source, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng recalled the hug he had received that morning. However, he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He explained his purpose and took out the blood pill and soul pill, since Anna still needed to cultivate in seclusion and he didn't want to disturb her for too long. Wouldn't it be better to deal with the rest after the retreat ends? Why be so fixated on this short period of time? Chapter 106, Enhancing Mental Power, The Long-Sealed Altar. Anna took action, and the blood pill and soul pill were refined in an instant, ready for direct consumption. The refined blood pills were as big as a wash basin. However, Jiang Cheng would not eat such a thing. A pill formed from fresh blood is the perfect way to enhance the strength of vampire warriors. They are the main force busy working for the territory. We must improve our strength in order to accomplish more. Jiang Cheng cannot personally lead the team every time. After all, as the Lord, he should sit in the center and take charge of the overall situation. If he has to do it himself every time, what use are subordinates then? Why don't we go and build houses together with the militia squad? As for Jiang Cheng's own cultivation level, there's no need to worry about it at all. Once Anna finishes her seclusion and goes out for a stroll, she can casually slaughter 100 or so holy kings and have some fun with the great sage. Then your level of attainment will naturally improve as water flows into a channel. Master, I have added a trace of divinity to this soul pill. After you consume it, your sacred soul will be greatly enhanced, and no creature within a radius of dozens of miles will be able to escape your capture. Anna handed over the soul pill. Jiang Cheng took the pill himself, so Anna took even more care of it, refining it into the size of a pigeon egg, with a subtle divine charm emanating from it. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng accepted the soul pill, activated the holy energy within his body to envelop it, and began to refine it. As time passed, streams of pure soul power flowed into Jiang Cheng's brow, and a phantom appeared behind him, growing more solid and taller, filled with holiness and majesty. This phantom image is his sacred soul. I don't know how much time has passed. The holy soul opened and closed its eyes, releasing a captivating power. It's as if with just a thought, one can lose their mind and control their body. Jiang Cheng felt that his sacred soul had undergone a complete transformation. It resonates with some kind of rule of heaven and earth in the unseen realm. An invisible spiritual force emanated from the vampire temple, taking in the surrounding environment within a 50-mile radius. The working vampires, the lazy Mengli. Even the crawling insects on the ground and the dust particles sweeping through the air can be clearly felt. With a thought, Jiang Cheng unleashed his vast and profound spiritual power upon the tiny insect, crushing it to pieces and killing it invisibly. He then channeled his spiritual energy to surround Mengli. He scratched her chubby little face. It also transmitted a message to her mind, telling her that if she continued to be lazy and not mine, monsters would appear under her bed at night. They took her to a world without rare metals or special crystals and starved her to death. The little girl had never been so frightened. He immediately cried out for help. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng had already used his mental power to block her voice, so even if she screamed until her throat was hoarse, no one would come to save her. In the end, she could only hold back her tears and obediently run back to the mine to dig for energy stones, no longer daring to slack off. He restrained his mental energy. Jiang Cheng felt that the world had become much clearer. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he actually pierced through the vampire temple to see the scene outside. However, the visible range is very small. It's far less extensive than the range of mental energy I just mobilized. Since it can penetrate the vampire temple, can it penetrate clothing as well? Jiang Qingxin had a sudden thought. He glanced at Anna's skirt. It was all gray and gloomy inside, and no matter how much he tried to focus his mental energy, he couldn't see through it at all. Before he could figure out what was going on, a pair of slender, delicate hands turned his head back. Master, my mental strength far surpasses yours. You cannot possibly see through me. Moreover, when you encounter someone with stronger mental strength than you, you'd better not try to spy on them. It's a very impolite thing to do. If the other party has a good temper, they may simply block your senses. If they have a bad temper, it may cause a backlash, damaging your mental strength. If someone has malicious intentions, they might turn around and see through you completely. So you can't do that again next time. If you don't actively spy on others, they won't come to see you. This is the most basic etiquette among the strong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's face turned pale. They even managed to see him clearly from the other side. Let's assume the other person is a muscular, strong man. Thinking of this, Jiang Chung got goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, Anna reminded her in time. It's not too late yet. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Chung mentioned the vampire altar and the awakening of bloodlines by Otto and others. Anna was also decisive, giving a drop of divine blood that belonged to her. It was enveloped in a layer of divine power. Otherwise, the divine power emanating from just this drop of divine blood would have been enough to make Jiang Chung breathless. Not to mention catching it with your hands. I'm afraid my hand will be gone before I even touch it. Anna's blood is clearly better than that of a purple gold level vampire warrior, because her bloodline level is even higher than purple gold, making her arguably the first person after the progenitor. In addition, he was a god-level powerhouse. It is estimated that this drop of divine blood can power all the vampire warriors to awaken several times over. After leaving the seclusion room, Jiang Chung came to an open space. They brought out the vampire altar that had been sealed away for a long time. I didn't have the conditions to awaken before. There wasn't the right condition to upgrade, so Jiang Chung just kept it in the Lord's warehouse, waiting for the right time to take it out. Vampire altar, beginner. Each time can be used for one gold-level vampire to awaken their bloodline. Bloodline awakening conditions. No prior awakening record. A drop of blood close to the progenitor's bloodline. Upgrade requirements. 1 million wood, 1 million ore, 10 level 9 beast cores, 10,000 energy stones, 10,000 cosmic divine iron. A purplish-black altar, covering an area of 100 meters, appeared on the open ground near the temple. For statues of vampire warriors stood around the altar, their blood-red wings spread behind them, their eyes filled with a murderous aura. Even when facing thousands of enemies, they could not feel any fear. The altar floor is inscribed with strange and unusual characters. This reminded Jiang Chung of the misty abyss and the inscriptions Anna carved around the temple. These inscriptions are all very similar. He figured it was probably exclusive to vampires, so he didn't bother to investigate further. Finally, I can awaken my bloodline. I've been waiting for this day for so long, but I'm still far from meeting the upgrade requirements for this altar. Jiang Chung possesses timber, ores, and energy stones. If it's 10 level 9 beast cores. You can also collect the complete set by dismantling the female elf's sacred source. This divine iron from the universe is giving Jiang Chung a huge headache. Things that are associated with God are not so easy to obtain. After looking around the mall, I finally found this divine iron. However, upon seeing the price, Jiang Chung immediately closed the shopping mall interface. 100,000 Lord coins. Even if you sold someone else, you still couldn't afford it. Forget it. I'll work on this thing another time if fate allows. Sometimes, forcing things can backfire. Chapter 107 Announcement. Lord's Counterattack. Jiang Chung could not possibly have a god-level expert. Now all that's needed is for Atho and Ale to come back from outside. This will allow them to awaken their bloodline. However, only one can be awakened at a time at the altar. After that, it will enter a cooling-off period. Jiang Chung decided to awaken Ari first, and then Jack. The two of them were of the highest rank. Wait until they awaken their bloodline before they take the blood pill. I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to the saintly realm and becomes a great help to him. Once Arlie and Jack both break through to the saint level, I will be able to mobilize even greater power to deal with the high priest of the elf race. Just as Jiang Chung was about to burn the statue, a new announcement has appeared on the World Channel. He quickly clicked to check. The uproar caused by the abyss mist on the continent has led some major local powers to set their sights on the lords, including several saint-level and god-level forces. These powerful forces dispatched their most talented young warriors to hunt down the various lords, and even held a competition to do so. Initially, only a few major powers from a few regions participated, but this event clearly attracted the interest of other major powers, so they also set up a hunting competition to hunt down the various lords. I've actually been found out. No wonder it felt like countless eyes were watching me these past 2 days. Me too. Yesterday, one of our soldiers mysteriously went missing. I wonder if they were captured by those natives and used for experiments. Damn natives, don't let me grow up, or I'll uproot your forces, steal all your wives, and have 100 or so babies with you. Stop talking big. They've sent their elite talents to besiege us. It's hard to say whether we'll survive, let alone talk about the future. Since the World Channel has issued an announcement, there must be a way to overcome this difficulty. Let's keep watching. The local forces want to besiege us. I'm sure you lords are unwilling to just sit and wait to die. We must fight back and show them our power. Many lords felt that today's announcement was absurd. They were unwilling to accept it, but they didn't want to retaliate. With their pathetic skills, are you going to fight those saint-level and god-level forces with a hammer? These forces sound incredibly powerful just from their names. Their combat power must be ridiculously strong. Fighting these forces head-on is no different from suicide. The Lord's counterattack begins. A total of 872 saint-level and god-level forces participated in this encirclement and suppression operation. Their targets were the Atlanta Plain, the Endless Grassland, the Skywind Mountains, the 10,000 Mountains, the Vaslo Great Forest, the Azure Domain, the Moonshadow Great Forest, and so on. These regional lords will face encirclement and suppression by the elite sons of local powers. You can choose to stay and participate in the Lord's counterattack, or you can choose to leave. Lords who choose to stay can gain points by killing members of local factions, including the followers of the elite science. The points you earn can be redeemed for various items, weapons, armor, elixirs, etc. on the limited time page. Players who choose to leave will receive a special territory teleportation card, allowing them to teleport to a completely safe area with a 1-hour protective shield. Note, the Vaslo Great Forest has the largest number of talented individuals and the strongest warriors, more than 6 times the number of other regions. Lords in this area should choose carefully, as life is the foundation for your continued development. The World Channel announcement has ended. The Lord, who was in the Vaslo Great Forest, was in an uproar. Why are so many talented young people coming to our side? This is not fair. We finally managed to wipe out the local forces in the surrounding areas. Now that I'm leaving, all our efforts will have been in vain. I've set my sights on a young and beautiful succubus, and I'm about to get her. I'm so unwilling to let her go now. Brother upstairs, as far as I know, succubi all appear young and beautiful, exuding a charming and mature aura, but in reality, they may be old women who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Thanks, bro. I've already grabbed the ticket and run away. So many have come. I was originally planning to use my own strength to kill a few prodigies and show them the power of the local forces. But now it seems I should just run away. My life is more important. The speaker was a top-tier lord. Seeing that even he had run away, some of the restless lords immediately gave up the struggle and chose to leave as well. They were deeply disappointed. They had hoped to participate in the Lord's counterattack, kill more powerful forces, in exchange for items, but instead, they could only run away. Running away means losing the right to participate in the war. However, a small number of lords who considered themselves lucky and were extremely stubborn chose to stay. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Perhaps they'll be allowed to live, and in doing so, they'll kill several prodigies. After all, killing doesn't require a direct confrontation. Human greed is like a boulder on a high mountain. Once it begins, it never stops. These lords, harboring wishful thinking, had already imagined themselves wiping out a large number of prodigies with a wave of their hand, and their resolve to stay grew stronger. The lords in other regions were also very curious. Why did so many geniuses go to the Vaslo Great Forest? This is completely unfair. Especially super lords like the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord and the Eastern Divine Dragon Lord. Isn't this just sending food to Jiangcheng? I reckon no matter how many geniuses go there, they'll all die at his hands. That's right. Are they even letting us play anymore? These geniuses will definitely be played to death by Jiangcheng one by one. And then he'll make a fortune in points and exchange them for tons of good stuff. How will we deal with him then? The other super lords were also angrily denouncing the unfairness. They wished all the talented young men would flock to their area. A bunch of idiots. The long silent demon lord sent a rare message. However, his foul language as soon as he opened his mouth made the impression of him extremely bad among the major lords. This guy used to have a pretty good temper. But ever since the abyss mist, he seems to have become a different person. He has a violent temper and is prone to using foul language. Sometimes they even insulted the few old members of the alliance, making the already crumbling demon alliance even worse, which now only has more than 3,000 members left. More than 2,000 of them are the kind who never post anything. A young lord who focuses solely on development and enjoys a peaceful life. He had already become indifferent to life and death, and was waiting for God to take his life at any time. I say you're all stupid. Your vision is too narrow. Didn't you see that they are the prodigies of saint-level and god-level forces? Think about it. If Jiangcheng killed so many local prodigies, wouldn't the god-level and saint-level experts behind their forces come after him? Therefore, Jiangcheng will definitely hide or flee to other places this time, abandoning this lord's counterattack. The demon lord spoke arrogantly. According to Lucifer's description, he learned just how powerful a god-level expert was, with a wave of their hand. They could move mountains and seas and cause chaos and darkness. If a god is truly angered, it's possible that all the creatures in that area will perish under the wrath of that god. Therefore, the demon lord concluded that Jiang Cheng dared not participate in this lord's counterattack war. Otherwise, if he attracted the god-level powerhouses behind these prodigies, the Vaslo Great Forest might cease to exist and be turned into a vast expanse of scorched earth. Jiang Cheng himself, along with his vampire subordinates, were utterly annihilated, their bodies torn to ashes. Jiang Cheng, you must never do anything foolish. I must take your life myself. The demon lord sat in the main hall, emanating the aura of a peak 9-star being, just one step away from entering the saint realm. He was full of confidence in this. He firmly believed that Lucifer had helped him. Even if Jiang Cheng had 3 or 4 saint-level vampire warriors protecting him, he could still easily take Jiang Cheng's head. In his eyes, Jiang Cheng's cultivation level must be incredibly weak. He gave all the resources to his subordinate soldiers. He hides behind the vampire warriors the whole time, giving orders, and probably never even sets foot on their territory. This is also a true reflection of the vast majority of lords. The demon lord explained the approximate strength of saint-level and god-level experts, urging them to carefully consider whether or not to participate in this lord's counterattack. This is a rare opportunity. I just checked the limited time page, and there are many great items that will be helpful to me. I must participate. If we superlords don't participate, wouldn't that be a huge blow to the morale of our side? We should at least tear a piece of flesh from the local prodigies. That's right, they're just local prodigies. What's there to fear? After we kill them, we can use the territory migration card to randomly move to another region. Even if the powerful figures behind them retaliate, they won't be able to do anything to us. These superlords are no pushovers either. After the Abyss Mist ended, I also killed several nearby lords and obtained territory migration cards from them. Haha, why is the demon lord so cowardly and afraid of trouble now? Could it be that he's too scared to participate in this lord counterattack war? I remember he used to be quite brave, but unfortunately he was crippled. His bones have just healed, so they're probably still soft. The demon lord was so angry, he vomited blood. He really didn't plan to participate, and even Lucifer advised him to play it safe for now and let him develop for a while longer, so as not to ruin his revenge plan. You can see these super lords' sarcastic remarks. He finally gritted his teeth and agreed to the counterattack. Just as the group of super lords were about to disperse, an insider emerged from the public chat area. This indicates that Jiang Cheng will definitely participate. Furthermore, they will earn a very high number of points, surpassing many top lords and super lords. I am about 300 kilometers away from Jiang Cheng's territory. I won't go into the exact location, but survival is the priority. This morning, a strange phenomenon occurred in the Vaslo Great Forest. A woman's phantom appeared in the sky, occupying half of the sky. It was terrifying. Just feeling the aura emanating from the phantom made me tremble all over. The general direction in which the phantom appeared was in Jiang Cheng's territory. I can't think of any other powerful lord who would be in that area. Then the phantom disappeared, followed by an extremely terrifying pressure that made people involuntarily kneel on the ground and prostrate themselves, which is quite in line with the god the demon lord described. Therefore, I believe that there are god-level experts or weapons comparable to gods in Jiang Cheng's territory. Don't doubt my words. I've done a lot of research to prevent Jiang Cheng from launching a surprise attack on my territory. I have all the information about him recorded. Furthermore, I can confirm that he hasn't migrated to another area, because my units have reconnaissance capabilities. Traveling thousands of miles a day is no problem for them. My units witnessed everything that happened in the Goblin capital today. This news came too suddenly. As a result, the public chat area fell into a brief silence. However, many lords of the Vaslo Great Forest and surrounding areas reported feeling this strange phenomenon, though they were unsure of its exact location. I only know a vague direction. After all, Jiang Cheng's strength was too terrifying. He could kill even a top lord like Xiao Yin without hesitation, so these minor lords naturally wanted to stay as far away as possible. Therefore, there are almost no lords in the area near Jiang Cheng, aside from the lord who was just revealed. Impossible. It absolutely cannot be a god-level powerhouse. Do you know how long it takes for the native gods of the continent to cultivate? 4,000 years to become a god is considered the time of a peerless genius. Those without talent need 10,000 years, or even longer. If there are any god-level experts in Jiang Cheng's territory, I'll swallow my demon castle on the spot. Upon hearing this, The demon lord immediately jumped out. Lucifer told him a lot about god-level powerhouses, which filled him with a longing for power levels, especially the lofty god level. If one day he can break through to godhood, to become a god high above, looking down upon all living beings, then he could die without regret. However, Lucifer was a very wicked old man who kept tempting him to sacrifice his soul, and he almost couldn't resist a few times. Fortunately, he had strong self-control and simply ignored him. No matter how much Lucifer tempted him, he did not respond. Over time, Lucifer fell silent, but this did not diminish his desire for god-level powerhouses. Instead, it became his second biggest motivation on his path to becoming stronger. The primary motivation was naturally hatred towards Jiang Cheng. But now someone is actually boasting that Jiang Cheng has a god-level expert under his command, which is utter nonsense. He's definitely a sycophant trained by Jiang Cheng. I'm just trying to annoy them with a few words. That Jiang Cheng is really despicable. He actually pulled such a dirty trick. He almost made me sick with anger. Luckily, I have a strong mentality. If I had been so angry that I vomited blood, I wouldn't have been able to participate in the Lord's counterattack war. In that case, I would definitely become a laughingstock. The demon lord secretly thought to himself, thank goodness. The other super lords didn't take it seriously either. Is there any need to guess? The strange phenomenon must be caused by the reward Jiang Cheng received. It's not surprising that a supreme artifact would exude such power. Perhaps this is precisely why local forces have flocked to the Vaslo forest. Even if Jiang Cheng has a supreme artifact, it's useless, since artifacts need divine power to activate them. Without divine power, an artifact is just a decorative object that exudes divine power. That's right. It's just like how a single-button battery can't power a TV remote to send a signal. Seeing that these big shots didn't care, the person in the know stopped speaking and continued to play the role of someone who was not in the public eye. Chapter 108 Arya is injured. Jiang Cheng closed the world channel with great interest. I didn't expect him to have a lord around him who was skilled in intelligence gathering, and whose troops could travel 1,000 miles a day. That speed is quite interesting. However, since the other party dared to expose it, this indicates that he was already prepared to retreat. He wasn't afraid of vampire warriors climbing into his bed in the middle of the night. It's rare to see so many superlords gather in the world channel just now. They probably want to show off their abilities and hope to gain the favor of some big shot. In the harsh environment of the Lord Continent, there's nothing wrong with the other party doing this. Jiang Cheng decided to ignore these insignificant ants. The Lord would probably run away after the message was sent. Instead of wasting time finding him, he should think about how to deal with the local prodigies coming from all directions. As for whether those super lords would believe him, Jiang Cheng didn't speculate too much. Even if the purple-winged radiant dragon lord and others know that he has a god-level expert under his command, so what? How to deal with him? Absolutely impossible. All methods are child's play in front of a god-level powerhouse. Escape? Where else can it run to? The Lord's forces have only explored a small area of the surrounding region so far, and there are still many unknown areas to explore. Be careful when you try to escape, or you might end up in the clutches of a powerful force. There are so many local prodigies, and we don't know how strong they are. We need to figure that out before we can take action against them. Jiang Cheng will definitely participate in the Lord's counterattack. Even without this event, he would still choose to ambush and kill these talented individuals even if they came here. After all, he calls himself a prodigy, so he must have a lot of treasures on him and be rolling in money. Killing them might yield unexpected rewards. As for the god behind them, Jiang Cheng was not afraid at all. Even without Anna, he still had Sky Island as a huge support. It can launch an attack comparable to a god's attack once a month. He really wanted to test how powerful an attack comparable to a god could be, and whether it could kill a real god. Moreover, he also coveted the wealth of the gods. His blood alone is a treasure trove of wealth, not to mention kidneys, which would surely make him energetic every day, and 70 times a night would be as easy as eating and drinking. Of course, these are all Jiang Cheng's conjectures. Open the limited time page. It was filled with a dazzling array of wonderful things. Moreover, some items that are expensive in the mall only require tens or hundreds of points here. Cosmic Divine Iron, Supreme Artifacts, Divine Source, and Divine Blood are all available for sale. However, items related to the word divine are still very expensive. A piece of Cosmic Divine Iron costs 200 points. One piece is of no use to Jiang Cheng. If it's left there, Mengli might accidentally swallow it as an appetizer. Then who will he complain to? The Supreme Artifact requires 1,000,000 points. Divine Source and Divine Blood are no better. Hopefully, Killing a local prodigy will earn more points. Gives me the opportunity to redeem these items with the word God in them. In the following time, Luo Qi found Jiang Cheng. She expressed her intention to cooperate with Jiang Cheng to jointly deal with local forces. Jiang Cheng was not about to agree to her so easily. He himself felt he didn't have enough points. This collaboration will likely result in a significant loss of points. However, Jiang Cheng was not a heartless person. He allowed her to kill the local prodigies with her own abilities, and if necessary, she could escape back to his Sky God Island to seek refuge. After all, Luo Qi was generous with her money. They paid the accommodation fee very readily. There was no unnecessary delay. After resolving matters at the altar, Jiang Cheng arrived at the renewable energy stone mine. Perhaps because she was genuinely frightened earlier, Mengli worked very diligently inside the mine. His right hand transformed into a golden pickaxe. She kept shoveling energy stones out of the mine. The speed is quite impressive. The little girl slept in the temple in the morning, and influenced by Anna, her level has reached 7 stars. As the level increases, the items that the golden slime transforms into are also much harder. For example, the pickaxe that Mengli's right hand transforms into makes mining energy stones in the mine as easy as cutting tofu. Large chunks of energy stones fell from the cave wall. She wasn't afraid of pain. She didn't feel anything when the energy stones hit her. They noticed Jiang Cheng's arrival. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the large energy stone next to her, openly slacking off. Regent, how was it? Did I work very hard? I didn't slack off today. I've already dug 2 mine shafts. If you reward me, I can dig even faster. Jiang Cheng didn't expose her. He took out the Saint-grade scepter from the female elf's storage ring, circled it in front of Mengli, and then put it back. He also gave Mengli some of the weapons and equipment he had captured on the battlefield that day. These were all star-rated weapons, but their levels weren't very high. If you continue to work this hard, that Saint-level scepter will be yours. But if you slack off, forget about it, and I'll give the scepter to someone else. Jiang Cheng coaxed him like that. The little girl quickly promised to work hard. After saying that, he continued to dig for the energy stone. The speed is several levels faster than before. In the time that follows, Jiang Cheng then sat cross-legged in front of the statue. The nether flame and blood flame were unleashed, scorching the statue of the god. The netherworld blood flame, like a starving man who hadn't eaten for 3 days, greedily absorbed the soul power within. Night fell. The vampire squad that went to the Goblin Kingdom was the first to return. The vampire squad that went to the Kobold and Werewolf Kingdom returned almost an hour late. Jiang Cheng originally thought that it was because there were many things on that side and it would take longer to move them, or that they were short of people and it would be difficult to eliminate the stubborn hostile elements in a short time. Jack's vampire squad returned first. Arya's team arrived last, and every member was injured to some extent. Among them, Yair and 3 other team members were seriously injured and unconscious, their breathing disordered. My lord, come and see Ale. Lily rushed anxiously to Jiang Cheng. She wasn't seriously injured, but she was pale and weak, as if she had exhausted all her energy. What happened? With your strength, dealing with a werewolf kingdom that has lost its top combat force should not be a problem. How did it become like this? Jiang Cheng frowned. With Yali's 9-star strength and gold-level bloodline, he should have few rivals below the saint level. In addition, there are various safeguards in place. There shouldn't be any major problems. No, my lord. Our progress in the werewolf kingdom was very smooth. However, on the way back we encountered a strange race. They were very powerful, and there was a saint-level expert in their group. It seems they discovered us in advance and laid an ambush in the forest. We had just finished a major battle and were not prepared, so we were caught off guard. Fortunately, we used the Blood Heaven formation at the critical moment, and Yale desperately injured that saint-level expert, which allowed us to escape. Chapter 109 10,000 Demon Mountain. After understanding the general situation, Jiang Cheng came to Yalai and the others. Their internal energy was disordered, especially their wounds, which were covered with the residual holy energy from the attack of that saint-level expert. The wound healed and then tore open again. This repeated process caused Ari and the others to become increasingly weak. Fortunately, they returned to their territory in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been very serious. Fortunately, the green ivy came over. By mobilizing the power of the divine island, the remaining holy energy on the bodies of the group was quickly cleared away, and their wounds began to heal. As for other vampire warriors, there's probably no chance. The wound has fully healed and only requires some rest. My lord, Let us go and kill those people. That's right. We will not rest until this fiend is killed. Otto and Jack both volunteered for the mission. The two of them were closest to Alejandro. Seeing him beaten and unconscious, he was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he wished he could skin the person who injured him alive. What can the two of you do there? The opponent is a saint-level expert. Even if you can defeat him, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, the local saints have many trump cards. What if they have something that can self-destruct and take you all with them? Jiang Cheng rejected their requests. He then had Otto and the others carry Ari and the three seriously injured members back, and then took Jack to the vampire altar alone. If you want to get stronger, then go up there. Sitting cross-legged in that circle in the corner. Currently, only one vampire warrior can be awakened at a time. Only one spot was opened on the altar. Jack said he didn't understand, but he believed that the Lord would not harm him. Or was seriously injured and unable to awaken for a time. Therefore, Jiang Cheng let Jack awaken his bloodline first, and then brought him over after Yali recovered from his injuries. After Jack sat cross-legged in the designated spot, Jiang Cheng took Anna's drop of divine blood. The divine power that enveloped him had weakened slightly, causing the aura emanating from the divine blood to be so oppressive that he could hardly move. Jack was in even worse shape. He was pale and almost collapsed to the ground, but thankfully he gritted his teeth and held on. Jiang Cheng quickly placed the divine blood into the groove in the center of the altar. The aura dissipated, and a special energy enveloped the divine blood, causing the inscriptions on the altar to shimmer with a bewitching purple light. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng stepped down from the altar. Once all the inscriptions lit up, purple energy burst forth from the eyes of the four vampire warrior statues around him, enveloping Jack in layers, and a restriction also appeared around the altar. Outsiders cannot set foot inside. Jiang Cheng felt that even if he tried his best, he couldn't budge the restriction even slightly. It's unclear how long this process will take. Jiang Cheng went back and looked around at Yali. The guy had woken up and was grinning as he talked to Otto, but he was still weak and probably wouldn't recover until tomorrow morning. Jiang Cheng also went over and comforted him for a few words. They began asking about the strange race. Those guys look very strange. They have human bodies, but they can suddenly turn into beast men. They call themselves a holy level force called the Heavenly Serpent Tribe, and they call us invaders and demand that we surrender. However, there aren't many strong people in their team. The strongest is only a saint-level expert. The rest are just small fry and kids. Especially those little brats. They're the weakest, but their mouths are incredibly sharp. If it weren't for that saint-level expert sticking to me like a leech, I would have torn those little brats' mouths to shreds long ago. The Heavenly Serpent Clan. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a notification sound rang in my mind. Limited time notice for Lord's counterattack. The Heavenly Serpent Tribe, a demon tribe belonging to the 10,000 Demon Mountain, whose strongest member is the Great Sage. Mount 10,000 Demons, a native force on the mainland. Composed of 9 god-level forces and tens of thousands of saint-level forces, with countless vassal forces surrounding it. It is incredibly powerful. Lord, please treat this matter with caution. A hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Cheng's face. 9 god-level forces and tens of thousands of saint-level forces. That means there are at least 9 deities behind this 10,000 demon mountain. No, it should be 9 or more. After all, with so many large and small forces gathered together, their interests are bound to be intertwined and complex. A slight misstep could lead to conflict and disintegration. It's possible that the enemies outside haven't even made a move yet. They started fighting amongst themselves, yet Wanyao Mountain has managed to develop into what it is today. It is impossible to maintain a balance of interests among them, unless there's some powerful figure at the top keeping things in check. Moreover, this old monster's strength is absolutely formidable, capable of suppressing the 9 god-level forces. Even if the distribution of benefits is not so balanced. The 9 god-level forces could only smile and pretend nothing had happened, not daring to make any small moves, and continue to maintain the current situation. It seems that this 10,000 Demon Mountain is a bit troublesome. However, killing a few of his prodigies shouldn't be a problem for me. If this old monster or the god-level forces below him want to attack me, then I'll show my strength and make them wary. There are so many local forces on the mainland. Jiang Cheng did not believe that Wanyao Mountain had no enemies of his own. Therefore, he only needs to show his strong side and let the Wanyao Mountain know that attacking him will come at a heavy price. In this way, if Wanyao Shan wants to take action against him, it must consider whether it can bear the consequences. After some thought, Jiang Cheng. His eyes gradually brightened. He felt that those so-called geniuses were just there to deliver food to him. Imagine you killed these geniuses, and the god behind them is determined to take revenge. Jiang Cheng wasn't afraid. He could simply give them some tonics, and then use Sky Island to teleport away. My lord, have you thought of a good way to get revenge? Tell me now, I want to personally smash those brats' mouths shut, and see if they dare to talk tough to me again. As it turns out, the vampire warriors have a strong ability to recover. Ari was able to sit up and talk to Jiang Cheng, and his complexion was much better than before. There are many ways to take revenge. But the prerequisite is that you must have absolute strength. Without strength, what kind of revenge can you possibly take? Jiang Cheng went outside and took out the refined blood pill, which was as big as a wash basin. This is formed from the blood of millions of lives. And after Anna's processing, it is free of any impurities. Every bite is pure essence. However, Jiang Cheng would never eat this stuff. The intensely pungent smell of blood was unbearable for him, let alone swallowing it. Jiang Cheng instructed Lily to cut an equal portion for each person. It is estimated that after eating these and training for a night, the vampire warrior's strength will improve significantly. The words had barely left his mouth. A sacred aura emanated from the direction of the altar. Chapter 110 Cloud Cliff Mountain, the prodigy of the heavenly serpent tribe. Not only Jiang Cheng felt it, but the vampire warriors in the camp also sensed this holy power. They all went into battle mode. They thought an enemy was attacking. There are no enemies. Jack has broken through to the saint level. Come with me. Jiang Cheng led the vampire warriors to the altar. On the altar, the purple energy surrounding Jack had faded. The outer barriers have also disappeared. However, the purple light on the inscription remains. No one paid attention to that. Instead, they looked at Jack on the altar. At this moment, Jack was shirtless, radiating a faint holy aura. He must have just broken through to a higher realm and was having difficulty restraining his power for the time being. His massive muscles, robust physique, and the pair of dark golden blood wings on his back filled the vampire warriors with envy and longing. This is their instinctive desire for power. However, Jiang Cheng felt slightly disappointed when he saw the blood wings on his back. However, this disappointment was quickly overshadowed. After all, the probability of a purple gold bloodline appearing is extremely low. Jack's ability to awaken a dark gold bloodline, which is second only to the purple gold bloodline, is already quite remarkable, considering that he was already an adult when he was summoned and had limited room for improvement. Jiang Cheng then checked the information about the vampire altar. The message above indicates that the next awakening will occur in half an hour. Take advantage of this time. He distributed some of the bloodline enhancement pills in his hand. Let those silver-level vampire warriors be promoted to gold level first. The order in which they awakened followed their usual behavior. While awaiting awakening, the vampire warrior consumed and refined the blood pill, significantly increasing his strength. By this point, almost all the troops in Jiang Cheng's territory had reached the 9-star level, with only a few black iron troops remaining at the 8-star level, though they were only one step away from the 9-star level. It is expected to be by tomorrow morning. They will then be able to break through to the 9th star. During this time, Jiang Cheng also distributed the Netherworld Blood Flame to them to enhance their combat power. After that, Jiang Cheng brought Lily to him. He took out a newly created map from the Lord's space, which covered a large part of the Vaslo Forest, including the Goblin Kingdom, the Kobold Kingdom, the Werewolf Kingdom, and even the Elf Kingdom 3,000 kilometers away. It is extremely detailed, with mountains and rivers marked. The creation of this map was mainly thanks to the female elf. Jiang Cheng simply copied it from the map in her storage ring. Lily, in which area did you encounter the Heavenly Serpent clan? Lily is still a minor and does not need to participate in the awakening ceremony, so Jiang Cheng summoned her to discuss countermeasures against the local prodigies. Currently, it appears to be just a Heavenly Serpent division. However, the local geniuses of Wanyao Mountain are definitely not limited to just them, and there is a high probability that they set off as a group. Now that the Heavenly Serpent tribe has discovered the whereabouts of Yali and the others, they might summon the other prodigies to discuss how to deal with them together. Of course, they might also be greedy for fame and fortune. He didn't tell the other prodigies, wanting to claim all the credit for himself. These are all uncertainties. Lily looked at the detailed map and pondered for a while, then pointed to a hilltop. My lord, we were ambushed by them halfway up this Cloud Cliff Mountain. There weren't many of them, only about 40. Yenya Mountain is high and treacherous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are few wild monsters on it, and there is a water source, making it a good place to set up camp. They probably won't leave here tonight. Previously, Yell had mentioned that the Heavenly Serpent tribe only had one saint-level expert. The rest of the people weren't particularly strong, especially those few kids, who were basically local prodigies. This means they need to find a place to rest. After all, creatures below the saint level cannot sustain subsequent activities without rest. Their spirits will become fatigued, and their combat power will be greatly reduced. The area around Yunya Mountain is all plains, inhabited by a large number of wild monsters. You might be resting for half a day when wild monsters come running to harass you because they smell the scent, so it is not suitable as a campsite at all. Therefore, they will not leave Yunya Mountain tonight, unless they are confident in facing the endless stream of monsters that emerge from the forest at night. Uncle, hey, it's time to rest. We still need to find that group of outsiders tomorrow. They were ambushed and injured by us today, so they probably can't get very far. Tomorrow, with your saint-level perception, Uncle Hay, I believe you can easily find them. Midway up Yunya Mountain, a young girl dressed in blue looked at the muscular, shirtless man in front of her and laughed. Hearing the girl's words, the burly man shook his head. These guys are really strange. They are clearly weak, with the strongest being only 9 stars, yet they can unleash such power when they unite. If it weren't for the strong physique of our demon race, I might have been seriously injured and collapsed by them. Fortunately, they lacked experience in fighting against saint-level experts, and I severely injured several of them. If they hadn't expelled the residual saint energy from their bodies in time, they would probably have died suddenly in the middle of the night. He then sighed. I've heard there are tens of millions of these foreign forces. If they're all this powerful, then miss, you and the other young masters should hide in a safe area. Let me stay here alone and kill these invaders. Uncle Hay, this group of invaders is just an isolated case. This afternoon, the Tianxiong tribe encountered a group of invaders, and they wiped them all out in no time. They even captured their human leader and used him as a horse, only to crush him into a pulp. I've heard that too. It's said that the leaders of these invaders are all human, and they're extremely weak and easily defeated. They rely on their subordinates. Moreover, our goal this time is to find that new goddess and have her join our 10,000 demon mountain. If we succeed in this, the reward we will receive will be greater than the reward for killing 1,000,000 invaders. 3 young men, dressed in various colors, walked up behind them. The Heavenly Serpent clan also has branches, with each color representing a branch, and the members of each branch are the most outstanding talents. After hearing their words, the girl in blue nodded in agreement. We arrived here so early in order to find the new goddess before the other tribes and persuade her to join our 10,000 demon mountain. As for what happens next, the 9 tribes will negotiate with them. Even if she doesn't agree to join the 10,000 demon mountain, it will still be a great achievement for us. After all, the 9 tribes can get a general idea of each other's information through conversations. But if she agrees, that would be even better. I can ask her to become our tribe's honorary guest elder, so that our tribe can surpass the other tribes and become the strongest tribe outside of the 9 major tribes. The girl in the blue dress wore a confident smile. She is the daughter of the chief of the Heavenly Serpent tribe. From a young age, she was taken to participate in various banquets and grand occasions. Many big shots praised her for her intelligence and cleverness. With her wisdom, I'm sure she can persuade that new god. Chapter 111. The visitor is not friendly. If Jiang Cheng could hear her inner thoughts, he would definitely pat her on the head and tell her that it was just someone being polite to give your father face. Would a true deity negotiate with a newbie like you? Why bother with honorary guest advisors? That would only lower your own status, unless you're a born lucky one. Someone as ordinary and weak as you. It's considered lucky if the gods don't slap you. Midnight has arrived. Jiang Cheng had already taken his seat on the throne in the main hall. 10 beams of white light appeared precisely in the center of the main hall. It lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The white light faded, revealing 10 brand new vampire warriors. Jiang Cheng immediately looked at the bloodwing behind them. There were 6 crimson gold, 2 platinum, and 2 dark gold, but the purple gold he had expected did not appear. Red gold is the most common, followed by platinum, dark gold, and purple gold. I felt a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. After all, he was able to produce 10 new ones every day, and sooner or later, a purple gold one would appear. It's just a matter of time. At the beginning, luck will inevitably be a bit bad. Should I draw today's vampire warrior? No. As Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the notification sounded in my mind again. Afterwards, he gave names to the 10 new vampire warriors and temporarily put them in the same team as Alu, in charge of intelligence matters. Luo Qi is the same as yesterday. I left that evening. As the number of void worms increases, her lair is mostly repaired, and it's estimated that she won't have to worry about the void turbulence problem for long. However, she will also participate in the Lord's counterattack. He said he would bring some good stuff over tomorrow morning to trade with him. At the same time, it brought a new batch of equipment. Jiang Cheng has also been considering this matter recently. There's nothing wrong with weapons. However, due to the intense fighting over the past few days, the armor on his body was worn down to almost nothing and was nearly unusable. We left the temple. Jiang Cheng asked Green Ivy to adjust the direction of Sky Island's flight. He headed to Yunya Mountain, intending to make a big splash there. The next day, Jiang Cheng withdrew the netherworld blood flame that had been enveloping the statue. The spiritual energy within this statue is now growing weaker and weaker, and it won't make any noise like before. It seems my efforts haven't been in vain. I'll burn it every time I upgrade it, until the soul inside is on its last legs. I'll keep doing this, harvesting the leaks in this way. I believe it won't be long before my netherworld blood flame grows more than 10 times stronger. Just as Jiang Cheng got up to visit Anna, a holy aura emanated from both the direction of the altar and the direction of the territory. The two holy powers collided, distorting the air itself. However, nothing happened on the ground. After all, this is above the Sky Temple, which has an exceptionally stable structure. Unless Anna intervenes, there shouldn't be any major problems. My lord. Two figures appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. It was Atho and Ari. Their physiques have changed significantly. Now, Jiang Cheng is just a dwarf in their eyes, and he has to look up at them. Fortunately, the two of them, along with the other vampire warriors, were very good at giving gifts. They all knelt on one knee or bowed down in front of Jiang Cheng. Looking at the dark golden blood wings behind them and the aura of saint-level experts on their bodies, Jiang Cheng nodded to himself. What surprised him the most was Yato. His personality wasn't as belligerent as Arlie's or Jack's. In terms of experience, they are naturally no match for the two. Jiang Cheng was quite surprised that he had managed to surpass Jiang Cheng. They noticed the scrutinizing gaze. Yato chuckled. My lord, after I awakened my bloodline last night, I stayed in the camp to cultivate and finally broke through to the saint level this morning. Ale, standing next to him, looked somewhat embarrassed. He always walked at the very front of the group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up fleeing in such a sorry state after yesterday's sneak attack by the Heavenly Serpent tribe. He was seriously injured and fell into a coma. It was incredibly embarrassing. Filled with rage, Ale clasped his hands and said, My lord, please give me an hour to lead my men to Cloud Cliff Mountain and bring back the heads of those bastards. Jiang Cheng knew what this guy was thinking. It's nothing more than revenge. The members of your group rested for most of the night yesterday and didn't cultivate much, so let them stay in the territory. Go and call Jack over. The four of us are enough. Ale nodded. As long as he could get revenge, he had no objection to how things were arranged. Without lingering, Jiang Cheng led the three away from Sky God Island. After a night of travel, they are now only 100 miles away from Yunya Mountain. They were saint-level powerhouses. We arrived at Yunya Mountain in no time. Without much concealment, he unleashed his spiritual power, located the Heavenly Serpent tribe halfway up the mountain, and flew over there in a blatant display. On Yunya Mountain, Uncle Hay opened his cloudy eyes. His eyes were filled with solemnity. The four holy mighty forces covered over us without any concealment. Clearly, they came with ill intentions. He also unleashed his holy might, but ultimately, he was no match for the enemy, causing the group of Heavenly Serpent tribe members behind him, as well as the prodigies including the girl in green, to be pressed to the ground, unable to move. Uncle Blackie, what's going on? The girl in blue spoke with difficulty. Uncle Hay stood in front of her, shielding her from most of the oppressive aura. Among these prodigies, the girl in blue was the most distinguished, and thus the one he focused on protecting. As for the remaining prodigies, good luck to you. Miss, I don't know what happened either. 4 saint-level experts are rushing towards us from a distance, looking very aggressive. They're probably not to be trifled with. One of them had such strong mental power that he directly negated my mental power, making it impossible for me to see the specific situation. If there's really no other way, I'll risk my life to get you out of here, Mississippi. As long as we find people from other tribes, I believe everything will be fine. Many of the young talents from other tribes admire the girl in green, and Uncle Hay knew this, which is why he said that. 4 figures gradually approached. 3 of them remained suspended in midair. This creates a three-sided encirclement. The remaining one flew towards the mountainside. All four of them suppressed their imposing presence. The three young men on the ground also stared wide-eyed. Then, overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Uncle Black, it's that guy who's back." This big idiot recovered from his injuries, but instead of running away, he came back to die. Ha! Uncle Hey, keep beating him. Last night this guy actually threatened to tear our mouths apart. He's absolutely despicable. We must not let him get away with this. The girl in green was pale. She snapped at the three young men beside her. Shut up, you three idiots. Chapter 112, Paying a Heavy Price. It's my turn now. Upon hearing the girl in green's angry rebuke, the three young men immediately fell silent, their smiles vanishing instantly. Snort. The girl glared at them. Then he looked at Ale, who was flying in from a distance. His eyes were filled with shock and solemnity. If she heard correctly, Uncle Hey just said 4 saint-level experts, and there were exactly 4 on the other side. So the guy they chased away yesterday not only recovered from his injuries, but also turned misfortune into good fortune and broke through to the saint level. Not only that, he also found 3 saint-level companions, one of whom has stronger mental power than Uncle Black. Therefore, his strength may also surpass that of Uncle Black. This news had a significant impact on the girl who grew up on this continent. After all, their cultivation requires a long period of accumulation. Take the girl and the 3 young men behind her, for example. They started cultivating from a young age and had a smooth journey with all sorts of cultivation resources. But in the end, they only reached the level of a 6-star cultivator. To reach the saint level, one would need to cultivate for several more decades. Before we set off, my father said that these guys had only been on the mainland for a few days, no more than half a month at most, and their strength was very weak. They could be wiped out with ease. But it seems the information father obtained was inaccurate. They only gathered information on weak intruders, while powerful intruders managed to evade our detection. We don't know where they came from, how many powerful individuals they have, or what level their strongest member is at. We have no idea. Underestimating them like this could lead to irreversible consequences in the future. The girl couldn't help but sigh that those gods, having been in high positions for so long, had become incredibly arrogant. Having discovered some weak intruders, they assumed all intruders were weak and didn't take them seriously at all. They have no idea that attitude determines everything. This arrogant attitude will ultimately cost them dearly. The girl dared not name or curse any particular god, because that would be perceived, and one would be punished by the gods, reduced to ashes, and left without a burial place. She just felt something stuck in her chest. It made it difficult for her to breathe. She was still in shock. Arya had already come before them. Hey, you little brats, your grandpa's back. You were all so talkative yesterday. What happened to your muteness, huh? You. He saw El pointing his finger at him and cursing him. The 3 young men were so angry that they gritted their teeth and their faces turned pale. They beat us so badly yesterday, yet they still have the nerve to come back and act all high and mighty today. That's infuriating. The 3 of them wanted to break through and curse back. However, forced by the girl's intimidating presence, he could only swallow his anger and wait until a fight broke out before uttering a few more sarcastic remarks. Boring. Ale curled his lip, his gaze falling on Uncle Black, his eyes saying it all. Roar. I sensed the aura of a saint-level expert emanating from Ale. Uncle Hay roared, not daring to be careless, and immediately transformed into his true form, a 100-meter-long black giant snake appearing where he had just been standing. He was still shaken by the fact that his opponent had severely injured him with the strength of a 9-star expert yesterday. The black snake soared into the air, swaying its tail with extreme agility, constantly swimming in midair, its body flashing, creating multiple overlapping afterimages, making it impossible for ordinary people to distinguish its true form with the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the girl clenched her fist, her eyes filled with excitement. The other party has only just advanced to the Saint realm, and his realm is probably not stable yet. He came here to seek revenge, which is far too arrogant. He can't compare to a veteran saint like Uncle Hay at all. As long as we capture him and use his life to threaten the 3 saints behind him, we should be able to escape unscathed. After that, we can unite with other tribes and spread the news so that the gods of 10,000 Demon Mountain and other places will take these invaders seriously. Her strength alone is too weak. We must unite with others. Only in this way can the high and mighty god hear it. In midair, Ari and the black snake had already collided. Both of them unleashed terrifying saintly auras, like 2 unshakable mountains colliding, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. Layers of air waves spread out from the two of them, crashing against the cliff face of Yunya Mountain, causing countless rocks to fall off. The ground trembled and roared, and deep cracks appeared. I could feel the overwhelming power emanating from it. The guards accompanying the Heavenly Serpent clan were so frightened that their legs went weak. But they still stood protectively in front of the girl and the three young men. The girl's expression was grave. She sensed something was amiss, and the black man seemed to be having an exceptionally difficult time fighting him. The three young men behind them were even worse off. They, who had originally intended to make some harsh remarks, were now huddled together in fear, their teeth chattering and cold sweat pouring down their faces. Roar! The black snake's tail swept across with tremendous force, enough to knock down a large number of trees, with just the air trapped in its tail. One can only imagine the consequences if it hit Ale. Snort, trying to use the same trick again, but this time you can't hurt me. Arlie dodged the sweeping attack of the snake's tail with a quick movement. Before he could even pause, a black holy energy attack followed, a rainbow piercing the sun, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart under its power. Yesterday, Black Serpent used this very move to injure Yali, who was under the protection of the Blood Heaven Array. A terrifying force struck Arya's body. Fortunately, he placed the blood wings in front of him in time, and simultaneously mobilized his holy energy to form a shield in front of him. In midair, with Bloodwing used for defense, Ari lost a major support in the air, and could only mobilize a small amount of holy energy to maintain flight, with the majority being used for defense. This caused his body to continuously move backward in the air. They soon arrived at the mountain wall, where they smashed a huge crater. The rock wall cracked and rocks flew everywhere, putting them at a disadvantage for a time. Ha! I knew Uncle Hay could do it. Uncle Black is awesome. Use the same move to beat this big guy to a pulp and show him the power of our Heavenly Serpent tribe. Having just advanced to the Saint Realm, he dares to seek revenge on us instead of focusing on consolidating his cultivation. We must teach him a profound lesson. The three young men lifted the coffin and rose to their feet. Hearing their words, Uncle Hay secretly groaned inwardly. Only he knew that his attack hadn't even pierced the blood wings on the opponent's back. They've only temporarily fallen into a disadvantageous position. When his holy energy is exhausted, tragedy will befall them. Thinking this, Uncle Hay slowly withdrew his attack. Arya then unfurled his blood wings, which now had only 2 small holes, and at this moment, they were completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. Looking at the panting black snake, Yair sneered. You had a great time yesterday, and just now, didn't you? Isn't it my turn now? Chapter 113, The Black Serpent's Demise, a lesson for the prodigy. Seeing this scene, the black snake's pupils shrank to a vertical line. Yesterday, due to the difference in their levels of understanding, he hadn't realized the other person had such a strong self-healing ability. But now it seems very difficult to defeat them. Only by launching a surprise attack on their vital points and delivering a fatal blow can we break the current stalemate. The black snake soared through the clouds, spewing out thick, black poisonous mist that enveloped the area, blotting out the sun and preventing sunlight from penetrating it. The poisonous fog quickly enveloped Ale. He twisted his enormous snake body, concealing himself within, making it impossible to know his exact location. Occasionally, some of his snake scales could be seen from the outside. This poisonous fog can block the perception of mental power. Jack and Otto both looked at Jiang Cheng. He gestured, indicating whether or not to intervene and rescue Ari. Jiang Cheng slowly shook his head. Don't worry, this poisonous fog doesn't pose much of a threat to him. Nothing will happen. Moreover, this is his revenge battle and a valuable combat experience. After this battle, it should be much easier for Ale to fight against the Saint in the future. You two also have a chance. Countless saints have come to our side recently. These are just the leading group. There are many more saints waiting for you behind, or even more powerful saint kings and great saints may appear. Looking at the surrounding black mist, Yair held his breath and snorted coldly. You can't beat them in a head-on collision, so you resort to fancy skills. He remained calm, unfurled his blood-red wings, and with a flash, arrived at the mountain wall, leaning against it to ensure the safety of his back. The surrounding area is now covered by toxic fog. The black snake hid among them, not knowing which place was safe, so it dared not rush in any other direction. Otherwise, he would have escaped the poisonous fog long ago. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared in Yair's eyes. He sensed subtle fluctuations that were imperceptible to ordinary people emerging from the poisonous fog on his left. Every cell in his body trembled, and a terrifying killing intent spread throughout his body. His aura seemed to be locked onto by an unparalleled ferocious beast, leaving him nowhere to hide. Yali channeled all his holy energy into his fists. He threw a punch at the poisonous fog on the left. The terrifying force of the punch seemed to tear the air apart. If an ordinary saint didn't react in time to this punch, he would probably be seriously injured on the spot. The poisonous mist tore through layer by layer, revealing a huge, ferocious snake head before Ale, its jaws wide open, ready to bite off his head and rip it off. A cold glint flashed in Yair's eyes, and the power of his fist intensified, like a shooting star streaking across the sky and piercing the darkness. Boom! An explosive roar erupted. 100-meter-long black snake fell helplessly to the ground from the poisonous fog. Its head was split open, its pupils were dilated, and various mixed liquids were flowing out of it. It looked extremely miserable. None of the members of the Heavenly Serpent clan expected that Uncle Black would be defeated so quickly after releasing the poisonous mist. Just minutes before, Uncle Hay was swaggering around in the air, looking incredibly smug. Now, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, looking utterly miserable. It is unknown whether they are dead or alive. Roar! The black snake let out one last roar. He is not dead yet. After all, his body has been purified into a sacred body, so even with his head smashed like this, he can continue to live for a while. If there were medication available and a strong person to assist, survival might not be a problem. It's just that their minds might not be that quick. The holy blood within him burned. The black snake, as if experiencing a final burst of energy, charged into the poisonous fog once more, though holy blood had already seeped from its scales and its still intact eyes. This situation clearly indicates the activation of some secret technique, preparing for a desperate fight. Even if he manages to defeat his opponent, he likely has no hope of survival. Uncle Blackie, no. The girl in green cried her heart out, transforming into a green snake tens of meters long, poised to plunge into the black mist. But the guard standing in front of her stopped her. Miss, Lord Hay is buying us a final chance to escape. The poisonous fog has now spread to the surrounding area, and the three saints outside cannot use their spiritual power to detect our situation. We can take this opportunity to leave. The three young men behind them also spoke up. Yes, Yi Ching, let's leave here quickly. We can't let Uncle Hay die here in vain. There must be other tribes from the 10,000 Demon Mountain around here. As long as we escape, we have a chance to survive. That's right. Perhaps the prodigies of the 9 tribes have also come here. We can use their strength to rescue Uncle Hay and annihilate these invaders in one fell swoop. Hearing what the three of them said, Yi Ching's eyes were moved. All right, let's break out together. At her command, the other members of the Heavenly Serpent tribe transformed into serpents, preparing to use the speed advantage of serpentine movement to quickly leave Cloud Cliff Mountain. Before they could even move a few steps, a blood-red domain then spread out from the poisonous fog, instantly covering the entire mountainside. The chilling aura emanating from the domain terrified the members of the Heavenly Serpent clan, while the holy might within it also pinned them to their spots, a sense of danger rising within them. It was as if they dared to move even slightly, something terrifying would appear in the domain and crush them on the spot. The members of the Heavenly Serpent clan all reverted to their beast forms. They were locked in place by the holy might and unable to move. And Arya was perfectly at home in the poisonous fog. Under the coverage of his domain, the black snake's concealed form was instantly detected, leaving it nowhere to hide. Berserk skill activated. Yair's speed and power are both at their maximum. He pounced on the face of the disoriented and dizzy black snake and gave him a brutal beating, venting all his anger from the sneak attack and serious injuries he suffered yesterday. The sounds of fists colliding with flesh, accompanied by terrifying gusts of wind and pitiful cries, struck the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Serpent clan. They knew that Uncle Black had lost miserably. Now he's being dragged along and brutally beaten, completely powerless to fight back. But what happens next? After Uncle Black falls, it's their turn to be beaten, especially the three young men. They were extremely arrogant after seeing Alejandra's defeat yesterday, and they mocked him the whole time. The other party is a saint, not a sage. I reckon they'll be tortured when they're caught, then castrated like eunuchs, subjected to the utmost humiliation, and finally killed in the most cruel and torturous way. The three young people were so terrified that their faces turned pale, their lips lost their color, and their whole bodies trembled as they projected the imagined scenes onto themselves. If it weren't for Shengwei fixing them in place, unable to move, The three young men were probably lying on the ground, incontinent and in a sorry state. Yiqing's expression was also very unpleasant. Uncle He was the bodyguard her father assigned to her. He had protected her since she was a child and shielded her from all kinds of dangers. The feelings that had been building up in their hearts had led them to regard the other person as family. But now that the other person is about to be tortured to death, and she is powerless to do anything about it, a deep sense of helplessness overwhelms her, causing her tears to flow freely. Most men who see this scene would probably feel pity and be unable to resist holding her in their arms and cherishing her. Such a pitiful scene. Those around them, upon seeing this, all felt a surge of protective instincts. But then they were horrified to discover that if even they had such feelings for the young lady, what about the intruders outside? As invaders, the other side would definitely be locked in a life-or-death struggle with local forces like themselves. They will surely humiliate him to the extreme and then kill him cruelly. This is true for men, but it's a different story for women, especially for delicate, innocent young girls like our own young lady. Bang! With the final roar, the engine roared to life. Blackie was forced to exit his beast form and collapsed to the ground, his breath extremely weak and listless, with only the slight rise and fall of his chest proving that he was still alive. His face had lost all color. The holy body was like porcelain, covered with blood-red cracks, already broken and tattered, with blood constantly flowing out and soaking the ground beneath it. What a waste. As the poisonous fog dissipated, Ari appeared beside Uncle Black, watching the holy blood flow out freely, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. He then plunged his gleaming claws into his chest, devouring the blood inside. As streams of holy blood were inhaled, the immense energy caused Ari to close his eyes and savor it. The fatigue in my body instantly disappeared. One's realm of understanding also increases accordingly. The intense pain and rapid blood loss caused Uncle He to suddenly widen his eyes and utter a sound like that of withered bones. You can kill me, but you can't kill my young lady, or millions of members of our tribe will not let you get away with it. Our chieftain will join forces with other tribes to punish you. Looking at Uncle He's face, which resembled a vengeful ghost, Yair curled his lip and slapped him so hard he passed out. So noisy. In view of your loyalty, I will let you die without suffering. As for your young lady, I can't make that decision. After saying that, netherworld blood flame surged from Yali's hand and began to burn the holy soul within Uncle Black's body. Soon, Uncle He turned into a dried-up corpse. El stretched comfortably and approached the three young men with a playful smile on his face. They were so suppressed by the holy power that they could not move. Whether it was El's deliberate targeting or not, the holy might emanating from them was several times stronger than that of the other members of the celestial serpent tribe. The bones made a crisp crackling sound. It was as if their bones would shatter at any moment, their talents would be completely destroyed, and they would be left to lie in bed and die in despair. You guys were pretty tough last night, but with that big guy blocking my way, I couldn't get close. Now that he's dead, how about we have a contest? El touched the face of one of the youths with his rough hands, as if he was trying to find the right spot. In the blink of an eye, a slap sent the young man crashing into the mountainside, his fate unknown, leaving only a human-shaped crater. Wow, it's really tough. It actually made such a big hole that someone was knocked inside. El had a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of surprise, as if the young man being knocked into the mountain wall had nothing to do with him. His divine power was somewhat restrained. The remaining two youths were chattering. Their legs were weak, and an unpleasant odor was emanating from beneath them. The other members of the Heavenly Serpent clan could not bear to look at this scene. It was truly shameful that such a prodigy was frightened like this. Out of the corner of his eye, Yali saw Jiang Chung and the others approaching from a distance. He thought to himself that he couldn't let the Lord smell this foul odor. He immediately grabbed the two youths by the collar, dragged them to the edge of the cliff, and then launched himself forward, kicking the two youths into the forest one after the other. At such a height and with such force, it would be difficult not to die. Once they land on the ground, even if they don't die, the noise and odor they create will attract curious wild monsters. My lord, Arya bowed respectfully. Jiang Chung rolled his eyes at him, but didn't say anything. The entire area within a radius of dozens of miles was enveloped by his spiritual power, making it impossible for outsiders to perceive the situation here. That's why he let Arya do such a thing. I looked around at the people of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Apart from the girl in blue in the middle, the rest of the people were all guards in plain clothes with rough faces, and they were all insignificant little people. He gave ill a look. Yair understood and reduced some of his oppressive aura, allowing the people of the Heavenly Serpent tribe to move slightly and speak. Jiang Cheng approached the girl in blue and examined her closely. Looking at the human in front of him, Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness shooting from his feet to his head. It was as if he were being watched by a terrifying beast, whose thoughts were being read by him. You are their leader. What is your name? Where are you from? Do you have any other companions? Yi Qing's tear-streaked face was filled with stubbornness. She gave a cold snort with great pride and turned her head away. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng stopped pressing for answers. He chose to take direct action. He channeled terrifying holy energy into one of his hands, directing it towards a guard of the Heavenly Serpent tribe. Instead of killing him outright, he constricted the surrounding air, suffocating him to death. What are you doing? Let him go. Yi Qing became anxious and made a move to pounce on Jiang Cheng, clenching her teeth and looking fierce. Roll! Jiang Cheng kicked her onto a nearby rock. You can't spoil a delicate woman like that. You have to make her suffer a bit before she'll open her mouth. At home, you are a high and mighty little princess whom no one dares to offend. But outside, you are nothing. Disobedience will lead to suffering. Miss. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of the Heavenly Serpent tribe were filled with rage. Their young lady is the clan chief's only daughter, with an extremely noble status. Even if ordinary people say something unpleasant, the clan chief will invite them to tea. Outsiders, on the other hand, go to great lengths to curry favor with him. Especially the most outstanding peers, they would visit them in various ways, give them gifts, and treat them with utmost care, even if it meant losing a single hair. There are even rumors that among the 9 tribes, there are also prodigies who admire their young ladies, but they dare not express their feelings due to the disparity in their status. When the time is right, they will propose marriage to their clan leader using the highest level marriage proposal method of One Yao Mountain. But now, the young lady, who is loved by everyone, has been kicked onto a rock, and blood is flowing out of her mouth. How can the guards of the Heavenly Serpent tribe tolerate this? They raised their weapons and charged towards Jiang Cheng, defying the somewhat restrained imperial aura. Chapter 114 asking for information. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why humiliate me? This group posed no threat to Jiang Cheng whatsoever. Several beams of holy energy formed a crescent moon blade and slashed away. The guards of the Heavenly Serpent tribe stood still. A gentle breeze swept by, and everything shattered into countless pieces on the ground, a truly tragic sight. Yi Qing, who had just calmed down, looked up and saw this scene, and tears of despair streamed down her face. Even the kick that landed on her stomach didn't bring a tear to her eyes. The remaining Heavenly Serpent guards were terrified and knelt down to surrender, no longer daring to resist. Jiang Cheng used his holy energy to envelop Yi Qing. He brought her to his front. Can you answer my question now? If you obediently comply, you and your followers may have a chance to live. But if you choose to continue to be stubborn, only endless suffering awaits you. Besides, I don't have that much time to waste here with you. If you want to keep going, I don't mind killing all your followers. Then I'll take you back to my territory and torture you until you talk. Jiang Cheng vaguely sensed a faint spiritual force emanating from 100 miles away, touching the range of his spiritual force. The other party was a saint, whose strength was not too strong. However, Jiang Cheng did not dare to let his guard down. After all, he didn't know how many people were following this saint, or whether there were any powerful figures like the Saint King. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party is not familiar with the terrain. The progress is slow. Resolve the situation here as soon as possible. Yunya Mountain is towering into the clouds and is very conspicuous. The other party is likely to be heading this way. Hearing Jiang Cheng's threatening words and meeting his cold, indifferent, and emotionless eyes, Yi Qing's delicate body trembled. She had no doubt that if she continued to be stubborn, this monster would continue to kill. He would not only kill her, but also try every means to torture her. The ways men torment women. Yi Qing felt a chill run down her spine, lowered her head, and a strange light flickered in her eyes. She stammered, "My name is Qing Yi. I come from the Heavenly Serpent tribe of the Vaslo Great Forest. I am a branch of the Serpent clan. As for companions, of course we don't have any. Otherwise we would definitely stick together and travel together." Her answer was half true and half false, and vague. If those 3 young men hadn't been so smug yesterday, revealing some information, she could have made up an even more outrageous story. After all, these invaders were hiding in such a remote area. How could anyone know how vast the outside world is? Then, they'll say a few misleading things and give some incorrect information. By the time the main force arrived, the invaders didn't even have time to run and could only stand there and wait to die. Yi Qing prayed in his heart that the main force would arrive soon. Based on the timeline, they should have arrived in this area by now, no more than 100 miles off. Before she could think about it any further, Jiang Cheng then grabbed her chin tightly. This caused her small mouth to come together, making her look very weak and helpless. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Yi Qing, age 16, comes from the Heavenly Serpent tribe of 10,000 Demon Mountain. She is the only daughter of the Heavenly Serpent tribe chief and the pride of the entire tribe. Am I right? The moment I saw the girl, a notification sound rang in Jiang Cheng's mind. It must be said that the limited time notification for the Lord's counterattack is quite effective. A single glance is enough to know the identities of these local prodigies. Yi Qing's eyes widened, filled with panic and disbelief. She never expected that this outsider would know about Wanyao Mountain, the tribe, and her. What shocked her the most was that Jiang Cheng revealed her information. It is true that Yi Qing is somewhat famous among her peers. But looking at the entire 10,000 Demon Mountain, there are countless tribes, tens of thousands of smaller tribes, and numerous affiliated forces, many of whom are more famous than her. It would probably take some effort for those professional organizations to find her information. But this intruder in front of me actually said it outright. Could it be that he has a technique for extracting other people's memories? Jiang Cheng didn't have time to waste any more words. The force applied in his hand doubled. Yi Qing's chin ached from being pinched, his brows furrowed, and his face contorted in pain. Snort. If you don't behave, I'll seal your and your followers' cultivation, lock you in a secluded place, feed you aphrodisiacs, and leave you there for 3 days and 3 nights to enjoy the pleasures. How many people did you bring this time? Who are the strongest prodigies? Besides your 10,000 Demon Mountain, are there any other major forces that have joined us? After saying that, Jiang Cheng took out a black pill from his hand. After being threatened by Jiang Cheng, Yi Qing was so frightened that she trembled and dared not have any other thoughts. And now I can smell the pills. In an instant, my mind became dizzy, and my body seemed to be filled with energy, feeling incredibly hot. If she were to swallow this pill, she felt she could run for 3 days and 3 nights on her own. I noticed a change in her expression. Jiang Cheng put the black pill away. These are the leftover pills found in the Goblin Kingdom. I originally intended to destroy them at some point, but now it seems they can still be of use. Moreover, he also had 2 masks in his storage ring. It is imbued with powerful spiritual energy. As long as one wears the mask and mobilizes the spiritual energy within it, one can freely change one's shape and appearance. Unless one is a god-level powerhouse or a top-tier great sage, no one can detect any flaws. There was no other way. The person who added mental power to the mask was a top-tier mental power expert. Jiang Cheng guessed that the 2 masks were made by the high priest. After all, that old woman only wanted the soul pill, not the blood pill, and given the great sage's strength, his spiritual power shouldn't be too weak. After releasing Yi Qing, she first took out something that looked like an antidote and put it in her mouth before answering Jiang Cheng's question. Nearly 1/10 of the tribes from our 10,000 Demon Mountain have come. I don't know the exact number, but I know that these tribes are all quite powerful. Some teams have 2 or 3 saints in the middle, and the number of accompanying members can be as many as hundreds. As for those who didn't come, it's because they weren't strong enough. After all, the strongest in some tribes is only a saint. Their tribal geniuses are not on the same level as us, so they naturally don't dare to compete with us. Among our teams, the strongest are those from the 9 tribes. They are the true prodigies, with divine blood flowing through their veins. They are born with 3 stars, and afterwards, they have no shortage of resources and everything goes smoothly for them. Compared to the 9 major tribes, the gap between our small tribes is like an insurmountable chasm. Yi Qing did so precisely because of this. He then led the team to the very front of the main force. I want to find that god as soon as possible, because the deity who organized this event told them, when a god breaks through a realm, there is a high probability that they will not leave that area, because the time after the breakthrough is extremely precious and has a great benefit to comprehending the rules of the divine realm. This is the best time to lay a foundation. If this period is used properly, it can save nearly 1,000 years of arduous cultivation in the future. Of course, these prodigies from the 9 major tribes are not the most talented group in their respective tribes. The most talented ones have already reached the saint level and don't even care about this event. From birth, they have been given high hopes by the gods of their clan and have been groomed as successors. Almost all the resources have been poured into them. Only those prodigies who are not valued by the 9 tribes will participate in this event, showing off their power and frantically trying to make their presence known to us. He acts like the strongest prodigy in the clan, but he's actually just a lucky clown. At this point, Yi Qing's face showed resentment. They acted as if they could do it too, and even do it better. That makes sense. The reason why the prodigies of the 9 tribes are superior to others is largely because of their good birth. With divine blood flowing through his veins, he has never lacked resources since childhood, and his cultivation path is guided by powerful figures, making his journey smooth and successful. Jiang Cheng could tell from Yi Qing's behavior that she wasn't entirely convinced of the prodigies of the 9 major tribes. They also had some dissatisfaction with the deity behind it. There is a kind of mentality that attempts to be on par with them, or even surpass them. Once you have ambition and desire in your heart, it's much easier to control them. Then Yi Qing continued, the young talents of these 9 major forces have much stronger entourages than mine. There are definitely Saint King level experts among them, at least 2 or 3. There are also many Saint level experts, at least 5 or more. I don't know if there are any people hidden in the shadows, but the accompanying personnel hiding in the shadows are not weak. It might even be the Great Sage. As for other forces comparable to the 10,000 Demon Mountain, I really don't know. In short, there should be quite a few. Their goal is the same as ours, to target that new god. Encircling and annihilating you invaders is just a side task. After Jiang Cheng's threats, Yi Qing told the whole story, no longer daring to hide anything. Jiang Cheng had already considered their purpose. Apart from the strange phenomena created by Anna, there was nothing in the Vaslo Great Forest that would make so many geniuses rush there one after another. However, the accompanying lineup of the 9 tribal prodigies is far too luxurious. Putting aside the saints and saint kings, there may even be a great saint-level powerhouse in the shadows. This left him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng continued to ask, how many gods does your 10,000 Demon Mountain have? Is there an old monster who can overpower the 9 major tribes? Do you have any hostile forces on the continent? Yi Qing remained calm in the face of these questions. I don't know how many gods there are, nor do I know if there are any old monsters above them. After all, when it comes to matters involving gods, as long as you think of them, they will sense it. That's why my father never told me these things. As for whether there are any hostile forces on the mainland, I can only say that they are all hostile forces. After all, the continent is only so big, but the number of living things is increasing, which will affect the living space and cultivation resources in various places. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. If anything goes wrong at Wanyao Mountain, we might be targeted by other forces on the continent in an instant. They are like starving wolves. As soon as you show a weakness, they will swarm you and devour you. She was the only daughter of the chief of the Heavenly Serpent tribe. Yi Qing was instilled with this knowledge by her father from a young age. The more you hear, the more you'll naturally understand some of the principles. One last question, what's your relationship with those prodigies like? Once you answer this question, I will spare your life, and your followers will also be safe. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing raised her head. Looking at Jiang Qingping's calm face, he asked doubtfully, really? Jiang Qing nodded. Of course it's true. I'm a person who values my word the most. All right. Yi Qing sighed helplessly. She was in a weak position, and the initiative was in the hands of the other party. She had no way to deal with them. If that's the case, then why bother arguing about whether it's true or false? After letting go of that mindset, she felt much more relaxed. Even if Jiang Cheng goes back on his word later, she wouldn't be too surprised. Some of those prodigies have a good relationship with me, while others have a very bad relationship with me. There are many reasons for this, including tribal issues and personal disputes. At this point, Jiang Cheng had learned everything he wanted to know. It seemed that Yi Qing had some connections and was worth using. This laid the groundwork and planted seeds for what would happen later. He waved to Ari and the others behind him. The 3 understood and quickly came over. Seeing the 3 enormous intruders approaching, Yi Qing's mind went completely blank, leaving him somewhat at a loss. What are we supposed to do? She wouldn't want these 3 big guys to humiliate her, would she? Yi Qing's face turned pale instantly, as she suppressed her inner fear. If you want to kill me, then do it. Why send these 3 guys to humiliate me? Are all invaders like this? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Cheng glanced at her before turning back to continue sensing the approaching force in the distance. The opposing team was also a tribal group from Wanyao Mountain. Their strength is similar to Yi Qing's team. If all 4 of them go together, they should be able to take them down easily. He didn't know whether he should take action against them. Don't want. Get out of my way, you 3 big guys. Yato and the other two watched Yi Qing struggle. Without much talk, he held down her hands and feet, then made several cuts on her body, dripping a drop of blood into each cut, and use holy energy to quickly channel it. It accelerates the rate of infection in the blood. This outcome caused Yi Qing immense distress. His body was held down and he couldn't move. He could only weakly utter indescribable sounds. The members of the Heavenly Serpent clan kneeling on the ground outside watched this scene in shock. Because of the blood wings of Arlie and others, this prevents them from seeing what is actually happening inside, and they can only fill in the blanks with their imaginations. Chapter 115 Obedient Compliance, Change of Mindset. A long time. Yato and the other two released Yi Qing. Her eyes were glazed over, and after a moment of silence, a bewitching red light flashed in her clear black and white eyes, and it seemed that the cuts were healing rapidly. The speed isn't particularly fast, but it's many times faster than the average person's recovery speed. At this point, any of the three, Otto, Yato, and the others, could control her life or death. A thought crossed my mind. Their voices echoed in Yi Qing's mind. What have you done to me? I heard the voice in my head. Yi Qing woke up with a start, feeling as if her body no longer belonged to her, as if she were out of control. The three of them, Otto, didn't answer. Instead, they told her in their minds to behave and obey, or else. I experienced excruciating pain in various parts of my body, including my heart. Yi Qing's breathing became rapid, and her body began to turn red and hot. The unbearable sensation made her wish she could faint on the spot. It took about 10 minutes of torture. Just as Yi Qing was about to faint, the pain in her body gradually disappeared, and a gentle feeling flowed through her blood. There was no discomfort at all. On the contrary, it felt like her mother was comforting her body, which was very comfortable. But this strange feeling brought tears to Yi Qing's eyes. This thing doesn't belong to her body. She tried to expel these strange things by channeling her energy, but they had clearly become one with her body, and there was no way for them to leave her body except through suicide. It will stay with her for life. What on earth did you put inside my body? Take it out now. Ouch, that hurts. Yi Qing was in so much pain that she lay on the ground again. Arlie looked at her disheveled appearance. He laughed and said, "This is a really good thing. We wouldn't give it to anyone who asked us for it easily. You should be secretly happy, huh?" Jack, standing to the side, chuckled and chimed in. "Behave yourself, or I'll keep you in this state forever, making you wish you were alive but unable to die, plunging you into endless suffering. Besides, we know exactly what you're thinking right now. I advise you not to think about those things. Just listen to us and do things for us. It won't do you any harm, but rather you'll benefit immensely." "That's right." Alejandro agreed. There was He Yuan and those goblins before. Their lives are extremely difficult and miserable. Rather than living such a miserable existence, we should send them to heaven so that they can be reborn into a powerful circle and reach the pinnacle of life. Such a great opportunity could easily be described as an immense benefit. The two of them worked together, completely baffling Yi Qing. What exactly are the benefits? Ari pointed to the wounds on her wrist and ankle that were almost healed. Look at these wounds. They were quite long just now, but they're almost healed now. New skin will grow back, which should be quite good for a young girl like you. If I get tanned anywhere in the future, I'll just make a cut there, and I guarantee it will become white and smooth again in a few minutes. Using some secret methods with extremely strong side effects is also an option. Afterwards, you only need to rest in bed for a few days, and you'll be back to your old self, completely unharmed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded. There's no way to undo what's done. It would be better to give up resistance and obediently submit. At least this way I won't have to endure that kind of pain. Seeing her like this, Otto and the other two knew that their mission was complete and they needed to let her accept it on her own. He Yuan and the goblins also learned their lesson and then obediently submitted. I imagine Yi Qing is no exception. Moreover, even if she had other ideas, Otto and his two companions could monitor her in real time and kill her at any time. The team in the distance had already reached a distance of 20 kilometers. Seeing that the matter was settled, Jiang Cheng called Yato and the other two to leave, and before leaving, he did not forget to tell Yi Qing. "We don't need you right now, but when we really need you, we hope you'll cooperate. Otherwise, you'll suffer even more unbearable pain." Yi Qingjiao trembled and remained silent. After Jiang Cheng and the others left, the guards from the Heavenly Serpent Division nearby got up from the ground and rushed over to check if their young lady was all right. Yi Qing was expressionless, looking lost and dejected, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. the fabric of which was torn at the arms and ankles. Moreover, they vaguely heard the young lady say that it was inserted into her body, and the three intruders said it could make the skin white and tender. This inevitably sparked the imaginations of the heavenly serpent guards. The way he looked at Yi Qing changed repeatedly. Go and bring back those three guys and Uncle Black's body. They were important figures in our clan, after all. Their bodies still need to be taken back. As for what just happened, you all need to keep your mouths shut. If I hear any rumors. Yi Qing's eyes sharpened. You, including your families and relatives, don't need to live anymore. Yes. These guards were extremely afraid of death. Startled by Yi Qing's gaze, he quickly nodded. Not long after, another group from Wanyao Mountain arrived at Yunya Mountain. The geniuses in the group were all admirers of Yi Qing. They heard early in the morning that Yi Qing had led a team to set off ahead of schedule, and their longing for their goddess made them rush over. But I never expected to hear such terrible news as soon as I arrived. Yi Qing was besieged by a mysterious local force in the Vaslo Great Forest. The guardian, Uncle He, was killed on the spot, and his holy blood was completely drained. The other three prodigies were tortured to death. Most of the accompanying guards were killed or wounded. This news was obviously fabricated by Yi Qing. Just as she was hesitating about whether to tell the other person the truth, she heard Ail's voice in her mind. Let her fabricate stories and shift the blame onto local forces in the vicinity. Qing, are you telling the truth? These creatures of the Vaslo forest are truly despicable. If we hadn't arrived in time and scared them away, Qing might have already met a terrible end. Qing, tell me what those creatures are, and I'll avenge you. Qing, don't be afraid. I'm here. For prodigies surrounded Yi Qing. She hadn't thought there was anything wrong with these expressions of concern and care before. After experiencing the different treatment from Jiang Cheng and the others, she felt that these geniuses were like lapdogs, sticking to her side and running around, talking nonstop. Yi Qing subconsciously wanted to stay away from them, feeling a strong sense of disgust. They seem to be just passing through and have no intention of stopping. We probably can't catch up with them now, and there are 4 saints in their group, so your efforts will be futile. I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Seeing these prodigies turn pale and speechless with fear at the sight of the 4 saints, Yi Qing sneered inwardly, lowering his eyes, lost in thought. Chapter 116 The Mysterious Spaceship, Finding Gold in the Shit. Jiang Cheng returned to his territory. Loki has arrived, and she brought 30 void worms with her. Presumably, these worms have a lot of good stuff in their spaces, otherwise she wouldn't have brought so many. I brought a spaceship with me this time. The aura emanating from it is very strange and evil, making it impossible for anyone to get close. I'm not sure what's inside, because I'm afraid that if I open the hull, some unclean thing will escape, and then my lord will be completely finished. So I want to sell it to you. How about it? Do you want to consider it? It only costs 1 million energy stones. The price is fair and honest. Luoqi looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile. He's a total shrewd businessman, his eyes filled with ill intent, as if he's eyeing a fat sheep. 1 million energy stones wasn't expensive for Jiang Cheng at this point. He could easily afford it, provided it piqued his interest. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, "Let me see the goods first. If they are too ordinary, I won't buy them." Okay. Luoqi patted the void worm beneath her, which was as big as a small car, and made it crawl to an open space in the distance. I've been in the territory for a few days now. Loki found that the space here was unusually stable, and her void worms had no way to dig a hole and escape, so she stopped putting them on leashes. After all, that chain is very expensive. It belongs to a very high-grade metal. Mengli coveted it so much that she kept talking about the chain even in her sleep. Far away, the void worm opened its own space. A spaceship nearly 1,000 feet long appeared on the open ground, like a prehistoric beast coiled there, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. The spaceship was entirely black and red, with strange inscriptions carved around its hull, as well as a skull image. Ordinary people who stared at this image for too long would feel dizzy and nauseous, which was very eerie. Jiang Cheng frowned as he looked at the spaceship. Meanwhile, the pothose plant not far away was heartbroken. The aura emanating from the spaceship caused the grass and flowers on the ground to wither, turn yellow, and wilt. These flowers and plants are like decorations in her home. She feels heartbroken if they are damaged, even slightly. Jiang Cheng also noticed this scene. I was just about to use my mental energy to investigate. The space around them began to shake. Anna slowly walked out and suppressed Jiang Cheng's mental energy. Master, the inscriptions engraved on the outer perimeter of this spaceship are specifically designed to prevent spiritual probes. Even gods cannot penetrate them. If a saint were to rashly examine them, it might result in a backlash. Is that so? Jiang Cheng was startled. It seemed he still knew too little. Once Anna finishes her seclusion, I'll definitely drag her to my room to discuss cultivation issues that will last for several days and nights, as well as all sorts of strange and unusual inscriptions and restrictions. I observed the spaceship carefully for a while. Jiang Cheng said to Luo Qi, I've bought this spaceship. As for the energy stones, they're in the mines over there. You can choose 5 to mine, don't be shy. Luo Qi frowned, but she nodded without minding, because she planned to pull Meng Li out of bed and offer her a small favor. The other party would probably be happy to help me dig it. With plenty of money, Loki thought this method was reliable. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Cheng looked at Anna again. Anna, when did you come out? Anna slowly shook her head. Master, this is not my true form, but merely an avatar formed from a drop of my divine blood. I just sense the aura of this ship. It seems that its owner has encountered some trouble. Originally, he wanted to come out in his true form, but his true form was at a critical moment, so he quickly condensed this clone. Although it was a clone, the aura emanating from it was terrifying, comparable to the aura Anna exuded yesterday. It seems that Anna's cultivation level has improved significantly in just one night. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Cheng, Anna, and Green Luo entered the spaceship. Otto, Ari, and the others originally wanted to come in as well. Anna stopped her, because the clone's power was limited, and if something unexpected happened, she wasn't confident she could get everyone away immediately. Green Ivy mobilized the power of the Divine Island to erect a barrier outside the spaceship to prevent its aura from leaking out. Anna also used her divine power to envelop the 3 of them. After doing all this, the 3 opened the cabin door. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of evil surged toward them, but it was all blocked by Anna's divine power. These auras are extremely terrifying. Each one could kill a saint, and even a saint king might not be able to withstand them. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng was curious about what had happened, and even more curious about what was emitting these strange auras. At this moment, both Anna and Green Ivy sensed something. Master, there is the aura of a god within this. It's possible that the aura emanating from this ship belongs to a god, but he's already dead. I don't sense any life force here. The whole ship is filled with death. God. Jiang Cheng felt it was necessary to ask Luo Qi. Where did she get this thing from? There was actually a dead god inside. The physical bodies of gods are extremely powerful, almost to the point of immortality. It would take at least hundreds of thousands of years to wear down a god's corpse and return it to dust. In special circumstances, it may be slightly faster. But given the current situation, the divine corpse inside was clearly intact, like an unexploited mine. It has great development value. The 3 headed towards the direction where the evil aura was most concentrated. They saw many corpses along the way. They looked no different from humans, with deep blue skin and slightly larger eyes. Their cultivation levels are all above the saint level, and there are many Saint King level experts among them. However, their deaths were extremely gruesome. They come in all sorts of strange shapes and sizes, with all kinds of expressions and postures. These corpses don't look like they've been dead for long. There's still plenty of blood in their bodies. Once we remove the aura that's been tainted, we can hand them over to Ari and the others. Their armor and weapons are all intact and flawless. They are all top-grade holy artifacts. It would be a shame to throw them away. We can take them off and give them to Ale and the others. Sacred artifacts are divided into ordinary sacred artifacts, top-grade sacred artifacts, and super-grade sacred artifacts, which correspond to the realms of Saint, Saint King, and Great Saint, respectively. However, sacred artifacts have no realm restrictions. As long as you have enough holy energy to activate the holy artifact, then it can unleash its power. Jiang Cheng was like finding gold in dung. As they moved forward, they pondered the potential uses of these corpses, and for a moment, they found themselves in a state of distress. There's a kind of frustration about having money but not knowing how to spend it. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the center of the spaceship, where there was a grand hall. The aura of evil is extremely strong. The protective shield of divine power that Anna had conjured showed ripples. Chapter 117 Divine Corpse. Snort. Seeing this, Anna waved her hand. The burst of divine power shattered all the evil aura before them, allowing them to continue their advance. The layout of the central hall resembles that of a royal banquet. There was a main seat at the very back, with 2 rows of seats for ministers and concubines on either side. The evil aura emanated from the back of the main hall, flowing continuously and almost solidifying, accompanied by a faint divine power. While the evil aura was being dispelled, Jiang Cheng and the other two quickly passed through the main hall and arrived at a secret room at the back. The door to the secret chamber was open, and from the outside, one could see an ancient bronze coffin inside, decorated with exquisite patterns, though it looked quite ordinary. But it was this ancient coffin that blocked most of the divine power. The evil aura only emanated from a corner of the ancient coffin that had been opened, and in that direction stood a corpse whose appearance was similar to that of the people outside. He was probably middle-aged and was a great sage in his lifetime. It was he who lifted a corner of the ancient coffin. This caused the evil aura and divine power within to overflow. This resulted in the sudden death of everyone on the spaceship. He himself was the most severely affected. His abdomen had been ravaged by the evil aura, becoming a bloody mess. Anna mobilized her divine power to suppress her aura and divine might, then closed her eyes to sense everything inside the ancient coffin. After a long while, she opened her eyes and closed the ancient coffin. He looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Master, there is the corpse of a pseudo-god in here. However, an accident occurred during the process of breaking through to godhood, and he eventually perished. The divine body and divine soul were 100% complete, but during the final step, he was ambushed, causing problems with his body. His internal energy leaked out, and he died under the divine tribulation. When a god breaks through to become a god, he will suffer a divine tribulation. Divine tribulations vary from person to person. Each person's tribulation is different. It might be a tribulation of lightning, a tribulation of the heart, or a tribulation of love. The most common type is tribulation by lightning. This was also one of the most difficult ordeals. Many gods perished in this calamity. But this does not mean that failing to overcome the divine tribulation will necessarily lead to death. Those gods who did not die were called false gods. False gods possess divine bodies and souls, but their power is extremely limited because they have not completed the final step, condensing divine source. The absence of divine source means the absence of divine power. They cannot unleash the true power of a god, and at the same time, they lose the opportunity to advance to a higher level. They are far inferior to true gods, but they can still be called gods, since they have both a divine body and a divine soul, and their strength is above that of demigods. Therefore, the false god is in a very awkward position. Moreover, they generally have bad tempers and strange, violent personalities. They often bully the weak and toy with mortal beings to vent their anger at the failure of the divine calamity. He was dubbed a god-level scumbag. It is utterly defilement of mortal beings' impression of God. Although true gods look down on false gods, they still recruit a few false gods to act as their henchmen, thereby enhancing the overall strength of their forces. Anna gave Jiang Cheng a brief explanation. I see. Jiang Cheng didn't think about the present, but instead wondered if there were any false gods behind those local prodigies. There is definitely no powerful force behind a saint-level entity. However, it's not necessarily the case for those god-level forces. Their true gods will definitely send false gods to secretly protect their own prodigies and juniors. After all, a false god can no longer improve his realm, and cultivation is useless. If he is not sent out to do something and just stays at home all day eating idle food, who can stand that? It's unknown whether other god-level forces have pseudo-gods like Jiang Cheng by their side. But there must be some geniuses from the god-level forces in the Vaslo Great Forest. He had been wondering why these powerful forces would send some insignificant juniors to find the new god. This is clearly a very foolish thing to do. The gods are high above, and it would be beneath them for them to speak to mortal beings, let alone a group of teenagers who are inexperienced in the ways of the world. If this were to actually come to fruition, this new god would never be able to hold his head high again, and would likely be ridiculed and mocked by the other gods every day. It now appears that sending juniors to find the gods was just a pretext. The real ones seeking out and discussing matters were the false gods who were secretly protecting them. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious. False gods are not considered part of the divine order. However, for beings below the level of gods, dealing with them is still extremely difficult, no less so than fighting a true god. My Sky God Island only has one chance, and according to Yi Qing's information, there are many god-level forces coming. There are 9 god-level forces participating in this event alone from the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Even if 10,000 Demon Mountain only sends one false god, the other forces combined still have a large number of false gods. Unless all these false gods are gathered together. Then Sky Island fired a shot into their ranks. There might be a chance to kill one or two. Jiang Cheng began to plot in his mind. The sheer number and strength of the enemies forced him to proceed with caution. After the ancient coffin was covered, the evil aura around them began to fade, but most of it still lingered in the secret room, unable to dissipate. Master, my clone has limited abilities and may not be able to remove the aura from this divine corpse. We can only wait until the main body emerges from seclusion to deal with it. But clearing out the aura lingering inside the spaceship is still a piece of cake, and it should be completely cleared out in no time. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. That's wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, Anna. If this divine corpse is of any use to you, you can take it first. Anna didn't stand on ceremony. Then I want all the divine blood, and the rest can be left to the master. Now, Otto, Ale, and the others can't even withstand the most basic divine power, let alone absorb divine blood. They won't even know how they die. Therefore, the divine blood is of no use to Jiang Cheng now. Even the divine corpse was useless. Since that's the case, it's better to make the most of Anna and help her improve her strength as soon as possible. After all, the local prodigies outside are tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Without good teeth, Jiang Cheng really couldn't chew more than a few ounces of meat. Then Jiang Cheng asked, Anna, how many clones can you create in total? Anna said, the number of clones that can be created depends on the amount of blood, but the clones created in this way are very weak. For example, my clone can't even handle the corpse of a false god. If it is to condense a powerful clone, it must be maintained with a huge amount of divine power. After I come out of seclusion, I can divide it into 10 clones, each of which can exert 100% of the combat power of my original body. But once the divine power inside is exhausted, that clone will shatter. Chapter 118 Rich Woman, Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng had an idea. However, turning an idea into a plan requires Yi Qing to provide him with a lot of information to assess whether the idea can be realized. Anna's divine power permeated the entire ship. The evil aura in the air gradually dissipated, but it didn't spare the aura outside either. After finishing, Jiang Cheng went outside. Yato, Arlie, you two come here. He summoned Atho and Ale, who were watching, and instructed them to handle the bodies of the saints and kings inside discreetly, without letting Loki discover them. Otherwise, we might encounter similar spaceships in the future. She would definitely check it herself first. After all this, Jiang Cheng spent 1 million energy stones to obtain something of immeasurable value. The corpses of those saints and holy kings alone are worth millions of energy stones each. Not to mention the sacred artifacts, sacred armor, and storage rings on their hands. These alone are worth hundreds of millions of energy stones. Not to mention the ship's hull, the ancient coffin, and the treasures inside. Today is truly a bountiful harvest day. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but hum a little tune. Fortunately, Luo Qi was not capable of exploring the contents of this spaceship. If she had obtained them, she would have gone crazy with excitement. I reckon her void worms will go crazy too. Jiang Cheng, full of vigor, arrived at the mine with his hands behind his back. Seeing Luo Qi smilingly give Meng Li a bunch of star-level weapons, the little girl's eyes lit up at the sight of money. Her sleepy little eyes immediately widened, and she nodded with a smile, as if she was agreeing to something. He even patted his chest, pretending to be very reliable. After explaining the situation, Luo Qi saw Jiang Cheng. She walked over quickly. Jiang Cheng, do you want a sacred artifact or a sacred armor? They cost 150,000 Lord coins each in the shop. I don't think you can afford such a price with your resources. I'll sell you this for 50,000 energy stones at a cheap price. It only has a little wear on the surface, but its main performance is perfectly fine. It's practically brand new. How about it? Luo Qi thought Jiang Cheng was very wealthy, so I plan to make a killing. She brought a lot of weapons and equipment this time, intending to kill more local prodigies and exchange them for points to redeem resources, but each weapon required an energy stone to activate. Therefore, she must be well prepared. Jiang Cheng said, I have sacred artifacts and sacred armor, which can be equipped for each member. Most importantly, they are all brand new, so I won't waste that energy stone. What? Luo Qi was dumbfounded. The dozens of sacred artifacts and armor she had were all painstakingly brought back by the insects and accumulated little by little. How could Jiang Cheng have so many? Jiang Cheng is also a cunning and shrewd businessman. He laughed and said, Are you short of energy stones? If so, I can lend you one with a daily interest rate of 10%. Then forget it. Luo Qi's head throbbed with pain when she thought about the Huabei, a Chinese online credit service. debt she hadn't yet paid off before she transmigrated. I stood there and pondered for a while. Luo Qi pulled out a dusty cloth bag from the Lord's space. It was rattling and clattering inside, as if it contained a pile of scrap metal. These are all storage rings, and inside them are weapons and equipment. Help me sell them, and make sure you get a good price. I'll give you 10% of the profit as a bonus. Holy crap. Jiangqing couldn't help but swear. He took the cloth bag. The room was filled to the brim with storage rings, each one brimming with weapons and equipment. The star ratings weren't particularly high, mostly 5 or 6 star, but the sheer number of them made up for it. How many energy stones would it cost to sell all these things? It could easily be over 100 million. After navigating through the abyss and mist, weeding out a group of lords who were just trying to make a quick buck and didn't take their lord seriously, we finally succeeded. The remaining lords are of much higher quality, and it is developing very rapidly now. They all possess considerable wealth. This is a crucial time for development. If we sell these weapons and equipment now, they will definitely be snapped up. Seeing that Jiangqing accepted it, Luo Qi sighed, her tone slightly reproachful. It's all your fault for making me help you sell those useless junk products last time, which caused my reputation to plummet. The lords who buy things from me seem to have conspired together, sticking to low prices and refusing to budge, constantly pushing the prices down. I haven't sold anything since then. I've saved it all up. After you sell these, I'll see how effective they are. If they are, I'll give you a few more bags. That's a very... Jiangqing had an urge to pin her to the ground and rob her. After Luo Qi finished speaking, she waved her hand. All right, I'm going out to kill those geniuses, make a killing of points, and then I'll go back to my territory to retire. Jiangqing then remembered the purpose of his search for Luo Qi. How many weapons did you bring, and how much damage are they? Luo Qi took out a rolled-up piece of craft paper. I can't remember either. You can see for yourself. Jiangqing took it and began to browse through it. Big Black, 3 Saint-class spaceships, each equipped with 5 giant cannons and 170 smaller cannons. Xiaohe, 46 Star Destroyer cannons. Each shot is powerful enough to kill a 9-star powerhouse. 1 Black, a giant fortress, capable of withstanding attacks from Great Sage and below. 2nd Black, 160 automatic artillery pieces on the position, capable of killing creatures of 7 stars and below. Sanhai. Jiangqing read it from top to bottom. It turns out that Luo Qi isn't just killing prodigies. He's probably planning to build a massive metal city made of cannons nearby. It was all cannons, fortresses, and warships. However, only a few characters deal high damage. The rest are small weapons. Your equipment is no match for the local prodigies. They are accompanied by great saints and even stronger beings. Your things are completely useless against them. At their level, they can kill you invisibly from a distance of 100 miles using their spiritual power. Luo Qi was stunned. Just now, she was chatting with the angel Lord Yin Shi, who said that Tianjiao wasn't very strong. The strongest among them is none other than a saint. Looking at the surprised expression on her face, Jiangqing said, "Then tell me why I returned to my territory instead of staying outside to kill geniuses? There's no other way. We really can't beat them, so we have to come back and see what happens. You'd better stay in the territory. You won't even know how you died if you go outside." Afterwards, Jiangqing asked where the spaceship came from. Luo Qi wasn't entirely sure either. She only knew that it had drifted into her territory along with the void currents. Seeing this, Jiangqing did not press the matter further. Then they left the mine. He possessed 2 sacred sources, one belonging to the female elf and the other to the black serpent from the heavenly serpent tribe. By decomposing 2 sacred sources, he can obtain 69-star beast cores, thus meeting the requirements for upgrading the temple. The last upgrade notification said that after level 9, you would leave the normal level category and undergo significant changes, along with generous rewards. Jiangqing couldn't help but become curious. Chapter 119 Upgrading the Temple. Achievement, Massive Rewards. He disassembled the holy source and came before the temple. Should we spend 1 million units of wood, 1 million units of, or 50 level 9 beast cores, 300,000 energy stones, and 1 dynasty heart to upgrade the temple? Upgrade. Jiangqing silently recited it in his heart. As he finished speaking, the vampire temple began to tremble. But this time nothing changed. Instead, a red light spread outwards, eventually reaching the entire sky island. Jiangqing felt that if the distance was sufficient, this red light can spread to even more distant places. Although the temple remained unchanged, Jiangqing seemed to sense something in the darkness. As if he possessed immense power within his territory, and could control everything. Congratulations, Vampire Lord. Your main building level has surpassed the ordinary level. Your territory has officially been upgraded to a dynasty, and your sphere of influence has expanded to a radius of 500 li. You are currently in a special environment with limited space. Therefore, your territory has been temporarily reduced to a radius of 300 li. Once the environment is suitable, it will be restored to a radius of 500 li. Please, Vampire Lord, give your dynasty a name. Naming. This is the most troublesome thing for Jiang Cheng. Let's call it the Vampire Dynasty. Give me the reward now, stop dawdling. Vampire Dynasty. 600 vampire warriors can be drawn daily, with a 100% chance of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior and a 65% chance of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior. Tip 1. Once your territory reaches the dynasty level, the selection of vampire warriors will proceed in the order of gold first, then silver. Hint 2. If you choose to nurture awakened vampire warriors, 20 awakened vampire warriors will be conceived one day later, and these 20 vampire warriors will start at the saint level. Hint 3. As the vampire temple is currently in a state of gestation, 30 vampire warriors with awakened bloodlines will be born tonight at midnight, and their initial level will be raised to saint level. The next upgrade requires 3 million wood, 3 million or 800,000 energy stones, 1 imperial heart, and 50 sacred sources. Sacred sources are present within saints, saint kings, and great saints. Here, sacred sources represent saint-level resources. Dynasty upgrade successful. Congratulations, Lord, on receiving the following rewards. 5 million energy stones, 1 million Lord coins, 30,000 dwellings, 100,000 people. The Vampire Dynasty, the King's Crown. A heart set on the dynasty. The Blood Empress's exclusive sword, Blood Abyss. 1 Blood God Progenitor statue activation card. 1 weapon/equipment upgrade card, no level restriction. The rewards have been distributed. Jiang Cheng was incredibly excited at this moment. However, something strange seemed to have been mixed in with the reward, almost catching him off guard. 1 Blood God Progenitor statue activation card. Each lord's main building has a statue in front of it. Once the main building is upgraded to the dynasty level, the statue can be activated, making it a powerful subordinate to conquer the continent. The initial awakening level is Great Sage, but the loyalty is extremely low, and there is a possibility of betrayal at any time. The awakening statue is both an opportunity and a test for the Lord. Only by gradually increasing the statue's loyalty to the Lord can it be perfectly controlled, making it willingly serve the Lord. Urgent notice. Your statue has been subjected to prolonged attacks by unknown spirits, resulting in a damaged sacred soul and a mind no different from that of a 5-year-old child. Jiang Cheng smiled sheepishly, then glanced at the statue of the blood god ancestor, which was majestic and imposing, resembling a great general who fought on the battlefield in ancient times. Moreover, the statue itself has undergone a tremendous transformation. It had become a living being, and Jiang Cheng only needed to use the activation card to step down from it. With the mind of a 5-year-old, isn't that even dumber than Mengli? If we use both kindness and severity, won't their loyalty skyrocket? Suddenly, Jiang Cheng found the statue much more pleasing to the eye. He secretly rejoiced that his hard work these past few days, without eating, drinking, or sleeping, had not been in vain. Unfortunately, a way to enhance the netherworld blood flame was lost in the future. Trading a great saint for a way to enhance the netherworld blood flame is still a good deal. At worst, I can make this guy do hard labor, catching a saint every day for me to burn. Then Jiang Cheng started reading from the beginning. The temple has been elevated to a dynasty. The probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior has reached 100%, and the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is also ridiculously high, but Jiang Cheng still doesn't plan to do it. The prospect of producing 20 awakened saint-level vampire warriors every day is infinitely more desirable than this. The former needs to start developing from scratch. The latter can directly keep up with the development speed of the main force. You can directly integrate into it. Jiang Cheng doesn't have that much time to let the new vampire warriors develop slowly from level 1. What he needs is top-tier combat power. Jiang Cheng will only consider drawing a gold-level Blood Clan warrior when the probability of obtaining one reaches 100% and there is no threat from external enemies. Next, let's talk about the rewards. 5 million energy stones. An hour ago, Jiang Cheng might have been happy for a while. But who told Luo Qi to give him a bag full of storage rings? He can get a 10% commission if he sells everything in his storage ring. Just that 10% commission. A conservative estimate puts it at 10 million energy stones. As for the 1 million Lord coins, Jiang Cheng hasn't decided how to use them yet. If possible, he wanted to get Anna another divine source so she could refine it. Anna has emerged from her remnant soul state. Naturally, it was no longer a remnant soul accompanying the temple. The temple upgrade no longer benefits her. She will need to gradually recover to her peak condition on her own. Phew, I'll ask Anna's clone later. If needed, I'll get another one, since we'll have to deal with so many false gods later. The battle might get too intense, and even a true god might descend. True gods can travel through the void at unimaginable speeds. Moreover, there can't be just one true god coming, so the stronger Anna is, the more room she has to maneuver. The rewards following Lord's coins are residences and citizens. The sheer number of rewards this time is unimaginable. They have 100,000 subjects. It's a waste to have so many people piled up on Sky Island. After all, there are only so many things that can be done on the island. We need to find them something to do. Let's leave it for now. It will help speed up the gathering of faith power. The reserves in the territory can still sustain tens of thousands of people for half a month. King's Crown. Exclusive to the King of the Vampire Kingdom. Simply by wearing it, the people you encounter wherever you go will feel a deep sense of admiration. Furthermore, within the territory, any citizen who attacks the leader will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao's fortune, making it difficult to advance in cultivation and bringing extreme bad luck. Misfortunes never come singly. This can only be removed with the king's forgiveness. This thing is completely useless to Jiang Cheng. Aside from inspiring national worship and increasing the cohesion of faith, it serves no other purpose. Whether they are his subjects or vampire warriors, everyone in his territory is 100% loyal to him. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Jiang Cheng skipped over the heart of the dynasty part, since it's just a material needed for the next upgrade. The Blood Empress's exclusive sword, Blood Abyss. Rank, Supreme Divine Artifact. Current status, still possesses residual power, but the artifact's spirit is dormant and unable to unleash its full strength. Note, this sword has accompanied the vampire Empress in her slaughter of countless lives. It exudes an extremely heavy aura of killing and continues to emanate residual divine power. Lord, please make thorough preparations before accepting it. Otherwise, it will lead to incalculable consequences. Anna's sword is actually a supreme, divine weapon. Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised. I plan to put this reward aside for now. We'll collect it after Anna finishes her seclusion. The last reward is a weapon/equipment upgrade card, regardless of its tier. Jiang Cheng is preparing to upgrade Sky God Island. I don't know if it will succeed. He was just about to claim his reward. A notification sound then rang in my mind. Congratulations, Lord. You have achieved the milestone of becoming the first Lord to upgrade your territory to the dynasty level. This message will be broadcast in the World Channel announcement shortly. Your messages in the World Chat will also have a unique border, making them extremely eye-catching. All of the top 100 lords who upgrade their territories to dynasties have won, with the first place being the most dazzling, and the rest becoming more ordinary. After this, you will unlock the National Alliance feature. Note, both parties' territories must reach the dynasty level to become allies. After forming an alliance, your territories will receive a free teleportation array, allowing for seamless travel without the need for energy stones, and you will also enjoy a series of other benefits. The answer will be revealed after the two sides officially form an alliance. This is the real alliance. The so-called Demon Alliance, Purple Winged Dragon Alliance, Soul Clan Alliance, on the World Channel now. These are all just ways to create a large group chat. It's extremely rudimentary. They can't even actually meet each other, so why would they need to buy a teleportation array? This was a fatal blow to lords in poor circumstances. Congratulations, Lord, on achieving a new accomplishment. Rewards: 200,000 Lord coins, 3 renewable energy stone mines, 1 superior battle axe, the exclusive building vampire warrior conversion pool, and the attack skill blood burning technique. Note, due to the temple upgrade, the daily output of renewable energy stone mines has increased to 300,000. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, this achievement was accomplished. Such a generous reward. This reward feels much more substantial than the reward for upgrading the temple, as it includes both buildings and skills, and also provides a certain degree of improvement to the territory. With these 3 renewable energy stone mines, my territory now has 9. Each mine produces 300,000 per day, which is 2.7 million per day. I hope you will reward me with some renewable energy stone mines later, and it would be best if I had an endless supply of energy stones. The reward behind the energy stone mine is a superior sacred artifact. If the blood god ancestor statue's loyalty increases, Jiangqing wouldn't mind letting him use it for a while. Vampire Warrior Conversion Pool. This is a building specifically for vampires. All talented citizens can enter the transformation pool. As long as they pass the test, they can become vampire warriors, and their rank will be determined by their own talent. Upgrade requirements: 500,000 wood, 500,000 ore, 300,000 energy stones, and 1 saint-level saint source. Upgrading will slightly increase the rank of vampire citizens after conversion. Jiangcheng glanced at the building information and sighed inwardly. If they produce a bunch of black iron and brass for him, where will he go to cry? They also need to draw elite troops from the main force to protect them, raising them from infancy. However, there are a few promising young men in the militia squad. Let them give it a try. Let those few promising talents try it out first. If the results are good, then we'll promote it vigorously and let all talented and ambitious young people give it a try. If the results are not ideal, then it can only be used as decoration to save face. This is the only option at present. Attack skill, blood burning technique. By burning one's own blood, one can increase their combat power by 100%, which can be stacked with the berserk skill. Vampire warriors possess extremely strong self-repairing abilities. By burning a portion of blood, one can regenerate another. This skill is a perfect fit, but it still carries a certain degree of risk. 100%. With such a significant boost, the individual combat ability of vampire warriors will become exceptionally terrifying, not to mention their teamwork capabilities. Vampire warriors are not particularly strong in the early stages. Victory is often achieved through teamwork. But now that he has obtained this blood-burning technique, the weakness of his individual combat ability has naturally been solved. Of course, this weakness is relative to powerful beings like angels and demons, who are still difficult to defeat at the same level. However, Jiangcheng always walked at the front, which gave him an advantage in rank, making his unit's strength stand out. In less than half a day, Jiangcheng had amassed countless treasures, more than 10 times the rewards he had received during the Abyss Mist event. First, they killed 3 prodigies, 1 saint, and loyal, lowly soldiers from the Heavenly Serpent tribe. These alone earned him over 20,000 points. The saint and the 3 prodigies made up the majority of them. However, these items are not enough to exchange for what he wants. At present, he can only exchange for some auxiliary items that are of little use to him, which is not very meaningful, but it can still be considered as a gain. Then there was that strange spaceship. The value of the corpses inside, plus that divine corpse, is immeasurable, not to mention their equipment and storage rings. Finally, there are 2 rewards. Such a massive harvest is enough to make Jiangcheng's territory soar to a higher level. Stand at the forefront of the battle for supremacy. It would allow him to look down upon the tens of millions of lords below. Chapter 120 World Announcement. The High Circle's Rejoicing. World Channel. The announcement for the Lord's counterattack is still there. The points redemption page was also included in the announcement. At this time, many lords stayed in their own territories. I dare not go out rashly. Rumors circulated that each of the local prodigies was accompanied by a saint-level expert, whose strength was so formidable that they were not to be trifled with. If they were to encounter him, it would probably not be long before they were killed by that saint. Or perhaps they could bring the people and their troops back together and use them as guinea pigs for experiments. Several lords have already suffered such tragedies, sending messages to warn their lords to be careful when going out before they die. As a result, these small and medium-sized lords naturally cowered in their territories, trembling with fear. They don't have the strength to fight against a saint. It's not like the lord of the Vaslo Great Forest. They got free plane tickets. Not only them, but also the high-ranking lords. Even some top lords with weaker foundations dare not go out, and can only hide in a corner to ensure that they can make effective defenses when outside geniuses come looking for them. Only those top-tier lords and super lords with strong foundations and sufficient confidence to kill a saint-level expert can take the initiative to attack. Some of the top lords do not have saints in their possession. However, by leveraging their superior troop types and sheer numbers, they manage to kill a saint and painstakingly annihilate this team of prodigies, earning a considerable amount of points. But that's all they can do. The heavy casualties force them to halt their lord counterattack and turn to other matters. Therefore, the subsequent lord counterattack wars have become the stage for the various super lords to compete for supremacy. Although there were no rankings this time. However, The items redeemed from a large number of points can narrow the gap between them. When the mists of the abyss end, the World Channel announcement stated that this fog was just a minor disturbance, and that more intense fog would follow. Therefore, they must seize the time to improve their strength. Never miss an opportunity to improve your skills. While the super lords are out there striving and fighting, the other tens of millions of lords can only stay in their territories, drinking tea and chatting, and dare not venture out into their territories rashly. Just as they were having a lively conversation, a new announcement suddenly appeared on the World Channel. Congratulations to Vampire Lord Jiang Cheng for being the first to upgrade his territory to the dynasty level, naming it the Vampire Dynasty. We hope that all lords will take this as an example and send Lord Jiang Cheng their sincere blessings or a carefully prepared gift to strengthen the bond between you. At this moment, Jiang Cheng also stepped forward and greeted the tens of millions of lords. Everyone, I hope we can work together and, once we are strong enough, give the arrogant local forces a good beating. That concludes my speech. He simply wanted to make a statement. Instead of flaunting his dazzling, pretentious, and hate-attracting exclusive chat border. That's all, nothing more. Why is there a border around Jiang Cheng's speech? It looks so arrogant, all golden and dazzling, just like a whale who has spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on in-game purchases. Damn, my eyes are almost blinded by all this. If Jiang Cheng keeps sending messages like crazy in the middle of the night, he could probably blind all those lords who stay up all night. What are you all focusing on? They've already upgraded their territory to a dynasty. I've never even heard of that level before. The difference is just too big. Boss Jiang Cheng, when are you going to form an alliance? We've all been eagerly awaiting it. That's right. I've never joined any alliance before because I wanted to hand myself over to you cleanly. Let's establish an alliance quickly. Stop pretending, upstairs. I saw you in the Purple Winged Dragon Alliance before. You're probably waiting for Jiang Cheng to establish the alliance so you can join and become a spy. No wonder Boss Jiang Cheng has been hesitant to form an alliance. With so many spies trying to infiltrate it, I wouldn't form this alliance either. Brothers, let's join those super leagues and extract information from them to tell Boss Jiang Cheng. That's right, a mere membership fee is no problem for us. With local forces eyeing us covetously from the outside, is it a good idea for us to get bogged down in internal strife like this? We should look at this issue rationally. At this time, we should unite against external forces instead of thinking about how to weaken each other. Doing so will only weaken our own strength. The topic on the World Channel gradually veered off course. Meanwhile, within those major alliances, there was heated discussion about Jiang Cheng upgrading his territory into a dynasty. Within these major leagues, a circle of elites has been formed. It is full of members who are at least high-ranking lords. The atmosphere here is unusually lively, unlike the tense atmosphere among ordinary members outside. Haha, today I'm treating you to wine brewed by the local forces. Each of you will have a jar, so don't be shy. Then I'll share some of the meat from the level 9 monsters with you all. I just killed 7 level 9 monsters yesterday, and I don't know how to store the meat, so I'll deal with it in advance. Today is the happiest day I've had since becoming a lord. The lords who can enter this circle have very good relationships with each other, and they trade frequently. Some have even formed inseparable chains of interest. That guy Jiang Cheng actually upgraded his territory at this crucial moment, and even upgraded it into a dynasty. He must have made quite a stir. Yes, it was incredibly unwise of us to upgrade our territory at this critical juncture. There are countless local powers looking for us outside. I guess he's been sitting in the top position for too long, and he's become arrogant, regarding those local prodigies as nothing more than ants and weeds, thinking he can easily wipe them out. Ha ha, those local prodigies are just waiting for us to make some noise so they can kill us and take our heads back for a reward. The prodigies who came this time are all from saint-level or god-level forces. Most of them travel in groups, and there are very few lone ones. Even powerful figures like the alliance leader keep their distance. They can only find lone local prodigies and fight them quickly. A top lord chuckled maliciously. Hee, the situation in the Vaslo Great Forest is much more serious than here, with 6 times the number of native geniuses. Jiang Cheng's upgrade of the dynasty has caused a stir, which will definitely attract them. When that happens, local geniuses will flock to Jiang Cheng's territory one after another. How could he possibly defend it? When Jiang Cheng falls, that woman Luo Qi might also be in his territory. If both of them perish, our alliance leader will be one step closer to the number 1 spot. After his reminder, the people in the group chat quickly realized what was happening. The atmosphere immediately turned joyful, and even some lords who were short of money were willing to share their best possessions with everyone to celebrate this hard-won good news. Chapter 121 The Goblin Lord has risen, the interest chain behind the alliance. What? Jiang Cheng is actually going to be finished? The demon lord stood up from the bushes. He was hiding here to ambush a group of local prodigies who were about to arrive. He wanted to take a break before they arrived and see if his friends had sent him any messages. I didn't expect it to actually exist. However, the news that came was that Jiang Cheng had upgraded his territory into a dynasty, making a great splash and attracting the attention of the local prodigies. It is being besieged relentlessly. Damn it! How could this guy be so stupid? Upgrading his territory at this crucial moment is infuriating. How am I supposed to deal with him personally now? I'm not reconciled. The demon lord gritted his teeth in anger, stomped his feet, and had a ferocious expression on his face. Now, the demonic markings on his body are becoming more and more numerous. It made him look neither human nor ghost, and he looked very strange. What are you doing? Those local forces are coming. Hide and hide right now. Lucifer's impatient voice rang out. The group of local prodigies were only 7 or 8 kilometers away and were about to arrive. If he hadn't used his mental power to shield the other party from the saint, they probably would have already discovered him and attacked with their swords. Why are you hiding? Jiang Cheng is almost finished. He must die by my hand. Otherwise I will lose the meaning of living and have no intention of improving my strength. I must join forces with other superlords and head to the Vaslo Great Forest. Having said that, he ignored Lucifer's objections. He returned to his territory alone to discuss countermeasures. The other superlords also received the news. Of course, their information wasn't as outrageous as the demon lords. It was relatively accurate. However, they all believed that Jiang Cheng was about to fall into danger and was about to face a great calamity. In an instant, these lords all withdrew to their territories. They discussed whether to take advantage of Jiang Cheng's misfortune and enter his territory to plunder resources and treasures. Of course, some also planned to go to the rescue. For example, the Angel Lord, who had once received favors from Jiang Cheng, had previously planned to establish an alliance with him, but Jiang Cheng refused. Left with no other choice, she could only develop an angel alliance to check and balance other alliances. And it has developed better than the other alliances. She has spies of all sorts throughout the other major alliances, and even the languishing demon alliance has her informants. I watched as messages came in one after another. Jiang Cheng was utterly speechless. Some gloated, others offered insincere but actually glaring intelligence, but very few genuinely cared about him. However, many lords in the public chat are concerned about him. These are all his fans. She admires him immensely and has already identified him as her idol. Forget it, I won't respond to them. I'll just let things take their course. Jiang Cheng originally intended to deny the rumors and say that he was fine. But after thinking about it, I decided against it, as doing so would definitely reveal my hand. At the same time, he also wanted to see if any fearless individuals would try to take advantage of the chaos, hoping that they wouldn't come here and never be able to leave. When his forces clash with the local powers, the residual force from the power collision will likely kill these opportunistic lords. Is this demon lord crazy? Why does he still add me after I've rejected him more than 10 times? Did he lose a bet, and now he absolutely has to add me? Jiang Cheng couldn't remember how many times he had rejected the demon lord's friend requests. He chose to block this person. He then took out the cloth bag that Luo Qi had given him. He took out a storage ring from inside. Labeled the items inside as premium. They were then sold off at a high price. He bought 3,000 energy stones for a 5-star weapon, 5,000 for a 6-star weapon, and 10,000 for a 7-star weapon. This price is significantly higher than what Loki would sell it for himself. After all, others were envious of the many good items she had, and they conspired to lower the price, resulting in her not selling a single item. However, Jiang Cheng is different. He was holding the guise of the Goblin Lord. Previously, you could search for the Goblin Lord's entire body, but after the Abyss Mist, the real Goblin Lord seems to have died and can no longer be found. At that time, Jiang Cheng had just retired from the martial arts world. No further items were sold off. This led many lords on the World Channel to lament that they missed the Goblin Lord very much. He lamented, if it weren't for buying this guy's fake goods, turning hatred into motivation, and improving the strength of our territory, we wouldn't have been able to get through the Abyss fog. As a result, the Goblin Lord's name became known to almost everyone, and some female fans even made a wreath, calling it a gift for the Goblin Lord. The item, priced at a high amount of 900 million energy stones, has been listed in the Lord's trading area as a form of tribute. I actually have a female fan. Jiang Cheng was very pleased. He then continued working, selling off the items in the next storage ring. He, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in his work. The lords browsing the trading area were terrified. These days, the local forces have caused great anxiety among the lords. Without lord coins, I can't afford to buy things in the mall. You can only find cheap items in the lord's trading area. Unexpectedly, I saw the goblin lord selling weapons and equipment, and he sold so many of them at once, and they were of high level and high quality. Everyone, quickly assemble in the lord's trading area. My God, the goblin lord has come back to life. I heard he crawled out of hell and stole a huge amount of weapons and equipment, and he's selling them off now. What? This guy is dead. I even laughed until I cried back then. He actually deceived my feelings. This is intolerable. Damn it, the swindler has been resurrected. The nightmare of the Lord's trading district has returned. No, the quality of the items the Goblin Lord is selling this time is pretty good. There are only minor flaws in the blade, but overall they work very well. That's right, I bought a 5-star battle armor. It's almost brand new, but the price is a bit expensive. This price is already pretty good. Haven't you seen the armor sold by the major alliances? Those are ridiculously expensive, and the quality isn't great either. They're often shortchanged. The major alliances have recruited many talented individuals. Each unit you have has a special purpose. For example, some troop types can refine weapons, while others can refine pills. These lords have joined several major alliances, received protection, and enjoyed a continuous influx of resources. However, the prerequisite is that their troops must serve the alliance. They will provide materials to these lords so that they can refine pills and forge weapons. The weapons and elixirs produced will be handed over to the alliance for sale, with the alliance controlling the prices, and they will receive a certain percentage of the profits afterwards. In this way, the lords who were engaged in weapon crafting and alchemy were quite happy, as both sides could gain something from it. Thus, a huge chain of interests gradually formed. The previously mentioned chain of interests among lords is similar to this. Chapter 122 The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance, preparing to strike in the market, assembles an army of 5 million. Such a large amount of weapons and equipment has flooded the market. This will inevitably disrupt the original trading area, affect the rules set by the major alliance lords, and damage their interests. In particular, the weapons and equipment sold by Jiang Cheng were better sold than those of the major alliances, both in terms of quality and price. After all, the weapon forging lords under the Grand Alliance don't have very high-grade troops. At best, they're only high-level lords. Moreover, their main task is to continuously refine weapons and sell them for money, so the level of their troops can only be improved by absorbing energy stones in their spare time. The troop type is low level, and the rank itself is not high. The resulting weapons and equipment were naturally of poor quality. If the Lord's trading zone hadn't been monopolized by the Grand Alliance, those lords who had made purchases would have already been cursing their families in the public chat. But Jiang Cheng's is different. Those that are chosen by the Void Worms and brought back as treasures naturally have their own extraordinary qualities. Although there are some minor flaws, the overall quality is much better than those from the major leagues. Seeing products that are of good quality and inexpensive. In addition, there's the inherent popularity of the Goblin Lord. The goods sold out quickly, and demand exceeded supply. Furthermore, the lords who successfully made the purchase would share the news with the public chat or their friends, thus advertising for Jiang Cheng. Sales here are booming. However, the sales of products from the major alliance plummeted. This resulted in a situation where no one was interested. Only the members of the major leagues were willing to spend their own money to buy the products in order to support their own brands. Now, tens of millions of lords have developed their power, with each type of troop having over 100, some even over 1,000, and the more terrifying ones have over 10,000, and have established small tribes. This number will increase rapidly over time. Each branch of the military needs a set of weapons and equipment. Therefore, the market demand is enormous. No matter how many items you sell, the market demand can absorb them all. Jiang Cheng's hands were so tired from putting products on the shelves that he simply stopped labeling them and just threw them up. Any item dropped into the trading area will be completely sold out immediately. While the high-ranking members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon were discussing in a group chat whether to take advantage of Jiang Cheng's misfortune, they received the devastating news that the Lord's trading zone had fallen. Alliance leader, fellow Alliance leaders, something terrible has happened. The Goblin Lord in the Lord trading zone has come back to life and is frantically dumping weapons and equipment. He has already taken over our market. Almost all the lords are buying his goods, while our goods are ignored. People even say that not even a dog would buy them. Several members were so angry that they went out to argue with them, and now they've been cyberbullied by people in the public chat. They've been cursed terribly, with people even insulting their ancestors for 180 generations. The chat lords, who were engaged in heated discussion, all stopped what they were doing and opened the trading area to check the situation. There's no way around it. There's a huge amount of money and profit involved here. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance spent an unknown amount of effort to become the dominant force in the weapons and equipment sector, occupying half of the territory. It hasn't even been 2 days, and they haven't even had enough of their profits yet, and someone is already challenging their interests and trying to start a trade war with them? Each of the major alliances has lords in charge of weapon crafting and alchemy, and they all want to seize market share. None of them want to give up this big piece of the pie. Therefore, the major alliances engaged in fierce battles in the Lord's trading zone. Ultimately, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance emerged victorious in this region, given their formidable strength and the fact that they commanded the most lords responsible for weapon crafting. So they got their hands on the biggest piece of the pie, but only 2 days have passed. Before they could even savor the benefits they had received, someone else challenged their dominant position. How could the higher-ups of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance tolerate this? Damn it! This goblin lord is utterly reckless. How dare he try to take a piece of our cake? How dare he? Isn't he afraid we'll find him? That's right. How dare these mere goblins be so arrogant? Any lord in my branch alliance could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. Everyone, mobilize your resources to find and locate this guy. We must find him and tear him to pieces. I just received 20,000 energy stones yesterday, and the market has been disrupted today. I spent 200,000 to fight a trade war with other alliances. I don't want to lose even my initial investment. A lord who saw through the truth stepped forward. I can't even find this goblin lord's name. It's probably just someone else's pseudonym. His real identity is definitely not the goblin lord, but some big shot. The other lords also realized what was happening. That's right. Before, when Xiaoyan died, we couldn't find anything about him no matter how we searched. With such a vivid example right in front of us, we can't forget it. Could this goblin lord be someone from another major alliance, trying to disrupt our existing market and start a new round of competition with us? It's unlikely. After this trade war, the major alliances have been severely weakened. Apart from the Angel Alliance, no one has the resources to do this much. But the Angel Alliance has only been established for a short time and simply cannot mobilize so much power. As far as I know, this goblin lord is a celebrity in the trading district, the infamous kind. He has cheated many lords by selling counterfeit goods, some of whom have died tragically. Selling counterfeit goods and ripping off others? These two characteristics match Jiang Cheng and Luo Qi so well. The lord was laughing when he suddenly froze. This goblin lord feels like a combination of Jiang Cheng and Luo Qi. Jiang Cheng had tricked them before. Loki has also sold useless counterfeit goods. Back then, the White Tiger Lord and the Qilin Lord almost became mortal enemies over a broken bronze ring. Why are these two guys ruining our plans everywhere they go? They probably saw that we were making money and they were extremely envious, so they wanted to target us. Alliance leader, I agree to the proposal you just made. We will send troops to the Vaslo Great Forest to attack Jiangcheng's vampire kingdom. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. I agree. The trade war between the major alliances a few days ago involved almost all the top lords. More than 3,000 high-ranking lords also participated. These people are all hoping to take over the market in the trading area, make a fortune, and experience what it's like to be a capitalist. But now, instead of making money, they've lost market share. This enraged the members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance. Seeing this scene, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord had no choice but to agree. The best way to divert internal conflicts is to launch a war and shift the conflict to the outside world. If he disagrees, internal conflicts will accumulate and deepen like a bomb with a lit fuse. When the time comes, it will explode and shatter into pieces, falling apart. At the same time, he also wanted to recoup the money he had invested in the trading area. He was the one who had paid the most. Once those energy stones cannot be retrieved, his strength would then plummet, leaving him penniless and returning to square one. Apart from these top-tier and high-ranking lords who were interested in attacking Jiang Cheng, no other lords had this idea. Jiang Cheng is incredibly powerful, and the situation in Vaslo is unpredictable. It's uncertain whether he'll even return alive. The lords who were watching all shook their heads. They have no vested interests involved. Isn't it better to just develop normally? Moreover, if they go, they will definitely be required to walk at the front and act as cannon fodder, which is not worthwhile. However, one person was very enthusiastic. That was the Demon Lord. The addition of a super lord has delighted the high-ranking members of the Purple Winged Dragon Alliance. Even if the lord doesn't bring any minions, he is still an extremely powerful force. The other party had no other demands, nor did he need to share any profits. He only made one request. That means he should personally deal with Jiang Cheng. Ha ha ha. With the addition of the Demon Lord, the strength of our punitive army has instantly doubled. That's for sure. With the Demon Lord's demon army and our Lord's Purple Winged Dragon army, we'll definitely make Jiang Cheng run away in terror. I've added the Lord who provided information in the public chat area. He hasn't left the Vaslo Great Forest yet and is still in that area. We can give him a teleportation array and then teleport there together. That guy hasn't run away yet. Could he have a way to evade the search of those prodigies? The number of prodigies in the Vaslo Great Forest is 6 times that of our region. We don't want to jump right into their faces as soon as we land. Don't worry, that guy's unit is special. His territory is 100 meters underground, and he has a treasure that can prevent mental energy from spying on him. So he is extremely safe. The possibility of him being discovered by the elite forces is very small. Our troops can secretly gather information about Jiang Cheng, and they also have treasures that protect against mental attacks. So, when we get there, we'll use him as a sacrificial offering. Excellent. Ha ha ha. May we achieve a resounding victory. These high-ranking officials were unaware of the specifics of the Demon Lord. After a period of celebration, they quickly began to plan their tactics, devising a strategy to quickly and effectively defeat Jiang Cheng's territory in the shortest possible time. The Lord who knew about Jiang Cheng had already told them the approximate location of Jiang Cheng's territory, although the other party did not personally inspect it. But he was quite certain that Jiang Cheng was in that area. The deviation will not exceed 30 kilometers. The confident army ignored this minor flaw. If the deviation is no more than 30 miles, their punitive expeditionary force can stretch for 50 or 60 miles and conduct a comprehensive search. How could they possibly not find that scoundrel Jiang Cheng? Especially since the other party's territory has been upgraded to a so-called kingdom. The castle must be incredibly tall and magnificent. Anyone who isn't blind can find its location. The Lord who just delivered the message told me that there has been no sign of battle in Jiang Cheng's territory. It seems that the local prodigies have not yet arrived. Otherwise the war would have already begun. Those local prodigies are all lazy guys. They've been pampered since childhood and can't stand hardship. They'll definitely keep traveling and sightseeing. The Vaslo Great Forest is a wonderful place. It has succubi and elves. I guess those local prodigies are already caught up in the pleasures of love and won't start clearing them out so soon. That's right. In their eyes, we are as weak as ants. Those geniuses in the Vaslo Great Forest must think the same way, so they are very disdainful and plan to play with us until they're done before making a move. Haha, then let's take this opportunity to conquer Jiang Cheng's territory as soon as possible. The Alliance leader's plan is to attack at night. The local prodigies are weak and will definitely choose to sleep or cultivate at night. We can take advantage of this time to launch an attack, and at the same time, the chances of being discovered during the march will be greatly reduced by the cover of night. Wonderful. The plan was finalized quickly. The Purple Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance has over 3,000 high-level lords, 89 top-level lords, and 2 super lords. He commanded a total of over 5 million troops. There weren't that many to begin with. However, these high-ranking lords formed cliques and tricked some mid-ranking lords into acting as cannon fodder to deplete the stamina of Jiang Cheng's vampire warriors. If we don't find cannon fodder, then they will become cannon fodder. These high-ranking lords were incredibly cunning, coming up with this scheme. 5 million troops. Upon hearing this number, all the participating lords were greatly encouraged and filled with confidence. Especially most of the top lords. They didn't even qualify for the top 100 before, and getting into the top 100 was their dream. Presumably, after this battle, they will be able to step into that threshold. Even if the army of 5 million were 5 million pigs, the vampire warriors under Jiang Cheng's command would be exhausted to death. It's practically a sure win. In an instant, all the high-ranking members of the Purple Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance sprang into action, especially the lords who were skilled in weapon crafting. They worked overtime to forge weapons and equipment for all the participating lords. We are fully prepared for battle. Chapter 123, Activating the Statue. Finally sold out. I'm exhausted. Jiang Cheng collapsed onto the throne. There were nearly 120 storage rings in the cloth bag, each filled with weapons and equipment, about 500 pieces in total. Half of them are 5-star equipment, and the rest are 6-star, 7-star, etc. The highest-ranking item was a broken sacred artifact. The entire longsword was rotten to the point that only the hilt remained, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it scrap metal. It was bought by a top lord of the White Tiger Alliance for a high price of 100,000 energy stones, and is currently cursing the Goblin Lord and his family in the public chat. The sales this time were excellent. Almost every time they sold their stock, they received energy stones. There are still more than 300 weapons and equipment that haven't been sold to me yet. I'll just leave them hanging here and not bother with them anymore. Jiang Cheng has already made a fortune. With so many weapons and equipment, he earned nearly 600 million energy stones in total. If he could sell these 300 weapons and equipment in the trading area, breaking through this threshold would not be a problem. 600 million energy stones, which rounds up to 1 billion, and with a 90-10 split, I can get 100 million. I easily earned a small fortune. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little smug. Just as he was basking in his joy, a friend sent him a message. The person who sent the message was Angel Lord Yunshi. Lord Jiang Cheng, my spy infiltrated into the Purple Winged Dragon Alliance, has sent word that they are preparing to launch an attack on your territory tonight. Nearly 5,000 lords participated in the war, and the total number of troops under their command reached a terrifying 5 million. They seem to know the location of your territory and plan to lead their army straight to it after arriving at the Vaslo Great Forest. You'd better leave now. 5 million troops. Yunshi had no idea what that number even meant. Perhaps it's because when you stand on the mountaintop and look out into the distance, all you see are densely packed human figures. 5 million troops. Even 5 million pigs would be a problem. They fought until they were exhausted, until they were completely drained, and still couldn't kill them all. I saw the message she sent. Jiang Cheng sat up straight, immediately becoming interested. These guys actually dared to attack him, and they even brought an army of 5 million. How did they know the location of my territory? My territory is so vast that even false gods can't find it. How could these worthless scoundrels possibly find it? Could it be fake news? Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Fake news has harmed quite a few people. He replied to Yunshi. He first thanked her, then said he would find a way to avoid her. After saying that, he walked out of the temple. Yato and Yair had finished dealing with the items on the spaceship, and their faces were filled with joy, even more so than if they had gotten married. Jiang Cheng called the two of them over. My lord, these are the storage rings from those corpses. They're all in here, not one is missing. The two men took out an exquisite wooden box from their pockets. It's filled to the brim with storage rings, each one of superior quality, offering enormous storage space. You'll hardly have to worry about storing your belongings in the future. Well done. Draw the blood from those corpses and divide it equally. You can also distribute the sacred artifacts and armor they wore. You will also be given one of these storage rings later. Jiang Cheng has no use for all those storage rings. He planned to take the items inside and then distribute them. Store the wooden box in your lord's space. He instructed the two to try contacting Yi Qing to inquire about the current situation of the local prodigies and their locations. Yato and Yeli closed their eyes and contacted Yi Qing. After a long while, the two opened their eyes. Reporting to the Lord, Yi Qing said that those prodigies were all good-for-nothings, lacking any ambition. Most of them were still searching for succubi in the middle of the forest, or lingering in the territory of the elves and refusing to come out, as if they planned to play for a few more days. The remaining few prodigies are still staying near Yunya Mountain with her. Among them are prodigies from Wanyao Mountain, as well as prodigies from other forces, totaling 26 forces. Another group searched for the invaders in the surrounding area, but most of them returned empty-handed. It is estimated that by nightfall, the number of elite forces in Yunya Mountain will reach 50. Jiang Cheng sneered. They had all stayed with the elves. Although the elven race has declined, it is still a god-level power. Perhaps these prodigies have not achieved their goals, which is why they have stayed there for so long. They're all spoiled brats, which makes things much easier. However, the immediate issues to be addressed are the Purple Winged Dragon Alliance and the local forces entrenched in Yunya Mountain. In that case, why don't you two have a dogfight tonight? Jiang Cheng instructed Yato and Yeli to pass on a message to Yi Qing. Tell her to walk at the back of the line as much as possible at night. Otherwise, walk in front, lest you die and your body can't be found. After explaining everything, Jiang Cheng ordered Yato and Yeli to return to their territory immediately and distribute the holy blood to improve their overall strength as quickly as possible, without delay, with the activation of the vampire altar. Basically, all the vampire warriors who could awaken have awakened, with the majority awakening to the platinum bloodline, and a small number with good talent awakening to the dark gold bloodline. Pure gold is extremely rare. After all, Jiang Cheng had invested a lot of resources in these warriors, and coupled with the cultivation he had earned through blood and sweat, his combat experience was incredibly rich. If it awakens a crimson gold color, that would be incredibly embarrassing. After awakening, vampire warriors are just one step away from reaching the saint level, while those who haven't awakened are still at the 9th level, quite a distance from the saint level. However, absorbing the blood of those saints and holy kings on the spaceship should result in a significant improvement. And the vampire warrior who was originally on the verge of breaking through to the saint level was able to break through naturally. We arrived at the statue of the blood god ancestor. Jiang Cheng almost instinctively unleashed the netherworld blood flame. Use the blood god progenitor statue activation card. Use. The card in Jiang Cheng's hand turned into starlight and flowed into the statue's chest, seemingly triggering some mechanism, and the statue began to move. His eyes darted around listlessly, and he didn't seem very smart, nor as lively as Meng Li. He looked rather dull and foolish. Why? I can't move. A hoarse voice came from his throat. He struggled desperately, but unfortunately triggered the restriction left by Anna, which made him unable to even move his eyes or utter a word. Statue of the progenitor of the vampire clan. Level, Great Sage. Current status. Incomplete holy soul, incomplete memories, low mental level. Loyalty, 60. There is a risk of rebellion at any time. Lords, please try your best to win them over and make them serve you. This statue is a high-quality replica of the blood god progenitor, almost identical to the original. Its extremely low loyalty serves as a test for the Lord. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain a powerful subordinate, one must take concrete actions. Note, the tests vary. Some lords may receive a high-quality replica statue with 100% loyalty, while others may need to undergo trials, and some lords are not replicas at all. Therefore, Lord, please do not make unfounded speculations about the situation of other people's statues. Every lord's situation is different, and everyone has their own way of dealing with it. Jiang Cheng nodded silently. He took the king's crown out of the lord's storeroom. He keenly noticed a subtle change flashing in the statue's eyes. Ancestor statue loyalty +2. The statues can also be considered part of his people. Seeing him evokes feelings of respect. From now on, you will work under me. You must not have any other improper thoughts, such as wanting to rebel or replace me. I'm monitoring what you're thinking all the time. If you keep thinking like that, it won't just be as simple as keeping you locked up here. I'll tie you up with that special rope and hang you from a tree, and whip your little sparrow with a special leather whip. We didn't feed you for 3 days and 3 nights, and we even kept you locked up to watch us eat. As for water, it will only be foot bath water for you. There are countless people with athlete's foot in our kingdom. We'll let you taste them one by one and decide which one tastes the best. Chapter 124 Divine Island Upgrade, Supreme Artifact. The statue turned pale. How could someone be so vicious? Just thinking about that scene made his face turn green. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly upon seeing this. This isn't the final torture. If you really don't obey, I'll have someone kill you and turn you into an obedient puppet. Do you want to live or become a puppet? Blood God Progenitor Statue Loyalty +20. Current loyalty level, 82. He usually seems honest and hardworking, but his loyalty will plummet once his lord faces a crisis. This is the limit of what intimidation can achieve. Jiang Cheng nodded. There was no point in continuing. It was time to give him a sweet treat and let him know that he was still friendly to him. All right, I'll go find someone to lift the restrictions on you. Jiang Cheng summoned Anna's clone. Ask her to lift the restrictions on the statue. This is actually a high-quality replica. It's unbelievable. I once thought it was the blood god ancestor himself turned into a statue, and I was already prepared to fight him. Anna glanced at the statue a few times. The opponent was only at the Great Sage level. Even if she was just an avatar, she could suppress her with a wave of her hand and not cause any trouble. After the ban is lifted, the blood god ancestor statue glanced at Anna, its eyes seemingly filled with hostility. However, he quickly lowered his head. Because the other party was a god, that gaze gave him a splitting headache, making it impossible for him to look directly at him. Anna unleashed her divine power, pinning it to the ground. You are merely a high-quality replica, not the blood god ancestor himself. If you harbor any hostility towards me, you must keep it hidden in your heart. The majesty of a god cannot be offended. Anna's eyes were also filled with hostility as she looked at the statue of the blood god ancestor, suggesting that the relationship between the two was not very friendly. That makes sense, considering that the two were once the highest rulers of the vampire clan. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Their meeting would naturally not be friendly. Moreover, Anna, as the Empress, has absolutely no relation to the blood god ancestor. She must have gone through a bloody power struggle to ascend to that position. My lord, how about I erase his memories and leave him like a newborn baby? What do you think? Or I could just obliterate his holy soul and turn him into an obedient puppet, but that would take some time. The materials could be salvaged from the spaceship. After listening to Anna's words, Jiang Cheng was somewhat at a loss. Let's erase his memory first. I was planning to make him work tonight anyway. The statue of the blood god ancestor trembled incessantly. Unfortunately, the power of the great sage was no match for divine might. Snort. Anna slapped him on the back of the head. At the same time, a divine power entered his mind. In the blink of an eye, the statue's memory vanished, but he himself fell into a coma. Upon waking, you should have no memory of it. Jiang Cheng and Anna nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng found Yato's girlfriend, who is also a female cadre in the residential area. She has now been nominated by Jiang Cheng as the general chairman of the residential area, responsible for all affairs in the residential area. She also had jurisdiction over some militia squads. Perhaps because she had fallen in love, her expression was rosy and she always had a smile on her face. Jiang Cheng arrived at the residential area. Wherever he went, the people all paid their respects. She stared intently at him, her eyes filled with adoration. Jiang Cheng nodded and led them to an open space, where he summoned all the houses and people he had acquired through the upgrade. They also instructed the Atho women to divide the area into zones, including the old residential areas, so that it would be easier to manage. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of people would be crammed together. Too cluttered. If the area is divided into regions, they can be evaluated and compared with each other, which will enhance the enthusiasm of the people. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng took out the vampire warrior conversion pool. The area is planned around this conversion pool. A statue of him should be built at an important location in each region, so that the people can see him every day and worship him daily. Provides a massive amount of faith power. Jiang Cheng sensed that the power of faith had begun to surge, but he hadn't checked it yet. They left the residential area. Jiang Cheng found the green ivy. She was sitting next to Meng Li, playing with Meng Li's glittering crown. I don't even know what I did. Meng Li slumped to the ground, her face flushed and her brows furrowed, as if she were questioning the meaning of life. Jiang Cheng glanced at her height, then looked at Green Ivy. Green Ivy, I'm going to upgrade Sky Island. Get ready to cover the surrounding area with your spiritual energy so that the outside world can't detect the existence of Sky Island. Yes. Green Ivy was delighted and nodded vigorously. With Sky Island upgraded, she was naturally the happiest one. She maximized the secrecy of the sacred island. Now, no outside air can flow in, and the entrances and exits are closed. At the same time, Green Ivy's spiritual power covered the entire Sky God Island, and Anna's mental energy enveloped the outside. In this way, even if a divine war breaks out on Sky Island, as long as the divine power does not leak out, the outside world will not be able to detect any movement. Upgrade the supreme artifact Sky Island. Upgrade. There was no major commotion as Jiang Cheng had imagined. There was only a slight tremor. The island stretches endlessly to the horizon. In addition, Jiang Cheng felt that the flow of holy energy within his body seemed to have accelerated considerably. The sky was filled with rosy clouds and mist. It felt like being in a fairyland. This sight was incredibly impactful for the people of the territory. They were all amazed and felt that they had no regrets in their lives for being able to witness such a beautiful scene. At the same time, she was filled with boundless gratitude towards Jiang Cheng. Countless forces of faith surged forth. The stone of faith shimmered with a dim light, as if illuminated by the boundless power of faith. Meanwhile, the green ivy was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was enveloped in a layer of green light. The atmosphere grew stronger and stronger. However, she concealed it very well, and it didn't show. As the companion spirit of Sky Island, she cannot leave the island. However, when enemies descend upon the island, she can combine her own power with that of the island to unleash an extremely terrifying force to suppress them. Upgrade successful. Sky Island. Supreme Divine Artifact. This is a supreme artifact that can make a lord's faction stand out from the rest of the continent, possessing absolute defensive power that even a true god would find difficult to break through instantly. Light of the Divine Island. The Sky Divine Island can absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars and convert it into energy to unleash an attack comparable to that of a god. Cooldown period, 1 month. Space Jump. Allows instantaneous movement from one place to another with a maximum distance of 10,000 miles. Cooldown period, 1 month. Blessed Land. A special type of air is generated on the Sky God Island. Living on the island will greatly improve one's physique, and the cultivation speed on the island will be twice that of normal times. Can be stacked with territory enhancement buildings. Time Domain. Allows selection of an area on the Divine Island, making its internal time flow 5 times that of the outside world, with a maximum area limit of 20 square kilometers. Surprise Location. You can select an area beneath a Divine Island and teleport all its inhabitants to a special area on the Divine Island. The teleported creatures will have their strength suppressed to 1/3 of their original strength and will be unable to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Chapter 125 The Functions of Sky Island. Faith Power Condensation Value. The upgraded Sky Island became a supreme artifact. The area of the island has thus expanded considerably. 2 new skills have been added. Both skills are great. The former can accelerate the flow of time, enveloping the temple and barracks within a time domain. In this way, 1 day in real time is equivalent to 5 days in the domain, which is 5 times the cultivation speed. I'll have to ask Green Ivy about the next skill and have her take me to that special area to check it out. The island has expanded considerably since then. Jiang Chung tried his best to mobilize his mental energy, but was unable to detect everything. The pothose plant stood up from the ground. She transformed from a petite little girl into a graceful young woman with long hair reaching her waist, incredibly bright eyes, and a significantly increased aura. This made Meng Li, who was standing next to her, extremely envious. She ate so much good food, yet she only grew 10 centimeters taller. I'm really afraid that one day Jiang Chung will get tired of her eating too much and just dump her on the side of the road to be taken away by someone else. Green Ivy, take me to see the special area of the Divine Island. Yes, Master. That special area is not on the surface of the island. It is inside the Island of Gods. The two arrived near the teleportation array on the island of Izumi. A stone door appeared next to the teleportation array. Simply enter this stone gate to access the interior of the Divine Island and arrive at that special area. The two walked in one after the other. The interior of the Divine Island is dark and gloomy, as if you were in a prison of heaven and earth, and no matter what method you use, you cannot leave it. The Green Ivy walked ahead, radiating light that illuminated the surrounding environment. As she walked, she explained to Jiang Chung, Master, this is the interior of the Divine Island. Those who are captured here will be suppressed by the power of the Divine Island. Their strength will drop to 1/3 of its original level, and they will be unable to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is a power that only gods can mobilize. Green Ivy's words confirmed that even gods could be imprisoned within them, their power suppressed. Those who were originally on the island, but whose bodies have been tainted by the aura of the Divine Island, will not be affected and will still be able to exert their original strength here. This place also contains a space-folding formation. Although it is located inside the Divine Island, its actual area is more than twice that of the Divine Island. It can be used as a battlefield to kill enemies or as a prison. Moreover, since we are on the surface of the Divine Island, we can also access the scenes here for viewing. It can be projected above the Divine Island, and the image can be made large or small so that the people can see it clearly. In this way, the Master's prestige will surely increase greatly. Jiang Chung looked satisfied. I never imagined that Sky Island would have so many wonderful uses after the upgrade. Green Ivy continued, if the target is too powerful, the interception will fail. This is because some god-level beings, even if they suppress 1/3 of their divine power, still unleash terrifying power. If the temple is damaged inside, we'll be in big trouble. The scope of interception can also be adjusted. You can choose to intercept 100,000 or 1 million living beings, or you can choose just one living being. After understanding the functions, Green Ivy intercepted a lost 6-star boar-bear beast below the temple, and its strength was greatly suppressed. Due to the dim surroundings, it roared weakly and ran in one direction. But the more it ran, the more frightened it became. Because this place seems boundless and endless, it feels like you could run to your death and never reach the end. In this emotional state, it discovered that 2 more humans had appeared in front of it. There seems to be a door behind it. It looks like an exit. It was impossible for the bear-pig beast to be so lucky as to find Jiang Chung. Instead, Green Ivy mobilized the power of the divine island and moved the tectonic plates on his land without him noticing. This caused it to change its direction of travel. Master, this bear-pig beast was originally running towards us, but I reversed the ground tiles and made it run towards us. This can be considered a special ability. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, which gave him a lot to think about. Can the creatures inside be brought to the surface of the divine island? Green Ivy nodded. Yes, as the spirit of the divine island, I can directly bring the creatures inside to the surface of the divine island. In addition, I can also collect the blood of living beings that have spilled here for you and transport it directly to the blood pool in the camp. You don't need to send anyone to carry it. In this way, a lot of waste is avoided. It can also save a lot of manpower and resources. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with this. The two left the interior of the divine island. Midway through, Green Ivy told Jiang Chengshin that the island's area had doubled, now reaching 500 square kilometers. It perfectly aligns with the sphere of influence of the vampire kingdom. After walking around for a while, I realized I had been looking at the whole place. Jiang Cheng prepared to go to the camp and use the time domain. The entire camp and temple were covered. Accelerate the flow of time within it. However, on his way back, he found Mingli still sitting on the ground, looking like she was questioning the meaning of life. I don't know if it's because I ate too much and felt stuffed, or what. Realizing something was wrong, Jiang Cheng went over. Mingli, what happened? Did you eat too much? If you're too full, go get some exercise by mining or help out in the residential area. You've got nothing else to do anyway. The little girl shook her head. She pouted and said, Today I helped Luoqi mine, but this mine seems a bit strange. The more we dug, the more there was, and it felt like the workload was more than double what it usually is. Sigh. Luoqi gave me 2 pieces of 7-star equipment, but I feel it's not enough. I'll ask her to give me some more later. So that's how it is. It's okay. Just stick close to her and ask her for nice things. She's rolling in money now. She'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Cheng patted her head. They sent her to work in the residential area. Children are children. He didn't even ask Jiang Cheng for the promised saint-level scepter, having completely forgotten about it. As for the extra energy stones that Luoqi took, Jiang Cheng didn't care. He had 600 million in his hands that he hadn't given to her. We won't bother with such a small gain. As Jiang Cheng passed by the faith stele, he examined the power of faith within it. Current faith power, 870,000. It can unleash an attack capable of killing a Saint King level expert. Once another 130,000 are accumulated, an attack capable of killing a great sage can be launched. The power of faith grows rapidly. This is mainly due to the vampire warriors. The stronger one is, the more faith power they provide. The blood-burning technique and the blood of saint-level experts made them worship Jiang Cheng immensely, generating a large amount of faith power. Secondly, there are the residents of the neighborhood. Jiang Cheng's recent inspection and the establishment of the vampire warrior conversion pool have generated a massive amount of faith power for them. Chapter 126 Master-Servant Contract, Mengli's Wicked Intentions. Once the residential areas are divided and my statue is built, the process should be faster. It takes 1 million units of faith power to kill the great sage. Jiang Cheng felt he needed to work harder. He then arrived at the camp. The vampire warriors were informed of this news, and they were instructed to focus entirely on absorbing the holy blood and properly digesting this power. He then informed Anna's clone of the news, and as long as the clone was informed, Anna's real body would also know the news. Moreover, Jiang Cheng didn't rush to let her out. There aren't any major difficulties that require Anna's intervention at the moment. She can now focus on consolidating her cultivation level in the temple. Afterwards, an invisible domain enveloped the vampire temple and military camp. Looking at the militia squads from this perspective, their movements were slowed down by 5 times. Clearly, the domain played a role in the success. Jiang Cheng walked out from among them. The vampire temple was enveloped, but the time for nurturing and awakening vampire warriors remained unchanged, still following real-world time. That's quite a pity. Jiang Cheng approached the statue and Mengli. The statue, whose memory had been erased, was completely bewildered by the little girl. If Jiang Cheng hadn't appeared in time, the little girl would have issued an order to appoint the statue as the protector general of the nation. Big Eagle, let's discuss what happened earlier later. The little girl whispered something. Then, he sat down seriously to the side, took out a 7-star sword, and started gnawing on it nonchalantly, pretending that nothing had happened. Little did they know that Jiang Cheng had already heard their conversation clearly. Also, what did Mengli call this guy? A giant eagle? This name is quite sophisticated. His skill level is already close to half of his. Jiang Cheng silently accepted this name. Great Eagle, from now on you are my citizen. You must listen to me and follow my orders. This is your duty. Upon seeing the crown on Jiang Cheng's head, the giant eagle was startled and felt a deep sense of respect. He nodded subconsciously. Then he looked at Mengli beside him. The little girl also had a crown on her head, but it obviously didn't have the same effect. She was a complete imposter, yet she boasted to him about being the supreme slime king. There isn't even a slime egg around here. After some analysis, the eagle looked at Mengli as if she were a little liar. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He waved his hand and said, "All right, Big Eagle, this little guy is my pet. He usually loves to lie and brag. Don't take what he just said to heart." "Yes, Your Majesty." The giant eagle nodded. He originally had an 82% loyalty to Jiang Cheng. It has now risen to 90. Their conversation made Mengli's face flush red, and she felt incredibly embarrassed, especially after Jiang Cheng said, "This little guy is just my pet." When did she admit it? Although Mengli's loyalty has reached 100%, Jiang Cheng has not yet taken the final step, so it is impossible for her to obediently submit. This was her last moment of pride as the Slime King. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Cheng had already arrived in front of her. A tiny cut appeared on his finger, and a drop of holy blood flowed out. He gently touched the little girl's forehead with his finger. A mysterious image appeared, a golden slime wearing a jade crown and holding a scepter. Damn it, they actually ambushed me. Blood seeped into Mengli's head through the pattern. Top-tier pets like golden slimes require a blood oath to become their master before they can obediently submit. Otherwise, they will retain their original pride. Jiang Cheng didn't do this before because there was still a slight distance between him and the little girl. After all, she was abandoned to someone else when she was still an egg. The relationship between the two has now been almost restored. The little girl won't resist going through this contract process. At most, they'll just put on a brave face for a moment or two. The golden slime pattern returned to Mengli's body. The little girl glanced at Jiang Cheng, then pouted and let out a soft snort, looking quite arrogant. Jiang Cheng felt the changes within his body. The image of a golden slime appeared in my mind. It was this pattern that officially bound him and Mengli together. He could use it to sense Mengli's physical condition, and if she was in danger, Jiang Cheng could know immediately. Similarly, if something unexpected happens to Jiang Cheng, Mengli would also sense it. Mengli has now reached level 9, and is just around the corner to reach the saint level. Jiang Cheng longed to wield the invincible weapon formed from the golden slime and fight against his opponent. "Call me master, and I'll give you this." Jiang Cheng took out the saint-level scepter he had promised to give to the little girl and looked at her with a smile. "You." The little girl was glaring at Jiang Cheng, but due to the influence of the master-servant contract, her anger was instantly suppressed. Helpless, she could only lower her head and whisper, "Master." Jiang Cheng was secretly delighted and stopped teasing her, handing the saint-level scepter to her. "There's plenty of time. This little girl will gradually get used to it." After receiving the scepter, Mengli turned around and secretly rejoiced, but she made sure Jiang Cheng didn't see it. She wanted to turn around and see what Jiang Cheng's reaction would be. But when she turned around, she was completely stunned. Jiang Cheng took out a top-grade holy artifact and handed it to the silly giant eagle. He patted the eagle on the shoulder and said something earnestly, as if he wanted the eagle to take on an important position. The little girl drooled as she looked at that top-grade holy artifact. If she consumes this super-grade holy artifact, she won't need to eat for several days, and she won't have to work hard to fill her stomach. This big idiot is easy to fool. We'll exchange weapons with him later. This big guy must really like magic wands. A cunning glint flashed in Mengli's eyes. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. After explaining everything, night fell. It's already 6 p.m. According to the message sent by Yunqi, the purple-winged radiant dragon's punitive army was scheduled to launch its attack that night, beginning to assemble around 11 p.m. and launching the attack at midnight. Since you all want to come, then don't leave. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Then let you clash with my army of local prodigies. Jiang Cheng was in high spirits and prepared to go find Anna's clone. She was instructed to make some noise around 10 p.m. to attract the local prodigies of Yunya Mountain to gather here. It doesn't need to be too big. It just needs to be noticeable by the sages of Yunya Mountain. The purple-winged radiant dragon army was assembled at a location more than twice as far away from Cloudcliff Mountain, so they probably wouldn't have noticed. When the time comes, they will head towards the approximate location of Sky Island. Jiang Cheng doesn't need to be too precise. He just needs to attract them. After all, it's a 5 million strong punitive army. If those local sages can't figure this out, they might as well go home and raise pigs. Chapter 127 The Aura of Gods. Yi Qing in terror. The moon is bright, and the stars are few. The night is truly beautiful tonight. On Cloud Cliff Mountain, the saints sat together. They discussed their insights on the path to the sacred realm. Everyone wants to break through to the Saint King level as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they managed to secure better positions within their own factions. However, their limited talent prevented them from further improving their cultivation, so it was likely that unless they achieved extraordinary feats, they would have difficulty obtaining better positions. In the past, there might not have been a chance. After all, there are still quite a few Saint King level experts above him. Good opportunities naturally fall into their laps. But now the opportunity has come. As long as we find the location of that newly ascended deity, anything is possible. Every saint present shared this thought. They gathered together, ostensibly to discuss their cultivation insights, but in reality, they wanted to gather information from each other and see if any of them had discovered any strange locations. Perhaps that new god is hiding among them. Secluded cultivation. Today I have discovered a strange cave. Would you all like to go and take a look? It is only 300 miles away. Haha, I happened to be following behind your group today, but I didn't see any caves. Are you trying to send us there to burn off our energy? It's like using gauze to wipe your butt. It's made things difficult for us. To be able to come up with such a wicked scheme is simply unworthy of being called a saint. Everyone should stay home these next few days. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Don't doubt my intuition. I just overheard you telling your son Tianjiao to get some rest so we could leave before dawn tomorrow. And now you're saying this to us? It's utterly ridiculous. A group of saints, each with their own agendas, gathered together. We sat there for ages, but couldn't get anything out of the conversation. They were too lazy to keep up the act, so they all got up and prepared to return to their camp to rest. There are many places on Yunya Mountain where you can set up camp. It can easily accommodate 50 teams. Just as they got up, an ethereal divine power emanated from the dark, silent forest. The divine power was very faint, as if it were just a breath from a deity. It only gave them a jolt. It did not have the extreme oppressive feeling of ordinary divine power. That's the aura of a god. This divine power is ethereal and elusive. It was clearly accidentally released by that new god while stabilizing his realm. It must be a new god. Only a new god whose realm is not yet stable would accidentally release divine power. They actually hid in such an obvious place in the middle of the forest. The easier it is to be exposed, the safer it is. May I ask if any of you carefully examined the details inside the forest as you passed through it? We are ashamed to say that we have never been to the heart of the forest. We thought the gods would hide in caves or some more secluded places. Damn it, that old black dog from 10,000 Demon Mountain actually transformed into its true form and escaped under the cover of night. We can't let him get the upper hand. Hurry and chase after him. Damn it, that old black dog is obviously no good, and the entire 10,000 Demon Mountain is no good either. Who the hell are you cursing? Believe me, our 10,000 Demon Mountain will start a war against your holy dynasty. As the sage on Cloud Cliff Mountain cursed, he activated his sacred artifact and rushed towards the center of the forest, to the place where the aura of the gods was emanating. They only knew the general direction. The exact location is still unknown. After all, this aura was too weak and ethereal. Hearing the commotion, the local prodigies came running out. He learned from his own accompanying saint that the deity had revealed his presence in the central area of the forest. The group of prodigies were overjoyed. They all gathered their own guards and rushed towards the center of the forest. The guards brought by the prodigy were all 9-star or 8-star experts. They were all talented and had the potential to break through to the saint level. They were the elite of the elite. Although there are only a few hundred people, but the power it unleashed was still quite terrifying. 50 teams rushed to the center of the forest. Yi Qing's team was the only one that lagged behind. Miss, let's hurry up and go too. If we arrive too late and they get there first, then we'll have come all this way for nothing, and we'll have lost Uncle Hay, the 3 young masters, and so many elites. The guards from the Heavenly Serpent tribe gathered around him. His face showed an eager expression. Snort. Utterly foolish. Just a bunch of confused, stupid fools. That deity deliberately concealed himself, naturally not wanting to be disturbed. These guys rushed over so rashly, startling the deity, and will surely incur the deity's wrath. Now, do you still want to go? Yi Qing said coldly. Upon hearing this, The guards of the Heavenly Serpent tribe trembled. They were inherently cowardly and afraid of death. Hearing this, they naturally dared not go any further. Yi Qing calmly watched the departing figures of the prodigies. The genius who had just been circling around her disappeared immediately upon hearing the word God and hurried off to the center of the forest. The expression on his face made anyone who didn't know better think his own mother was about to give birth. The world is cold and indifferent. Yi Qing has calmed down in the past 2 days. I've also learned a lot about human relationships and social dynamics. Her teams suffered heavy losses, and almost no one was willing to help her. Even the tribes from the same Wanyao mountain only came over to offer insincere concern. Other factions, upon hearing this news, even burst out laughing on the spot, loudly discussing how running fast was no good. His expression was mocking, and his words were full of ridicule. Phew, let's just wait here. If things don't look right, we'll leave immediately. Yi Qing turned around and walked into the tent. If you look closely, you can see that her body is trembling slightly, as if she is afraid. After hearing Yi Qing's words, the guards hurriedly went back to pack their belongings, ready to flee at any moment. Jiang Cheng had just sent a message to Yi Qing through Yado and Yali, telling her that it was best not to follow them, otherwise she would die without a burial place. Jiang Cheng did not want Yi Qing to die in such an unclear and ambiguous way. Instead, they wanted to use her to do more things. It would be such a waste for her to die here. Wouldn't it be better to let her return to the elven race and reunite with the geniuses of those god-level forces, secretly passing on intelligence to him? If used properly, it wouldn't be impossible to send her back to Wanyao Mountain to relay intelligence afterwards. Upon learning this news, Yi Qing was filled with immense fear. Combining the divine power she had just displayed with the messages conveyed to her by Jiang Cheng and others, this made her wonder if the newly ascended deity was related to Jiang Cheng. The timing of the two events is too coincidental. The moment the divine power was unleashed, news arrived. The thought that those invaders possessed divine power sent shivers down Yi Qing's spine. If that were the case, was there any hope for her to return to her former self? Chapter 128 explains the restrictions, with the demon lord making his first appearance. Thanks for your hard work. Looking at Anna, who had returned to her territory, Jiang Cheng smiled broadly. This is Anna's true form. The fivefold increase in time flow enabled Anna to end her seclusion and leave the temple to meet with Jiang Cheng. This little thing is nothing to me. Anna shook her head. She really had only taken a breath down there. After this period of seclusion, her cultivation level has stabilized. Unlike the chaotic state she was in when she first broke through, she can now control it well. The next step is to continue cultivating step by step, until its peak. Anna then dealt with the false god's body in the spaceship, absorbing all the evil energy within and enveloping it with divine power. Anna extracted the divine blood from the god's corpse. It condensed into a droplet. Anna handed the evil aura over to her clone. Keep it safe and take it out when the master needs it. It still has a strong lethality. Okay. The clone nodded. Anna then took the storage ring off the corpse. He removed the restrictions and handed it over to Jiang Cheng. This divine corpse was a demigod before its breakthrough. The demigod's pockets are quite full. The storage ring contains nearly 50 million energy stones, various rare and exotic fruits with wonderful properties. There are those that enhance physical fitness, nourish the soul, and tonify the kidneys. There are various cultivation methods, but because of the different races, Jiang Cheng cannot cultivate them. Even if he could cultivate, he wouldn't want to, because it's too tiring, too painful, and requires talent and unwavering perseverance. In that case, it would be easier to let him kill enemies and gain experience. There are 6 or 7 of them, which are of the highest quality. There are also sacred artifacts of all sizes. The rest were items from below the sacred realm, in great numbers and of all kinds, piled up like a high mountain. There's no divine artifact, not even a semi-divine artifact. It seems this guy isn't doing so well. He only has this little bit of wealth, yet he's been eyeing it for so long. Jiang Cheng had no idea whether there were any hidden treasures inside. There are more important things to do right now, so let's leave it for now and do the statistics tomorrow. After leaving the spaceship, Jiang Cheng looked at Anna. Anna, I'll give you another divine source later, but on the condition that you explain the issues related to restrictions to me. Okay. Anna did not refuse. She was just about to explain this to Jiang Cheng. If she doesn't remind me in time next time. It would be terrible if something happened to Jiang Cheng. The two headed off immediately and returned to the small room to explain the mystery in detail. The flow of time inside the temple accelerated. 2 hours have passed in the outside world. 10 hours had already passed inside. In an underground palace 300 miles away from Sky Island, a lewd-looking young man paced back and forth in front of the teleportation array. His expression was a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Thousands of rats stood at his feet, arranged in neat rows, as if forming a ceremonial guard. These rats are called big-eyed rats, and they have amazing eyesight, able to see things dozens of miles away. Furthermore, they possess strong mental power and can detect even the slightest disturbance. The scene that unfolded in the Goblin Kingdom was recorded by these guys. They clumsily sketched the vampire warrior's form and informed their lord. Upon seeing the portrait, the young man immediately recognized it as the vampire warrior. After that, he sent the rats to gather information from all directions. The approximate location of Jiangcheng's territory has been confirmed. After all, there are countless rats in the Vaslo forest, and these big-eyed rats can ask the rats scattered throughout the forest to relay messages back. My big-eyed rat can gather all sorts of intelligence. No one can escape my big-eyed rat's detection. After we eliminate Jiangcheng, the higher-ups of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance will probably see my potential and recruit me into their circle to work for them. The sleazy young man thought to himself. His big-eyed rat was merely a mid-level soldier with extremely low combat power, only capable of petty theft. Aside from reconnaissance, he had almost no other special skills. But he was unwilling to be subservient to others, to be an ordinary member, and to be exploited at will. He wants to move up to the top, step into higher-level circles, and make connections with influential people. From then on, he rose rapidly through the ranks and became a person of high status. Jiangcheng, I originally wanted to pledge allegiance to you. I didn't expect you to be so indifferent to taking on subordinates. Your only subordinate even became your woman. I, a man, instantly lost my advantage. So I have no choice but to sell your position. You're going to die sooner or later anyway. So rather than die at the hands of local forces, you might as well die at the hands of our own people. That way, it'll be just as I wish. The young man never left the underground castle. All the messages were relayed back by Big-Eyed Mouse. He didn't know why Big-Eyed Mouse couldn't find the location of Jiangcheng's territory. But he couldn't say it directly. Because if he did that, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance would doubt and distrust his words. And then how could he join the circle of the elite? He could only give a vague answer, saying that he had checked it. But out of fear, they dared not approach, only knowing a general location. Phew. After tonight, I'll be a superior person. The sleazy young man tried his best to suppress his inner unease. Just then, the teleportation array made a sound. A shirtless youth covered in strange patterns appeared above, emanating a terrifying and evil aura. His saint-level pressure poured out, making the lewd youth unable to breathe. All the large-eyed rats around were pressed to the ground. The young man was none other than the Demon Lord. He felt that his appearance in this way would surely amaze many people, so he took off all his clothes before leaving. The point is to show people the strange markings on his body and his explosively muscular physique. As a result, the surrounding area fell silent. The audience consisted of only one very ugly young man and a bunch of smelly rats lying on the ground. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. The Demon Lord roared inwardly. He was so eager for this battle that he arrived at the perfect time. He thought that at least some of the thousands of lords would have arrived, but he was the first to arrive. How could he bear such an embarrassing situation, which was originally intended to make him look cool? Sorry, I forgot to bring my unit. The Demon Lord's cold voice rang out, and he immediately returned to the Demon City via the teleportation array. The teleportation array requires few energy stones. He can easily afford that amount. Chapter 129, The Alliance of the Expeditionary Army. The sleazy young man was bewildered in the wind. However, after the Demon Lord left, many high-level lords arrived one after another. Some of them were accompanied by a mid-level lord with a stiff smile, while others were not. Clearly, these mid-level lords had been captured and used as cannon fodder, hence their forced smiles. The sleazy young man served them one after another. However, the underground palace could not accommodate so many lords. This was just the tip of the iceberg. There are still thousands of lords who haven't arrived yet. Especially those top lords. Their troops are incredibly large. They could probably fill the underground palace in an instant. Fortunately, the lewd young man had already opened up a passage to the outside world, and most lords and troops could travel directly from here to the outside world. But those lords with large troop types were in a bad situation. They couldn't get out at all, and had to widen the passage to the outside world themselves. Looking at his colleagues around him, who were both unfamiliar and familiar, The members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance chatted as they walked out. After traveling for so many days, I finally met my good brothers from the Alliance. I was incredibly excited. It's comparable to the feeling of meeting an online lover in person. Old Joe, I didn't expect you to be so short. You used to brag to me that you were tall and handsome, and that rich women would come up to you all the time. You're not much better. You call yourself the Luo Yinzu of Rongqing, but in reality, you're a buck-toothed, bespectacled guy who's as fat as a pig. A pair of dragons and phoenixes, one lying on the ground and the other on the ground, are arm in arm. A male lord's roar came from behind. Oh, Chowie Cheng, you're actually a guy? You tricked me into an online romance. Do you know how badly you've ruined my life? I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. My appetite has decreased, and my mind is filled with thoughts of how to become stronger and how to give you a stable life. Because of this, more than a dozen of my soldiers have been exhausted and paralyzed. But what about you? How dare you deceive my feelings like this? Not only did you steal so many resources, but you even dressed up as a woman to continue deceiving me. It's utterly despicable. I must take you back and give you a good fencing match. Otherwise, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Upon hearing this, the female lord opposite the male lord, dressed in flamboyant attire and heavily made up, turned pale with fright and screamed for help in her high-pitched, falsetto voice. He then cast pleading glances at the male lords around him. Instead of offering help, the people around him were filled with excitement. Similar incidents have occurred frequently elsewhere, the most outrageous of which involved a male lord who pretended to be a woman and seduced more than a dozen other male lords. This led to an indescribable tragedy. This is not the time to dwell on these things. With the arrival of the first top-tier lord, the scene immediately fell silent. The high-ranking lords, along with their troops, left the underground palace in an orderly fashion. The punitive expeditionary forces continued to arrive. The teleportation array was temporarily paralyzed. It was only through the generous efforts of top-tier lords who built teleportation arrays outside that the predicament of the underground palace was resolved. Then another top lord pulled out a teleportation array from his body. The cost of buying lords' coins is negligible to them. The price is acceptable, and it's not like they can't take it with them. Paying this small price to buy more time for the army is an incredibly profitable deal. Tens of millions of lords arrived one after another, and the territory within a radius of 30 miles was densely packed with troops, covering the sky and stretching to the horizon. Some lords suffering from trypophobia simply couldn't bear to look directly at this scene. Then the teleportation array began to flash. 200 enormous, mountain-like purple-winged dragons appeared on the teleportation array. Their aura was extremely terrifying. The dragon's might they exuded caused countless soldiers to tremble. Their scales were distinct and gleaming, making them seem like emperors of heaven and earth, incomparably noble. Greetings, Lord. Thousands of members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance bowed in greeting. Their hearts burned with excitement as they sensed the aura emanating from the 10 purple-winged dragons in the front row, and they were deeply awestruck. The Lord actually possesses 10 saint-level purple-winged radiant dragons. With their 5 million-strong army and the demon army under the demon lord's command, how can Jiangqing possibly contend with them? Thousands of lords seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. His eyes were filled with excitement. We are all brothers. There is no need for formalities. Please get up. After enjoying the scene for a few seconds, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord feigned magnanimity and raised his hand. Looking at the boundless army of invaders, his heart was also filled with confidence. The dozens of top lords in the front row beamed with joy upon seeing this. I came up and exchanged pleasantries with him. They then looked at the lewd-looking, big-eyed rat lord beside them. Which direction is Jiangqing's territory in? A top lord spoke arrogantly, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. The big-eyed rat lord looked embarrassed. He forced a stiff smile, appearing submissive on the surface, but in reality, he was gritting his teeth. He was already cursing this top lord to death in his heart, fantasizing about how he would finally get his revenge after he became successful. I'm asking you a question. Alliance leader, esteemed lords, Jiangqing's territory is in the northwest direction, about 300 miles from here. Now that he has upgraded his territory into a dynasty, with your extensive connections and resources, you must be able to locate Jiangqing's territory immediately. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord and the other lords of the alliance all looked in that direction, their hearts filled with excitement and a sense of urgency. Laugh. A sound of flesh being ripped open rang out. Everyone turned around and found that the big-eyed rat lord had fallen to the ground. and a top-level lord was slowly pulling a long sword out of his body. Before a large army sets out on a campaign, it would perform a flag-raising ceremony in order to obtain protection and achieve victory in the war. After the big-eyed rat lord lost his usefulness, it then became a sacrificial offering for the flag. They squeezed out the last bit of value from it. Victory is certain. I don't know who shouted that. The other lords shouted in response. The troops in his hands roared in response. The surrounding environment had already been scouted by Lord Big-Eyed Rat, and there was no local prodigy force occupying any area within a radius of 200 miles. This also allows them to shout so loudly. This Big-Eyed Rat Lord has given everything for our alliance. Let's give him a proper burial. The purple-winged radiant dragon Lord waved his hand. One of the top lords nearby understood. They carried his body to the entrance cave of the underground palace and threw it down. As luck would have it, the demon lord, his face ashen, walked out from inside. The corpse just happened to hit him in the face, and blood splattered all over his head, making him look like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. He wiped the thick blood off his face. The demon lord's forehead veins throbbed continuously. The overwhelming demonic energy erupted from his body, and the first to be hit was that top lord, whose body was sent flying hundreds of meters away, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. A large number of soldiers near the cave entrance were blasted away, falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Chapter 130. Finally, the pretense is achieved. The army sets off. Thousands of lords turn their gazes in that direction. They wanted to see which bastard had the audacity to attack and injure their men right in front of their punitive expeditionary force. The demon lord walked out with a gloomy expression. The blood on his body had been cleansed by his demonic energy. His handsome, angular face was revealed. The demonic runes on his body surged, and together with the overwhelming demonic energy surrounding him, he was undoubtedly an unparalleled demon king, causing thousands of lords to swallow hard. He wondered to himself which big shot in the league this was. She was dressed so uniquely. Because there were no troops around, the thousands of lords couldn't recognize who it was for a moment. May I ask if you are a demon lord? The purple-winged radiant dragon lord asked tentatively. Now that everyone who was supposed to come has come, he doesn't care about those who haven't. Anyway, after defeating Jiang Cheng, those who haven't come will definitely not get any benefits. The demon lord had a cold and aloof expression. Their attitude was also very perfunctory. It seemed as if they disdained to communicate with them. It's actually a demon lord. How did he become this inhuman and ghostly state? Or was he never human to begin with, but some kind of anomaly? That shouldn't be possible. If there were an anomaly among tens of millions of lords, that would be too outrageous. Could it be that the demon lord has gone astray and started practicing some unclean techniques? Looking at his dark forehead, sunken eye sockets, and purple lips, it seems to be the case. Why didn't he bring his demon subordinates with him when he came here? Does he think he can defeat Jiang Cheng's vampire warriors with his bare hands? That's wishful thinking. Even the demons under his command can't defeat Jiang Cheng's vampires. Where does his confidence come from? The vampire warriors' terrifying self-repair ability means they could probably recover even if they were left with only a head. They are extremely difficult to deal with. I wonder if the leader has come up with a way to deal with them. Listen to the discussions below. The demon lord remained expressionless. But this also means he is on the verge of exploding in rage. Seeing that things were going well, the top-tier lord beside him quickly shouted to those behind him, "Quiet." The scene quieted down. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord smiled, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Demon lord, why haven't I seen any of your troops coming? Are you afraid they'll be sacrificed? War always results in casualties. My entire purple-winged radiant dragon army is here, ready to fight Jiang Cheng to the death. You should at least contribute some effort, shouldn't you?" The reason he agreed to let the demon lord join him. It was precisely because he feared that a fierce battle with Jiang Cheng would result in heavy losses for his purple-winged radiant dragon subordinates, severely damaging their strength and causing them to fall out of the top ranks. The demon lord's arrival could at least alleviate some of the casualties, making the outcome less disastrous. But not bringing even a single demon would be a bit much. Afterwards, they even had to share some of the benefits with him. A hint of impatience flashed in the eyes of the purple-winged radiant dragon lord. If the other party really came empty-handed, thinking that he could get benefits without lifting a finger, then he was probably being delusional. He could not guarantee that the other party could return to the city of demons safely. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the demon lord, the other party had already teleported in front of him, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him into the air. A powerful holy aura enveloped the dozens of purple-winged dragons around them. The 10 saint-level purple-winged radiant dragons in the front row retreated repeatedly, while the weaker purple-winged radiant dragons in the back row were even sent flying backwards. This change shocked the thousands of lords present. They did not expect the demon lord to suddenly attack, teleporting directly to the alliance leader's face and lifting him up. Furthermore, the oppressive aura emanating from him was already infinitely close to that of a saint king, extremely terrifying, and even 10 saint-level purple-clad dragons could not contend with it. Stop! Release our leader. Demon lord, if you dare to kill me, you won't leave the Vaslo Great Forest alive today. Roar! The top lords around them rushed over with their troops. The demon lord snorted coldly. His body surged with demonic energy, and he instantly teleported to a nearby hill. He looked down from his high vantage point, surveying thousands of lords with disdain. He felt incredibly pleased. After 2 failed attempts to show off, he finally got to do it properly. How delightful. However, he still maintained a cold and stern expression. It looked down at the purple-winged radiant dragon lord below. Do you think that with my strength, I need to bring my troops along? Jiang Chung is nothing but a mere mortal. I can kill him with a wave of my hand. You can go and fight those vampire warriors. My target is Jiang Chung. As soon as he appears, I will kill him immediately. That's all I wanted to achieve. Afterwards, you can divide up the things in his territory yourselves. I have no interest in those things. After this operation, the members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance were deeply shocked. I never expected the Demon Lord to be so powerful. How terrifying must the demons under his command be? With Jiang Cheng's death, the Demon Lord is likely to ascend to the top of the rankings. No wonder the other party was so determined to kill Jiang Cheng. The members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance imagined the Demon Lord as a reincarnation of a demon god, unmatched by any of the tens of millions of lords. Little did he know that his current strength came at a price. This morning, he had a huge fight with Lucifer. However, they eventually reconciled, and the other party proposed to transform his body into a demonic body, perfectly matching the magic power within him, and also allowing him to inherit some of the demon's talents. But the price is that he has to give up a small amount of his holy soul power. He was initially extremely unwilling, but in order to kill Jiang Cheng, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Because he killed Jiang Cheng, the huge weight on his heart would be shattered, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. He absorbed so much demonic energy. He should have broken through to the Saint King level long ago. In reality, the effect of absorbing demonic energy on him has been decreasing recently, and his advancement relies entirely on accumulating experience. If Lucifer hadn't transformed his body into a demonic form, his cultivation level would probably have remained only at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord rubbed his neck, which had turned purple from being pinched, and gave the demon lord a fawning smile. Brother's divine might is truly admirable. Let's get going without delay. He was scared, really scared. Why did my opponents suddenly become so powerful when their ranking was similar to mine before? If the other party just had the thought of killing you. I am afraid. The demon lord stood on the mountain without speaking, but his body was enveloped in demonic energy, exuding the aura of a powerful figure. The next second, he appeared several miles away. This scene caused the members of the purple-winged radiant dragon to exchange glances. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. The Demon Lord is currently enjoying great power and prestige, while his alliance is in a state of decline. If I were to join his alliance now, would I have a chance to reach a higher level? The battle has not yet begun. The thousands of lords then began to harbor their own thoughts. It's easy to imagine how terrible the outcome of this battle will be. Chapter 131 Mengli's Breakthrough. Jiang Cheng walked out of the temple. They left the realm of time. I spent half a day inside, while only 2 hours had passed outside. It was a wonderful feeling. Anna has gone back into seclusion, and Jiang Cheng has purchased another divine source to help her improve her strength as soon as possible. If all goes well tonight, this 1,000,000 lord coins is nothing at all. After all, the lords who joined the expeditionary force were all prominent figures in the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance, and they were all very wealthy. A handful of them could make them incredibly rich. Not to mention that Jiang Cheng's goal was to take everything. During her seclusion, Anna infused 3 drops of divine blood into her clone, greatly increasing the clone's strength and extending its duration, making it a significant asset to Jiang Cheng. During this period, holy might emanated continuously from the camp. clearly indicating that the vampire warriors had broken through to the saint level. There are now 77 awakened vampire warriors. They have all broken through to the saint level. The rest are almost all bronze and iron level. Due to their lack of talent, they are still stuck on the edge of the peak of level 9, but Jiang Cheng will find a way to help them break through. Among them, the one with the strongest aura is Yeli. Having slain the black serpent of the celestial serpent tribe and absorbed its blood, Ari has now stepped before everyone. He absorbed the blood from that great sage. He received special treatment, which is why his level of attainment surpassed that of others. He was already on the verge of becoming a holy king. A breakthrough can be achieved at any time. After such a long silence, tonight you can finally have your fill of slaughter. Millions of lives lost. I hope you don't kill until your arms are sore. Jiang Cheng watched them meditating with their eyes closed. He thought to himself silently. Not long after he left the barracks, a wave of holy power emanated from one of the rooms in the temple. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that Meng Li's room? What's going on? Sensing something was wrong, Jiang Cheng immediately ran over. Logically speaking, Meng Li shouldn't have been able to break through to the saint level after consuming that scepter. Could it be that Luo Qi compensated her with something nice? After taking the void worms back in the afternoon, Crocxi never came back. After all, there was nothing to do here, so she might as well go back to cultivate and let the void worms repair the territory as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and felt the master-servant contract in his mind. The little girl is in excellent health. Its aura grew stronger and stronger, indicating that it had broken through to the saint level and was now moving towards the mid-stage of the saint level. Holy crap! This little girl didn't swallow that top-grade holy artifact, did she? It's not impossible that the mentally challenged Big Eagle was fooled by this clever little devil. Jiang Cheng felt a pang of heartache. Those are top-grade holy artifacts, costing 500,000 Lord coins each in the shop, and he only has a handful of them. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng wished he could hang the giant eagle on a tree and whip its little penis. We went upstairs. The little girl lay on the bed, eyes closed, a smile on her face, drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, staining the sheets. Golden light emanated from her body, indicating that she was at a crucial moment of breakthrough and should not be disturbed. The ground was covered with the remnants of that supreme holy artifact, clearly indicating that it had been wolfed down in a quick and swift manner to avoid being discovered by Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, given her personality, she would definitely have eaten it all up, not leaving a single crumb. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. If it's gone, it's gone. It's mainly his fault. However, the little girl's breakthrough to the saint level can be considered a small consolation. After all, the weapon formed from the saint-level golden slime can be comparable to a top-grade saint artifact. In addition, there was the master-servant relationship between the two. The ingenious applications that can be developed are beyond imagination. After breaking through, Meng Li began to rapidly digest the remaining power of the supreme artifact within her body. His aura steadily increased, eventually stopping at the late stage of the saint realm. His height increased by a factor of 5 centimeters, reaching Jiang Cheng's thigh level. Meng Li, who had already become a saint-level expert, keenly sensed that something was wrong with the room's environment. So pretend to maintain a breakthrough state. He mobilized golden holy energy to envelop his body. Looking at Meng Li, who seemed to be experiencing a final burst of energy before death, Jiang Cheng lifted her up. Come on, transform and show me. Seeing that she could no longer keep up the act, the little girl transformed into a golden longsword, its blade thin and radiating a chilling light, accompanied by countless surging holy energies. Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and felt the long sword in his hand. Since a master-servant contract already existed between the two, therefore, Jiang Cheng felt that he and the long sword in his hand had become one, and he had a feeling of being one with the sword. Furthermore, one can freely mobilize the holy energy within the little girl's body, and can also merge one's own holy energy with the little girl's holy energy to unleash double, or even several times, the power. Jiang Cheng flicked the blade of his sword. Feel how hard it is. It is already comparable to a typical top-grade holy artifact, but it still falls short of top-grade holy artifacts made of better materials. After the trial period was over, Meng Li transformed back into human form. I picked up the remnants of the supreme artifact from the ground. As long as it hadn't been on the ground for more than 30 years, it was still edible after washing it clean. Jiang Cheng gently rubbed her little head. You fought alongside me today, and were hit by a top-grade holy artifact, so you have to put in some effort. Okay. Meng Li had no objection to this. After the master-servant contract was formed, Her mindset changed drastically. She didn't resist much and had shed the burden of being the slime king. They came to the outside world. Anna's clone and Green Ivy stood on the edge of the Divine Island, feeling everything in the outside world. Master, the local forces below have already spread out in full force, conducting a carpet search of the great forest. Some local prodigies even brought out magical treasures, which seemed to be specifically used to detect power fluctuations. But they seem to have lost their original passion, and many local talents have begun to sigh and complain, saying they want to give up the search. Green Ivy opened her eyes and reported to Jiang Qingbing. Anna, who was standing next to her, also opened her eyes at that moment. Master, a large number of creatures have arrived from 100 miles away. The number is enormous. There are nearly 1 million creatures just walking in front, and there are countless more behind them. A conservative estimate is as much as 5 million. It's here. Jiang Chung was filled with excitement and emotion. He looked at Anna's clone and said, Anna, go to the southeast corner of the forest and release a little of your aura to attract all the local forces. Then slowly guide them so that they can encounter these millions of creatures. Anna nodded and instantly appeared in the southeast corner of the forest. Her figure disappeared into the void. It released a trace of divine power towards the outside world. Chapter 132, The Gods Speak, a stylish entrance. This divine power is far more noticeable than a breath of air. And they were so close together. The native forces in the entire forest were instantly awakened, overjoyed, and quickly darted through the dense forest, all heading towards the northeast corner. Ha ha, the gods have shown their presence again, in the northeast corner. Damn it, that black dog from 10,000 Demon Mountain is running in the lead again. I wonder if his dog nose has caught the scent of the gods. If I get the chance, I'll definitely catch him and bring him back to the family to be properly tamed. Revered deity, please come out and meet us. We have important matters to discuss. That's right, we have important matters to discuss with you. This matter will only benefit you and will not harm you. Moreover, you will be able to enjoy endless wealth and glory without having to do anything, and countless stunning beauties will willingly throw themselves into your arms. Our conditions are even more generous than theirs, and we can even build a temple for you, so that you can be worshipped day and night by hundreds of millions of people. Gods, please come out and see us. Countless local prodigies and saints knelt on the ground in the southeast corner, tears streaming down their faces, begging the gods to come out and meet them. He kept updating various conditions in his mouth. The most important ones directly addressed their ancestors. But even though their throats were parched, the gods did not come out to see them, as if they could not hear their cries. These guys didn't dare go too far. They were afraid of disturbing the gods and displeasing them. So he just knelt on the ground. The expression on his face was incredibly devout. After kneeling on the ground for about 10 minutes, these saints and prodigies raised their heads. They did not sense the aura of gods, but rather felt the ground shaking. These saints dared not rashly use their spiritual power to investigate. Fearing to offend the divine might, he pressed his ear to the ground, listening to the sounds around him. Rumble. A sound like an earthquake came from afar. It gave them a jolt. What the hell is going on? Is there an earthquake? Or are there powerful figures fighting in the distance? A saint tentatively released his spiritual power. It then gradually unfolded and spread. Finding that they had not angered the gods, they confidently continued towards the direction of the sound. The other saints followed suit. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up, and what you found was quite shocking. How many living beings have come here? They discovered hundreds of thousands of living beings, and countless more followed closely behind. Their numbers so vast they made their scalps tingle. However, these guys' skill level isn't very high. They can wipe out a large number of people with a wave of their hand. It doesn't pose much of a threat. Those walking at the front were naturally the mid-level lords who had been forcibly dragged over by the high-level lords. They were used as cannon fodder. They took the lead in the procession, bearing the brunt of Jiang Cheng's first wave of attacks, using the lives of countless soldiers to deplete the vampire warrior's stamina. Those high-ranking lords, top-ranking lords, and even the purple-winged radiant dragon lords did not want their troops to suffer too many losses, so they unanimously agreed to send these mid-ranking lords to be cannon fodder. It depletes the stamina of vampire warriors. This situation led the local saints to have a misconception that these millions of beings were nothing but trash and not worth worrying about. They informed the talented members of the group and the accompanying guards, reassuring them. Ha, so they're just a bunch of 3-star and 4-star ants. In front of a saint, these ants won't last even half an incense stick's time. My sage said that those creatures seemed to be invaders, with quite a few humans mixed in among them. They didn't seem to know that we were gathered here. Intruders. These invaders are incredibly audacious. Leading a bunch of ants, they dare to run right into our faces. If their forces develop to the 8-star level in the future, wouldn't they dare to attack our holy dynasty? Once they have a saint in their hands, they might dare to attack the divine dynasty. This competition is said to be jointly organized by hundreds of gods from various regions. Perhaps they are currently observing us with their divine senses. Why don't we make a good impression on the gods? The probability is so small that you could pan for gold in a cesspool, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If we display extraordinary talent, perhaps we can be noticed by the gods and recruited. Even if it's just cleaning out houses, being in an area influenced by divine energy is an immense opportunity. The hearts of all the prodigies burned with excitement. Joining a god-level power is something they've always dreamed of. Even if they were sent inside to work as male prostitutes, to be played with and drained of their essence by those beautiful goddesses. They were extremely willing, just as they were imagining that scene. A voice, indistinguishable between male and female, echoed in my mind, and it was accompanied by an extremely oppressive divine power. Make their bodies tense up, unable to move. Go and kill those guys, and then you'll see me. The conversation ended. The feeling of oppression on my body also disappeared. The prodigies and saints present excitedly stood up from the ground. The gods have spoken. The gods are willing to meet with us. Ha ha. The gods are referring to must be those invaders. Brothers, follow me, holy son, and kill those invaders. A local prodigy stood up. He changed into the most luxurious set of equipment from his storage ring, and instantly became dazzling with gold and jewels, enough to dazzle those around him. He led the team to charge forward first. There may not have been any deities observing them before, but now we have it, don't we? This is a rising god with unlimited potential. Countless powerful forces are vying to recruit him, and he can choose any kind of treatment he wants. If you perform exceptionally well and are chosen as a disciple, your future life will be incredibly comfortable. Once you've achieved sufficient cultivation, you can even find a goddess to marry. Experience the ultimate joy in life. This was the thought on the minds of the local prodigies. This is not their fault. They have been exposed to cultivation since birth, but have not received proper education. Moreover, having grown up in a smooth environment and never experiencing the harsh realities of society, it's normal for them to be somewhat naive. Even some of the saints present had experienced a sharp decline in their thinking due to years of cultivation, becoming arrogant and conceited, speaking and acting without thinking. You can't steal all the limelight. Seeing that prodigy's incredibly cool entrance. The other prodigies were not to be outdone, and each of them unleashed their unique magical artifacts. Some drew their swords, transforming into streaks of light as they charged towards the punitive army. Some unleashed their cloaks of spiritual light, their figures flashing as they covered several miles away. The most dashing among them were the prodigies of the Howling Sky clan of 10,000 Demon Mountain. He summoned a chariot, sat on it, and his 9 accompanying guards transformed into 9 giant dogs. They arrived at the designated location, pulled the chariot, and charged towards the punitive army. The Black Dog Saint of the Howling Sky clan further boosted its power by channeling his holy energy, causing the chariot to speed away like an intercontinental ballistic missile. Chapter 133. The situation changes in an instant. What is that? At the forefront of the punitive expeditionary force. The mid-level lords narrowed their eyes, watching the dozens of streaks of light rushing towards them from afar, unable to distinguish what they were for a moment. After all, they are of low spiritual level and have seen little of the world. Could it be that Jiang Chung discovered us and pulled out his ultimate weapon to kill us all? I don't know who shouted that. The other lords' expressions changed drastically. It's not impossible. Their punitive expedition was a massive undertaking, and Jiang Chung inevitably learned of it, allowing him to formulate timely countermeasures. Thinking about this, the mid-level lords at the front of the punitive expeditionary force felt their scalps tingle, their formation instantly collapsed, and they led their troops in a frantic retreat. He was about to be killed by Jiang Cheng's ultimate weapon. In such a life-or-death situation, they couldn't think about anything else. They just ran for their lives. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, they'll be punished by heaven and earth. At this critical juncture, all they could think about was how to survive. Seeing this, the local prodigies grinned arrogantly. They hadn't expected that the invaders would be so terrified before they even arrived, and that the invading forces would begin to scatter in large numbers. Such poor combat skills make them utterly vulnerable. What's going on? The high-ranking members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance all stood up. They looked into the distance and saw dozens of streaks of light rushing towards them, followed closely by thousands of figures. Above them, dozens of saints rode the clouds, providing support. They couldn't make out what the person looked like. But to have such a massive force appear in this location and at this position, there is no one else but Jiang Cheng. Humph. The troops at the front are not allowed to retreat, or they will be killed without mercy. I, the alliance leader, have already made this clear. Anyone who dares to retreat in this battle will be executed. After you've killed them, you can bring the heads of the cowards to me, the alliance leader, to collect your reward. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking lords in the central region cheered. Begin slaughtering those mid-level lords who led their troops in retreat. However, not many were killed. They took out the ringleaders. Making an example of one to scare off 100 others is enough to deter those who follow suit. The situation has stabilized. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord drew the sacred artifact from his waist and shouted, "Jiang Cheng is right in front of us." Now that he has abandoned his defenses and taken the initiative to attack, he is simply courting death. Today's battle will surely be recorded in the annals of the lords. All troops, listen to my command. Charge forward, slay Jiang Cheng, and achieve unparalleled merit. 200 enormous purple-winged dragons rose into the air side by side, their wings flapping and whipping up gusts of wind. This magnificent scene made the expeditionary army as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Charge! Kill Jiang Cheng. Faced with our 5 million-strong punitive army, they still dare to launch an attack. They're courting death. Brothers of the September Mountain Branch Alliance, follow me. The opportunity to make a name for yourself is right in front of you. The more vampire warriors you kill, the richer the rewards you will receive. The lords of the punitive expeditionary force were in high spirits. The first wave of his troops surged forward like a swarm of locusts, shouting excitedly as they charged. The local prodigy on the other side was stunned. Weren't we already defeated? Why are you so fierce now? Moreover, powerful intruders kept running ahead, their eyes like those of wolves and tigers. An outsider might mistake them for beautiful young women. Your Highness, Holy Son, let us be the ones to lead the charge. Yes, let's let these old guys stretch our muscles first, and maybe dampen their spirits. The accompanying saints arrived one after another. They gazed at the high-spirited punitive army. His body surged with holy energy, and his immense holy power poured out. He was the first to rush out, causing incalculable casualties to the punitive army in an instant. A deafening roar erupted from ahead. The unparalleled divine might brought the punitive army to a standstill. Dozens of top lords had bloodshot eyes and gritted their teeth. He made a move to lead his troops in a battle. Wait! The demon lord's form appeared. These aren't Jiang Cheng's men, but rather local elites. We've run into them. The most urgent task is to immediately disengage from the battle and retreat with the entire army. Otherwise, we will suffer more than half of our casualties before we even see Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this news, these top lords, including the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, were all buzzing in their heads and were momentarily at a loss. It's actually a local power of prodigies. Why are they here? Didn't that damned big-eyed rat lord tell us that there was no trace of any local forces within a radius of 300 miles? Moreover, Jiang Cheng's territory is nearby. Why don't they attack Jiang Cheng instead of attacking us? Damn it, what on earth is going on? Where the high-ranking lord in charge of this intelligence is. Get the hell over here right now. That idiot just rushed to the front, and he's already been crushed to ashes by the local forces' saints. If we retreat now, we'll definitely be beaten down by these local forces. If we run, they'll chase after us and kill us. Do you want to create a scene of corpses stretching for miles? Damn big-eyed rat lord. What kind of intelligence did he give us? Could it be that he's in cahoots with Jiang Cheng to frame us? I should have killed him later. If I had brought him here, I could have gotten to the bottom of this. It's all my fault. The punitive expeditionary force was immediately thrown into chaos. Inadequate pre-war planning and a lack of experience in large-scale warfare left them in a state of confusion. The weak lords at the front are putting up a brave counterattack. Meanwhile, the powerful lords in the rear remained hidden, preferring to talk rather than step forward to fight in order to avoid sacrificing their troops. Then the demon lord said something that made their expressions change drastically. I just took the opportunity to go to the back and take a look. There is no Jiang Cheng's territory in that forest at all. Apart from these local forces, there is no one else there. Clearly, you've been tricked by that big-eyed rat lord. What a bunch of idiots. You've made such a mess of things, and you still think you can win. The demon lord's face was grim. If it doesn't work out, he'll leave. He's all alone anyway, so coming here is easy, and leaving is easy too. It's such a shame that such a great opportunity was wasted. He was resentful. Why don't we go and fight them? 50 saints. We can take them down if we grit our teeth. He understood the meaning in the demon lord's eyes. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord gritted his teeth and uttered those words. He had to persuade the other party to stay. If the demon lord simply leaves, their alliance will suffer a huge blow, its structure will collapse, and it will fall apart. He will also become a laughingstock for countless lords. Completely humiliated. Chapter 134 Lucifer, save me. Madness. If we fight to the death with these local forces, who will ultimately benefit? I suggest you go and negotiate to preserve your own forces. You must agree to any demands as long as it stops the fighting. If your team suffers heavy losses, I might consider leaving here and returning to my demon city to plan for the next opportunity. Upon hearing this, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord's expression shifted between light and dark. Ultimately, he sent one of his top lords to lead the negotiations, while the other lords slowly retreated. The local sage looked at the top lord who had come to negotiate. I was completely baffled. Just when they were hesitating, the voice of the gods echoed in my mind once more. Kill him and everyone behind him, and I will help you. If you don't do it, you will be the ones who die. Upon hearing this, the local forces' expressions changed drastically. I had long heard that gods are capricious and unpredictable. Seeing it today, it's indeed true. Everyone, my alliance leader is willing to offer 100 million energy stones and 50 sacred artifacts as an apology. All we need is for us to cease hostilities and withdraw from each other. What do you think? The top lord who came to negotiate said this. The number of energy stones is not large. However, the 50 sacred artifacts are enough to show the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance's attitude of seeking peace. These local sages weren't exactly wealthy. They were short of sacred artifacts, and some didn't even have a single one. After all, the materials needed to forge sacred artifacts are extremely precious. Instead of making holy artifacts for those guys with limited talent, it would be better to use this material to forge top-grade and super-grade holy artifacts for those holy kings to use. If there are any exceptional talents in the team this time, they need to be protected. They were given a brand new set of sacred artifacts. They may never have the chance to touch this thing again in their lifetime. These saints were slightly moved. But under pressure from the gods, they had no choice but to give up this tempting offer. At that moment, the voice of the gods echoed in my mind once more. A bunch of idiots. Wouldn't killing them still mean those sacred artifacts would fall into your hands anyway? Do you really think I would try to take this from you? If you hesitate any longer, you will die. In the void, a malevolent aura enveloped in divine power crashed down on the rear of the punitive army. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of evil spread out. It was attacking the rear of the punitive expeditionary force. In an instant, thousands of top-tier lord units perished. Whether it was intentional or not, these evil auras did not spread in all directions, but only spread to both sides, cutting off the rear of the punitive army and compressing their living space. The only course of action for the punitive expedition is to advance. You cannot go back. Otherwise, you will die? Holy crap. The demon lord looked back in shock. The overwhelming aura of evil was extremely attractive to him. He longed to rush in and experience the rampant encroachment of this aura, but without Lucifer's protection, he dared not venture in rashly, fearing danger. But Lucifer lost his voice the moment the evil aura appeared, as if he had vanished, and no matter how he called out to him, there was no response. Anna's divine sense swept around the demon lord from the void, her brows furrowed, as if she had discovered something strange. Strange, how could it disappear in an instant? She wanted to continue investigating. However, the surrounding void power continuously eroded her divine power, forcing her to return to the outside world. The local saints looked towards the rear of the punitive army. The overwhelming, dense, almost tangible demonic aura made him make a decision. They slipped away and stood before the negotiating lord. One punch shattered his body. They then charged straight into the center of the punitive expeditionary force and began an endless massacre. Instantly, the entire punitive expedition was filled with cries of agony, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The ground was riddled with terrifying craters, and severed limbs were scattered all around. Seeing this scene, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord and his top lords could no longer hold back and led their troops to charge forward. The other high-ranking lords also let out hysterical roars. This is so damn touching. I want to do it too. The demon lord teleported into the arena and, taking advantage of the two saints' inattention, pierced their chests. Demonic runes surged across his body, and deep demonic flames incinerated the two saints' corpses, making the demonic flames even stronger. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord was not to be outdone. 10 purple-winged dragons at the saint realm level rushed forward, using their size advantage to suppress the 10 local saints. Apart from the saintly incarnation of the 10,000 demon mountain, who could contend with it? It can create a situation where the two sides are evenly matched. All the others are disadvantages. The local prodigies aren't doing too well either. They were ganged up on by those top lords, and if it weren't for the treasures given to them by their fathers, masters, they might have been beheaded long ago. Fortunately, the accompanying guards were elite enough. It can hold out for a while. It remains to be seen whether the accompanying saints can repel these invaders and unite with them. Just as they were fighting fiercely, an immense power enveloped them, rendering them immobile and unable to move. Even the purple-winged radiant dragon in the air is no exception. The scene immediately fell silent. Everything in the world seemed to stand still at that moment. Buzz. A dark yellow barrier appeared in the north, followed by the east, south, and west. The dark yellow barrier surrounded 95% of the lords. Before long, the ground was also stained with a dark yellow light. Dark clouds filled the sky, creating a deep, swirling vortex filled with flashes of lightning. A strong suction force emanated from within, and some small and weak soldiers were directly pulled into the air and sucked into that deep vortex, their fate unknown. The hearts of those present immediately sank. What's going on here? The people of the purple-winged radiant dragon regarded it as an anomaly in the heavens and earth. Local forces viewed it as the wrath of the gods. Only a high and mighty deity could pull off such an operation. As one lord after another was drawn into it, the demon lord had a hideous face. He desperately called out to Lucifer in his heart. He had a strong intuition that if he were to be drawn into this vortex, his life would be over, with no chance of survival. His will to survive compelled him to unleash the full power of the demonic energy within him. Normally, whenever he used this method, Lucifer would appear and help him solve all his problems. Lucifer, save me. The demon lord's neck was thick and red, with veins bulging, and somehow he broke through the suppression he was under. He can speak now. The demon lord was overjoyed. But the next second Lucifer's angry shout rang out. Damn idiot. The demon lord was about to erupt in anger. But he was suddenly jolted awake. This time, Lucifer's voice wasn't in his mind, but outside his body. Chapter 135 Lucifer's Self-Destruction, the Death of the Demon Lord, and the Appearance of the 6 Great Demon Gods. And we don't know when. A woman of stunning beauty and noble bearing appeared before him, holding a blood-red longsword. The terrifying divine power emanating from his body made the demon lord tremble, as if his bones were about to be crushed, and thick, black blood seeped from every pore. His legs kept sinking, his bones cracking, and even though he gritted his teeth and endured it, he eventually knelt on the ground. This moment, the demon lord's eyes were empty, his holy heart shattered, and he actually knelt before a mere woman in front of millions of living beings. Such a humiliating defeat made him feel even more ashamed than being defeated by Jiang Qingyi time and time again. Isn't it a bit much for you to treat a junior like this? An extremely powerful black energy surged out from within the demon lord, forming wisps of black mist above his head, and a figure appeared. He had dark purple hair, a cold and handsome face, and exuded a very strange, evil, and decadent aura. 6 pairs of demon wings were also spread behind him. With the appearance of Lucifer, the demon lord's divine power diminished sharply. He just couldn't accept what had just happened. He was reluctant to get up. When Lucifer saw this, a look of disappointment and malice flashed in his eyes, which he concealed very well so that no one noticed. A dignified deity, hiding within the body of a sacred being, and you actually have the nerve to come and ask me? Anna's divine power pressed down on Lucifer. This made his figure appear ethereal, as if he were about to disintegrate at any moment. Humph, you're nothing more than a clone formed from a few drops of divine blood. If I recover for a while longer, killing you will be as easy as turning my hand. Lucifer unleashed his divine power to resist with all his might. He is extremely weak now. The strength they can unleash won't last long. This is assuming the other party doesn't want to kill me immediately. He was filled with deep regret, wishing he had devoured the demon lord sooner if he had known it would be so useless. They wouldn't have ended up like this. The soul within Lucifer was sustained entirely by the remnant soul given to him by the demon lord, or by a portion that the demon lord extracted when devouring demonic power. How could a soul nourished in this way possibly contend with Anna's clone? Lucifer's illusory form began to ripple like water, as if it would disintegrate in the next second. He couldn't hold back any longer. He channeled his power and struck the demon lord. Fool, don't you have some treasure in your hands? If you don't use it now, are you going to wait until you die and someone burns it for you before you can use it? The excruciating pain brought the demon lord back to his senses. Looking at Lucifer's gloomy, almost dripping face, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Then, trembling, he pulled out a bell, closed his eyes, and began to mutter something under his breath. Semi-artifact. Anna spread her 5 fingers, creating a suction force on her hand. He made a move to take the bell from the demon lord's hand. Snort. Too late. Woman, next time we meet, I will make you wish you were dead. Lucifer's magical power was concentrated to its maximum. A look of madness appeared on his face, and the violent energy within him was pushed to its limit. Rumble. In an instant, Lucifer's soul self-destructed, unleashing earth-shattering power that swept across a radius of 200 miles, turning all living beings within that range to ashes. The entire forest was instantly razed to the ground. Lucifer's self-destruction caught Anna completely off guard. She didn't know if this was the other person's entire soul. But as a deity, she knew how important the soul was to a deity. Once the soul was flawed, no matter how much you cultivated, your cultivation level would never increase. Unless you spend hundreds of years fixing it. Or perhaps they obtain a divine medicine to repair their soul. However, this divine medicine is extremely rare, and its growing environment is exceptionally harsh. It is a divine medicine that only appears once every 10,000 years, and a single plant can trigger a struggle among hundreds of gods. It's safe to say that Lucifer's explosion will keep him from jumping around for at least several hundred years. Even if she were to come out and cause trouble, due to the limitations of her incomplete soul, she could only exert less than 1/10 of her combat power. With her current combat power, she could be killed with a single slap. I wouldn't have let you run so easily in the first place. In the instant of the explosion, Anna tore through space and hid in the void to avoid the damage. But he also suffered some minor injuries as a result. There was a lump of flesh and blood in her hand. It was taken from the demon lord before entering the void. Anna parted her lips slightly, uttering a whisper like that of an ancient god, as if death itself had descended. A blood-red array appeared on his hand. A drop of blood was squeezed from the demon lord's flesh and merged into the formation. In an instant, a red light burst forth, and the formation rapidly absorbed the drop of blood. 300 miles away, the mangled demon lord lay on the teleportation array, embedding energy stones into it and inputting the coordinates of the demon city's teleportation array. At the moment the explosion occurred, Lucifer's last strength brought him here. However, he still suffered considerable trauma. His body was covered in blood and gore, with several deep, bone-revealing wounds on his arms and thighs, and thick, black demon blood flowing from his eyes, nose, and ears. I'll be home soon. I'm going to get a good night's sleep when I get back. I'll never come back to the Vaslo forest again, and I'll never bother Jiangcheng again. It's so scary, wah. The physical and mental trauma had left the demon lord delirious, and he had begun to speak incoherently. Just as he finished setting the last energy stone, the teleportation array began to transport him back to the demon city. A blood-red array appeared on his abdomen. The next moment, his heart clenched painfully, and all the blood in his body rushed wildly to his abdomen. Even his bleeding blood was flowing towards the formation, making the scene look extremely strange and terrifying. Before the demon lord could even let out a scream, he lost consciousness, his eyes rolled back, his body twisted into a ball, and his aura plummeted, bringing him to the brink of death. However, the teleportation array is very powerful. While he still had a breath left, the demon lord returned to the demon city. Instantly, the statues of the 6 demon gods in the city, except for Lucifer, emitted a dark, ominous light, and wisps of black mist surged into his body. The demon lord's abdomen swelled and contracted repeatedly, going back and forth dozens of times, before the array in its abdomen finally collapsed. The demon lord was already dead at this point, but he was still breathing. Jealousy, anger, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust emanated from his body. The demon lord opened his eyes. A distorted smile spread across his face. Combined with the 2 dried bloodstains around his eyes, his expression looked incredibly ferocious and terrifying. Interesting, very interesting. Such wondrous things still exist in this world. So, does this mean we are now lords? Lucifer had a clever plan. He wanted to create a demonic body and then possess it for rebirth, but he didn't expect that body would fall into our hands. Ha ha. Why say so much? Hurry up and find a woman. I've been holding back for so many years. Chapter 136, The Immense Power of Faith. Inside Sky Island. The thousands of lords were bewildered by everything around them. It was pitch black, without a single ray of light, as if they were in another world. Before Lucifer self-destructed, they were then swept into the whirlpool. It was not harmed by the aftershocks of the self-destruction. It can be said that they were extremely lucky. Where am I? Why is it pitch black all around? I can't see anything at all. Are we already dead, and now in hell, waiting for the black and white impermanence to lead us across the bridge of helplessness to drink Mangpo's soup? If you could really die without feeling any pain, that would feel pretty good. Have you all felt your strength being suppressed? Damn it. Why can I only use 1/3 of my strength? Damn it. Could this be a prison of heaven and earth, where an unparalleled expert has locked us up? The lords were experiencing an unfamiliar environment. I felt a sense of panic. Some of them turned on their lights, only to find a local tyrant sharpening his knife in front of them, which terrified them so much that they immediately ran away. No one else knew what had happened. Anyway, all I could hear were screams echoing around me. Is there some kind of monster inside? Some bewildered lords began to scatter and flee, trying to find an exit and leave this dark and gloomy place. But this place seems to have no end. It's boundless and endless. You can't possibly reach the end. What's even more terrifying is yet to come. I had just separated from a lord and run away, but now he has reappeared in front of me. Such a horrifying scene shocked many lords. The scene immediately descended into chaos. It was at Sherman, hundreds of miles away from them. 161 vampire warriors assembled and awaited orders. Each of them was filled with terrifying holy power and was equipped with exquisite holy armor and holy artifacts. The combined power of so many people made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Jiang Chung stood in front of them, nodding in satisfaction. In a moment, Green Vine will teleport you to various areas inside the Divine Island. You don't need to search for enemies. Green Vine will use her methods to bring the enemies to you. You just need to wait and see. After being silent for so long, you must be itching to get out of here. I won't say any more. Go on. The vampire warrior exuded a soaring fighting spirit. He spends all his time holing up in the barracks training. They're practically covered in mushrooms. We have to give them a good beating. Green Ivy mobilized the power of the Divine Island, and rays of light distributed the vampire warriors to various corners within the island. Then she began to manipulate the tectonic plates on the ground. This caused the running lords to run towards the vampire warriors, unknowingly sending them to hell. My lord, what am I to do now that they've left? The giant eagle watched the departing vampire warriors, its mind racing. It didn't want to stay put and do nothing. It would be so much more fun to fight. You? Jiang Chung looked up at the big fool, waved his hand, and said to Green Ivy, send this guy to the most dangerous place, preferably one where you can run into a saint in just a few steps. The giant eagle had no objection to this. He's just a mere saint. His weapon, however, was rather pathetic, a tiny magical staff wielded by a beautiful girl, which, compared to his size, looked like he was fighting with a toothpick in his hand. Before he could even speak, Green Ivy then sent him to the battlefield. After doing all this, Jiang Chung and Green Luo left the interior of the Divine Island. As the companion spirit of Sky Island, Green Ivy has an extreme control over the island. Even when following Jiang Chung to do other things, she can still manage everything inside the island. The more than 100,000 inhabitants of the island have been divided into 140 residential areas, which are essentially small villages. With the help and guidance of Green Ivy and Otto's girlfriend, all 140 residential areas have been planned and the residents have moved in. They don't need to start from scratch and rebuild their houses or anything like that. The pothose can help them move the original items over completely. It is extremely fast and convenient. Above these 140 residential areas, the imagery of the interior of the Divine Island, the scene of vampire warriors bravely fighting their enemies, is now projected. This drew cheers and applause from the villagers. That's so cool. If I were talented enough, I could use the vampire warrior transformation pool to become like them and fight on the battlefield. That's right. I heard that becoming a vampire warrior means you can fight alongside the Lord. I heard from the officials in the district that the Lord is approachable and never puts on airs. He even goes to visit people who are injured in person. A vampire woman pointed at the projection and exclaimed, "Is that Ari? He's really strong and muscular. He killed that big black dog with a single slap." A woman standing nearby had eyes full of adoration. "I heard that he is now the strongest vampire warrior. Many beautiful women want to confess their love to him, but unfortunately, they don't have the chance at all and can't even see him." The woman patted her on the shoulder earlier. "They're devoting themselves entirely to cultivation. Isn't it all to improve their strength and maintain the safety and stability of our territory? If you ask me, we are able to live the life we have today thanks to the guidance of the Lord. You are new here and may not know, but just over 10 days ago, Otto and Ale were only around 3-star strength, and we lived in a dangerous forest. Thanks to our Lord, who led us through countless battles and defeated numerous powerful enemies, we now enjoy a life where we have no worries about food and clothing and do not need to fear any crises. If you stay in your previous living environment, you might be dragged away by wild monsters just by washing your clothes by the river, and you won't be able to escape." The woman's voice seemed to have a captivating quality. The residents in the neighborhood were all focused on the projection screen, but his mind was already focused on what the woman was saying. The woman then recounted Jiang Cheng's various exploits with the vampire warriors, telling them the story vividly. The woman especially emphasized the story of Jiang Cheng, which made the new residents of the neighborhood admire Jiang Cheng greatly. Without realizing it, he came to regard it as his lifelong belief. This scene is playing out in almost every residential area. For a moment, the stone tablet of faith shone with a dazzling light. Every minute and every second, tens of thousands of units of faith power flow into it. Jiang Cheng stood near the stone monument of faith. Seeing this, I nodded slightly in approval. Afterwards, statues of him were erected in important places in the residential area so that the people could see him at all times and receive the power of faith at all times. And so it goes. It's estimated that he'll be able to gather the power to kill the gods soon. He's gained another trump card. Chapter 137, The Loyal Local Saint. Inside the Island of Gods. The purple-winged radiant dragon, Lord, slowly awoke. Beside him, 200 purple-winged dragons lay on the ground, their scales dulled and covered in tiny wounds, their auras extremely weak. What just happened down there? Such a huge explosion actually blew me into the vortex. Purple-winged radiant dragon rubbed its aching buttocks. He quickly took out healing pills and gave them to the soldiers. There were dozens of top lords around him. Those who resisted the suction and refused to submit were all severely injured by the aftershocks of Lucifer's self-destruction. Some weak top lords were blown to pieces, and their troops became ownerless. Where's this place? The interior of the Divine Island is incredibly vast. They were placed in the westernmost corner by green ivy. After all, there aren't many people, so they don't take up much space. Because the number of people is not too large. So green ivy made a special effort to take care of it. This separated them from the high-ranking lords. Could this be a world inside a vortex? These top lords used various methods to illuminate their surroundings. They had far more good stuff than those high-ranking lords, so darkness was no problem for them at all. Lord Alliance Leader. Upon seeing the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, the group of top lords hurriedly and limped over to him. Fortunately, they have a lot of lord coins. The pain subsided after taking a few pills. The wounds on his body are also healing quickly. It's just that it's not very convenient to move around. Lord Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon counted the number of people. The explosion just now killed 21 top lords, which is a huge blow to their strength. Even if we could leave this godforsaken place completely, their alliance will fall far behind other alliances. Afterwards, the other alliances will definitely work together to suppress their living space, gradually pushing them into a desperate situation. He wasn't the only one thinking this way. The other top lords also thought of this. They kept their heads down and remained silent. Some of them were already planning to apply to leave the alliance after returning, go to other alliances to become big shots, continue to exploit the lower-level lords, and keep sucking their blood. They sensed that something was wrong. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord said, "All right, everyone go and treat your unit's injuries. Who knows what dangerous creatures might appear in this godforsaken place? We must maintain a good combat readiness. We can discuss other matters after we leave here. I bear a great deal of responsibility for this, but we must leave here now. That is the only prerequisite for dealing with the aftermath. Gentlemen, please rest assured, I am a person who dares to take responsibility. I will compensate those who should be compensated afterward, and I will not stop those who want to leave the alliance to seek better opportunities." Everyone now has their own thoughts. How can we face the upcoming crisis if we're not on the same page? How can I leave this godforsaken place? Therefore, he had to say this to win people's hearts and gather everyone's strength to face the unknown difficulties. Just then, screams of agony came from ahead, and then came a burst of rough and unrestrained laughter. The person who laughed seemed very pleased with himself. He was doing something that excited him. Let's all attack together. This monster is the great sage. We must work together to defeat it. All right, brother, wait here for a moment. I'll use my killer move right away to make a quick getaway and help you. I also have a strategy called retreat is the best policy. Run, brother, you hold out for now. Once we leave this hellish place, we'll build you a temple so that countless souls can burn paper money to commemorate you. Damn it, you betrayed me so completely. You beasts deserve to die a horrible death. Amidst the curious gazes of a group of top lords, more than 10 saints from local forces flew over from a distance, their faces filled with panic, as if a primordial beast was chasing them. This startled the top lords. The morale-boosting effect had been completely lost. He took off running with his troops. They are not deaf. Within that endless darkness dwells a powerful being at the level of a great sage. Great sage. They struggled to deal with powerful beings like the demon lord, who were nearly at the level of a saint king, let alone the great saint, whom they had never even seen before. They might be interested in meeting him later, but now I see they have absolutely no desire to. You're too late. Be good and stay here to be our scapegoats. Stop that great sage expert for us, huh? The local saint wore a gloating expression on his face. His figure vanished without a trace in a flash. This makes one wonder if they really have a unique escape technique. These saints ran with great effort. Little did they know that the tectonic plate beneath their feet had unknowingly rotated 180 degrees. Therefore, they are not currently far from danger. Instead, it moved closer to danger. Kill me or torture me. It's up to you. No one will remember my death anyway. The world is cold and heartless. I've seen through the hearts of those guys. The giant eagle was carrying a local saint in its hand. The other person was in tears, his face filled with determination. So many of his companions just abandoned him. Although they weren't from the same faction, they were still on the same side, and they didn't even hesitate to run away. That really hurt him. Just when he was in utter despair and preparing to let the giant eagle finish him off. Laughter and chatter could be heard in the distance. Do you think that guy died at the hands of that great sage? He's probably been torn to pieces by now. Who told him to act so arrogantly at his age, as if he thinks we'd take advantage of him? The figures of more than 10 fleeing saints appeared. The giant eagle and the saint being carried looked at them. The two stared at each other, both at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, the eagle smiled innocently and said, "You see, your comrades are quite loyal. They've only been running for a few minutes, and they've all come back to save you." The fleeing saints were completely bewildered. What's going on? Did they go the wrong way? That shouldn't be happening. They were incredibly nervous inside, but they pretended to be calm. Yes, we weren't ready, so we went out to warm up for a bit. Yes, how can we dare to fight the great sage if we don't warm up first? Ouch, I overdid it during warm-up and my knees buckled. Help me up. Then you can kneel here. I'll go run another lap. They hadn't even had a chance to slip away yet. The top lords of the purple-winged radiant dragon followed. Haha, you guys run pretty fast, don't you? Those old guys ran like lightning, but we still caught up with them, didn't we? Hey, that burly man over there looks familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen him before. The giant eagle watched this scene with a smile on its face, unleashing the holy might of a great sage. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. Chapter 138 captured, questioning the local prodigy. The local saints and top lords scattered and fled. Unfortunately, under the oppressive power of the giant eagle, they could hardly even complete the most basic movements. The holy energy within their bodies was almost solidified, as if it had been mixed with glue. Pick up the magic wand in your hand. The giant eagle slammed its fist down hard on their necks. One after another, the local saints were knocked unconscious. Then it was enveloped by a mysterious force and disappeared. Drink it. 3 top lords took out their secret treasures and used their respective methods to alleviate some of the eagle's oppressive aura, allowing them to lead some of their troops away from there. Upon seeing this, the giant eagle exclaimed in surprise. However, he did not chase after him. Jiang Chung told him that he didn't need to chase after the other person, as the other person would obediently come to his face. The rest of the people were not so lucky. They were all knocked unconscious by the giant eagle, enveloped by a mysterious force, and sent to a mysterious location. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord led his trusted followers at the very back. He sensed an eerie atmosphere about the place, so he dared not make a hasty decision. So he walked at the very back. We'll figure out a way to deal with that great sage when he gets close, since he has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve, and escaping from the great sage shouldn't be too difficult. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't too slow either. However, the powerful saint behind them did not catch up for a long time. Logically, the other party should have appeared behind them long ago, so why was there no movement? Not even a trace of its presence could be detected. Could it be that the other party doesn't intend to pursue them further, and something even more dangerous awaits them ahead? Thinking of this, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord quickly ordered the team to stop advancing. Sure enough, a commotion was heard from ahead shortly afterward. The three top lords led their troops back in a sorry state. My lord, there's something strange about this place. Yes, we followed behind that group of local saints, thinking we could get away from that great saint, but we ended up right in front of him. It feels like no matter how we run, we'll eventually end up in front of that great sage, like we're going in circles. Moreover, that great sage is tall and strong, wielding a magical wand made by a beautiful girl. He can knock out a local sage with a single blow, and his strength is incredibly formidable. We are no match for him at all, and can only flee frantically, not daring to fight him. The giant eagle has not yet entered combat mode. Therefore, he did not exhibit any of the characteristics of a vampire, and appeared to be just an ordinary, tall, and strong man. Upon hearing this, all the top lords present looked at the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, for only he could lead them out of their predicament and away from this hellish place. No one dared to break away from the other and run away alone anymore. This place is too strange. Why don't we wait here and see if any other brothers come over? They might have some useful information. We should remain calm and wait for the right opportunity. Acting rashly could cause irreparable damage. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord said this. Little did they know that 30 kilometers away, a group of high-ranking lords were being hunted down by vampire warriors, their corpses strewn across the ground. However, there is an invisible and intangible barrier between them, unless one's mental strength reaches the godlike level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sense that there was a barrier separating the two places. Outside world, Jiang Chung examined the power of faith within the faith steel. Current level of faith power, 3.7 million, capable of unleashing an attack that can kill a demigod. This number is still fluctuating. As the population of the territory increases, the cohesion of faith is also rapidly increasing. After reading this, Anna's clone appeared nearby. Master, I killed that demon lord. He is dead, but several mysterious forces have entered his body and inherited his body. Those forces aren't particularly strong, but they all originate from the same source and can coalesce into a single entity, unleashing power many times greater. Furthermore, the distance was too great, which weakened my control over the blood curse technique, preventing me from carrying out the final strangulation of the demon lord's body. Green Ivy had already told Jiang Chung about the scene below. Jiang Chung never expected that the demon lord also possessed the soul of the arrogant demon god Lucifer. Since he can possess the demon lord, that proves that the souls of the other 6 demon gods are also capable, so the one who inherited the demon lord's body is one of the 6 demon gods. Thinking of this, Jiang Chung couldn't help but feel a little regretful. At the same time, he was wondering why the demon lord had come here without even a single subordinate. His demons, from their initial training to now, must have numbered at least 7 or 8 saint-level demons. They didn't bring a single one. Does that mean they looked down on him? Anna's next words dispelled his doubts. Master, that demon lord is filled with intense resentment, and this resentment all comes from demons. It's possible that he cultivated some special technique, killed the demons, and absorbed their demonic power, but failed to eliminate the accompanying resentment during the process, thus leading to this result. Jiang Chung seemed to be deep in thought. If what Anna said is true, so he had already killed all the demon lord's troops, which explains why he had no troops around him and why his own strength had become so terrifying. The other party must have done this for some reason. It's impossible to do this without a reason. Jiang Chung decided to leave these matters aside for the time being. Address the immediate problem first. In the valley not far from the temple, Anna set up a magic array. Those inside this formation are physically immobilized, unable to move, and their consciousness is blurred. They will honestly answer any questions asked to them. There will be no secrets or attempts to outsmart each other. Jiang Chung and his 2 companions arrived at this formation. Inside, there are already many local prodigies and saints, as well as more than 1,000 high-level lords and more than a dozen top-level lords. As for their lackeys, they all perished inside the island. Once the battle inside is over, their bodies will become nutrients for the island's plants. The blood will flow into the blood pool in the camp. If the blood pool is full, the temple will help store it, like well water, replenishing it as much as it is taken out. Jiang Cheng first went to the high-ranking lords. Asked them for the coordinates of the lord's teleportation array. It turns out these guys weren't that rich either. They basically moved their territories to the vicinity of the top lords, and the teleportation arrays were only able to reach the Vaslo Great Forest by relying on the teleportation arrays in the other party's territory. This also made things easier for Jiang Cheng. When we raid their house later, we can do so all at once, which will save a lot of manpower and time. After asking them, Jiang Cheng then approached the local prodigies and saints, and began to inquire about their respective factions. I am the son of the city lord of Ziyun City from the Nine-Yang Divine Dynasty. That's how it is in name. But actually, I am the son born from the affair between the city lord's wife and the steward. That old man, the city lord, was poisoned by my mother years ago and can no longer have children, but he just doesn't know it. A human prodigy lying on the ground, his eyes blank, said this. Jiang Cheng inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected to hear such explosive news by chance." The young man then continued, "My city lord is a great saint, but in recent years my mother has gradually taken control of the city lord's mansion. Therefore, she has been poisoning him, preparing to kill him and take his place. This time, our Nine-Yang Divine Dynasty dispatched a total of 23 teams, 15 of which were saint-level forces similar to mine. There are also 7 teams from the capital. They are nominally saint-level, but their strength is many times greater than ours. Their strongest members are all demigods, and they all have the potential to reach the supreme realm. As for the last team, it is a prince of our 9 sons' divine dynasty. He is about the same age as me, but his strength has reached the saint level. He is protected by 3 great saints. I've heard that there's a long-established false god hiding in the shadows. However, this divine son is violent, greedy, and lustful. He led most of the divine dynasty's forces to linger among the elves, hoping to win the heart of an elf and marry her. Unfortunately, he encountered setbacks everywhere, so he stayed there and refused to leave. Knowing my own background, I was unwilling to indulge in the pleasures of the world, so I led my team to follow the people of the Heavenly Serpent tribe and set off ahead of time. Chapter 139: The World Outside the Vaslo Forest. Several other prodigies from the Nine-Yang Divine Dynasty were with him. Among these prodigies, the Heavenly Serpent clan made up the majority. Because of Yi Qing, they all followed her, originally just wanting to win the beauty's favor, but they never expected to encounter this series of events. He ruined his promising future. I am filled with extreme regret. At this moment, Yi Qing was at the foot of Yunya Mountain. Lucifer's self-destruction had just caused most of Yunya Mountain to collapse. Most of the remaining guards were buried in the ground. A small number of guards survived, but all of them were seriously injured. She felt a tingling sensation all over her body, which was due to her wounds healing. She glanced back at the epicenter of the explosion, then limped towards the direction of the elves with her guards. The journey will inevitably involve arduous travel and numerous difficulties. Fortunately, most of the monsters along the way had been cleared before they arrived, so there wouldn't be much danger on the way back. Jiang Cheng didn't take Yi Qing's matter too seriously. As long as this woman doesn't die, she still has some remaining value to be exploited. Apart from Wanyao Mountain and Jiuyang Divine Dynasty, the rest of the people were just trying to smooth things over. They are all insignificant saint-level forces, the kind that maintain a vassal relationship with god-level forces. However, Jiang Cheng obtained an important piece of information. The divine sons and daughters dispatched by those god-level forces agreed to meet in the elven realm. Then they set off together to find the Lord's power. However, Jiang Cheng knew that while they were ostensibly searching for a Lord's power, they were actually gathering all the false gods to put pressure on the new god. They forced the other party to join a local god-level force and serve it. Currently, only the 2 god-level forces, Wanyao Mountain and Jiuyang Divine Dynasty, have arrived in elven territory. Because these 2 major forces are closest to Jiang Cheng's area, other god-level forces would need to travel through mountains and rivers, crossing the Vaslo Great Forest or circling the edges of the surrounding great forests to reach the elven race, which would take some time. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also learned what the outside world was like from them. The human race is currently the strongest force on the entire continent. Humans are uniquely endowed with the most natural laws, possessing immense potential and rising at a speed that other races can only dream of. Therefore, even powerful demons like those from Wanyao Mountain had to transform into human form to adapt to the new laws and band together to resist the rising power of the human race. Unfortunately, the human race is not united. They're not good at external expansion, but they're ruthless in their internal power struggles and backstabbing. Their cruelty towards their own people is even greater than their cruelty towards other races, which allows demon forces like the 10,000 Demon Mountain to catch their breath. Of course, the human race is only currently very powerful. Many races are actually no weaker than them, but they don't want to waste their resources to compete with them for the empty title of hegemon. So they all stop their activities and move their entire clans to more secluded areas to avoid unnecessary disputes. But once the human race begins to weaken, these subdued races will surely launch a counterattack, tearing a piece of flesh from them and crushing the entire human race to the point of no return. An elderly sage from 10,000 Demon Mountain said this. They felt as if they were the fallen race, harboring considerable hostility towards humans. This guy knows the most. But that's all there is to it. He couldn't explain the names of those subdued races, only mumbled and stammered, leaving Jiang Chung waiting expectantly, but in the end, he didn't even hear a fart. As time goes by, more and more local prodigies and saints were teleported over, and the battle below was nearing its end, except for the area with the giant eagle. Jiang Chung questioned each of the people who had been teleported over. After they lose their value, they were all sent to the Western Paradise. May they be reborn into a better family in their next life. A fine knife. Jiang Chung held the long sword that Meng Li had transformed into. After slaying 6 saints from the local forces, his experience reached its peak, and naturally, he broke through to the Saint King realm. The immense holy power flowed, washing over his body, bones, and limbs again and again. This result caused his sacred body to become more than twice as strong. The holy soul has also been greatly enhanced. His spiritual power spread out, covering an area of 100 miles in radius. Jiang Chung closed his eyes and sensed the area covered by his spiritual power. The images that passed through him were clearly reflected in his mind, including whether there were people in the room. Retract your outward released spiritual energy. Jiang Chung made Meng Li return to her original form and made her work hard in the mines to exercise her body. Let the vampire warriors kill the rest of them. Their primary goal is to elevate their spiritual level. Moreover, as Jiang Chung breaks through to Saint King, the energy he needs is enormous. Even if he kills all the local saints, geniuses, and lords present, he can only reach the initial stage of Great Saint. Let the vampire warriors do the killing. It's quite good for me to stay on Sky Island and command from the sidelines. Killing these saints should be enough to create more than a dozen Saint Kings. After saying that, Jiang Chung went to Green Ivy's side. Ask her to project the situation on the eagle's side. Chapter 140, The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon, Lord's Trump Card. The giant eagle in the picture was standing there blankly, turning around, its face showing both confusion and distress, as if it was wondering why no one had come over yet. Not far from him, the purple-winged radiant dragon army was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. The top lords even took out kitchen utensils and ingredients from their storage rings and started cooking hot pot. Prepare to eat while waiting for the unknown enemy. They're living a very comfortable and carefree life. Jiang Cheng's lips twitched when he saw this scene. Then they let the pothose plant start tampering with it. Green Ivy closed her eyes and mobilized the power of the divine island. The mini-hot pot of the purple-winged radiant dragon army instantly appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, filled with fresh ingredients that had just been put into the pot and had not yet been eaten. Where the pot had originally been placed, now stood a burly man with a face full of scars and bulging muscles, holding a magic staff. Hey guys, you're all eating? The giant eagle sniffed the fragrance wafting in the air and laughed. The surrounding top lords were completely bewildered. They held up their chopsticks, aiming them at the giant eagle, and for a moment they hadn't realized what was going on. But the next second they were hit in the face by a magic scepter. A large number of them were instantly sent flying backwards. He lay stiffly on the ground, his fate unknown. When did this guy get here? Damn it. I put a lot of tonics in that soup, hoping to nourish the brothers, but the pot disappeared, and this huge guy appeared instead. Brothers, let's attack together and tear this guy to pieces. Brother, don't be impulsive. This is the great sage we encountered. He kills local sages like pigs and dogs. We should be careful and play it safe. What did I just say? I smelled the hot pot, and started to get a little delirious and talk nonsense. Did you put some kind of sleeping potion in it? The top lords were immediately thrown into panic. Thousands of soldiers surrounded them from behind. We will protect and safeguard them. Get out of the way. Let me have a go at this great sage. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord pushed through the crowd. It was surrounded by nearly 100 purple-winged dragons. The injuries on these purple-winged radiant dragons have mostly healed, and they now possess a certain level of combat capability. I originally didn't plan to use that item. But given the current situation, I have no choice but to step forward. The purple-winged radiant dragon patted the most powerful radiant dragon behind it, signaling it to step forward and fight the great eagle. Seeing this scene, the top lords were dumbfounded. Brother, is this going to work or not? You should send a saint-level radiant dragon up to fight this giant. Even if your unit is incredibly powerful, the vast gap in skill level still prevents you from overcoming it. If you can beat the opponent with this, then why don't you, purple-winged radiant dragon, be number one? The top lords were inwardly complaining. But they were proven wrong the very next second. The purple-winged dragon that stepped forward had a purple-gold dragon armor on its head and abdomen, with a drop of dragon blood emitting a terrifying aura embedded in the center of the armor. That's the blood of a dragon. A faint divine aura emanated from the armor. As the armor was attached to the body, the aura of the purple-winged dragon rose steadily, quickly reaching its peak, the peak of the great sage. He's just one step away from reaching the demigod realm. Its size has also increased more than 3 times. Like a towering mountain standing before them, majestic and awe-inspiring. The top lords stared at the purple-winged dragon before them. The fear in my heart suddenly disappeared. This is the reward I received after the abyss mist was settled. I usually don't want to use it because it would cause great damage to my purple-winged radiant dragon if I used it. Don't be fooled by how powerful it has become now. The rapid increase in its meridians and body size in such a short period of time is a devastating blow to its health. If it doesn't take proper care of itself afterward, this dragon might be ruined. After all, the purple-winged radiant dragon doesn't have the same self-healing ability as the vampires. If I had that ability, I could use this armor without any restraint. This is a device that can boost combat effectiveness in a short period of time. In fact, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord was also quite helpless about this. This armor can be considered a semi-divine artifact. A drop of dragon's blood is embedded in the head and abdomen. The wearer can activate the armor to absorb the energy from the 2 drops of dragon blood. Unfortunately, his purple-winged radiant dragon was only at the Saint realm. If they reached the Saint King realm, they might be able to become demigods in a short time, instantly kill the great saints in front of them, and take them away from this hellish place. What a pity. Looking at the dejected expression on his face, the other top lords were deeply moved. They all revealed their trump cards. The strength of his troops more than doubled instantly. Using these trump cards always comes at a price. Some are even one-time trump cards. But compared to the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, the price they paid was nothing. All right, brothers. Let's all work together to take down this big guy in front of us, and then figure out a way to leave this godforsaken place, leave the Vaslo forest, and live our own little lives. At this moment, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord wept bitterly. They have endured so much hardship and trials. The hearts of everyone have finally truly come together. With such a united effort, they will surely be able to leave. They returned to their territory and continued to live a life of luxury. As for Jiang Cheng, they had never even seen each other's faces, not to mention laying a hand on him. Moreover, given their current strength, it's hard to say whether they can even take down Jiang Cheng. Even if they manage to take it down, they will pay an extremely heavy price. Perhaps all the troops they brought will be lost in this damned Vaslo forest. Jiang Cheng, I won't lay a hand on you. Let those geniuses who have come to the Vaslo Great Forest fight you to the death. When I leave the Vaslo Great Forest, I will take a handful of yellow soil from this land as a memento of my visit. It wasn't for nothing that you, this invincible villain, have ridden over our heads for so many days. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord thought to himself. He then took out his exclusive weapon from his storage ring and said with great pride, "Everyone, follow me, leader of the alliance, and take down this guy." After saying that, nearly 100 purple-winged dragons roared. The injured purple-winged radiant dragons echoed in agreement. The deafening roar made the surrounding air tremble. Chapter 141 The Great Eagle's identity is exposed. Other top lords followed suit. Leading his troops, he roared and charged forward. feeling the overwhelming pressure in front of him. The eagle was filled with excitement, and its heart was pounding. Ha ha, this is finally getting interesting. If I really have to take them all down with one hand, I might as well go back to sleep. Endless holy power surged wildly into the magic scepter. A dazzling beam of light, as thick as a bucket, shot out from the scepter. Dozens of top-tier lord units were charred into pieces. The magic scepter could not withstand this violent holy power, and countless cracks, like a spider web, appeared from head to toe. It's really useless. I'll have to rely on myself. The giant eagle roared, its eyes turning bloodshot. 10 sharp, cold claws sprouted from its hands, radiating a chilling aura. A pair of dark purple-gold blood wings spread out from its back, making its body appear even larger. Jiang Chung, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but frown. Shouldn't the bloodline of the blood god ancestor be of a very high level? Why is it still purple gold? Just then, a familiar notification sound rang in my mind. Note, due to the immense power of the blood god ancestor's bloodline, the statue is merely a high-quality replica, capable of only imitating the highest level bloodline of the purple gold level, and cannot be perfectly replicated. If the Lord wishes to obtain the bloodline of the blood god ancestor, he can search for it himself at the place where he fell. Jiang Chung was speechless. He had no idea where he was. How was he supposed to find it? He had just asked Anna about this matter, as well as about her, in the temple. But the other parties seemed unwilling to discuss this matter. He simply brushed it off, saying, "I'll tell you when the time is right." Jiang Chung had a premonition. Something terrible must have happened to the vampire clan. Something she couldn't bear. Otherwise Anna wouldn't have appeared in the vampire temple in the form of a remnant soul. Forget it. Let's focus on improving our strength for now. With strength, everything becomes easier. Without strength, you are nothing. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. The scene returns to the venue. Seeing the giant eagle at this moment, the aura emanating from those top lords faltered. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. Bloodshot eyes, sharp claws, fleshy wings. Isn't this what Jiang Cheng's vampire warriors look like? Could it be that this dark and gloomy space was created by Jiang Cheng to imprison them? Thinking about this, these top lords felt a chill run down their spines. If Jiang Cheng was behind all of this, do they still have any hope of escaping? The great sage in front of them forced them to reveal their trump cards, making them use all their skills to deal with him. What about the other vampire warriors who haven't appeared yet? Even if they are incredibly brave and invincible, and cut down all the vampire warriors, what about Jiang Cheng? Would the other side let us out so easily? This powerful great sage in front of me is actually a vampire warrior. Damn it. How could Jiang Cheng possibly have such a high-level vampire warrior under his command? We're already using all our strength to deal with just one vampire warrior. Who knows if even stronger enemies will appear later. This space must have been created by Jiang Cheng. They divided us and those high-level lords into two groups. This great sage is here to deal with us, while the other vampire warriors are dealing with those high-level lords and the local prodigies. Isn't the #1 player in the abyss missed a supreme artifact? This space must have been created by that supreme artifact, and the strange phenomena in the Vaslo Great Forest must also have been created by that supreme artifact. Damn it, we found out far too late. If we had been prepared, we wouldn't have ended up like this. We've set a trap for the people behind us, forcing Jiang Cheng to play all his cards. I never expected that the treacherous Jiang Cheng would be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, catching us completely off guard. Maybe the local forces were attracted by that guy too. Otherwise, how could they have appeared there for no reason, even though that big-eyed rat lord had already investigated? Forget it. The chances of surviving today are slim anyway, but we absolutely cannot let Jiang Cheng win so easily. We must tear a piece of flesh off him. That's right, we absolutely cannot let Jiang Cheng get away with this. If Jiang Cheng kills this great sage, he will lose an arm and will surely be severely weakened. In moments of desperation, even the most powerful lords disregard their own lives. Charge forward regardless of everything. Even though they knew it was a futile act, they didn't back down an inch. Meanwhile, the giant eagle had already started fighting with the purple-winged dragon. The two sides were evenly matched, but due to the blood god ancestor, even though the giant eagle had lost its memory, its fighting power was still remarkable. Fighting had become an instinct for him, a type of muscle memory. A colossal hand, formed from holy power, pressed down on the purple-winged radiant dragon, distorting the surrounding air and causing the temperature to rise by tens of degrees Celsius in an instant. Roar! Lacking combat experience, the purple-winged radiant dragon took the blow head-on, letting out a miserable roar. However, he was not injured. A transparent protective shield appeared on the head armor, blocking most of the damage. The giant eagle wanted to take advantage of the situation and continue its pursuit. They beat the purple-winged dragon so badly it couldn't lift its head. However, 9 dragon breaths surged from all around, blocking his path and forcing him to retreat. If we can't deal with him, we can at least deal with you. The giant eagle gritted its teeth. His spiritual power surged, and the spiritual power at the great sage level swept across the sky, rushing into the brains of the 9 purple-winged dragons that were spewing dragon breath, wanting to crush their holy souls in one fell swoop. But the purple-winged radiant dragon lord was, after all, wealthy. Almost every purple-winged yellow dragon has a specially made helmet on its head. It can offset most of one's mental energy. Roar. Even so, the invasion of the great sage-level spiritual power into their brains caused them excruciating headaches, causing them to collapse to the ground and writhe in agony. However, the eagle's triumph didn't last long. The purple-winged radiant dragon, at the peak of the great sage realm, mobilized even stronger spiritual power than him and pressed down, forming a confrontation with him. Its dragon claws and tail swung wildly, slashing down at him. If he wasn't careful, he would be knocked to the ground. At the same time, the dragon's blood droplet in the opponent's armor emanated a dragon's might that increased his pressure, making it difficult for him to move. That wasn't all. Lightning flashed above. Hundreds of flying units hovered above, coalescing into a raging thundercloud, their power rivaling the strongest attack of a Saint King. Below, another lord set up a large array, continuously supplying holy power to the purple-winged radiant dragon at the peak of the great sage realm. He was also surrounded by countless soldiers relentlessly harassing him. In the distance, a top-tier lord brought out an altar, with dozens of troop corpses lying beside it, seemingly performing a sacrificial ritual. An extremely terrifying aura, comparable to that of a great sage, emanated from within. Looking at these scenes, one can't help but feel a chill run down one's spine. The eagle's expression turned serious, sensing that things were getting a bit tricky. At the same time, it cursed inwardly at these guys for having so many strange and unusual methods. Chapter 142 Reinforcements arrive. Buzz. A ripple-like pattern appeared in the space. Arlie came out from inside. Having already broken through to the Saint King level, he had no trouble dealing with those high-level lords and local prodigies. He had already killed all the enemies in his area, so Green Ivy teleported him over. His eyes were fixed on the distance. The giant eagle was currently being tightly entangled by the great sage-level purple-winged radiant dragon and was unable to break free. He was surrounded by countless soldiers who launched suicidal attacks against him, preferring to die rather than let the giant eagle catch its breath. The tribulation cloud that gathered in the sky was already approaching the power of the great sage. It exudes a chilling aura. If it were to fall, the giant eagle would definitely be injured, and would be relentlessly suppressed by the great sage purple-winged radiant dragon. The situation has turned into a disadvantage. Arlie uses his skills, Bloodburn and Berserk. He instantly increased his strength by nearly 2 times. The speed has also increased significantly. He transformed into a streak of blood-red light and appeared near the tribulation clouds. His domain expanded, covering most of the tribulation clouds and putting pressure on the top-tier troops inside, slowing down their movements. Damn it! Another vampire warrior has arrived. The top lord below reacted instantly. 2 of the top lords led their troops toward Ale, attempting to stop him from destroying the calamity cloud. After all, once this cloud of calamity gathers, it cannot be stopped unless it is forcibly destroyed by external force. I don't have time to play with you guys. Vast holy power surged into the longsword in his hand. Ale let out a roar. A blade of energy, hundreds of meters long, shot out, its terrifying power seemingly capable of cleaving the endless darkness in this space in 2. Meanwhile, the top lord, who was trapped in the tribulation clouds, gritted his teeth and summoned 40 troops to break out of the clouds, with a pale yellow light shield surrounding them. This is also a kind of innate skill. It can condense a defensive light shield that can withstand attacks twice its own strength, increasing defense by 100% for 3 seconds. All 40 troop types are 9-star. Facing Ale's attack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were utterly helpless. Their bodies were cleanly cut in half, but they had accomplished their purpose, sacrificing themselves to withstand Arya's attack, and to buy time for the lords who came to their aid. After killing these 40 top-tier units, the sword energy did not dissipate, but its remaining power was no longer enough to destroy the tribulation clouds. It could only cause them to fluctuate slightly. Damn it! You two vampire warriors will not leave here alive today. Your heads will be twisted off and presented to Jiang Cheng as a greeting gift. The top lord who rushed to the aid was furious, his face flushed red with rage, his eyes filled with venom, wishing he could skin Alay alive. Hundreds of top-tier lords charged forward. Alejandro snorted coldly. Since you like to die, then come on. This top-tier unit poses no threat to him. They only have 4 saints in total. The rest are just weaklings below the saint level. Although the quantity was a bit large, it posed no problem for Ari. Talent skill, Twilight. Arjun raised his long sword. Slay the 9-star unit that lunged at you. Then his figure vanished, appearing at an unimaginable speed in front of a saint-level soldier, killing it before the opponent's astonished eyes. He then killed 3 more units. His figure once again went into stealth mode. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Why can this guy appear several miles away in an instant with just a glance? Can he travel through space at will? A top lord was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Ale to be so strange. It disappears after killing one type of unit. Then they instantly reappear in another location and continue the killing. This elusive skill left him somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to deal with Ari. And just then, another top lord in the distance roared. Watch out, that guy is behind you. Upon hearing this, the top lord's heart clenched suddenly. Before he could even turn his head, he felt his head fly off, and all he could see was a headless corpse straddling the soldier's body. With the death of the lord, these troops became ownerless. It immediately descended into chaos. Its loyalty plummeted, and it began to fly away in all directions. Some troops, however, were 100% loyal and even diehard, their eyes bloodshot as they charged toward Ari, seemingly intent on avenging their lord. The lord originally forbade me to kill him. But Greenvine just said that the lord has already finished asking his questions. Except for that purple-winged radiant dragon lord, who cannot be killed, everyone else can be killed at will. Ari accepted all comers, brandishing his long sword and slashing at the soldiers rushing towards him from all sides. The battle outside has basically ended. Those high-ranking lords were all captured. The teleportation array they used to reach the Vaslo forest was purchased jointly with those top lords. After all, these top lords are used to being stingy, so it's impossible for them to be so generous. They buy a teleportation array and still don't forget to bleed them dry. This resulted in even the high-ranking lords knowing the coordinates of the teleportation array. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. Jiang Cheng had already learned the coordinates of their lord teleportation array from these high-ranking lords. Naturally, there's no need to spare the lives of these top lords. Apart from the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, none of the others need to be spared. Kill them all. If you want to deal with him, you have to bear the consequences of failure. And the price to pay is death. Damn it, how dare you kill him? Every top lord is a future giant. They can all deter local forces and even confront them. Losing any one of them would be an incalculable loss. Does Jiang Cheng intend to kill us all and single-handedly withstand so many local forces and god-level experts from the continent? The top lord in the distance shouted angrily. What he didn't expect was, the space behind him rippled like water. A delicate longsword emerged from within. In an instant, the sword tip pierced the chest of this top lord, and he was casually tossed down from the air like a rag doll. Subsequently, nearly 100 more places showed water ripple patterns. Lily was the first to come out from inside. He then raised his long sword and pointed it straight at the sky, shouting, "The Lord has ordered that all enemies here be slaughtered without exception." Nearly 100 streaks of blood-red light drew graceful arcs in the air. They then charged toward the top lords. The sharp, killing intent emanating from them made these streaks of light look like deadly grim reapers. These top lords were terrified and hastily retreated. At the same time, orders were given to send troops to defend. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Even saint-level troops are as fragile as withered leaves in the face of these crimson lights. All of the vampire warriors' skills are now activated. Their strength has increased exponentially. However, the troops of these top lords were suppressed by the Divine Island and could only exert 1/3 of their strength, so there was no comparison between the two. Chapter 143: The Coldness of Human Relationships and Reactions from All Sides. With the powerful entry of nearly 100 vampire warriors, the punitive force, which had initially held the upper hand, was instantly routed. especially the vampire warriors' bizarre and strange abilities, and their indestructible self-repairing abilities. This resulted in heavy casualties among the top lords. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord wasn't much better off. The surrounding purple-winged dragons all died tragically and fell to the ground. They saw that they were about to be threatened. He had to call back the great sage-level purple-winged radiant dragon for defense. Roar! The tail of the great sage-level purple-winged radiant dragon swayed. 3 vampire warriors who were close to the purple-winged dragon lord were swept hundreds of meters away, their bones broken and blood gushing from their mouths. But after they got up from the ground, their injuries have mostly healed. You can continue to join the battle. Damn it! With so many saint-level vampire warriors, where did Jiang Cheng get so many resources to improve himself? Has the gap between us really gotten that big? The purple-winged radiant dragon lord's face was extremely grim, as if he had lost his parents. At this moment, he could only rely on the purple-winged dragon in front of him to maintain the situation and barely withstand the endless attacks of the vampire warriors. Meanwhile, the top lords around him were all routed, scattered and fled, and were relentlessly pursued by vampire warriors. The thunderclouds in the sky have fully gathered. The target was the giant eagle in midair. Unfortunately, this was not the most powerful blow. It was just a very ordinary attack from the great sage. The giant eagle gathered its holy power and launched an attack that collided with the attack, instantly resolving the crisis above. The altar was also damaged by Eri. A semi-finished product was formed. With strength only at the peak of the Saint King realm, he was attacked by the masses and vanished into the world in no time. The last 5 groups of vampire warriors directly used the Blood Heaven formation. The aura emanating from Yali and the others rose to the level of Great Saint. They knocked the Great Sage-level purple-winged radiant dragon to the ground. The armor on its head and abdomen fell off. The dragon's body returned to its original size. Its aura was extremely weak, and its skin, flesh, and veins, which had expanded rapidly, had now shrunk back, and were basically all severely injured. Our Lord has given the order. I hope you won't resist, and will just surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. The vampire warriors roared. Only the purple-winged radiant dragon lord and his 10 saint-level purple-winged radiant dragons remained on the battlefield. The other top lords and their troops all died tragically, falling to the ground. Upon seeing this, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord's eyes welled up with tears, and he gave up the idea of continuing to resist. After this battle, more than a dozen more vampire warriors broke through to the Saint King level, including Otto, Jack, Lily, and the original group of veteran members. Those vampire warriors who had not yet broken through to the saint level also crossed this threshold and transcended the mortal realm to become saints. In this battle, more than 5,000 lords perished, except for the purple-winged radiant dragon lord. The lords who were closely watching this unprecedented battle were utterly astonished, and the expressions on their faces were truly fascinating. Especially the members of the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance. Watching more than 3,000 high-level executives disappear from the group chat list in an instant, their hearts sank, and they felt as if the sky had fallen. For a moment, I lost my way. I don't know what to do next. My God, the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance has collapsed. More than 5,000 lords have died, including more than 3,000 high-ranking lords and as many as 89 top-ranking lords. So many people couldn't defeat Jiang Cheng? How is that possible? Could it be that Jiang Cheng set up a world-destroying move, and the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance accidentally stepped into it and died instantly? It's very possible. A friend of mine is in the purple-winged dragon alliance. He witnessed thousands of lords die in an instant, and now, apart from their alliance leader, no one in the punitive army has survived. I heard that the demon lord also went this time, and even the 2 super lords combined were no match for Jiang Cheng. I don't know what the situation is now. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord and the demon lord are still alive. I don't know if Jiang Cheng will kill them. If they die, it will be a huge loss to our lord's forces. That despicable Jiang Cheng must not be killed. If he is, I will swear I will never forgive him and will curse him in the public chat every day. That's right. This guy who's useless in external battles but invincible in internal conflicts should hand over all his resources to increase our strength. 2 enraged members of the purple-winged radiant dragon alliance were shouting in the public chat. After that, many lower-level members of the purple-winged radiant dragon started cursing in the public chat. After all, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord was their protector. If the other party dies, Wouldn't they have to find another alliance and pay the membership fee again? As the overall strength of the Lord increases, the membership fee has increased to 5,000 energy stones per person. For them, as lower-ranking lords, this is a huge sum of money. Haha, you guys can chat all you want. I'm going to check the territories of those dead top lords to see if there's any unwanted trash left behind, and I'll help them clean up. This can be considered a consolation to their souls in heaven. Huh. A mid-level lord from the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Alliance shouted a boast. The other lords quickly realized what was happening. They stopped even from paddling and, with their troops, hurriedly headed towards the territories of the dead high-ranking and top-ranking lords. We want to take advantage of this time to recycle it. Make a fortune. Damn, these guys are really cunning. It's a pity my territory is too far away. I don't have that opportunity. Me too. I was afraid of sharing resources with the big shots in the same area, so I moved further away. Haha, luckily I had the foresight. My territory is only 30 miles away from those high-ranking lords, which is only a short time. Brothers, wait for my good news, and see how this chicken turns into a phoenix. Countless members of the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance began heading to the territories of the fallen lords. My only thought was to get there as quickly as possible. They quickly divided up the wealth of that area, instead of thinking about how to avenge the dead. This ironic situation is playing out in various places. Those large alliances at the same level as the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance went even further. Upon hearing the news of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance, our leader was heartbroken and decided to recruit brothers from the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance. There is no membership fee, nor are there any rules or regulations. Places are limited, so it's first come, first served. Our Vermilion Bird Alliance has the same conditions as them. And we also have beautiful ladies providing one-on-one guidance on how to quickly improve the overall strength of our territory. We are recruiting lords who are skilled in weapon crafting and alchemy. As long as you join the alliance and sign the agreement, you will receive a reward of 50,000 energy stones, and there will be various other benefits in the future. Our Divine Dragon Alliance is recruiting brothers from the Radiant Dragon Alliance. Territories can be relocated to the side of top lords, and various protections will be provided at all times. There is no membership fee for joining the alliance now. Chapter 144 Infected Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord. The captured Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord was taken to the Blood Clan Temple, where Green Vine placed a restriction on him, and the power of the Divine Island suppressed him firmly. Except for his head, he could not move any other part of his body. Arya carried him to the center of the hall. He then bowed to Jiang Chung on the throne. They retreated outside. Jiang Chung looked the burly man up and down, and then told him about what was happening in the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance. Your Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance fell apart the moment you were defeated. Members joined other alliances, and some are already on their way to the territories of those top lords, ready to divide their inheritance. But don't worry, they won't succeed, because my people have already gone there via the teleportation array and are keeping a close watch on their legacy. Upon hearing this, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, and blood seeped from his molars. He's not dead yet. These guys couldn't wait to divide up the wealth of their fallen brothers. They're utterly despicable. But then again, his current situation isn't exactly good. Death was just a thought away for Jiangcheng. He himself dispatched an army of 5 million to conquer the enemy. Given the other party's vengeful nature, they certainly won't let me off easily. Thinking of this, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord sighed softly. I'm going to die anyway, so why bother with all that? I might as well use these last moments to reminisce about the good times in my life. Jiang Chung remained silent, watching him with interest. After he had recalled everything, he said, "Don't worry, you'll still be useful. I won't kill you. Your unit type is the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon, which is quite strong and has enormous potential. Once you reach the later stages of your development, you will definitely become a great asset to me." The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord sneered disdainfully. "You want me to become your lackey? Stop dreaming, Jiang Chung. You killed so many of my brothers, so many of my troops, made me lose face, tore my alliance apart, and ruined all my efforts over the past few days. With such deep-seated hatred, I wish I could skin you alive and cook you alive right now. You actually think I'd work for you, be your lackey? That's absolutely impossible." Having said that, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord stubbornly turned his head to the side and said coldly, "Lord Jiangcheng, you may kill me or do whatever you want with me. Don't try to coerce or entice me with these unrealistic ideas. I am not that kind of person." Who said I'm going to coerce or bribe you? Wouldn't it be better if I used external forces to control you and make you obediently be my dog? Jiang Cheng pursed his lips. Since there's nothing to talk about with this guy, let's get started then. I had originally wanted to chat with him for a bit, but now he's lost interest and doesn't want to waste any more time. Arlie, who heard the commotion, came in. He kicked the purple-winged radiant dragon lord to the ground. Amidst the flashing cold light, dozens of bloody wounds appeared on his back. Arlie slashed his wrist, and nearly 100 drops of holy blood dripped onto the back of the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, mingling with his blood, devouring and assimilating each other, and flowing through his blood vessels toward his heart. The powerful holy energy guided the flow of these infected bloods, causing them to quickly reach the heart. During this period, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed, his limbs twitched, and his neck and above turned a sickly purplish-black color. Lord Jiang Cheng, we can talk this over. I think we need to talk again. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord forced out the words through gritted teeth. But Jiang Cheng ignored him and let Yalai do whatever he wanted on his back. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord lay on the ground. He slowly opened his eyes. He had just been tortured to the point of fainting on the spot. After he woke up, to my surprise, all the injuries on my back were healed, my back and legs no longer ached, and my physical strength had increased significantly. At the same time, the restraints on his body disappeared. He is free to move around. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who was leisurely sitting on the throne, sipping fragrant tea with his eyes closed, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord's eyes flickered, and he took out a specially made talisman from his lord's space. As long as energy is injected into the talisman, one can quickly travel a distance of 100 miles, provided that it is not interrupted. He had 20 cards in his hand, enough for him to leave Jiang Cheng's territory and make a quick getaway. To Zi Yuanglong's surprise, he had just taken out a talisman when a sense of crisis came from behind him. His hand disappeared. Only a very clean cut was left. "Ah, my hand." A sharp pain struck. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord lay on the ground, wailing loudly. Arlie slapped him on the head. "Why are you crying? It's not like you're gone forever. What's the big deal?" After hearing this sentence, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord was stunned for a moment. A tingling, numb sensation came from my hands. He looked down in horror, watching as flesh and blood regrowed from the cut at a visible speed. He had only ever seen such an abnormal recovery speed in vampire warriors. Wait, vampire warrior. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord's mind went blank as he recalled Jiang Cheng's words about external force control and Yali's series of actions just now. I've become a vampire. Haha, how does it feel? Pretty good, right? If you are ever accidentally stabbed in the heart, it will automatically repair itself and you will not die. It's just that you're a defective product. Your bloodline isn't pure enough. Otherwise, once you reach the god level, you could achieve rebirth from a drop of blood and the rebirth of a remnant soul. Olive patted him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Looking at the hands that were beginning to take shape, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord suddenly felt less distressed. Having this ability might save his life in a critical moment. However, this would give Jiang Cheng a way to control him. He could only obediently do things for Jiang Cheng. Be his lackey. The thought of the purple-winged radiant dragon lord flashed through his mind, and Ari glared angrily. It began to stimulate the infected blood, causing it to surge and jump around in the other person's body. Unable to endure the torment any longer, the purple-winged radiant dragon lord immediately begged for mercy. They obediently submitted and became Jiang Cheng's henchmen. Chapter 145 New Achievement. Taking away the dragon ancestor statue and the blood of the divine dragon. Congratulations, Lord, for killing 5,000 lords. Achievement, Ruthless Killer. Congratulations, Lord, on achieving a new accomplishment. Rewards include 5 renewable energy stone mines, 1 million lord coins, 5,000 residences, 20,000 subjects, and 1 god-slaying array. Jiang Cheng was not too surprised by this achievement. After all, you get an achievement for killing the first lord. Now that he has killed so many lords, it's not like there won't be any reaction. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is the natural law of survival among lords. God-slaying array. One-time formation. Establish a grand array within a radius of 50 miles, using a massive amount of energy stones as its foundation and divine power to activate it, generating an explosion powerful enough to kill a god. This formation will be destroyed upon explosion, so please use it with caution, Lord. Does it require divine power to activate? This is a bit troublesome. Jiang Cheng received the reward. This is an extra bonus. This gave him an extra trump card. Soon, an announcement appeared on the World Channel that Jiang Cheng had achieved a new accomplishment, which further solidified the members of the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Alliance's resolve to make their choice. They all withdrew from the alliance and are looking for new teams. Seeing this, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord felt utterly hopeless. Jiang Cheng went over and comforted him for a few words. It's normal for such so-called alliances to collapse at any time. Once you upgrade your lord's building to the dynasty level, the true alliance function will be unlocked. Once that alliance is signed, you cannot leave it at will. To achieve a true alliance. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord smiled wryly and said, "Is that so? I have a Saint Source and 4 9-star beast cores. I still have a long way to go before I reach the dynasty level." As someone who had been through it all, Jiang Cheng proposed to visit his territory, with the aim of seizing the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Ancestor statue within it. In addition, there was the head armor and abdominal armor in the opponent's possession. Forced by the helplessness of being controlled, he obediently took the items out. He led 10 Saint-level Purple-Winged Radiant Dragons at the very front. When they left, they took 200 Purple-Winged Dragons with them, but when they returned, they only had 10 heavily wounded Purple-Winged Dragons left, and the entire territory suddenly became desolate. Jiang Cheng looked at the statue of the Radiant Dragon Ancestor in front of him. Anna, who was beside him, understood and set up a divine-level restriction. Jiang Cheng then activated the Netherworld Blood Flame, which began to burn the statue in front of him. He planned to give the statue to Anna. She was transformed into a special war puppet. The flames were engulfing the statue. After the great battle within the Island of God, the secondary flames on the vampire warriors all grew more than twice as strong. This resulted in Jiang Cheng receiving a massive amount of feedback. The blood flame has become incredibly powerful. The overwhelming flames completely enveloped the statue, and no matter how much it trembled, it could not escape the fate of having its soul devoured by Jiang Cheng. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon witnessed this scene. I felt a strange pain in my heart. I feel like I'm about to lose something important. But then an even more intense pain followed. He gave Ale a couple of smirks. Stop overthinking. This feeling of being subordinate to others made him very uncomfortable. The feeling of being constantly watched is even more unbearable. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord doesn't even dare to have the slightest disrespectful thought towards Jiang Cheng. As soon as this thought arises, the vampire warrior who has infected him will use methods to carry out a series of cruel punishments. Make him wish he were dead. I don't know how much time has passed. The sun rises from the east, shining on the earth. Jiang Cheng also stood up at this moment. He completely obliterated the sacred soul within the statue. No new souls will appear after further upgrades. Jiang Cheng took out a handful of 9-star beast cores. Looking at the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord, he said, "These beast cores are for you. Each one costs 100,000 energy stones. Take as many as you need." They killed so many top lords. Jiang Cheng had an overwhelming number of 9-star beast cores. It's piled up like a mountain, and we can't possibly consume it all. It wouldn't hurt to sell him a few. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord gave a wry smile. He took out more than a dozen 9-star beast cores and gave them to Jiang Cheng in the corresponding energy stones. After that, he began to upgrade his territory. Upgrade your territory to dynasty level. Their sphere of influence expanded to a radius of 500 li. After the territory is successfully upgraded, the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord activated the statue using an activation card. But without the most important sacred soul, the statue is like a plant, completely still. Anna used her immense divine power to envelop the statue. Jiang Cheng then placed it into the Lord's space. If goblins can be put in without any problems, then this statue will naturally be fine too. Having finished his business, Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't linger any longer. Such a big thing has happened in the territory. There are still many messes waiting for him to clean up. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng looked at the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord. I spared your life so that you could focus on developing your territory's power, instead of thinking about how to become a capitalist and how to exploit the lower-level lords. The Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord and those lords of the Great Alliance. They went in the wrong direction from the very beginning, thinking about how to build my own circle, how to establish one's own ruling class, how to exploit the weak lords at the bottom. These things should be considered later. In the early stages, we should seize the time and develop the overall strength of the territory as quickly as possible. On this continent, Only those with great strength as their foundation are qualified to do other things. Of course, all of this is also related to the mysterious concept of luck. Jiang Chengzheng received the most luck points. That's why things went so smoothly all the way. After this battle, he killed 89 top lords, and his luck had reached a terrifying level. I believe that future development will be even smoother. As for why the purple-winged radiant dragon lord wasn't killed, it would be too much of a waste to kill him. Once a super lord develops, he becomes a considerable force with enormous potential. If nothing unexpected happens, the troops under his command can basically all become gods. With such a powerful ally, why kill them? Wouldn't it be better to let him fight on the battlefield and expand the territory for me in the future? Jiang Qingyuan called him the strongest tool. From now on, do your best to improve your strength and eliminate the surrounding forces. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can notify me. I'm happy to help you overcome them. As for your alliance, you should disband it as soon as possible. Our relationship cannot be exposed. As for how to explain it to the outside world, you'll have to figure that out yourself. The purple-winged radiant dragon lord's face was filled with guilt as he nodded repeatedly, much like a child humbly admitting his mistake. But inside, he was overjoyed. Il noticed this emotion. He walked up behind Jiang Cheng and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, "What good things did you get after upgrading your territory? Tell me about it." "Don't worry, I won't take your things. I'm a person who values integrity the most. If I say I won't take it, I really won't." The purple-winged radiant dragon lord pondered for a moment. Ultimately, they chose to compromise and shared what they had learned. He felt that now that things had come to this, Jiang Qing wouldn't go back on his word and probably wouldn't take his things away. "This time I obtained energy stones and lord coins." The purple-winged radiant dragon lord said a lot. Finally, he mentioned a bottle of dragon blood. Jiang Cheng and Anna's eyes lit up. Dragon blood is a really good thing. Then, amidst the tearful gaze of the purple-winged radiant dragon lord, Jiang Cheng smiled and accepted the bottle of dragon blood. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "With the strength of your troops, they can't digest this stuff. I'll keep it for you for a while, and return it to you when you're able to absorb it." Chapter 146 Reclaiming Territory, the Reckless Mid-Level Lord. After returning to the territory, Jiang Cheng reclaimed the warehouses of those top-tier lords, high-level lords, and mid-level lords. I acquired a huge amount of items. Formations, elixirs, talismans, weapons and equipment, energy stones, lord coins, luck points. The sheer volume of items completely filled his lord's warehouse. Jiang Cheng sold all the useless items to the trading area. These things, useless to him, were rare and coveted items for the lower-ranking lords. In this battle, Jiang Cheng obtained nearly 700 million energy stones and over 10 million lord coins. A variety of supplies. These belong only to the lords. There are also the items in the storage rings of those local prodigies and local saints. And the storage rings of the saints and saint kings in that mysterious spaceship. Jiang Cheng hasn't properly tallied these up yet. Jiang Cheng did not linger for long. Using the teleportation array and following the recorded coordinates, they traveled to multiple regions and reclaimed all the territories in those regions. This right is reserved for lords. Therefore, the vampire warrior's goal was to capture it and await Jiang Cheng's arrival. An unclaimed piece of land has been detected 30 meters ahead. Should we reclaim it? Recycle. Recycling successful. 7 million worth of ore and wood, and 2 million energy stones obtained. Jiang Cheng traveled through various unclaimed territories. Recycle them all. We finally secured a place. A rumbling sound came from behind, and several people hurling profanities. Several mid-level lords appeared in Jiang Cheng's sight, followed by tens of thousands of soldiers, baring their teeth and tearing at each other, gazing at that territory gradually disappearing. Several mid-level lords felt a sudden pang of pain in their hearts. Which bastard beat me to it? They traveled such a long way, and they didn't even get a sip of soup. If that's really the case, wouldn't they be so badly cheated that they wouldn't even have their underwear left? The vampire warrior next to Jiang Cheng whispered in his ear, "Lord, this is the 5th batch. Drive away the previous 4 batches, or kill them." Jiang Cheng. Someone shouted something. The other lords looked over in terror, as if they were staring at the king of hell, their faces drained of color. After you can clearly see the situation on the other side, these mid-level lords looked pleased. "Is that man across from me Jiang Cheng?" "Nonsense. Besides Jiang Cheng, which other lord can command the respect of vampire warriors standing behind him? There are only 2 of them, while we have tens of thousands of soldiers. Let's join forces to kill Jiang Cheng and seize the treasure on his body. Driven by the lure of enormous profits. Several mid-level lords, ignorant of their own limitations and with greedy eyes, regarded Jiang Cheng as a fat sheep with no strength to even kill a chicken, leaving him to be slaughtered at their mercy. In their view, they only needed to spend 10,000 troops to entangle the vampire warrior and the rest of the troops to take down Jiang Cheng, and the battle would be settled. With a command given, a whole host of mid-level troops charged over. They were everywhere, densely packed. These mid-level lords can now summon more than 1,000 troops every day, which is quite terrifying. Using sheer numbers to deal with nearby monsters will almost guarantee victory in every battle. This also made them arrogant. They thought they could use the same tactics against Jiang Cheng. Unfortunately, they never encountered a truly strong opponent. They were unaware that the gap between saint-level experts and them was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. The vampire warriors behind Jiang Cheng mobilized their holy power. Countless attacks imbued with holy power roared in. Instantly, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Cries of agony filled the air, blood flowed for miles, and there were severed limbs of mid-level soldiers everywhere. The overwhelming stench of blood caused the wild monsters in the surrounding dense forests to roar excitedly, and they were already rushing towards this place. Devil! We are now members of the White Tiger Alliance. Jiang Cheng, you can't kill me. Otherwise you'll be declaring war on the White Tiger Alliance, and our leader won't let you get away with it. I'm going to broadcast your crimes on the World Channel so that others can see your ugly face clearly. You've already killed so many top-tier and high-ranking lords, and now you want to reclaim their territories without even giving us a drop of soup. Do you intend to face the local forces alone? When you're successful, you should help others. Jiang Cheng, you've taken all the benefits. If anything happens to you in the future, we won't lend you a hand. Several mid-level lords were terrified. It kept roaring and howling. Even with their roars, they couldn't mask the stench mixed with the blood. Jiang Cheng's haters have now reached a whole new peak. Those mid-level lords who wanted to take the opportunity to reclaim their territories were driven away by the vampire warriors and did not get a share of the spoils. Therefore, they harbored resentment and began to angrily curse Jiang Cheng in the public chat for how he monopolized the territory and how cruelly he treated them. Meanwhile, the members of the major leagues came out smiling and echoed their sentiments. They raised the banner of opposing Jiang Cheng. They conveniently brought these people into the alliance. These major leagues need fresh blood to keep reaping profits. After all, fresh chives are more tender. As a result, Jiang Cheng became almost everyone's public enemy. It is in the eye of the storm on the World Channel. Jiang Cheng glanced at the public chat area, then at the Lord trading area, and sneered inwardly. She was saying bad things about him. However, he obediently bought his products and handed over the energy stones in his hand. They're just a bunch of petty people, no need to care. I just need to continue developing my territory and increasing my strength, and they'll eventually shut up. And the bigger the commotion, the more they fear me. They won't admit it, but they definitely feel that way inside. Jiang Cheng ignored these people. As long as it doesn't interfere with his earning of energy stones, he doesn't care what they say. As for these few ants in front of me, there's hardly any flesh on it. Killing it would be useless. Let the monsters of this place handle it. Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly, then turned and disappeared with his vampire warriors, heading to the next region to reclaim territory. Jiang Cheng actually left on his own. Could it be that he's wary of the White Tiger Alliance's reputation? Haha. If that's the case, then I'll have to consider whether to join the White Tiger Alliance. This message should be posted in the public chat so that those homeless brothers can join the White Tiger Alliance. Several mid-level lords were smug. Little did they know that a huge head appeared behind them and swallowed them whole. Chapter 147 Purple Gold Level Vampire Warrior, Sorting Out the Loot, Red Star Pirate's Diary. Nearly 5,000 territories were reclaimed. Jiang Cheng acquired nearly 1 billion lord coins in total, and the amount of timber and ore was countless, to the point that it was impossible to count them all. As for the remaining territories, they belonged to mid-level lords and were quite far away. They were all small fry, and Jiang Cheng was too lazy to go there. They simply took everyone back to Sky God Island. A massive harvest was reaped. Jiang Cheng's main warehouse is full of storage rings. Then, if one is thrown out, it will cause the lords to tear off all pretenses and scramble for it. 30 figures sat cross-legged in the vampire camp. They are a new batch of vampire warriors. Jiang Cheng was in such a hurry that he didn't return to the temple at all. Therefore, they came to the camp under Green Ivy's arrangement to cultivate diligently and wait for Jiang Cheng's return. The territory is currently in a very wealthy state. Each of these newly arrived vampire warriors has been equipped with a storage ring containing no less than 1,000,000 energy stones for their use. For saint-level powerhouses, the 1,000,000 energy stones were only enough for them to absorb for 2 or 3 days. The camp was enhanced by the time domain, and the 5-fold time flow meant that these vampires were completely exhausted by the time Jiang Cheng returned. Jiang Cheng walked in from outside. They carefully examined the blood wings behind them. Finally, he spotted 2 male vampire warriors in the crowd. They looked almost identical, and their blood wings were a noble purple-gold color. The vampire warriors who sensed the commotion opened their eyes. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng. No need for such formalities, everyone. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Of the 30 awakened vampire warriors this time, 2 are of the purple-gold bloodline, 6 are of the dark gold bloodline, 13 are of the platinum bloodline, and the rest are all of the crimson gold level. This result has exceeded Jiang Cheng's expectations. He later learned that the 2 vampire warriors with the purple gold bloodline were twins, and that they had an inexplicable relationship and always acted in perfect harmony. Jiang Cheng immediately became interested. After verification, it was indeed the case. He gave the 2 of them names. They are Mo Li and Mo Sheng. These 30 vampire warriors were initially at the saint level. Among them, Mo Li and Mo Sheng had the strongest auras, which showed that the purple gold bloodline was much stronger than the other bloodlines. Whether in combat or in training, they are all far superior to vampire warriors of other bloodlines. Both of them will assume important positions in the future. He explained some things. Jiang Cheng distributed the energy stones in his hand. Each vampire warrior receives 5,000,000 energy stones. In addition, there is plenty of blood in the blood pool. This is enough time for these vampire warriors to focus on their training. Jiang Cheng also took this opportunity to consolidate the resources at his disposal. Returned to the temple, Jiang Cheng sat down directly on the ground. They emptied all the storage rings from the Lord's warehouse. A series of crashing sounds rang out. The ground was covered with a layer of storage rings. Jiang Cheng has already integrated those high-level lords and top-level lords. The ones on the ground are all local geniuses, local saints, and those strange creatures on the spaceship. The items inside the storage rings of local prodigies and saints are far more interesting than those of the lords. It contained many of their personal belongings. There are also all sorts of rare and precious natural materials. Eating these things can increase your cultivation level. However, it had little effect on Jiang Cheng. This old guy actually had so many banned books hidden in his storage ring. Jiang Cheng opened an unknown book. Looking at the beautifully drawn female monsters inside, he couldn't help but nod and toss them into the Lord's trading area for sale at 5,000 energy stones. More and more bizarre items appeared afterward. Jiang Cheng, fearing he would lose his appetite, threw them all into the trading area, regardless of whether they had been used or not. The local saints and prodigies earned him 300,000,000 energy stones. The average number of energy stones possessed per person in this area is many times greater than that of the Lord's forces. After all, energy stones are very important to these local forces, as they can be used to absorb energy to enhance their strength and are also an important form of currency. As a prodigy and saint of a certain power, he naturally carried enough energy stones to sustain his food, clothing, and daily necessities. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng opened the storage rings on the bodies of the strange race on the spaceship. Their storage rings were exquisitely crafted, and the styles are very consistent. The surface of the ring is engraved with a skull, and the ring is covered with strange patterns, making it look very eerie and somewhat unsettling. Open one of the rings. The items inside are all pretty much the same. However, it was a pile of miscellaneous items that caught Jiang Cheng's attention. He dumped out the miscellaneous items. They are garments of the same style. The costume features a skull on both the front and back. Is this skull the symbol of their faction? This looks interesting. The spaceship was swept into Loki's territory by the void turbulence. This suggests that the people on this spaceship were likely creatures from another continent. Jiang Cheng looked at the oil-covered book behind him. I couldn't help but feel curious. He just couldn't understand the words in the book. It's crooked and twisted like an earthworm. Looking at it for too long makes you dizzy. Open the Lord's shop, and you'll find a language translator for sale. It looks a bit like glasses. To understand what's written in the oil book, Jiang Cheng decisively chose to buy it. The price isn't too expensive, but it's not exactly cheap either. 50,000 Lord coins, a fairly standard price. After putting on the language translator, Jiang Cheng scanned the contents. Soon, the familiar characters slowly appeared before his eyes. It is a diary. Jiang Cheng learned that the spaceship belonged to a group of space pirates called Red Star. They committed all sorts of atrocities, including burning, killing, looting, and pillaging. They frequently raided weaker continents, stealing their wealth, treasures, and beautiful women. However, these things are basically divided up by the big shots first, and after several rounds of exploitation, what they get is only a portion of the energy stones. When the harvest is big, they will also receive a brand new sacred artifact. There were no other items besides these. As for the wealth and beautiful women, those are naturally enjoyed by the upper echelons. Of course, such behavior naturally makes them many enemies. Many forces have gone to great lengths to eradicate them. Among them are righteous forces, as well as some fellow space pirates. This leads to the story that follows. At the moment when a demigod breaks through to godhood, they were ambushed by gods from other factions. The vast spiritual power, spanning tens of thousands of miles of void, slayed this demigod. A dispute was inevitable afterwards. After all, the Red Star Pirates' higher-ups were naturally furious that a powerful figure who was poised to break through to godhood had been ambushed and killed. Afterwards, their ship carried the demigod's body back to the main planet. This concludes my diary entry. Jiang Cheng could guess what happened next. It was nothing more than some accident that caused the spaceship to fall into the void turbulence and fly into Luoqi's territory. I never imagined there was such a vast world beyond the mainland. I just don't know how strong this Red Star is, or where they stand in the entire universe. Chapter 148: The Seven-Colored Divine Stone and the Mysterious Pagoda. The storage rings behind, including that of the Great Sage. The items inside are all pretty much the same. It's nothing more than sacred artifacts, energy stones, and all sorts of miscellaneous cultivation resources. Their status among the Red Star Pirates was probably that of low-level cannon fodder, doing all the dirty and hard work, so naturally the good stuff wouldn't fall into their laps. Then Jiang Cheng opened the demigod storage ring. He had only taken a quick look around before. There was still a lot of miscellaneous items inside that hadn't been properly sorted out. One by one, the items were moved out. He kept what was useful. Useless items are simply dumped into the trading area, and the price increases slightly. Since those guys are belittling it so much, the price is no longer controlled, and it's being driven up relentlessly. Rake them in big time. What's this? Hundreds of items were moved aside, and Jiang Cheng found a wooden box at the bottom of the pile. Its appearance is simple and exquisite, unlike any ordinary object. Furthermore, rays of light emanated from the gaps in the wooden box, suggesting that it contained some supreme treasure, making one unable to resist opening it to find out what it held. Jiang Cheng took the box out. The radiance shone on my body, giving me an extremely comfortable feeling. The energy emanating from it constantly washed over my body, strengthening my physique. Even his cultivation level has increased to some extent. What exactly is inside? It's incredible that my cultivation level and physical constitution can both increase at the same time. Jiang Cheng has now reached the realm of Saint King. Such a treasure that can simultaneously enhance his cultivation level and physical constitution is extremely rare. If such a treasure were placed in the presence of a major local power, it would likely cause a sensation. Open the wooden box. What comes into view is a stone embedded in it. Its surface radiates a rainbow of colors, and strands of pure energy flow out from it. Instantly, the temple grounds transformed into a sacred place. It began to condense into one piece after another of extremely pure energy stones, enveloping half of Jiang Cheng's body. Seven-colored divine stone. It is an extremely rare mineral. Only energy stone mines located in the central region of the continent and existing for tens of millions of years can produce one. It can be placed in a special space to automatically produce high-quality energy stones. Alternatively, it can be embedded in weapons and equipment to provide them with a continuous source of energy. This is good stuff. The energy stones produced by the seven-colored divine stone are of extremely high quality, with one stone being equivalent to 100 ordinary energy stones. Moreover, the production speed is quite fast, with nearly 100,000 stones produced per day. If it were embedded into weapons and equipment, it could also play a significant role, instantly elevating such treasures to a higher level. Jiang Cheng was at a loss as to what to do with the stone. Let's put it away for now. If Meng Li sees it and accidentally swallows it, that would be terrible. It was supposed to be a supreme treasure, but in the blink of an eye it turns into a pile of excrement. I can't accept that kind of fall. Go back and ask Anna. She should know how to maximize the value of this item. Jiang Cheng peeled away the surrounding energy stones. The wooden box was put back on. After finding a 7-colored divine stone, Jiang Cheng felt there were no more special items ahead, so he quickened his pace and continued digging. What is this? At the very bottom of this pile of items, there is an object that looks like a pagoda. It exuded an evil and eerie aura, which was very similar to the aura emanating from that demigod. Could it be that the guy was able to break through to the divine realm by relying on this tower, absorbing the items inside to enhance his realm? Upon seeing this item, Jiang Cheng immediately went outside. Anna's clone has been found. With her help, Jiang Chenkai was then able to retrieve the tower. There was no way around it. The atmosphere above was just too eerie. It's as if it can devour a person's mind and spirit. The moment the pagoda emerged, the sky darkened for a brief instant, as endless, eerie energy surged forth from within, like the birth of a peerless demon king, causing strange phenomena to occur throughout the world. Jiang Cheng astutely discovered that the pagoda was composed of tiny particles. Magnifying these tiny particles hundreds of times reveals them as grotesque heads, their eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Look at their open mouths. It seemed to be emitting a series of shrill screams. Anna frowned. After a long silence, she spoke. This item is a divine artifact. Its crafting method is extremely special. Its surface alone contains the flesh and blood and souls of countless living beings. Its interior is even more complex, containing a large number of spatial arrays. Only by entering it can we find out the specifics. If this item were a complete divine artifact, my clone might not be able to do anything about it. But at this moment, the artifact's spirit inside has been obliterated, and it no longer possesses its former power. Anna's eyes shone with a divine light. It seems to be able to transcend time and space and see all the past experiences of this artifact. There was no further explanation. Vast divine power was poured into this pagoda. The pagoda expanded at a visible rate, piercing the sky. Under Anna's guidance, Jiang Cheng followed closely behind and entered the pagoda together. Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes. It was as if they had fallen into another space, where all they could see was endless silence. The surrounding environment was pitch black, with howling winds and the wailing of ghosts everywhere. Pairs of bluish-black hands, like withered bones, reached out to grab him, seemingly trying to drag him into this endless darkness. Make him one of them. Anna's face was aloof, and divine power flowed around her. A vacuum zone was created, isolating all sounds, and those withered hands turned to dust and dissipated into this space. They were several miles away. A high platform stands here. It seems that some forbidden items are stored up there. A powerful divine-level restriction sealed off an area within 100 meters of the platform. No one is allowed to enter. If the spirit of this pagoda still exists, it might be a bit tricky for Anna's clone to break through this restriction, but unfortunately the artifact's spirit is annihilated, and the restriction is utterly vulnerable in the face of powerful divine force. Master, stay close to me. The divine power left behind by the pagoda's master resides on this high platform. His legacy should be stored here. Only by passing the test of divine power can one receive the legacy. The oppressive aura left behind by the gods. Jiang Cheng's current strength is insufficient to withstand it. If you're not careful, you'll be crushed on the platform, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and obediently await your death. Chapter 149 Evil Techniques, The Wealthy Jiang Cheng. The two walked uphill, one in front of the other. The steps of the high platform were covered with bones, and the ashes had been piled up into a thick layer of powder. Even the items on their bodies couldn't withstand the erosion of time. With a gentle touch of his foot, Jiang Cheng caused them to vanish into dust. They arrived at the high platform without any problems. There is a futon on the ground of the high platform. A dark purple ancient book was placed on the futon, clearly put there by someone. Because there is a table in front of the cushion, there was a line of small characters engraved on the table. Wearing the language translator, Jiang Cheng learned that the small print roughly meant, "Congratulations on passing the test. You can now receive my inheritance." Only by fully understanding and mastering the contents of this ancient book can you activate the teleportation array and enter the second level to receive a higher level of inheritance. While Jiang Cheng was checking the small print, Anna had already picked up the ancient book and started reading. Jiang Cheng moved closer, which inevitably led to some intimate contact between the two. Anna stiffened for a moment, feeling awkward, but quickly returned to normal. There isn't a single word about it in the ancient books. But as long as you close your eyes and sense it, you will see a man in your mind consuming the flesh and soul of others, thus improving your spiritual level in a short period of time. The next scene shows a woman sitting cross-legged in the center of the tower, absorbing the strange aura within and integrating it into herself to enhance her strength. Then comes an extremely erotic scene. The man and woman, their bodies covered in flesh-colored mosaics, displayed extraordinary flexibility, performing poses that ordinary people could hardly do, engaging in dual cultivation. This scene broadened Jiang Cheng's horizons. It was as if a door to a new world had been opened. It turns out there are so many amazing positions in the world. Even the actors in Japanese adult films would have to admit defeat. The final scene shows the man standing proudly atop the mountain peak, radiating a terrifying aura, as if a single punch could shatter the heavens and earth. The woman with whom he practiced dual cultivation has disappeared without a trace. The image slowly zooms out and fades away. Jiang Cheng discovered that the mountain beneath the man's feet was composed of the skeletons of women. This scene made him extremely uncomfortable. He originally thought it would be a happy ending, but unexpectedly, the woman turned out to be a tool. It's likely that those women were merely vessels containing a strange aura, slowly transforming within his body, until finally the man harvested and devoured them, becoming the supreme being. This technique is too evil. That's right. Anna nodded in agreement. This method is utterly despicable and an insult to the dignity of the gods. Even she, a ruthless female demon, found it disgusting. Master, let's store this tower for now. I will come back to explore the truth when my homeland is restored to its former glory. Jiang Cheng asked. Anna, do you have a way to dismantle it? There should be a lot of good stuff inside this broken thing. If we take it apart, we can definitely make a fortune. Anna shook her head. The creator of this tower was an extremely powerful god, especially in terms of his mental strength. This guy set up countless mental sensing devices on this tower. If you try to dismantle it by force, the tower might explode. The explosion caused by the self-destruction of a divine artifact of this caliber would likely have an impact over a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of Lucifer's self-destruction. That guy was just an extremely weak soul. The resulting self-destruction could level an area of 200 miles. What if the artifact self-destructs? The consequences would be unimaginable. However, this does not mean that the tower has lost its effectiveness. It can be used as bait to lure the prodigies and false gods of those local forces. Then he set up a god-slaying array within a radius of 50 miles in advance, plus a god-level attack from Sky Island, an attack from the Stone of Faith, and Anna's killing move. With so many skills, those local powers would be well fed and out of business before they passed away. Jiang Cheng learned from Anna that this divine tower was of a high grade, and its external defenses could withstand so many attacks without any problem. As long as the residual spiritual energy within him is not disturbed, the pagoda will not destroy itself. If it would self-destruct from external bumps and knocks, then why would the gods who created this divine artifact go to such great lengths? Making a super bomb would be better than this. Put this strange book down. Jiang Cheng and Anna left the sacred tower. He was taken into the Lord's warehouse. This item must have been the reliance of that demigod who dared to break through to godhood. He also practiced this technique, and thus harmed countless lives during his lifetime. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at his death. After that, there were no other valuable items in the demigod's storage ring. Jiang Cheng threw them all into the Lord's trading area. With so many items being sold off, and of high quality, even some top lords rushed to buy them. This enabled Jiang Cheng to make a fortune, plus the energy stones harvested from the Lord's trading zone. I currently have nearly 3 billion energy stones on hand. However, 600 million of them belong to Luo Qi. Jiang Cheng took the 60 million energy stones as a share of the profits and transferred the remaining 560 million to Luo Qi via red envelope. The other party also readily agreed. He then gave Jiang Cheng 3 tattered cloth bags, which were full of storage rings containing all sorts of treasures. Jiang Cheng did not sell it immediately. After all, he had almost squeezed the Lord's wallets dry, leaving not a drop, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't squeeze any more out. The strength of those lords has increased to a whole new level. They will inevitably launch an attack on the surrounding local forces to seize the energy stones from them. When they become wealthy, Jiang Cheng will then sell them. Give them some time to accumulate energy stones. I just don't know if a large alliance like the White Tiger Alliance will be furious if I sell off such a large amount of items. These major leagues were naturally furious. The once dominant force in the trading area, the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Alliance, has fallen. They could have taken over the market, sell off large amounts of inventory. However, Jiang Cheng's actions absorbed all the energy stones from the Lord's hands, and almost no one bought their products, let alone recoup their costs. There are still so many top-tier and high-level lords below, eagerly awaiting their share of the spoils. Helpless, they could only target the newcomers to the alliance, making them pledge their loyalty by refusing to buy Jiang Cheng's items. We can only obediently buy the items that the alliance is selling off. Under pressure, these lower-level members had no choice but to obediently hand over the energy stones they had painstakingly accumulated. Little did they know that these energy stones would eventually end up in the hands of those top lords. They immediately snapped up the items that Jiang Cheng was selling off. Some high-ranking lords even started a war of words over one of the items, displaying rather unpleasant behavior. Fortunately, they were cursing each other in an internal group chat. If those lower-ranking lords saw this, they would probably cause an uproar. Chapter 150 Temple Upgrade, Aura of Luck, Divine Artifact. After that great battle, Jiang Cheng currently possesses a total of 84 saint sources at the Saint Realm, 50 of which are found within the bodies of saints from local forces. Some of the troops under the command of top lords have broken through to the Saint Realm and condensed Saint Source, totaling 27. Jiang Cheng slaughtered them all and extracted the sacred source. In addition, a small number of lords defeated a local team of prodigies near their territory, killed their saint, and obtained the saintly source within them. This benefited Jiang Cheng for nothing. After some calculation, the number 84 was arrived at. The conditions for upgrading the territory have been met. Should I spend 3 million units of wood, 3 million units of ore, 800,000 energy stones, 50 saint-level saint source stones, and 1 imperial heart to upgrade my territory? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The vampire dynasty has been upgraded to the vampire empire. The territory's sphere of influence has expanded to a radius of 2,000 li. Having gained the approval of the heavenly Tao of the mainland and received its blessings, the dynasty enjoys favorable weather and abundant harvests, free from natural disasters, and its people's happiness index increases. You are currently in a special environment with limited space. Therefore, your territory has been temporarily reduced to a radius of 500 li. Once the environment is suitable, it will be restored to a radius of 2,000 li. Vampire Dynasty. 1,000 vampire warriors can be drawn daily, with a 100% chance of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior and an 80% chance of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior. Tip 1. Once your territory reaches the dynasty level, the selection of vampire warriors will proceed in the order of gold first, then silver. Hint 2. If you choose to nurture awakened vampire warriors, 50 awakened vampire warriors will be conceived one day later, and these 50 vampire warriors will start at the Saint King level. The next upgrade requires 10 million wood, 10 million or 2 million energy stones, 1 holy dynasty heart, and 100 holy sources. Saints, holy kings, and great saints all possess holy sources. Here, holy sources represent those at the holy king level. 100 Saint King level. Goodness, that number has doubled. With so many holy kings, he found it difficult to locate them all at once. Currently, he only has 26 Saint King level saint sources, all of which are from the bodies of those strange races on the spaceship. This number is far from enough. As for the great sage's sacred source, there wasn't a single one. Because the body of the great sage on the spaceship had been destroyed by that strange aura, the holy source within him naturally lost its function. Let's take it one step at a time. Kill all the entourage of those elven prodigies, and then kill that high priest, and that should meet the target number. Congratulations, Lord, on upgrading your territory to dynasty level. Rewards: 10 million energy stones, 2 million lord coins, 10 renewable energy stones, 100,000 vampire clan citizens, 30,000 houses, 1 holy dynasty heart, and the auxiliary artifact, Heaven and Earth Roulette. Tip 1. Due to the temple upgrade, the daily mining capacity of the renewable energy stone mine has increased to 500,000. Tip 2. The Lord has upgraded the territory to the dynasty level and the king's crown to the crown level, greatly increasing the level of worship from the people. Furthermore, special privileges have been activated to view the aura currently generated by the luck value. I saw this prompt. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. I opened my profile page. The luck value above has disappeared. It then transformed into halos of light. Jiang Cheng currently possesses the following auras: the aura of Chosen One, the aura of Reduced Intelligence, and the aura of Wishes. Jiang Cheng knew the function of the Chosen One halo without even looking at it, but the intelligence-degrading halo, and Wish halo that followed piqued his interest. Intelligence reduction aura. Due to your high luck value, Lord, all participants in matters concerning you will suffer an intelligence reduction effect. You overlook even the smallest details, are careless in your work, and have become incredibly arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. This aura applies to all living beings, including those from the local faction. Wish aura. Due to your luck value reaching a certain level, anything you wish for will be fulfilled within a certain period of time. This aura only applies to things that are realistic. Please do not entertain any unattainable desires, Lord. Note, if someone's popularity score exceeds yours, then the aura you currently possess will be stripped from them. Conversely, if the gap between your luck value and that of others widens, you will also gain more and more auras. Having gathered all the halos, one can even achieve absolute power over words, controlling the heavens and earth. I see. Jiang Cheng had always felt that the influence of luck value was accompanying him in the dark, but he couldn't feel the specific effects. Now that he saw it, it seemed to be true. And look at these prompts. Jiang Cheng declined the 7-day ranking rewards from the Lord, but these are not all the luck points he received. There will definitely be more events to come in the future. Continue to distribute luck points. These 3 halos should be enough for me to accomplish many things. Then Jiang Cheng turned his attention to the reward. There's not much else to say. This auxiliary artifact, however, caught his attention. Auxiliary artifact, Heaven and Earth Wheel. Extremely low combat power, no divine power required to activate. Skill 1, Concealing Heavenly Secrets. Some powerful beings at the divine realm can deduce the secrets of heaven and recall events that occurred in certain regions in the past. The Heavenly Wheel can conveniently shield this, preventing these powerful beings from divulging it and causing them to return empty-handed. Note, this skill can only be used once every 7 days. Skill 2, Gathering Power Between Heaven and Earth. It can absorb the power of the surrounding world at all times, gathering it into the purest energy to provide to the holder. Skill 3, Spirit Seeking. It can detect spiritual entities in the world, such as spiritual fire, spiritual thunder, and spiritual wind. The current detection range is within a radius of 3,000 miles. Once a rare and precious object is detected, a special notification will be issued. Many of the skills of this artifact are quite useful. It even surpasses some divine artifacts. Indeed, anything associated with the word God is not simple. This thing is of no use to me right now. It's actually quite helpful for Anna, who's in seclusion. Only gods can absorb the power of heaven and earth. Jiang Cheng couldn't absorb it at all. Placing it next to him would be a complete waste. The current drop rate for gold-tier Blood Clan warriors has reached 80%, and it is estimated that the next upgrade will bring it to 100%. Even if it doesn't reach that level, it's infinitely close. With the increase in energy stones and Lord coins, Jiang Cheng's overall strength is getting stronger and stronger. Daily expenses within the territory can be ignored to devote oneself wholeheartedly to other things. Chapter 151. 2 False Gods Appear. Jiang Cheng arrived at an open space on the Divine Island. He summoned all the citizens and residences obtained from achievements, as well as those obtained from upgrading the temple, and had Green Vine assign them to the predefined areas according to the previous specifications. And the first few batches of old residents were relocated. They were sent to serve as cadres in the newly established residential areas, to manage their respective areas and spread the great deeds of Jiang Cheng. Of course, before that, Jiang Cheng naturally put on his brand new crown, paraded it around in front of his people, and delivered a passionate speech. This greatly increases the power of faith. The monument to faith shone brightly during the day. It blocked out the sunlight. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng relocated the renewable energy stone mine. Let Mengli handle it. The little girl has broken through to the saint level. Mining couldn't be easier. At first, she was somewhat reluctant. But after Jiang Cheng took out the top-grade energy stone condensed from the 7-colored divine stone, the little girl was full of enthusiasm and said that she would take over all the mines in the future, and all she needed was some energy stones of this quality every day. Jiang Cheng naturally had no objection to this. He smiled and signed the unequal treaty with her. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng planned to check how much faith power had been gathered. With such a significant increase in the number of people in his territory, the faith power must have more than doubled compared to before. But before he even got to that place, Otto, Ari, and Jack rushed over, their faces showing great anxiety. It seems there is something extremely important to report. What could make the 3 of them so anxious? It must be about Yi Qing. Could it be that the other local prodigies have already realized what's happening here? Yi Qing was currently crawling on the ground. Only 3 guards remained behind her, lying on the ground, their fates unknown. On their way back, they encountered 2 herds of beasts, and after a fierce battle, only these people remained in their group. After all, their level had not reached the saint level. After a long journey overnight, they were dizzy and exhausted, barely able to move, let alone fight against the 2 beast packs. In addition, some of the guards lacked resolve. After observing for a while, he simply slipped away without a second thought. They vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, disappearing to who knows where. Once they had escaped the herd of beasts, only these few people remained. Just when they wanted to catch their breath, an old man appeared before them. The old man was dressed in a silver robe with gold embroidery. On the silver-white robe, there was a lifelike golden crow. This was the signature attire of the pseudo-gods of the 9 divine forces of 10,000 Demon Mountain. The old man seemed to have a bad temper. His face was gloomy, as if everyone was his father's killer. As soon as it appeared in front of Yi Qing and the others, it unleashed a terrifying divine power, killing all the accompanying guards. Yi Qing was also unable to escape the calamity and was oppressed by the divine power. They lay prostrate on the ground. She barely managed to look up and glance at the old man's attire. In an instant, her face lost all color, and her body trembled slightly, as if she saw a ferocious beast that would devour people without spitting out the bones standing in front of her. Yi Qing clearly remembered what her father had said in her ear. If you encounter an elderly person dressed in silver robes and gold embroidery on Wanyao Mountain, you must treat them with utmost respect and not be negligent in any way. Because these guys are all false gods. False gods are often more terrifying than true gods. They have strange tempers and love to capture weak creatures to torture and abuse them relentlessly until they die. Even if you're lucky enough to escape from them, the outcome won't be good either. At best, one's cultivation will be completely destroyed, and one will never be able to recover it. In severe cases, they may become vegetative and spend the rest of their lives in bed. If you ignore the true God, the other party may regard you as an ant and ignore you completely. If you ignore a false god, the other party will feel that you are disrespecting him and looking down on him. Then they will take you away and subject you to inhumane torture and murder, venting all their anger at being unable to enter the divine realm on creatures weaker than themselves. Greetings, Lord False God. Yi Qing's throat was barely audible, and even while crawling on the ground, he had to greet the other party respectfully. This level of greeting isn't enough. The old man spoke in a hoarse voice. His tone was full of mockery, as if he regarded Yi Qing as a plaything and wanted to play with him. Yi Qing is not good at praising people. Helpless, she could only repeat the polite phrases her father used when communicating with others. The false god is wise and mighty, with unparalleled divine power. He is one of the people I admire and worship the most. Such flattering words. Anyone else would be beaming with joy. However, this false god of the Golden Crow clan of 10,000 Demon Mountain was not pleased but enraged. His divine power pressed down on Yi Qing, causing her to vomit blood and almost faint on the spot. This was the result of her enduring it all. Because if she faints, this false god will definitely use even crueler methods to wake her up. 1. Am I not the one you admire and worship the most in your heart? You insignificant ant, do you look down on me, a god? If it weren't for you bunch of fools and idiots, why would I have bothered to make this special trip? You ignorant dogs, believe me or not, I can wipe out your heavenly serpent clan with just a word. Before Yi Qing could even speak, a cold snort rang out nearby. Snort, old golden crow, you're so impressive. I wonder what the demon emperor, who is above your 9 great divine races, would think if he heard you say that. Everyone says that your 10,000 demon mountain is united, but after seeing it today, I see that you are nothing special. A dignified pseudo-god actually bullies the young talents of the saint-level forces below. This has truly opened my eyes. An elderly man in black robes appeared nearby. He wore a long black robe, on which 9 suns shone brightly, as if they were real suns imprinted, constantly evaporating the surrounding air. This is the signature attire of the false god of the 9 Yang divine dynasty. His appearance was not as sinister as that of the Golden Crow false god. With white hair and beard, and a smiling face, he looked like a kind and amiable old man. That's how it appears on the surface. But in reality, every false god has an unknown dark side in their heart. This false god of the 9 Yang divine dynasty appeared kind and amiable, but his turbid eyes, when looking at Yi Qing, were filled with intense lust and his lips glistened with saliva. This false god's greatest hobby was raping women, and then cooking them alive afterward, a method of extreme cruelty. He often used his kind and benevolent appearance to deceive naive young girls into falling for his tricks. Chapter 152: The Power of Massive Faith. Alright, let's get down to business. The Golden Crow false god said coldly. Yi Qing was, after all, one of the people from their 10,000 demon mountain. If anyone's going to bully someone, it's him. Your 9 Yang divine dynasty shouldn't even think about touching a hair on their head. On the mainland, the relationship between humans and demons is very poor. The current situation where the demon race is banding together for survival is a result of the large-scale invasion by the human race. Therefore, it was inevitable that the two would not get along. The false god of the 9 Yang divine dynasty snorted coldly and remained silent. He looked down at Yi Qing. He asked, "What were you doing after leaving the elven race ahead of time? Why were the soul lamps of all 50 teams' prodigies and saints extinguished?" He knew these teams might be heading to find the newly ascended deity, but the deity had just broken through and needed time to mature and accumulate experience. For these guys to rush there and disturb the deity was no different from suicide. However, being false gods, they wouldn't offer such a friendly reminder. These guys are just a bunch of tools anyway. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to find out the approximate location of the new god. The false god of the 9 Yang divine dynasty knew more or less about the situation, but he still pretended to ask Yi Qing a few questions. They wanted to confirm their suspicions. Yi Qing felt the injuries within his body continuously repairing themselves. "I'm somewhat relieved that I got infected." It was precisely because of this that she was able to withstand the divine power of the false god and avoid fainting and suffering torment. She first explained the situation that Jiang Cheng had fabricated for her, as well as the geographical location of Yunya Mountain. He slowly began to speak. "Last night, a faint divine power emanated from the forest. The 50 teams thought it was the appearance of a god, so they rushed over. Because my teams suffered heavy losses, I did not follow them, but stayed on Yunya Mountain to wait for their return. But then something happened, and a terrible explosion occurred in the distance, leveling the entire area within a radius of 200 miles to the ground, leaving nothing but barren land. At the same time as the explosion, a divine power was also released. Before I could react, Yunya Mountain collapsed with a crash, and the geniuses and saints of the other teams were all reduced to ashes. Helpless, I could only lead the team back the way we came to report the situation to the main force. Things didn't turn out the way the two false gods had imagined, but they're roughly the same." The two stood on the tree, closed their eyes and pondered, mobilizing their spiritual power to investigate into the distance to verify whether what Yi Qing said was true. They simply lack divine inspiration and cannot mobilize divine power. However, in terms of spirit and body, they are extremely powerful, no weaker than those newly promoted gods. If that's really the case, it seems this little girl wasn't lying to us. She's quite honest. That area was filled with a faint divine soul power, not too strong. It seems that the new god was in a state of cultivation, and those ants were too foolish to disturb him, which angered the new god, who then used his divine soul to annihilate them. The two false gods opened their eyes at the same time. They learned about the new gods from the true gods of their own faction. After all, neither of them had experienced it. Failing to transcend the divine tribulation means that their achievements stop there. They lose the qualification to move forward, and naturally they will not be able to experience the wonder of that supreme realm. After understanding the situation, the two false gods picked up Yi Qing and headed towards the elf clan to meet the divine sons and daughters of 10,000 Demon Mountain and the 9 Yang divine dynasty, and to report the matter to them again. These divine children are the flesh and blood of the gods. He possesses an innate divine physique and exceptional talent. They also possess remarkable skills. All of this was given to them by their father god and mother god. To a certain extent, these divine sons and daughters, employing a full range of methods, might even overwhelm these false gods. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also learned about what had happened to Yi Qing. He instructed Otto and the other two to continue monitoring. After Yi Qing returned to the elf race, when you meet the divine son and daughter stationed there, report to them again. After the three people left, Jiang Cheng examined the power of faith condensed within the Faith Stone tablet. Currently, the power of faith accumulated is 6.47 million. Can unleash an attack that can shatter a god's body. Note, false gods and true gods possess incredibly strong vitality, making it extremely difficult to inflict a fatal blow. Currently, the strongest attack from the Faith Stone can only shatter a god's body. I saw this notification. Jiang Chung was slightly surprised, not expecting that the strongest attack of the Faith Stone tablet could only shatter the divine body. But this is not bad, at least it's better than nothing. This attack requires 5 million units of faith power. Try to accumulate as many as possible during this period. Sky Island has undergone an upgrade. The white fog in the sky was very thick. Jiang Chung called Green Ivy over. She guided some white mist for the mysterious tree near the stone tablet to absorb. This tree must have come from another continent. As a result, no matter how much Jiang Chung used his lord privileges, he was unable to inspect the tree. However, the fruit that grows there is really effective. It can multiply the body's strength. There weren't as many vampire warriors before. Therefore, Jiang Chung did not put any effort into this aspect. The main reason is that they don't want to sacrifice the white mist that has accumulated on the island over hundreds of years. But things are different now. The increase in the number of vampire warriors has forced him to open up a portion of the white mist for this mysterious tree to absorb in exchange for the fruit that grows on it. As Jiang Chang's order was given, the pothose plant has opened up part of the space. Instantly, an air vortex formed above the tree, and countless white mists were absorbed by it in a whirlwind, like a starving child swallowing the white mist in the air. It continuously draws it into the tree trunk. It pained me to see the green ivy like that. This tree is too unpalatable. If left unchecked, it could probably absorb all the white mist that has been difficult to accumulate inside the divine island within half an hour. Jiangqing knew when to stop. Nearly 100 fruits have grown on the tree. This is enough for the vampire warriors to consume. Having achieved its goal, the pothose tree decisively severed its connection with the sky, and they helped Jiangcheng pick the fruit from the tree. Just then, Anna appeared beside Jiangcheng. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the tree. His eyes gleamed with a divine light, as if he wanted to pierce the tree with his terrifying gaze. Master, this tree is extraordinary. Its most precious part is not the fruit that grows on it, but the heartwood in the center of its trunk. This is the real treasure. After consuming it, one can increase their cultivation by hundreds of years and comprehend the law of wood even before breaking through to the divine realm. The law of wood is one of the rules of the divine path, and it is considered a rather advanced law. However, the heartwood of this tree is not yet mature, and it is missing something. Simply absorbing the white mist is far from enough. Chapter 153 Divine Rules, Power of Heaven and Earth. Jiangqing asked, what items are needed to make this tree mature? The law of wood, the rules of the divine way. These new words inevitably piqued Jiangqing's curiosity. In particular, it allows one to grasp these rules before reaching the realm of gods. Wouldn't that make him an unparalleled genius below the divine realm, an existence that suppresses everything? Unfortunately, Anna was unaware of this. She possesses the law of slaughter, knows nothing about the law of wood, and doesn't understand this tree well enough. To unravel its mysteries, she can only leave it to fate. Afterwards, Jiangcheng arrived at the temple. First, it nurtures the vampire warriors of tomorrow. Then he summoned Anna's true form, who was in seclusion. He took out the heaven and earth wheel and the blood abyss sword. Two divine artifacts appeared simultaneously. This caused several cracks to appear in the space of Sky God Island, from which countless void currents drifted out. Each strike can severely injure or kill any creature below the demigod level, making it extremely dangerous. This means that void worms can move freely through this turbulent flow and even build nests within it. Blood abyss. Anna stroked the divine sword. Although this sword was not her primary weapon, it still accompanied her for a considerable period of time. Each mark on it seemed to record an extremely fierce battle, while the blood and killing intent emanating from the sword seemed to record its glorious achievements. Behind every wisp of murderous intent, all of them were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Behind every god is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, especially for someone like Anna who follows the law of killing and proves her path through slaughter. Anna, lost in her memories, had eyes like autumn water and eyebrows like distant mountains. Her calm demeanor revealed a noble and elegant air that constantly tugged at Jiangcheng's heartstrings. She noticed Jiangcheng's strange gaze. Anna looked over, intending to say something to express her gratitude. But I don't know how to bring it up. The relationship between the two changed subtly. Both gave to each other without expecting anything in return. If they really wanted to express their gratitude, it would definitely take more than a few words to explain. Jiangcheng didn't know how to handle this situation either. He's a total straight man, He's never even held a girl's hand. Some girls asked him for his contact information. That girl wasn't even shy yet. He himself was so embarrassed that he blushed and couldn't utter a single word. Just as he was at a loss and about to change the subject, he leaned forward and fell into a warm embrace, as if he had fallen into a gentle paradise. Especially his head. He bumped into a soft, elastic spherical object, almost catching his breath. "Thank you, master." Anna's cool voice rang out from above. This process lasted for a few seconds. The two then separated, and Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, somewhat unable to believe that Anna would actually hug him on her own initiative, especially since his head was resting on the other person's. Jiang Cheng blushed and quickly changed the subject. He took out the heaven and earth roulette. "Anna, this roulette wheel is called the heaven and earth roulette. It is an auxiliary artifact that can absorb the power of heaven and earth and gather it into itself. It should be of great help to you." The instant Jiang Cheng took out the heaven and earth wheel, it then started working automatically. It continuously gathers the power of heaven and earth into it. The power of heaven and earth is invisible and intangible. Only those at the divine realm who merge themselves with heaven and earth and use their minds to perceive and experience can unlock the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, it takes thousands of years for a god to break through each level and requires unimaginable effort from ordinary people. They were sensing the power of heaven and earth almost every moment. Therefore, the gods rarely leave their homes, and their true forms stay in one place for many years. Even when there are important events, they only condense an avatar to attend. The same applies to children. After all, their position is very helpful for comprehending the power of heaven and earth, but this also requires a certain opportunity, and they will miss it if they relax even slightly. In order to reach a higher level, they must shed their superficiality, let go of any connection to worldly matters. There's nothing we can do about it. Anna was overjoyed by the appearance of the heaven and earth roulette. In this way, she wouldn't have to stay in the secluded cultivation room every day and could go out and do whatever she wanted from time to time. She can use the extra time to comprehend the laws. Or perhaps it's to help Jiang Cheng handle various thorny issues. Jiang Cheng, who had not yet reached the divine realm, had no idea what the power of heaven and earth was. He thought he had done Anna a very small favor. Unexpectedly, it freed her from the troubles of seclusion and restored her freedom. Anna carefully explained the power of heaven and earth to Jiang Cheng, giving him a thorough introduction. However, even Anna couldn't express it clearly verbally. Jiang Cheng himself had to break through to the divine realm before he could truly understand its mysteries. Anna said, "Now all we need to do is let this heaven and earth wheel automatically absorb the power of the surrounding heaven and earth and continuously supply it to my body so that I can recover to my peak condition. It's only a matter of time." She is not a so-called new god. Therefore, it does not require any gradual understanding or accumulation. With enough power from heaven and earth, she can break through all obstacles and return to her peak condition. Jiang Cheng asked, "Anna, why don't you go to other places to comprehend the power of heaven and earth? Wouldn't it be faster to recover to your peak condition by doing both at the same time?" Regarding Jiang Cheng's question, Anna shook her head. The power of heaven and earth is not found everywhere. For example, in this vast low forest, there is some only in the central area of the forest. In other places, it is extremely rare or almost non-existent. And there seem to be gods in the central area as well. Rather than competing with them for that pitiful power of heaven and earth, it would be better to calm down and carefully comprehend the laws. Moreover, I don't know why, whenever the master is on Sky God Island, there is a lot of the power of heaven and earth. But once the master leaves, there are only a few strands, pitifully few. Jiang Cheng guessed that this was probably due to the effect of the luck halo. He possesses great fortune. People around him will also be exposed to radiation. It's probably like this. However, Jiang Cheng did not tell Anna this explicitly. Instead, they just made up some excuse to get by. Perhaps God saw my extraordinary talent and specially favored our territory, huh? Chapter 154, Refining Battle Puppets. I relaxed and chatted with Anna for a while. Jiang Cheng took out the 7-colored divine stone. "Anna, you should know about this 7-colored divine stone, right? I don't know how to handle it to maximize its effectiveness, so I wanted to ask for your opinion, since you have experience in this area." Anna accepted the 7-colored divine stone. Divine power enveloped it, preventing the aura inside the divine stone from leaking out. After examining it for a while, she said, 7-colored divine stones are actually quite common, not rare items. There are many in the central region of the continent. Basically, conquering several continents in succession can yield tens of thousands of seven-colored divine stones. Some continents with stronger foundations may yield even more divine stones. Only divine stones in the tens of thousands can play a great role. A single stone is too weak. But didn't the master bring back a statue to refine into a battle puppet? This seven-colored divine stone embedded in it can serve as one of the energy sources for the battle puppet. After some further processing, I should be able to create a battle puppet with considerable combat power. It's just that the materials might be a bit difficult. Regarding the materials, Jiang Cheng said there were no problems. He should be able to produce it. After all, he already had over 10 million Lord coins on him, having killed so many local prodigies, saints, and their accompanying guards. They also accumulated a lot of points in the Lord's counterattack. I should redeem all of these points. After all, these points will disappear along with the event once it ends, and no additional compensation will be given. Therefore, Jiang Cheng wanted to take the opportunity to spend it all. Anna then compiled a list. The items listed above are not numerous, but each one would be a priceless treasure in the Lord's shop, and there are quite a few of them. One complete divine source is also required. Before exchanging these materials, Jiang Cheng inquired about the combat power of the battle puppet, not wanting to have spent such a high price only to end up with a piece of trash. That won't do. He won't do business at a loss. Anna said, the battle puppet that is refined will not be too weak in combat. The main reason is that its physical strength is comparable to that of a pseudo-god, and it can use that divine source to stimulate divine power, stronger than ordinary false gods. But there is still a considerable gap compared to a true god. After all, what is created is a mindless puppet that needs to be controlled by a person. A true god, on the other hand, is a super strong person with a flexible mind and many methods. There is simply no comparison between the two. However, this battle puppet can be gradually upgraded in the later stages. We can add more divine energy and more seven-colored divine stones to it, replace its appearance with more solid divine iron, and inscribe more runes. Jiang Cheng considered it for a while. The decision was made to do as Anna suggested. He then redeemed all his points and spent an additional 4 million Lord coins to gather all the materials Anna needed. Then the statue of the purple-winged radiant dragon ancestor was taken out, and that set of semi-divine artifact head and abdominal armor, and the bottle of dragon blood that he kept for the purple-winged radiant dragon lord. The refining site was located at the main entrance of the temple. This location happens to be within the coverage area of the space-time domain, which can save a lot of time. Anna used her divine power to envelop the dragon ancestor statue, extinguishing its life force. Its dragon body is tempered little by little. Then he poured out the bottle of dragon blood. Apply it to the surface of the dragon statue's skin. A miraculous scene unfolded. Guided by Anna's divine power, the dragon blood transformed into strangely shaped inscriptions. Anna explained, these inscriptions form a barrier, preventing outsiders' spiritual power from entering. Some powerful beings at the divine realm can launch direct attacks with their mental power, killing people invisibly. These inscriptions are designed to prevent this. Especially since these inscriptions were carved with the blood of a divine dragon, the effect can be described as superb. After this part of the operation is completed, Anna fitted the head and belly armor into the dragon ancestor statue, then used her divine power to fuse them into one, making them indistinguishable. Then Jiang Cheng produced a large amount of materials. Anna first used her divine power to inscribe strange runes on it, and then embedded them into the surface of the dragon's body. This cycle repeats itself. I don't know how much time has passed. The entire dragon ancestor statue was armed from head to toe, completely covered up, like a giant alloy dragon standing there, exuding a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. On the chest of the dragon statue, there was a vacancy. Anna took the divine source that Jiang Cheng handed over. It was inlaid on the chest, and the seven-colored divine stone was placed above the divine source to activate it. Immediately afterwards, Anna unleashed an extremely terrifying divine power, which covered the statue. Feeling this divine power, Jiang Cheng felt like a grain of sand in the vast starry sky, possibly drifting into endless darkness at any moment. Fortunately, the divine power did not dissipate. Otherwise, the entire sky island will suffer greatly. This is the final step in crafting the battle puppet. This is also the most crucial step. No one is allowed to disturb us. It's a minor problem if something goes wrong with the war puppet, but it would be a major problem if Anna had an accident during its creation. Jiang Cheng ran outside and chased Meng Li and the giant eagle away from the crowd. These two guys were sitting outside like they were watching a monster. The fivefold time flow made Jiangcheng and Anna appear to be moving incredibly fast, as if they had switched to a fast-paced mode. The little girl was laughing so hard she was doubled over. Countless times, Jiangcheng wanted to pick her up and throw her into the mine to reflect on her actions for 100 or 200 years. Returning to the realm of time. Anna was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, but it continues to supply energy. Seeing this, Jiangcheng also sat down to prevent anyone who was unaware of the situation from suddenly running in and disturbing him. I don't know how much time has passed. A sound of footsteps made Jiangcheng open his eyes. He glanced at Anna, whose brows were slightly furrowed. Jiangcheng led the visitor to a distant place. A militia squad was also stationed nearby. The visitors were none other than Otto and his two companions. My lord. Latest intelligence. Yi Qing has returned to the Elven territory and met with those so-called divine sons and daughters, and is repeating his previous report to them. Chapter 155. The High Priest who wished he could have been there himself. Your Highness, everything this woman said is true. I have already investigated that area. It has indeed been razed to the ground, and some divine soul power remains. It must have been done by that new god. The false god of the Nine-Yang divine dynasty bowed slightly to the young man who sat high above on the throne with a mocking expression, then concealed his figure and disappeared. The young man was about 16 years old. However, his realm has already reached the saint realm. The aura emanating from him was several times more terrifying than that of an ordinary saint. This is what truly makes him a prodigy. The young man was none other than the divine son of the Nine-Yang divine dynasty. Looking down at Yi Qing, whose timid expression evoked pity, he felt a surge of lust rising in his lower abdomen. In the few days since I arrived in the elven realm, he saw countless young, beautiful, slender, blonde-haired, blue-eyed elves. Their every smile and gesture ignited a man's desire. Even though he was the divine son of the Nine-Yang divine dynasty, the elves also ignored him. Especially when he was talking to the other party's high priest, his eyes were filled with intense vigilance, as if he were a peerless demon who would devour people without spitting out the bones. This greatly frustrated the divine son of the Nine-Yang divine dynasty. He originally came here intending to use the title of the Son of God to take dozens of elves with him and leave, treating them as his own possessions to enjoy and play with at will. But so many days have passed. He had never even touched an elf's hand. Under pressure from the powerful elf mother tree, he didn't dare to use force and could only wander aimlessly through the elf forest like a tourist, hoping for a romantic encounter. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. No elf paid him any attention and avoided him like the plague. The other divine sons of 10,000 Demon Mountain were equally frustrated. The goddesses, however, expressed strong disdain for this. Your name is Yi Qing, right? I have heard about what happened to you. From now on, you will stay by my side and be my personal maid. I will protect you until we leave the Vaslo Great Forest. A goddess from 10,000 Demon Mountain glanced at the malevolent look in the eyes of the Nine-Yang divine dynasty's divine son. He used his holy energy to lift Yi Qing up from the ground. She certainly didn't want Yi Qing to be kidnapped by humans. Those human guys are really hateful. Back when her mother was still a demigod, she was coveted by a human god named Chao, who attempted to knock her unconscious and take her home as a concubine. Fortunately, her father discovered it in time. Otherwise, Father God would be wearing a huge green hat right now. Yi Qing glanced gratefully at the goddess of the Peacock clan. The other party has a good reputation in Wanyao Mountain. They often help others and do good deeds. But then those three familiar voices echoed in her mind, and she began to feel unwell. Yi Qing's face turned pale as she recalled that feeling from before. She chose to agree to their request. These divine sons and daughters were accompanied by the prodigies of various saint-level forces. These young people have been gathering together these days. They flattered each other, made connections, developed their networks, made requests for cooperation, and strived to gain significant benefits for their own faction. Such a major battle to wipe out the invaders. They managed to turn it into a fun-filled event. They spent their days in a drunken stupor, eating the specialties of the elf forest and drinking the unique wine of the elf race, living a life of unbridled joy. Of course, all of these require payment. The elves wouldn't let them waste so many good things. They were only willing to let these prodigies stay to expand their network of connections. No elf wanted outsiders to disrupt their peaceful, harmonious, and tranquil life. Even the high priest OPC, who initially greeted them with a smile, began to grow tired of these divine children. Because these divine children visit her every day. She stuffed all sorts of rare and precious treasures into the hands of her female elves, asking them to pass them on to her, along with a note. The note contained all sorts of things. The gist of it is that they have a lot of pent-up frustration and want her to find an elf with exceptional beauty, fair skin, and a figure even more alluring than a succubus to send to them. How could she possibly do something like that? If this matter were to be exposed, she would be universally condemned by the elves, despised by countless elves, and even the few elves who followed her might begin to harbor resentment. That's not even the worst part. What's frightening is that the clan leader will inevitably be furious. When that woman awakens the elf mother tree and attacks her, even if she had thousands of lives, it wouldn't be enough for her to die. After all, she is not fully prepared yet. With her current strength, she is simply not strong enough to escape from the clutches of the elf mother tree. And her goal goes beyond that. She would not abandon her grand ambitions, which she had planned for decades, for such a small gain. But these gods are acting like they're obsessed with sex. They deliver nice things every day. Each time the gifts were more lavish than the last, causing even her heart, which had been dormant for 1,000 years, to waver. Unfortunately, she had no choice but to decline. She told them to return the items untouched and warned them not to send anything more, as she would not accept it. If this were to happen repeatedly, people might mistakenly assume she was an elven spy who colluded with outsiders and betrayed her own kind. Their reputation wasn't good to begin with. If we really did that, wouldn't we be unable to wash ourselves clean, even if we jumped into the river Styx? However, OPC soon found himself in trouble again, because another batch of geniuses from god-level forces have arrived. This time the number is quite large, with a total of 4 god-level forces and 12 godsons and goddesses. OPC, sitting in the main seat, took a deep breath. We must separate this group of divine children from the first group. If both groups send gifts together, who can resist the temptation? These divine beings were incredibly generous. The treasures they create would likely tempt even false gods, who would shamelessly rush to snatch them. Not to mention her, the great sage who is about to become a demigod. If it really comes to that point, I'm afraid she might not be able to control herself and end up playing the female elf with a figure even more voluptuous than a succubus. Although she is old and faded. But this was a piece of cake for her. Using mental power to weave an incredibly realistic illusion, making those divine children mistakenly believe they are engaging in vigorous activity with the object of their dreams. Chapter 156-8 God-Level Forces. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell. Since that group of God-level geniuses arrived, 2 more groups arrived later. There were approximately 30 divine sons and daughters. He was accompanied by countless saint-level prodigies. By this time, the vast majority of the prodigies had arrived in the elven realm. There were some scattered groups that hadn't arrived yet, but those were insignificant small forces that lacked convenient transportation and could only move forward at a slow pace. The divine children would naturally not wait for these people. They didn't exchange many pleasantries after they met. They dismissed the prodigies from the saint-level forces, closed the door to discuss matters, and did not want unimportant people to participate. Nobody knows what they were talking about, but the topic will definitely revolve around that new god. Jiang Cheng had already gathered all this information through Yi Qing. Although he had Yi Qing as an intermediary, he still knew too little and could only rely on guesswork. These 30 god-level prodigies come from 8 major god-level forces, and their territories all border the Vaslo Great Forest and are distributed in the surrounding areas. Leaving aside Wanyao Mountain and Jiuyang Divine Dynasty, the remaining 6 divine-level forces are Luo Zhe Divine Kingdom, Wind God Valley, Snow God Temple, Illusion Dream Temple, Skeleton Clan, and Dark Knight Spider Clan, totaling 8 divine-level forces. Among them, the strength of Wanyao Mountain is naturally the most formidable. After all, it was jointly established by 9 god-level forces, and the number of gods within it is several times that of other forces. However, this does not mean that they can have absolute say in this operation. Because the Luo Zhe Divine Kingdom, Wind God Valley, Snow God Temple, and Illusion Dream Temple are all forces dominated by humans. Humans are known for their intense internal strife. However, under such special circumstances, it is very likely that they will unite against external forces, resolve external conflicts, and then deal with internal personal grudges. These are the 5 major human god-level forces. The most powerful of all is the Dream Temple. The entire Dream Temple primarily cultivates spiritual power and possesses numerous mysterious and unpredictable techniques. Furthermore, all its members are women, and they have marriage alliances with other forces. In addition, The Temple of Illusions often provides free assistance to weaker forces and eliminates the evil forces that act as accomplices to the wicked. As a result, his reputation spread far and wide, and almost every day countless people came to seek refuge and attach themselves to him. Sometimes, spiritual deities can be even more terrifying than ordinary deities under certain circumstances, employing all sorts of bizarre and unpredictable methods. Rumors circulate that if anyone dares to slander the reputation of the Dream Temple, even if they are millions of miles away, the higher-ups of the Dream Temple have the means to kill them. This also made it so that no one dared to say anything bad about the Dream Temple. No one dared to mess with this group of powerful and well-connected women. The only real rival is the nearby Snow God Temple. All members of this god-level force are women. Women are considered to have a cold constitution, which is a good match for the Snow God Temple's inherited techniques. Therefore, all the disciples and followers recruited are women. The Snow Temple and the Dream Temple are like business partners. They stay in the same area, compete with each other, and can't stand each other. Last year, the gods of the two temples even fought over a prodigy, both wanting to take her into their temples. The final result was naturally that it was acquired by the rising Dream Temple. Another point of contention between the Snow God Temple and the Dream God Temple is their marriage alliance. For the cold and indifferent Snow God Temple, sending members of one's own court to marry into other powers in exchange for enormous benefits is a shameful act that should be recorded and condemned by future generations. They believe in fate and think that marriage cannot be forced. Let things take their natural course. Eventually, you'll meet the right person for the right thing. If the two sides have different ideas, conflicts will naturally arise. As for the remaining 4 god-level forces, there's not much to say about them. They're nothing special. It has always developed in a conventional and orderly manner. Participate in major events, otherwise remain a nobody, quietly developing your skills without competing or vying for attention. Its presence on the mainland is extremely low, especially the skeleton race and the night spider race. These 2 godlike races were defeated in their battle against the human race, and their strength subsequently plummeted. They never recovered and have been virtually silent for nearly a century, keeping a low profile as much as possible. The messages passed through Yi Qing's mind, then into the minds of Yado and the others, and finally reached Jiang Cheng. 8 divine-level forces, more than 30 divine sons and daughters. Jiang Qing dared not underestimate such a powerful force. 9 false gods came to Wan Yao Mountain alone, each protecting their own divine son and goddess. Even if the other 7 god-level forces only send 1 pseudo-god, the number of those false gods has reached 16. Add to that the extremely lethal treasures and unpredictable methods possessed by the 30 divine sons and daughters, and it's hard to imagine how difficult it would be to swallow them whole. These divine sons and daughters are the darlings of their faction. If something happens to them, the gods behind them will definitely be alarmed and rush to their rescue at full speed. Although these divine sons and daughters may not be the most outstanding, how many divine sons and daughters can each faction have? They have the blood of gods flowing in their veins. Each of them has a very high chance of breaking through to godhood. Perhaps they are not as good as other divine sons and daughters now, but miracles do happen in this world. Who knows, one day they might roar out, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. And then their fate will change, soaring to great heights, reaching the pinnacle of success. These are all uncertainties. Therefore, these gods would certainly not easily give up on any of their sons or daughters, since the more gods there are in their forces, the more influence they have on the continent. Chapter 157 Refining completed, setting up the grand array. After learning the news this morning, Jiang Cheng then returned to the entrance of the temple. Simulate and rehearse the battle scene in your mind. Before we knew it, evening had arrived. He was awakened by a vast and powerful aura. When he opened his eyes, Anna in front of me had already stood up from the ground. The once motionless dragon ancestor statue slowly began to move, its dark surface shimmering with divine light, its body radiating terrifying divine power, causing the surrounding space to distort. Before it was refined, the dragon ancestor statue looked completely harmless, as if even a 5-year-old child could defeat it with fists and feet. The finished dragon ancestor statue gleamed with a jet-black metallic luster, its divine light flashing, exuding a terrifying aura, like an ancient demonic dragon standing there. Its tall and imposing body makes it look extremely powerful, and it is inlaid with various precious materials, as well as blessed by divine source and 7 colored divine stones. Jiang Cheng felt that the current dragon ancestor statue could even defeat ordinary false gods. Anna leaped and landed on the dragon's head. Bathed in moonlight, she appeared incomparably beautiful and peerless. The immense divine power was once again injected into the dragon's body. At Anna's command, the dragon ancestor statue came to life, able to perform a variety of difficult movements, unrestricted by the various objects on its body, and incredibly flexible. Seeing these results, Anna nodded in satisfaction. Master, I have finished crafting this battle puppet. Its combat power should be stronger than that of a pseudo-god. You can squeeze out a drop of your own blood and inject it into the divine source in its chest. This way you will be connected with it. You don't need to input divine power into it like I do. You can just give it a command in your mind. Jiang Cheng followed Anna's instructions. After the blood was injected into the divine source, an image of a purple-winged dragon appeared in his mind, next to which was an image of a golden slime. Jiang Cheng had experience with this. Anna's guidance was no longer needed. He rode on the war puppet, controlling it, and soared freely within the divine island. This feeling of standing above everyone is something that can't be compared to flying by activating holy energy. After wandering around for a while, Jiang Cheng checked on the cultivation progress of Yato and the others. With the support of a massive amount of energy stones and a continuous supply of blood from the blood pool, the strength and realm of the vampire warriors are rapidly rising. Breaking through to the next level is only a matter of time. However, there isn't much time for Jiang Cheng right now. The geniuses of the 8 divine forces have all arrived. It is estimated that it will not be long before they set off from the elven race and come to this area below the divine island to search for a new god. Jiang Cheng must hurry. Hurry up and set up the god-slaying array in advance. And they placed the tower in the center. Lend all those local prodigies here, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. There was no lingering. Jiang Cheng called Anna over. They had the war puppets carry them away from the divine island. Now we come down. Jiang Cheng stopped at the location of Lucifer's explosion. This is the epicenter of the explosion. It still retains a faint trace of divine soul power. The surrounding trees and weeds had all turned to ashes. There were no other obstacles, and it was very open. Anyone with good eyesight could see the tower at a glance. They knew that Jiang Cheng was going to build a massive killing formation here. Therefore, Anna mobilized divine power. The surrounding landscape was slightly altered. All the large pits were filled in, and ankle-high weeds grew on the ground to provide some cover. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but give Anna a thumbs up. The center of the explosion was a crater tens of meters deep. Although it didn't affect the pagoda much, it did affect his ability to set up a grand formation. As for why weeds could still grow on the ground despite the erosion of the divine soul, that can also be explained. There exists a new god here. Wherever God is, the land will be transformed into a blessed land, with weeds growing and life restored. Isn't this a perfect example? Jiang Cheng took out that strange tower. It was handed to Anna. Anna infused it with divine power, and the pagoda slowly grew taller, piercing the clouds, becoming as majestic and imposing as the undamaged Cloud Cliff Mountain. Divine artifacts can only be used to their fullest potential when infused with divine power. False gods who lack divine sources and cannot mobilize divine power are simply not worthy of using divine artifacts. It would be a waste for them to have such a powerful artifact. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Cheng is not afraid that those false gods will take the tower away. After all, they don't have divine power. It is simply impossible to move this tower. After finishing this, Jiang Cheng took out the god-slaying array. Suddenly, a walnut-like sphere appeared in his hand, covered with crooked and twisted patterns that made one dizzy. That's all. Jiang Cheng was completely dumbfounded. This round ball. Is this thing similar to a hand grenade? If you inject divine power into it and activate it, it can explode and kill the gods alive? Thinking this, Jiang Cheng felt a tightness in his chest. I want to get rid of this dangerous item. He looked at Anna beside him. They noticed Anna was looking up at the sky. Chapter 158, Upgrading the Blood Clan Hero Hall. 4 silver-black swords, each thousands of meters long, floated silently in the sky, making no sound whatsoever, and could not be detected by spiritual power. It seems to have been here from the very beginning. This scene greatly shocked him. If he hadn't seen them with his own eyes, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have known when those 4 things started floating in the sky. How to use the god-slaying array. There are millions of holes on the sword. Embed the energy stones into these holes to activate the god-slaying array, making it invisible to others. To activate, simply inject a small amount of divine power into the trigger orb. This great formation is incredibly profound. If I hadn't been paying attention, I wouldn't have noticed these four long swords appearing in the sky at all. Anna gave her fair assessment. Then Jiang Cheng stood on the battle puppet, fly to the same height as the giant sword. Using his divine power, he embedded energy stones into the holes of the great sword like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Millions of energy stones are embedded within it. A blinding light emanated from the blade of the giant sword. Then it vanished, disappearing without a trace. Even with Anna below using her mental power, she couldn't detect the existence of this divine sword for a while. Only those with powerful spiritual abilities who have already reached the divine realm could detect the existence of this giant sword immediately. Anna asked herself honestly, and she knew she couldn't possibly create such a large formation. With that thought in mind, she went up to the war puppet. Together with Jiang Cheng, they inlaid energy stones. At the same time, he observed the giant sword. She still has a considerable interest in formations, talismans, and weapon crafting. With the last energy stone embedded, all four giant swords disappeared, and they formed some kind of connection with each other. The sphere in Jiang Cheng's hand, which was covered with patterns, also began to glow. It seemed to be telling him that everything was ready, and all that was missing was to infuse it with divine power. After doing all this, Jiang Cheng and Anna returned to the divine island. He called for Green Ivy. Ever since Jiang Cheng put her in charge of the residential area, Green Ivy was extremely busy, running around every corner of the island all day long, working on construction. Sky Island is now taking shape as a small society, with everything planned in an orderly manner. It won't be long before it becomes a true kingdom. Owner. Green Ivy appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Qingdao. Green Ivy, is there anything noteworthy about launching the light of the divine island, such as the range of the explosion? Green Ivy said, after the upgrade, the damage of the light of the divine island has increased significantly, so we do need to take these factors into account. After saying that, she closed her eyes and sensed the divine island. It seems they are calculating the approximate range that the light from the divine island can reach. Although Sky Island has extremely strong defenses, ideally, this defense should remain intact, protecting the system at all times. The defense of the divine island cannot afford the slightest mistake. After a moment, Green Ivy opened her eyes. Master, the divine island needs to be moved to an area 500 miles away so that it will not be affected by the light of the divine island. The upgraded Sky Island has also seen a significant increase in speed. Before, it moved as slowly as a tortoise, but now it can reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and it won't take long to move more than 500 kilometers away. Jiang Cheng ordered Green Ivy to move the divine island 500 miles away. The fruit from that tree was distributed to vampire warriors who had never tasted it before, to help them improve their strength. They can also join the battles later. After all, besides the geniuses of those god-level forces, there are also quite a few geniuses and saints of saint-level forces. These are all valuable experiences. They must now improve their strength. This would allow them to wreak havoc in the subsequent battles and avoid casualties. Then Jiang Cheng arrived in front of the Blood Clan's Hall of Heroes. The souls of 19 militia squad members are gathering inside, and they are expected to be resurrected after the great battle. Should we spend 100,000 or 100,000 wood, 10,000 energy stones, and 1 level 6 beast core to upgrade the Blood Clan Hero Hall? Upgrade. The Blood Clan Hall of Heroes has 3 effects. One of them is resurrection, and the other 2 are increasing the loyalty of the people and slightly improving the combat power of the vampire warriors. But this increase is limited to the territory and can be ignored, because he would find a way to keep all enemies out of the island and prevent them from coming to the island, even if the defenses of the divine island are breached. He can also use teleportation to escape. Should we spend 2 million or 2 million wood, 500,000 energy stones, and 10 saint-level beast cores to upgrade the Blood Clan Hero Hall? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Hall of Heroes, level 5. Effect 1. Significantly increases the loyalty, respect, and worship of your territory's inhabitants. Effect 2. Within the territory, vampire warriors will increase their attack power by 50%. Effect 3. Can guide the souls of fallen vampires, helping them to regenerate their bodies after 7 days and complete their resurrection. Current maximum quota, 300. Upgrade requirements, 5 million wood, 5 million or 10 Saint King level beast cores, 1 million energy stones. Chapter 159 Faith Leads to Godhood. The Blood Clan Hall of Heroes has been upgraded 4 times in a row. The building became incredibly tall and majestic. The statues standing outside the hall were even more solemn and dignified, their sharp eyes filled with murderous intent, as if warning those cowards who dared to insult the heroic souls. Meanwhile, triumphant songs echoed from within the Hall of Heroes, bringing tears to the eyes of all who heard them. Closing one's eyes, one could almost see countless vampire warriors charging relentlessly towards the enemy, solely to protect their homeland and prevent the ordinary vampires behind them from danger. From this, they can also see Jiang Cheng leading the charge, thinking of the words that cadres always say. In an instant, countless forces of faith surged toward the faith steel. It has been upgraded 4 times in one go. The first effect has been expanded from simply increasing loyalty to simultaneously increasing the loyalty, respect, and worship of my subjects. In that case, the power of faith will likely surge again. The more faith power Jiang Cheng has, the more advantageous it will be for him. Whether the second effect is improved or not doesn't matter much, but the third effect is pretty good. The number of slots has increased 15-fold. But I hope my people will never be able to get in here. Jiang Cheng didn't want his vampire warriors to die unexpectedly and be resurrected in the Hall of Heroes. Just then, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared on the Faith Stone tablet, condensing into a phantom image of Jiang Cheng, hundreds of feet tall, suspended in the sky. What's going on? Jiang Cheng frowned. Could it be that there was too much faith power, causing it to overflow? Was this a sign that it was about to burst? There was no time to think. He rushed over there. Anna had already arrived at the Monument of Faith. She gazed at the phantom in the sky, her beautiful eyes sparkling, as if she were pondering something. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng asked, Anna, what's going on? Why is this strange phenomenon occurring at the Faith Stone? Is there something wrong with it? Anna smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with this thing. This strange phenomenon is a good omen. There are 2 ways to become a god in this world. One way is to constantly hone oneself, elevate one's body and soul to the divine level, thereby breaking through the realm to become a god and reaching the supreme state. Another method is through faith, gathering the power of faith of all beings to reach the supreme state. The first method is relatively simple, but as time goes by, more and more problems will arise, and you will often get stuck in a bottleneck, causing your cultivation to stagnate. The latter is relatively difficult in the early stages, but as time goes by, the number of believers under one's command increases, and the power of faith gathered will rise in a straight line. After entering the divine realm, the speed of strength improvement will not decrease, but increase, making it easier to reach higher thresholds. Both methods have their advantages and disadvantages. Although the first method is slower to improve later, it is relatively stable in the early stages and can handle difficulties. The second method requires spreading one's faith and recruiting many followers, but without absolute strength, who will believe in you. You might even bring about your own death and die with your eyes open. The appearance of this strange phenomenon on the Faith Stone tablet means that many people believe in you, the Master, and regard you as their faith. This should be considered a signal, indicating that the Master has the potential to become a god through faith. Jiang Cheng seemed to be thinking to himself, if what Anna said was really true, then it wouldn't be bad. However, as a lord, he can improve his cultivation level by killing others, so whether he believes in faith or not is irrelevant. However, he thought of a problem. What if, after breaking through to the divine realm, a deity instead recruits a large number of believers in order to break through to an even higher realm? Anna smiled and explained, this method is naturally acceptable and has been approved by the heavenly Tao. But Master, what do you think other gods will think if one deity does this? Will they be wary of it, and might they take some action? Therefore, if any god dares to do this, he will inevitably be surrounded and killed by other gods, who will eliminate this heretic. As for converting a piece of faith power, that's even more impossible. After all, there are only so many living beings, and believers will be divided up sooner or later, which will lead to a new round of conflicts. And those gods who have the power to make other gods shut up will not bother with their believers. They have already condensed their own Tao, and their cultivation system has taken shape. If they switch to another cultivation system at this time, they will either suffer from chi deviation or, in severe cases, have their soul and body destroyed. After listening, Jiang Cheng gained an understanding of the matter. He then examined the interior of the faith steel to see the degree of concentration of faith power. Power of faith converged, 12.8 million, can unleash 2 attacks capable of shattering a god's body. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Influenced by the Hall of Heroes of the Blood Clan, The speed at which faith power is accumulating is incredibly fast, increasing by approximately 10,000 every second. It's estimated that it won't be long before it reaches 15 million. However, the rate of increase will gradually slow down. Jiang Cheng had no idea what the final number would be. Chapter 160: The Divine Child Who Adores the High Priest. The next morning, the gates to the elf forest are wide open. High Priest OPC stood outside with a smile, looking at the divine children and goddesses before him, and said, "My divine children and goddesses, I will be waiting for your return when I have prepared a sumptuous feast in the elf forest." She felt immense joy, yet also a touch of regret. The good news was that the divine sons had finally left, but the bad news was that there were more goddesses than divine sons who came yesterday, so the divine sons did not give her any more gifts. Instead, they used the best things in their hands to curry favor with the goddesses, hoping to win their favor. Thinking of those treasures that brushed past her, OPC felt very regretful. Haha, that's for sure. The food and wine of the elves are truly unforgettable. The environment of the elf forest is something we all yearn for. I'll bring my father here to see it, and ask him to create a space like that for me. We will always remember the care the High Priest has given us during this time. I will explain the things we discussed to Father God later. When we bring out that new god, we will definitely bring him to visit the elven race. The High Priest must seize the opportunity then. A divine child chuckled. His sinister eyes swept over Opesi. He was extremely fond of this beautiful woman with mature charm, and his inner desires were almost overflowing. But due to his status, he could not express his feelings. After he becomes a god, he will definitely kidnap this Opesi and take her as a concubine. Feeling that burning gaze, Opesi was incredibly embarrassed, wishing she could use her near demigod-like mental power to crush this guy into mincemeat. Unfortunately, the opponent was protected by a false god. She could only swallow her anger. She was in full charge of entertaining the divine son, the divine daughter, and those holy level forces. So she took advantage of her free time last night. I talked to these divine children and goddesses about many things. The vast majority of the negotiations were conducted in her personal capacity, with only a small portion conducted in the name of the elven race. This was an excellent opportunity for her to expand her power, and she never expected that the chieftain would obediently relinquish it. Opisi was overjoyed. Yesterday, she talked for a long time with the goddess of the Dream Temple and the false god behind her. A draft has finally been completed. He gave his life savings to the other party. Moreover, working for the other side for 200 years, all that's needed is to lend a name during normal times and provide assistance during times of crisis, which isn't too difficult. Meanwhile, the other party's deity invoked external forces to help him break through the barrier to advance to the demigod realm ahead of time. When the time comes, she will only need to consume a few more soul pills to naturally break through to the demigod realm, thus beginning her path to the true pinnacle of the elf race. Once her plan is launched, the elf mother tree will have no choice but to obediently wait to be devoured by her, and the elf chieftain will have no choice but to step down and become her henchman, with no room for resistance. Opesi licked his lips, his eyes filled with ambition. The divine child on the other side saw this scene, and was so excited that he almost cried out. He wished he could kidnap Opesi on the spot, take her home, marry her, and enter the bridal chamber. Such an ambitious and charming elf was exactly the kind of person he dreamed of. The other divine children kicked him when they saw this. He then took out 2 storage rings and walked towards Opesi with a smile. High Priest, this is a gift from my father to the elven race. May the friendship between the elven race and my wind god valley last forever. This is a small gift for the High Priest. It is nothing but a token of my respect. If the High Priest needs any cooperation in the future, he can contact me and my brothers. Although we are young, we have already accumulated a certain amount of power. If we can help the High Priest, we will certainly not refuse. The Wind God Valley Prince, who admired Opesi, was excited. Third brother is right. If you have any difficulties, High Priest, you can come to me anytime. I'm very efficient. Also, High Priest, you must break through to the divine realm. That way, your lifespan will increase greatly, and you can live much longer. If one breaks through to the divine realm, their lifespan will greatly increase. At the same time, one's appearance will become slightly younger. Opesi is a bit too mature and still has some flaws. This divine son's eyes burned with passion. If Opesi broke through to the divine realm and his appearance remained at the age of 30 or 40, still possessing a charming appearance, then he would definitely prepare a grand wedding procession spanning 10,000 miles. The gods and goddesses of the other factions were unaware of the situation. It's just giving a gift. Why is it like you're meeting your dream lover? They also brought out 2 gifts, one for the elves and one for OPC, to thank her for her hospitality. Some of the more dignified divine beings brought out 3 portions. The extra portion was for the elven chieftain. However, this seems somewhat unnecessary, because the gifts given to the elves already included a gift for their chieftain. OPC looked pleased. She planned to accept all the gifts, but pocket some of them and put them in her own purse. However, things didn't go as planned. A figure appeared beside OPC. She was extremely beautiful, with long, flowing hair, a stunning figure, and a gentle smile on her face. The aura she exuded was incredibly approachable, causing the surrounding trees and flowers to tremble with a sense of kindness. Chapter 161 The 4 Sisters. How did you end up here? OPC glanced at the female elf beside him with surprise. The visitor was the elven elder, Kalina, a subordinate of the chieftain who frequently handled various thorny matters on his behalf and was extremely loyal. Why can't I be here? I'm here to collect gifts on behalf of the clan chief. She's worried that some unscrupulous people might skim off some of the gifts, so she specifically sent me here. The two have different stances. When they met, they naturally had to confront each other head-on. OPC scoffed and didn't bother with it. Before long, she will be able to break through to the demigod level and carry out her meticulously prepared plan. At that time, she will be the god of the elves, and no one will be able to contend with her. This Karina can't be that arrogant. From now on, I must bow respectfully whenever I see her. The same applies to the other elders, including the current clan leader. After giving the gift, on behalf of the clan leader, Kalina exchanged a few pleasantries with the prodigies. This matter should have been handled by the clan chief. However, she is currently handling an absolutely important matter concerning the future of the elven race, and cannot be interrupted. Therefore, she is handling all matters, big and small, of the elven race in secret. No one else knew about this except her. It is kept absolutely secret. Therefore, it was inconvenient for her to compete with OPC. Even the excellent opportunity to entertain the elites from all sides was given to OPC. We chatted for a bit. The divine prodigies then left the elf race, heading at full speed towards the target location. They left not long ago. Jiang Cheng then obtained this information through Yi Qing. He has made full preparations for battle. We are ready for the big battle to come. After upgrading the Hall of Heroes yesterday, the power of faith has been continuously flowing into the stone tablet, accumulating to 18 million by late at night. We are only 2 million faith points away from reaching 20 million. So Jiang Cheng quickly put on the crown, mounted the war puppet, and toured the territory, displaying his majesty. They didn't even spare the camp. After Jiang Cheng's words of comfort, nearly 1 million units of faith power were added to his account. After all, vampire warriors are powerful. It provides a great deal of faith power. After a day and a night of cultivation, the vampire warrior's skill level has significantly improved. First, there are warriors like Yato and Yeli who are at the forefront. Their realm has reached the peak of Saint King, and they are only one step away from becoming great saints. This highlights the drawbacks of using energy stones for cultivation. If they had continued at their previous cultivation speed, they would have reached the great sage level long ago. But not now. He's stuck at the peak of the Saint King realm. Because he would encounter bottlenecks using traditional cultivation methods, he needed to have a certain understanding of the realm in order to naturally break through to the next realm. It's far less efficient than gaining experience by killing enemies. Once you have enough experience, you can break through to the next level. However, you need to reach a state of perfection in both your spiritual realm and your understanding in order to break through to the energy stone. A comparison of the two sides reveals the obvious difference in quality. If it weren't for these local prodigies, I would have led my vampire warriors away from this area long ago and gone to develop deeper into the Vaslo Great Forest. Now this outskirts is like a barren wasteland, with even small animals scarce. With the fall of the 4 kingdoms, and the cleanup of the surrounding area by the Tianjiao forces, the monsters below have all left this area. Very few wild creatures remain. Moreover, they were all low-level monsters, so low that even a bite of them wouldn't be enough to satisfy his needs. But those days will soon be over. After eliminating these prodigies and taking down the elven OPC, Jiang Cheng led his men deeper into the Vaslo forest, where they may relocate to another area. Yato and the others are stuck at the peak of the Saint King realm. However, other vampire warriors did not face such a predicament. Almost all the vampire warriors have broken through to the Saint King realm. A small number are still at the Saint realm, but they have reached their peak. If given another hour, they might be able to break through. A 5-fold increase in time flow rate is still very helpful. Before he could think about it further, a powerful surge of holy energy emanated from the vampire temple, indicating that the vampire warriors for today had been successfully conceived. Jiang Cheng rushed over. 50 vampire warriors stood in the main hall, quietly awaiting Jiang Cheng's arrival. Of the vampire warriors conceived this time, 4 are of the purple gold level, 10 are of the dark gold level, 16 are of the platinum level, and the remaining 20 are all of the crimson gold level. It has to be said that the proportion of crimson gold grade is quite large. However, as the temple's level increases, the quality of vampire warriors should continue to improve, although the probability was not explicitly stated. But the routines are actually all pretty much the same. The 4 purple gold vampire warriors that were born this time caught Jiang Cheng's attention because all 4 of them were women and had similar appearances. They looked like they were born from the same womb. Jiang Cheng named them Lina, Lian, Lia, and Leah, and also gave the other vampire warriors simple names. Their initial rank was Saint King. Therefore, they can perfectly integrate with the vampire warriors in the territory and reorganize the team. Chapter 162, A Prodigy Arrives, Seeking a New God. Rumble. The thunderous sound of horses' hooves seemed to be accompanied by the booming of thunder. 8 carriages, each hundreds of feet long, came from afar, their imposing presence causing the earth to tremble. Even from a great distance, it makes one's blood boil and one tastes blood in their throat. Some of the low-level werewolves who had been left outside, oblivious to their own mortality, jumped out to see which fools dared to disturb their sleep. However, the next moment, when they saw the figure rushing through the forest, they all changed color, their bodies trembled, and they appeared extremely frightened. Hundreds of riders, riding numerous savage beasts with astonishing vitality, descended, their scales gleaming and their horns and claws imposing. The overwhelming pressure emanating from them made the werewolves dizzy and breathless, almost scared to death. Behind them were 5 golden steeds shrouded in divine light, pulling a black jade chariot, appearing noble and mysterious. There were 8 such carriages, traveling side by side. It seems as if the entire forest has been plowed up. The dense forest parted the clouds to reveal the blue sky, and the sun shone directly on the damp earth. The lead knight tumbled off the beast. He addressed the carriage behind him, saying, "Your Highnesses, divine sons and daughters, the place where that deity resides is 30 miles ahead. It is filled with the aura of a god, and the wild beasts dare not go any further." These wild beasts were captured at high prices from the wasteland and then domesticated to become what they are today. While possessing extremely strong combat capabilities, it also has an extremely strong sense of crisis, and will stop at the slightest sign of trouble. Just then, 16 elderly men appeared in front of the carriage. They stood with their hands behind their backs, suspended in the air, exuding an aura of arrogance, seemingly disdaining to associate with mortal beings, displaying the demeanor of superior beings. They bowed slightly to the carriage behind them. "Your Highnesses, please allow us to investigate further and invite that true God out to discuss the next steps." After a response was received from inside the carriage, the 16 elders vanished and reappeared 100 miles away in an instant, their vast spiritual power enveloping the area and beginning to examine every detail. At the same time, it released its own pressure, trying to force the appearance of that true God. The best choice for that new god to stay put and reflect on his cultivation was to remain where he was, because after breaking through to godhood, the god would receive blessings from the heavens. The place of blessing is precisely where the new god breaks through. A new god typically takes at least 10 days to half a month to form, so this new god is 90% likely not yet out of the area. If he leaves, he will have wasted the opportunity bestowed by heaven, and his future will be bleak. Therefore, these false gods concluded that the new gods would not leave. After all, they didn't intend to kill him. They simply wanted to invite the other party to join their faction. This matter can only benefit him, and will not cause him any harm. Some new gods are even eager to join a faction and then develop together, before these false gods could even unleash their full power. Several false gods then noticed something amiss with their surroundings. Their thoughts began to communicate in the air. Didn't old man Jinwoo say this place was destroyed? How come it's full of life now, with grass growing on the ground? What's going on? Logically speaking, a place destroyed by the power of the soul should be barren, and even if the power of the soul completely dissipates, it will take decades to fully recover its vitality. You two idiots. This place must be where that new god broke through. The places where true gods reside are all blessed lands. In addition, this place has been blessed by the heavenly Tao. I wouldn't be surprised if a few sacred herbs grow here in a couple of days. What is the destruction of mere divine soul power? We've all experienced the whims of the golden crow, haven't we? Alas, we cannot condense divine energy, and we will never be able to advance any further in our lives. We can only spend the rest of our lives in a daze. You too spreading negative energy, believe it or not, I, the God, will take action against you. We are high and mighty false gods, revered by all. You should be happy. Just then, a false god asked in surprise, "Why is there a tower in the center? And this tower doesn't look like an ordinary object. I can sense the presence of gods from above, as well as an extremely strange and evil aura. The artifacts that appear here are most likely from that new god. Even if they aren't his, they're still inextricably linked to him. Could this divine artifact be the secret to his breakthrough to true godhood? Damn it, the heavens are unjust. Why was he able to possess a divine artifact before becoming a god? If I had also possessed a divine artifact when I was undergoing the tribulation of godhood, I wouldn't have ended up in this state today. I was fortunate enough to possess a divine artifact once, but it was taken by the clan leader before I could even warm it up after failing my tribulation. Since I lacked divine power, I couldn't unleash its true power. Could it be that the new god feared someone would disturb his comprehension of the power of heaven and earth? So he took out a divine artifact to isolate all external interference. Chapter 163, The Innocent Peacock Goddess. These false gods are actually just bumpkins. Only one of them ever possessed the artifact, and even that was the kind that hadn't been warmed up. Therefore, they were completely clueless about the artifact and at a loss, not knowing how to deal with it. If that new god is really inside, what should we do? Should we go in and look for him? Then what else can we do? The ancient secret realm will open in a month, and our prince needs to rush back to participate. He can't stay here for too long. My prince is the same. Every year, there are geniuses who obtain great opportunities in the ancient secret realm. Some can even break through to demigod status in it, laying the foundation for becoming a god in the future. No one, not even the sons and daughters of gods, can afford to miss such a golden age. To miss it would be an immeasurable loss. The ancient secret realm only opens on the night of the blood moon each year, and there is only one chance to enter it per year. Inside is a battlefield where ancient gods fought. Countless gods perished within it. The treasures carried by those gods were naturally left inside as well. Therefore, that place can be described as an unparalleled treasure. It was full of unimaginable opportunities. Only beings of demigod rank or higher are not allowed to enter. Because if a being of demigod or higher enters, it will clash with the environment inside, causing the space to collapse. But we can't mobilize divine power. If we get trapped inside, it will be terrible, and we won't be able to escape at all. Why don't we take the divine child and the divine maiden in? They should carry the blood of the true God, and can condense avatars through special methods. Then we'll have a chance to escape. That's the only way. It seems that the new god's realm is unstable, and he should be powerless to deal with us. Therefore, we still have a good chance of escaping. Let's ask for their opinions first. The group of false gods communicated with the divine sons and daughters on the chariot through divine thoughts, asking for their opinions. The divine children exchanged glances. This indicates there is no problem. They possess numerous abilities, and with the combined power of 16 false gods, if they can't defeat a new god, they might as well be dead. Even if the other side possesses a divine weapon, there's nothing they can do to them. After all, the new god has very little control over divine power and cannot fully control it. It would be very difficult for him to mobilize divine artifacts, and he might not even be able to mobilize them at all. Yi Qing, you stay in the carriage, I'll be right back. After this matter is over, I will petition the Mother Goddess to allow you to join our Peacock clan and enjoy genius-level treatment. In half a month, I will take you to explore the ancient secret realm. Who knows, we might encounter some great opportunity. The Peacock Goddess held Yi Qing's hand. This goddess was extremely innocent. She grew up under the protection of her parents from birth, spending all her time cultivating and rarely going out. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, Yi Qing would occasionally tell her how wonderful the outside world was, and introduce her to some folk trinkets from the countryside. This immediately caught the attention of the Peacock Goddess. He started chatting with Yi Qing about everything under the sun. They slept together every night. Yi Qing wasn't bad-looking either, and with her deliberate act of innocence, she looked every bit the refined young lady, so no one would associate her with a wicked and treacherous woman. An ancient secret realm? What is that? Yi Qing expressed his doubts. Actually, that wasn't the question she wanted to ask. It was Jiang Cheng who asked her to ask. Yi Qing found the feeling of being constantly monitored extremely unbearable, but she didn't want to die. She wanted to live on tenaciously. She still has a lot to do. She also wants to see many places she has never been before. Therefore, she had no choice but to do things for Jiang Cheng. The ancient secret realm is an ancient battlefield where many gods died. It originally belonged to a part of the continent, but due to the mixed divine power within, it formed an independent space that only opens on the night of the blood moon. It's full of all sorts of opportunities. There was once a genius who went inside and became a god within a few years of coming out. It's truly enviable. Any prodigy who enters can bring 1 or 2 followers. You will come with me. Even if we encounter danger, I can use the teleportation talisman that Father God gave me to return to his side. My brother used this trick to get away last year. The peacock goddess had absolute confidence in her father's abilities. After chatting for a few more minutes, the peacock goddess led Yi Qing to the outside of the carriage. This carriage was originally reserved for divine sons and daughters. Even though Yi Qing was the personal maid of the peacock goddess, she was not qualified to ride on it. However, the peacock goddess defied all objections and insisted on taking Yi Qing up with her. The other divine sons and daughters all felt that the peacock goddess had a rather close relationship with Yi Qing. However, they won't say it outright. It would be unwise to break ties with the other party over something like this. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She then said to the peacock goddess, "Your Highness, I'm going to the back of the group to relieve myself. I drank too much water before I left." The peacock goddess nodded, without much doubt. "Then hurry back. When you come back, just get on the carriage and don't worry about the others. When we get back to 10,000 Demon Mountain, I'll have Mother Goddess help you improve your cultivation level and break through to the saint level. Then you won't have this problem anymore." Chapter 164 Jiang Cheng's Thoughts. Seeing how the goddess treated him, I felt a surge of emotion, and just as I was about to offer a word of advice, a strong sense of discomfort welled up inside me. "Xiaoqing, what's wrong?" "I am concerned," the peacock goddess asked. Yi Qing smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing. I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable." "Then hurry back. I need to go to the assembly point too." "Don't worry, I'll be fine. My father god and mother god have taken protective measures for me. Besides, we also have 16 false gods protecting us." Seeing the concern in Yi Qing's eyes, the peacock goddess smiled and offered a word of comfort. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Yato and the others told her to quickly run to the back and hide in a secluded place. "If you don't do as instructed, you'll suffer a terrible fate." Upon hearing this news, Yi Qing immediately realized that there might be a huge trap hidden ahead, waiting for these geniuses to slowly walk in. Once they were all inside, it would be time to close the net. Even the peacock goddess, who trusted him implicitly and was deeply grateful, could be harmed or even perish. This made her feel very down. Fortunately, the other party was heavily protected, so there shouldn't be any problems. After bidding farewell to the peacock goddess, Yi Qing bypassed the thousands of saint-level teams behind him and came to a secluded cave, where he hid. Before she could even observe her surroundings, a vortex appeared above her head and sucked her in. She was unable to move or make a sound throughout the entire process, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The next moment, she fell onto a lawn. The environment here is different from the one she was in just now. Here, the grass is lush and green, and bright flowers are blooming everywhere. The air around her smells wonderful and is constantly improving her physique, so her cultivation level is slowly increasing. Yi Qing felt that if she could stay in this place, while ensuring the supply of resources, she can break through to the saint level in 6 months. Where is this? It's like a blessed land, a place where even gods reside. Before she could think about it carefully, a pair of large hands lifted her up from the ground as if she were a small, weak chick. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling rang out. Yi Qing was brought to Jiang Cheng by the giant eagle. Jiang Cheng sized her up, then ordered Green Ivy to imprison the energy within her and temporarily lock her up inside the divine island. "My lord," this little girl almost blurted out a suggestion to that peacock goddess. "Should we kill her to prevent future trouble? I think keeping her around will ruin our plans sooner or later. I suggest we kill her, then find a prodigy from a saint-level power and make her our puppet. I think we should infect those god-level geniuses. Infecting them would be far more effective than infecting these saint-level geniuses." Otto, Ari, and Jack all suggested it. Jiang Chung rejected their ideas one by one. This girl is still very useful for now. Keeping her alive is far more valuable than killing her. The other party cultivated a good relationship with the Peacock Goddess and gained her deep trust. After returning to the 10,000 Demon Mountain, there was even a chance to infiltrate the Peacock God clan. This is not the most crucial point. Most importantly, Jiang Chung became interested in the ancient ruins they were talking about. It contains countless opportunities, even the chance to become a god. He also wants to go to such a wonderful place. Search for opportunities and treasures inside. He relied on the advantages that came with being a lord. There are very few local prodigies who can rival him. Almost none. He doesn't know much about that ancient ruin yet, so he has to rely on Yi Qing to get more useful information from the Peacock Goddess and obtain the method to enter the ruins. From them, Jiang Chung learned that it was a grand event on the continent, in which all god-level forces would participate, and naturally, there would be true god generals present. And the number of true gods is definitely not small. Therefore, it is definitely not advisable to force your way in. They could only enter the secret realm by relying on the power of a god-level force. As for these god-level geniuses, Jiang Chung had no intention of killing them. After all, these guys were just saints and saint kings. Killing them would only give him experience points, with very few other benefits. And they will also antagonize the forces behind them. This created an irreconcilable feud. Rather than doing something so thankless, it would be more worthwhile to capture them and make their gods pay a hefty ransom. These creatures are the gods' most prized possessions. Even if one lacks talent, one is still flesh and blood of one's own flesh and blood, and still represents a hope of becoming a god. One cannot easily give up on such a person. Therefore, as long as Jiang Cheng's requests are not too excessive, the gods should be able to fulfill them. Compare the two options. He will definitely choose the second option. As for infecting the divine sons and daughters, don't even think about it. What bloodline do these guys have? The blood flowing through their veins was that of the true god, so the blood that Athos, Ale, and others poured into them had no effect whatsoever. How can mere holy blood contend with the bloodline of God? Even if it's through special means that infection is forcibly caused. The gods behind them could also sense it. The gods are extremely sensitive to the connection between their own flesh and blood. They can detect even the slightest abnormality in a single drop of blood from their divine children. Chapter 165: The False God Who Loves to Live and Die. Therefore, the suggestions of Otto and others are completely unacceptable. We still need to rely on Yi Qing as a pawn. This young lady still harbors ambitions, especially after being oppressed and forced to prostrate herself on the ground by the false god. Who knows how much anger has accumulated in her heart. Before going to sleep at night, she would fantasize about how she would torture and take revenge on those two false gods who had humiliated her in every way after she achieved the supreme realm. Her yearning for power and her belief in survival had reached a point of distortion. Previously, she was a delicate and pampered young lady from a prominent family, a proud and privileged woman who would cry even if someone close to her died. But now her mentality should be slowly changing. If she could increase her strength, she would probably be able to raise her sword even if millions of people were placed in front of her. Such a strong desire arose in my heart. It would be much simpler to completely control her. However, Jiang Qing doesn't have time to deal with these things right now. The prodigy and the false god have slowly entered the range of the god-slaying array. Once they are fully inside, the god-slaying array can be activated. The light of the divine island was then activated. Jiang Chung glanced again at the faith stone tablet at his feet. A bright, sunny smile appeared on his lips. His faith power has exceeded 20 million thanks to his efforts. For attacks that pierce through the divine body are enough to give those false gods a hard time. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, they will be crippled. Loss of basic combat ability. What a magnificent pagoda. Soaring into the clouds. It is even more imposing than the divine sword that my father has nurtured day and night. Could this be some kind of divine artifact? Of course, but this tower is covered with heads, so the god who possesses this artifact must be a ruthless evil god who entered the divine realm through evil techniques. Brother, please be careful with your words. My false god said that this artifact belongs to that new god, and that the other party is inside. If you say such things, be careful that he will get angry and attack us. Why should we be afraid of him? We'd love to get out of this tower. A true god, the pinnacle of combat power on the continent, is actually hiding in a divine artifact. I don't even know how to describe it. Yes, a true god should have the bearing of a true god. What's the point of hiding? However, we are not afraid of him attacking us. They all possess the methods left behind by the true God, which mere new gods cannot break. That's right, and there are also 16 false gods around. They may not be able to deal with this new god individually, but they are definitely not to be feared when they band together. The group of god-level geniuses had no fear of the new god. After all, their parents were old-fashioned true gods. Having reached that supreme realm for many years, with profound foundations, the new gods simply cannot contend with him. Given their status, their future achievements are sure to be remarkable. These divine sons and daughters unanimously believe that they can steadily step into the realm of gods. In the future, they will be on par with this new god. I don't know who told them that they could steadily enter the realm of gods. Perhaps this is the confidence that comes with being a divine child or goddess. The group of god-level geniuses chatted idly. They walked towards the tower. Those false gods were already standing beneath the tower, examining it and contemplating their next move. Gentlemen, why don't we send someone in to take a look and test the depth inside, just to clear the way for his highnesses? A false god asked tentatively. I am unwell and fear I am not fit for this position. Who among you dares to give it a try? I will reward him with 3 top-grade sacred artifacts and 50 million energy stones. Yesterday, a strange book was confiscated. The various bizarre postures depicted in it touched my mind and spirit, and I am afraid that my mental strength has been damaged. I need to rest for a while. Cough, cough. I haven't eaten for hundreds of years. I'm a little hungry, weak and dizzy. I'm afraid I have the strength to take in, but not the strength to take out. I am 2,300 years old this year, already past my 60s. Can you bear to let a sickly old man like me go in to scout the way? I caught a cold last night, and my nose is stuffy. If I don't smell any strange odors inside the tower later, I might just die in there. I've been on my period these past few days and haven't been feeling well, so I apologize to everyone. A group of false gods were terrified and extremely afraid of losing their lives. They all declined the task of scouting the route. Without batting an eye, he came up with a whole bunch of outrageous excuses. The false god who spoke was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. His aura weakened by half, and he didn't know how to rebuke these cowardly fellows. But even if you asked him to go, he wouldn't dare. These false gods were survivors of the divine calamity. After experiencing a divine tribulation that could have cost them their lives with the slightest misstep, they all lost their courage and were capable of anything to survive. Their greatest desire now is to use their false god status to lord it over others, indulge in pleasure, and continue until their lifespan ends. An awkward atmosphere ensued. Fortunately, the divine sons and daughters had arrived. The group of false gods looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. Chapter 166 Activation of the Great Array. Your Highnesses, please go first. We will wait behind to support you in case of any unforeseen circumstances. If that new god suddenly launches a sneak attack from some dark corner inside the tower, we can deal with it in time. These divine sons and daughters showed disdain. A bunch of guys who work for them and do nothing. How dare they use them as shields in front of the enemy? I, the divine son, command you to go first. Otherwise, I won't be so polite. A divine being took out a token and infused it with holy energy. Instantly, a mark filled with divine power appeared on the neck and between the brows of the false god beside the divine being. This is a method left to them by the true God. After all, these guys aren't family. Entrusting my precious child to their care, I can't feel at ease without having some tricks up my sleeve. The other divine sons and daughters followed suit. Before they left, the father god and mother god instructed them not to completely trust these people and not to expose their backs to them. Otherwise, any accident could happen. You're nothing but a dog under my father's command. Our family provides you with food, drink, and entertainment, allowing you to use your prestige to bully others, but you'll have to pay the price. They actually tried to use us as a shield. How utterly foolish. If you're going to be a dog, you should be prepared to be one. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that, did you? Our father god and goddess would actually hand over the tokens to control you to us. This token can control all the false gods under their power. It can be said that possessing this token means having the power of life and death over all the false gods. They can be ordered to do anything, including rebel. Your daily words and actions are all seen through the divine will of our Father God. Our Father God knows better than anyone what kind of people you are. A group of divine sons and daughters smiled, as if they were Zhuge Liang in the modern world, with uncanny foresight and everything under their control. All right, let this old man go in first. Seeing this, a false god adopted a reckless attitude and swaggered towards the divine tower, displaying unparalleled bravery. But he had only taken 2 steps forward. He then noticed that something was wrong with his surroundings. The other false gods, divine sons and daughters, and even the saint-level geniuses on the periphery all noticed it. The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, dark clouds were gathering, the wind was howling, and the surrounding space was constantly collapsing, with even void turbulence appearing, as if the end of the world had arrived. An inexplicable fear pressed down on everyone's hearts. This scene caused panic among the prodigies of the saint-level forces. Some people tried to hide from their surroundings, while others started running away. Meanwhile, the false gods, divine sons and daughters at the center of this storm wore solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. They clearly felt that their surroundings were changing around them. There seems to be a formation around here. This formation is incredibly terrifying, continuously gathering all possible power, from the sky, the ground, and the void. Damn it, what on earth is going on? One of the prodigies turned green with fright, his expression one of utter panic. He had never seen anything like this before, not even his father's wrath could compare. Could it be that the new god has set up a killing formation, just waiting for us to obediently fall into the trap? Damn it, how dare this mere new god attack us? Aren't you afraid that our father god and mother goddess will hold him accountable and hunt him down to the ends of the earth? Why don't we hide inside this tower? This tower should be able to protect us from the killing formation. Foolish. If such a terrifying killing array is set up on the outside, there's probably a world-destroying killing array waiting for us inside. What's there to be afraid of? With the methods we have, plus the 16 false gods taking turns to hold the line, we can definitely get through this crisis safely. That's right, and our father god and mother goddess should have sensed the abnormality in us, and their true forms should be coming over soon. The divine sons and daughters activated the tokens in their hands. They ordered these false gods to protect the perimeter of the formation and help them withstand the damage from the great formation. The surrounding arrays have been activated, and space has solidified. Under the destructive power flow of the great formation, the movements of these divine sons and daughters were extremely difficult to suppress, and even activating teleportation talismans was of no use. The false gods heard the commands of the divine son and goddess. Their faces turned ashen, but they had no choice but to endure it, otherwise their lives would be in the hands of the other party. No one dared to disobey orders. They were terrified that these divine sons and daughters would extinguish their life force and destroy their souls at any moment. Everyone, please don't hold back. Use whatever means you have. This new god dared to set a trap for us. The true god behind us will surely not let him get away with it. The faces of the group of false gods were somewhat unnatural. After all, they had just broken ties with the divine child and goddess. They were treated like dogs or servants, yet now they were expected to risk their lives to protect them. Anyone would feel resentful in that situation. There's nothing we can do. They're now in a mutually dependent relationship. Only by fighting with all our might can we survive. Chapter 167 The God's Sons and Daughters Trump Cards. 4 giant swords, each inlaid with millions of energy stones, appeared in the sky, emanating a world-destroying aura, as if they could annihilate the world at any moment. The air within 1,000 miles was completely sucked away by these 4 giant swords. The wind died down, the trees stopped, and everything in the world fell into tranquility, as if some supreme being had activated the skill of stopping time and space. Click, click, click. The blades of the 4 giant swords began to crumble. A bright white spot of light appeared in the center of the sword, and it expanded and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering the entire world. The sound of the explosion was beyond the range of what ordinary living beings could hear. Countless beings could only see the blazing white light illuminating the heavens and earth. Then, under the light, their bodies turned into particles and dissipated into the world. The entire process, from beginning to end, was over in the blink of an eye. 4 miniature suns collided, and the explosion generated a terrifying wave of light at its center, almost solidified, spreading outwards in all directions like a tide. It affected every area surrounding the Vaslo forest. Even creatures thousands of miles away felt their chests vibrating, their heads swelling, and streaks of blood flowing from their ears. Sky Island trembled slightly. Jiang Chung stood in the center of the temple. Green Ivy stood beside him, turning on the screen to show the explosion of the god-slaying array. Holy crap! Jiang Chung quickly turned his head away. The bright light from the explosion stung his eyes. Green Ivy, activate the light of the divine island. Anna, This stone tablet of faith is entrusted to you. Yes. Anna and Green Ivy have disappeared. Rumble. A moment later, Sky Island trembled once again. This time, the shock was not caused by external factors, but by internal factors. Countless streams of light imbued with divinity emerged from both inside and outside the divine island, intertwining to form a gigantic net. Countless energy nodes activated, like a terrifying war machine awakening. Endless energy surged through the vast net toward a single node, the location of the divine island light's launch port, which was precisely aimed at the divine prodigy and pseudo-god at the center of the explosion. It hurt so much, damn it. At the center of the explosion, a false god grinned. His face was contorted in a ferocious expression. Half of his face was smashed, charred black, and a bloody mess. You could smell the smoky aroma of roasted meat if you stood close. His physical condition wasn't much better. Deep holes were everywhere, from which countless drops of divine blood flowed. Bones and internal organs were still faintly visible. The demigod-level armor was completely shattered, a truly pitiful sight. The other gods also cursed loudly to alleviate the excruciating pain of their souls being torn apart. They possessed divine bodies, and their defense and vitality were already at the pinnacle of all living beings. The god-slaying array could barely be dealt with by their combined efforts. But it came at a considerable cost. Damn it. If we possessed divine power and could use it to protect ourselves, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. These wounds are probably beyond the repair of even the most miraculous medicine. We fear our lifespans are numbered, and we will spend the rest of our days lying in bed. Behind them, even the usually glamorous and wealthy goddesses were affected. Their faces turned ashen, covered in a layer of black ash, and their hair looked like a chicken coop. His precious clothes were also torn to shreds, making him look like one of the dozens of newly joined beggars' sect disciples. Look over there. A false god recovered. A beam of azure light, hundreds of feet thick, shot towards them from the distant horizon. The beam emanated a terrifying aura capable of destroying the world, no less powerful than the great formation they had just encountered. Holy crap, what the hell is that? This is leading us to our doom. Heavens, am I destined to perish here today? The group of false gods were so frightened that their faces contorted and their voices trembled. The divine son and daughter behind them screamed in fright. Combined with their clothing and attire, the scene looked rather comical. A divine being revealed his trump card. He dripped his blood into the jade pendant on his chest and roared towards the sky. Father, come. With overwhelming divine power, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gold imperial robe emerged from the void, his divine power surging around him, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Mom's coming too. Beside him, a goddess gave a delicate shout. He dripped his own blood into the jade pendant on his chest. A beautiful woman with a charming face, wearing a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, emerged from the void, exuding the aura of an empress. The avatars of the two gods descended. This drew cheers and applause from the gods and goddesses. The other divine children followed suit. They also had the means to summon the avatars of their parents. With the help of the 16 heavily injured false gods in front of them, they would surely be able to block this attack. Not only that, some of the divine children even took out their own protective gear, whatever they had, treating these supreme treasures as scrap metal. The attack, hundreds of feet thick, had not yet arrived. For smaller golden attacks appeared behind him. They seemed unimpressive, but each one could easily pierce through his divine body. Chapter 168: The Descent of the True God. 5 god-level attacks. Holy crap. Damn it. How dare someone lay a hand on my daughter? They're courting death. I, the god, will tear them to pieces and extract their soul to torment them day and night. My son, do not be afraid. Your father's true form is already on its way and will arrive in this area soon. I, the god, have arrived with 4 revered elders and will descend upon this land in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Once we arrive here, we'll definitely see who's playing tricks here. One after another, divine avatars appeared. The rules of heaven and earth around them became disordered. Dozens of divine avatars looked troubled as they watched the 5 divine attacks hurtling towards them from afar. In their current state, it was impossible for them to block these attacks. All they lost was a clone. But behind them are their precious children, and they must not be harmed. Otherwise, even if they don't die, their future achievements will be limited to this. These divine avatars turn their gazes toward these false gods. An army is raised for 1,000 days, but used for only 1. I have bestowed upon you so much favor. Today is the time for you to prove your worth. Rest assured, after your death, I will take good care of your 148 concubines. Even if I can't take care of everything, I can ask the old Chow the false god, and Wang the false god next door to take care of it. After the true god of the Nine Yang divine dynasty finished speaking, he picked up the false god in front of him, used him as a shield, held him in his palm, and faced the 5 divine level attacks directly. The other divine avatars followed suit. He picked up the false gods one by one and placed them in front of him as shields, promising to take care of their wives and daughters at home. Before this, the divine avatar had already taken the tokens to control the false gods. Therefore, these false gods had no room for resistance. With a face ashen, he obediently accepted the baptism of a god-level attack. Boom. The violent energy of the God Island light poured wildly onto these people, and the terrifying power caused the bodies of these false gods to turn into nothingness in an instant. Their souls were also obliterated, achieving true death with absolutely no possibility of survival. Even the divine avatars standing behind them collapsed in an instant. A massive energy attack shot down from the sky. The area where these false gods and prodigies resided was sunken for thousands of meters, with molten lava seeping from beneath the surface and constantly splashing. Under such a powerful attack, the divine children were all knocked unconscious and lay on the ground, unresponsive. And divine clones and false gods are no better. More than half of the false gods died. Soul and spirit shattered, body dies, and the Tao vanishes. After their deaths, the divine avatars behind them were impacted and vanished into nothingness. Only 4 dying false gods and 6 illusory, transparent divine avatars remained on the field. Before they could catch their breath, 4 attacks capable of piercing through the body of a true god were launched. Rumble. The 4 false gods and their 6 avatars vanished without a word. They couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of the explosion, let alone endure them. What's amazing is what's behind them. An invisible divine force blocked all the energy generated by the attack. Anna's figure slowly emerged from the void. She used her divine power to retrieve the divine tower. Despite enduring so many attacks, the surface of the divine tower only had a few minor marks, and overall it looked basically unchanged from before. This artifact is of excellent quality. It can easily withstand attacks that even a false god cannot withstand. She gently flicked the surface of the divine tower with her jade-like hand. It emitted a crisp echo. Anna became even more interested in the items inside the tower. Once her cultivation level was high enough that she could treat the tower as a mere toy, she decided to forcibly break it open. In this great battle, all the false gods perished. The divine child and goddess were unharmed under Anna's protection, since the attack posed little threat to a true god of her level. As for the holy sons and their entourage on the periphery, it's hard to say. The first to bear the brunt were the hundreds of saint-level great saints, who naturally could not escape the impact of the explosion. However, about half of them were quite clever. The moment the god-slaying array was activated, he hid in one of the 8 chariots behind him. These 8 chariots were reforged by the gods, and are covered with dense divine patterns that provide excellent protection. The holy sons behind them were more cunning, each holding a teleportation talisman, the kind they could use to save their lives at any time. Furthermore, they were not located at the center of the god-slaying array, and were not subject to spatial constraints. Under such circumstances, they naturally donned their precious armor and boots, and used various means to escape the scene. It was their entourage who suffered the most. Completely bewildered, they were enveloped in a blinding white light, and turned into specks of dust between heaven and earth. After this operation, an area spanning thousands of miles around the Vaslo forest was razed to the ground. The vast expanse of scorched earth has brought untold suffering to countless lives. Anna looked at the divine children at her feet and made a gesture as if to reach out and grab them. Stop! But just then, a thunderclap resounded in the sky. It sounded as if it had come from thousands of miles away. The rough sound alone caused the sky to rumble. Chapter 169 Not Minds Slaying Gods to Establish Authority. A colossal claw, covering the sky, emerged from the clouds, radiating immense divine power, causing space to shatter and break apart like thin paper. This is a demon god from 10,000 Demon Mountain. He transformed into his true form and, across tens of thousands of miles of space, unleashed a claw at Anna. If it were an ordinary false god, it would have been too scared to move, standing there helplessly waiting to die. But the opponent he faced was not a false god without divine power. It is a true god. Battles between gods are incredibly terrifying. A mere third-level god dares to be so insolent before me? How utterly absurd. Anna took out the blood abyss sword. Endless divine power surged into the sword, and an extreme killing intent spread out, almost solidifying into a tangible form. Scarlet terrifying energy permeated the heavens and earth, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have transformed into an ancient battlefield filled with floating corpses and countless living beings. All that met the eye were severed limbs and mangled bodies. Various enormous ferocious beasts lay silently in pools of blood, making the scene incredibly bloody and filled with a chilling atmosphere. The power of laws. How is this possible? You are actually able to condense such terrifying power of law. This is impossible. This power should be in my hands. I will definitely kill you. Feel the killing intent surrounding Anna. The true god of 10,000 Demon Mountain, as if he had seen a rare treasure, was eager to seize it. Even if you can't see his expression, you can guess that he looks eager and greedy, impatient to possess the law of slaughter. The laws governing the gods can be seized through certain special means. A god who possesses the power of laws is many times stronger than a god who has not comprehended the power of laws. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Anna couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing to hear that a third-level god dared to presume to seize the power of the laws within her. The blood-flame divine sword in his hand emitted an intense red light. At the same time, a powerful spiritual force was unleashed from within his body, imprisoning the surrounding space. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, no creature below the divine realm could move. Even creatures that have reached the divine realm will have their movements hindered, their actions sluggish, their divine power solidified, and their available divine power compressed to 1/3. The true god of 10,000 Demon Mountain turned green upon seeing this. He hadn't expected Anna to be so strong in terms of mental power alone, suppressing his divine power with just that. Such a terrifying old monster. Why doesn't he go and rule over a region? They actually hid in this remote corner of the Vaslo forest, bullying his son. Is this even humanly possible? The true god of Wanyao Mountain felt deeply wronged. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come. He could have just spent some time with his wife and had another baby, right? But there's no going back. The true god of 10,000 Demon Mountain tried his best to pull back his giant claw, wanting to escape that space. But before he could even take action, Anna then came to his claws. With a swing of the blood abyss divine sword, a crimson sword light thousands of feet long appeared between heaven and earth, slicing off the demonic claws of the true god of 10,000 Demon Mountain. Countless drops of divine blood scattered out like molten lava, seemingly capable of scalding holes in the very space. These are all good things, we can't waste them. Anna waved her hand, enveloping all the divine blood and storing it in a specially made spatial container, without spilling a single drop. At the same time, she continuously compressed the severed demon claw. They were also placed in a special container. After doing all this, Anna said coldly to the void above her head, "If you want to save your son and daughter, go back and prepare your things. I need to see your sincerity in half a day, otherwise I can't guarantee that your precious children will be safe and sound. If you try to force your way in, then this god will not hesitate to slay a god to establish his authority." Anna's clear, cold voice, carrying divine power, echoed between heaven and earth, making it clearly audible to all the gods who had descended upon the Vaslo forest. These gods had already arrived, but they all stopped in their tracks after witnessing Anna's power. They have virtually no chance of winning if they go head-to-head with Anna, but they might have a chance if they all go together. But those who come here are all leaders of a god-level power, giants of their own empires. If he were to perish in the battle against Anna, the entire power behind him would be wiped out. This was a scene that none of the gods present wanted to see. Their deaths are not the scary part. What is scary is that the surrounding forces will instantly transform into hungry wolves, rushing towards their territory and dividing it up. They didn't want to see their wives and daughters being taken care of by others. After sensing that the divine power from tens of thousands of miles away had stopped, Anna snorted coldly, mobilized her divine power to sweep up the corpses of the divine sons, goddesses, and false gods on the ground, as well as the 8 chariots dozens of kilometers away, and stepped into the void. These deities did not know where she had gone. Because Sky Island was already in a hidden state, and Anna's mental strength far surpassed theirs, she set up mental defenses around the island. These native gods naturally could not detect the Sky Island, which was protected by layers of defense. Chapter 170, The Gathering of the Gods, the Monkey God's Guess. On a plain in the Vaslo forest, The figures of the 9 true gods of 10,000 Demon Mountain emerged from the void. They all transformed into their true forms, their 1,000-foot-tall bodies prostrate on the ground, like 9 majestic mountains standing side by side. One of the brown bears, with its dark gold fur, repeatedly licked its wound, the intense pain causing it to pant heavily, its breath sounding like muffled thunder. You 8 guys are so unfair. We asked you for help and you're all scared? She's just a woman. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, she possesses the law of slaughter. If we kill her and seize the law of slaughter from her, we will surely be able to step into the ranks of second-level gods. The demon gods all looked at him with disdain. That woman is so powerful. She has probably reached the peak of the second-level god and will soon break through to the first-level god. How could we possibly be her match? That's right. For us to go and find her is like an egg hitting a rock. In addition, given her killing rules, we won't be able to take her down without paying a price. Yes, could it be that you stinking bear, sacrificed yourself for our sake? Once we kill that woman and seize the law of slaughter from her, we will never forget you. That's right. We can take turns taking care of your wife and daughters, giving them the most attentive companionship, ensuring they are happy and not immersed in pain or loneliness. Hee, then I'll definitely be the first one. Ahem, aren't you guys getting a little off topic? 9 Suns Divine Dynasty, Wind God Valley, Illusion Dream Temple, Snow God Temple. The gods from the 7 major powers all arrived. Apart from Wanyao Mountain, the leaders of the other 7 major forces have all reached the level of second-level gods, followed by their siblings who also became gods and are worshipped in their respective forces. His strength reached around the level of a 3rd-tier god. Such a lineup might not be able to defeat Anna. However, Anna is at the peak of the second-level god level, and her strength surpasses that of everyone present. If they were to force their way in, there would definitely be losses. If you push your opponent too far, you can self-destruct your divine source. Then none of them will be able to leave. They will all perish in this place. Our top priority is to get our children back. If that woman attacks them and destroys all their meridians, it will be an irreparable loss for us. More than that, I want to know where this woman came from. It's really strange that a peak level 2 true god appeared out of nowhere. Her strength is almost on par with our ancestor. There should only be one new god here. How could a second-level god appear out of thin air? Could there be other forces in this area that we don't know about? That's a bit scary. A force we've never detected is lurking around here. Who knows if it has any other true gods? If there's a first-level god here, we'll all be doomed. Could this second-level god be protecting that new god? It's not impossible. Hiss. These true gods, after a moment of contemplation, immediately realized the terrifying nature of the situation. A force they had never known before. A powerful being at the peak of the second-level god realm, about to step into the first-level god realm, condescended to become a protector of a new god. If that's really the case, what level is the strongest member of this force? Are there any level 1 gods? Or is it a realm above the first-level god? Not only that, the killing law mastered by that peak second-level god is several times stronger than the wind law mastered by the patriarch of Wind God Valley. I'm afraid even our ancestor could only gain an advantage over her due to their superior cultivation level. The Valley Master of Fengshan Valley was somewhat frightened. Beside her, the aloof and cold-faced lord of the Snow God Temple said in a cold voice. Not only that, the divine sword she holds and the divine tower she wields are not ordinary divine artifacts. I'm afraid even our Lord's extreme cold crystal is not as hard as them. After a thorough analysis, the gods abandoned the idea of taking forceful action. The opponent's artifacts were extraordinary, and with their advantage in cultivation level, killing them would be exceptionally easy. Furthermore, with people divided and no one wanting to see the true god fall, they fought each other alone and were no match for the other. What they feared most was the elusive power behind Anna. A brand new force had appeared in the Vaslo forest, causing them great anxiety. After all, their territory is entrenched around the Vaslo Great Forest, and if this group wants to leave the Vaslo Great Forest, they will inevitably have to pass through their territory. If a divine war breaks out in their territory, even if they win, they can still announce to the outside world that their power has officially collapsed. Could this force be the mastermind behind those invading forces? After all, these invading forces couldn't have appeared out of thin air for no reason, and there must be a true god orchestrating this all at once. Perhaps the strange phenomenon of the new god's breakthrough that day was caused by one of the demigods behind this group of foreign forces. Our younger generation set out under the banner of encircling and annihilating them. which just angered the gods behind them. Therefore, they did not hesitate to lower themselves and attack us younger generation. A monkey god from 10,000 Demon Mountain suddenly appeared with a flash of inspiration. His ancestor was a stone monkey who had been enlightened by the heavenly Tao. Influenced by his bloodline, his intelligence is also quite high. Chapter 171 Lost in Imagination, the feud between humans and demons. There are explicit regulations in mainland China. No god can lay a hand on a junior. The grudges and conflicts between the younger generation need to be resolved by them themselves. If any deity dares to act rashly, that deity and the forces behind him will be punished and stripped of any opportunity to participate in any secret realms, special spaces, or divine tombs. According to this regulation, the monkey god of Wanyao Mountain then thought of outsiders and invaders. After all the gods on the continent tacitly agree to and abide by this rule, unless that god is not from the continent. Brother Monkey's analysis makes a lot of sense. These invaders appeared out of nowhere without explanation, so they must have been brought here by some supreme being. The Golden Crow, true god of 10,000 Demon Mountain, nodded in agreement. Damn it, I've been so careless. I thought they were just a bunch of ants, but I never imagined they had such a terrifying background. Moreover, the simultaneous appearance of invaders in so many places on the continent indicates that the number of gods behind them is terrifying, and their power has reached an extremely terrifying level. It's terrifying that no true god on the continent could detect such a large-scale operation. There's no time to lose. We should inform the other forces and let them prepare in advance. Otherwise, the situation on the mainland can change in an instant, and we could face collapse at any moment. The god of Luo Zhe looked furious, and the human true god behind him was equally tense. Foolish. Since the other side has an immense power behind them, they might be listening to our conversation right now. It's fine if you do something stupid, but don't drag us into it. The palace master of the illusionary sound temple suppressed his smile and said in a deep voice. After her reminder, the gods felt a chill run down their spines and were drenched in cold sweat. Yes, these invaders are backed by an immensely powerful being. Since the other side could descend upon the continent undetected, bypassing their sphere of influence, and send these invaders into the Vaslo Great Forest. That means the other party has the ability to eavesdrop on their conversations. What if you accidentally say the wrong thing? They might perish here in the next second, their souls and bodies annihilated without anyone knowing. In my opinion, we should do as that woman says, obediently prepare the things and hand them over to her, and resolve this matter first. As for how much to prepare, that's up to you. I certainly won't give less. If I give too little and offend them, my Luo Zhe divine kingdom can't handle their retaliation. Luo Zhejian's face was full of helplessness. The Nine-Yang true god beside him deeply agreed with his words. Indeed, we should prepare a generous amount, part of which is the ransom for our children, and the other part is an apology for the inconvenience caused to them by our large-scale invasion. If these two things are handled properly, there shouldn't be any problems. Both of them were rulers of a country. They have unique insights into this matter. The other deities fell into deep thought. Apologizing to a superpower that is many times larger than them would be impossible even if they gave up all their assets. But the current situation doesn't allow them to think too much. It has to be said that these guys have an incredibly strong imagination. Without realizing it, they've conjured up an image of an unparalleled power behind Jiangcheng. However, being in high positions, they have to consider far more things than ordinary people, and for the sake of their own power, they have to take all situations into account. Alright, everyone go back and get ready. Remember not to tell anyone about this. Be careful what you say, or you might die mysteriously before you even know it. Even if it gets out, and the powerful figure behind the invaders doesn't take action, if the true gods on the continent find out about this, they will definitely mobilize their forces to do everything they can to wipe out the invaders. When the true god behind the invaders gets desperate, he will definitely wage a full-scale divine war against the native true gods of our continent. I dare to ask you all, who can afford the consequences? The Valley Master of Fengshan Valley remained calm and composed, explaining in a serious tone. Seeing that everyone remained silent, he continued his analysis. The situation is still unclear. The other side has only deployed some weak creatures on the continent, and they are all in remote areas. They have not caused any impact on us, so it is best if we don't bother with this matter. Maybe they'll stay for a while and then leave. Perhaps they are engaging in friendly exchanges and trade with us. After all, with their terrifying strength, if they really have any ill intentions towards us, They can just take action directly without needing to resort to any fancy tricks. After listening to his explanation, the gods present looked at each other in bewilderment. The Wan Yao mountain deity, curled up in a ball, interrupted their thoughts and laughed loudly. Let you humans worry about this. You are the leaders of the continent, so you must step forward. That's right. The human race is very strong. You occupy 70% of the continent's territory. You can worry about those invaders. Our Wan Yao mountain is such a small, insignificant force that we won't get involved in such important matters. Anyway, we're ostracized by humans everywhere, so maybe those invaders will be more friendly to us. Let the humans continue to show off. I'm going back to prepare things to redeem my child, and I'll also prepare a generous gift for that goddess. I'll ask them if they need any thugs to invade the continent. We can do it. After it's done, just give us a piece of fertile land. Chapter 172 Breakthrough to Demigod. Sky Island. Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, and an invisible force formed around him, completely isolating him from external influences. As time passed, his realm reached the demigod level, and he was not just a beginner in the demigod realm, but had already reached the peak of the demigod realm. Now, he only needed to have a thought to break through to become a god and achieve an unparalleled status. The god-slaying array, Sky God Island, and Faith Steel are all his possessions, so the experience gained from killing creatures with these items naturally goes to him. 16 false gods, and half of the great saints. In addition, there were the companions of those saint-level geniuses. The experience gained from killing so many creatures is terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a vast ocean. In an instant, Jiang Cheng, who was at the Saint King realm, was forcibly elevated to the peak of the demigod realm, a stage where he could break through to the god realm at any time. As his chilling aura stabilized, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. Feeling the immense power within him, he smiled slightly, feeling incredibly happy. He felt that he could shatter hundreds of his past selves with a single punch. His physical strength gathered in his hand, and a spherical object as hot as the sun appeared. If you throw this ball out, the entire sky could be affected. This was just something he made up. Anna appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Congratulations, Master, on reaching the peak of the demigod realm. It was clear that Jiang Cheng was on the verge of a breakthrough. Anna advised, Master, it's best not to break through now. Continue to accumulate and suppress your power, and try to master as much of the power of laws as possible during your demigod period. With such a strong foundation, it should be easy to overcome the divine tribulation. Moreover, the deeper one's foundation, the more benefits and insights one will gain from the blessings bestowed by heaven after the divine tribulation. The potential for future growth will also be greatly increased. It is said that a peerless genius accumulated power in the demigod realm for nearly 1,000 years, constantly improving himself during that time, which enabled him to possess the power to fight against the new gods in the demigod realm. Such a strong foundation enabled him to break through to the first-level god within 3 months after breaking through to godhood, suppressing countless geniuses who had previously mocked and looked down on him. He suppresses everything within the same realm, and can still fight on equal footing with a stronger opponent. With his extremely strong combat power, countless powerful people dare not make a move against him. Isn't this the protagonist of a wish-fulfillment novel template? Jiang Cheng looked at his experience bar. The upper limit is not shown above. It seems that he can choose to suppress his emotions and wait for the right opportunity to make a breakthrough. Breaking through to the first level of godhood in one go seems pretty good. However, the most crucial thing is the heavenly Tao reward after breaking through the realm, which is something that you can't buy even if you have countless energy stones and Lord coins. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the future, when people break through to the second or third level of godhood, there will be no so-called blessings. The blessings bestowed by heaven after a deity breaks through to a higher realm are like a springboard. The more you gain from them, the higher and farther you can jump in the future. Anna continued, I have also tried this method. Before I became a god, I possessed the law of slaughter and accumulated a foundation of hundreds of years. Then he received the blessing of heaven and broke through from a new god to a second-level god within half a year. Jiang Cheng nodded. Anna was probably referring to what happened before she became a remnant soul. As his strength grew stronger, Anna then began to recount her past. This is a good sign. I steadied my breathing. Jiang Cheng called Green Ivy over and asked her to get Yi Qing out. The earth-shaking noise outside was also sensed by Yi Qing, who was inside the divine island. In her mind, The peacock goddess had already met with misfortune and died on the spot. Coupled with the unfamiliar, dark environment and the various uncertainties that followed, the little girl curled up helplessly and cried softly. When light returned to our eyes, she saw the person she wanted to see but didn't dare to. What's there to cry about? As long as you behave, I won't do anything to you, and I can even help you improve your strength. Yi Qing looked completely bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't know how Jiang Cheng, a saint, could help her improve her strength. Even her father, a great saint, didn't have a good method. Could it be some kind of evil technique, involving the fusion of male and female yin and yang, complementing each other? Thinking of this, her face turned deathly pale. If that's the case, then she has no way to resist. What are you thinking about? Jiang Cheng looked at her in confusion, wondering if this little girl had gone mad. Her face looked so pale. Could it be that she had suddenly fallen ill? I ignored those things. Jiang Cheng exuded the aura of a peak demigod. Yi Qing's eyes widened instantly as she stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she could swallow half a cucumber. She remembered that just a few days ago the other person was a saint. But how long has it been? He has already reached an unfathomable level, and his aura is incredibly powerful, not much different from those false gods. Chapter 173, Building Good Relationships. Seeing the fish take the bait, Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed. With the help of the green ivy, their surroundings changed, and they found themselves inside the divine island. Jiang Cheng unleashed a powerful strike towards the distance. This caused the interior of the divine island to tremble slightly, and a violent roar echoed continuously. The intense heat emanating from it made Yi Qing's face burn hot. But she showed no fear. Instead, she stared longingly into the distance. She felt that her understanding had been completely overturned. Such an unbelievable thing had actually happened in front of her. Surprised, she was overjoyed. Jiang Cheng just said that as long as he obeys, the other party can help him improve his strength and realm. A strong desire for power. Yi Qing's heart began to waver. He began to seriously consider Jiang Cheng's words. Okay, as long as you can help me improve my strength, I will obediently listen to you. Just don't ask me to do anything too outrageous, and I will agree to anything you ask. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Don't worry, this is nothing to you. You can do it with ease. But you'll need to put on a show for me next. In the barracks, the divine sons and daughters slowly awoke on the cold ground. They were all bound, their holy power imprisoned, like lambs to the slaughter, with no room for resistance. Opposite them were the 8 carriages they were riding in, the strange beasts that pulled them long since dead, leaving only the carriages parked there. At this moment, the carriage door opened, and noise and shouting came from inside. One by one, the unconscious Grand Knights were dragged out by the vampire warriors and slammed heavily onto the ground. They were all bound up like rice dumplings, their vital energy completely frozen and unable to be mobilized. The giant eagle smiled and raised the supreme holy artifact in its hand. Without holding back, it severed the head of a great holy knight with a single stroke, splattering the hot holy blood all over the faces of the divine sons and daughters. Ha, this battle sword is really useful. It kills people like cutting melons and vegetables. It's so much better than the magic wand. It's mine from now on. A dazed and bewildered divine child, upon witnessing this scene, widened his eyes like copper bells and immediately snapped back to reality. The guardian knights of the temple of the wind god. How dare you? Each of the temple guards is hard won. How dare you do this? When my father god comes, I will tear you to pieces, annihilate your holy soul, and condemn you to eternal suffering, never to be reborn. The eagle was stunned. It didn't expect that someone would dare to scold it while it was acting so well. This was intolerable. It had to teach this kid a lesson. The intellectually challenged eagle had no time to care about such things. He rolled up his sleeves and took out a long whip covered in barbs, its blade gleaming coldly from his storage ring. He slapped the fair-skinned, delicate goddess. Instantly, the divine sun was ripped open, a deep wound stretching from his abdomen to his forehead. He was knocked unconscious and flew dozens of meters before crashing into the wall. Upon seeing this chilling scene, the group of divine sons and daughters immediately shuddered and dared not utter another word, fearing that this big fool might get in a bad mood and whip them a few times. Snort, you dare to insult me? I'll teach you a lesson later and show you what the wickedness of society is like. The giant eagle spat, picked up the corpse from the ground, and walked away. The other vampire warriors did not make a move, but instead carried the unconscious knight away from the training ground. Their goal was to put on a show, to instill fear in these divine children, so that they would dare not utter a word. The best way to instill fear in them is through murder. However, an ordinary vampire warrior will definitely show signs of breaking through when killing a great saint, but the great eagle, who is already in the great saint realm, will not. One by one, the vampire warriors disembarked from the carriage. Suddenly, Yali came out carrying Yi Qing, who was pretending to be unconscious. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "There's actually a prodigy hiding in here. Oh well, let's tie him up too." Yali bound Yi Qing's limbs. Then he was thrown very roughly into the pile of divine children and women, without any regard for their feelings. Some of the divine children, however, felt pity for them. He cursed Ale inwardly for being so ungentlemanly, throwing such a delicate woman at him like that. What a waste if she landed face first and broke her face. Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing. When the peacock goddess saw Yi Qing, the anxiety in her eyes immediately turned into joy. With an explosion of that magnitude, there would have been no way to escape without some means. Fortunately, she overruled everyone's objections and allowed Yi Qing to enter and exit the carriage. It's likely that he managed to hide inside the carriage in time, thus escaping unscathed. Miss, and your highnesses, it's so good that you're all right. I was worried that you. Yi Qing was sobbing and didn't finish her sentence. But everyone around knew what the next words meant. This detail greatly increased the other divine sons and daughters' favorability towards Yi Qing, especially since she didn't focus on themselves when she woke up, but instead cared about their safety. Chapter 174 Collective Breakthrough. Haha. Xiaoqing, how do we get into trouble? At critical moments, we summon the clones of our parents to ensure our safety. The peacock goddess smiled and comforted her. Yes, Miss Yi Qing. As descendants of gods, we still have quite a few trump cards up our sleeves. Unfortunately, the aftershocks of the explosion knocked us unconscious, and we don't know what happened afterward. Who are these guys? Why were we captured by them? Our father god and mother goddess should have arrived tens of thousands of miles away after those attacks ended. Given their strength, they could have launched an attack from that distance. Yeah, how could these guys possibly kidnap us from under our parents' noses? Most of the vampire warriors who had just passed by were at the Saint King level, and some of the prodigies were even stronger than them, which left the prodigies completely baffled. Could it be that the new god intervened and captured us the moment we fainted? A goddess spoke up. Immediately, the other divine sons and daughters fell silent, for this was the only explanation that made sense. Just then, Yi Qing said, "There's no need for everyone to be so pessimistic. Since these guys aren't killing us, they must have something to fear, or they might want to use us for something. We shouldn't have any problems in the short term." Yi Qing had a soft voice and a refined appearance, which made her very likable. As soon as she spoke, almost everyone looked at her. After that, she began to talk to the divine children about other things, telling them to relax and not be too nervous. As the daughter of the chieftain of the heavenly serpent tribe, Yi Qing was quite adept at making friends, and soon she had established good relationships with the divine sons and daughters. Jiang Cheng's task for her was to build good relationships with these divine sons and daughters, especially those from 10,000 Demon Mountain. All 9 divine-level forces in the ancient secret realm of 10,000 Demon Mountain have the opportunity to enter, and they will act together to demonstrate the advantage of having more people. The prodigies of the 9 divine forces would definitely lead some of their followers in. So Jiangqing planned to kill off a few of their followers and then plant his own people among them. The kind of mask we seized last time. Jiangqing had Anna refine the war puppet using the surplus materials. The grade wasn't improved much, but the effect was greatly enhanced. The great sage level mental power above has been upgraded to the god level mental power, which is completely undetectable by ordinary level 2 gods, unless they are level 1 gods. Furthermore, even a first-level god would need to observe you very carefully to spot the flaws. All of this requires the assistance of an insider. Otherwise, they are prone to making mistakes on their own. The barracks were used to imprison the divine sons and daughters, so the vampire warriors brought these great paladins into the temple to kill them, and it drained all the holy blood from their bodies. The great sage's experience combined with the amplification from the holy blood. The vampire warriors' levels have all risen to a higher level. Nearly 30 vampire warriors, including Yato and Yali, broke through to the great saint level in one leap. The remaining saint-level vampire warriors have all advanced to the Saint King realm. Almost every vampire warrior was assigned a great saint, and the remaining great saints were given to the great eagle so that he could break through to the demigod realm as soon as possible. A strong stench of blood permeated the temple. Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly. This is how it is in the struggle for supremacy on the continent. From the moment they arrived on the mainland, they were embroiled in an irreconcilable conflict with the local forces. They are destined to be enemies. There is no way to resolve this. After all, the land is only so big, and as time goes by, there will eventually be a day when their interests are threatened. Moreover, the growth of a lord is inevitably accompanied by bloodshed. They may have brief cooperation with local forces, but only under the premise of common interests. Once the spoils are divided, it won't be long before they return to a state of mutual hostility. In this battle, a total of 16 false gods were killed. The storage rings of 9 false gods turned to dust, disappearing along with their corpses. Only 7 rings. That's a huge loss. All 7 storage rings were also worn. The space inside is in chaos and could collapse at any moment, causing items inside to be lost. The items inside must be removed as soon as possible. These false gods all have peculiar fetishes. Some of them are homosexual and have several sets of fencing gear in their storage rings. They have also developed their own fencing techniques. Some false gods specifically target women, so their rings are filled with aphrodisiacs, so potent that just one glance is enough to make one feel hot all over. Even gods and Buddhas with pure hearts would be affected if they took a sip and would start attacking the ground beneath their feet, creating a terrifying crater. Some of their quirks were so bizarre that even Jiang Cheng found them hard to look at. That's just too perverted. These false gods are so bored, they even go so far as to collect other people's organs. It's disgusting. It almost made me throw up my dinner last night. Jiang Cheng cursed angrily and destroyed all those bottles and jars. Chapter 175 Plans Against the Elves. Although only 7 storage rings were left behind. However, there are quite a few energy stones inside, each containing more than 300 million energy stones. After all, a false god doesn't need to cultivate, so keeping the energy stones is useless. At most, he can distribute some of the energy stones to his subordinates as a reward. Secondly, they won't be too bad off in terms of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The divine powers that support them will arrange these benefits in a very clear and transparent manner. Aside from these, the ring also contains a large number of sacred artifacts, including a semi-divine artifact of excellent quality, which is basically brand new. The rest are rare and precious items, such as spiritual fruits and plants. Jiang Cheng instructed Green Ivy to pick out everything that was usable. The rest were all dumped in the Lord's trading area. These things that are useless to him are invaluable treasures to other lords. After a thorough looting, Jiang Cheng obtained a total of 2.5 billion energy stones. There are over 1,800 ordinary sacred artifacts, 670 top-grade sacred artifacts, 160 super-grade sacred artifacts, and finally 7.5 divine artifacts. These semi-divine artifacts were all weapons. There wasn't a single piece of armor. The armor was taken out and worn by the false gods when the god-slaying array was activated. Under that level of attack, the semi-divine artifacts naturally could not withstand it and were all destroyed. Jiang Cheng has no intention of distributing these top-grade sacred artifacts, because vampire warriors don't need it for the time being, compared to these miscellaneous super-grade holy artifacts. Clearly, the equipment worn by those great sages was more suitable for them. These great sages were nurtured by divine forces, and their equipment was incredibly luxurious. The grade of their protective armor alone had reached the level of a super-grade holy artifact, which was infinitely close to a semi-divine artifact. The materials used were incredibly exquisite. Furthermore, it is equipped with a special formation. It can spread the damage from enemy attacks. Under such circumstances, the chances of vampire warriors being instantly killed are greatly reduced, and they can even withstand forces several times stronger than themselves without any problem. The power that could have been used to kill in one blow was instead distributed among the other vampire warriors. This force was instantly neutralized. At worst, he'll be seriously injured. As the strength of vampire warriors increases, their self-repairing ability also continuously strengthens, allowing them to fully recover in a short period of time, even when severely injured. As for the storage rings on the great sage's body, Jiang Cheng did not take them. He had already looked through it once before. Apart from the energy stones, they were all very ordinary items that vampire warriors could use. These guys have no idea what's going on. Unbeknownst to him, he had somehow gotten involved with the newly appointed female cadres in the residential area, and most of them had girlfriends. Every time Jiang Chung passed by the camp, he could hear the faint, deliberately low sounds of intimacy at the entrance. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. But we can't stop it. The existence of this phenomenon was accepted as fact. There are quite a few trinkets inside the storage ring. Let them keep them. They can use them to appease their girlfriends or something. Our Alejandro and Jack are the ones who are serious. They exchanged glances every day, oblivious to everything else, focusing solely on their cultivation in the camp, and were not attracted by this trend of romance. The inhabitants of the territory are all young men and women. They are filled with longing for love. Like dry wood meeting a raging fire, it instantly sparked a wave of romance. After we've dealt with these matters, we can then take action against the elves. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. He planned to take the elven race for himself. Yato and Yali had already told I Ching about the images of the elves in his mind. The entire elven race was in a special space. Tens of thousands of little elves lived there, each one as beautiful as a flower, innocent and kind, with a special affinity for nature. Of course, these are all secondary. Jiang Chung is not the kind of person who is greedy for beautiful women. What he was interested in was that space. If Sky Island wants to continue to improve, it must annex other spaces, such as the elf forest. Aside from this method, there are only special rewards left. However, the probability of obtaining a special reward is extremely slim. The last time was when the temple was upgraded to the dynasty level. Those weapon and equipment upgrade cards were only obtained under the premise of a large reward. There certainly won't be many of these kinds of rewards. To further enhance Sky Island, we must take action against the elves and annex their elven forest. With the power Jiang Chung currently possesses, annexing the elf forest should not be a problem. Judging from the information in Yi Qing's mind, the elven race has only one true god, their elven mother tree, whose strength is estimated to be at the mid-stage of a third-level god. The strongest remaining members are their clan leader and 5 elders, all of whom are at the demigod level. As for Opepsi, there are probably many Jiang Chung at the peak of his great sage level. However, Jiang Chung possesses a dragon ancestor war puppet. This guy can easily sweep away all the elves except for the elf mother tree without expending much effort. But what about the elves, who are peace-loving creatures? Jiang Chung will not kill them all, as long as they obediently give up the elf forest and leave behind all the treasures inside. He won't make things too difficult for him. They could even be given shelter for a period of time. If this were any other force, they would probably just yell, "I want them all." Chapter 176. Clothes must be stripped off. Inside the camp, the divine children and goddesses talked about their respective deeds. They seemed to have forgotten that they were in danger. Who gave you permission to chat? Ale and the eagle strode in menacingly, their bodies radiating a chilling aura. They deliberately made fierce expressions on their faces, looking exactly like 2 heinous villains. Since the vampire warriors have all gone to the temple, there is no one in the camp for the time being. So the divine children got so engrossed in their conversation that they forgot all about the situation at hand. They panicked. Does the other party intend to kill the hostage and are preparing to take action? Thinking of this, the divine children twisted their bound bodies and began to imitate the movements of reptiles, retreating backward incessantly. Yi Qing and the peacock goddess, who were in the center of the crowd, were jostled around and temporarily separated from the crowd. After all, the 2 of them had just started the conversation, and the goddesses were all sitting around them, which made it difficult for them to move around for a while. Snort. Ale curled his lip and let out a disdainful snort. He then grabbed Yi Qing's hand and took off her storage ring, naturally not sparing the peacock goddess beside him either. Seeing this, the divine children breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out they didn't intend to attack them. Instead, they wanted to take their storage rings. The divine child and the divine woman did not offer much resistance. Although they had many valuable items in their storage rings, which pained them greatly, these valuable items were insignificant compared to their own lives. Money is an external thing. Preserving your life is the best course of action. It's nothing more than some treasures. After they return, the father and mother gods will give them even more. It's nothing more than issuing another order to ruthlessly exploit the people. With that in mind, the divine sons and daughters readily handed over their storage rings. Il nodded in satisfaction. However, his gaze remained fixed on one of the gods, his eyes filled with ill intent. The divine child felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at, and forced a smile onto his stiff face. Hee brother. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm so frail. I'll die if you torture me even a little bit. My death won't do you any good, will it? The image of the giant eagle whipping someone with its specially made leather whip was still vivid in his mind. The divine son hurriedly tried to explain, thinking that the other party would wave his hand and give up in a huff. But to my surprise, my gaze remained fixed on it. The ill intent in their eyes was even more pronounced. The divine child inwardly wailed. He began to suspect that the guy might be after his fair skin and wanted to skin him alive and boil him to eat, or that the guy had homosexual tendencies and was planning to do something indecent to him. He could not accept either of these situations. Driven by fear, the divine son spoke up. Brother, I am weak and have very little flesh. If you want to eat, kill the divine sons of 10,000 Demon Mountain. Their true forms can feed you for several years. Or if you have a particular fetish, I think you would be better off choosing these goddesses. I really can't. He opened his mouth. Immediately, all the divine sons and daughters turned their hostile gazes toward them. If looks could kill, he would have died countless times by now. Humph, who wants to eat you? Arlie walked over and, ignoring the son of the god's struggles, forcibly stripped him of his outer garments, trousers, and shoes, not even sparing his accessories. None of these clothes were ordinary. Both can block the spying of mental energy and prevent mental attacks. Some of the accessories he wears are actually spatial treasures, which may contain many good things. The rest of the accessories are also made of extremely rare and special metals. You can give it to Mengli as a snack. As for the undergarments, there wasn't much to take off. They were just ordinary clothes, and they even smelled of sweat. The other divine children swallowed hard upon seeing this scene. The goddess turned pale with fright, especially those goddesses wearing gauze skirts. The most unfortunate among them were the goddesses of the illusionary sound temple. Their clothing was the best, revealing their breasts and exuding charm, with only a thin layer of clothing. If you were to take off the protective robe, you'd probably be able to reveal a large expanse of snow-white skin. After dissecting the divine son, the next two to be discussed were Yi Qing and the peacock goddess, who were at the forefront. Yi Qing didn't have anything valuable on him. After looking around, Ari muttered a disdainful remark. He had just turned his gaze to the peacock goddess. Yi Qing struggled and rammed his head against it, saying, "No, I'll strip your highness of your clothes. If you want to do it, then step over my dead body." This scene deeply moved the peacock goddess. Yali roughly threw Yi Qing to the ground some distance away. The peacock goddess was startled. "Shao Qing. Humph, you women, hurry up and go change in that room over there. If you're too slow, I'll kill that woman, you hear me?" Elephant's holy energy flowed, cutting off the ropes binding the goddess and throwing out dozens of garments woven from withered grass and hemp rope, which he then dropped onto the ground. This scene was obviously planned in advance. El threw it not too far away, and when it was thrown out, it activated a wisp of holy power to support Yi Qing. Even if they didn't hold him up, Yi Qing's demon beast physique would prevent him from getting hurt. However, the divine sons and daughters whose realms were sealed did not sense any fluctuations in holy power. In order to save Yi Qing's life, the goddesses acted quickly. They had a great fondness for Yi Qing and had already addressed her as a sister, so none of them held her back. The children of the gods were not so lucky. They were forcibly pinned to the ground and stripped of their clothes. Even after stripping down to only her undergarments, it wasn't over yet. After rummaging through their clothes for a while, Yali and Dejiao finally gave up and left the camp fully loaded. Chapter 177: A Gift from the Gods. The actions of the gods are extremely swift. They can teleport thousands of miles in an instant with a mere thought. It only took a few dozen breaths to travel between his own territory and the Vaslo Great Forest. Preparing the treasures took quite a bit of effort. Sensing the fluctuations of divine power in advance, Anna got up and left Sky Island, going down below to wait. The surrounding space fluctuated. The 9 true gods of 10,000 Demon Mountain made their first appearance. They were all holding exquisite sandalwood boxes. The box contained 10 high-quality storage rings, which filled a large space and naturally held a considerable number of items. Anna didn't waste any words and drew the wooden box into her palm from a distance. He began examining the items in his storage ring. 7 of the storage rings contained energy stones, totaling no less than 700 million. Of the remaining 3 storage rings, 1 contained various materials for refining weapons, alchemy, crafting talismans, and creating formations, and these materials were quite rare. If converted to Lord's coins, it would cost at least several million to gather such a large quantity of materials. Originally, the 9 god-level forces of Wanyao Mountain were prepared to produce finished products, but they were afraid that others would not be interested in the equipment they had, so they directly switched to raw materials. After all, This terrifying force must have many skilled weapon refiners. It's much better to give materials directly than to give finished products directly. The other two, one of which contained blood, the blood of a god, of at least the rank of a second-level god. The true god smiled and explained, "This divine blood belongs to my ancestor, who perished 6,000 years ago. Gods can refine the blood of other gods. This is to elevate one's spiritual level. The only ones capable of producing so much divine blood at once are the demonic beasts of 10,000 Demon Mountain, given their enormous size and the sheer amount of blood they possess." "That's thoughtful of you," Anna replied softly. The last storage ring was filled with fragrant, glistening, and plump fruits. Some of them, when consumed and refined, can enhance one's mental strength. Some of these foods can prolong life and increase lifespan. Some can preserve youth, enhance physical fitness, or boost one's perception in a short period of time. The other 8 true gods of 10,000 Demon Mountain gave roughly the same things. This is already the limit they can offer. Offering any more might shake their foundations. After all, they're not at the highest level. There's still an old demon emperor up there. A large sum of supplies had to be handed over every month. At the same time, they also need to maintain order within their own power base, as well as with the various vassal states. These all require resources to maintain. Anna was very satisfied with this, even more so than she had expected. She hadn't anticipated that these monsters would be willing to give up so many resources in exchange for their children. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to award them the title of the best parents in the world. Anna was unaware of the conversation these gods had previously held. Therefore, they regarded them as the best parents in the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, deities emerged from the space. He handed the items he had prepared to Anna. These forces and the gods of 10,000 Demon Mountain were almost fully prepared. Apart from the absence of divine blood, it's still the same old stuff. It's just that there are many more of them. My fairy, this is a treasure of our divine dynasty, the 9 Yang divine fire. Swallowing it allows one to comprehend the laws of fire. However, it is only effective for those below the level of a god, and the probability of that happening is extremely low. This is just a small gift, nothing more. The probability he mentioned as extremely low is truly extremely low. Since he himself failed back then, and even the supreme ruler of the 9 Yang divine dynasty failed, you can imagine how low the probability was. Anna used her mental powers to investigate. Carefully check that there are no hazardous substances on it. Since it's something you're going to swallow, if it contains dangerous substances, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for this guy calling her a fairy, Anna sneered inwardly. If this guy saw her true face of slaughter, he would probably change his title to she-devil. After a careful examination, confirming that there were no dangerous substances on it, Anna used her divine power to wrap it up and put it into her pocket. Then the Lord of the Snow God Temple took out a crystal filled with extreme cold. The moment it was taken out, a layer of frost formed on the ground within a radius of several miles, and even the air became chilled and biting. If it weren't for the divine power that permeates this place, the area within 100 miles may turn into a frozen wasteland. This is the extreme cold crystal of our Snow God Temple. It can be used to comprehend the laws of ice above, or it can be used for refining weapons. Please forgive my ignorant child, fairy. Our Snow God Temple wishes to become your eternal friend, and we can cooperate, exchange, and trade with each other. The Lord of the Snow God Temple bowed slightly. Those who cultivate the Snow God Temple's techniques will become aloof, indifferent, and withdrawn, unwilling to communicate with others, and disliking interference in worldly affairs. But the fact that the Temple Master of the Snow Goddess Temple could say such a thing shows how much she had made concessions in order to avoid provoking the elusive power behind Anna. Chapter 178: Successfully Infiltrating the Inside. That vixen, the Palace Master of the Illusionary Sound Temple, twisted her voluptuous body, gritting her teeth inwardly. She never expected that the aloof Palace Master of the Snow God Temple would say so much, more than she had heard in nearly 100 years. She gave a coquettish hum. She took out 2 fruits and smiled at Anna, saying, "Fairy, these are the illusion fruits from our Illusion Sound Temple. As long as you eat them, you can enter a certain environment and experience 1,000 years of reincarnation. After you wake up, your spiritual power will be greatly increased." Anna raised an eyebrow. She wondered why these guys were preparing such extravagant gifts. Were they trying to curry favor with her? Although that's what I was thinking. But she calmly put everything away without making a sound. After careful examination, this illusionary sound fruit is the best item. It is helpful to people of all realms, including gods. Anna felt that as long as she swallowed it, her mental strength would increase greatly, and she would be able to break through to the first level of godhood in no time. Finally, the Valley Master of Fengshan Valley also brought out a special gift, a stone called the Wind Shadow Stone. It contains a rudimentary understanding of the laws of wind, which can be comprehended through perception. Anna touched the stone. The power of laws flowed across it, making her palms feel slightly numb. The laws above are not naturally formed. Rather, it was left behind by the cumulative erosion of a purer and more concentrated law of wind over time. This Valley of the Wind Gods holds real treasures. I accept your kindness. You may retreat 50,000 li for now, and I will bring your children out. The gods nodded. In reality, their true forms are thousands of miles away. What is here is merely a phantom formed from divine power. They were afraid Anna might have set up an ambush here. Therefore, the real body didn't dare to come over at all. Standing in a safe area, one can retreat and leave immediately if anything seems amiss. Those who can become gods must learn to be ruthless and unscrupulous, even at the cost of betraying the world. They must also become cunning, possessing the ability to survive and develop steadily. Those reckless men who only charge forward will surely die on the road to their doom, turning into skeletons on the path to godhood. The ransom was received. Those divine children regained their freedom. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on the ground outside. They didn't even see Anna. These divine sons and daughters stayed in the vampire camp the whole time, so they had very limited information. No one could have imagined that they had just been on a floating island 500 miles away in the sky. To see my beloved children again. The gods were dumbfounded. If it weren't for the connection between their bloodlines, they almost wouldn't have recognized him. With disheveled hair and no headdresses, dressed in grass clothes and skirts, they looked like a primitive tribe out hunting. Father God, Mother Goddess. The divine children were overjoyed and rushed over, embracing their parents' bodies and weeping loudly. Having grown up in a comfortable environment, they had never experienced anything like this before. Not only were they kidnapped and threatened, but their clothes were also stripped off, especially the divine child, who was whipped. However, his injuries were not too serious and did not affect any vital areas. He could recover after taking some medicinal herbs. Father God, I have lost all my cultivation resources. When we get back, you must get me more and arrange for several powerful great saints to guard me. Otherwise, when the ancient secret realm opens, I will definitely be no match for my elder brother and the others. Yes, those guys are despicable. They not only took our storage rings, but also our precious clothes and even our precious boots. I was the unluckiest. A storage ring I had hidden in my crotch was forcibly taken out, and that guy tore my underwear to shreds, forcing me to wear a grass skirt. The three divine children wept. The same applies to the other divine sons and daughters. After hearing what had happened, these true gods were completely bewildered and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After thinking for a long time, they agreed. At worst, we can increase taxes and plunder the people's wealth, or take down a few corrupt officials and confiscate all their assets. And that was the end of it. These deities did not linger. They led their children and left the area without stopping. If there were a chance to start over, they would never let their children seek out so-called new gods. Along the way, they saw some geniuses from saint-level forces and used their divine power to sweep them away. The peacock goddess began to introduce Yi Qing to her father, recounting how good Yi Qing had been to her and how he had helped her in times of crisis. Children like to show off in front of their parents. Therefore, Yi Qing hardly spoke. The peacock goddess spoke first, praising Yi Qing while also implying that she was clever, insightful, and wanted to receive praise from the mother goddess. The peacock god doted on his youngest daughter. After looking Yi Qing over a few times, he said, "You will stay by my daughter's side from now on. As for your heavenly serpent tribe, I will also take care of them." Chapter 179, Upgrading the Temple. Anna returned to Sky Isle. They shared the spoils with Jiang Cheng. The two of them had joy on their faces. Her smile looked even brighter than during the Chinese New Year. This time I harvested 14 billion energy stones, and with the energy stones I currently have, the total amount is no less than 20 billion. However, this number is still not enough. As the level of the vampire warriors has increased and their numbers have also increased significantly, the amount of energy stones they consume every day is enormous. In addition, with the time flow rate of the space-time domain being 5 times faster, they consume at least 1 billion energy stones every day. This is under the premise that the blood pool is full of blood. Once the blood pool is exhausted, The only thing the vampire warriors can rely on is energy stones. The cost will be at least between 1.5 billion and 2 billion, and as the number of people increases and their cultivation levels rise, this number will become even more terrifying. Jiang Cheng roughly calculated the expenses for the future. If we don't relocate, relying solely on energy stones won't last long. After this incident, these gods will definitely avoid coming to the Vaslo Great Forest, making it very difficult for Jiang Cheng to get anything from them again. You have to do it yourself to have enough to eat and wear. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng summoned Green Ivy. She was instructed to proceed at full speed into the heart of the Vaslo Forest. The direction pointed directly to the location of the elves. Anna then took out the 9 Yang Divine Fire, the Extreme Cold Crystal, the Illusionary Sound Fruit, and the Wind Shadow Stone. These items were all enveloped by Anna's divine power. Therefore, the aura above did not leak out. After explaining the functions of these treasures one by one, Anna said, "Master, among the spiritual fruits they sent are those that increase comprehension. If you consume them and then try to comprehend them, they should have a good effect. If you can master the power of the laws contained in these treasures, your strength will be greatly enhanced. If you wish to comprehend this now, Master, I can use my divine power to assist you." Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. But I have something important to do right now." The important thing he mentioned was naturally upgrading the Blood Clan Temple. The enemies who died in this great battle were basically wiped out, leaving nothing behind. There are more than 200 saint sources in the Great Saint Realm, but he didn't manage to get a single saint source at the Saint King Realm. Fortunately, one of these false gods had a penchant for collecting other people's organs, so his storage ring contained nearly 100 Saint King Realm saint sources. In addition to the sacred sources found within the strange race on the spaceship, there were over 100 in total, enough to meet the requirements for upgrading the temple. Should we spend 10 million wood, 10 million, or 2 million energy stones, 1 Holy Dynasty heart, and 100 Holy King Realm saint sources to upgrade the temple? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The Vampire Dynasty has been upgraded to the Vampire Holy Dynasty. The territory's sphere of influence has expanded to a radius of 5,000 li. Since the territory has been transformed into a holy dynasty, the land within it has become a holy site, which will subtly improve one's physical constitution and increase one's understanding of the holy path. Furthermore, there is a small chance of auspicious omens appearing, divine blessings descending, and holy herbs blooming everywhere. You are currently in a special environment with limited space. Therefore, your territory has been temporarily reduced to a radius of 500 li. Once the environment is suitable, it will be restored to a radius of 5,000 li. Vampire Dynasty. You can draw 1,500 vampire warriors every day. The chance of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 100%, and the chance of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 95%. Tip 1. Once your territory reaches the Holy Dynasty level, the selection of vampire warriors will proceed in the order of gold first, then silver. Hint 2. If you choose to nurture awakened vampire warriors, 100 awakened vampire warriors will be nurtured one day later, and these 100 vampire warriors will start at the Great Saint level. Tip 3. As the Vampire Temple is currently in a state of gestation, 100 vampire warriors with awakened bloodlines will be born tomorrow morning, and their initial level will be raised to Great Saint. The next upgrade requires 500 million wood, 500 million or 100 million energy stones, 1 Divine Dynasty heart, and 888 sacred sources. Sacred sources are present within saints, saint kings, and great saints. Here, sacred sources represent those at the Great Saint level. Jiang Cheng was stunned after seeing the whole person. Why will the next upgrade cost so much? Especially timber and minerals, which saw a direct surge of 50 times. The other materials are equally excellent. This great sage's source is quite outrageous. 888. Do you think the great sage is a wild boar that runs around everywhere and can be slaughtered at will? Jiang Cheng felt that he needed to conquer the territory of a god-level power to gather so many great saint sources, since great saints were the strongest beings, second only to demigods. He is the strongest member of a saint-level force. This saint-level force is a relatively strong one. The strongest member of a relatively weak saint-level force is merely a saint. The next upgrade will completely transform the Holy Land into divine soil, covering an area of 10,000 miles in radius, thus slightly increasing the upgrade requirements. The rewards will also be exceptionally generous. Chapter 180 God-Level Battleship. I heard the notification sound in my head. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, then he could accept it. It seems we have to annex the Elven territory, otherwise I'll have nowhere to use it when it upgrades to 10,000 square kilometers next time. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Congratulations, Lord, on upgrading your territory to a holy dynasty. Rewards: 100 million energy stones, 10 million lord coins, 30 renewable energy stone mines, 200,000 vampire clan citizens, 80,000 houses, for 7 colored divine stones, 1 heart of a divine dynasty, and 1 divine level warship. Tip 1. Due to the temple upgrade, the daily mining capacity of the renewable energy stone mine has increased to 500,000. Tip 2. The Lord has upgraded the territory to the Holy Dynasty level and the King's Crown to the Holy Crown level, greatly increasing the level of worship the people have for you. Furthermore, special privileges have been unlocked. By spending a certain amount of Lord coins, you can quickly comprehend the power of laws. Note: the heart of the divine dynasty can only be used by the Lord himself when he reaches the divine level, or by the troops in his territory reaching the divine level. However, this may cause him to miss some opportunities. Lord should consider carefully before using it. Does a lord need to reach godlike status? That will surely cause countless lords to be stranded. Apart from the super lords, the other lords do not focus on their own strength, but only on improving the strength of their troops. When they reach the Holy Dynasty level, will they be so angry they want to vomit blood when they see this notification? Unless they don't care about this so-called opportunity. Of course, that's impossible. Such an opportunity is extremely rare, and the benefits it brings are unparalleled. Any ambitious lord who wants to continue on this path should not miss it. The reward this time wasn't very good. Basically, there are not many changes. It's still the same few items, only the quantity has increased. However, Jiang Cheng's own strength is also improving. These increased rewards were just a drop in the bucket for him. The only special commander is this god-level warship. God-class battleship, unnamed. Made of special materials, the ship is 2,000 zhang long and contains a space-folding array, capable of accommodating a space of 20,000 square kilometers. The ship is fully equipped with high-tech equipment and comes with its own spirit, Yu, which provides all services, conveniences, and guidance to the pilot. The warship possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from beings below the level of a first-tier god, shielding against mental attacks from beings below the level of a first-tier god, and can enter the void. The warship possesses extremely strong offensive capabilities, equipped with 300 counterattack cannons, capable of penetrating a sacred body, 100 interstellar homing missile cannons, capable of penetrating a demigod's body, and 3 main battle nebula quantum cannons, capable of penetrating a divine body. A simultaneous firing of all 3 cannons can threaten the life of a true god. At the same time, the warship possesses extremely strong interference capabilities, capable of emitting special energy waves that can disrupt mental energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Note: god-level warships require a large number of energy stones to operate. Normal operation for 1 day costs 3 billion energy stones. Additional functions such as cannons also require energy stones. For details, please consult the ship spirit. Please name the warship, Lord. Let's call it warship number 001. He will certainly have a lot of warships under his command in the future. After all, Anna, the master craftswoman, was quite knowledgeable about this kind of thing and had excellent practical skills. It's not impossible that we'll be able to develop several warship fleets in the future. Command successful. Warship number 001 has been stored in the Lord's warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. It's just that this expense is a bit high. It takes 3 billion energy stones to run normally for a day. How can the landlord's surplus grain support that? And that's excluding things like artillery. Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly. They plan to use this warship only when there is a special need. It's too extravagant to take it out and drive it casually every day. We simply can't afford that level of consumption. Sky Island was transformed into a sacred place. Everywhere you look, there are birds singing and flowers blooming, and lush greenery abounds. Every corner is a beautiful landscape painting. Standing there feels like being in paradise. The energy stone mine was placed near the previous mines and left to Mengli to mine, but this time she was allowed to recruit some helpers. After all, there are just too many of them. The little girl would probably collapse from exhaustion after digging through so many mines. At the same time, Jiang Cheng will not treat her unfairly. They gave her many sacred artifacts and rare metals. Jiang Cheng is not short of rare metals now. Among the gifts sent by those god-level forces were refining materials, which were rare metals of extremely high quality. Seeing so many good things, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. She took the storage ring and inhaled it all in a frenzy, stomping her feet in happiness. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng summoned Green Ivy and a large group of newly appointed male and female cadres, and brought forth 200,000 subjects and 50,000 residences. Looking at the scene of such a huge crowd, Jiang Cheng became even more determined to conquer the elf race. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't forget to give a passionate speech and absorb a wave of faith power. Although the battle is over, the significance of the faith stone goes far beyond that. Chapter 181, Taking the Illusion Fruit. Back at the temple, Jiang Cheng did not take the fruit that increased his comprehension, but instead began to test out the new function. The object ahead contains the law of wind. Should I spend 300,000 Lord coins to learn this skill? 300,000. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but gasp. The Wind Shadow Stone has the least amount of law power, yet it still costs 300,000 Lord coins. Wouldn't it cost millions or tens of millions to have a more concentrated amount of law power? Never mind, I can earn more Lord coins. The power of the laws must be mastered. The more laws a god possesses, the stronger that god is. For example, Anna possesses a considerable amount of laws. If she wanted, she could instantly plunge Sky Island into a hellish inferno. Of course, she mainly cultivates the law of slaughter. For example, the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice. The laws that exist in nature are the easiest to understand, while the invisible laws that need to be created by humans are the most difficult. Similarly, the power of this law is extremely strong. Silently say yes to yourself. Instantly, the power of law on the Wind Shadow Stone detached, and gusts of wind that could easily tear through the rock wall swirled around him before slowly receding into his body. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. He fully activated the wind law within his body, and a sudden gale arose around the entire temple, swirling countless grains of sand into the air, as if a peerless demon had descended. This power to manipulate heaven and earth excited him somewhat. I found myself in the eye of the storm. It's like an emperor in the wind and sand, able to rule over all things. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng spent another 1,000,000 Lord coins to absorb the fire rule and ice law from the 9 Yang divine fire and the extreme cold crystal into his body. The feeling of experiencing both ice and fire is extremely unpleasant. But after enduring it for a while, the 2 laws adapted to each other, which relieved Jiang Cheng considerably. Anna had already prepared everything in the seclusion room. 2 illusion fruits were quietly placed on the table. The illusion fruit allows one to enter an illusionary realm, experience countless reincarnations, witness the myriad aspects of life, comprehend the true meaning of life, and thereby enhance one's spiritual power. This process can be very long in the illusion. In reality, however, one can wake up in at most one night. How much mental strength can be enhanced depends entirely on the individual. Furthermore, the effects are only noticeable on those who take the illusion fruit for the first time. Second doses are ineffective and may even cause side effects, such as mental confusion. Anna has a special method that can temporarily bind the 2 people's mental energy together. In this way, the 2 of them will enter the same illusion and experience 1,000 years of reincarnation together. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Anna and Jiang Chengxiang joined forces, believing that this would enhance their spiritual power. Master, are you ready? Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged opposite Anna. The 2 swallowed the illusion fruit. Then I closed my eyes and cleared my mind. I stopped thinking about anything complicated. Guided by his mental energy, Jiang Cheng raised his hands and placed them together with Anna's delicate hands, and an incomparably powerful mental energy flowed into his body. Anna's mental strength was terrifyingly strong, incredibly powerful. Faced with this mental strength, Jiang Cheng felt like a grain of sand in the ocean, instantly sinking into the vast expanse. In a space that was blood red, Jiang Cheng's phantom appeared here. Anna, however, was already sitting cross-legged opposite him. He raised both hands, gesturing for Jiang Cheng to place his hands on them. Without much hesitation, Jiang Cheng placed his hand on it. He didn't know how much time had passed when he opened his eyes and saw a simple wooden bed. The gasps of surprise from the mother and relatives around them rose up. Then heads appeared on top of him. Every relative had a happy smile on their face. Jiang Cheng found himself back in his childhood. My mother is an assembly line worker, and her job is very hard. She also has to take care of him when he is young. My father and my eldest uncle were doing business outside. He only comes back during holidays and festivals, and on ordinary days he just calls to ask about his family. With his hard work and perseverance, his father established his own business in the city, and young Jiang Chung followed his mother to the city. I also attended primary school there. With his original memories, Jiang Chung was able to earn some money while attending school and taking advantage of the times, and also help his father with some advice. Life is getting better and better. He just kept an eye on his surroundings. But Anna was nowhere to be found, and they began to doubt which world they actually lived in. After graduating from elementary school, Jiang Chung entered the best junior high school in the city with the highest score in the entire school and the help of his father's connections. There he met Anna. The other party's family was prominent, an old and powerful family in the city, far superior to Jiang Cheng's nouveau riche family, so she was inevitably surrounded by flies. From that moment on, Jiang Chung was certain that he was in an illusion, and thus became bolder, starting to do many things he wanted to do but dared not. Chapter 182, A Thousand Years of Reincarnation, OPC's Ambition. For example, making a large sum of money by taking advantage of the internet boom. For example, he would treat Anna to delicious food every day on her way to and from school. Let's travel together, go on adventures together, and fight evil together. Their relationship grew stronger and stronger, reaching a peak, but due to a rift between them, neither of them revealed their feelings. The illusion was too realistic. In this story, the two of them are just ordinary mortals who will eventually reach the end of their lives. As he grew older, at the age of 35, Jiang Chung finally mustered the courage to propose to Anna. After hesitating for a few minutes, Anna accepted Jiang Cheng's marriage proposal. At this time, the wealth they possessed was terrifying beyond imagination. With such a powerful alliance, they naturally rose to the top and became international celebrities. All sorts of things followed one after another. The two spent less and less time together, becoming so engrossed in their work that they couldn't extricate themselves, and their health deteriorated. Thus, their lives passed by in a daze. The two did not have any children. Because of what they were doing, the two of them, who knew they were in an illusion, couldn't act freely. The second life begins. In this life, they found themselves in a fantasy world. Jiang Chung possesses a supreme system and comes from a distinguished family. He is the eldest son of a reclusive family and starts with an extremely high cultivation level and invincible techniques. After that, he awakened the system, aiming to find the chosen one, and the first one he found was Anna. Everything went smoothly from then on. This is a slap in the face to all those supposedly chosen by fate. The only unexpected thing was that Anna's magic erupted, and she needed someone to transfer the overflowing magic to her. The method of transfer was to do something inappropriate for children. To save Anna's life, Jiang Chung selflessly took off his clothes and got to work. Furthermore, the system rewarded them with a dual cultivation technique, which lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Ultimately, the two made great progress in their cultivation and reached the pinnacle of their lives. A special space was created, isolated from the world. She gave birth to nearly 100 children at once. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. At this point, the two of them had completely relaxed and were no longer restrained. The initial barriers between them had been broken down, and they began to act recklessly, creating a large number of little people in almost every lifetime. Lifetimes upon lifetimes, through countless cycles of reincarnation. Immersed in joy, the two had forgotten how many lifetimes had passed. As long as they were happy, that was all that mattered, and they would do whatever made them happy. Until their mental energy was completely exhausted, their physical bodies lost their support, and they embraced each other, their bodies radiating a soft green light that continuously replenished their mental energy. At the same time, mental strength is continuously increasing and expanding at a visible rate. Once the two wake up, their mental strength will likely surge to an extremely terrifying level. The Forest of Elves. OPC opened his eyes from the bed. She also consumed a phantom fruit. The promise I made with that goddess before. The other party did not break their promise. Not long after returning, she received a phantom fruit, but her situation in the illusion was not good. In almost every life, she would encounter young men who coveted her body. The scary thing isn't that, but that she's already middle-aged and has gone from a delicate rose to an old, withered flower. Although she's well-maintained, there's no need to treat her like this. The young man in the illusion will go to great lengths to get her, and then use extremely despicable means to control her. Damn it! Is this broken illusion fruit of poor quality? Why is my illusion so terrible? OPC shook himself. Now, She feels intimidated by any young man she sees and dares not approach him. OPC's experience with the illusion fruit was clearly not as good as Anna Jiangqing's. She only stayed in the illusion for 9 lifetimes, and in each lifetime, she was in pain. It was a stroke of luck that she did not go mad. In reality, only half an hour had passed. Unlike Anna, Jiangqing experienced almost complete happiness in every reincarnation except for his first life, exhausting all his spiritual energy. This seems somewhat extraordinary. After all, one is trapped in a cycle of lifetimes and reincarnation. Ordinary people will feel increasingly painful and confused, and begin to doubt life and the reality of existence. Holding on to such negative emotions wouldn't last more than a few lifetimes. The results obtained were also pitifully small. Anna and Jiangqing had almost pushed the effects of the illusionary sound fruit to their limit. If their mental energy was sufficient, they could continue to reincarnate. Although the process was somewhat painful, my mental strength has finally broken through to the level of demigod. OPC spread her arms wide, her vast spiritual power enveloping the entire earth. Countless grains of sand fell from the roof of the palace, as if she could destroy it with a single thought. Once my plan is complete, I'll move into the patriarch's palace and never stay in this dark, gloomy place again. Let those stinky elves move in. OPC pulled a strange porcelain doll from under the bed. There was a hole at the bottom of the doll, and a leaf that shimmered with divine light was forcibly stuffed into the hole. Fine purplish-black marks crawled on the leaf like tentacles. Chapter 183: The Origin and Function of the Mysterious Porcelain Doll. OPC infused it with demigod-level mental power. The porcelain doll's eyes gleamed with a bewitching red light, and the smile on her lips seemed to encourage her to continue. Meanwhile, the purplish-black veins on the leaves were constantly twisting and turning, as if they had come to life, transforming into pairs of slender claws, trying to drag the leaves into the abyss. OPC found the porcelain doll in a celestial tomb. The tomb was extremely gloomy and eerie. Despite being a closed space, a cold wind would occasionally blow through, sending chills down one's spine. She didn't dare go too deep into the tomb at the time, because the aura emanating from that tomb was very similar to that of the fallen elves described in ancient books. These elves are different from ordinary, innocent, and kind elves. They are twisted and violent, completely reversing the common sense that belongs to elves. They slaughtered innocent creatures indiscriminately. To achieve one's goals, one will stop at nothing. And they went to great lengths to deal with the entire elf empire, attempting to overthrow it, replace it, and become its new master. The elven race that OPC belongs to is just one branch of the elven empire. Because it did not want to have a conflict with the human race, the elven empire made repeated concessions, shrinking its territory by half. Naturally, the drastic reduction in territory could not support so many elves. Therefore, the Imperial High Command decided to relocate some elves to develop independently, and to maintain contact with the Imperial Central Government through the Elf Mother Tree, reporting their progress regularly. The Fairy Mother Tree in the Vaslo Forest is merely an evolution of a branch from the real Mother Tree. The real Mother Tree is far more powerful than this one. He is a top-tier expert on the mainland. This thing is too evil. I'll bury it after I'm done using it. Otherwise it will affect my mind sooner or later and turn me into a fallen elf. OPC channeled his mental energy. She didn't know if this strange doll was a magical artifact or something else. In short, she found this thing in that tomb. At that moment, the porcelain doll stood at a corner, as if it were smiling at her. There were other people with her at the time, but she didn't think much of it because of her selfish desires. She made a subtle move to pick up the doll and put it into her storage ring without letting anyone notice. After all, that tomb was extremely high class, and any one of the items inside could potentially change her life. However, OPC, whose cultivation level was low, would not receive any benefits at all. She was just a cook-like figure. She was brought in purely to make up the numbers. At most, she would get tens of thousands of energy stones as compensation for her hard work. Anyone would feel resentful in this situation. They adopted a take-whatever-you-can-get mentality. OPC didn't even leave the lamps in the tomb untouched. He secretly took them all and exchanged them for energy stones. Her actions proved to be the right thing to do. The items she took out were exchanged for nearly 1,000,000 energy stones, providing a solid foundation for her future livelihood. However, she didn't sell the porcelain doll because she discovered it had special effects. By inserting a creature's hair into the doll and infusing it with spirit, one can steal the creature's realm and lifespan. It was an accidental attempt. At that time, she was just an innocent and kind little elf. She was terrified when she saw the test results. She quickly hid the doll and didn't leave the house for 3 months, afraid that her little secret would be discovered. This also resulted in her having a very low rating in the empire. Labeled as wasting resources and not doing their jobs, they were sent to the remote Vaslo forest. Before leaving, she heard that all the members who had entered the tomb with her had died mysteriously. Their deaths were very strange, seemingly suicides, but not quite. OPC didn't have time to check, because she had already left the empire with the group. She just silently prayed that nothing bad would happen to her. She wasn't digging up anyone's grave to sell the contents for money. She simply picked up an ordinary porcelain doll, and, halfway through the journey, voluntarily broke away from the group and left the tomb. As time goes by, as OPC's cultivation level rose, his career in the elven race progressed smoothly, eventually reaching the position of high priest. This spot is actually for the mascot. The real power was in the hands of the patriarch and elders. As a veteran figure, OPC was naturally unwilling to accept this and wanted to become the one in power and wield supreme authority. Then she thought of her porcelain doll that had been sealed away for 1,000 years. By chance, he obtained a leaf from the Mother Tree of Spirits and began to slowly activate his spiritual power to steal the lifespan and realm of the Mother Tree of Spirits. How could a god-level expert be challenged by a mere great sage like her? So OPC began secretly training a group of elves, teaching them how to refine soul pills and blood pills, and instructing them to attack the lower creatures in the outer regions of the Vaslo Great Forest. OPC was unaware of this at the time. The moment she took out the porcelain doll, her mindset changed, and she subtly began to influence the mindset of her subordinates. This caused their originally pure and kind nature to begin to change, gradually becoming distorted and depraved, and they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, wantonly killing living beings. Chapter 184: The Mysterious Appearance of Calamity Clouds. With the infusion of OPC's spiritual power. In the elf forest, the elf mother tree, thousands of meters tall, is withering away, its trunk shrinking, its leaves turning yellow, and beginning to fall off in large quantities. The 4 demigod-level elders guarding around it immediately opened their eyes, their brows furrowed, and continuously poured their energy into the mother tree in an attempt to prevent this phenomenon. However, the energy they injected seemed to sink into the sea, failing to make any ripples. The mother tree's decline did not slow down. On the contrary, it showed a trend of intensifying. Damn it, what happened to the mother tree? Why is this happening? The rate of decay was slowed down before because we could control it, but now it's useless. Damn it. At this rate, the mother tree will be completely dead in less than 3 hours. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to our elven race. The reason we can live so peacefully in the Vaslo Great Forest, without any other forces daring to attack us, is entirely due to the support of the mother tree. If other forces knew that the mother tree had withered and died, cutting off our connection with the empire, they would probably attack immediately. Could it be that vile woman OPC's doing? She's been acting suspiciously all these years, and the aura she exudes is utterly repulsive to me. I also feel that there is something wrong with her, not only with her, but also with the elves under her command. They almost always come back late at night. Although they have been specially treated, I can always smell blood on them. I'm afraid they have done a lot of unclean things outside. Alright, let's not speculate without evidence. After all, she is the high priestess we elected. If we act against her without proof, it might change the people's opinion of us. That's the difficulty of being a good person. Evidence is required before taking action. If some conspiracy theory were to emerge, it would probably take a lot of effort to explain it clearly. The key issue is that even if you explain it clearly, other people aren't very enthusiastic about it anymore. Their reaction is quite indifferent, far less so than when the matter first started to escalate. The 4 elven elders paused for a moment. The most senior second elder spoke up. 5th elder, go and evacuate all the elves on the periphery, and let them all return to their houses. I'm afraid that if the formation set up by the clan leader breaks, the true appearance of the mother tree will be revealed, which may cause unnecessary panic. Also, tell the clan chief and the elder about this, and ask them to think of a way. It is probably impossible for us to save the mother tree's life with just our strength. Good. The younger 5th elder disappeared from the spot. The remaining 3 elders continued to channel energy into the elf mother tree, hoping to slow her decline. On the other side, in OPC's temple, hundreds of fully armed elves stood ready, awaiting her command to launch an attack and usher in a change of power. Ha ha ha, a bunch of stupid women. The energy you're transferring to the mother tree is essentially transferring it to me. Give me some more, a little more. OPC's aura grew increasingly terrifying, his surroundings becoming incredibly malevolent, and a dark purple light emanated from the depths of his eyes as he gradually veered towards corruption. At the same time, a thick, dark cloud of calamity gathered in the sky above the outer edge of the elf forest, with thick, pillar-like bolts of lightning flashing within it, and a deep rumble of thunder that could be heard for miles around. The oppressive atmosphere plunged the Vaslo forest into an apocalyptic scene once again. This is a sign that the divine tribulation is about to begin. 9 Yang Divine Dynasty, 10,000 Demon Mountain, Luo Zhe Divine Kingdom, Snow God Palace. These god-level forces had barely settled into their positions as true gods, having just issued orders to levy taxes on a massive scale, when they sensed the aura of a divine calamity. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. What's going on here? We just left, and another demigod is undergoing divine tribulation. Can't people even get a break? They couldn't help but think of Anna, and that elusive and intangible force. If someone breaks through to godhood in such a short time, how will they compete? These true gods were inwardly groaning, and some had even secretly instructed their followers to make some white flags in preparation for surrendering as soon as possible to minimize casualties. OPC was somewhat bewildered at this point. What's going on? She's still a ways off from reaching the pinnacle of her cultivation. How come a divine tribulation has already arrived? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that this divine tribulation is not mine? For some reason, OPC couldn't help but picture the smile of the elf chieftain, Tilly's. Could it be her? OPC thought about it more and more, and it seemed possible. During this period, she had hardly seen Tilly's. Karina had been handling important clan affairs on her behalf. Even the most talented individuals from god-level forces don't leave their homes. This is absolutely abnormal. This woman was probably trying to break through to the divine realm a long time ago. Damn it. How come I didn't notice that? OPC was in a complete panic. If Tilly's were to break through to godhood, she would be no match for the opponent and would be suppressed and punished with a wave of her hand. Chapter 185. Back to reality. Just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. An immense power surged from the porcelain doll in her hand, continuously flowing into her body, causing her cultivation level to rise steadily at a visible rate until it reached its peak. Another ominous cloud appeared in the sky above the elf forest. 2 terrifying clouds of calamity collided with each other. The aura it exuded caused the blood and chi of all living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles to surge, and trickle blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Sky Island, which was heading towards the elf race, was also affected, and green ivy urgently halted the island's advance. Anna and Jiang Cheng slowly awoke inside the temple. Honey, is it true that our neighbors' houses are being demolished for redevelopment? Shouldn't ours be demolished too? We could get a hefty compensation, and then we could live a peaceful, secluded life in the mountains. No, if we live in seclusion in the mountains, there will be no signal, no shopping, no internet access, and no TV. At this point, their memories were still stuck in their last life. They lived ordinary lives together. They work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Only through such a life can one experience the full spectrum of human nature, endure various hardships, and savor the bittersweet flavors of life, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of its true meaning. A life that is always smooth sailing does not offer much benefit. The two of them groggily opened their eyes. I gave the other person a good morning kiss. However, upon seeing the other person's clothing, they frowned in unison. Suddenly, the two looked around at their surroundings. Suddenly realizing she was out of the illusion and in reality, Anna blushed from her neck to her ears as she thought about how she had taken the initiative to ask for a good morning kiss. She quickly turned her head away. Jiang Cheng blushed, realizing this as well. In the illusion, they were an incredibly loving couple, but not in reality. However, they had already been honest with each other, and since they had developed deep feelings for each other, it was impossible for them to separate. It was only a matter of time before they shared a bed again. The green ivy appeared in the secluded room. This broke the brief silence. Master, it seems there has been a change in the elven race. 2 divine thunderclouds have appeared above the elf forest. The power they exude is already affecting the progress of Sky God Island. If we continue to advance, we may be affected by the thunderclouds and attacked. When a demigod undergoes tribulation, keep away from irrelevant people as much as possible. Because if any unfamiliar creature approaches, the lightning tribulation will unleash a powerful attack to drive it away or even annihilate it. 2 thunderclouds? Jiang Cheng was startled. The elf race already had an elf mother tree. If 2 more new gods were added, the consequences would be unimaginable, and it would be much more difficult for him to annex the elf forest. He unleashed his mental power. He discovered that his mental power had more than doubled, and he could see the scene within a radius of 10,000 miles clearly, including the situation on the outskirts of the elf forest. Anna also noticed this. She looked at Jiang Cheng. Master, my spiritual power has reached perfection and I can break through to the first level god. After I break through, I can easily take down the 3 third-level gods. Before Jiang Cheng could react, Anna's figure then disappeared from the secluded room. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly but said nothing. Anna's personality was such that after experiencing so much in the illusion, it would be difficult for her to accept returning to reality all at once, and she would need a period of adjustment. Fine, I'll have a good talk with Anna tonight. Anyway, I've already seen her body completely naked, and she's seen mine countless times. Sometimes her desire in that area is even stronger than mine, like a wolf or a tiger. In the illusion, she gave birth to nearly 10,000 babies for me. Our feelings for each other are already incredibly deep. We're inseparable. It just takes a little time to adjust before we can accept it happily. Thousands of years of married life. Jiang Cheng and Anna are already inseparable. When they close their eyes, they see each other's figures and faces. Having experienced so much, a rare look of vicissitude appeared in Jiang Cheng's eyes, and his aura became much more composed. He dominates the world within the environment. It includes modern society, ancient society, and fantasy world. He has personally experienced many of the characters and gained a lot of insights. I've also experienced many things. His gaze fell upon the elves in the distance. It's as if it can travel through time and space and see through everything. These 2 calamity clouds had only just begun to gather. The surrounding Tindi Lilang, heaven and earth forces, has not yet fully coalesced. It will take some time for the divine tribulation to descend, and the process of overcoming it will be fraught with difficulties. This amount of time is more than enough for Anna to break through to a higher realm. Jiang Cheng ordered Green Ivy beside him. Green Ivy, go and inform the vampire warriors to prepare for battle. We may be going to start fighting soon. Yes. Green Ivy's expression turned serious, and her figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 186 The True God Hidden in the Void. OPC, you definitely have a problem. An elven girl floated in the air, barefoot, with long, pale yellow hair flowing behind her, her chest heaving, and her eyes filled with anger. Opposite the girl, Opesi laughed wildly, her hair, eyes, and lips stained with a bewitching purplish black, a symbol of a fallen elf. Tillies, you probably never imagined that I, whom you looked down upon and excluded from the sphere of power, could achieve what I have today, right? All of this is thanks to you. If you had given me power earlier and allowed me to manage some of the clan's affairs, I wouldn't be in this situation today, and I wouldn't have thought of attacking the elf mother tree. You forced me to do all of this. Opesi's expression gradually contorted, her eyes filled with a morbid madness, and her shrill voice echoed throughout the elf forest, making the ears of countless little elves ache. Her aura reached its peak. A continuous stream of spiritual energy was poured into the eerie doll in his hand. This caused the elf mother tree to wither further. Tilly said, Opesi, haven't you always wanted to ascend to the throne of the clan leader? Then do you dare to fight me? If you can defeat me, I will give you the throne of the clan leader. I couldn't ask for more. A flicker of excitement crossed Opesi's eyes. The 2 arrived at the outskirts of the elf forest. They didn't want the elf forest to be affected by the battle and the divine calamity, so they came to an open area thousands of miles away to prepare for the battle. But it just so happens to be this time. The divine tribulation above their heads had been fully condensed. Thick bolts of lightning ripped through the sky, radiating an aura of world-destroying destructive power, and struck down towards them. Opesi made countless preparations for this day. Transcending the divine tribulation was naturally also within her plan. With a wave of her hands, she mobilized her spiritual power, which was almost as powerful as that of a true god, and instantly erected a defensive array. Countless bolts of lightning struck it, but all of them sank to the bottom of the sea. Furthermore, some of the lightning splashed out in all directions, shooting towards Tilly's. Seeing this scene, a look of seriousness appeared in Tilly's eyes. However, as the chieftain of the elven race, she dealt with the early lightning tribulation quite easily. She took out a semi-divine artifact, and its bright holy light illuminated the heavens and earth, blocking out all the endless lightning. Neither of them had time to deal with the other. They must do everything in their power to deal with the lightning strike overhead. This process is extremely dangerous. If something goes wrong and they are unable to overcome the divine tribulation, they will only become false gods, which is unacceptable to both of them. The chieftain of the elven race cannot be a false god whose cultivation has reached its limit. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck down. The thunderclouds in the sky had reached a terrifying peak, causing the air below to slow down. These were the last few bolts of lightning. Once they survive these bolts of lightning, blessings will descend from the heavens, allowing their auras to return to their peak and enabling them to reach the supreme realm. At this moment, OPC and Tilly's looked somewhat disheveled. Having lost the elven chieftain, the elven high priestess, whose dignified and noble image had faded, she now resembled a down-on-her-luck woman desperately trying to escape her family's decline. Their auras had weakened considerably compared to before, and they swayed precariously in the air, seemingly about to fall at any moment. Tilly's, you should just give up. In your current state, there's absolutely no way you can survive these last few divine tribulations. If you become a false god, I'll laugh at you for the rest of my life. Ha! If Talisa becomes a false god, she will no longer be able to remain in the position of patriarch and will have no choice but to return to the empire and sacrifice herself for the empire's great cause. And OPC, who became a true god, would naturally ascend to the throne of the true god. Whether her problems will be investigated remains to be seen. After saying that, OPC increased the pressure on his hands, extracting more realm and lifespan from the elf mother tree. At the same time, she took out several soul pills she had prepared in advance from her storage ring to replenish her depleted spiritual energy and try to restore her condition to its best. Don't be too happy yet. Tilly snorted and took out a pill that emitted divine light from her storage ring. This is a gift distributed by the Elven Empire to the clan leaders. Each clan leader receives one upon assuming office. It takes tens of thousands of sacred herbs, hundreds of divine herbs, and a drop of the elf queen's divine blood to refine 1,000 of these pills. Even with the elf empire's resources, it can only refine such pills once a year, making them incredibly precious and rare. Taking this pill can instantly restore your physical and mental state to its peak, providing a continuous supply of energy. This miraculous medicine has immense power even for true gods. For a demigod like Tilly's, it was as if an energy supply box had been installed on her body, allowing her to squander her energy at will for a short period of time until the effects of the drug completely wore off. Seeing such a miraculous elixir in Tilly's hands, Opesi's eyes were filled with nothing but jealousy, which quickly transformed into intense hatred. Her gaze drifted to the distant void, where a true god lay hidden, poised to strike and deliver a fatal blow to Tilly's. Chapter 187. The Ghost Clan makes their appearance, the ancient elven mother tree. What are you waiting for, you rascal? Hurry up and do it. We must seize this divine pill and absolutely prevent Tilly's from taking it. Otherwise the situation may reverse. OPC looked in the direction where the true god had disappeared. A figure, entirely black and shrouded in black mist, emerged from the void. His form was ethereal, as if he had no physical form, and he emitted a sharp and eerie sound that could easily pierce the nerves of others. There's a divine tribulation on this. How am I supposed to make a move? Besides, I also want this pill. The aroma alone is so enticing that I can't help but be drawn into it. The black mist emitted a mesmerizing sound. Opesi sneered. You should give up on that idea. This pill contains the queen's divine blood. If any creature other than the elves were to take it, they would die instantly, even gods. Tilly's was completely unaware that a true god had appeared in their vicinity. The other party appears to be an accomplice of OPC. They were specifically hired to deal with the elves. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness. OPC had done something to the mother tree, eroding its lifespan and spiritual realm for several years. The mother tree of elves is now a withered skeleton, almost devoid of fighting power, barely able to protect itself, let alone spare the time to help her. Therefore, she needs to fight two opponents at once. While fighting against the divine tribulation with the power of a demigod, he also had to face a true god, a demigod with powerful spiritual strength and unpredictable methods. This is almost impossible, unless another true god intervenes. But who would be so bored as to help her? Helping her will not only bring little benefit, but will also create an enemy of a level 3 god, needlessly making a powerful foe for your own forces and causing you a lot of trouble. I glanced back at the elf forest. She could see a dark cloud hanging over the fairy forest, and that the peaceful and tranquil days of the fairies would be shattered. They would become involved in worldly troubles, fully open to the outside world, and interfere in all sorts of things. They began to acquire land and wealth through violent means. His hands were stained with other people's blood. Words like kindness and purity will be erased from them. The empire will be disgraced by this. He ordered the severing of ties with the Vaslo forest. From that day forward, they never spoke to each other again. Looking at the expression on Tilly's face, the black mist laughed smugly. Chief Tillis, please allow me to introduce myself. I come from the darkest part of the Vaslo Great Forest, and I am an elder of the Ghost Clan, named Ghost Infant. We may not have much interaction, but your high priest and I have reached a secret agreement, inviting me to help him. I am deeply sorry for this. I can't bring myself to lay a hand on a woman as beautiful as you. If you're willing to hand over the divine pill in your hand and obediently become my woman, willingly submitting to my enslavement, I might consider sparing your life and bestowing upon you the title of elder's wife, granting you equal power with me. Talisa listened to the other person's shameless words, and her face showed a look of shame and anger. OP's across from her. OP's eyes flickered, somewhat afraid that Tilly's would agree. However, having dealt with each other for so many years, she knew Tilly's better than anyone else what kind of person she was. They would never agree to the ghost baby's demands. Pooh, keep dreaming. You little devil in the gutter. Instead of staying put in the forest, you dare to come out. Be careful, or the sun will come out and burn you to a crisp. The sun is the best tool to subdue ghosts and demons. This is one of the reasons why they stay deep in the Vaslo forest for many years and rarely come out. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Don't blame me for taking drastic measures. The ghost infant was ethereal and incredibly fast, rapidly approaching Tilly's and instantly arriving 100 feet away. The divine tribulation in the sky quickly locked onto it. A devastating lightning bolt, powerful enough to pierce through a divine body, struck him, but it had little effect, only causing him to pause slightly. This is a special form of the Ghost Clan. Entering a state of nothingness for a short time doubles your speed and grants immunity to 80% of damage, making this the best way to make a breakthrough. Tilly's pupils suddenly contracted. Just then, a figure blocked her way. She had long, light green hair and, from behind, appeared to be a young woman in her early 20s. Her ethereal and pure aura drew all living things and plants to her, making her undoubtedly a stunning beauty. But the truth is quite the opposite. The woman's face was deeply lined with wrinkles and even had age spots. Although she still possessed some divine power, her aura had weakened to the extreme, and she looked like she might collapse at any moment. Mother! Tilly's looked at the woman in front of her and let out a terrified cry, feeling the extremely weak aura emanating from the other woman and her aged face. It's hard to imagine that just a few years ago, the other person was a woman even more beautiful than her. The Mother Tree of Elves. Opesi's eyes flashed with disbelief. She hadn't expected that, even in this situation, the elf Mother Tree would not choose to defend itself with all its might, but instead would take human form and fight. Does she have a death wish? That's fine too. Anyway, she's going to die eventually, it's just a matter of time. Maybe I'll even kill her before I become a god. To slay a true god while being a demigod, my reputation should be known throughout the continent for at least 10,000 years, and I will be worshipped by countless geniuses and become an object of their veneration. With that thought in mind, OPC increased the pressure on his hands. The elf Mother Tree looked over. Her eyes flashed with a divine light, leaving OPC's mind blank and momentarily stunned. Even if OPC were to extract more power from her realm, the elf Mother Tree would still be a god-level powerhouse, and her realm would not fall. Fortunately, the ghost baby intervened in time to stop it. This brought OPC back to form. Subsequently, the ghost infant and the elven Mother Tree engaged in a divine war. The two entered the void at the same time and fought fiercely there, without affecting the outside world, and also avoiding the sudden attack of the divine tribulation. At this point, the elf Mother Tree was already expending her remaining life force in the battle, and no matter what the outcome of this battle was, she would not escape death. Upon realizing this, Tilly's burst into tears. After hesitating for a moment, he bit off half of the divine pill in his hand. This amount of medicine was enough for her to fight against the divine tribulation. She would use the remaining half to save her mother. In this tense situation, a faint divine aura emanated from the distant void, a sign of a god's breakthrough. Because it was concealed properly, Tilly's and the others did not notice it. Chapter 188 Taking Action, the special role of the ghostly appearance. As the final divine tribulation descended, two beams of light pierced through the thick black clouds and shone on OPC and Tilly's. Their injuries continued to heal, and their auras rose to a new level. Sanskrit chants echoed in the sky. Two divine powers enveloped the entire Vaslo Great Forest, affecting the surrounding areas as well. Countless creatures instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground. We worship in the direction of the two new gods. The two who had broken through to the divine realm briefly sensed the new power within them, and then looked at each other simultaneously. Just as they were about to take action, the battle in the void has come to a conclusion. The elf mother tree staggered backward, her aura as faint as a candle flame in a storm, making her presence almost imperceptible. Mother. Although the elven mother tree in front of them is only a branch, most of the little elves in the tribe were born from her. If the mother tree were to fall, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the elven race, and the entire tribe would be shrouded in gloom. The little elves from the elf forest came out. Armed with weapons in their hands, they stood resolutely behind Tilly's and the elf mother tree, ready to live and die together. The youngest of the elves was only about 5 or 6 years old. They were the last batch of sprites conceived by the mother tree, and although they were only 3-star level, they still had the courage to stand at the front of the group. Hundreds of elves appeared behind OPC. Although their numbers are small, they have all reached the Saint Realm, and their overall combat strength is quite good. When it comes to numbers, I'm the best at it. The ghost infant emerged from the void. A black vortex appeared behind him. Countless ghosts emerged from within, densely packed, seemingly covering half the sky with a black cloth. Their piercing roars were deafening to the little elf, who couldn't help but cover his ears. Moreover, a ghostly army that had been lying in ambush in the distance emerged from the shadows. The two forces merged, and nearly 1 million ghosts appeared on this land. Most of them were at the 9-star level, and a few were above the saint level. There are as many as 50 ghosts in the demigod realm. As an ancient race dwelling deep within the Vaslo forest, the Ghost Clan possesses incredibly profound resources and can still muster a large number of combat troops like this. Just then, an attack powerful enough to kill a demigod shot straight at the ghost infant. Caught off guard, his protective black mist was pierced, leaving a large hole that was difficult to heal. Who is it? The ghost infant's roar echoed throughout the land. His powerful mental energy also spread outwards, trying to find the villain who had ambushed him. That attack just now was carried out with the help of an external force. It was not the attacker's own strength. A creature that needs external help to launch a sneak attack must not be very strong itself. Therefore, the ghost infant was fearless, gazing into the void and unleashing its vast divine power. Like a king between heaven and earth, high above, ruling over rise and fall, controlling the life and death of anyone. Jiangcheng's figure emerged from the void. They just launched a sneak attack using the Faith Stone tablet. The hard-earned savings were squandered again. His strength has now reached the peak of demigod, and he can stay in the void for a period of time. Tilly's hopeful eyes dimmed. She had thought that even if the person who came was not the best, he was still a true god who could help her share some of the burden. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a peak demigod. The gap between a demigod and a true god is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. A true god with powerful mental strength can kill a demigod without even taking any concrete action. Although she was somewhat touched that the other person had come to help her, she knew it was wise to stay away. She could tell that the person was young but possessed profound knowledge and experience, and was sure to achieve great things in the future. There was no need to waste her life here. Young man, I'll hold these people off. You should leave this area quickly. The words had barely left his mouth. Tilly's heard a painful wail coming from behind her. Turning around, I saw a woman appear in front of the ghost baby without me noticing. The ghostly infant, which had been soaring through the air like a cloud, was condensed into a ball and floated in the air, with no room for resistance. It's a ghost. Anna shook her head regretfully. Ghosts have no physical form, only spirits, as ethereal and indistinct as mist. They can choose to parasitize other creatures and control their bodies. However, the unfamiliarity with the body hinders their movement, so most ghosts prefer to remain in a spiritual state rather than reside in a physical body. However, it can be fused into the battle puppet as a weapon spirit, which will greatly enhance the battle puppet's combat capabilities. With further refinement, even ordinary level 3 gods would be no match for it. Divine artifacts need to be infused with ghostly or phantom-like spiritual beings in order to give birth to a spirit. Listening to Anna's whispers, the ghost infant trembled with fear, unleashing the power of a 3rd-level god. But before the even more powerful 1st-level god, he was merely a young child. At first, he was able to struggle a bit. But as Anna applied one mental seal after another, the ghost infant could not even control its body, and its spiritual power had become like that of an ordinary deity, unable to even perform the most basic external projection. Apart from Jiang Cheng and his group, no one could have predicted that the situation would change so drastically. The ghost army, which had just been in a dominant position, suddenly plummeted to the bottom, with the ghosts in the back even showing signs of retreating. Anna telepathically told Jiang Cheng the uses of these ghosts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Weapon spirits are extremely rare. The weapons and equipment they currently use basically do not have weapon spirits and can only exert the power of the weapon itself. But once the spirit of the artifact is fused into it, that weapon's attack power will more than double. There are nearly 1 million ghosts here. I haven't had a chance to sell the weapons and equipment that Luo Qi gave me yet. If I integrate all of these weapons with weapon spirits, I can double the original price and people will still buy them, and the sales volume will definitely not be low. With that in mind, Jiang Cheng decided to pay out of his own pocket. Buy the weapons and equipment that Loki gave you. Then it undergoes a second processing and is sold to other lords. The profits involved are simply too high. Jiang Cheng seemed to see a massive amount of energy stones rushing towards him, so many that they could submerge the ground beneath his feet. He gave Anna a look. Having spent thousands of years in the illusion, the tacit understanding between Jiang Cheng and Anna has reached an extremely terrifying level. Sometimes, just a glance is enough to understand what position the other person wants to use to unclog the drain tonight. Chapter 189: The Phantom Hidden in the Doll. Anna understood his thoughts. Instantly, terrifying divine power enveloped the world. All the ghosts and demons were imprisoned in place. Jiang Cheng raised his arm and gave a shout. A gigantic dragon, hundreds of feet long, emerged from the void, its body covered with countless vampire warriors, all equipped with uniform armor and weapons, resembling an extremely elite special forces unit. The vampire warriors used their holy power to compress these ghosts into a small ball, completely sealing and imprisoning them. They could not break free until the holy power on them dissipated. It can be considered a small cage constructed of energy. OPC stared in horror at Jiang Cheng and the group of vampire warriors who were wholeheartedly fighting the ghosts. She recalled that some time ago, one of her elves named Lena had tragically perished while refining soul pills and blood pills. The last image she saw before her death featured Jiang Cheng and the vampire warriors. These guys are from that foreign force. Damn it, why are you all always going against me? You stole my soul pill and killed my men, and I didn't even hold it against you. Now you're ruining my plans. I don't owe you any money. OPC's eyes were filled with resentment. Her hatred for Jiang Cheng had reached the very core of her being. However, when she caught a glimpse of Anna out of the corner of her eye, all the emotions in her eyes quickly vanished. Having just broken through to godhood, her realm was not yet stable, and she couldn't see through Anna's true strength. However, judging from the fact that Anna suppressed the ghost infant with a wave of her hand, she was definitely a powerhouse above the first-level god. This first-level god was present. She had absolutely no way to deal with Jiang Cheng and the others. The plan was thus disrupted. OPC was extremely resentful. OPC, you damned bastard. Tilly's eyes were brimming with tears, her gaze filled with extreme hatred as she glared at OPC through gritted teeth. She handed the elven mother tree in her arms to the elder beside her. Seeing the mother tree in its current state, the entire elf race wept. The mother tree had nurtured them, but they had failed to protect it properly, and countless little elves felt a deep sense of guilt. The same goes for Tilly's. She took out a staff that flowed with divine light from her storage ring. As divine power was injected, countless laws of heaven and earth surged into it, creating an extremely terrifying power. That despicable, crazy woman. OPC cursed angrily. She didn't have any divine artifacts at all. The strongest one she had was a broken semi-divine artifact, which she had shamelessly borrowed from the clan's treasury and hadn't returned. Although the elf empire relocated many elves, but they did not mistreat these outside elves in the slightest. Each clan would arrange a branch of the mother tree for shelter, assign an artifact, and build a special space for survival and defense. Every 100 years, a generous batch of supplies is sent, and each new clan leader receives a divine pill upon assuming office. In case of special circumstances, information is relayed to the empire through the mother tree, and the empire will dispatch powerful warriors to provide immediate support. Migrating there might mean being exiled to the frontier, but it could also be a matter of chance. For example, those elves who are able to sit on the throne of the clan leader. For them, the match was a tremendous opportunity. Therefore, OPC did not hesitate to collude with external forces, become a fallen elf, and refine soul pills and blood pills, all in an attempt to seize the position of clan leader. With the artifact at her disposal, Tilly's easily defeated OPC. Although she couldn't fully utilize the artifact's effects, it was more than enough to defeat a new god. Let me handle her. Anna appeared beside Tilly's. From the moment she broke free from the remnant soul, she was no longer the temple's accompanying remnant soul. Instead, they became members of the territory. Therefore, Anna needs to kill other creatures to increase her level. At her current level, she needs to kill gods to gain experience in order to improve herself. The realm gained from killing beings below the level of gods is merely a drop in the ocean and has little effect. Even false gods are. Unless 1,000 false gods suddenly appear and she has to chop them down. Since you want to kill her, then you can have her. Tilly's couldn't understand why Anna was so enthusiastic about this. She had absolutely no connection with OPC, so why did she seem to want OPC dead? Anna smiled and nodded. After thousands of reincarnations, her personality had changed a lot. Do what you want. Speak your mind. This is how she is in the cycle of reincarnation. Jiang Cheng would always fulfill her needs. A sword light condensed from divine power roared out. Having been thoroughly beaten by Tilly's, OPC was too weak to fight any longer. Looking at the sword light coming straight at her, she could only close her eyes and wait for death, feeling utterly hopeless. Perhaps they sensed impending danger. The porcelain doll in OPC's hand had red eyes that glowed, and its smile became even more eerie, as if it had come to life. A purplish-black elven phantom appeared before OPC. Her features were blurred, and her aura was evil and corrupt. Surprisingly, her presence was no weaker than that of Anna, a first-level god, and she seemed to be on par with her. I'm taking this person with me, and you can't stop me. The phantom figure uttered these words in a calm voice. Her voice sounded very familiar to OPC, Karina, and Tilly's, veteran elves who had left the capital, as if they had heard it somewhere before. But I couldn't remember it for a while. It seemed as if a mysterious and terrifying force was preventing them from thinking in that direction. Anna frowned. This phantom was no less powerful than her. Although she had enough means to keep it here, she would also have to pay a price. You will not gain experience from killing phantoms. She felt it wasn't worth it to do something so thankless and exhausting. It's nothing more than a new god. There are plenty of gods like this in the 10,000 Demon Mountain. And they're quite huge. Their bodies can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of feet in size. If you kill one and eat its flesh, you can have it for a very long time. Thank you. Seeing Anna's tacit expression, the purplish-black phantom nodded slightly in greeting, then used its power to envelop OPC before leaving this world and disappearing without a trace. Almost instantly, it left the range of everyone's mental energy. Although OPC is gone, she did not enjoy the blessings of heaven, and her future achievements will be very limited. At the same time, the elves she raised were also left behind, abandoned like stray dogs, which is very pitiful. Each of these elves has the blood of millions of living beings on its hands. In the elven race, such a person is considered utterly wicked and would be subject to the death penalty. Tilly's arranged for an elder to deal with them. He then knelt directly in front of Anna. Tears flowed like a burst dam. Sister, please save my mother. She's incredibly weak and won't last more than a few days. If you can save her, I'm willing to do anything for you. Chapter 190, merging the two trees into one. The elf mother tree's body was already extremely depleted. Taking half of the divine pill was of no use. We can at most buy her a few more days. So Tilly's, disregarding her status as a true god, knelt before Anna and begged for a way to save the mother tree. Anna turned to look at the elf mother tree. His eyes shone with divine light, seeing through the true form of the mother tree and even clearly discerning the laws of what emanating from her. She couldn't help but think of the unnamed tree in front of the temple. The structure of that tree is similar to that of the elf mother tree. Perhaps they could be combined to create a new life and achieve even greater results. And when they left, the tree in front of the temple produced an unusual phenomenon, as if a long single male had spotted a lone female and was making courtship noises, especially the moment the elf mother tree emerged. This phenomenon became even more intense. If we take this mother tree to the front of the tree in the temple, who knows what interesting things might happen between them, and perhaps the heartwood inside that tree will also mature under this opportunity. Anna thought to herself, the heartwood of a tree contains the laws of wood. This was extremely important to Jiang Cheng. So it doesn't matter whether this thing can be done or not. They all have to bring the mother tree over to try it out. Just then, Jiang Cheng also walked over. Anna had just informed him of the general situation via telepathy. The two exchanged a glance. Everyone thought this method was feasible. When the two are combined, the mother tree will not die, but will become part of it, deeply rooted on the island of gods. In this way, they not only obtained a divine tree, but also made its heart mature. What these elves were thinking was beyond their consideration. They simply had saved the tree, and a healthy mother tree was right in front of them. Not only that, they can also lie and claim that they have paid a huge price to force them to hand over the elf forest and a lot of resources as a reward. The other party could not find any excuse to refuse. As for forcing these elves to hand over the elf forest through forceful means, Jiang Cheng was not inclined to use that method. Because he vaguely sensed dozens of divine thoughts intertwining in the void, secretly observing what was happening in this area. If we take forceful action, these divine senses will definitely see everything clearly, and if word gets out, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Soon after, a grand event took place on the mainland. The opening time of the ancient secret realm. He didn't want to attract too much attention from other forces during this period. Anna helped Tilly's up. He began, "We have a way to revive your mother tree, but it will come at a heavy price. After all, she is so weak that she is on the verge of death. Saving her is like snatching someone from the jaws of death. The danger is self-evident. I might even suffer a huge backlash." Anna boasted with a straight face. They exaggerated the seriousness of the matter. Tilly's nodded slightly, understanding the unspoken meaning. The other party had a way to save the mother tree, but making her work like a slave wouldn't be enough to entice them. Something far more expensive would be required. Something more expensive than a true god. Tilly's couldn't help but recall the past, when she was an innocent and ignorant girl who was banished to the Vaslo Great Forest at a young age. If it weren't for the mother tree's meticulous care, she wouldn't have achieved what she has today, and might have been sent back to the Empire long ago to dedicate herself to the Empire's cause. I have no way to repay the kindness shown to me. Then Tilly's looked at the large group of elves behind her. They were not from the Empire. It should be said that, apart from a few high-ranking members, all the other members of this elven race were born from the mother tree, who is their mother. Now, my mother is dying while protecting our people. The elves all looked at her with hopeful eyes, wanting to see if their chieftain could save the mother tree. Immense pressure weighed on Tilly's. She sighed softly. "You two may simply say what you want. As long as you can revive the mother tree, I will give it to you. I will take full responsibility, and the Empire will not come after you." This is what Jiang is worried about. Behind the elves is an incredibly powerful elven empire, but he doesn't know just how powerful they are. However, the fact that each race can be equipped with a god-level expert, a divine artifact, and a special space indicates a very deep foundation, suggesting that there must be a super strong expert in charge. Although Tilly's has taken full responsibility, the elves will still hold a grudge against me. However, they don't have a suitable reason to attack me right now, which gives me some breathing room. Once my power grows, the elves will have to think twice before they dare to lay a hand on me. Thinking this, Jiang Cheng said, "I don't want much. Just give me the elf forest and pay me 3 billion energy stones." Chapter 191 The Tree of Life. Tilly's had already guessed this condition, so she wasn't too surprised. The only thing more valuable than a true god was the elf forest. "I can accept this condition, but I have too many energy stones, so I can only give you something of equal value, such as a sacred artifact." The elven race does not have a tradition of plundering or oppressing others. In addition, the elven race has been declining in strength over the years. The clan has far fewer resources than other factions. Both sides reached a consensus. Jiang Cheng and Anna returned to the God Island with the elf mother tree. They placed her under that tree. The moment it was released, the tree eagerly unleashed its emerald green life force, completely enveloping the mother tree and carving a hole in its thick trunk large enough to contain it, pulling the mother tree inside. Above this hole is where the heart of the tree is located. At this stage, the heartwood is still white. It can only be considered mature when it turns pale yellow. Anna's spiritual power enveloped the tree. If anything seems amiss, she can intervene immediately to stop the process. A powerful life force entered the mother tree's body. Her cultivation level and lifespan are rapidly recovering. At the same time, his body began to melt. Veins even grew on my thighs and arms. The principles of wood resonate between the two. There is a growing trend towards merging the two. This change is rapidly accelerating the maturation of the tree's heartwood. A peaceful power emanated from it, causing the nearby trees and lawns to grow wildly. Suddenly, a sacred herb sprouted, radiating holy light and looking incredibly alluring. Even if a 9-star creature were to swallow it, it would break through to the saint realm in less than half an hour. Under the influence of this powerful life force, the vegetation on the land surrounding the temple is growing rapidly. The holy site also performed as intended. The sacred medicine kept emerging from beneath the soil. The area within a radius of dozens of miles around the temple seemed to have been transformed into a fairyland. As the two continue to merge, the tree is growing at a visible rate, reaching a new height, level with the highest point of the temple. If it weren't for the limitations of the divine island, it might have grown even taller. Countless tender fruits grew on it, containing a strong vitality. There is one hidden under each leaf. It is estimated that there are more than 3,000. Time passed. The elf mother tree had completely merged with this tree, and the two were indistinguishable. A vast divine power accompanied by a strong life force emanated from it. Some of the residents who were feeling unwell immediately became lively and energetic under the influence of this life force. And the tree also developed sentience. Knowing that Jiang Cheng coveted the tree hard, he took the initiative to remove it from the inside. It won't be too painful if you do it yourself. The elf mother tree emerged from within. Her cultivation level and lifespan have all returned, but her body has become part of this tree. The person before us is merely an avatar formed from divine power. The original mother tree is no longer there. This is a completely new mother tree. Her face was full of helplessness, but it is a fact that Jiang Cheng and Anna saved her life. Thank you both for saving my life. I may have to stay in this land from now on, but before that, could I see the fairies? After all, they are my children. Jiang Cheng and Anna exchanged a glance. They both saw a smile in each other's eyes. The two nodded without making a sound. The two then brought the mother tree's clone down below. Upon seeing the elf mother tree, whose appearance and physical condition had been fully restored, the elves happily gathered around, their faces beaming with joy and excitement. Meanwhile, Tilly's followed Jiang Cheng to the other side. Her expression wasn't good. She could tell that this was a clone of the mother tree, not its original form, and that the mother tree seemed to have changed fundamentally. That affinity for nature is gone. Instead, it exudes a strong vitality. What did you two do? Why has mother changed so much? How is she now? Jiang Cheng said. We have a tree of life that can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. It can even bring back someone who has 1 foot in the grave. But your mother is a god-level powerhouse. My tree of life almost sacrificed itself to save your mother, but even so, it is still very difficult to revive her. I had no choice but to merge the two of them together. My promise was to save your mother, and I couldn't care less about anything else. I couldn't sacrifice a sacred tree that was so important to me for a special space. This approach is a win-win situation for both of us. Your mother is lively and energetic, with the lifespan of a plant. She could easily live for tens of thousands more years. If she breaks through a few more realms during that time, she could even live for hundreds of thousands of years. And I got what I wanted. Jiang Cheng boasted in a serious tone. They even gave that unnamed tree a name. It looks high-end, classy, and sophisticated. Chapter 192, Subduing the Elf Race. Tilly's asked, May I take the tree of life with me? That's impossible. If he lets you take it, he'll be at a huge loss. Jiang Cheng shook his head decisively. Looking at the helpless yet unwilling expression on Tilly's face, he said, Even if I let you take the tree of life, you've given me the elf forest. Do you think your elf empire will let you and your people go? You may think it doesn't matter to you and have taken all the responsibility on your shoulders. But have you ever thought about your people, those little elves who are only a few years old? Even if you take all the blame, will their future be any better? Without your protection, these little elves may face a miserable fate, be looked at differently by others, be treated unfairly, and become sacrifices in your empire's diplomacy with others. There are far too many people on the mainland who covet the elves. Therefore, some worthless elves are given away by the elf empire in exchange for substantial profits. Tilly's lost the elf forest. They can no longer stay here. The only option is for the entire clan to relocate back to the Elven Empire and await the decision of the Empire's highest authority. As the clan leader, she will be imprisoned and interrogated by a special department. The little elves that follow her might be labeled as worthless. They'll be fed and cared for a while, and once they're raised to be fair and rosy, they'll be traded. This kind of transaction is very secretive, but Tilly's had heard about it. Jiang Cheng guessed it on his own behind closed doors. After all, powerful forces will inevitably engage in some shady dealings if they want to survive. The greatest advantage of elves is their beauty. I will definitely take the elf forest. After all, my tree of life spent so much to cure your mother tree. If something goes wrong and it splits in two, wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? You have lost the elf forest, and things will certainly not be easy for you when you return. So my suggestion is that you stay with me for a while, do my work, and maintain normal contact with your empire. I will silence those gods who are secretly watching and try to prevent this matter from spreading. When your empire faces a crisis, you lend a helping hand and make a great contribution, then confess the matter. In this way, you can offset your mistakes with your merits, and your empire's higher-ups will definitely not be able to punish you. They might even build you another elven forest and let your race migrate there. I presume that with your queen's magnanimity, she would not deliberately hold this matter against you. Although the elf mother tree has merged, its basic functions can still be used as usual, such as nurturing new elves and contacting the empire through special methods. The elf mother tree can misrepresent the current situation. Inform the imperial central government that everything is fine on their end. At the same time, Jiang Cheng stopped others from spreading the news and tried to prevent the matter from escalating. Tilly's fell silent. She then nodded slightly, said, "Okay," with utter helplessness, and told the other elves about the matter. The young elf didn't seem to notice anything. Being able to stay by the mother tree is enough. The older elf looked at the mother tree and then at the clan leader who had already entered the realm of gods, and agreed to the proposal. They are protected by two god-level powerhouses. They should be fine. With the matter settled, Jiang Cheng obtained the elf forest. The enormous space was eventually condensed into a transparent crystal ball. Holding it in your hand, you could clearly see all the buildings inside, and it was absolutely beautiful. In the distance, the vampire warriors subdued all the ghosts. They were all condensed into tiny balls. The green ivy in the sky also moved the sky island to the top. The reason for moving here is that there is a heavenly blessing for the breakthrough of a new god here, and Tilly's needs to stay here for a while. Heavenly blessings will continuously fall from the sky. On Sky Island, she could feel it more directly and clearly. As for OPC's gift, it was naturally enjoyed by Anna, and Jiang Cheng, who had not yet entered the realm of gods, could not feel the power of this blessing at all. Through the intercepted land, the group returned to Sky God Island. Looking at the brand new environment around them, the little elf seemed quite excited. After all, the temple had become a sacred place, and the environment was much better than that of the elf forest. The little sprites, who love being close to nature, immediately fell in love with this place and began to frolic and play on the grass. Jiang Cheng handed the spatial crystal ball to Green Ivy. The pothose plant swallowed it up. Soon after, the temple expanded by 300 square kilometers, but the expanded area still retained its original appearance, which was the environment inside the elf forest. No entirely new territory was formed. These areas transformed into sacred sites the instant they were created. Every now and then, a sacred medicine would emerge from the ground. Under these circumstances, Jiang Cheng instructed Green Ivy to move the tree of life to the border between the two places, making it easier for the little elves to interact with it. Chapter 193 New Event. So much has been done. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't let these guys eat and drink for free. The elves have a special affinity for plants, and the plants they cultivate are of extremely high quality, have shorter growth cycles, and mature earlier. Jiang Cheng recently obtained so many spiritual fruits, spiritual plants, and rare treasures from those gods, which can all be given to the little elves to cultivate. He can't use most of these things, but that doesn't mean others can't. He can put it in the Lord's trading area for sale. Even if the price of such high-quality spiritual fruit were doubled, there would still be no shortage of buyers. The territory is now widely using a new currency. His portrait was printed on it. In this way, the residents of the territory will definitely be able to see his face at all times, providing a constant stream of massive amounts of spiritual energy. For the elves living here, the most basic necessities of food and drink are essential. Therefore, they need to work for Jiang Cheng. They handed the cultivated spiritual plants to him. Only then can they exchange for currency and food. During this period, these little elves will inevitably come into contact with the residents. Jiang Cheng can use this to export his culture, subtly deepening the connection between the little elves and them, and making the little elves dependent on him. Under these circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the elves completely submitted. If the elves were to be subdued by force, it might alienate the peace-loving elves, causing them to develop psychological resistance and making integration difficult. It's strenuous and thankless. Unnecessary conflicts may break out. After discussing it with Tilly's, she accepted the proposal. She didn't want her people to eat and stay here for free without doing anything, as that would make the elves lazy, and she would also feel bad about it. After everything was arranged, Jiang Cheng handed the storage ring containing the spiritual fruits and plants to Green Luo, asking her to assist the elves in planting these things. Only by sustainably exploiting resources can the territory continue to develop in the long term. They had just returned to the temple. A notification sound immediately appeared in my mind. Respected lords, the Lord's counterattack event ends in 1 hour. Lords who have not yet redeemed their items should do so as soon as possible. All points will be cleared after the event ends without any compensation. With the end of the lives of the proud talents of the Vaslo Great Forest, elites from other places also chose to back down. They encountered few foreign invaders along the way, so they naturally lost interest in the mission. This event was just an appetizer. The real show will begin in 2 weeks at the ancient secret realm. Countless prodigies abandoned their pursuit of the Lord's forces and began vying for positions close to the divine sons and daughters in order to gain access to the ancient secret realm. Then another notification sounded. Lords, please prepare yourselves. A special event will begin tomorrow night at midnight. This event requires all lords to lead their troops to a special location for combat. A unique matchmaking system will be used to assign lords with similar combat strength to the same area. Note 1. This event does not have a ranking system. Rewards are still redeemed manually using points. Note 2. All lords must participate in this event. There will be casualties during the battle, and there is even a possibility of total annihilation. All lords must proceed with caution. The notification tone has ended. A massive teleportation array appeared in front of the temple, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people simultaneously. The teleportation array cannot be activated at the moment. Presumably, the location corresponding to this teleportation array is the place we need to reach for this event. I didn't expect there to be a new event so soon, and this event should be quite difficult, and lords with similar combat power will be matched in the same area. So that means I'll be with the other super lords? Jiang Cheng couldn't understand what was going on. It's probably impossible to make them fight each other. This would lead to a significant reduction in the number of members in the Lord's forces. There is even a possibility that they will be unable to resist local forces. That's simply unrealistic. There is a high probability that they will face a powerful enemy together. Strong lords are matched with equally strong opponents. Lords of low strength are assigned relatively weaker enemies. That explanation makes sense. Never mind. This event sounds very dangerous, and everyone has to participate, so if I sell off my weapons and equipment now, there will definitely be a frenzy. Even if the price goes up, people will still buy it. After all, it's a weapon infused with a spirit. These lords would probably fight tooth and nail to buy one. Thinking like that, Jiang Cheng began speaking on the World Channel. His pseudonym in the trading area has been exposed, and he is quite well known. Almost everyone knows that the so-called Goblin Lord is Jiang Cheng. There's nothing we can do about it. It will be impossible to hide it sooner or later. With its dazzling golden chat border, Jiang Cheng's message quickly attracted everyone's attention. They all stopped speaking. He carefully read the words Jiang Chengfa sent out. The level of seriousness was comparable to studying world announcements. Instantly, most lords knew that Jiang Cheng was about to sell weapons with weapon spirits, and they all prepared energy stones, waiting for the weapons to appear in the trading area. Chapter 194, Evenly Matched. Ha ha ha, I've finally waited for this moment. My 6 million energy stones weren't saved up for nothing. I wonder how many weapons and equipment like this boss Jiang Cheng has. They contain weapon spirits and must be quite rare. Fortunately, I practiced my hand speed dozens of times by myself during this period, so grabbing one should not be a problem at all. My Thumbelina has already developed a thin callus. With this kind of high-intensity training, let's see who can outrun me. Although Jiang Cheng did a lot of shady things before, the quality of the last batch of weapons and equipment was quite good, and the price was very favorable. It was much, much better than the weapons sold by those major alliances. There was no comparison between the two. Would those major leagues even consider these things? They only think about how to monopolize the market and how to bleed us dry. If Jiang Cheng hadn't intervened and disrupted the market, these major leagues would probably have turned into wicked capitalists and continued to rot away. Hee, you know what? I bet even they don't want to use those weapons they produce themselves. They'll have to compete with us later. What's going on? Their energy stones are definitely superior to ours. They can just close their eyes and randomly pick them, while we have to carefully examine whether the items in the trading area are suitable for us. These major alliances were suddenly thrust into the spotlight, and they felt very aggrieved. wanting to confront Jiang Cheng and get a fair explanation. The alliance has poured a lot of resources into the trading market. They poured countless energy stones into it in order to seize the market. But they haven't even recouped their initial investment yet. They were labeled as evil capitalists by countless lords, who wished they could hang them on streetlights immediately so that countless lords would despise them day and night. Compared to Jiang Cheng's enthusiastic purchasing power, the goods they had were far more meager. It is of low grade and poor quality, and its style is plain and unremarkable. Although they had tried their best to adjust the levels of those weapon-forging soldiers so that they could create stronger and better equipment, there simply wasn't enough time. For a long time to come, lords will prefer the items sold by Jiang Cheng. Only lords who are truly desperate and have no other choice will buy their goods. This is nothing short of a drop in the ocean for the entire alliance. The profits are not even enough to cover the cost of those items and equipment, let alone the dividends they dream of day and night. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. An irreconcilable conflict of interest has arisen between Jiang Cheng and these major alliances. Unless Jiang Cheng withdraws from the market, leaving behind a massive amount of energy stones to make money, and lets these large alliances rake in wealth, there will be room for reconciliation between the two sides. But Jiang Cheng wasn't afraid of that at all. All he wanted was to earn energy stones. I can't be bothered with anything else. For example, each of the 5 major alliances has now sent a representative with a tough stance to negotiate with him. The Angel Alliance was not among them. Because he had helped the Angel Lord before, the latter remembered it and would never collude with the other 5 alliances. Instead, he would try his best to distance himself. Just like Jiang Qingzhen's war against the 5 major alliances, the other side will likely bring their men to provide support and jointly resist the enemy. Jiang Qing's expression suddenly became subtle. They will go to that special space at midnight tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be among the top 10 lords on the leaderboard. He didn't know the current situation of the Demon Lord. He was dead, but not completely dead, and his name could still be found in the search bar. Let's leave him aside for now. Apart from the Demon Lord, the leaders of the remaining 5 major alliances are in cahoots and will definitely unite to deal with him. But he wasn't without teammates. The Angel Lord, Loki, and the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Lord, whom he forcibly controlled after beating him up. When the two sides are evenly matched, the scene will surely be quite spectacular. Perhaps the purple-winged Radiant Dragon Lord can even pretend to infiltrate the fray and secretly gather intelligence on them. After all, this guy claimed to have escaped using special means, so the other lords didn't really suspect anything. They simply couldn't believe that Jiang Cheng would let such a large piece of meat slip through their fingers. If it were them, they would have acted swiftly and decisively, eliminating one by one without caring about anything else. Let's wait for the official announcement for details. That document should specify whether lords can fight each other. If not, it's a bit of a shame. We'll have to wait until later to make our move. If they can, how could he possibly miss such a golden opportunity? The representatives of the 5 major alliances were chattering incessantly during the negotiations. Jiang Cheng was warned that he must withdraw from the market. Otherwise, the 5 major alliances will join forces against him. They spared no effort to marginalize him. They even made the arrogant statement of sending troops to punish them. That wasn't the worst part. These 5 guys also wanted him to hand over some of the sacred artifacts with spirits as compensation for their losses during this period. His attitude was extremely arrogant. They certainly wouldn't dare to say such things without the tacit approval of the League's top management. If you're begging, you should act like one. If you want weapons, come to the trading area and wait. I have other things to do, so I can't keep you company. Chapter 195 over 300 billion. I closed the conversation with these guys. Jiang Cheng opened the event page. They killed so many false gods, countless followers, hundreds of great saints, and those savage beasts that had been tamed as mounts, and divine steeds that were responsible for pulling the chariot. These were all converted into points. Most of the weapons and equipment that Luo Qi gave me were below the saint level, and their levels weren't very high, while many of those ghostly spirits were above the saint level. One cannot become a weapon spirit if their strength and realm are not matched. In that case, the spirit would actually burst the weapon. The sacred artifacts on Luo Qi's side definitely can't meet so many demands. The only way now is to use these points to exchange for them, which is also a way of exchanging them for energy stones. Defeating a false god will earn you 5 million points. Exchange for 100,000 points for a sacred artifact, 300,000 points for a top-grade sacred artifact, 500,000 points for a super-grade sacred artifact, and 1 million points for a semi-divine artifact. Jiang Cheng has enough points to exchange for a holy artifact of the corresponding level, and he can also exchange for 50 semi-divine artifacts. After exchanging all his points, he used the remaining points to redeem 4 divine sources and 507 colored divine stones. These divine sources and 7 colored divine stones, along with the materials he had on hand enough to make several ordinary divine artifacts, were enough to elevate the dragon ancestor statue to a whole new level. Inside the temple, Anna had already begun fusing the great sage-level ghosts into the equipment worn by the vampire warriors. With the blessing of Anna's first-level god power, coupled with her unique weapon forging techniques, the whole process was extremely rapid. It takes an average of 2 minutes to complete one item. The heat emitted by divine power can absolutely replace the flames needed for refining weapons. During this period, Jiang Cheng purchased a large number of 9-star weapons from Luo Qi. He returned all the miscellaneous equipment of varying levels that he had to her. These ghostly entities are almost all at the 9-star level. Besides these, there are the ghosts and demons above the sacred realm. Therefore, Jiang Cheng looked down on weapons and equipment below the 9 stars. Luo Qi naturally had no objection to this. Jiang Cheng took nearly 1 million 9-star weapons from her territory in one go, and she was overjoyed to have such a huge amount of energy stones in her hands. It's foolish not to make money when you can. As the number and size of void worms increase, their level also increases. The weapons and equipment they brought back were becoming increasingly luxurious. Even the lowest level is 8 stars. Therefore, she can still produce nearly 1 million 9-star weapons. The 2 lords immediately got to work. Luo Qi was responsible for sending over the 9-star weapon. Jiang Cheng was responsible for accepting the gifts and also helped Anna with her tasks. After the vampire warriors finished, they joined the team to help, placing the holy artifacts and ghostly spirits in front of Anna. The bustling scene reminded the two of the days when they started their business in the dream world. At the time, they both came from very ordinary backgrounds. However, after some hard work, he successfully ran a logistics company, just like he is now. The vampire warriors are responsible for carrying the goods. Jiang Cheng and Anna were in charge of packing and labeling. Lost in their memories, the two exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. Neither spoke first, and they silently continued with their tasks. After these sacred artifacts were forged, Jiang Cheng began listing the products. There are tens of thousands of ordinary and top-grade holy artifacts in total. The price of a regular holy artifact is 5 million energy stones, while that of a top-grade holy artifact is 10 million energy stones. He didn't sell the top-grade holy artifacts or the semi-divine artifacts. These good things are naturally meant for personal use. Of course, if these lords really want to buy these 2 weapons, they can discuss it with him privately. Those who have a good relationship with him will pay the normal price, while those who have a bad relationship with him will have to pay double or even triple the energy stones. Goods have been stocked. Jiang Cheng received the 9-star equipment from Luo Qi. So far, only 500,000 pieces have been delivered. She is still slowly collecting the rest. The territory is too chaotic, and she has no idea where the items are. With previous experience, Anna was very adept at refining. Furthermore, forging a 9-star weapon does not require much divine power or spiritual energy. One can even divide these 2 energies into thousands of strands and forge them simultaneously. Jiang Cheng took a look at the trading area during this time. Good heavens, tens of thousands of sacred artifacts and top-grade sacred artifacts were snatched up in just a few minutes. They can only be described as incredibly wealthy. I glanced at the total profit amount. Jiang Cheng was breathing rapidly. He felt dizzy and could hardly see how many zeros were at the end. A total of more than 300 billion energy stones. This is just the energy stones earned from selling sacred artifacts and top-grade sacred artifacts. He still has nearly 950,000 9-star sacred artifacts with artifact spirits left. Selling one of these for 2 million energy stones is not an exaggeration at all. It can be said that they are doing charity openly and legitimately. With a little effort, you can destroy 2 energy stone mines under the jurisdiction of advanced tribes and buy one. Any lord with a modicum of power could produce this many energy stones. The purchasers of those sacred artifacts were mainly top-tier lords and super lords. The remaining 9-star weapons will be purchased by high-level and mid-level lords. With the upgrade of their main building, the lord's strength will definitely increase exponentially. Therefore, it is more than enough for a mid-level lord to take over 2 mines. As for the low-level lords, Jiang Cheng can't care about them. They have no money and are not within his scope of concern. Chapter 196 Online Scams. Anna is currently focused on refining weapons. Jiang Cheng received a message from someone else. Unsurprisingly, they came to buy weapons from him. Several super lords arrived almost simultaneously, and even the incredibly wealthy Loki inquired about the price of demigod-level protective gear, as she intended to buy one. Weapons possessing spirits can attack and defend automatically. Therefore, having a demigod-level protective gear with a spirit is very important. In a critical moment, before you can react, the spirit may have already reacted and activated its defense. It can save your life in such a critical moment. The area we were about to enter was strange and unpredictable. Therefore, preparing such a protective gear is perfectly fine. Only by surviving can one see a bright future. The other super lords shared the same idea. Energy stones can be earned again, but if you lose your life, it's all for nothing. Moreover, their economic strength allows them to purchase semi-divine artifacts to protect themselves. Jiang Cheng set the price of the semi-divine artifact at 500 million energy stones. This thing is far superior to any sacred artifact. One piece is equivalent to 10 top-grade sacred artifacts. In addition, it contains a spirit. The price will naturally be higher. The Angel Lord, the Purple-Winged Dragon Lord, and Loki gritted their teeth, and each took out an energy stone to purchase a semi-divine artifact. This is a huge sum of money for them. Especially the Purple-Winged Radiant Dragon Lord, who mortgaged many good things to Jiang Cheng in exchange for the semi-divine artifact. After all, it was due to that great battle and the rapid development during this period. He had very few energy stones left. They simply can't come up with 500 million. Or perhaps he has a special relationship with Jiang Cheng. Whether or not we can obtain this semi-divine artifact is still unknown. Another 1.5 billion energy stones have been deposited into the account. Jiang Cheng was secretly pleased, and then opened the chat with the other 5 leaders of the Grand Alliance. He didn't want to chat with these guys one-on-one, so he created a group chat and brought them all together. 1.5 divine artifact costs 10 billion energy stones, and a top-grade holy artifact costs 100 million energy stones. If you want a divine artifact, I can get it for you if you can afford the price. Jiang Cheng got straight to the point, speaking in a businessman's tone. This confident demeanor startled the 5 alliance leaders. They couldn't fathom where Jiang Cheng had gotten so many weapons. It is of high quality and grade, and still retains some warmth, as if it was just made. Could it be that Jiang Cheng has cooperated with the local forces? Their eyes lit up. How come they hadn't thought of that? We'll send an envoy to the surrounding powers later to persuade them to trade with us, and to swallow up all the weapons and equipment they produce. If we refuse to trade with them, then we'll use force to coerce them. That's what makes a qualified capitalist. The 5 alliance leaders were overjoyed at the sudden inspiration. Ordinary and top-grade holy artifacts can be considered good value for money, but these semi-divine artifacts and super-grade holy artifacts are simply being treated like sheep, ready to be fleeced. Jiang Cheng, this price is too expensive. If you can lower the price, we'll pay on the spot. That's right. I can't produce so many energy stones all at once. I'll need to borrow some from the higher-level lords and top-level lords below. Currently, our main source of income is the Lord's trading zone, but you control the trading zone so much that we can't sell our goods at all. How could we possibly come up with so many energy stones? Jiang Cheng, why don't you just give us a semi-divine artifact? You're all rich and powerful anyway, so it won't hurt you to share some with us. Yes, you've made so many energy stones in the trading area, and you're just giving us a semi-divine artifact. We'll turn a blind eye to your market grabbing and pretend we didn't see it. Jiang Cheng immediately lost interest. He sent a goodbye message and made a move to disband the group chat. The 5 alliance leaders panicked. If Jiang Cheng left like this, they would have no chance to buy the semi-divine artifact again, and the opportunity would be lost. There might not be such a good opportunity next time. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng would also try to raise the price on the spot. The men's eyes darted around, revealing a cunning smile. Before long, the 5 alliance leaders made their payments. Lord Jiang Cheng, I'm a bit short on funds. I can only scrape together a little over 500 million energy stones. The rest of these are items worth an equivalent of 500 million energy stones, which adds up to exactly 1 billion. Me too. What a coincidence. These major alliance leaders all came up with a double character strategy. 500 million energy stones paired with 500 million items that even high-level lords wouldn't want, such as animal fur, animal hides, and low-level animal cores. Although these items have inherent value, almost no one would buy them, let alone in such large quantities. It will take at least half a month to clear out one of them. Jiang Cheng silently accepted the items. Just as the 5 alliance leaders were looking smug, feeling they had really ripped off Jiang Cheng, a line of small text suddenly appeared at the bottom of the group chat. Vampire Lord Jiang Cheng has left the group chat. The group fell to chill and quickly searched for Jiang Cheng's friends. They discovered that this guy had deleted them and blacklisted them, so they couldn't send friend requests, let alone retrieve anything they had sent. The 5 alliance leaders inwardly cried out that they had been tricked. Isn't this a common tactic used by online scammers? Damn it, I've been tricked by that bastard Jiang Cheng. Chapter 197, Strengthening the Battle Puppet. Ha ha ha, you actually tried to trick me. Through countless cycles of reincarnation, I've encountered online scammers dozens of times in almost every modern era. Now that I've experienced it firsthand, it's not bad at all. Jiang Cheng picked out their useless junk. Have Yato deliver it to the residential area. These items were distributed so that the residents could choose whatever they wanted, and the rest were given to the elves as a small act of kindness. I don't know how much time has passed. Anna finished crafting, and all 900,000 plus 9-star weapons were infused with weapon spirits, resulting in a significant improvement in quality. Jiang Cheng put them all into the trading area one after another. Watching the transaction volume soar, Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The potential of the trading zone is enormous. Tens of millions of lords can spend money on it. When they have enough energy stones, the purchasing power they generate when they list a highly attractive item is quite terrifying. Before long, the transaction volume of energy stones broke through the 10 billion mark, then the 100 billion, then the trillion. With such terrifying purchasing power, it's no wonder these guys are trying every means to seize this market. It's like a giant cake that can never be fully eaten. Jiang Cheng was speechless. This page has been temporarily closed. He looked at Anna, who seemed a little tired, and said softly, Anna, are you free tonight? Tell me some things about cultivation levels. I'm already at the peak of demigod, just one step away from true god. There are still many things I don't understand that I need your guidance on. Jiang Cheng was very serious. He actually wanted to take this opportunity to open up to Anna. If you can achieve that in a dream world, why can't you do it in reality? Life is short, so we should enjoy it while we can and be happy. Why worry about so many things? A single glance can last a lifetime. The universe will eventually crumble, and one day it will come to an end. It's better to act on some things sooner rather than later. Anna glanced at him suspiciously, her cheeks burning, her expression full of embarrassment, and even a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. In the illusion, Jiang Cheng was making this gesture because he was preparing to do something bad to her. I'm a decent person, I won't think about those things for now. Jiang Cheng coughed twice and quickly tried to defend himself. He is still only a demigod. Anna, however, has already become a first-level god, possessing an unparalleled divine body, and is still a virgin. This is the most crucial point. If he did that kind of thing with his demigod body, Anna would definitely bleed extremely hot divine blood, melting his gill directly, and the 2 ostrich eggs would not be spared either, directly ruining his lifelong happiness. Even if a miracle cure were available in the future, a repaired item would never be as good as a brand new one. Of course, another possibility is that he is unable to break through that crucial point. After all, it is simply wishful thinking for a demigod to break through the body tissues of a true god. Unless you enhance his Jill to the point that it's even more terrifying than a divine artifact, there might not be a chance. Therefore, Jiang Cheng currently has no such thoughts. Even if there are, we must be patient, and patient again. Looking into Jiang Cheng's serious and sincere eyes, Anna nodded slightly and agreed to the matter. The two then went outside the temple. The modification of the purple-winged radiant dragon war puppet has begun. The materials sent by the 8 surrounding god-level forces are more than enough to forge several divine artifacts. However, the forging of divine artifacts is far too complicated. Even with the time domain, it still takes several months to refine and undergo a tribulation of lightning before it can become a true divine artifact. In that case, it would be better to incorporate these materials into the battle puppet, enhance its combat power, and allow it to unleash even greater strength to fight the true god. Anna started thinking about upgrading the battle puppet while it was being crafted, so the whole process went very smoothly. The 7 colored divine stones and divine sources that Jiang Cheng exchanged also came in handy, especially the 7 colored divine stone. Anna inscribed a giant array on the back of the war puppet, connecting it to the location of the divine source in its chest. The 7 colored divine stone continuously emitted energy, which flowed into the divine source through the array, urging the divine source to create divine power for the battle puppet to use. It is ever-renewing and has a long history, seemingly inexhaustible in its power, making it a truly sustainable cycle. Anna then placed the remaining 4 divine sources in the other 4 positions around the war puppet. The 5 divine sources were activated simultaneously. The 5 divine powers resonated with each other, and the sheer force they unleashed surpassed that of some second-level gods, making them incredibly powerful. Anna's original formation was far less ingenious than this. It's just that I've stayed in the cycle of reincarnation for so long. In addition, he has learned such a wealth of knowledge. That's how Anna was able to design this formation. It could be said that the greatest benefit the illusionary sound fruit brought her was not mental power, but the bits and pieces that happened in the cycle of reincarnation. These are the biggest gains. Chapter 198 Abyss Battlefield. Abyss Battlefield First Strike. After the last attack of the Abyss missed, the Abyss monsters have rallied once more. This time, the scale is immense, and their numbers are hundreds of times greater than before, including many god-level Abyss monsters. If the abyssal monsters were to descend upon the continent in full force, it might draw the attention of the local god-level powers, who would no longer treat it with the same indifference as before. When the local forces investigate, all the lords will inevitably be threatened. Therefore, we should take the initiative and go to the Abyss battlefield to completely defeat these gathered Abyss monsters and deprive them of their ability to invade the continent. The Abyss battlefield is incredibly vast, its area comparable to a continent, and the monsters gathered there vary in strength, ranging from powerful to weak. When you lords are teleported there, the teleportation areas will be divided according to your power level, and the targets you are teleported to will definitely be ones you can handle. This event is extremely dangerous. All lords are urged not to hold back, and to deploy their main forces to deal with it with full force. Similarly, the rewards that can be redeemed with event points are incredibly comprehensive, including powerful artifacts. Details can be found on the event page later. Note, the Abyss battlefield is a special space where the rules of heaven and earth are extremely chaotic. The energy and holy power consumed by you lords in killing enemies need to be replenished by absorbing energy stones, so energy stones are also an essential item. The number of items carried this time is extremely large, so the lord's space has been temporarily expanded to an unlimited size, and any number of items can be placed inside. The duration of this event is indefinite, and will end when all lords have cleared out the Abyss monsters. During this period, lords are prohibited from attacking other lords. Violators will be sent back to their territories, and will lose their eligibility to continue participating in the battle. If the lord fails to eliminate all the abyssal monsters by the end, those monsters will be deemed to have failed the event and will still descend upon the continent to attack the lord's forces, attracting the attention of local powers. At night, a world announcement appeared on the channel. The event was briefly introduced. This event is too special. The places we go to can't replenish the energy they consume on their own. They all need energy stones to replenish them. Isn't this a test of the resources of each lord? Lords with insufficient energy stones may not be able to survive for long inside. They might not even last a day before running out of ammunition and food. Fortunately, the last announcement gave them hope. You can attack other lords at the last moment to leave this special area of the Abyss battlefield. But this puts pressure on the other lords. They left, leaving behind a large group of abyssal monsters that lingered there. The announcement stated that one cannot leave until the area is completely cleaned up. As a result, the other lords had to help them clean up this mess. Jiang Cheng sighed slightly upon seeing this. Those lower-ranking lords certainly don't have the strength to stay. They will definitely try to attack other lords, and then be sent back to their territories. Even if they can defeat the abyss monsters in front of them, if the people in other places fail to hold their ground, they will still be unable to escape their fate of fleeing. In the Abyss battlefield, there will definitely be some who will flee without a fight. Such people are not a minority, but a large number of people who would do this. They would sacrifice their friends rather than themselves in order to survive. They would feel no psychological pressure to sacrifice those unfamiliar lords. They would not hesitate for long before attacking the lords next to them and leaving that abyssal battlefield. As such operations become more and more common, the pressure on the lord's side will increase. Ultimately, the burden will fall on these top lords and super lords. Jiang Cheng felt that he would definitely be among the last group of people to stay, and might even be the last lord to remain there. After all, the Abyss battlefield was both an opportunity and a challenge for him. This is an excellent opportunity to enhance the overall combat strength of the territory. Therefore, he will not back down, nor does he want to back down. The strength he has accumulated is more than enough to support him in this costly battle. As long as no overly powerful enemy appears, he should be able to handle it. Moreover, he believed that there would be no enemy stronger than Anna on the Abyss battlefield, and if such an enemy did appear, the Lord's forces would have no chance of victory. This event also became meaningless. Then Jiang Cheng opened the points redemption page. His breathing suddenly became rapid. It contains a dazzling array of divine artifacts, including ordinary artifacts and artifacts of other levels. It also has god-level warships, god-level cannons, and special spatial orbs that can evolve the green ivy. The most expensive reward is undoubtedly the dimensional interstellar cannon at the very top, which can obliterate half a continent with a single shot and create an unhealable hole in space. Its power is terrifying. This cannon can only be redeemed once. Only one person among all lords can possess it. It is extremely rare and incredibly intimidating. Activating this cannon may require a considerable cost, but that's enough to deter some unscrupulous individuals. Chapter 199, Standing on the United Front. Jiang Cheng's eyes burned with desire. He had clearly set his sights on the cannon and wanted to exchange it for it. With such a powerful weapon in hand, his confidence immediately increased, and he could probably roam freely across this continent without any problem. With the release of the announcement, countless lords were gripped by fear. They stopped buying items and started hoarding energy stones, intending to save their lives first. Of course, there are also lords who don't care about these things at all. They continued to buy things on their own, without intending to take much with them. Once they arrived, they would attack any lord they could find and return to their own territories. This phenomenon is rampant on the World Channel. Many lords said they had been attacking others in the past. Then they dusted themselves off and left the Abyss battlefield. Instead of feeling guilty, they were smug and began to show off their ideas. Great idea, I'll do that too. Jiang Cheng posted this message on the World Channel. The gleaming gold border immediately caught the attention of the other lords. Suddenly, the entire World Channel fell silent. Those lords who had been so arrogant and ready to flee immediately stopped talking. What? Jiang Cheng is running away. If even he runs away, the other super lords and top lords certainly won't stay long either. The announcement stated that if they fail, the Abyss monsters will descend upon the continent. They will still have to fight a big battle eventually. Moreover, after the battle, the true gods of those god-level forces will definitely use their spiritual power to check on the situation of the Abyss monsters. If these true gods were to discover that most of the abyssal monsters were gathered near their territory, they might launch a thorough purge. When that time comes, which of these lords will be able to escape? Of course, the top few must have their own methods. And those below them? You've all run away, why can't I? You're putting all the pressure on those of us who want to stay, making us suffer and face huge risks. If that's the case, we might as well all run away together. In that case, the number of abyssal monsters assigned to me might be much less. Moreover, there is a special barrier around my territory, so the local forces cannot detect me, and I naturally do not need to fear the detection of those god-level forces and true gods. Jiang Cheng spoke at length. The lords who were preparing to flee had uncertain expressions. They originally thought they could shift the pressure onto top figures like Jiang Cheng, making them suffer and bear all the pressure. But unexpectedly, the other party gave up. Prepare to escape beforehand, just like they did. If that's the case, their fate will be extremely grim, and they will certainly not escape the pursuit of the local forces. Previously, during the Battle of Prodigies, they could hide and try not to reveal their whereabouts. But this time is different. The gods have discovered this threat and will definitely try every means to eradicate them. Following Jiang Cheng's announcement that he was going to flee, other super lords and top lords also expressed their intention to flee immediately. They also disliked these guys who fled without a fight. Why should you run away and leave all the risks to them? The lords who were planning to flee panicked and began to earnestly and kindly persuade him. Lord Jiang Cheng, you are the sun above us. What will we do if you run away? Yes, we've all met, so we must share joys and sorrows. At this critical juncture, none of us can back down. We must stand firm on the front lines. We're not running away anymore. We've decided to stay on the Abyss battlefield and fight bravely to the last drop of blood. Jiang Cheng and the other big shots are staying too. Jiang Cheng was satisfied with the results. This may be the first time that these leading lords have reached a consensus and jointly curbed this phenomenon. After all, these guys keep claiming they're going to run away. This mentality of fleeing without a fight will soon spread to other lords, and eventually everyone will be fleeing, thinking that if others can run, why can't they? The top lords didn't want to see this feeling of complete defeat, since they wanted to earn points to exchange for items, not to share the danger for others. Jiang Cheng didn't need these cowardly guys to hold out for long. He just needed to buy himself some time to develop and allow the vampire warriors to level up. This will allow his team to adapt and easily cope with the environment there. These cowardly fools can leave the Abyss battlefield and return to their territory to continue their peaceful lives. The matter has been resolved. All the lords went about their own business, and the world chat became much quieter. Apart from members of the 5 major alliances cursing Jiang Cheng for paying back the money, almost no one spoke. Jiang Cheng ignored this. Why should we return the energy stone that we obtained through our own abilities? Looking at the trading area, Jiang Cheng had acquired a total of 1.2 trillion energy stones during this period, making a fortune. 600,000 9-star weapons were sold during this period. If it weren't for the sudden announcement, we probably could have sold another 100,000 units. Chapter 200 Preparations before the battle. The battle puppet has been completed. Anna also possesses a ghostly spirit of a 3rd-level god. I don't know what to do with this thing right now. It was put aside for the time being. With divine power binding him, he couldn't stir up any trouble for the time being. The next time, Anna and Jiang Cheng arrived at the place where OPC broke through. An invisible energy shone down from the sky, and Anna absorbed the continuous blessings of the heavens to take its level to the next level. Because this area is not covered by the time domain. So time flew by, and before we knew it, it was the next day. During this time, Anna helped Jiang Cheng refine 2 drops of divine blood. With the support of powerful divine power, the divine blood flowed into his body in strands. He was not injured by the divine power emanating from the divine blood. Instead, his physical strength was greatly enhanced. This method can not only enhance physical fitness, but also allow one to experience the wonders of the divine realm in advance. For a true god to do such a thing for a demigod, the bond between them must be incredibly strong. Physical contact occurred from time to time during the journey. Sometimes he can even tell a few dirty jokes. This made it impossible for Anna to calm down. She wished she could shut Jiang Cheng's grinning mouth. Do you want to draw a vampire warrior today? No. Return to the temple. 100 vampire warriors, exuding holy might, sat cross-legged on the ground. Their powerful auras made the air pressure in the hall extremely low. They were all great saint-level experts. Among them, there are 17 purple gold-level vampires, 33 dark gold-level vampires, 30 platinum-level vampires, and 20 crimson gold-level vampires. With the upgrade of the temple, the number of purple gold-level vampire warriors has increased significantly, and their quality has also improved. Jiang Cheng gave them names. They also distributed a set of super-grade holy artifacts. The previously crafted super-grade holy artifacts hadn't sold many, so allocating 1 set to each of them was more than enough. During this time, the vampire warriors in the camp did not come away empty-handed. More and more vampire warriors entered the holy realm, numbering no less than 80. Currently, Jiang Cheng has approximately 230 great sages under his command. It can be said to be quite formidable. It is far ahead of other lords. Sky Island is currently located 400 miles outside the Elven territory, in the middle of the Vaslo Great Forest, and is surrounded by many saint-level forces. Saint-level monsters can be caught one by one. There are simply too many of them. Their population is incredibly large, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. They settled this group of vampire warriors. Jiang Cheng sent Lily to the Elven race to obtain a precise map of the surrounding area to facilitate the team's accurate maneuvers. The little girl Mengli has reached the Great Sage realm during this period. Because Jiang Cheng had become wealthy, he extended his affection to the little girl, ensuring she never lacked good things, and the energy stones he dug out also became her snacks. They sent her to mine, but never handed the energy stones to Jiang Cheng. She secretly kept them all. If Jiang Cheng weren't so wealthy, he would definitely have questioned her. The little girl has now reached the late stage of the Great Sage realm, and her height has reached Jiang Cheng's waist, but she is still a petite and short girl. As her cultivation level increased, her appetite grew larger and larger. The speed at which one's cultivation level increases rather than decreases. The transformed weapon is comparable to a semi-divine artifact without a spirit and can more than double the user's strength. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng tried his best to give her some high-quality rare metals. Judging by the way this guy eats, he'll probably reach demigod status in no time. And if he keeps eating, he'll break through to godhood. If his physical condition isn't good enough, and he gets turned into an idiot by the divine tribulation, wouldn't that be a huge loss? When we reach the Abyss battlefield tonight, I'll take her there for some training as well. In the following period, all the vampire warriors were mobilized. Begin clearing out nearby Saint-level forces and Saint-level monsters. They've been cooped up in the camp for so long, like a young, unmarried woman who's barely been in any combat. I left the temple yesterday to catch some ghosts. Therefore, the vampire warriors were like wild horses, and the battle noise they made could be felt even on the island of gods. Those who didn't know better might have thought there was an earthquake below. In one day, all the Saint-level forces and Saint-level monsters within a radius of 5,000 miles suffered, and all creatures above the 7th star were wiped out without exception, resulting in incredibly rich rewards. Nearly 3 billion energy stones were earned. There were 67 ordinary sacred artifacts, 11 top-grade sacred artifacts, 2 super-grade sacred artifacts, as well as all sorts of spiritual fruits, spiritual plants, and miscellaneous items. Jiang Cheng took some of the valuable items first. The remaining items were selected by the vampire warriors, followed by the residential area, and finally all the items were given to the elves. These elves are very skillful. Give them some fabric and they can make beautiful clothes to sell in the neighborhood to earn money. The remaining fabric can be used to make a rag doll for the young elves in the tribe to play with. She can be described as having both skill and ingenuity. Basically, they can support themselves without much help from Jiang Cheng.